Ian found himself transported to a realm of swords and sorcery, a medieval world filled with dragons and knights. While others reveled in their new lives, Ian's golden finger remained stubbornly unresponsive. Just as despair began to settle in, believing he was destined to be a mere serf for eternity, a mage unexpectedly offered to take him on as an apprentice. At that moment, his golden finger awakened, and a new door swung open in his life. With its guidance, Ian would embark on a series of magnificent adventures in this enchanting medieval landscape. Chapter 1. Transformed into a medieval serf. Status bar, Ian Raven. Ian Raven. You are utterly worthless. The words on the system's status bar mercilessly humiliated Ian. Worthless Ian, that was the title that defined his current state. If one were to assign him another title, it would be the son of Farmer Ian. In this world of swords and magic, being the child of a farmer rendered him utterly insignificant. Thus, the system's description held a grain of truth. Ian, the farmer's son, was the only child in the village with raven black hair. His mother boasted bright yellow locks, while his father sported fiery red hair, making Ian's ink-black tresses stand out starkly. This peculiarity sparked numerous quarrels between his parents during his childhood. Honestly, whose child is this? Of course it's yours. Who else could it be? Don't be ridiculous. You promiscuous woman. How dare you speak to me like that? Such disputes were commonplace. The reason Ian bore the name Ian Raven was significantly influenced by his dark hair. In this village, naming conventions were quite straightforward. Parents named their children based on their preferences. If they liked dog egg, that would be the name bestowed. Ian's parents favored simplicity, hence he was christened Ian. The reason for this simplicity? Ian's father also bore the name Ian. It was akin to the naming conventions of Shur and Shin Shun. Thus, Ian's full name became Ian Raven. Interestingly, Ian's grandfather also shared the name Ian, with some families incorporating the grandfather's name into their child's. That would make it Ian Raven. However, no one would dare call him that. In truth, Ian felt quite fortunate at least he wasn't named Dog Egg. The thought of that was rather absurd. In order to distinguish him from his father, the villagers referred to Ian as Little Ian, while his father was known as Old Ian. As for his grandfather, Elder Old Ian, one would have to visit the cemetery to find him. Typically, one would think the naming farce would end here, but some individuals were not inclined to adhere to conventional naming. Ian's jet black hair set him apart from the other villagers, earning him the nickname Raven Ian among the village children. Look, the Raven brat is passing by. I heard Ian washes his hair with ink every night. Upon hearing the jests of the other children, Ian merely scoffed softly. While most ordinary peers might have reacted with anger, perhaps even engaging in a brawl, Ian found their taunts juvenile. For he was a traveler from another world, a man from the distant land of Huaxia, and thus did not stoop to squabble with these youngsters. Chin Pingin, Ian wrote his name from before his arrival in the sand before erasing it. He understood that everything from his previous life had lost its significance. He had recently gained admission to university, only to be swept away by a dump truck during summer vacation, transported to this realm for many years now. He ran his fingers through his inky black hair, identical in hue to that of his former self. Perhaps this hair had traversed dimensions with him otherwise. One could scarcely explain its color. Could it be that his essence was not himself, but rather this hair? If that were the case, what of a bald head? In any case, Ian Raven was the son of a farmer in the region of Colbrett. Like other farmers in the empire, Ian's family was impoverished. To be poor meant that despite toiling endlessly, there were days when they could scarcely fill their stomachs. This was the medieval era, where productivity was low, and the lives of the lower classes were fraught with hardship. As the third of 4 children, Ian often went to bed hungry. With 2 adults and 4 children in the household, the meager fruits of their labor had to be divided among them. The standard answer for farmers was to feed the 2 adults along with the eldest and second child. This distribution seemed reasonable, as those who worked needed energy to continue laboring, otherwise, the entire family would suffer from starvation. The eldest was already 15 years old, a mere teenager by modern standards, yet here he was a robust lad capable of heavy labor. The second son could match an adult's work output. However, the third and fourth were still mere children, unable to contribute much labor, and thus could afford to go hungry for a time. If their hunger became unbearable, they could forage for grasshoppers in the thickets to alleviate their hunger. Hence, Ian's daily routine was as follows. He would rise before dawn and share a meager breakfast with his family. His parents consumed the most, while Ian and his youngest sister shared a small piece of bread. This had to last them until noon, a small morsel to sustain 2. Once his parents and brothers left for the fields, Ian would take his sister into the forest to search for food. They spent the entire day foraging for wild fruits, insects, bird eggs, and edible plants. They would return home after dark. If luck was on their side, they could share a meal. If not, they would simply go to bed. As the sun rose the next day, the cycle would repeat. Ian was acutely aware of how miserable his existence was. From dawn to dusk, he was consumed by the pursuit of food. Was he a child or a beast? School? The forest was his classroom, and the wilds were his instructors. He was living the life of a savage, a life devoid of learning opportunities, merely counting the years as they passed. Of course, as he grew older, he would toil alongside his parents, working tirelessly. It wasn't that he feared hard work. The issue lay in the futility of it all, working hard, yet reaping nothing but an empty body filled and emptied time and again. A lack of income was a common plight among farmers of this era. In reality, Ian's parents were not ordinary farmers, but serfs. While both farmers and serfs toiled the land, serfs were bound to specific territories. The advantage lay in the protection offered by knights within high walls, unlike ordinary farmers who faced theft and predation from bandits and beasts. Yet, there were numerous drawbacks as well. Subjugation to the lord's rule was mandatory. The price of protection was obedience to their lord's demands, which included restrictions on leaving the territory, surrendering a portion of their produce, and providing labor and military support when required. With Ian's parents as serfs, he too was bound by the same fate. However, not all serfs were equal. Wealthier serfs could save money to purchase armor and weapons, thus becoming infantry in times of crisis, enjoying better treatment. Yet, Ian's parents were among the lowest of the low. They cultivated land rented from their lord, perpetually facing poor harvests and relying on borrowed grain to survive, drowning in debt. Every day, one toils relentlessly, yet gains nothing such as the existence of a debtor. If one works themselves to the point of illness, they are left to quietly perish, buried beneath the earth. This was the fate of his parents, and it loomed as his own future. Ian found himself unable to leave the territory, for his parents were debtors, and children must inherit their parents' burdens. The prospect of any profession beyond serfdom was a distant dream. Without education, how could one acquire skills? What a predicament this is, Ian sighed deeply. His journey through time felt like a curse. At least in his previous life, he had the essentials of food, clothing, and freedom. As he observed his sister, ravenously consuming roasted fish amidst the scattered ash of vegetation, his heart sank further. "Brother, aren't you going to eat?" she asked. "I won't. You enjoy it, dear sister." Ian Raven. You are utterly worthless. As Ian's thoughts drifted, a semi-transparent interface materialized before him. This must be the proof of a transcender's golden finger. Could it be considered a system? Yet, why had Ian not acquired any abilities thus far? There had been no tasks assigned by the system. Ian longed for a system that could prove useful. In that scenario, even the Lord would be left trembling, and knights would bow in deference. He envisioned himself as an extraordinary genius, standing atop the world, surrounded by an abundance of food, feasting with his family until oblivion. Chapter 2. The Wandering Mage. There exists a term known as the reverse scale. Ian understood it to refer to the singular scale on a dragon that grows in the opposite direction, typically located beneath its jaw. It is said that touching this area would incite the dragon's wrath, reducing everything nearby to ashes. Thus, the term reverse scale is often used metaphorically to signify an absolute taboo that must not be breached. Although women do not possess scales, they too have their own reverse scales. For them, it is age. Most men are indifferent to being called uncle, but for women, being addressed as aunt is a profound insult, akin to declaring that their days of youth have come to an end. "I aunt." Even from a distance, one could see the woman's shoulders quiver slightly. Ian's sister, however, remained blissfully unaware of her faux pas. "Hey, you little one over there," the woman forced a twisted smile, beckoning to Ian. Her demeanor was unsettling, yet evoked a tinge of sympathy. "Yes? Who is that little squirt beside you?" Ian was taken aback. Was she truly seeking revenge merely for being called aunt? "I am not a squirt." Children typically detest being belittled by adults, akin to how elementary students resent being called little kids. "Hee, but I assure you, I am not an aunt either. Would you care to try calling me sister?" The woman extended a hand of reconciliation, embodying an adult's approach to interaction. However, children possess no concept of forgiveness. "Not a chance, aunt." With that, his sister dashed away, her familiarity with the area rendering any concern unnecessary. Let her indulge in some wild strawberries for now. Ian redirected his attention to the woman before him. "Are you a traveler? May I inquire your name?" The woman regarded Ian with mild surprise. His polite tone, incongruous with his earlier childish demeanor, was striking. "My name is Aldous, a wandering mage." "Mage?" Ian exclaimed, astonished. Although he had never encountered a mage, he was aware that this world was no ordinary medieval realm, but a fantastical one filled with swords, magic, dragons, and knights. In this world, mage equated to war. Where there was war, there were mages. Though it was Ian's first encounter with a mage, an indescribable fear washed over him. The existence of mages was shrouded in mystery. Naturally, he had never encountered such beings in his previous life. Fear of the unknown is a fundamental human response. Why had the mage come here? Ian recalled the common knowledge of this world, mage wars. Could it be that a conflict is brewing? But he quickly shook his head. This village lacked the means to hire a mage for war. At most, they were merely petty nobles seeking to eradicate bandits. How could they possibly afford a mage? Of course, bandits should not be underestimated. Organized bandits could resemble an army, with their leaders often assuming the title of lord. Yet, to wage a war, the village's local nobility simply did not possess the requisite power. I have come to this village in search of a boy with black hair. The self-identified mage Aldous scrutinized Ian's hair for an extended moment. Are there any other boys with black hair? Ian shook his head. He was the sole black-haired youth in the village, hence he had earned the moniker Raven Ian. Just me. After staring at Ian for a while, Aldous suddenly broke into a cheerful smile, truly deserving of the title of time-space sorcerer. Time-space sorcerer. Ian was left utterly perplexed. Aldous Manscarl was a wandering mage. In this land, mages were broadly categorized into two types, secular mages and seekers of truth. Secular mages, the more common variety, pursue worldly gains, wealth, and power through the study of magic. This includes battlefield mages or professors at magic academies. Seekers of truth, conversely, are entirely different. They traverse the lands in relentless pursuit of higher magical realms. The distinction between the two is often not sharply defined. A mage who was once seeking truth may find themselves settled down due to the hospitality of a noble. Conversely, a mage accustomed to a life of comfort may suddenly embark on a quest for truth. Aldous, however, leaned closer to being a seeker of truth. Her purpose in life was to become a great mage and pass on her achievements to future generations, advancing the world. At 29, she had already gained a degree of renown within the mage community. Just as humans naturally develop a desire for children after establishing a stable life, Aldous, having achieved certain milestones in magic, began to entertain thoughts of taking on an apprentice. Coincidentally, a mage approached her, one she was well acquainted with. Gerard. Have you been contemplating taking on an apprentice lately? Where did you hear such nonsense? Setting aside the oddity of a wandering mage being sought out given their unpredictable movements, Gerard was an infamous time-space sorcerer. These sorcerers, who manipulate time and space, delight in unraveling the threads of the distant future and playing with the art of prophecy. Who knows what peculiar future he had glimpsed? This time, Gerard offered her an outrageous suggestion. Go to the Feldenberg territory in the Kalbrant region and find a boy with black hair. If you can take him as your apprentice, good things will surely follow. Elodith scoffed at his words. The prophecies of the time-space sorcerers have always been of this nature. If you do something in a certain place, good fortune will certainly ensue. She was acutely aware that time-space sorcerers often exchanged information about the future. They frequently convened to debate what constituted a better future. In their pursuit of this so-called better future, they unhesitatingly manipulated the living, treating them like puppets. Thus, time-space sorcerers are often scorned. After all, they present themselves as the architects of fate, as if they were divine beings. Elodith mused that this fellow had likely glimpsed some strange fragment of the future and now intended to use her to complete the puzzle. Of course, the sorcerers never divulged specific details. Firstly, they themselves could not ascertain whether that future would indeed manifest. Secondly, they were bound by an oath of non-disclosure of the future. Therefore, Elodith could easily disregard Gerard's suggestion. Though he would probably express disappointment and say, "Then I shall seek another future," before departing. Nevertheless, the allure of the time-space sorcerers was indeed captivating. They reveled in manipulating others to alter the future and to incite action from others. They required the promise of, "If you follow my instructions, good things will come." What was even more vexing was that their words might indeed hold some truth. Yet, it was precisely this that made the thought of being a puppet in someone else's hands rather unpleasant. This was the second reason for the scorn directed at time-space sorcerers. Feeling rather stifled lately, a little excursion might not be such a bad idea. Elodith contemplated that Gerard merely made a suggestion. The choice ultimately lay with her. There was no need to take it too seriously. It could merely serve as a respite. She could go if she wished, or refrain if she did not. Her recent endeavors in magic had reached an impasse, and she felt quite suffocated, so embarking on a journey seemed appealing. Travel had always been a cherished habit throughout her life. Thus, Elidith promptly set off for Culbreth. And as the insufferable time-space sorcerer had foretold, she indeed encountered the boy with black hair. The first button of destiny had been fastened. "Little one, what is your name?" "My name is Ian." Elidith gently tousled the boy's hair. His eyes reflected both curiosity and fear, yet sparkled with a naive cleverness, rendering him utterly adorable. "Gerard, you detestable time-space sorcerer. You meant to say that taking this child as an apprentice would suffice, right?" "I won't beat about the bush. I am here to take you as my apprentice." Ian was momentarily taken aback. The woman he had just met today suddenly declared her intention to make him her apprentice? Could it be that apprentice was merely a euphemism for experimental subject? "Are you saying that you want me to be your apprentice?" "Precisely. I wish to teach you magic. What do you think?" Ian found himself at a loss for words, as if struck by lightning. Whether in this life or the next, knowledge equates to power. And to acquire knowledge, one must pay a price. Whether in currency or connections, something must be sacrificed. Ian could not dream of a profession beyond that of a farmer for this very reason. He possessed neither wealth nor any noteworthy attributes, save for his black hair. Who would willingly take the time to teach him, unless to abduct him as a subject for experimentation? Chapter 3. Preparing to depart, just as Ian hesitated, his sister unexpectedly returned, whispering to him in secrecy. "Auntie, the false sorceress," she exclaimed. The aunt was a mere pretender, incessantly blabbering about childish notions of experimental materials and abductions. Elidith's face flushed crimson as she shouted, I am no aunt, nor a false sorceress." Instantly regretting her outburst, she noticed Ian stepping back, his expression one of wariness. Although she pondered whether to comfort him, she felt it was time to assert her authority as a sorceress. "Very well. Follow me. We shall converse at your home." Elidith seized the two unruly youngsters and marched directly to their residence. However, upon entering, the house was eerily vacant. "Where are your parents?" she inquired. "They are off working." Logically, they should have waited, but Elidith, brimming with initiative, sprang to her feet. "Ian, what is your father's name?" "Ian," he replied. Such a hasty name. Surely, you must be an adopted child?" Ian merely shrugged, his demeanor clearly indicating a desire for revenge over her earlier remarks. What a childish sister she was. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Elidith resolved to earnestly seek out Ian's father. "Mr. Ian, may we have a word?" Consequently, Ian's parents were summoned from the fields, with other family members following suit, transforming the situation into what resembled a family meeting. "Mr. Ian, I wish to take your son as my disciple." "Which son?" "Oh, it appears there are 3 sons." Elidith promptly pointed to Ian Raven. "This lad." "Ah, so it is him." Ian's father's reaction surprised Elidith. Although she was a sorceress, she found it astonishing how readily he agreed to let her take his child. Yet, upon hearing him say, "I have long suspected this boy was extraordinary," she realized he was indeed destined to be a sorcerer. Gazing at the family lined up before her, Elidith could not help but nod in agreement. The entire family had golden or red hair, while Ian alone sported a raven black mane. While one could argue that his innate magical talent was understandable, hair color had no bearing on magical ability. Nevertheless, it did shed light on the couple's long-standing anxieties. "Ian, I have always known you were a special child." "Indeed, father," Ian replied, his voice as clear as ever. Yet his father, upon hearing that familiar tone, was engulfed by a wave of guilt. He realized that now was the time to unveil the long-buried secret. "No, I must confess, I have deceived you." "I am sorry, my child. To be honest, I was under the impression you were the product of your mother's infidelity. Husband. Thus, I named you Ian, to remind myself that you are not the son of another, but my very own, Ian, son of Ian. Now, you are to become a mage, and I must admit, I feel an immense pride." After speaking, he bowed deeply towards Elidith. "I entrust my son to you, esteemed mage." Although there was an oddity to the situation, the atmosphere was undeniably touching. And Elidith responded with a smile. "Of course, leave it to me." With the consent of his parents secured, Elidith promptly took Ian to the Lord's manor. It was said that Ian's parents were in debt, and without the Lord's permission, they could not leave the village. Naturally, as their son, Ian could not wander freely either. Hence, Elidith resolved to negotiate with the Lord herself. "Who is it?" "It is the mage, Elidith." With just 2 utterances, the guard's waist bent like a bow. "Oh dear, the esteemed mage has arrived." Ian found the scene before him utterly fascinating. The guards, who typically instilled fear in the villagers, now behaved as if they were encountering their master, prostrating themselves at Elidith's words. "Here is my Mage's certificate. Oh, there is no need for you to present it personally. Please come inside." Elidith cast a triumphant glance towards Ian. "What are you looking at me for?" Ian, who had just thought to ask, was a moment too late to realize. "Ah, she's showing off." Her expression seemed to convey, "Did you not claim I was a false mage? In truth, I possess considerable prowess." Ian, playing along, responded, "Wow, that's impressive. Sister, you are indeed a genuine mage." Although he had yet to witness any magic. Of course, observing Elidith's retreating figure, Ian silently pondered. Perhaps she is more innocent than I initially perceived. The Colbrant region does not belong to the Feldenbelk family, which only rules over the small village of Highshire. The current head of the family, Baron Felix Feldenbelk, is a knight who rose to prominence through his military exploits in his youth. He fought valiantly under Count Edward, earning a manor complete with a village as a reward for his service. Subsequently, he answered the Count's summons on numerous occasions. Although he could have retired comfortably after acquiring his territory, he deemed it more important to maintain a good relationship with Count Edward. Thus, the village of Highshire ultimately came under Felix's complete control. Once a valiant knight, he is now a successful middle-aged man who idles away his days in the manor, living off the fruits of his labor. Some criticize him for indulging in wine and women, but what does he think of himself? What was the purpose of his relentless efforts in youth, if not to savor life in his later years? After a lifetime of battle, should he not be allowed to enjoy himself? Felix felt as though he was reaping the rewards of past struggles. After all, he was the Lord of Hehir, and a bit of indulgence wouldn't bring him any trouble. The master, having summoned a courtesan for a night of revelry, was now deep in slumber when the steward unexpectedly entered his chamber. "What is it?" Felix murmured, blinking away the remnants of sleep, his mood less than pleasant. "A distinguished guest has arrived unexpectedly." A guest? The very notion bore a hint of contradiction. A truly important guest would not arrive unannounced. At the very least, one deserving of the Lord's personal attention would have sent word in advance. It was a sorceress named Elidith. Oh, the moment the title sorceress reached his ears, Felix retracted all his grievances. Sorceresses were invariably esteemed guests. Merely associating with them could elevate one's reputation, and receiving their assistance was akin to basking in favor. The heart of a sorceress was as fickle as reeds swaying in the wind. To win their favor, one could only rely on genuine friendship and an array of offerings. "I shall prepare at once." Felix hastened to freshen up in anticipation of his esteemed visitor. Judging by her name, Elidith was indeed a female sorceress, and her appearance was quite pleasing, far surpassing the courtesan he had summoned the previous evening. Felix's thoughts wandered. "Welcome, esteemed sorceress. Thank you for your hospitality," Elidith replied as she gracefully took a seat. Though not impolite, her demeanor lacked elegance, revealing an absence of formal training, indicative of someone who had not mingled with the aristocracy. She appeared to be a wandering sorceress. With a modicum of noble experience, Felix quickly assessed her status. Sorceresses accustomed to noble circles displayed a demeanor and etiquette that were far more refined, often standing shoulder to shoulder with high-ranking aristocrats. Yet, this woman exuded none of the noble aura. Felix felt a slight sense of relief. Rumors circulated that certain powerful nobles, displeased with weaker ones, would dispatch sorceresses for displays of force. Although such actions required deep-seated enmity, in these unpredictable times, logic often took a back seat. As long as she was not here to lay claim to his lands, he would be content. "Esteemed sorceress, what brings you to this remote village?" "Remote? This place is quite decent," Elidith replied, her tone stiff and her words somewhat halting. In truth, she was ill at ease in the presence of nobility, having devoted her life almost entirely to the study of magic. "I intend to take this young man as my apprentice, though it seems a bit troublesome." "Oh." Felix's gaze shifted to the youth standing beside Elidith, initially presumed to be her attendant. Instead, she wished to take him as her disciple? Was he one of Hehir's inhabitants? Felix was acutely aware of the village's caliber, which could be succinctly described as a gathering of simpletons. If there truly existed a child of such remarkable intellect in this village, one who could capture the attention of a sorcerer, he would have been discovered long ago. The very notion of seeking disciples in such a secluded locale feels rather peculiar. In the bustling cities, clever and learned children abound like pebbles on a shore. Why not select a few from there? Felix scrutinized Ian closely. This lad bore an unmistakable resemblance to the denizens of High Sir. You are from the Ian family, correct? Felix strained to recall. There had been a couple who once approached him, cradling a dark-haired child, inquiring whether the wife had been unfaithful. Chapter 4. An unexpected discovery. The journey was swiftly arranged. For Elides, who had grown accustomed to a nomadic existence, travel was merely a routine affair. Ian, having little to pack, had other requests to make of Elides. With Ian's charming persuasion, Elides convinced the lord to absolve the Ian family's debts and bestowed upon them a sum of gold coins sufficient to ensure their prosperity for quite some time. Mother, father, I shall take my leave now. Very well. Heed the advice of your sorceress sister. Study diligently. Raven, brother, you must return. Amidst the warm farewells from his family, he departed from the territory. This marked his first venture beyond the land where he had resided since childhood, stirring a melange of emotions within him. Should I refer to you as master? Not just yet. I have yet to impart any knowledge to you. Sister will suffice for now. Yet, Ian pondered whether it was truly appropriate to address her as sister. The perception of age from a child's perspective starkly contrasts with that of an adult. Elides considered herself relatively youthful in appearance, but to Ian, she resembled a mother rather than a sister. After all, Elides was already 29 years of age. For Ian's younger sister to call her aunt reflected an astonishing insight. Sister, do you have something to ask? She adopted a casual demeanor, but Ian hesitated. Was it acceptable to pose such inquiries? Ultimately, his curiosity prevailed. Sister, why have you chosen me as your apprentice? Elides offered a knowing smile, interpreting Ian's expression as one of unease. Ian was utterly ignorant of the magical realms inhabited by sorcerers and time mages. Ignorance breeds fear, and fear is born from the unknown. As the son of a serf, how could he suddenly become a disciple of a sorcerer? It was the duty of adults to assuage such anxieties. You were chosen based on a prophecy. Prophecy? The unexpected mention of this term startled Ian. Though he was aware that this was a medieval fantasy world, he had not anticipated the existence of prophecies. A prophecy. It was an essential element in every fantasy narrative. Typically, prophecies are divided into two types, one heralding great success and the other foretelling catastrophic ruin. Ian swallowed hard. What sort of prophecy is it? Can you venture a guess? Elides unabashedly violated the first rule of questioning. One must not respond to a question with another question. However, Ian was equally unyielding. Is this a prophecy that I will become a great magician? He boldly declared, exuding the audacity characteristic of youth. Such grand aspirations. Do you truly wish to become a great magician? Indeed, Ian replied with resolute clarity. In Elides' eyes, he was utterly delightful. Choosing him as her apprentice was undoubtedly a wise decision. Of course, had she been formally seeking a disciple, she could have selected someone far more charming than Ian. Typically, apprentices are chosen at the tender age of 5, as the younger one is, the quicker they learn. In a realm where cuteness is also a measure of strength, a 10-year-old's allure pales in comparison to that of a 5-year-old. By the age of 10, one is nearing graduation from the realm of adorableness. Relying on cuteness for sustenance becomes a tad antiquated. Such is the harsh reality. Yet, for Elides, who was about to take on her very first apprentice, Ian appeared irresistibly charming. She had yet to experience the joys of parenthood, and to her, the innocence of childhood brought a novel and delightful happiness. In truth, dear Ian, I remain uncertain whether you can wield magic. What? This revelation was utterly shocking. Ian had scarcely emerged from the delight of being accepted as a disciple when this enchanting mentor threw such a curveball at him. Though it was merely a possibility, it was terrifying enough for Ian, for if he could not become a magician, he would find himself devoid of a future. Nevertheless, Elides held the belief that the prophecy was unlikely to be erroneous. It was a prediction from a time-space sorcerer, stating that by taking Ian as her pupil, Elides would find herself fortunate. If Ian were unable to wield magic, that would certainly not be considered good fortune. Before embarking on this journey, one must first commit to diligent study. Ian nodded vigorously. Like many fantastical realms, here, magicians are intellectual figures. In other words, fools cannot aspire to be magicians. I have confidence. Ian, in his previous life, was a student of the sciences. He had even intended to enroll in mathematics, but ultimately chose computer science. Though not from a prestigious institution, it was still a university well known enough to spark recognition, indicating that he possessed a sharp intellect. The essence of magic in this fantastical world lies in the calculations of spells. Calculations? He was precisely the kind of enthusiast who could perform calculations in his dreams. No matter the spell, I can compute it. Just as Ian was lost in his reverie, Elidis was devoid of any thoughts. She mused that since the prophecy specifically named him, all she needed to do was watch him grow. Thus, the two continued their journey. Elidis was innately a wanderer. Possessing no concept of home, she never felt the need for a fixed abode. With her commendable magical prowess, she could easily secure her sustenance by resolving a few troublesome matters. Nobles were eager to invite her into their homes, rendering the need for real estate unnecessary. The entire empire was her home. However, this time, she astonishingly purchased a house. Nestled at the end of the Golden Mountains in the northwest of the empire. It was originally a hunting villa for the nobility. Elidith transformed it into a cozy abode. She and Ian would reside here until Ian grew into a recognized magician. How splendid is that? Quite delightful indeed. Elidith, with her inherently simple nature, would not have lived a nomadic life for so many years if she had a penchant for luxury. Yet, for the sake of her beloved disciple, she made an exception and acquired this fine residence. For Ian, who had grown up in a dilapidated wooden cabin, this was akin to a palace. How marvelous! Ahem. Sister certainly spent a considerable sum. The only drawback is that the house is situated in the mountains, making its upkeep rather troublesome. However, Elidith, accustomed to her nomadic existence, had never been particularly concerned about permanence. She simply hadn't given it much thought. She found satisfaction solely in the neatly arranged magical tomes upon the bookshelf. Having tidied up, it was nearly time to commence lessons. Ian's heart began to race. This was the first step toward becoming a magician, a moment of profound significance. Ian Raven, from this instant forth, you must regard me, Elidith Manskar, as your master. Yes, master. Excellent. From now on, you shall be known as Ian Elidith Raven. Ian's title now bore an addition, Ian Elidith Raven. The translation sounded somewhat peculiar. Elidith's disciple, the great Raven Ian. His inaugural lesson was officially commencing. Magic is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Without thorough preparation, nothing can begin. Elidith's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Her usual languor entirely vanished. Ian likewise steeled himself, ready to give his all. Open the tome of magic. Ian endeavored to steady his trembling hands, cautiously turning the pages. The unfamiliar script unfurled like an ocean before him. Ian felt like a small raft adrift in the sea of knowledge. What is this? The very foundation of magic, the Moronius language. A tumult stirred within his stomach. Moronius. This magical tongue seemed reminiscent. It bore an uncanny resemblance to ancient Chinese characters. In other words, is this the small seal script? Ian's mind spun in a whirlwind. It actually was the small seal script. Despite his extraordinary aptitude for calculations, ancient scripts were not his forte. Moreover, he could only decipher a few simple characters, while the more complex ones, devoid of context, were utterly incomprehensible. Anyone could present him with a plethora of common ones. He would merely engage in theoretical discussions, recognizing only those few particularly familiar ones. He never anticipated that he would be learning magical hieroglyphics in another world. From today onward, he would study 100 characters each day. Is that perhaps a bit excessive? If it proves too taxing, I can certainly reduce the amount. However, these 1,000 words represent the most rudimentary foundation. With a touch of simplicity, one could master them within a month. Shall we embark on this journey together? Thus commenced Ian's inaugural lesson in magic. The teaching method was quite straightforward. Elidith instructed Ian on the names and pronunciations of the words, encouraging him to repeat after her. Subsequently, she elaborated on how these words had evolved into their current forms. This word is pronounced Aled, just like my name, Isnt, the Moronius language. In its inception, drew heavily from ancient tongues, resulting in numerous phonetic overlaps. Elidith, long absent from the realm of magic, found herself invigorated as she spoke. Her natural enthusiasm for the arcane was so profound that she scarcely perceived the challenges of beginning. Consequently, whenever the subject of magic arose, she transformed into an effusive compendium of magical knowledge. Yet for Ian, who was entirely unacquainted with magic, Learning the pictographic script of Moronius was nothing short of torment. Typically, this would indeed be the case, but Ian was different. He possessed a power that did not belong to this world. Chapter 5. A Novice's Introduction. Ian effortlessly passed Aladith's assessment. Come, Ian, what is this? OM. The OM of cycles. Correct. You are learning splendidly, Aladith exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight, touched that her efforts were not in vain. Seizing the moment, she added a few more questions. Carl. The Carl of the sky. Ham. The Ham of the earth. Uno. The Uno of the world. Bravo. How marvelous. Our Ian is truly intelligent. Aladith jubilantly leaped into the air, unceremoniously tousling Ian's hair. After 5 continuous hours of instruction, she was exhilarated, and with her apprentice's successful completion, it felt like a flawless finale. That time-space sorcerer truly recommended gem. Wow, this is exhilarating. At this moment, Aladith was thoroughly immersed in the so-called addiction to having a disciple. See, it's not as difficult as you imagined, is it? There's nothing to fear. Indeed, came Ian's response, almost apathetic, as he remained wholly focused on the status bar. Moronius Language 1 in progress. As Aladith posed her questions, the status bar illuminated, displaying everything she spoke, enabling him to breeze through the assessments. Indeed, it was no mistake. Since gaining the ability to view the status bar, he had steadfastly believed he possessed a unique advantage. One day, it would awaken. This unwavering conviction, forged through the trials of winter and night, blossomed like a flower in full bloom. A player of medieval exploits, Ian, have arrived. He found himself lost in whimsical thoughts, suddenly breaking into a foolish grin. As if under the influence of a spell, Aladith began to grow concerned for her emotionally volatile apprentice. However, she soon changed her mind. Having successfully passed the test of the first class, it was only natural to feel a sense of joy. I'm starving. Ian, tonight, I shall prepare a feast for you. Wow, delicious food. The master and disciple, each filled with delight, shared a warm evening together. That night, for their own reasons, both were in high spirits, enjoying a harmonious dinner. Ian, who had awakened his ability to cheat, faced no fear. Although mastering the daily assignment of 100 words was effortless, invoking the status bar proved to be a strenuous task. The status bar seemed to summon a certain power from the depths of memory, consuming a substantial amount of concentration with each invocation. If summoned too frequently, it could leave him utterly exhausted. Thus, despite possessing the status bar, Ian was not entirely invincible. There were times when he felt unwell and made minor mistakes. Yet, Alades paid this no heed. Ian's scores consistently fluctuated between 90 and 80, mirroring the grades Alades received during her own studies in magic. It was indeed quite remarkable. Observing Ian, who was sweating profusely while striving to learn, Alades often felt an inexplicable emotion arise within her. Each time she beheld Ian, it was as if she were gazing upon her younger self. While it was not unusual for a disciple to resemble their master, the identical grades from childhood were rather peculiar. If Ian were privy to her thoughts, he would surely be astonished to barely hold his own against Alades. Even with an external advantage, Ian was no fool. He attended a reputable university and pursued a commendable discipline. Yet, Alades possessed a level of intelligence that transcended the ordinary. Truly charming. Contrary to her astute intellect, Alades' emotional disposition resembled that of a youthful girl, overflowing with maternal affection upon encountering a well-behaved child. Diligent in class, hardworking, never complaining, and fond of her teacher, Ian was the quintessential pupil without any discernible flaws. You have mastered the basics, haven to you? Now, we shall commence the formal lessons. Oh my, Ian, you truly keep up well. Come, today we shall compile a grand collection of adjectives. Let us memorize 100 essential adjectives. Year after year, Ian diligently studied 3 textbooks. By the 3rd year, the number increased to 5 per year, and from the 5th year onward, it escalated to 6. Ian Alades Raven was now 16 years old, maintaining a pace of conquering 1 book every 2 months. His academic load had become comparable to that of medical students, if not surpassing it. From the moment he opened his eyes in the morning until he drifted off to sleep at night, Alades remained by his side, teaching incessantly as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Master? I feel like I'm dying. Alades granted him 1 day off for every 5 days of study, but that brief respite was hardly sufficient. We're almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Really? Indeed, once you finish 2 more books, you will master the Moronius language. That's right. Over the past 6 years, Ian has focused solely on learning the Moronius language. The language of Moronius 100. Perfect. You have mastered the universal magical language of the Grand Sorcerer flawlessly. Ian diligently absorbed this overwhelming volume of knowledge. Were it not for the status bar, he might have fled long ago. Indeed, the sorcerers of this world seem utterly deranged. Even with his advantages, Ian found the endeavor arduous. How much effort must an ordinary person expend to embark upon the path of magic? Only the prodigies, or the mad, are deemed worthy of becoming sorcerers. What chills Ian to the bone is that he has yet to even encounter the word for magic. To put in gaming terms, he has merely concluded the novice tutorial. The course in the Moronius language hastily came to an end, marking Ian's transition from 16 to 17. From the day the course concluded, Elidith ceased to communicate in the human tongue, opting instead to converse solely in Moronius with Ian. Jezebel, Russ, Gogo, Hina. The Moronius language, crafted by the Grand Sorcerer Moronius, serves as a universal magical tongue. Mastery of this language grants entry into any school of magic. Different schools employ distinct magical languages. For instance, to wield fire magic, one must utilize the language of fire. The language of fire offers no assistance in water magic. Thus, to learn multiple schools of magic, one must grasp various magical languages. The volume of study is astonishingly vast, necessitating a lifetime of dedication. However, with the advent of Moronius, a monumental transformation swept through the magical realm. The previously disparate languages of the various magical schools were unified under his influence. He compiled all languages into a tome, creating his own linguistic system known as Moronius. Naturally, as one delves deeper into learning, there remain numerous instances where the universal language is insufficient. Yet, the unification of magical languages alone attests to Moronius's brilliance and madness. Remarkably, Ian has achieved a flawless command of the Moronius language. Consequently, he is less likely to err when confronted by entities of magical power. Ian, yes, teacher, my instruction concludes here. Elidith smiled as she closed the book, marking the final lesson between mentor and pupil. A sorcerer is one who embarks on a journey of self-discovery. While assistance may be offered at the outset, once initiated, one must forge their own path. This is a harsh reality. However, Elidith aspires to nurture Ian into a true sorcerer, not one who merely replicates the magic of others, but one who seeks to uncover his own unique magic and mysteries. Your magic is a journey you must undertake alone. Teacher, you have worked hard. From this day forward, you are a sorcerer. Go forth and carve your own path. You are now an explorer, and you should take pride in that. Explorer is the esteemed title bestowed upon sorcerers by one another. Ian finally realized that today was a graduation ceremony meant solely for the two of them. I will assist you with the fundamentals of the foundational school, but the path ahead is one you must traverse alone. Ian had already mastered the arcane language of grand sorcerers. However, a true magician is one who can wield magic through this language. From this moment on, Elidith's role was nearing its conclusion. She would only help him with the basics. Let's embark. After 6 years, or rather, as they approached the 7th year, this old abode was about to be bid farewell. A subtle melancholy washed over Ian as he gazed at his childhood home, silently contemplating for a moment. With every farewell, a new beginning awaits. Memories will be overshadowed by fresh experiences, such as the essence of life. The master, a born wanderer, stepped forward with no lingering attachments. Ian hurried to keep pace. Master, which school of magic should I pursue? They conversed as they walked. The branches of magic were exceedingly numerous. There were at least a dozen he had merely heard of. First, let us study aeromancy. Elidith had meticulously planned the curriculum, beginning with the manipulation of air currents and the control of earth, disciplines deemed as the simplest entry points. After mastering aeromancy and geomancy, they would progress to cryomancy, hydromancy, and pyromancy, with increasing levels of difficulty. Ian, a novice in magic in both this life and the past, wholeheartedly accepted his master's judgment. As they ascended the Golden Mountains, Ian felt both the strain and excitement of 6 years without reaching the summit. The view from the peak, where clouds met the sky, was breathtaking. I wish I could take a picture, he thought. While the youth was entranced by the scenery, Elidith had completed her magical preparations. Ascend. The incantation of the arcane language echoed through the heavens. The ground trembled as the rocky platform beneath Ian soared towards the sky. Standing upon the ascending disk. Ian felt dizzy, gazing down to see his master appear as small as an ant. So this is the grandeur of the world from above. Yet, the sensation of weightlessness quickly descended upon him, and he began to plummet. Look, it's a human, flying, just like us. At the moment of his fall, a familiar tongue echoed in his ears. The Moronius language, now as familiar as his mother tongue, resonated from the whirlwind surrounding him. Simultaneously, a status bar appeared, new skill acquired, aeromancy, the magic of manipulating air currents. Chapter 6, The Voice of Darkness Clang. Eldis gently guided Ian to the ground. She summoned a mighty gust of wind to act as a cushion. Observing the expression on her disciple's face, she smiled softly. Though still somewhat bewildered, he appeared to be deeply contemplating something. This was not the expression one would expect after such an exhilarating experience. Have you gained insight? Ian nodded vacantly. The wind spoke in Moronius. Eldis beamed with delight. That is the first step of magic. The first step? The enigmatic communion between wizards and the forces of nature. Harnessing their might is epitomized by the Moronius language, which serves as a bridge between humanity and the natural world. This is precisely why Ian has diligently devoted 6 years to mastering the Moronius tongue. Magic, at its core, is communication. Engaging in dialogue with nature and drawing upon its strength embodies the essence of magic. Yet, what if Ian were to utter a misstep, make an outlandish request, or provoke these forces? Such an occurrence could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he was forbidden to converse with nature until he had fully grasped the Moronius language. What does the sound of the wind resemble? Ian recalled the sensation he had just experienced. High above, myriad winds danced freely across the vast sky, unrestrained. Elidith nodded in agreement. The wind is the element of freedom. To hear the mysterious voices signifies a rite of passage. Congratulations on officially mastering aeromancy. She affectionately ruffled her disciple's hair. Although he was nearing adulthood, in her eyes, he remained a child. Wizards possess the ability to communicate with all beings, thanks to the arcane language of Moronius. The moment one hears the enigmatic whispers signifies the beginning of their journey. Novice mages must traverse the world, focusing on listening to various mystical sounds, for it is only through this exploration that they can discern which form of magic suits them best. Each individual's affinity with the mysterious forces varies. Some excel in aeromancy, while others resonate with geomancy. Without delving into the realms of cryomancy, hydromancy, and pyromancy, it is evident that summoning, transmutation, transformation, creation, necromancy, and time-space magic each possess their own unique suitability. Only through personal experience can one truly ascertain their rightful path. Next, they would explore geomancy. Elidith led Ian into a profound cavern, suggesting that to attune one's self to the earth's voice, one must be deeply embedded within the soil. However, to bury Ian alive would transform the scenario into a grave site, so a compromise was reached with the cave. The initiation into geomancy is somewhat challenging, she explained. Attempt to listen to the sounds of the earth. Yes, master, but do not overexert yourself. You have already begun your journey in aeromancy, and being an aeromancer is commendable enough. Her words stem from a place of concern for Ian, yet in truth, the pursuit of magic is boundless. A wizard proficient in one art commands respect, but one who masters 10 is undeniably held in higher esteem. Ian was acutely aware of this, prompting him to voluntarily venture into the depths of the cave. The place was indeed daunting, reminiscent of his initial foray into aeromancy. A wizard must possess an absence of fear. If Ian were plagued by acrophobia, he could never have learned aeromancy. Similarly, should he be unable to endure the oppressive darkness of the cavern, he would never become a geomancer. To center his focus, he extinguished his torch and listened intently for the voice of the earth, the ancient wanderer's whisper of the earth. Yet their cryptic utterances are far more perplexing than the whispers of the wind. This indicates that Ian is ill-suited for the earth magic. To enhance the abilities of earth magic, one must learn a more specialized language of the earth to improve communication precision. While this is the common approach, Ian is different. Acquired new skill, earth magic, ability to wield earth magic. Ah, such splendid news. The moment the voice of the earth reached his ears, the skill panel emerged. Reward skill points. Skill points can be allocated to enhance magical proficiency, and use skill points 100 Skill points can be obtained by collecting mysterious energy. However, Ian possesses a status panel system. By investing skill points, he can elevate his mastery of magic. Who am I? A player with an extraordinary edge. He promptly allocated a few skill points to earth magic, and in that instant, the sounds around him transformed. Oh, insignificant human below this place. Magma flows. Should an earthquake occur, it will erupt. Exercise caution. The voice became clearer and more precise. Ian grasped the essence. This is magic. The process of conversing with the mysterious is indeed magic. Having mastered earth magic, Ian began to gather his belongings in preparation to exit the cave. But wait. Now that he has acquired magic, should he not attempt to use it to find his way out? This is a deep and dark cavern, and without a torch, escape seems impossible. Yet, what if he beseeches the earth for guidance? Let us try. The basics might be led by Elidus, but the achievement of magic relies on one's own efforts. Now that Ian is also a mage, it is time to communicate with all things and enhance his magical prowess. O Earth, Ian intoned in the Marlenius tongue. The language he had diligently practiced for 6 years began to shine in this moment. What is it? Oh, insignificant human. Success. The earth responded to Ian's call. The exhilarating sense of accomplishment brought an involuntary smile to his face. I wish to go out. Go out? What does it mean to go out? Cave. Outside is this cave? But the outside is difficult to comprehend. To go out. Are you saying to leave? Alas, communication faltered. Ian quickly discerned the root of the problem. The earth does not possess a concept of inside and outside. These are abstract notions crafted by humanity, utterly incomprehensible to the earth. Even more troubling is the significant challenge of employing the Marlenius language in practice. The Marlenius tongue lacks particles. Their function is replaced by the will of the mage. The more powerful the mage, the clearer their intentions are expressed. As a novice among novices, Ian found the selection of words to be an arduous task. It was exceedingly difficult, he realized. He could not rely on the earth for guidance, for to it, the entire world was indistinguishable from his own body. It simply could not comprehend the concept of direction. Should he consult the wind? Ian began to ponder what he might request from it. Should he express his desire to move from a confined space to a more expansive one? This notion seemed promising. Yet he was struck by the thought that the wind might instead whisk him away to a deeper, subterranean cavern. It was still too challenging. Gradually, he began to grasp the true essence of magic. The means of communication required an intuitive grasp of language, while the content of commands demanded a logic akin to programming. By issuing precise commands and eliminating variables, one could achieve the desired outcome. Was this not akin to coding? Yet, he could not articulate a single command. Thus, all efforts would be in vain. Never mind, he thought. Let us venture outside. Indeed, to hell with magic. Wait, enough rambling. Let us light the torch first. Just then, a faint, anguished cry pierced the air. Startled, Ian quickly extinguished the flame. What was that? The voice did not return. Straining to listen to the sounds of the world, he could hear nothing but the heavy thrum of the earth. That peculiar voice had vanished. Was it a figment of his imagination? He shook his head. Surely, there was no hallucination that could send shivers down one's spine. With no other recourse, Ian decided to sit down, cross-legged, and enter a meditative state, focusing intently on the sound around him. After an indeterminate passage of time, he finally discerned a new voice whispering near his ear. "It is so peaceful here, how lovely. I detest noise, and I loathe pain." A voice so faint that he might have overlooked it had he ignited the torch. Regardless of its origin, Ian resolved to engage it. "Hello." Immediately, a response came. What? A human. It's a human. He said hello. How adorable. "Who are you?" came the gentle reply. "I am a darkness." Of course, how could he have missed that? In this pitch-black cavern, what else could exist but darkness, apart from the earth itself? New skill acquired. Skill: shadow manipulation. Master the art of wielding darkness and shadows. Shadow manipulation, a school of magic of which his instructor had never spoken. Quite a stroke of luck indeed. Magic obtained through serendipity was certainly better than having none at all. Since it pertained to darkness, Ian's desire for magic was rekindled. Though still inexperienced with the earth and the atmosphere, Ian knew precisely how to summon the shadows. "Where's the light?" He inquired directly about the direction of illumination. "The light is over there." I loathe the light. A radiant beam, akin to a guiding beacon, materialized before Ian indicating the exit lay in that direction. Had he truly succeeded? This marked Ian's inaugural triumph in wielding the arcane language of Moronius to harness mystical powers. Seizing the momentum, he resolved to attempt another spell. Where's the land? Land is everywhere. Step walk. Human, are you saying? Humans can walk. The shadows distinctly marked the ground upon which Ian could tread. Astonishingly, a remarkably clear path emerged amidst the obscurity. New skill acquired. Shadow magic. Dark vision allows one to see clearly as in daylight, even in darkness. A new magical ability appeared in his skill set, one that Ian had personally discovered and practiced. Thank you. Ian expressed his gratitude to the shadows, gradually proceeding through the darkness. After a considerable time, the exit finally unveiled itself. Light, Ian. Elidis spotted Ian and rushed over, tilting her head in confusion. Where's your torch? Useless. What? Did you emerge using magic? Elidis immediately discerned that Ian had invoked a spell, her astonishment palpable. Escaping the cavern solely with earth and atmosphere magic was no small feat. And to adeptly wield magic after only a few days of study was indeed impressive. I learned shadow magic from the darkness. What? She was taken aback. The darkness? That timid and bashful voice of the shadows. He heard it? How did he manage that? Chapter 7. Conclusion of the magic course. The essence of darkness inherently possesses a concealing attribute. It obscures, shrouds, and renders all things invisible. Listening to that hidden voice is an exceptionally challenging endeavor. Shadow mages, who command the power of darkness, are as rare as those who manipulate time and space, indicating the formidable nature of such forces. Elidis was utterly astonished upon learning that her disciple had grasped the power of darkness. You heard the voice of the shadows? Yes, Ian replied with a hint of pride, though he did not fully comprehend what he had accomplished, merely reveling in the joy of having learned new magic. My goodness. In contrast, Elidis marveled at her disciple's unexpected talent. Shadow magic is also a significant branch of sorcery. Thus many mages aspire to master it. However, the essence of darkness is shrouded in secrecy and timidity, rarely willing to reveal its true self. Although darkness favors the depths of mysterious caves, such places are ill-suited for discerning its whispers, as the earth's resounding voice drowns out the subtle tones of shadows. Aspiring shadow mages meticulously prepare vast, dark chambers, entirely isolating themselves from external distractions, dedicating their focus solely to the cultivation of darkness. This practice unfolds over months, with some mages investing years in pursuit of mastery. Thus, it becomes evident how formidable the path of shadow magic is, to the extent that Elidith never broached the subject with Ian beforehand. It appears that Ian possesses a commendable affinity for darkness. Just as each individual is endowed with unique talents, so too do mages find their own elemental affinities. For instance, Elidith has an exceptional connection to fire, thus specializing in pyromancy. Conversely, Ian seems to exhibit a profound affinity for the shadows, a fitting complement to his moniker of Crow. How splendid it is that the more magic a mage commands, the better. Elidith sincerely rejoices in her disciple's fortune. Ian has already embarked upon 3 schools of magic: aeromancy, geomancy, and now shadow magic. Even should he cease his studies henceforth, he would already qualify as a true mage. Yet Elidith does not intend to halt here. As a mage, one must continually challenge their limits. Proceed, Ian. Yes, master. The next phase may prove challenging, but I shall remain by your side. Do not hesitate. All right, Ian responded with enthusiasm, finding the process of learning magic increasingly delightful. However, upon commencing his studies in cryomancy, Ian's fervor began to wane rapidly. Alas, the Golden Mountains, crowned by peaks that are perpetually snow-clad, present a frigid realm where temperatures consistently plummet below zero. Elidith stripped Ian of his garments and tossed him into a thick pile of snow. It's so cold. This was to facilitate his initiation into cryomancy. Concentrate. Ian, listen to the voice of the cold. Ian gritted his teeth, having long ceased to absorb his master's words. Being stripped bare and cast into the snow. Who could truly heed another's counsel in such conditions? Humans are warm-blooded creatures. Coldness inherently repels them. Elidith, by lowering Ian's body temperature, forcibly endeavored to forge a bond between him and the cold. As for the minor issue of hypothermia potentially leading to death, That concern was momentarily set aside. A mage, in pursuit of the arcane, must perpetually embody a spirit of challenge. I'm freezing. I'm going to die. I'm going to freeze to death. Ian bellowed before promptly silencing himself. No, this would not do. He needed to strive to communicate with the cold. Greetings. Greetings. I have acquired a new skill. Skill, ice magic, allowing the manipulation of frigid sorcery. Master, I have heard it. I conversed with the chill. Remarkable. You are astonishingly quick. Elidas exclaimed, pulling Ian from the snowdrift. This mischievous disciple effortlessly grasped the essence of ice magic. Her curiosity about him grew ever stronger. Such an affinity is extraordinary. Just how many forms of magic can he master? To unveil this enigma, the next element must be tested. Next, we shall attempt vapor magic. Elidas brought Ian to the lakeside and submerged him in the water, thoughtfully providing him with a tube to prevent drowning. Elidas truly is a devoted teacher who cherishes her disciple. Gurgle, gurgle. In the center of the lake, Ian finally, albeit reluctantly, perceived the sound of the water. I have acquired a new skill. Skill, vapor magic. Splendid, Ian. Indeed, he succeeded once again. Elidas smiled with satisfaction. After lingering in the water for an eternity, Ian was nearly out of breath. Yet, the lessons from his teacher showed no signs of conclusion. All right, the final endeavor, flame magic. As Elidas approached the topic of flame magic, a cold sweat broke out on Ian's forehead. To learn ice magic, he was tossed into the snow. For vapor magic, he was thrust into the water. Surely, for flame magic, she wouldn't expect him to step into a bonfire? Surely it cannot be so. Understanding Ian's expression, Elidas beamed with a radiant smile. She conjured a massive fire and subjected Ian to its searing heat. It was a spring evening, and Ian's introduction to magic was drawing to a close. Skill overview. 6 major factions mastered. Aeromancy 1, Geomancy 1, Shadow Magic 1, Ice Magic 1, Vapor Magic 1, Flame Magic 1. Elidas concluded her instruction, as she too only commanded these magical factions. Ian, it seems to me, you are favored by some mysterious force. What is that? Though he was not quite certain about the mysterious aspect, he understood that the status bar was indeed quite useful. Indeed, generally speaking, while one develops an affinity for a particular element, they tend to distance themselves from others. Yet, you have seamlessly entered into the 6 major factions. This is not mere flattery. Ian's affinity is truly remarkable. It is exceedingly rare for a mage to master such a multitude of elemental magics in a brief period. Most individuals require at least a month just to familiarize themselves with one faction's magic. Ian's rate of learning is almost abnormal. To employ a common metaphor, one might say he absorbs magic like a sponge. Is it the credit of the status window system? Ian believes his rapid learning is entirely due to the system. The system is remarkable. Ian nodded in satisfaction. I wish to introduce you to more factions, but I must attend the Flame Sorcerers Assembly now. The Flame Sorcerers Assembly? He had heard of it in class. Sorcerers from various factions convene regularly. Although termed an assembly, it primarily serves as an opportunity for casual conversation. Nonetheless, this event holds unexpected significance. Aside from reporting my continued existence, it is also a venue for addressing the commission tasks received by the factions. While sorcerers engage in no earnest productive work, they lead affluent lives solely due to the patronage of the nobility. The nobles support sorcerers so that they can be called upon when needed. Unless it is an exceedingly secretive gathering, like the Temporal Sorcerers Assembly, most sorcerer assemblies tend to handle some mundane affairs. However, akin to all group projects in the world, tasks must be completed, yet no one desires to undertake them. Thus, responsibilities are distributed in turn during the assembly, and refusal to comply results in the cessation of funding. In fact, I've already been absent for 2 consecutive assemblies. Failing to appear again could be perilous. The Flame Sorcerers Assembly convenes only once every 3 years. Elidas has missed 2 assemblies under the pretext of teaching her disciples while continuing to receive funding during this time. Then I shall accompany the teacher. No, Ian, you should travel widely, gather more mysteries, and immerse yourself in additional factions. If possible, even establish your own faction. Elidas holds Ian's magical talent in high regard. He is not the type of sorcerer who survives solely through proficiency in one particular magic. Elidas, on the other hand, has forged a profound friendship with a mysterious entity. As a master of flame magic, she has become intimately acquainted with fire. Whatever her requests may be, even challenging ones, fire will assist her. Most sorcerers follow Alidus's path, specializing in a single form of magic and solidifying their foundation. Consequently, those who dabble in a wide array of magics often find themselves ridiculed. Sorcerers capable of forming deep connections with the mysterious and realizing difficult aspirations are regarded as having attained the realm of the Grand Sorcerer. In Alidus's view, Ian possesses the talent to become a Grand Sorcerer. During your travels, discover the magic that suits you. Then I can continue to learn flame magic. Ultimately, Ian yearns to remain by Alidus's side. After a decade of daily companionship, Eldis has devoted herself to his education. Flame magic is perilous and not particularly useful. Despite being a flame sorceress herself, Eldis never overestimates the value of flame magic. In the present day, flame magic exists solely for the purpose of destruction. Ian, let us descend the mountain. Alidus declared the formal conclusion of her extensive magical course. The seasons changed, and Ian's 7-year journey of magical learning alongside Alidus has come to an end. Now, the time has come for Ian to embark on his own adventure. Chapter 8. Departure 6 years? Or was it 7? Ian gazed at the tranquil and peaceful landscape of the road, lost in contemplation. The day he entered the Golden Mountains to learn magic seemed just like yesterday. That little one has now matured into an adult, descending the mountains once more. This time as a wizard. It is almost time for parting. Alidus accompanied him to the foot of the mountains, but could accompany him no further. The Flame Sorcerers Convention would be held in Dallenheim, which was in the completely opposite direction to where Ian was headed. Ian, you should attend the Time Sorcerers Convention. What? Alidus' designation of Ian's next destination took him completely by surprise. It was indeed the Time Sorcerers Convention. I've heard that time sorcerers gather in a place called Kronrick. I believe there is a gate to that place somewhere at the northern end. Alidus' instructions were rather vague, directing him to an entirely unfamiliar location to meet a group of people he did not know. Although Ian found it hard to comprehend, Alidus explained with great assurance. If your destiny lies in studying time magic, you will surely encounter time sorcerers there. If not, you might as well learn some spatial or photon magic. The auroras can often be seen in the polar regions, and those are relatively easy to grasp. Yet, this seemed rather casual, did it not? Unlike the anxious Ian, Alidus sensed a profound current of destiny flowing through him. She firmly believed that he would eventually step through the gateway of time magic. Although Alidus had never practiced time magic herself, she was a magician who had conversed with countless mysterious beings, possessing the unique intuition of a sorcerer. Ian, on the other hand, was naturally attuned to the mysterious forces. He would ultimately master the power of time and space. Ian, yes, master. 3 years from now, we shall meet again at the next Flame Sorcerers Convention in Dallenheim. 3 years hence, in Dallenheim. At that time, Alidus would introduce her disciple, who would have grown into an unparalleled and powerful archmage. I will remember. Cheer up a bit. It's not as if we won to see each other again. We will reunite in 3 years. Alidus smiled as she pinched Ian's glum face, then tousled his hair, just as she had many years ago. I'm off now, my dear apprentice. With a resolute stride, Alidus walked away without looking back. With each determined step, tears fell from her eyes, dampening the path beneath her. She was filled with sentimentality, yet she understood that with Ian's exceptional talent, he could not become too engrossed in her fleeting flame. His destiny lay among the stars and the vast sea. Ian gazed at Alidus as she faded into the distance, lingering in contemplation for a considerable time. Subsequently, he wiped his eyes with his arm and resolutely turned away. Until we meet again in 3 years, master. By then, I shall ensure that everyone gazes upon me with admiration, that all envy you, and that you feel pride. Since it was said that one could encounter the time-space sorcerers' assembly in the north, he would head north first. The time-space sorcerers were those who could manipulate the threads of the future. Given their mastery over time, they would undoubtedly be aware of Ian's arrival in the north and would come forth to greet him. But what if no one came to receive him? That would signify that he was not destined to wield the art of time and space. In that case, he would decisively abandon it and pursue other magical disciplines. Ian set forth towards the north. Here I come, he exclaimed. Thank you, venerable elder. Ian offered a small token of gratitude to the old man who had guided him to the village. It was a universally accepted copper coin of the empire, commonly known as hard currency. Before departing, Alidus had gifted him a substantial sum for his journey, nearly exhausting her funds from the mage's activity grants. As Ian approached the village, he gradually became aware of a cacophony of sounds. Come one, come all. Bargains await, bargains await. Such opportunities do not come every day. Kitchen knives, sickles, iron nails, hammers, everything you could desire. In the heart of the village, a bustling marketplace thrived. The villagers fervently clamored to purchase goods, their eyes alight with zeal. Ian began to discern the identities of these merchants. They were the legendary traveling traders, burdened with their large packs. They exchanged industrial goods, such as iron products and daily necessities, for what they deemed treasures among the villagers. These treasures included genuinely valuable items like honey, medicinal herbs, and the horns and hides of beasts, but also a smattering of worthless trinkets, such as radishes plucked from the soil or small figurines crafted at home. Young man, what are you searching for? Nothing in particular, just browsing. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Amidst the lively throng, Ian took the opportunity to inquire among the villagers. He questioned several individuals and eventually ascertained the route to the next village. North? What lies to the north? Ah, isn't there a village called Rivervale to the north? Rivervale? Is that indeed to the north? To the north. How can you not recognize it? In truth, the villagers themselves were not entirely sure. Chapter 9. The tavern. In this era, travel was not a commonplace occurrence. The roads were fraught with bandits and monsters. Even a slight distance from home could prove perilous, endangering one's very life. Unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances, few would wander far from their homeland. However, after considerable effort, Ian managed to discover the whereabouts of the northern village. Hey, Tom, this fellow claims he intends to head north. North? How far north? I have heard that it is exceedingly far to the north. A well-meaning villager has conveyed some unexpected news. The gentleman known as Uncle Rick intends to venture north. Perhaps you might consider following him. Who? Uncle Rick, of course. He is currently at the Horse Urine Tavern. What? The name of this tavern sounds remarkably refreshing. Not at all vulgar. Although Ian felt a wave of nausea, he held his tongue. Regardless of the name, it is the proprietor's prerogative. Whether one calls it the House of Dog Excrement or the Cattle Dung Tavern is of no consequence. Following the villager's directions, Ian located the tavern with ease, for it is the sole establishment of its kind in the village. A place like the Horse Urine Tavern is almost impossible to miss, as it is frequented by a boisterous crowd. Upon seeing the tavern's appearance, Ian couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was enclosed by a makeshift wooden fence, with a rudimentary platform erected haphazardly. Patrons sat upon it, indulging in hearty feasts, while travelers sprawled on the ground, lost in slumber. It resembled a bustling open-air eatery. Such elegantly crafted two-story taverns, reminiscent of fantasy novels, surely exist only in larger cities. Do you serve stew? Ah, you mean the braised dish? Yes, please have a seat. It appeared that this establishment was not originally intended for outdoor service. Rather, it had hastily set up a few tables in response to the sudden influx of customers. The tavern owner presented Ian with a bowl of a bright red, unidentifiable porridge-like substance. Ian prodded the concoction with a spoon. What could have been added to render it such a hue? Stealing a glance towards the kitchen, he remained perplexed about the stew's ingredients. As the menu labeled it Eternal Stew, reputed to be a rather famous dish. The so-called Eternal Stew is, quite literally, a concoction that is perpetually simmering. Initially, one places a pot over the fire and tosses in whatever ingredients are at hand to create a stew. After a meal, a bit remains, and more random items are added in a continuous cycle. Thus, the Eternal Stew is born. Potatoes, oats, carrots, and assorted meat chunks are thrown in to cook, seasoned with a sprinkle of salt. It would be surprising if it were palatable. Ian took a taste and was astonished. Ah, how wholesome and yet how unpalatable. It possessed a more complex flavor than the occasional stew his mother made, likely due to the variety of ingredients. The predominant flavor, however, was salt. The briny taste overshadowed all else. Truly, Master-S culinary skills are remarkable. As a traveler of the medieval realm, Master Aeldis has traversed the empire, sampling countless cuisines. Thus her culinary prowess is exceptional. She even dares to employ spices such as onions and peppers in her cooking, unlike these folks who simply heap salt upon salt, scoffing at such peculiar dishes. Here is some bread. Thank you. The tavern owner kindly tossed a bit of bread and butter his way before departing. When it comes to butter, it is akin to the pickled vegetables of the medieval people, a fragrant creation derived from oil. This is neuest. The inhabitants of this fantastical medieval realm truly relied on the aroma of butter for sustenance. Butter is, in essence, an extraordinary ingredient. Consider an ordinary potato, dry and devoid of flavor. Yet, when smeared with butter and roasted, oh, what an explosion of deliciousness! Nevertheless, at its core, butter is merely a blend of oil and salt. Ultimately, no one can escape the grasp of salt's enchantment. As Ian dipped the buttered bread into the stew and brought it to his lips, an indescribable emotion surged within him. It was overwhelmingly rich. No wonder the medieval folk were enamored with black pepper. Is this our first encounter? Where do you hail from? Ian looked up to find the tavern owner had taken a seat at his table without him noticing. I am a traveler, having heard of a Mr. Rick here. I made a special journey. Oh, you must be heading north. Mr. Rick, you have a visitor. The tavern owner suddenly called out to the man named Rick. A traveler, you say? Before Ian could fully process the situation, a new face had already settled at his table. Pleased to meet you. I am Rick from the Rabbit's Foot Merchants Guild. The guild? Oh, have you not encountered our merchants conducting business in your village? Ian recalled the traders he had seen earlier and nodded. So this was the head of the guild. Chapter 10. Establishing authority after introducing himself and his purpose to Rick. Ian was treated as if he were a dignitary inspecting school. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, deterring those around from approaching. No one dared to come near Ian. How peculiar. Faced with the gazes that regarded him as a monster, Ian felt somewhat uncomfortable. Had he appeared weak, someone might have shouted, "Monster! Get out of our guild!" However, in this place, no one had reprimanded Ian directly, nor did anyone confirm whether he was truly a wizard. The moment Ian declared himself a magician, everyone accepted it as truth. Come now, hand me your used bowl, and I shall lick it clean for you, a woman purred, leaning close to Ian. Her name seemed to be Emily? Indeed, she was a courtesan, her very first words suggesting licking rather than washing. Ian held no disdain for courtesans. Yet Emily's intentions were painfully transparent. She sought to change her life by betting this naive magician. No, I will manage on my own. Oh, how could I allow a great wizard to engage in such menial labor? As Emily winked at him, Ian was overcome with goosebumps. He had no intention of sharing a bed with her. Firstly, he found it psychologically unacceptable to engage in such acts with someone devoid of emotion. Secondly, there exists a profound dread concerning hygiene. What if one were to contract an illness? Not to mention, he is unaware if there exists any magic capable of curing ailments. Nor has he ever studied such matters. After enduring countless hardships to become a magician, to ultimately perish from a venereal disease, what a jest that would be. Now, hand me the bowl. Ian has always managed his own dishes. The lack of regard for hygiene in the Middle Ages necessitated this practice. He discovered a pool of clean water nearby and rose to his feet with the bowl in hand. Behind him, a chorus of snickers erupted. The esteemed magician is quite the gentleman. Fearing that Emily might tire, he washes his own bowl. Huh, let him be. Did he not claim to enjoy washing dishes? Ian cast a brief glance over his shoulder. It was those mercenaries. There was no need to provoke them, although his magic could easily dispatch them. However, such an action would incur significant losses for the caravan. Moreover, there would always be tasks for them to undertake. He could not simply unleash his magic upon every common thief. He located a puddle of water nestled within a rocky crevice and whistled softly. Rise. Ian spoke in the language of Maronis, and the water's surface gradually ascended. He extended his bowl, and the water flowed graciously into it. Spin. The water began to whirl on its own, cleansing the bowl autonomously. As a satisfied smile spread across Ian's face, a voice suddenly interrupted. You truly are a magician? Startled by the unexpected sound, Ian turned to see a girl. She seemed to be named Casey, one of the three travelers. Unlike the common air of Emily, Casey possessed an aura that set her apart from ordinary folk. But what was she doing here? Can a magician be startled? The first time witnessing a magician in fright? How to articulate it? After all, it was his first encounter with a magician, and he was uncertain. Casey removed her hood, her long, sky-blue hair cascading like a waterfall. Her beauty rivaled that of the elven kin of future eras. Yet, in contrast to her visage, her words flowed freely. You are entirely unlike what I envisioned. In what way? Ian was left bewildered by her sudden remark. He was not a conjurer of fantasies. What did it matter if he differed from her imagination, having covertly followed him? And this was her conclusion? I previously thought you were a fraud. Why? Ian was genuinely curious. By what criteria do the denizens of this fantastical realm judge whether someone is a magician? You're far too ordinary. This was somewhat acceptable and excessively kind. Now, that raised a flag. What is wrong with being kind? Kathy's reaction was indeed outrageous. Oh, what a sight. Just now, you resembled a magician. What kind of reaction is that? How do you envision a wizard? Surely, they are often depicted as sharp-tongued and temperamental individuals. Are they not? That is what my father has always asserted. However, it still falls short of the mark. You don't often curse, do you? Naturally not. I suspected as much. You ought to learn a thing or two. How can you call yourself a magician without the ability to curse? What have you truly studied? Ian gazed at the girl, bewildered, yet he seized upon the pivotal words she had uttered. Her father. Ordinary individuals seldom encounter magicians. Could it be that her father frequently mingles with various sorcerers? The only magician Ian had encountered was his own mentor. Were all other magicians as she described? Or was her father merely spinning tales? As Ian pondered, Kathy spoke again. Are you aware that those mercenaries are disregarding you? I have an inkling, he replied. Kathy gently patted Ian's shoulder. Why not let off some steam? Shout at them. Put them in their place. Why should I? In truth, the disdain of those mercenaries held little significance for Ian. For him, the sole objective was to traverse this journey safely. Would berating them further his goal? What purpose would it serve? If anything goes awry, those mercenaries will be the first to protect you. Upon hearing this, Ian experienced a moment of enlightenment. Having trained in magic under Elidith for so long, he had grown somewhat detached from the social dynamics between individuals. He had to concede that he had misjudged a crucial aspect. Merchants like Rick would indeed fear him. For wizards are often linked to nobility, and merchants cannot survive without bowing to the aristocracy. However, mercenaries are different. They owe their loyalty solely to their employers. And betrayal is commonplace among them. In times of crisis, would those mercenaries fight valiantly, or would they choose to flee? Undoubtedly, they would flee. Even if it meant abandoning Ian to peril, they would prioritize their own safety. Mercenaries may possess combat prowess, yet they are an uncontrollable force. Within this group, the only one capable of commanding them is Ian. The girl was correct. Establishing authority is essential. Kathy's advice was straightforward and clear. If Ian were to be a genuine magician, then in the face of danger, they would at least hesitate to cast him aside, instead relying on his abilities to navigate the peril. After all, while magicians wield formidable power, most spells necessitate preparation time. Very well then. So, dear wizard, have you finished washing those bowls? The mercenaries continued to jest and tease Ian, their laughter echoing in the air. However, in the next moment, their laughter was abruptly silenced. They could only witness Ian uttering an arcane incantation as the world around them began to spin chaotically, and a tempest arose. Chapter 11. A sudden transformation. Ian advanced step by step toward the group of mercenaries, with each footfall intensifying the gale around him. While the mercenaries did not descend into outright panic, most were paralyzed by fear, trembling in place. Does mocking strangers bring you joy? He inquired, feigning to approach the mercenaries. It was only then that they snapped back to reality, each bowing down in abject terror, pleading for Ian's forgiveness. Observing this, Ian chanted another incomprehensible spell into the air, causing the howling winds to subside. The mercenaries no longer dared to look down upon Ian. In the subsequent days, they tiptoed past his sleeping quarters, fearful of disturbing the sorcerer. Days swiftly passed. Throughout this time, the mercenary captain, John, remained in a foul mood. Casey, please reconsider my proposal. I've already stated that it is unnecessary, she retorted disdainfully. The source of his discontent stemmed from the lack of progress with the enchanting Casey. According to their original scheme, he should have already lured her out each night, employing both charm and threats, and by now, he ought to have succeeded. Yet Casey seemed entirely indifferent to the mercenaries. No matter what John said, she paid him no mind, engrossed in her own pursuits. Her blatant disregard incensed him further. Do you deem my words insignificant? Am I amusing to you? I am John, the leader of the Brotherhood, blood and bone John. Casey, I possess genuine feelings. If you continue to trample upon my sincerity, I shall be forced to resort to thuggery. In John's past encounters, most women had already succumbed to his advances by this stage. After all, who would be mad enough to threaten someone with a knife and refuse to comply? They would eventually yield. He had never failed to conquer any woman he desired. This time, he intended to employ his usual tactics with Casey, threatening her to disrobe. Once he had her submission, the subsequent steps would be straightforward. If compliant, she would become a mere plaything. If resistant, he would delegate her to his subordinates. Casey's beauty was such that she could rival even the noble ladies, and perhaps he could even take her as a wife. In this era, a wife was not particularly unique. Once pregnant, could she truly escape? They would inevitably share a life together. Over time, she would have no choice but to remain. After all, becoming a mercenary was merely a means to secure a beautiful wife and enjoy a good life, was it not? Thus, he merely sought to seize this opportunity for a lovely spouse. Hey, what do you plan to do about that woman, Casey? Captain? According to custom, once Casey was secured, it was customary for the subordinates to receive their share, a part of the unspoken agreement. Yet, as the journey neared its conclusion, his men displayed an unwillingness to act. Was this not a form of coercion? What do you mean? We are not criminals. John gazed incredulously at his suddenly righteous subordinates. Utterly baffled. What is going on? Have you all collectively attended a moral lecture in your dreams? Have you forgotten the fond memories of trampling the countryside alongside him like wild buffalo? However, John soon grasped the underlying truth. Are you afraid? Not merely afraid. You have turned cowardly. You miserable wretches. You are apprehensive of that sorcerer. When Rick was at the center of the caravan, such trepidation did not exist. Rick had no ties to Casey. Everyone operated independently, and he would never jeopardize their camaraderie for a single woman. If thieves or brigands emerged, they would still rely on them. But now that the sorcerer has taken the helm of the group, everything has changed. That dark-haired sorcerer, as rumors suggested, is an eccentric madman. At the very moment he was absent from the group, he had terrorized his comrades with wicked magic. They feared that their actions might invoke the sorcerer's wrath, as they had yet to decipher his character. It would be utterly foolish to gamble on offending a sorcerer for the sake of a woman. You worthless lot. Are you truly willing to forsake such a precious woman as Casey simply because you fear that delicate young man? Boss, he is no ordinary lad. The subordinates shuddered involuntarily. They genuinely feared Ian. Moreover, considering Casey's delicate appearance, how could she possibly be a commoner? Thus, action must be taken now. John's excitement grew with each word. She is a noble woman concealing her identity? Is she not afraid that exposure may lead to peril? Why wait until after descending the mountain to investigate? Do you believe she will still be there waiting for you? The subordinates shook their heads. John's arguments were hardly convincing, merely excuses for his own desire to pursue Casey. Alas, we understand, Captain, we will act. Yet, even as John became a mere echo of his own desires, he remained the captain. What is wrong with the captain acting as he pleases? If he cannot, what purpose does his leadership serve? Although the sorcerer instilled caution, perhaps stealthy action would yield no repercussions. After all, it appeared the sorcerer and Casey had little connection. When do you plan to act? Tonight. John concluded there could be no further delay. He resolved to proceed discreetly that very night. If his heartfelt intentions were to be trampled, he would embrace the role of a thorough villain. Under the cover of night, as all slept, the mercenaries had already arranged their watch schedules and moved quietly. And what of Casey? She claimed to be stepping out for a moment, descending the mountain. Thank heaven, it seems the heavens have favored us. John wore a satisfied smile as he descended. In the obscurity, he perceived a shadow moving. John's eyes widened in disbelief. Who could it be? It certainly wasn't Casey. The figure was too large to be her. It was a stranger, a mysterious individual, carrying Casey over their shoulder. Who goes there? A mercenary shouted loudly. Just as John grasped the situation, a knife whizzed through the air, piercing the mercenary's throat. Blood gushed forth like a bottle of uncorked red wine. For 3 seconds, everyone's minds froze. Then, you bastard, John roared, his face twisted in rage, drawing his long sword and charging towards the enigmatic figure. Chapter 12. The Terrifying Monster. The Earth Dragon. The moniker Bloodbone John was not one earned through mere card games. Though he often spoke in vulgarity, John was indeed a competent mercenary. Just die. John lunged at the foremost enemy. Though the adversary's face was obscured by cloth, John immediately recognized him as a fellow mercenary. How dare you lay hands on my brother? Like an enraged wild boar, John swung his sword at the man. The enemy, left with no choice, drew his own blade to parry John's assault. Captain, we're here. You son of a whore. John's subordinates followed suit, charging in a frenzy. The number of enemies, their hiding places, and who they were targeting mattered little to them. It was the dead of night, and visibility was poor. They simply aimed to behead anything that resembled an adversary. Such was the simplicity of their intent. The clashing of cold steel, the cries of humanity in anguish, and the splatter of blood melded into a cacophony. Amidst this chaos, a woman swiftly slipped away from the battlefield, unnoticed by the mercenaries. Casey, having gained her freedom, sprinted into the darkness with all her might. Squeak! The target is fleeing. The enemies pursued her as if drawn by a magnet. You bastards, stop right there. The mercenaries lagged behind, while Casey pressed on with determination. Her singular focus was the sorcerer. She ran desperately, never pausing her legs. Master Sorcerer! Master Sorcerer! A flurry of urgent calls roused Ian from his slumber. What was happening? Just as he regained consciousness, he heard the ground rumbling ominously. The earth seemed to roar, warning him. It's humans. A group of humans is approaching. What is going on? This is serious. It's bandits. There are bandits everywhere. Rick shouted incoherently. The other workers had already begun to gather their most essential belongings, preparing to flee. Bandits? Though somewhat unexpected, he deemed it not entirely implausible. This locale, albeit a territory plagued by earth dragons, presented a stark reality. When one is on the brink of starvation, concerns about the presence of earth dragons become trivial. If the dragons were to arrive, death would be imminent. If they did not, it would be a stroke of fortune. They were gambling with their lives, while Ian and his companions were merely unfortunate bystanders. The mercenaries, undoubtedly, were engaged in combat. From the tremors beneath his feet, Ian surmised the situation of the mercenaries. The sound of a nearby skirmish confirmed that the battle raged on. The mercenaries were buying them time. They needed to find shelter swiftly. Without hesitation, Rick abandoned the mercenaries. No one found fault in Rick's actions. Mercenaries were indeed hired for such perilous moments. It was ideal if they could fend off the enemy. If not, it mattered little. Alas, how unfortunate. Ian gradually steadied his breath, calming his racing heart. Being ambushed by a band of knife-wielding brigands at midnight was truly a unique experience. To describe it as unique was an understatement. It was nothing short of a harrowing nightmare. A shadow passed over Rick's face. Freemen captured by brigands were typically sold into slavery. Without relatives to pay the ransom, they would have to repay their debts through forced labor. Most members of the Rabbit Foot Merchant Guild were heads of households with meager means. Once they fell, their families would undoubtedly follow suit into despair. Wives would resort to grueling labor or prostitution, and children would be sent off as slaves in exchange for mere sustenance and shelter, yet at the cost of unpaid toil. The fate of families stripped of their pillars was often grim. We must escape as swiftly as possible. Ian's calm demeanor ignited a flicker of hope within Rick. For ordinary workers like them, the prospect of evading those cold-blooded brigands seemed a mere fantasy. However, they had an extraordinary ally among them, one of the foremost magical forces in the Empire. The sorcerer, known as the miracle worker, possessed the ability to turn the impossible into reality and create historical wonders. The workers hastily packed their most valuable possessions, leaving behind items that would surely attract the brigands' attention. The plan was simple. The moment the brigands were distracted by the goods, they would make their swift escape. Are we all ready? Good. Just as Ian intended to lead them away, a sudden rush of breath heralded Casey's arrival, bursting through the darkness. Master Sorcerer, she gasped, seizing Ian's shoulder. Save me. Observing her drenched in perspiration, Ian nodded. Clearly, she had been pursued by the brigands, and it was only right to assist her. Stay close to me. Yes. The porters and travelers of the Merchant Guild turned their gazes to Ian. He closed his eyes, centering his focus. Humans, this way. Come play with us. Let's engage in something delightful. The mischievous whispers brushed against his ear, almost inaudible under normal circumstances, yet faintly discernible in the enveloping darkness. It was the voice of the shadows. Oh, darkness. Ian intoned the incantation, and the pitch-black void coalesced around him like a gathering storm. Ah, and Master Sorcerer? The simple porters of the caravan screamed in terror. The once barely discernible outlines of the night, illuminated by the feeble moonlight, were completely engulfed by the summoned darkness, transforming into an absolute abyss. Hold onto the clothes of the person in front of you. We shall escape through this. Yes, yes. Grab the hands of those beside you. Quickly. After conjuring the impenetrable dark, Ian cast his next spell. Oh, darkness, illuminate our path. Shadow arts grant us dark vision. The magic allowed him to perceive his surroundings as if it were broad daylight. even in the obscurity. Once the spell was complete, Ian could see the panicked crowd around him. In the pitch blackness, even the hands of those closest were out of reach. Ian kindly took the hands of those who were not part of the group. Casey was also lost, so he offered her the edge of his cloak. Let us proceed. Cloaked in the Stygian darkness, Ian embarked on the nocturnal path. Before long, a band of thieves pursued them from behind. TSK. Ian observed as the brigands grew visibly anxious. The all-consuming darkness obscured their vision, rendering them hesitant to advance. One audacious thief mustered his courage and stepped into the void. "Oh, Earth, arise!" Ian summoned a small stone to trip the thief, causing him to tumble. In such complete blindness, the thief's fall shattered their morale, and they dared not pursue any longer. "And Master Sorcerer, please, remain quiet and do not raise your voices. Follow slowly." The caravan porters were startled by the occasional sound of footsteps, but placed their trust in Ian, cautiously trailing behind. The fruits of their endeavor began to manifest. Ian moved stealthily with the darkness, disrupting the foe's line of sight. The thieves scattered, unable to continue their pursuit. "Damn it! Find them! We must locate them at all costs." The thieves finally ignited torches, though their number was limited. Ian could effortlessly suppress these flames with magic. "Oh, wind!" Upon seeing the torches ablaze, he summoned the winds. A cry of anguish erupted among the brigands. "It's a sorcerer! A sorcerer! Damn it! There's a sorcerer over there. Hurry, relight the torches." He can't maintain this for long. They should have surrendered, but the thieves, like rabid dogs, refused to relent. Ian began to feel an unsettling curiosity. Why do those individuals relentlessly pursue the sorcerers, fully aware of their magical prowess? "Over here. He is this way." At last, a thief brandished a torch, dispelling the encroaching darkness. Ouch! How irritating! The darkness responded with a shrill, screeching sound. Ian immediately focused on the thief wielding the torch and chanted in the arcane tongue. "Flames ignite." Boom! The torch erupted into a fiery blaze, scorching the thief's upper body to a charred crisp. The sound of sizzling filled the air, mingling with the acrid stench of burnt flesh that permeated the shadowy forest. It was time to make a hasty retreat. Ian took a deep breath. After witnessing such a fiery display, would they still dare to approach? As his companion writhed in agony from the flames, the other thieves stealthily advanced. "Over here. Eliminate that sorcerer." Had they lost their minds? Ian's eyes widened. This band of thieves was behaving most unusually. What kind of thieves would recklessly endanger their lives to attack another? Was this the standard of thieves in this era? Everyone braced themselves for battle. Ian steadied his breath and calmly issued the combat orders. Since they had been cornered so closely, they would have to resort to close combat. Indeed, the fate of a light magic sorcerer ultimately leads to becoming a sorcerer of brute strength. Smash the enemy's skull with weapons. With his command, the porters of the merchant caravan tremulously drew forth short blades, wooden clubs, and other melee weapons. In that moment of tension, nearly suffocating with anxiety, "Kill him!" shouted the thief, and they all charged forth. Crackle! From the shadows, a massive maw suddenly lunged out, crushing the upper body of the thief in its jaws. Huh! Ian sensed something lurking in the darkness, illuminated by the burning corpse. Gleaming scales, a terrifying visage that instilled weakness in one's legs, and a colossal body akin to a boulder. It was the Earth Dragon. The true lord of the mountains appeared, devouring the thief's remains as if they were mere chicken legs. Chapter 13. The first step successful. The Earth Dragon is a monster, a fact assured by Master Elidris herself. She had spoken at length about the perils associated with the Earth Dragon, her warnings ringing in one's ears. Absolutely. Under no circumstances should one engage in battle. Do not even glance back. Simply flee. The sole thought should be survival. The Earth Dragon is a creature so formidable that it can single-handedly confront an entire army. Its heavy body resembles moving rock. Its thick scales deflect axes and hammers. When pressured, it secretes a highly acidic liquid from its venom glands. It can even exhale a breath that induces hallucinations. At this level, it hardly seems like a creature born of nature, but rather a biological weapon engineered for a specific purpose. A dozen bandits, along with several laborers of the caravan, as well as a sorcerer, a traveler, and a courtesan. This small group of humans found themselves utterly powerless against the monstrous creature of this fantastical realm. The Earth Dragon, having half-chewed a bandit, let out a ferocious roar. Roar. A chilling wave of primal terror gripped everyone, including Ian, as if their blood had frozen. We must eliminate that sorcerer at once. Are you insane? What time is it? As the bandit leader murmured these words, chaos erupted within his ranks. Despite issuing the command to attack, only a handful of his subordinates remained, while the rest turned and fled in haste. Run for your lives. You fools! The minions scattered in panic, leaving the bandit leader helpless. He hesitated, glancing around, ultimately wavering on the brink of escape. However, his indecision lingered too long. Crack! The earth dragon, with the ease of plucking raspberries, swiftly severed the bandit leader's head. It pressed him down with its foreclaws and, with a swift motion of its maw, transformed the bandit leader into a delectable morsel. Ugh! Ugh! Ah! The members of the caravan screamed and retched, succumbing to chaos. Ian, too, was shaken, but unlike the others, he noticed a new message resonating within his mind. You have witnessed the primal mystery. New skill acquired. Skill: summoning, the ability to communicate with and summon mystical creatures. The long-awaited status bar provided Ian a fleeting respite amidst his terror. Summoning? Communicating with mystical beings. The skill description indicated that the earth dragon must indeed be classified as such. If that were the case, he could converse through the summoning skill. There was no other way. Ian steeled himself. His sole recourse now lay in persuading the earth dragon through summoning. Should this endeavor fail, he would be torn apart by the dragon. He needed to gather his courage and confront the situation head-on. Ian understood that the mysteries of the world had always held a favorable disposition towards him, though he was uncertain of the reason. Perhaps it was because, as a traveler from another realm, he himself embodied an enigma. One thing was certain. Thus far, the mysteries had never betrayed him. Ian widened his eyes. Earth dragon. He uttered fluently in the language of Moronius. Jrrrr. The earth dragon turned its head slowly towards him upon hearing his words. A master sorcerer. The members of the caravan watched as the dragon's massive head shifted their way, exhaling scorching breath in Ian's direction. Their legs gave way, and they collapsed to the ground. When humanity is confronted with overwhelming fear, even the will to resist may dissipate, leaving them to surrender their fate to the mercy of the other. However, what these individuals rely upon is not the compassion of the earth dragon, but rather the prowess of Ian. They place their faith in the miracles of the mage. I am your friend. Ian articulated each word clearly in the Moronius tongue, hoping his will might resonate with the earth dragon. Gurgle. Friend, do not harm us. Gurgle. We do not wish to fight. Gurgle. What is being said here? Yet, it seems Ian's resolve has encountered an insurmountable barrier. Although the earth dragon's reaction indicates that Ian's thoughts have indeed been conveyed, no semblance of will has returned from the dragon. Could it be a matter of insufficient affinity? Ian began to recall the magical knowledge imparted by Elidis. No, it is not a question of affinity. It must be the inadequacy of his summoning skill level. Gurgle. The earth dragon remained immobile. A special approach was necessary. Ian summoned the skill interface and devoted all accumulated reward points to enhancing his summoning ability. Your summoning skill has improved. Level up. Level up. Skill. Summoning 3. You are now quite a proficient summoner. This was a bold investment. Ian was uncertain of the extent to which all reward points would elevate his summoning prowess. After raising the summoning skill to level 3, Ian attempted once more to communicate with the earth dragon. Mr. Earth Dragon. His tone was now more natural and gentle. The Moronius language, once merely a collection of words, began to take on a more conversational quality, influenced by Ian's intent and reactions. Child, how many times must I ask? Speak quickly. The earth dragon bellowed irritably. Though it had initially been patient, the inability to communicate smoothly had become a source of frustration. Thank goodness. This enhancement is remarkably useful, Ian mused internally. With just a slight elevation in skill level, such fluid communication could be achieved. What of other magics? Would an increase in skill allow for more effortless dialogues with the enigmatic beings? I do not wish to be your enemy. Ian commenced the negotiation with a calm and courteous demeanor. This was a negotiation concerning his life, the lives of the merchant workers, and those of the travelers. Enemy? How absurd. To me, you are but mice, filthy rodents that have intruded upon my domain. Would you engage in combat with a mere mouse? Indeed, your excellency, you are quite right. In your eyes, We are insignificant beings. However, if we could depart cleanly on our own, why would you squander time and energy hunting these trivial creatures? Are you now pleading for your lives? As you have stated, there is indeed no necessity to capture each of you individually for execution. Ian remained tense, for the malevolence radiating from the Earth Dragon pierced his skin like a blade. The Earth Dragon had no intention of sparing these humans. However, my mood has been rather foul of late, and you shall serve as a means for me to vent my frustrations. The Earth Dragon's gaze sharpened, fixating on Ian, and the palpable aura of death that seemed poised to rend Ian asunder was chillingly vivid, plunging the merchant group into despair as they knelt, trembling upon the ground. Ian, suppressing the bone-chilling malice, managed to utter, "May I inquire as to what has caused your distress?" Why would I deign to share such matters with a mere insignificant human? Ian swiftly whispered in Maronis to the enigmatic entity. The sky, earth, darkness, and flames responded in unison to Ian's voice. Such was the power of a mage. The dragon's murderous intent diminished slightly, replaced by an atmosphere of curiosity. As you can see, I am a mage in pursuit of the arcane's ultimate mysteries. If it pleases you, I would like to offer my modest abilities to provide you with even the slightest assistance. Boy, you possess a certain wit. The dragon entirely retracted its murderous intent, signifying that it would not immediately crush Ian. However, the true negotiation had only just begun. Ian had merely piqued the creature's curiosity, buying himself some time. What conditions the dragon would propose remained a mystery. To soften the atmosphere, Ian recalled the magical knowledge he had acquired from Elidis. Initiating a dialogue with the mysterious entity was the first step into the realm of magic. Yet, magic is only truly realized when the mage conveys their will to the mysterious being and compels it to fulfill their desires. In essence, magic is the process of establishing a relationship between the mage and the enigmatic. This relationship may be one of friendship, hierarchy, or even a mere business partnership based on mutual benefit, as each mysterious being possesses unique preferences. Thus, the most vital aspect for a mage is their approach to interpersonal relations. The wisdom of the mage is not without cause. Now let us summon the skill panel. Ian opened the skill panel and examined the section on summoning. It contained invaluable information. The crux of summoning lies in establishing a connection with the mysterious life forms. Highly intelligent mystical beings often share cognitive patterns akin to humans. Therefore, with the appropriate rituals and offerings, astonishing results can be achieved. Excerpted from you can do it too. Summoning techniques, even a dog can learn. By Demonet. Rituals and offerings. These two elements have been emphasized to him repeatedly by Elidis. However, due to Erdith's expertise in elemental magic, she imparted to Ian only the rituals and offerings favored by the elements. Ian hastily consulted the requirements for summoning spells concerning rituals and offerings. Then, he found himself questioning his own vision. How to perform a summoning spell first. Procure an exquisite wine to offer the recipient. Greater beings tend to favor strong spirits, while smaller entities prefer fragrant wines. Subsequently, one must flatter profusely. Demonet? What is that? Goodness, is this truly what qualifies as a ritual and offering? Simply pouring fine wine and showering with compliments? Yet, there are no alternative options at present. Trusting in his summoning prowess, he pressed on. Lord Earthdragon, I have prepared a modest gift for you. A gift? Indeed? I wonder if you have ever received a present from a human? Upon hearing Ian's inquiry, the Earth Dragon erupted into laughter. Never. Not once. After all, he had never encountered a human who could converse with him. Ian responded with a smile. I assure you, it shall bring you great satisfaction. Mr. Rick, please join the others in fetching some wine. Wine, you say? Yes, the stronger, the better. Understood. Watching Rick hastily dart towards the cargo, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. The first step accomplished. Chapter 14. Negotiation with the Earth Dragon. Once a beast has tasted the flavor of wine, it will actively seek human alcohol, becoming a true connoisseur. Whether by requesting it outright, stealthily stealing, or even demolishing buildings to seize wine, any beast that has experienced the taste of alcohol can indulge with ease. Just like the Earth Dragon before him. This is delightful. Wine, what a splendid thing. The Earth Dragon, intoxicated, began to babble incoherently. He nearly consumed all the wine from the cart, yet remained standing, clearly possessing a remarkable capacity. Initially, when he beheld the mound of wine before him, He wore a disdainful expression. This gift is rather meager. Like an animal, the earth dragon first calculated the quantity. Ian calmly replied, "Isn't it true that the value of precious things is often determined by their scarcity?" Though a glitch, there was an unexpected truth to it. The wine brought by the caravan workers was a prized secret of the village's brewers. Unfortunately, these treasures ultimately fell into the hands of merchants, exchanged by the brewers' wives for mere rusty pots and the like. This village, nestled against a hillside, is renowned for its honey wine. While honey wine may sound like a sweet beverage, it is, in fact, a potent spirit. To emphasize, alcohol is produced during the decomposition of sugars. Thus, the sweeter the raw materials, the higher the alcohol content. In this medieval fantasy realm, the most commonly consumed beverage is beer, which possesses a notably low alcohol percentage due to limited brewing techniques, making it challenging to elevate the concentration of alcohol. Had the workers brought mere ordinary beer, the earth dragon would have surely crushed Ian underfoot, berating him for attempting to deceive with horse urine. However, before the dragon lay a treasure, exquisite mead. "Please, have a drink," Ian offered. "It does smell a bit off. You're not pulling any tricks, are you, wizard?" To demonstrate, Ian took a sip himself. A fiery sensation coursed from his throat to his stomach, revealing the potency of the liquor. Seeing Ian unscathed, the earth dragon tentatively extended its tongue and tasted the drink. "Humph, the flavor is as peculiar as the aroma. It resembles something spoiled," it muttered. Yet despite its complaints, the dragon swiftly consumed an entire bottle, appearing not entirely displeased. "What do you think?" Ian inquired, maintaining his smile as he awaited the dragon's response. The dragon seemed less than impressed by the gift, grumbling, "It's not that remarkable. Humans actually consider this stuff valuable?" "Indeed," Ian replied. "Well, you did present such a precious offering. I commend your thoughtfulness." The dragon's reaction was subtly nuanced, akin to begrudgingly receiving a mere passing grade. Nonetheless, Ian decided to proceed. Trusting the summoner, Demonet's advice, he resolved to continue the revelry. Rather than placing faith in Demonet himself, it was more about his confidence in his third-tier summoning skills. "Let us have another glass. This bottle is sure to taste even better." "Is that so?" Intrigued by the promise of improved flavor, the dragon eagerly extended its tongue. This time it was wine. It seemed to suit the dragon as palate better than the mead, as it merrily drank glass after glass that Ian offered. With 3, 4, 5 bottles consumed, the initially disinterested dragon began to respond. "How delightful! This feels rather splendid." Had it reached a state of inebriation after downing the 6th bottle? The dragon finally began to revel in the experience. "Ha ha ha! Wizard, you've brought a wonderfully strange treasure. How marvelous! Do you enjoy my gift?" Ian inquired. "Absolutely. I love it." The inebriated dragon joyously polished off the remaining wine. Observing the tipsy creature, a subtle emotion stirred within Ian. After all, bears can get drunk. And elephants too. Though they were fantastical beings of another realm, their nervous systems appeared to adhere to the logic of reality. Yet, it was a partial success. Having pleased the dragon with his gifts, Ian knew that with a bit more coaxing, he could secure his freedom. "My esteemed earth dragon, are you feeling better now?" "Huh, feeling better? Indeed, I've recently encountered a series of unfortunate events." "Damn it," the dragon huffed, leaning its face closer to Ian. In that moment, Ian discerned the shadow of a middle-aged man within the drunken dragon. It seemed that once intoxicated, one's emotions became rather uncontrollable. One may find themselves laughing heartily over trivial matters, yet conversely, be consumed by rage or engulfed in sorrow over equally insignificant issues. This is particularly true for those with already melancholic dispositions, who often succumb to the whims of intoxication. "Do you know about the woman in that village below the mountain?" "Are you referring to the earth dragon?" "Of course, I mean the earth dragon. Am I to suggest a human woman?" Ian nodded in agreement. "Her scales shimmer brilliantly, and her voice is soft and delicate. Truly, she is an enchanting woman." "Ah, indeed. Coincidentally, I too am in the throes of my mating season, and she is as well. So I struck up a conversation with her." Ian felt a sense of incredulity within, though his countenance remained impassive. Despite the earth dragon's earlier lamentations, he had not anticipated that the source of her discontent would stem from romantic troubles. The love stories of colossal draconic beings might be amusing anecdotes for another scale creature, but they held no allure for Ian. Nevertheless, the inebriated earth dragon continued unabated, engrossed in her own narrative. At first, she seemed to take an interest in me, even leading me to her nest, creating a delightful atmosphere. But then, suddenly, she began to dote on a scrawny fellow. I was utterly frustrated and confronted her. What makes that fellow superior to me? Her response was nothing short of lamentation. Come now, please compose yourself and elucidate slowly. What did that brazen harlot utter? She claimed my nest was too small and rugged, and she had no desire to reside with me. Whoa! The earth dragon emitted a mournful cry that echoed through the air. The frightened Rick and the caravan workers huddled together, trembling in fear. Their eyes seemed to implore, "Is it over, esteemed mage?" Ian, with a glance that conveyed sentiments akin to a curse, responded, "Over? Not in the slightest. I see. Such events have transpired. Is she not being excessively cruel? To toy with another's affections only to choose to be with that fellow who possesses a grand nest." Ian sighed deeply, a sound imbued with both resignation and solace. To nearly lose his life due to the melancholy of a heartbroken earth dragon was indeed absurd. Yet, he found a sliver of comfort in comprehending the emotional turmoil that plagued the earth dragon. I can empathize with that lady's feelings. What did you say, you scoundrel? Are you speaking in defense of that wretched woman? The earth dragon growled lowly, prompting the caravan's porters to tremble once more, while Ian remained unfazed. The ordinary folk likely felt their lives hung by a thread. Regardless, Ian maintained his composure and remarked, "Humans are no different. In their youth, they can fall desperately in love at first sight. However, as they reach the age of procreation and family building, they must confront the realities of life. Indeed, let us consider this from a perspective of that female earth dragon. Would she prefer her child to grow up in a castle or in a dilapidated little house?" The great earth dragon shed tears abundantly. "But my lair is the finest place to be found around here. It is clean, quiet, and not damp. Moreover, there are hardly any humans. How splendid is that?" The final exclamation was nearly a roar, causing the porters of the caravan to tremble like trembling birch leaves. Ian fell into a momentary reverie. Possessing the sensibilities of a modern person, Ian began to feel a twinge of pity for the enormous lizard that had been scorned by its mate. Imagining a scenario where a girlfriend would abandon her partner for another man over a mere house was indeed a chilling thought, and Ian nodded in agreement. "Dear Earth Dragon, please cease your weeping." "Huh? Why not simply expand your lair? Are you suggesting that I renovate my lair? Is that what you mean?" "Precisely." The Earth Dragon, in disbelief, saw confirmation once more. "Is that truly possible?" Ian gently snapped his fingers. In that instant, the Earth Dragon beheld it, that unfathomable, colossal force accompanying the diminutive sorcerer. The one who transforms the impossible into the possible. That is a magician, is it not? A feeling, ineffable and profound, surged within the Earth Dragon's chest. "If you can restore my home, I shall never forget this kindness." Ian smiled and replied, "Then let us go and inspect your lair together." After promising to assist the Earth Dragon in renovating its home, Ian led the caravan and travelers down the mountain. "You all may proceed ahead. I shall return shortly." Upon reaching the wagon, everyone collapsed onto the ground, cries of despair echoing around them. Although they had done nothing at all, merely being near the Earth Dragon had brought them to the brink of mental collapse. No sooner had he spoken than a soft sensation enveloped Ian. "Ah, oh my goodness! Great sorcerer! Great sorcerer! I truly thought I was going to perish. No, I have indeed died once mentally." Emily cried out, clutching Ian as she sobbed. "Great sorcerer! Rick," the caravan leader, was the first to speak. "Great sorcerer is our hero. Indeed, great sorcerer is our savior." The porters of the caravan, each vying to express their admiration, recounted tales of their near terror, collectively declaring, "From this day forth, we shall no longer regard the great sorcerer as our superior. We shall unite with Ian Aildis Raven. Any attack upon the sorcerer shall be deemed an attack upon me." The Grand Sorcerer Ian Aildis Raven engaged in profound conversation with the Earth Dragon, all while sharing drinks. When the Earth Dragon roared, the sorcerer Ian delivered a stern reprimand. Under the magician's rebuke, the Earth Dragon was moved to tears, weeping in remorse. A creature that even an entire army might struggle to drive away was subdued by mere words, leaving everyone in awe of the magician's mysterious powers. Long live the great magician! Long live Ian! This account, however, strays far from the truth. Mr. Rick, go find out where those mercenaries have gone. Bring them back if they are still alive. The rest of you, Prepare to set off. Understood, my lord magician. To address subsequent matters, Ian ventured towards the lair of the Earth Dragon, while the others embarked on a quest to locate the missing mercenaries. Perhaps everyone was too occupied, for no one noticed a hooded female traveler quietly trailing behind Ian. Chapter 15. Renovating the Earth Dragon's lair. Upon encountering the Earth Dragon once more, Ian was beset by profound fatigue. Reflecting on the evening, he realized he had been running, anxious, and had consumed a few drinks. During his brief separation from the Earth Dragon, the fatigue he had previously forgotten surged back like a tide. You seem weary, the Earth Dragon observed keenly. A bit, Ian replied, unaware that conversing in Maronius with a mysterious entity was an activity extremely taxing on the mind. Deep within the recesses of his skull, a mysterious power flowed, transcending human intellect. Even a few hours of dialogue could be exhausting, let alone employing such an enigmatic language. Ian would soon come to realize that conversing in Maronius with a mysterious was a laborious endeavor, starkly different from his previous exchanges with his master. Gulme, ride upon my back. Is that possible? Ian hesitated momentarily, but soon acquiesced. The Earth Dragon invited Ian to mount, akin to how one might lift a dog or cat. From the perspective of the animal, one might wonder, is it truly acceptable to be carried like this? Won't it tire the human? Yet for humans, the desire to embrace such delightful creatures overshadows any concerns. All right, I'm on. Ian settled behind the dragon's neck as it lifted its head and began to stride forward. Wow, it feels as if I'm atop a moving edifice. I should procure a saddle for you next time, the Earth Dragon remarked, surprising Ian with its knowledge of what a saddle was. Perhaps it had observed humans riding horses and learned from them. As Ian began to doze atop the Earth Dragon, it silently returned to its lair. Is this the place? Indeed, can you repair it? The Earth Dragon awaited Ian's response with palpable anxiety. Ian surveyed the lair briefly, formulating a rough repair plan in his mind. It was indeed free of insects and dampness, quite comfortable. Insects and moisture are the greatest foes of reptilian nests, as they can damage eggs. Thus, they are always extremely cautious in selecting their locations. Yet, as that female Earth Dragon remarked, residing together does indeed feel somewhat cramped. The issue lies with the protruding rock within the cave. If only the stone could be removed, the space would effectively double. If it could be pressed down and the walls smoothed out, it would suffice. Although I am uncertain of the Earth Dragon's aesthetic preferences based on previous impressions, it seems he favors smooth surfaces. After all, he had previously lamented the unevenness of the nest's walls, which likely holds some truth. My Lord Earth Dragon, I require a moment of concentration. Could you kindly step aside? Certainly. Once the Earth Dragon had withdrawn, Ian could finally devote his full attention to the mysteries of the earth. He closed his eyes and strained to concentrate. O Earth! Within the cave, the earth readily responded to Ian's call. What troubles you, young human? Ian furrowed his brow slightly. The tone of the earth was rather unusual. Although it responded to the call in Maronius, it did so with evident reluctance. This sensation was troubling. One could sense emotions through the nuances of voice. And the same applies to magical elements. The brightness or somberness of a sound often reflects the mood. Based on the data accumulated thus far, the Earth's disposition today seemed to be plummeting, as if sinking deep underground. I have a request. I am reluctant. Is this all you wish to convey? As expected, after being firmly rejected, Ian opened his eyes. If he were a powerful Earth Mage, perhaps he could engage in a deeper dialogue with the Earth to resolve the issue. But alas, his Earth magic level was merely 1. If he had retained some skill points to level up, it would have been a different story, but regrettably, all had been expended on summoning magic. His master, Eldis, once stated, when the mysterious forces refuse to heed a human's plea, one must never apply undue pressure. To provoke the mysterious forces could result in the permanent loss of magical ability, or in dire cases, even death. I apologize. Before Ian could finish his apology, the earth had vanished. Sigh. The weight on Ian's shoulders was heavy. He had to convey this unfortunate news. Oh, Mage, what transpired? The Earth Dragon rushed over, panting. Ian could only lower his gaze. The Earth has declined to converse with me. I shall wait until its mood improves before attempting again. The Earth Dragon fell silent for a moment. Then, with a hint of resignation, he spoke. There is nothing to be done, since the Earth has refused. I must accept that she is not my fate. My Lord Earth Dragon, however, I still thank you for your concern, Mage. You are a good person. The earth dragon chuckled merrily, extending his tongue to lick. I have never conversed so freely with any earth dragon. It is truly remarkable that I find a kindred spirit in a human. Ian felt a genuine sorrow for his inability to assist the earth dragon. He truly experienced a profound resonance of the spirit with a mysterious life form that transcended human understanding. Suddenly, the status bar flickered before him. New skill acquired. Summoning spell. Summon Earth Dragon. Request assistance from your friend, the Earth Dragon. If it is a friend's request, it will surely respond with delight. Ian obtained his first summoning spell. Summoning an Earth Dragon was an exceedingly suitable skill for a mage. After all, as a mage, one must at least be capable of summoning a formidable beast. Despite acquiring a new skill, Ian felt no joy. He could only lament the inability to offer a gift to the Earth Dragon, who had become his friend. Mage, what is your name? Ian Aeldis Raven. Ian Aeldis Raven. I am Longtail, the Earth Dragon. I hope we can forge a friendship in the days to come. Longtail. Ian pronounced the Earth Dragon's name in the Imperial language. To his astonishment, the Earth Dragon seemed to comprehend the Imperial tongue, letting out a low murmur. Ian quietly smiled. To celebrate our newfound friendship, allow me to present you with a gift. It appears I have nothing to offer you, and I have not resolved your troubles. Ian muttered softly, yet Longtail burst into hearty laughter. If one gives gifts with the expectation of reciprocity, what kind of friendship is that? Gulme, take whatever you desire. Longtail led Ian to a corner of the lair, which was a treasure trove of stacked gemstones. Earth dragons and dragons share a familial bond, exhibiting numerous similarities. One such trait is their penchant for collecting gems. The distinction lies in the fact that dragons will directly swoop down upon human villages to fiercely seize gems, while earth dragons only occasionally take one or two when gems are readily available. Indeed, as an earth dragon's lair, it was piled high with an abundance of gems. Among the countless treasures, one particular gem captured Ian's attention. It was a large, oval opal. The opal, resembling a snowy egg, rolled gently across the floor after being exquisitely polished, shimmering with brilliance. Just then, Ian suddenly recalled the content of Alidus's magic class. Mystery is a capricious entity, with moods that can shift unexpectedly. If the mood of the mysterious being is unfavorable, as it was moments ago, there may be no opportunity for communication, resulting in a cold rejection. The finest mages can soothe the troubled moods of elements and achieve their aims, but not all mages possess such intimate rapport with elements. For novice mages who have yet to grasp the esoteric secrets, it becomes necessary to rely on the power of magic circles in such times. Magic circles. Drawing a magic circle is, in fact, quite simple. One merely needs to draw a circle and inscribe the Moronius script around it. In doing so, the mysterious entity will perceive the existence of the magic circle and respond to the caster's desires. The distinction between a magic circle and a spell is akin to the difference between a letter and a conversation. The magic circle serves as a conduit for articulating one's intentions to the mysterious realms. It tends to convey messages unilaterally, often losing the subtleties of context and emotion. However, it possesses a significant advantage when it comes to bestowing gifts, allowing one to present them with unabashed confidence. For instance, if someone were to ask you, "I invite you to dine. What would you like?" You might hesitate to express your desires due to various reasons, fearing to appear greedy or reluctant to admit a penchant for unhealthy fare. Yet, what if the other party directly gifted you a discount voucher for your favorite delicacy? You would undoubtedly feel a surge of gratitude, thinking, wow, they truly understand me. In essence, when compared to a personally delivered gift, the mysterious prefers offerings presented through the magic circle. By drawing a solemn magic circle and respectfully placing gifts favored by the mysterious upon it, one can attract the earth's favor. The earth cherishes gems, often referred to as its bones, as they are among the most intimately connected items to the land. Particularly, those stones meticulously crafted by human hands are especially cherished offerings. Ian gazed at the magnificent opal, pondering, if I were to present this gem to the earth, invoking magic might not be beyond reach. With such a high-quality offering, I could likely receive an ideal response. Longtail, may I have this opal? Ian pointed at the white gem, and Longtail exhaled softly. Of course, it is already yours. Thank you, Longtail. Witnessing Longtail's generosity in relinquishing the precious gem without hesitation stirred a gentle emotion within Ian. Having accepted the thoughtful gift from his friend. It was now his turn to reciprocate. Ian began to search for stones on the ground to commence drawing the magic circle. He sketched a circle and inscribed it with phrases that the mysterious favored. Dear Earth, greetings, as May brings warmer weather, with the azure sky and refreshing breeze. I increasingly feel the passage of time. With satisfaction, Ian admired his creation. A magic circle adorned with arcane language encircled the design, completed as if depicted in a comic. What are you doing, friend? Longtail regarded Ian's magic circle with curiosity. For a creature like Longtail perceived it merely as chaotic scribbles on the ground. Magic? What kind of magic? Ian concentrated once more. Oh, Earth. Then, an astonishing event unfolded. The opal placed at the center of the magic circle suddenly radiated light, shattering with a thunderous sound as if it were drawn into the ground. The Earth accepted Ian's offering. What is it, little human? A gentler voice from the Earth responded to Ian. With a confident smile upon his lips, Ian proclaimed, Remove this stone. Let the walls be as smooth as a mirror. Since you wish so earnestly. The ground trembled violently, startling Chong Wei, who jerked his head up in alarm. Yet this alone was insufficient to convey the extent of his shock. This cannot be happening. Chong Wei's eyes widened as he gazed upon his lair. The grotesque rock that had once occupied the center began to soften and distort like liquid, gradually merging into the earth. Moreover, the walls of the lair transformed alongside it, becoming smooth and pristine, presenting an ethereal beauty. Good heavens! This is astounding. It was now spacious and resplendent, akin to having engaged a professional renovation company at great expense. Staring at his rejuvenated lair, Chong Wei was rendered speechless in astonishment. With a smile, Ian remarked here, Consider it a tribute for that precious gem. How do you like this gift, my friend? Chapter 16. Luke Italian having acquired a new home, Chong Wei underwent a remarkable transformation. Though his exterior remained unchanged, his entire demeanor was markedly different. Once a being imbued with confidence, even the air surrounding him seemed altered. Chong Wei's situation mirrored this phenomenon. He gazed into the water's surface, reflecting his visage, and mused, Who am I? I am Chong Wei, the rightful owner of Hananda Hill. With Ian's assistance, Chong Wei now possessed an extravagant lair. He had evolved into a majestic male dragon, with the remaining task being to attract a mate, propagate his lineage, and give rise to generations of Chong Wei. I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude. Chong Wei felt an overwhelming sense of appreciation for Ian. However, Ian had no intention of expecting repayment for this kindness. Gratitude? If friend were to keep score of such things, what would that make us? Ha ha, you are absolutely right. Both Ian and Chong Wei burst into hearty laughter. In that moment, a peculiar ringing suddenly filled Ian's ears. A sharp beep resonated. Almost immediately, a viscous liquid began to flow from beneath Ian's nose. Instinctively, he touched his philtrum and was taken aback. Bright red blood streamed forth incessantly. What is happening? Thud! Ian's consciousness abruptly ceased. He collapsed on the ground, unconscious in Chong Wei's lair. Friend, are you all right? Wake up, friend! Chong Wei called out in a panic, yet Ian, having lost consciousness, remained unresponsive. What should I do? Chong Wei was at a loss. Naturally, as a dragon, he possessed no understanding of human health matters, nor did he need to. Therefore, faced with Ian's collapsed form, he could only stand there, racked with anxiety. Just then, a human woman emerged from the underbrush. She may be one of Ian's human companions, yet the Longtail is not sensitive to human faces and thus failed to recognize her. Wait, Earth Dragon, hear me. Gur, I am Ian's friend. Do not consume me. The Longtail could not comprehend the words of the human woman, but grasped one term, Ian. Just as humanity is drawn to the enigmatic, so too does the enigma take note of humankind. As Ian, who possesses the art of summoning, remembers the name of the Longtail transcends the barriers of language, retaining the name of its summoner. The Longtail quietly observed the actions of the human woman. Seeing no threat from the Earth Dragon, she cautiously approached Ian. She gently probed Ian's nostrils with her fingers and checked his pulse, confirming his vital state. Fortunately, he was still alive. The human woman, Luke Italian, let out a sigh of relief. What time is it? Ian opened his eyes in the dim cavern. To the Earth Dragon, this space was a luxurious abode, more comfortable than a high-end apartment, yet to humans, it was merely a spacious cave. At that moment, someone gently grasped his arm. You're awake? Ian lifted his head. Despite the darkness within the cave, he possessed the ability to see as clearly as in daylight. Instantly recognizing the figure before him, it was Casey. She was the woman who always concealed her hair and face beneath a cloak. Yet her occasionally revealed visage was unforgettable in its beauty. Ian felt a twinge of confusion. But why was Casey here? Casey thoughtfully rested Ian's head upon her thigh, for it was hardly appropriate to let someone who had fainted lie upon the hard ground. With nothing soft nearby, she had no choice but to use her thigh as a pillow. Quite soft indeed. As Ian pondered these trivial matters, he attempted to rise. Rest a while longer. No, it's a bit embarrassing. When did you start doing this? Don't mind me, I'm fine. Each conversation with Casey imbued Ian with a peculiar sensation. She was undeniably a being of the medieval fantasy realm, yet he sensed in her an essence that transcended the ordinary folk of that era. Thus far, Ian had encountered only one other person with such an aura, his mentor, Elidis. Could it be that Casey was also a sorceress? Are you a sorceress? At this abrupt inquiry, Casey's eyes widened. No, I'm not. Then how did you arrive here? What a long tale. Because I claimed to be your friend. It allowed me to enter. Ian's confusion deepened. How had he communicated with the long tail? Had he learned Maronia's tongue? Sorcerer Ian, I have something to confess to you. Confess? Ian straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor. Since ancient times, it has been understood that one must adopt a suitable demeanor when listening to significant matters. Well, go ahead and speak. Observing Ian's somewhat excited demeanor, Casey's mood soured slightly. Nevertheless, she continued. The attack last night stemmed from my actions. Ian was taken aback by Casey's candidness. So you are in cahoots with the thief? No wonder I found you suspicious. With such beauty, you're perfectly suited to be a decoy. The riddle is finally unraveled. Casey is a wicked woman who lures outsiders to sell to thieves. No, how could I resemble a thief? My appearance? For Ian, constrained by modern stereotypes, such a notion was hardly surprising. Are there not characters like that in fantasy novels? Those enchanting female thieves? With a face like that, how could one not be a thief? It is simply unproductive. Blushing, Casey defended herself, saying, My true name is Lucy. Lucy of the Italian family. True name? Is Casey a pseudonym? Indeed, this is a matter of utmost importance and must not be disclosed carelessly. What is this significant secret? At this thought, Ian recalled the attack from the previous night. Those individuals were not thieves, but rather assassins? Not assassins, but kidnappers. They were aware of Lucy's identity. They were there to take Lucy's life. What have you done to attract kidnappers? Lucy sighed deeply and explained. I have a fiancé. Already? How old are you? 18. The same age as I? Nobles typically marry young. Ian was astonished by Lucy's revelation. You are of noble blood? Lucy sincerely lamented. This magician truly possesses unfathomable depth, utterly oblivious to the world. It is worth noting that the Italian family holds a modest reputation in this region. For the sake of the Italian family, I was betrothed at the tender age of 7. To which pervert? Ian quickly regained his composure. A political marriage, I see. You are aware of that? The juxtaposition of 7 and marriage momentarily clouded his judgment. Lucy's union is undoubtedly a political arrangement. My fiancé is a knight of mercenary origin, 33 years of age. Lucy continued through gritted teeth. That scoundrel. He poisoned my parents. Ian was stunned by this sudden descent into a medieval family drama. The son-in-law of a noble family poisoned his in-laws. Why? Lucy provided an explanation. The Italian family is a baronial house governing the region of Pianlefeu, albeit a remote, rural barony. The number of knights loyal to the Italian family is insufficient, and they are frequently threatened by external foes. Should this situation persist, Baron Talion might face the annihilation of his lineage due to territorial disputes, ultimately becoming a mere trophy for the knights currently enjoying their ascendancy. Consequently, the Baron resolved to betroth the recently prominent mercenary captain to his daughter, thereby safeguarding his domain. Upon encountering his betrothed, a charming 7-year-old girl, the captain was instantly smitten. Yet, he refrained from proposing marriage immediately, as he was primarily attracted to the baronial wealth, ultimately consenting to the union. The life of a mercenary is fleeting, akin to the ephemeral nature of dawn to dusk. Thus, when one discovers a piece of land to call home and a companion to share their life with, they will unhesitatingly abandon their nomadic existence. The captain was no exception. Initially, he felt content with his status as the Baron's son-in-law. However, human desires are notoriously insatiable. After marrying into the baronial family, he gradually became aware that he would forever remain an outsider in the aristocratic society. Even sharing a meal with nobles would starkly reveal this truth. He was not the baron's son-in-law, but merely a sentinel guarding the treasures of the aristocracy. Naturally, the mercenary captain began to expand his influence. For over a decade, an unusual standoff ensued between the baron, who sought to utilize the mercenary as a shield to protect his territory, and the captain, who, under the guise of being the baroness' son-in-law, secretly augmented his own power. The first to draw his sword was the baron. His parents had contemplated breaking the engagement, citing his entanglements with multiple women as the reason. However, this was merely a facade. The true motivation stemmed from the baron's inability to tolerate the captain's audacity. Regardless, the fact that a man with a fiancée he was involved with other women could not be overlooked. Thus, the captain found himself confronting the threat of expulsion from the territory he had painstakingly built over the past decade. Consequently, he opted for a stealthy approach to eliminate all obstacles. At a banquet, he poisoned the baron and his wife. Although they appeared to have succumbed to poison, anyone could surmise that the captain was the perpetrator. The baron's faction naturally retaliated vigorously, while the captain led his subordinates in quelling the opposing forces. Ultimately, those wielding the sword always hold the advantage. How could those armed only with pens resist? The captain was no fool. Over the course of 10 years, he had cultivated a network of supporters. This bloody coup seemed on the brink of success. However, a complication arose. The captain's fiancée, Lucatalion, managed to escape the territory with the aid of her nurse. This plunged the captain into an unprecedented crisis. He needed to marry Lucatalion to attain noble status. And once she departed, he would merely be a commoner wielding a sword. In the eyes of the aristocracy, a sword-bearing commoner was no different from a bandit. Once again, the captain faced the peril of losing the territory he had meticulously nurtured for a decade, compelling him to exert every effort to locate Lucatalion. Yesterday, those individuals, Lucatalion said bitterly, were sent by him to apprehend me. Chapter 17, Lucy's Dilemma. Indeed, Ian shook his head. For someone like Ian, who had lived the life of an ordinary citizen, the tales of medieval aristocratic conflicts were utterly foreign. Had he been born into a noble family, perhaps he could grasp the cruelty of power. Yet, in both his past and present lives, Ian remained merely a commoner, incapable of comprehending the machinations of those who wielded power. What, after all, is power? What enchantment does it possess that allows one to expel a son-in-law and poison a father-in-law? As he gazed upon the bride-to-be, on the verge of being kidnapped by her fiancé, an indescribable emotion surged within Ian. However, setting aside these thoughts, Ian also recognized that he held a crucial bargaining chip. I believe I understand. Just as Ian intended to rise, Lucy clutched his hand tightly, unwilling to release it. If this matter becomes known to others, I am as good as dead. If I must marry such a man, I would prefer death. Her voice was filled with intense emotion. Indeed, the mere thought of cohabiting with a man who had killed her parents was repulsive. Then what do you wish me to do by revealing this to me? You have seen it. The pursuers have already set their sights on me. Lucy's eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks. I no longer have the confidence to escape alone. She sniffled and spoke with resolute conviction. Wizard Ian, I implore you to assist me in fleeing. I swear by the honor of Italian family, I shall reward you handsomely. Ian scratched his cheek thoughtfully. Have you considered that I might betray you? That despicable man would only dismiss you with a few silver coins. But I can offer you everything. Everything? Lucy's expression turned grave. If you desire, I could even entrust you with Italian family. Though her demeanor remained calm, her voice trembled with apprehension. The Italian family. Despite Ian being a wizard, he was not foolish enough to misunderstand the implications of her words. To relinquish the Italian family meant Lucy would have to marry Ian. Undoubtedly, this presented an extraordinary opportunity. Ian had once been merely the son of a serf. In a medieval fantasy world, to rise from the status of a serf to that of a potential noble was an immense achievement. This was indeed the case for Ian III, the son of a serf. But what of Ian Elidus Raven, the disciple of the wizard Elidus? While becoming a noble was advantageous, Ian possessed the gift of magic. Furthermore, he had the ability to manipulate the status bar, the golden finger, the system. Though ascending to nobility, and engaging in politics was appealing, should one not explore the boundaries of magic in a fantastical world? Ian organized his thoughts. Assisting Lucy undoubtedly allows one to accumulate experience as a wizard. Simultaneously, it presents a lucrative opportunity. After all, money is essential to earn. Despite the considerable amount of gold provided by Elidis, the reality remains that the more wealth one possesses, the better. Whether traversing distant lands for mysterious expenses or acquiring magical materials in the future, financial resources are indispensable. Compared to the prospect of being hired by others due to a lack of funds, the current choice is evidently more advantageous. First, he would aid her in evading her pursuers, and then she could devise her own means. Ian addressed Lucy. To be candid, if you seek a protector, it is advisable to find someone skilled with a sword. Wizards are not warriors. What should I do then? Lucy stammered, clenching her fists. Ian continued, however, if you're willing to pay, I can assist you in your escape. As for what follows, that is for you to determine. Thank you, Ian. Truly thank you. Lucy leaned against Ian, weeping until she was utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. It was only then that Ian recognized the girl before him was merely a newly minted adult. She was no longer the noble Lucy of the Italian family, but rather an 18-year-old girl forced to hide from her parents' murderer. Ian offered his shoulder, allowing Lucy to weep against it until, after a considerable time, she finally found her composure. As they exited the lair, the sun greeted Ian, and the long-tailed creature welcomed him. Ah, Longtail, how is your health? Well, in truth, Ian was already aware of his physical condition upon waking, a realization imparted by his mentor Elidis's teachings. Engaging with mysterious forces that exceed a wizard's capabilities could impose a burden on the body. However, with your current level of skill, encountering such a situation is entirely improbable. As you accumulate experience and resonate more deeply with mysterious powers in the future, there may be instances where you exceed your limits and bear a burden, so exercise caution. Ian finally grasped the reason for his fainting spell. It stemmed from his reckless use of a third-level summoning spell during his conversation with Longtail. He had hastily elevated his skill level, yet his body had not yet acclimatized to the intensity of the magic. I expended too much energy trying to comprehend your words. Oh dear. Longtail immediately understood Ian's implication. Thus far, it was thanks to Ian's magic that their conversation flowed so naturally. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for Ian's body to endure such strain. I must take my leave now. You have matters to attend to as well. Indeed, you are correct. Longtail had never considered pressuring his ailing friend to continue casting spells. Take a few gemstones from the lair. I already gave you some yesterday, so do not hesitate to accept them. Since you have offered, I shall gladly accept. Ian smiled as he collected several gemstones. He did not take the raw stone, but instead selected several exquisite gems evidently plundered from humanity. These gemstones were not only beautiful and expensive, but sometimes served as offerings in magical rituals. It was a practical gift. As Ian emerged with the gems, the long-tailed creature bent down, allowing him to mount. Its intention was to transport him to the foot of the mountain. Ian's woman, you should join us. Lucy trembled before the growling earth dragon. Lucy, quickly come up. Isn't that dangerous? Will it eat us? Lucy expressed her apprehension with worried eyes. It's completely safe. Come aboard. Ian extended his hand to assist Lucy in climbing up. Once she was on the long tail's back, she clung tightly to Ian's waist, clearly terrified of falling. Then let us depart. With that, the long tail moved, its heavy body producing a thunderous rumble akin to a landslide. The thudding footsteps of the wingless dragon sent tremors through the earth. Since its establishment, the rabbit-foot merchants had found themselves in an unprecedented crisis. Boss, let us leave directly. No, we should wait a bit longer. Rick, the leader of the merchant group, gazed at the factionalized assembly with a pained sigh. Alas, how shall we resolve this predicament? The day after the sorcerer Ian vanished with the earth dragon, the sun rose, yet Ian had not returned. During the wait, the merchant group split into two factions, one advocating for continued patience and the other insisting on immediate departure. The merchants who had executed Ian's last command were left despondent by the horrific aftermath. Mercenaries, are you alive? Mercenaries? The members of the merchant group began to search for the mercenaries who might be hiding. Despite facing attacks from thieves, they were, after all, mercenaries who lived by the sword. They valued their lives, so even if they fled, they should not have perished. However, The mercenaries found by the caravan were a sight of utter despair. Heavens! What fierce bloodshed have they endured in the darkness? Their bodies battered and lying among the cold corpses? As the weathered merchants had surmised, something felt amiss. Although both mercenaries and thieves were weaklings at the bottom of the fighting classes and often clashed with one another, mercenaries were distinct from the others, possessing a higher potential. What kind of person was the mercenary captain, John? Known as Bloodbone John, the renowned mercenary served as the caravan's guardian. If even someone like him, skilled in combat, had been unable to escape and was slain, then only two possibilities remained. Either the combat prowess of these thieves far surpassed that of ordinary brigands, or they were not ordinary thieves at all. In either scenario, it was an extremely dire situation for the caravan. Didn't we see the Earth Dragon yesterday? How could they dare to roam about after witnessing it? Have they lost their minds? Are not those thieves all madmen? They will undoubtedly pursue us. Both sides have their arguments. One perspective holds that, given the dragon's presence nearby, the thieves can no longer wreak havoc. Conversely, another viewpoint asserts that reasoning with thieves is inherently foolish. These two perspectives stand in stark opposition. My Lord Rick. Ultimately, the power of decision rested upon Rick's shoulders. The crux of the matter was whether to safely evacuate the caravan or to wait in order to fulfill the agreement with the sorcerer. With a heavy heart, Rick sighed. The burden of authority lay solely with him, a poignant aspect of leadership. He was compelled to make a choice. Wait for the sorcerer. No, my Lord Rick. Adhere to the commands of the caravan's master. Rick opted to await Ian. There was no particular reason for this choice, save for the desire to present himself favorably before Ian, hoping to gain profit in noble dealings. Despite the perilous nature of his decision, Rick retained faith in Ian's prowess, the sorcery to summon darkness, command the winds, and ignite flames. The audacity displayed in the face of the colossal dragon. Such a person could not possibly follow the dragon to certain death with unwavering confidence. Perhaps something had gone awry, causing a slight delay. A mere 10 minutes after Rick had resolved his decision. Ah, Rick, the thieves have come. What? Those damned rascals. In an instant, Rick regretted his decision from 10 minutes prior. Do not move. Lay down your weapons and raise your hands. Oh dear, noble thieves, spare us. We are willing to surrender all our possessions. Unnecessary. On this mountain path, frequented by dragons, the thieves' actions were evidently abnormal. They audaciously rejected the offered wealth. We have heard there is a woman with azure hair here. Azure? Indeed, a hue reminiscent of the sky, and exceedingly beautiful. When searching for an individual, ordinary people often require trivial physical descriptors, such as a large nose, long ears, or a prominent mole. Yet beauty itself serves as a defining characteristic, one that is exceptionally rare and immediately discernible in a crowd. Ah, Casey. It is Casey. Casey? Upon hearing of the search for beauty, Rick nodded. It appeared they were not dealing with thieves, but rather with traffickers. Where's that woman? What? The caravan members were bewildered. They knew where Casey had gone. Yet why had she not yet appeared? Where did she have gone? The trafficker kicked Rick squarely in the chest. A pain akin to fractured ribs surged through him. Oomph. Seeing your reluctance to speak, you must have been compensated. What money? We have not received a single coin. Do not lie. The trafficker delivered another kick, and Rick could not help but shed tears. He felt profoundly wronged. If I had truly received the money, I wouldn't feel so wronged. Casey is merely a traveler. How could she possibly pay off those above? Where is that woman named Casey? Speak up. I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. You're refusing to drink the wine offered and instead opting for a punishment, aren't you? At the moment the human trafficker raised his fist, a peculiar tremor reverberated through the assembly. That was the sound of the Earth Dragon passing. The traffickers instinctively fell silent, as if by mutual consent. Should the Earth Dragon discover them, they would all become its delectable morsels. But just then, cries of desperation pierced the air. Help! Master Wizard! Master Wizard! This lunatic! Have you lost your mind? Rick screamed, his voice laden with grievance. Of course, besides the emotion, his cry was exceedingly grating. Silence. The traffickers trembled, fearful that the Earth Dragon would come their way, desperately attempting to muffle Rick's voice. Yet, it was already too late. The Earth Dragon was approaching. Run. Chapter 18. The humans who escape pursuit. It is the Master Wizard. Accompanied by a resounding roar that shook the earth, the Earth Dragon revealed its colossal form. The members of the Rabbit-Foot merchant group, facing the earth dragon, instinctively froze in place. Although they were aware that wizard Ian had vanished with the dragon, there lingered a faint hope that circumstances might change for some trivial reason. What if that earth dragon was no longer under the wizard's control? Alas, what could be done? They could only flee desperately. If escape proved impossible, they would have to resign themselves to fate. Fortunately, the earth dragon remained allied with the wizard, with the wizard perched upon its back. How utterly magnificent! Rick gazed up at Ian, riding upon the earth dragon, with fervent admiration. What sort of enchantment had the wizard cast last night to earn such a willing mount from the dragon? Ian, with a serene expression, though in truth, he appeared utterly exhausted, on the back of the dragon, stirred a certain romantic sentiment among the men. Truly, he was a wizard. The earth dragon inclined its head, facilitating Ian's descent. Rick, who are those people fleeing over there? Ah, those rascals. They are a truly despicable lot. Heartless traffickers. Traffickers? Rick began to recount the earlier events, revealing that those traffickers were in search of Casey. Fortunately, since she was absent, no harm had come to her. Ah, Casey. What a relief. Seeing Casey alongside Ian, Rick felt a weight lift from his shoulders. This is outrageous. After all, they belong to the celestial sect. Perhaps feeling a sense of injustice belatedly, Rick muttered his grievances. In this medieval fantasy realm, the celestial sect served as a colossal pillar of spiritual support, firmly occupying a position of significance. Like other religions, the celestial faith advocates for living with integrity in this tainted world, and its teachings are enshrined in commandments, such as refraining from certain actions. One of the commandments of the celestial faith is, do not turn people into slaves. Most adherents strictly adhere to this principle. However, traffickers and slave traders, due to their profession, often disregard this rule. Consequently, they are regarded as despicable slave merchants among the faithful and are met with disdain. All slave traders are like this, are they not? Bah, those wretched individuals. Rick, seemingly still seething with anger, continues to curse those traffickers. Lucy's expression darkens upon hearing these words, and for Ian, this is not auspicious news. Seeing both the sorcerer and the earth dragon, have they not yet given up? The tenacity of Lucy's pursuers is indeed admirable. At this juncture, one cannot help but wonder what benefits Lucy's fiancé promised them upon her capture. This cannot continue. If the pursuers are allowed to leave easily, they will undoubtedly be tracked again. Longtail, could you do me a favor? Of course, don't hesitate to ask, my friend. I hope you can drive those people away. If necessary, killing them would be acceptable. The mention of murder unsettles Ian, yet it is a reluctant choice. The adversaries have a history of slaughtering mercenaries. They ruthlessly kill mercenaries. Would they spare Ian? Had the earth dragon not appeared, Ian might have met a similar fate. This world is a medieval fantasy realm where mutual slaughter is commonplace. To survive as a denizen of such a barbaric world, one must grow accustomed to the act of killing. Only then can one act without hesitation when the necessity arises. Ah, you mean those humans from earlier? Do you know who they are? Of course. You want me to eliminate a few and chase the rest away, right? Please. Longtail readily agrees to Ian's request. I am more than willing to assist a friend. Accepting Ian's commission, Longtail begins to act, preparing to eliminate those pursuers. The sight of a sorcerer commanding an earth dragon with just a few words astonishes the members of the caravan. Wow, did you see that? He truly commands the dragon like a servant. What an extraordinary sorcerer. To Ian, it was merely a request for assistance from the dragon, yet to the ordinary observer, it appeared as though he wielded formidable magic, engaging in conversation and issuing commands to a dragon the size of a house. How could such a spectacle not evoke wonder? Ian. Lucy rushes over to support him as he sways slightly after concluding his dialogue with the dragon's tail. He is yet to rest properly and has exhausted himself once more by communicating with Longtail through summoning magic, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Are you all right? Does it hurt? Rick nodded upon witnessing the scene. Their relationship appeared quite amicable. Could they possibly be courting? Rick was aware that Lucy was no ordinary woman, yet he remained oblivious to her true identity as a nobility on the run. With the assistance of the caravan members, Ian gradually descended the mountain. Although he was seated in a cart, no one voiced any objections to his actions. During the descent, Ian learned that the dragon was methodically hunting humans. This was the effect of the summoning skill. 11 lives had already been claimed, and the confirmed number of pursuers had reached 14. with 11 of them meeting their demise at the hands of the dragon in less than a day. Despite the dragon's enormous size, akin to that of a house, its speed was astonishingly swift. Although the earth dragon could not fly, it could sprint at a remarkable 60 kilometers per hour in an instant. Moreover, this was its domain. As the saying goes, even a watchdog can exhibit a formidable presence on its own turf, for a dragon with a lair as grand as that of a noble estate. This mountain was merely a playground slide. Consequently, the hunt was overwhelmingly one-sided. The dragon had initially intended to slay only a few, yet humanity proved to be exceedingly fragile, resulting in an unintentional massacre due to its struggle with power control. Your dragon has slain a human. Another one down. The status window that sporadically appeared left Ian feeling helpless, as the summoning skill continuously relayed the dragon's status and movements to him. Furthermore, as long as Ian wished, he could convey his will to the dragon, regardless of the distance. This was the power of the summoning skill. However, summoning was not as simple as shouting "Summon Dragon" to have the creature materialize before him. This limitation was a source of frustration, for the essence of summoning lay in calling forth a certain existence, while the means by which the summoned entity arrived was not within consideration. If Ian were to forge a contract with an incorporeal or interdimensional being, such entities would find their way to the location he summoned from. Yet, for tangible monsters like the Earth Dragon, only by combining it with spatial movement magic could one execute a summoning akin to that in games. There was no other option. Unless Ian learned spatial movement magic from a time-space mage, summoning the Earth Dragon at what would remain impossible. Nevertheless, Ian did not feel overly regretful. Although the Earth Dragon represented formidable combat prowess, it was not suitable for companionship on his mysterious journeys. Its colossal size posed questions of nourishment and management. Without the backing of a great noble, it was ill-suited as a travel partner. Ian, I have driven away all visible humans. Thank you, Longtail. Thanks to you, I have alleviated much trouble. Haha, such as the bond of friendship. In truth, Longtail had only driven off 1 or 2 individuals. The rest had been annihilated. Regardless, all the pursuers sent by Lucy's fiancé had been repelled. It is time to part ways. Although the time spent together was brief, I am filled with joy and gratitude, my friend. May you also encounter a resplendent dragon. At the end of the mountain, Ian bid farewell to the dragon's tail. Though their initial meeting was fortuitous, it ultimately led to a cherished friendship, which is one of the delights of travel. Ian, I presume you are quite fascinated by the mysteries of the world? Although the Earth Dragon could not accompany him over the mountains, it still provided Ian with some rudimentary information for his solitary journey. I have heard that somewhere in the northern glacial mountains resides the Frost Phoenix. The Frost Phoenix, a mythical creature, is a type of immortal bird whose very essence suggests it cannot perish. When it nears the brink of death, it transforms into an egg, thus regaining life. However, contrary to common belief, an immortal bird is not necessarily a being of flames. Variants exist, such as the Ice Phoenix, Storm Phoenix, and Rock Phoenix, each adapting its form to its environment, showcasing the species' remarkable versatility. After all, the term immortal does not exclusively pertain to fire. It is said that many mages seek the immortal bird, and if you are interested, perhaps you should embark on an exploration. The Earth Dragon was uncertain as to why mages fervently sought the Frost Phoenix. It merely heard from other Earth Dragons that many human mages were engaged in this pursuit. Nonetheless, as Ian was also a human mage, the Earth Dragon shared this information with him. The dilemma was that Ian himself was not entirely sure of the Frost Phoenix's true worth. Could it be transformed into a summoned creature? Yet, considering his summoning skills had already reached level 3, he felt that persuading it to become a summoned ally would be quite advantageous. Alternatively, even if it were merely to indulge in the allure of mystery and earn some skill points, it would be worthwhile. Thank you. I shall certainly seek it out. In the glacial mountains, I have a friend named White Wing. You may seek his assistance. Mention my name, and he will treat you well. White Wing. I shall remember that. Unbeknownst to Ian, his party had traversed the flat plains and crossed the Earth Dragon Mountains. Chapter 19. Onward to the next destination. How convenient this is. What? Lucy and Ian lay side by side in the cart, laughing as she spoke. Pretending to be your lover was quite a hassle before, dealing with those people. But now, with you by my side, all problems seem to have resolved. Haven tea, they? However, if you wish to become a son-in-law of the Italian family, starting a relationship from now on is not out of the question. Why does she have so much to say? Lucy's mouth seemed to never cease its chatter. Ian merely wished to cover his ears. He could understand her emotions. Having been pursued for so long, she had finally found someone to rely on, and naturally, she would be exhilarated. Yet even so, he found it unbearable to endure her incessant prattle. Could she not quiet down? It was too noisy. Ian's words elicited a laugh from Lucy. Oh, just now, you resembled a wizard. Regardless of her illness, nothing he said seemed to matter. Even coarse language was regarded by her as a wizard's virtue. If he were to truly lose his temper, he would only appear foolish. With Lucy chattering away, he realized he might as well seize the opportunity to extract some useful information. So what are your plans moving forward? If she merely intended to flee blindly, it would be best to abandon her here. Ian resolved that even amidst their journey, time was not infinite. He detested the squandering of time without purpose. After traversing a few villages, they would arrive at his uncle's territory. Uncle? Baron Cardi is my uncle. Lucy's plan was as follows. For her, Baron Cardi was the quickest and most reliable source of assistance. If she could reveal the truth about her parents' poisoning and expose the treacherous culprit, the Baron would naturally lend her troops. Well, Ian nodded, acknowledging that the plan was not overly reckless, yet it could hardly be deemed perfect. I have a few questions. First, how is the relationship between Baron Cardi and your mother? Not too bad, I suppose. Her response was somewhat ambiguous. If Lucy's mother had shared a close bond with Baron Cardi since childhood, he might very well be incensed by the death of Lady Talion and draw his sword in anger. But what if that were not the case? Although it sounded harsh, in this era, married women often became perceived as outsiders. To put it plainly, the demise of the Talion couple would likely be seen by Baron Cardi as merely a matter concerning another family, not worth sullying his hands over. This did not bode well. If Baron Cardi were to lend troops to Lucy, it could signal danger. On the surface, there was nothing amiss with him dispatching soldiers. Assisting his niece, who had lost her parents, would create a perfect image for him. With such a noble facade, other lords would hesitate to intervene. However, if Baron Cardi demanded that Lucy return territory or even imposed further conditions, matters would become intricate. What if the Baron were to seize Lucy's lands? Furthermore, what if he aimed to annex her territory entirely? At that point, no one could stop Baron Cardi. Once the Baron eliminated the murderer, the territory would be left solely to him and Lucy. How could anyone discern whether Baron Cardi would support Lucy or turn against her? Should we consider seeking assistance from others? Lucy lowered her head, her hands clutching her garments, and spoke with a hint of sorrow. In this world, I have no other relatives left. She lifted her gaze to meet Ian's. If we succeed, even if my uncle desires some claim to the territory, I can understand that. What other choice do I have? Ian, realizing his earlier remarks had been rash, opened his mouth to respond, but as he met Lucy's earnest gaze, he could only cast his eyes toward the distance. He understood Lucy's intentions. She wished to keep him within the territory of Talion. In other words, to marry him. Ian, still youthful, yearned to explore the enchanting mysteries of the world, and there was no affection between him and Lucy. A millennium ago, the world was governed by a vast ancient empire known as the Golden Empire. With astonishing technology, a formidable military, and a powerful centralized authority, the Golden Empire successfully unified the entire world into a singular entity. The empire's reputation was illustrious, and under its just rule, the citizens enjoyed a life of peace and happiness. Of course, this was limited to the citizens of the empire. Slaves did not belong to the populace of the empire, so this statement was not entirely false. However, nothing in this world is eternal. The empire, whose very name symbolized immortality through gold, ultimately decayed into decadence and debauchery. Gold, once synonymous with eternity, became a byword for corruption. As the avaricious rulers exploited the common folk, the middle class dwindled, leaving only the impoverished and the wealthy. The empire, unable to sustain its vastness due to a lack of soldiers, gradually fragmented. This marked the end of the Golden Age. After the giant fell, countless parasites began to feast upon its carcass. The descendants of these parasites now mimic humanity and engage in grandiloquent discourse, much like today as nobility. Mr. Rick, are there no alternative routes? Alternative routes? Perhaps roads suitable for carriages? Upon hearing Ian's inquiry, Rick grinned. As a merchant, Rick understood precisely what Ian meant by routes. Oh, ancient roads, those are to the north. Surprisingly, The concept of roads in this world did not exist. More accurately, the notion of constructing roads was absent. After all, only the ancients possessed the capability to build such thoroughfares. So what of busy roads? The answer is that traffic would not increase. Aside from the ancient roads, other paths were too inconvenient to accommodate any additional traffic. Why not lay down new roads? Because no one had sufficient funds. Moreover, due to the long absence of road construction, there were even no craftsmen left who could skillfully pave roads like the ancients. Thus, the decision was made simply to cease road construction altogether, opting instead to utilize the roads built by the ancients. It is for this reason that this medieval fantasy world continues to rely on roads constructed a full millennium ago by the Empire. A once highly developed ancient civilization, after its collapse, now sees its people living in poverty, while astonishing relics of the past lie buried beneath the earth. Let's continue our journey. Very well. While traveling with Elidus, Ian had not fully grasped the situation, but now he comprehended entirely. In this era, communication between territories was nearly impossible. With no roads to speak of, how could one even discuss communication? The act of traversing vast distances laden with goods, akin to the rabbit-foot trade caravan, now seems a most audacious endeavor. As Ian and his companions journeyed across desolate wilderness and the plains where wild stallions galloped, they advanced toward the village of Riverville. Soon, a river appeared, and as they walked along its banks, the village gradually came into view. Riverville, nestled alongside a grand river, was no ordinary hamlet. Ian marveled at the finely constructed wooden fences that surrounded it. The village was encircled by towering palisades, with entry permitted solely through a gate manned by vigilant guards. By mere scale, it surpassed the village of Ian's birth and upbringing by at least twofold. "Halt!" bellowed the guards as the rabbit-foot caravan approached. Their discipline was palpable, exuding reliability. Greetings." Rick warmly acknowledged them, presenting a modest gift. Though, viewed through the lens of modernity, it might be deemed a bribe. It was in fact of little value. This was Rick's first encounter with the guards, and even though the Rabbitfoot caravan had frequented Riverville before, a brief introduction was deemed necessary. Such small tokens were entirely acceptable, and the guards readily accepted the wine offered by Rick. "We are the Rabbitfoot caravan, and we have conducted business here before." "I see. But is this your entire party?" the guards inquired, a hint of confusion in their voices. For a caravan of this magnitude, one would expect it to be accompanied by armed personnel, yet not a single weapon was in sight. We did have mercenaries, but they were ambushed and perished." "Well, consider yourselves fortunate," the guards replied, for they did not conduct a thorough inspection and allowed the caravan to pass. After all, fully armed mercenaries posed a genuine threat, while an unarmed trading party was rather benign, providing the villagers with much-needed goods in a manner that elicited gratitude. "Master Mage, what are your intentions henceforth?" Ian had joined a Rabbitfoot caravan to traverse the mountains, and despite the myriad events that had transpired, they had successfully reached the next village. The subsequent journey lay solely in Ian's hands. "We are to pay a visit to the Lord. Will you accompany us?" Upon arriving at the domain of the ruler, it was customary to seek an audience with him. Rick naturally extended the invitation to Ian, for the presence of a mage would surely deter even the Lord from causing any trouble. A meeting with the Lord would be prudent. After all, once Ian revealed his identity as a mage and requested lodging, the Lord would undoubtedly provide him with fine accommodations and exquisite fare. However, Ian preferred not to seek an audience with the Lord just yet. "Let us rest briefly here before we set off." "Understood. It is my honor to escort you." "Master Mage." Rick bid farewell with alacrity and departed. To have preserved his life through the favor of a mage was indeed a stroke of immense fortune. "Let's first find a lodging to rest," Ian suggested after parting ways with the caravan, to alleviate their travel fatigue. He and Lucy made their way to a nearby inn. Chapter 20. Troubles arise. "This must be the inn," Ian observed. "Oh, it certainly resembles one." The establishment bore a striking resemblance to the medieval fantasy inns Ian was accustomed to, featuring brick walls, open windows, and a two-story structure. Upon entering, a wave of warm air enveloped them, emanating from the heat of the fireplace and stove. The prevalence of second floors in Western architecture is largely attributed to such fireplaces. As long as a fire is lit on the ground floor, warmth ascends to the upper levels, ensuring comfort even at greater heights. "Welcome." The innkeeper greeted them warmly. She was a middle-aged woman. "Are you seeking accommodation?" "Yes, for a day or two," Ian replied. There are beds available on the second floor. But please be mindful of theft. The innkeeper skillfully outlined the precautions. Visitors like the Rabbit Foot Caravan often frequented this inn, making the reception of travelers a common affair for her. Excuse me, is it possible to take a bath? Ian inquired. A bath? That could be arranged. The innkeeper naturally suggested an additional charge. Bathing was not included in the inn services, as there was no dedicated bathroom. The so-called bath entailed filling a large tub with water, heating it over a fire, and submerging oneself in it, replacing the clothes. Given the need for water and firewood, a corresponding fee was to be expected. Bathing, lodging, and meals will all cost extra, the innkeeper added. Ian, having sufficient funds from the travel allowance provided by Eldis, and with unliquidated gems gifted by Chong Wei, felt financially secure. He could sell the gems in town once Alidis's travel expenses were nearly exhausted. All right, I shall prepare it, the innkeeper exclaimed, her face brightening as she accepted Ian's payment. However, does the young lady wish to bathe as well? Lucy interjected, clearly displeased. I'm not bathing. Ian, slightly taken aback, retorted, why not? It is not your money that is being spent. Do you think the water is dirty? That is indeed one reason. She did not deny, leaving Ian momentarily speechless. With a flushed face, Lucy protested, must I voice such matters? Bathing was to take place in the inn's backyard, an open outdoor area. The thought of being immersed in steaming water alone, especially as a young lady, would undoubtedly attract a crowd. The innkeeper welcomed the idea of onlookers, seeing it as an opportunity for business. Ian realized Lucy's concern. He had forgotten that in this era, bathing was not considered a private affair. For Ian, as a man, it may be a matter to chuckle at, but for Lucy, it is an unwillingness to even contemplate. I can wash myself, she declared. Ian seemed to grasp why the people of this era shunned bathing. Even if one wished to wash, suitable places were scarce. The number of individuals willing to pay exorbitantly for public displays of humiliation was exceedingly few. Why must one bathe in public? It is quite uncomfortable, indeed. How peculiar. Is it because you are a wizard? To Lucy, Ian's behavior appeared eccentric. However, since it was the peculiarities of a wizard, it no longer seemed strange. So wizards revel in baring themselves before the gaze of the multitude. Never mind, let's eat first. All right. Lucy smiled as she removed her robe. Her hair, a stunning deep blue akin to the night sky, cascaded like a waterfall. In that moment, nearly every male gaze in the inn was fixated upon Lucy. This is bad. Ian hurriedly shielded Lucy's face. Lucy, put your robe back on. It's Casey, not Lucy, and why should I wear a robe? Just put it on. Lucy pouted, but obediently donned the robe. Have you forgotten? We are on the run. You'll attract those who are pursuing you. In such a distant place. They can't catch up that quickly, can they? Lucy retorted. Better safe than sorry. Listen to me, or I might just leave you behind, Ian said, feigning ferocity. No, I want tea, take it off. While Ian focused on conversing with Lucy, he failed to notice a few men staring at her, their eyes glinting with an unsettling light. In the dim alley, Will and his friends engaged in animated conversation. Are you just spouting nonsense? I speak the truth. That woman is truly exquisite. How much more beautiful can she be? Will was a troublemaker by nature. Indeed, his profession revolved around creating disturbances. Most of the time, he idled away, reveling in laziness. He neither worked nor assisted anyone. However, he excelled in brawling, earning a living by charging others to teach them a lesson. Having been a professional troublemaker since childhood, he had never been caught by the guards for his fights, and customer satisfaction remained remarkably high. Thus, he managed to scrape by. Those around him urged him to mature and seek legitimate pursuits. But the inherently indolent would rather seize a weapon and venture out of the village than engage in agricultural toil. That woman has but one companion, a bookish fellow who resembles a sickly waif. Will reminisced about the traveler he had encountered at the inn. That woman, with hair as deep and dark as the night sky, is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. It feels as though I have truly encountered a noble lady. Her companion was an unfortunate-looking scholar, whose jet-black hair seemed to hint at a familial connection to women. Yet, his complexion was as pallid as flour, revealing a frail appearance that suggested he had never seen the sun. One could only wonder how poor his health must be to possess a visage so devoid of color, reminiscent of a man untouched by labor. He was undoubtedly a good-for-nothing. However, it appeared they would not linger here for long, without luggage or other traveling companions. It was implausible they would remain in a village for an extended period. Within a day or two, the woman would surely depart. The thought that she might vanish by the morrow ignited an uncontainable excitement within Will. So what? A glimmer of understanding flashed in Will's eyes, and his friends immediately grasped his intent. No words were necessary. Their thoughts aligned. Interested in her? Precisely. With a resounding clap, they struck their hands together. For Will, the striking blue-haired beauty, Luke Italian, was undoubtedly a tempting quarry. Firstly, she was an outsider, and even if he provoked her, there would be no one to defend her. Of course, she might acquire allies afterward, but by then, he could simply flee. For a medieval vagrant like Will, escaping was hardly a concern, even if trouble arose. Should he offend a woman from the village, her enraged father, brothers, uncles, neighbors, and the like would rush to uphold justice for their community. But Lucy was an outsider. If he were to drag her to a secluded spot, who would come to her aid? So beautiful, we must give it a try. Hearing his friend's agreement, Will grinned widely. Truly, they were my comrades. Chapter 21. Aren't we bathing? The ruler of Rivervale was a nobleman known as Baron Cowles. As the lord of a relatively large village, Baron Cowles resided in a castle enveloped by formidable walls. Unlike other nobles who acquired their lands from minor aristocrats, the Cowles family had flourished alongside the establishment of Rivervale itself. The original Baron Cowles had once served as the village headman, wielding his sword to drive away bandits and slay monsters, thereby expanding the territory. To thwart invasions from outside foes, he quarried stone to construct the castle and gradually enlarged it, ultimately resulting in the present-day Rivervale Castle. Thus, Baron Cowles was a noble whom even the most ordinary lord would think twice before provoking. Although his domain was modest, the loyalty of his subjects was unwavering, and possessing his own castle rendered him a formidable force. Despite having a limited number of soldiers, incapable of launching attacks on other territories, this very limitation granted him a sense of security. However, should Rivervale continue to prosper in the future, it may well provoke wars of territorial expansion. Oh, you wish to conduct business in Rivervale? Baron Cowles cast a casual glance at the man kneeling before him, uttering the words with indifference. This man was a representative of a small trading caravan known as the Rabbit's Foot, named Rick or something akin to it. Indeed, my lord. 3 years ago, our caravan conducted trade in Riverville. Ah, yes, I recall now. In truth, he possesses no recollection of it whatsoever. It is likely that numerous merchants have ventured here to conduct business. Although the art of commerce is inherently challenging, those who succeed reap substantial rewards, which invites a constant stream of challengers. Consequently, the empire witnesses the rise and fall of trading caravans on a daily basis. It is best to avoid trouble and focus on one's own endeavors. Thank you for your gracious permission, my lord. As an experienced merchant, Rick successfully completed his meeting with the noble, though he had to part with a considerable sum to gain an audience with this esteemed individual. The resolution of the matter made it worthwhile. After all, there are times when one pays only to be dismissed. In such moments, one feels an urge to leap into the river. But what good is lamentation? As a wandering merchant, one can only grumble and proceed to the next village. However, my lord, I have something to report to you. Is a matter I should be aware of? In truth, the person I admire most is Baron Cowles. Each time I visit Riverville, I hear songs celebrating your kindness. Enough of the flattery. Let us discuss serious matters. Observing Rick's loquaciousness, Baron Cowles felt a surge of delight and smiled broadly. Meanwhile, the Baron's financial officer frowned. This humble merchant had brightened the Baron's spirits, necessitating a reward for the Baron's dignity. Otherwise, Rick might lament everywhere, and thus the Baron's reputation could suffer, being labeled as stingy and ungrateful. Naturally, merchants and travelers would strive to limit their interactions with the Baron. In an age where information largely relies on merchants and travelers, the inability to acquire timely news is quite vexing. Moreover, Rick cunningly extolled the Baron's virtues before broaching the subject, lifting the Baron's mood. Consequently, even if Rick's tale lacked substance, the Baron would not dismiss him in a foul temper. In fact, during my travels, I encountered a traveling sorcerer. A sorcerer? Baron Cowles became intrigued by the merchant's words. That sorcerer saved our caravan with extraordinary abilities. Rick narrated with an infectious fervor, a skill honed through his journeys. Since ancient times, merchants have excelled at storytelling, and Baron Cowles appeared entranced, deeply immersed in Rick's tale. Regardless of its veracity, the sorcerer's exploits were undeniably captivating. In an era devoid of novels or comics, most forms of entertainment are rather monotonous. The adventures of knights are considered among the most enthralling. Yet what amusement could rival the bizarre escapades of a sorcerer? What? During the dead of night, slavers launched an assault, only to be attacked by a land dragon and subsequently rescued? Yet that sorcerer conversed with the dragon and triumphed in battle. Furthermore, he reprimanded the dragon in the process. How thrilling! Truly astonishing, Baron Karls exclaimed, filled with genuine admiration. What sort of being could command in such a manner? Yet, what was even more shocking was that the esteemed individual was presently residing here. What did you say? Baron Karls gasped in surprise, rising abruptly from his seat. The once captivating tale of adventure was instantaneously transformed into an atmosphere of chilling suspense. While the story of a wizard controlling was indeed intriguing, the mere thought of such a figure being within my domain sent shivers down my spine. If, for some unforeseen reason, the wizard were to lose control and unleash the within my territory, what would become of Rivervale? The identity of Baron Karls would cease to exist. He would either lose his domain or be slain by thee in the ensuing battle to protect it. That esteemed individual absolutely forbids any disclosure of their whereabouts. Yet, out of my utmost reverence for you, my Baron, I have chosen to inform you in confidence. In truth, this was merely a fabrication. Ian had only mentioned to Rick that he would be staying in the village, without any additional directives. However, without such a subtle hint, Rick's revelation would lack significance. Rick, possessing an innate entrepreneurial mind, understood well how to market his wares. By augmenting their rarity, even refuse could be perceived as treasure. I commend your bravery. Baron Karls sincerely expressed his gratitude to Rick. To dare disregard the wizard's warning and report to him is a rare display of loyalty. Steward, yes, my lord. Reward him generously with gold, and allow him to reside in the castle during his stay in Rivervale. Thank you, my lord. Baron Karls promptly issued his command. Select trustworthy personnel to patrol the village. We must not allow any unforeseen incidents to occur. Yes, steward, dispatch Knight Hansen to the inn. The elderly steward respectfully inquired. Shall we summon the wizard? No, since he has chosen to remain in the village, there is no need to bring him to the castle. The Baron could not comprehend why the wizard would elect to stay in a village inn. Wizards are inherently elusive, following their whims. However, summon the Santiago Order. Presently, a peculiar group known as the Santiago Order is residing in Rivervale. They are both monks and martial artists, a band of zealots wielding weapons in devotion to the divine. Given their capability to wield arms, they undoubtedly come from affluent backgrounds. Yet these zealots refrain from engaging in warfare, instead pursuing so-called demons and monsters. Baron Karls had once considered inviting them into the castle for hospitality, but they declined, citing their monkish vows against the use of luxurious bedding, revealing their fervent nature. Although the Santiago Order is a passionate sect, they are enigmatic zealots. They only display their claws towards demons and monsters, proclaiming themselves as guardians of humanity. The question arises, what transpires when a sorcerer capable of commanding earth dragons encounters the Knights of Santiago? Will the Knights, as guardians of humanity, readily allow such a sorcerer to escape? They may not hesitate to draw their swords. If a confrontation were to occur between the Knights of Santiago and the sorcerer in Rivervale, Baron Karls would likely be left in tears. Both parties are madmen beyond the reach of forceful apprehension, a predicament that weighs heavily on Baron Karls. Swift action is imperative. They must be summoned back before the crisis unfolds. Indeed, my lord, unlike the inherently deranged sorcerer, the knights, cloaked in madness, are still capable of communication. Thus, the Baron intends to gather the knights within the castle before the sorcerer departs from Rivervale. The steward, sensing the unusual gravity of the situation, hastened to call upon Sir Hansen. Sir Hansen, what is your command? Sir Hansen, one of the 4 knights of Rivervale, approached the steward. Although born a nobleman's illegitimate son, he stood apart from the typical rogue knights, possessing a profound understanding of honor and an unwavering commitment to the chivalric spirit, serving as a true exemplar. A crisis is at hand. The steward succinctly outlined the peril facing Rivervale. Upon grasping the severity of the situation, Sir Hansen's countenance grew grave as he swiftly donned his armor and made his way toward the stables. However, he encountered an unwelcome presence there. Young lord, are you heading to the territory? I shall accompany you. My lord, I am executing a crucial directive from our master. I am aware. That is precisely why I wish to join. Undoubtedly, he had eavesdropped on the entire conversation in the hall. Though still immature, young Lord Bernard frequently meddled in castle affairs, embodying the role of an insufferable young master. If he were truly capable, it might be forgivable, but alas, he merely caused trouble, playing the part of a lamentable lordling. Should our master discover this, It is not the first time I have been scolded by my father. Besides, did you not mention an important matter? What will you do if something arises that you cannot decide on your own? Run back to the castle? Bernard, now somewhat more mature, occasionally articulated sensible thoughts. This only served to infuriate further, as it appeared he merely possessed a modicum of cunning. I shall take responsibility. That is why I must go. But, young Lord Sir Hansen, is your loyalty truly so superficial? This impudent boy. Sir Hansen's heart burned with indignation, yet he suppressed it. He vowed to protect the people of this land, refusing to allow the peace of Rivervale to be disrupted. I implore you, please do not interfere. It is for your own sake, young lord. What do you take me for? I swear to the heavens, I will not let you down. Generally speaking, the companionship of a baron's son is not a misfortune for Sir Hansen. After all, having someone of a higher status by one side during missions brings a sense of reassurance. Of course, this is contingent upon Bernard's decorum. As Sir Hansen fervently hoped for Bernard's restraint, he galloped toward the village. He headed directly to the only inn in Riverville, the Misty Lodge, a temporary refuge for urban knights. How can there be smoke? Bernard muttered ominously. Sir Hansen's heart sank at once. In the inn's backyard, a thick plume of white smoke rose languidly. What could such dense smoke signify in the wilderness? A battle. There could be no other cause than a fire ignited by conflict. With a clang, Sir Hansen unsheathed his sword without hesitation and spurred his horse onward. The townsfolk, in a state of panic, cleared the path. Sir Hansen nearly leaped from his mount, racing towards the inn's rear courtyard. He was struck dumb by the horrifying scene before him. What in the world was that? A massive cauldron, large enough to contain several people, bubbled ominously over a roaring fire, emitting thick white smoke. Most chillingly, there was indeed a naked young man within the cauldron. Surrounding it were knights of the Santiago order, coldly fixated on Sir Hansen, offering no words. A chill coursed through Sir Hansen, his stomach churning violently. The urban knights were actively boiling a magician alive. Witnessing such an appalling spectacle rendered Sir Hansen momentarily speechless, preventing him from shouting, "What are you doing?" However, the arriving young Lord Bernard was a stark contrast. Upon witnessing the barbaric and cruel actions of the holy knights, he admonished them with the authority befitting his noble status. "What are you doing?" In that moment, Sir Hansen felt that bringing Bernard along had been a prudent decision. Yet, even in the face of the young lord's thunderous rebuke, the holy knights merely exchanged perplexed glances, tilting their heads in confusion. The magician, who was being prepared for the cauldron, remarked, "What are we doing?" "We are bathing." Chapter 22. The crisis emerges as the sun began its descent. The innkeeper announced that the bathing water was ready. Coincidentally, dinner was also nearing completion at the same time. Could they not stagger the timings? Ian protested, but the innkeeper regarded him with an incredulous gaze. "Were you not the one clamoring for a bath?" Which caused a delay in meal service. In the inn, only Ian requested a bath, and it was precisely because a private bathroom was prepared for him that dinner was delayed. Understanding the reason, Ian could no longer argue with the innkeeper. "Stop idling and start the fire," the innkeeper urged. "Me? I've provided you with water, lent you a pot, and even gathered firewood. Can you not even start fire?" The surrounding gazes were laden with hostility, as the delay caused by Ian had left the other guests quite dissatisfied. Particularly, the burly men seated at the corner table glared with an especially ferocious demeanor. They appeared to be mercenaries, each possessing robust arms and an air of intimidation. "Who is that fellow? Is he the innkeeper's son? Just bear with it. Do you wish to make a mess of things?" The atmosphere grew tense, and Ian ultimately had no choice but to comply with the innkeeper's orders. "Lucy, I'll take a bath in return. You stay put." "All right, I'll finish my meal and wait for you upstairs." Though reluctant, Ian lazily trudged towards the backyard. Curse this medieval era. Even a bath is such a hassle. Sighing, as Ian transferred the kindling from the kitchen to the woodpile, a man in the shadows quietly observed him. Events unfolded remarkably smoothly. Just as Ian departed the inn, The troublemaker had alerted his companions that the opportunity had arisen. The original plan was to wait until the atmosphere calmed down before discreetly luring the two men outside to confront them. However, now that the man had left the woman's side, there was no better moment than this. Go. The most handsome among Will's friends entered the inn. Meanwhile, seeing Ian walk away, Lucy tugged her hood back, feeling somewhat stifled, yet she remained mindful of Ian's words. Although she did not remove her robe, the slight adjustment revealed a hint of her sweet visage. Is it truly the case? Will's friend gazed intently at Lucy's elegant features. He had initially thought Will was boasting, but to his astonishment, there indeed was a stunningly beautiful woman alone in the inn. With a genuine smile, he approached Lucy, his handsome grin, which had once captivated the village girls, now serving to lower her defenses. Beautiful miss, might you be traveling with a black-haired wanderer? Who are you? Though a stranger. Lucy relaxed her guard at the mention of Ian. Things are progressing quite smoothly, Will thought to himself. I'm a messenger hired by that traveler. He said he has a very important secret to convey to you and even provided me with money. He produced pre-prepared coins as props to embellish his fabricated tale. Upon hearing that he had paid someone to deliver a message, Lucy was utterly convinced by the man's words. An important message? What is it? I'm merely a messenger, lacking detailed knowledge. Yet he urged me to escort you to the dock promptly. The dock? Where is it? This matter is urgent. Allow me to lead you there at once. He assisted Lucy in arranging her attire and guided her out of the inn. To prevent any peculiar thoughts from arising in Lucy's mind, the associates who had been lying in ambush swiftly flanked her as soon as she appeared. Their sudden and startling actions left Lucy's thoughts in disarray. Hurry, we must move quickly. There is no time to waste. The whispers around her left Lucy somewhat flustered. Could it be that they had been discovered by pursuers? This thought immediately crossed her mind. Had they infiltrated Riverville? If so, was Ian in danger? However, after taking a few steps, Lucy sensed something amiss. How could someone who claimed to be going for a bath suddenly be at the dock? It was illogical that a supposed bathing excursion could lead to being pursued. Moreover, if they truly encountered pursuers, they would likely return directly to the inn, without the need to hire others. Just then, as Lucy rounded the corner, she froze upon seeing Ian stoking a fire beneath a large pot in the inn's backyard. Why was Ian, who was supposed to be at the dock, here? Wait! In that instant, as Lucy attempted to halt her progress, the thugs displayed remarkable coordination, swiftly lifting her. One covered her mouth with a cloth while the others stuffed her into a pre-prepared sack. In the blink of an eye, Lucy was whisked away, with the thugs racing towards the actual riverside dock. They intended to commandeer a boat and drift along the river, intending to take advantage of the cabin with Lucy. The thugs successfully captured Lucy as per their plan. Next, it was Will's turn. Will was responsible for covertly monitoring Ian, and if things went awry, he would need to incapacitate Ian and flee. Now that the thugs had succeeded, the only task was to escape. However, in that critical moment, Lucy's piercing scream shattered everything. Lucy? Ian heard her scream. He looked up, an instinctual feeling telling him that something unusual had transpired beyond the fence. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming astonishment. In the blink of an eye, how had Lucy been kidnapped? I will never accept another escort mission again. Initially, I thought it would merely be a mimicry of the escort scenes from fantasy novels, only to discover that this task is quite exhausting, especially when the charge is a beautiful girl like Lucy. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted. A stranger, appearing as though he hadn't had a haircut in months, leaped from the bushes, brandishing a wooden club and charging at Ian. An assassin? Ian was somewhat taken aback by this unexpected assault. Could he be an assassin sent by the Baron? But where is there such a pitiful assassin? The answer is rather simple. The individual in question is not an assassin at all, but merely a street thug yearning for a romantic encounter with Lucy. The evidence lies in the crude and feeble wooden club he brandished, which afforded Ian ample time to cast a spell. Closing his eyes, Ian attuned himself to the enigmatic whispers surrounding him. It appeared that he would have to employ this particular magic. Renowned sorcerers like Elidris can wield their spells at will, any time they desire. However, for a novice magician like Ian, such finesse does not come easily. Human, the light is fading. What a splendid moment to play. Shall we play together? The first to respond to him was the darkness. Ian's affinity with the shadows was remarkably high. Although they had only conversed a few times, The darkness was always eager to engage him in delightful dialogue. This, perhaps, is what his master referred to as affinity. Just as each individual's talents vary, so too does the capability to embrace mysterious forces differ from person to person. The darkness was ready to converse with Ian. Therefore, there was no need to summon any other mystical powers. "Oh, darkness!" Ian called forth the dense shadows while picking up a branch from the ground. The darkness enveloping him transformed the twilight into a space darker than the depths of night. Oh, the rogue and troublemaker, Will, who had attempted to assault Ian, was thrown into a panic by the sudden onset of darkness, completely losing sight of Ian. In the pitch black, Will stood frozen, as if stricken blind. Crack! Ian struck the unsuspecting Will forcefully with the branch. Although Ian proclaimed himself a magician, defeating his foes still required traditional physical means. Indeed, Ian was a strength-based magician. Much like Gandalf, the wizard from the classic fantasy The Lord of the Rings, who also struck his enemies with his staff. Ian could be said to inherit the rich legacy of the orthodox magical practitioners. Crack! Crack! Ah! Ah! In the suffocating blackness, Will was mercilessly beaten by Ian, his panic rendering him incapable of sound judgment. In his frantic state, he mistakenly believed that the reason for the surrounding darkness was not Ian's summoned magical shadows, but rather that he had gone blind. Surrender! Surrender! Crack! Crack! Someone help me! My eyes have gone blind. Will's anguished cries drew a gathering crowd. Ian retracted the magical darkness and seized Will by the collar. Are you in cahoots with that gang? My sight has returned? Crack! Answer the question. Just as Ian was about to continue his interrogation of Will, a deep and commanding voice halted his actions. The timing was perfect. Ian had intended to abandon Will and pursue Lucy. Since there are some who have arrived, let them first keep watch over this individual. The foremost concern is Lucy. However, as Ian prepared to act, a dagger flew from behind and embedded itself in the fence. Such a sharp and precise throw could only be executed by an extraordinary hand. Ian slowly turned his head. Alas, there stood a group of burly men he had encountered at the inn, each wielding a weapon. An elderly man, robust and silver-haired, stepped forward. "Was it you who summoned the darkness?" The combination of silver hair and robust stature indicated that this man was no ordinary being. His gaze, sharp as a blade, emanated a fierce, murderous intent, seemingly warning Ian. Should he dare to make a rash move, his life would be forfeit. Ian likely realized he had no means to thwart the incoming blade. Even the most proficient sorcerer would perish if struck by a dagger. In this realm, sorcerers are merely ordinary individuals endowed with unique linguistic abilities, not invincible superhumans. In his helplessness, Ian resorted to the quintessential role of a sorcerer, his words. "Yes, it was I who summoned the dark sorcerer." Will, in a fit of desperation, clung to the old man's leg. "Please save me. Sir, this mad sorcerer seeks to take my life." "Is that true?" Under the elderly man's fiercely penetrating gaze, Ian felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, this was not unbearable. After all, he had faced the murderous intent of a dragon. Unbeknownst to him, the aura of danger from the long tail had indeed fortified his courage. Ian chuckled softly and replied, "Might I borrow that sword, old man?" "The sword?" Ian cast a cold glance towards Will. "Let me truly slay that filthy beast." Chapter 23. Saving Lucy. The burly man, sensing that the situation was far from simple, did not act hastily. This was advantageous for Ian. "Young man, have you done something vile to that sorcerer friend of yours?" William, in a fluster, shook his head vigorously. "Absolutely not. It was sudden. That sorcerer attacked me without provocation." "Attacked you, who was merely minding your own business?" "Yes, exactly." Ian could only manage a wry smile. "Is that truly a reason?" Even a 3-year-old would not believe it. "It could be possible." "You believe it?" This time, it was Ian who was taken aback. That mad old man was actually contemplating William's nonsensical claims seriously. Is it that being from the Middle Ages renders one's intellect to that same era? If he is indeed a sorcerer, it is entirely plausible. No sooner had the old man spoken than the burly men nodded in agreement. Ian found himself at a loss for words. What on earth do these fellows think of sorcerers? What do you mean by could be possible? Old man, have you lost your wits? Mere words do not equate to truth. They must adhere to logic. In a moment of impulsiveness, Ian spoke out, immediately regretting it as he feared that the mad old man might become enraged and draw his sword, which would lead to trouble. However, Ian's concerns were unwarranted. Upon hearing Ian's retort, the old man merely chuckled. From your vitriolic words, it seems you are a formidable sorcerer. At this point, a burly man stepped forward. Sorcerer, why did you attack that man? Because that scoundrel lunged at me. Is there any need to wield malevolent magic? Malevolent? In what way is my magic malevolent? To shroud the surroundings in darkness signifies a desire to evade the celestial gaze of the sun. If you were truly honorable, you would engage in battle beneath the sacred sky, rather than cowardly conceal yourself in shadows. If not to hide wicked intentions, what else could it be? Must I painstakingly elucidate the tactical advantages of darkness for you to comprehend? No, that strays from the crux of the matter. The essence of the issue is that darkness, in rejecting the sun, is indeed cowardly. This is not merely a matter of tactics. It is a religious issue. It is precisely the doctrine of the celestial deity. Ian realized that the burly men before him were devout followers of this faith. Damn this medieval epic, Ian lamented as he endeavored to justify himself. Is it not a fundamental law of existence that day and night coexist? If the divine will favors light, then what is the purpose of the night's existence? Just as the sun's presence begets light, the absence of the sun nurtures darkness. This too is the will of the heavens. Have I contrived a new law, or merely harnessed the power bestowed by the divine? Is that a transgression? The burly man fell silent, awkwardly retreating. How could these superficial beings claim to be religious? Another burly man stepped forward. The night is a trial created by the heavens to test our faith. In other words, it is a moment to evaluate whether our faith remains steadfast in the absence of divine scrutiny. Ah, that sounds somewhat reasonable. A trial? Religious individuals do relish trials. Very well. Therefore, we must cease all activities at sunset and refrain from engaging in wicked and despicable acts. Your imitation of the darkness through malevolent magic is indeed exceedingly vile. The burly men then broke into applause. Truly, the Boulder brothers were deeply devout and well-versed. Ian sighed deeply. The magic bestowed upon me is from the heavens. I merely acted in accordance with the will of the great entity, subjecting that miscreant to a trial. That fellow was a rogue, brandishing a stick and causing harm to others. The second burly man, looking embarrassed, quietly stepped aside. Boulder brothers, that sorcerer is indeed extraordinary. Ian inwardly wished for this foolish moment to conclude swiftly. Yet, these obstinate religious zealots were utterly oblivious to the concept of relinquishment. The third burly man advanced, his gaze sharp and clear, exuding the fervor of a zealous devotee. Though the divine has granted you the power of darkness, it has not permitted you to punish others at will. Your covert assault on the enemy cannot be deemed a trial from the divine. Bravo! Truly, the Ditchter brothers are commendable. Ah, what a sagacious reply. So, Mage, what is your retort? This band of ruffians has squandered approximately 10 seconds. It has been nearly a minute since Lucy's piercing scream echoed through the air. Ian realized that these burly men were engrossed in their futile debate. It was high time to seek out Lucy. If my actions were indeed despicable, that being would have long since retracted my dark powers. Yet, he has permitted both my darkness and my punishment, which is akin to a trial imposed upon me by his will. The third burly man was momentarily at a loss for words. After muttering to himself for a while, his eyes suddenly brightened as he proclaimed, "It seems you speak the truth." The others nodded in agreement. We have indeed misjudged the situation. If it were not for that being's allowance, how could darkness descend in the light of day? This must be the celestial decree. Ha ha! Praise the great being. Ah, your eloquence is extraordinary. Have you studied theology? Theology? Merely that their understanding is lacking. This is not the time for such discussions. Ian's gaze turned sharp. My sister has been abducted, and this fellow has dared to lay hands on me. Sister? The elder's eyes also sharpened. The notion of a sister was proposed by Ian, owing to the similarity in their hair colors. Lucy had suggested, since we are fabricating a tale, why not say she is my fiancée? Ian had retorted, enough of this nonsense. Let's eat first. Ditchter. Yes, master. You shall remain here to observe that individual. The fervent disciple bowed respectfully, his demeanor so earnest it was almost tear-jerking. Mage, I apologize for wasting your precious time. We initially presumed you to be a reckless villain. Ian briefly contemplated unleashing his fury like a true mage, but upon noticing the long sword hanging at the elder's waist, he reconsidered. That weapon was sufficient to instill a sense of decorum even in a mage. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us proceed. As an act of contrition, we shall assist you until the matter is concluded. You seek to recover your lost sister, correct? Before Ian could respond, the burly men broke through the barricade and surged into the street. Alarmed onlookers pointed in the direction of the fleeing suspects. To the docks. They are headed for the docks. The so-called docks refer to the small piers along the riverside, where vessels can dock. Such facilities are quite common in Rivervale, built along the river. Brave citizens, the elder proclaimed in a resounding voice. Have you seen the sister of this traveler? The unfortunate young man is suffering greatly from the loss of his kin. He requires your assistance. Ah, his sister is lost. Let us lend a hand in the search. Once a gathering of onlookers, the people have now turned their attention to a search effort. Over there. Yes, that's the spot. With the collective determination of the crowd, they finally located the abductor of Lucy. As nightfall approached, a vessel was seen drifting towards the center of the river. Clearly, Lucy and her captors were aboard that very ship. Oh dear, what shall we do? Several villagers anxiously paced back and forth. Although they had identified the kidnapper, the boat had already floated too far away to pursue. Embarking into the night was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, one that should not be taken lightly. However, this did not apply to the elderly and the strong. Who are you? We are the Knights of Santiago. What manner of folk are the Knights of Santiago? Guardians of travelers and the common folk. Indeed, you are the Knights of Santiago, whose mission is to protect those journeying and assist the beleaguered. Roar. Knights, are you willing to traverse this treacherous darkness to save a girl you do not know? We are. The Knights of Santiago. Ian had initially thought them to be mere travelers, never realizing they were a knightly order. This was his first encounter with a knightly group since the arrival in the fantastical medieval realm, and he was genuinely astonished. Were these knights truly those who fight for the weak and act in honor? Ian approached the elder and said, Elder, there is no need to risk your life on the boat. Ha ha. Do not be so formal. Speak as you usually do. It is quite all right. I do speak this way, Elder. Moments ago, the villagers had mentioned the presence of a grappling hook. A grappling hook? Now it was the elder's turn to be perplexed. While it was natural for a dock to possess a grappling hook, what did it imply? I will draw the boat closer, and then you can use the grappling hook to secure it. Draw the boat closer? The elder pondered for a moment, then displayed an expression of disbelief. Do you possess water magic? Ian was somewhat taken aback by the elder's inquiry. How do you know of water magic? Of course I do. At my age, such knowledge is expected. The elder, age 46, was a seasoned warrior who had witnessed countless battlefields. He had observed the prowess of mages numerous times. Mages are the sovereigns of the battlefield, wielding the wind, unleashing flames, distorting the earth, and altering the weather. Their powers rival those of deities. But are you not a shadow mage? The elder assumed Ian was a shadow mage, as he had seen Ian summon darkness. I am indeed a shadow mage, but I also possess water magic. How can this be? What? The elder suspected Ian was boasting, for according to his understanding, mages typically mastered only one form of magic. The magicians Ian encountered on the battlefield each possessed their own unique expertise. The fire mages specialized solely in pyromancy, while the water mages focused exclusively on aquamancy. Occasionally, there would be sorcerers proficient in 2 or 3 forms of magic, yet such individuals were exceedingly rare. Ian comprehended the elder's words and smiled. Ah, if we speak of specialization, that is indeed the case. However, I've yet to find my own area of expertise. What do you mean by lacking a specialization? Ian elaborated, taking the opportunity to explain further. It signifies that I have not delved deeply into a particular school of magic. I possess a rudimentary understanding of various magical disciplines. The elder found this concept increasingly perplexing. A mere superficial understanding? Surely that must render one incapable of wielding magic. How could someone with only a cursory grasp conjure such shadowy enchantments in broad daylight? It was only due to the ample time at hand. As the little boat had only just set sail a mere few seconds prior, that Ian felt inclined to elaborate. He resolved to demonstrate his abilities through action, seamlessly intoning the arcane language. Oh, river. Ian concentrated his mind on the distant, drifting vessel. Come to me. The sharp incantation echoed through the air. The villagers, the Knights of Santiago, and the elder all felt an inexplicable tremor emanating from an unknown source, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Oh my! Look there quickly! As the spell concluded, the river began to flow upstream, surging toward Ian with great force. The villagers were left in astonishment, as was the elder. For the first time in their lives, the villagers witnessed the astonishing phenomenon of a river reversing its current, leaving them in profound shock. What is that? What should we do? The elder, for his own reasons, was equally astounded. Had Ian surpassed the magicians of the battlefield? The mages, typically hired by the nobility and known as war mages, could not easily replicate the level of magic Ian had just displayed. And yet, this was merely an introductory level. Suddenly, a tremendous wave crashed upon the dock, engulfing it in an instant, and unfortunate onlookers were swept into the waters. The boat carrying the kidnappers was thrust perilously close to the edge of the dock in the blink of an eye. Hooks! The knights remained composed as they initiated their response. Once the villagers regained their wits, they retrieved the hooks. The boat was swiftly ensnared and secured tightly to the dock. One by one, the kidnappers were bound, and Lucy was safely rescued. With tears streaming down her face and snot running from her nose, Lucy rushed toward Ian, sobbing wah. The villagers and the knights gazed at Ian in awe. The elder chuckled and remarked, "What are you waiting for? Your sister is waiting for you." Though reluctant, Ian gently embraced the grimy Lucy, who emitted a distinct odor reminiscent of river water. "Looks like I'll need a bath when I get back," he mused, thus deciding to proceed with his original bathing plans. No sooner had Ian mentioned bathing than the Santiago knights leaped to their feet, exclaiming, "Bathing! Now, that is our specialty." Originally dismissed as mere folly, Ian only grasped the gravity of the situation after listening to the elder's explanation. The Knights of Santiago revered the ancient laws of the Golden Empire, finding joy in the act of bathing. If one is unskilled in the art of bathing, entrusting it to them may prove to be a commendable choice. Ian considered this notion utterly absurd. Could it be true that there exist individuals who do not know how to bathe? Glancing over, Ian noticed Lucy, who had succumbed to slumber with her head resting upon the table. Indeed, if some individuals eschew bathing, there must also be those who struggle with it. The magicians must bathe. How can we not assist them? Quickly, fetch the oil. Enough. What? Oil? No. Before Ian could intervene, the Knights of Santiago eagerly volunteered to provide bathing services to him. They sought to cultivate a closer bond, so do not be overly resistant. Although they appeared indifferent towards Ian's magical abilities, their enthusiasm shone through in the brief discussions they shared. Clearly, they anticipated engaging in theological discourse with Ian. Thus, Ian prepared to commence his bathing ritual, attended by nearly 10 men. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a young man, seemingly even younger than Ian, burst forth, shouting loudly. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be a noble youth. Is bathing illegal? A flicker of concern crossed Ian's mind as he cautiously replied, "What are we doing?" "We are bathing." Chapter 24. Summoning the Magician Bathing? Are you referring to bathing? After the fall of the Golden Empire, the practice of bathing has been upheld solely by the Northerners. This is not due to its influence, but rather a time-honored custom among the Northmen. Each holiday, the warriors from the north would cleanse themselves in rivers, regarding it as a virtue. However, the origins of bathing still trace back to the Golden Empire, where the ancient populace reveled in the luxury of cleanliness. As a civilization preceding the end times, they employed advanced technology known as aqueducts to provide pristine water to their baths. This starkly contrasts with the barbaric northerners who wash in frigid rivers. Yet, the current citizens of the empire do not share the same fervor for bathing, though they bear the same name. The present empire is entirely distinct from the ancient Golden Empire. Different races, disparate histories. It is merely the Pope who recognizes it as an empire. Take Lucy, for instance. Unless on special occasions, she seldom bathes. Consequently, it took Bernard quite some time to comprehend the situation at hand. Chaos reigned around him, and the relationship between the knights and the magicians was decidedly intricate. The magicians had concluded their explanation with the simple phrase, bathing. Yet it was evident that deeper matters lay beneath the surface. Bernard was the son of the lord of the Rivervale territory. Given the unfolding event, he possessed the authority to demand a report. This held true even for travelers beyond the territory, as the young lord wielded judicial power. "Magician, provide me with a detailed account of the events." Bernard commanded with authority, for he possessed that right. The sorcerer Ian calmly replied, "My good sir, might you elucidate the matter?" Bernard, witnessing a venerable old man step forward, felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. What was the situation? I had distinctly instructed the sorcerer to report, yet here he was, allowing another to speak on his behalf before the young master. An affront. This was nothing short of an insult. In the 15 years since my birth, I had never endured such treatment. How dare he show me such disdain? In the presence of nobility, certain behaviors are permissible, while others are not. The sorcerer's actions had evidently crossed the line. Nobles cannot tolerate insult, and those who dare to affront a noble must pay a bloody price. Very well, young master, the old man began. The circumstances are thus. Who are you? Bernard inquired. The elder bowed respectfully and replied with tranquility, Please call me elder. In my youth, I was a mercenary and now in retirement. I engage in leisure pursuits to assist the young. Elder. Clearly, this was a moniker or pseudonym. The term elder denotes age or wisdom. Yet who would choose such a name? Elder? Yes, young master, regarding why that friend of mine is in the bathtub. Why are you addressing my question? Bernard interjected. Elder frowned slightly. Though he did not voice his displeasure, it was evident in his expression. I am inquiring about the sorcerer. He is the sorcerer. I am here to respond on his behalf. No, I demand to hear the sorcerer answer personally. Bernard shouted. Elder tilted his head in contemplation, soon grasping Bernard's desire for direct dialogue with the sorcerer. Ah, now makes sense, he thought with a grin. Meanwhile, Sir Hansen hastily whispered, Young master. Disregard the sorcerer and questioned the elder instead. Silence. Bernard thundered, causing Sir Hansen to feel a sharp pang in his chest. Not so much pain, but rather indignation. Did this young scoundrel understand the gravity of his words? A noble daring to offend a sorcerer. I am the future heir of the Riverville territory, the legitimate successor of the Bernard family. How dare you so rudely present yourself before your sovereign in such a state? Leave the bathtub at once and attire yourself appropriately. Yet Elder wore an oddly amused smile, while Sir Hansen covered his face with his hand. Alas, this fellow has truly landed himself in trouble. Ian regarded Bernard's countenance. Coldly uttering now, Bernard displayed an expression of disbelief. Save for him, all present wore expressions that conveyed as expected. Indeed, now, I disagree. No noble would dare provoke a sorcerer. The vast majority of nobles underwent rigorous education in their youth, learning not to offend anyone, especially not a sorcerer. If a noble were to insult a sorcerer, it could only arise from one circumstance. This is precisely the invocation of wizards by the noble culture of the ancient Golden Empire. Luke Italian belongs to the nobility, although she often engages in actions that may seem rather foolish. It is important to remember that she has been subjected to a rigorous upbringing by her aristocratic parents since childhood. It is hardly surprising that her education encompassed strategies for dealing with wizards. Luke Italian meticulously deconstructed the methods she was familiar with and, in turn, imparted the wizard's responses to Ian when encountering nobility. When nobles and wizards cross paths, a theatrical performance of summoning wizards unfolds. Summoning a wizard? In essence, it is a process of discerning the true nature of a wizard. The origins of this practice remain ambiguous. However, it is widely believed to have commenced during the era of the great wizard Moronius, the very creator of the Moronius language. In a time when magic was not yet widespread, the world was rife with numerous impostors masquerading as wizards. These charlatans feigned mastery of potent spells, threatening the nobility and extorting substantial sums of money. Consequently, the aristocrats devised a deliberately provocative protocol to ascertain a wizard-esque capabilities. This is the summoning of wizards. When a noble encounters an unfamiliar wizard, they publicly humiliate the latter, rendering them uncomfortable. The wizard must either depart quietly or retaliate with magic, rebuking the noble in turn. Those who leave silently are either lacking in true power or are mere frauds. Should a wizard demonstrate their prowess, the noble will apologize and graciously host the wizard. This performance was immensely popular during the age of the ancient Golden Empire, thus embedding the summoning of wizards deeply within the fabric of noble culture. Conversely, if a noble fails to summon a wizard, they are deemed to lack the requisite respect for the wizard. Similarly, due to the notoriety of the summoning practice, common folk have come to believe that a wizard with a quiet and gentle demeanor is devoid of true strength. Thus, when I first encountered you, I mistakenly assumed you were an ineffectual wizard. Ian found this custom to be utterly exhausting. Nevertheless, at that moment, As Bernard began to complain and raise his voice, Ian realized that the customary performance had commenced. That fellow must surely be engaging in the summoning of wizards. Wizard, I am the legitimate heir of the cat's family, destined to inherit Riverbeal. How dare you present yourself before a ruler in such a state of undress? Immediately emerge from the water, don your attire, and exhibit the appropriate decorum. The shout of a boy who appeared to be merely in the second year of middle school filled him with irritation. By the way, Bernard is currently experiencing the tumultuous phase of voice change. The voice of a boy in this stage is almost indescribably dreadful. Now, yes, right now, I refuse. Observing Bernard's astonished expression, Ian couldn't help but marvel. Oh, your acting is rather impressive. I cannot afford to lose. Ian, inspired by Bernard's fervent performance, immersed himself entirely in the role of a peculiar sorcerer. Why should I heed your words? My noble lord, am I your subordinate? You, how dare you? Before whom do you stand? Before you, my little baron. Were you to dare command me? My little baron. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Summoning a sorcerer was a spectacle rarely witnessed, particularly the sight of a noble being justly reprimanded, which added to the thrill. Thus, nobles typically summoned sorcerers in secluded venues, visible only to their retainers, for the reason was apparent. Such humiliation was intolerable. Only a masochist would revel in being chastised in public. Nevertheless, Bernard audaciously commenced the summoning of a sorcerer in the bustling courtyard of an inn. Naturally, the onlookers would not miss such an entertaining opportunity, gathering in clusters to witness the sorcerer's conjuring tricks. The recent disturbance had drawn a considerable crowd. Upon hearing the laughter of common folk, Bernard's face flushed crimson. Have these people lost their minds? He pondered. How dare you laugh while the future baron faces disgrace? Are you all tired of living? Sir Hansen, observing Bernard's reddened visage, could not help but let out a deep sigh. This fool. It was all too clear what would transpire when a noble insulted a sorcerer in a bustling street. Did he think that a few shouts would compel the sorcerer to bow an apology? No, the sorcerer would only turn the tables and teach the noble a lesson. In the realm of sorcerer's conjuration, nobles invariably found themselves at a disadvantage, an immutable truth that even an emperor could not alter. Should a noble initiate the summoning of a sorcerer, any breach of etiquette would swiftly circulate among the sorcerers. That man was courting humiliation. A noble despised by sorcerers faced a bleak future, a truth unchanged since the inception of magic. Sir Hansen, bring that arrogant sorcerer to me at once. Let him kneel before me. Bernard bellowed. The spectators, who had been laughing at the farce, now wore expressions of concern. Bernard's words had clearly crossed a line, diverging from the anticipated progression. The summoning of a sorcerer, as a performance, inherently relied on public appraisal, directly impacting the noble's reputation. Sir Hansen swiftly intervened to mitigate the situation before it escalated. My little lord, Sir Hansen began. What? Bernard replied impatiently. This is improper. That is not how one summons a sorcerer. Summoning a sorcerer? Indeed, Sir Hansen had foreseen this. Bernard was utterly oblivious to the rules governing the summoning of wizards, even unaware that he was engaged in such a summoning himself. Sir Hansen inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Although being the center of attention in such a public setting repulsed him, it was his duty to manage the aftermath. Sir Hansen relaxed his neck and approached. Ahem, wizard. Heed my words. Given your peculiar and loathsome appearance, you are surely no genuine magician. He proclaimed loudly. It is not too late to admit your folly. Begone before the young baron commands your expulsion. This statement was precise, succinct, and flawless. Sir Hansen's response elicited satisfied smiles from the onlookers, including the knights. Even Lucy and Ian could not suppress their laughter. Oh, it appears this fellow possesses some skill. Every performance adheres to its own set of rules, and the ability to follow these dictates determines whether the performance becomes a masterpiece or a farce. To encapsulate it in one sentence, true prowess lies in understanding the nuances. Sir Hansen's words clearly demonstrated his profound comprehension, rendering them particularly remarkable. What? Were you implying that I'm a fraud? Ian shouted, recalling memories from his childhood. He suddenly remembered that when he first encountered his master, he had also remarked, You do not appear to be a true wizard. Wasn't that merely a minor summoning of a wizard? Rage now. Ian intoned the magical incantation, and the surrounding ethereal forces began to surge violently. The wind howled. The fireplace erupted, and sand writhed upon the ground. Wow, the wizard is angry. The spectators, as if choreographed, erupted into applause. This was indeed the climax of the performance. The enraged wizard showcased his might. Now it was time for the nobility to demonstrate their respect. Enough. We acknowledge your power. We apologize for our rudeness, Sir Hansen declared. Ian ceased his magic. He was not genuinely angry, nor did he feel particularly contrite, but since one party had apologized and the other had accepted, the summoning of the wizard had reached its conclusion. We failed to recognize such an exceptional wizard as yourself. We once again extend our apologies, Sir Hansen articulated. It is good to know now, Ian replied in a tone befitting a wizard. Although he felt slightly impolite, those around him laughed, exclaiming, "Ah, now, this is a wizard." Ha ha. The atmosphere was light and jovial, and Ian nodded to himself. Regardless of how one viewed it, the people here seemed to have lost their minds. "My lord." Sir Hansen gently prodded the dazed Bernard in the back. For the first time in his life, Bernard witnessed magic and was left utterly speechless. The impact of witnessing nature bend to the will of humankind was unimaginable. What is happening? Is it still not enough? Ian pondered Bernard's absent-minded reaction with confusion. Hadn't the summoning of the wizard concluded? Ah, I comprehend now. He desires to witness my magic once more. That lad over there. Yes, is it me? Indeed. What are you dawdling for? Do you wish to experience my magic again? Ian conjured a sphere of pitch-black darkness at his fingertips, indicating that it was time to cease. At first glance, it appeared to embody a dreadful curse. However, those familiar with Ian's shadow arts understood that it was merely an ordinary darkness. Yet Bernard, as a novice to the realm of magic, felt an icy chill envelop him, his heart swelling with immense dread. That inky darkness, merely a touch, and it seemed as though flesh and blood would decay under its malevolent power. Bernard gazed at Ian in terror. He beheld Ian's jet-black hair and eyes, perceiving him as an ominous sorcerer cloaked in sinister aura. I am a young Lord Bernard. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you escape unscathed. At such an age, still relying on one's father for support. Do you not feel any shame? Or are you merely a little fellow yet to mature? Ha ha ha. The surrounding commoners erupted in laughter, and Bernard's face instantly flushed crimson. He was an emotionally vibrant adolescent, lacking in emotional control. Woe is me. In the face of sudden indignation, Bernard could no longer contain his tears. Ian stood in bewilderment. Why is this fellow crying? He had never anticipated Bernard would weep. Nearby, old Elder burst into hearty laughter. You truly are a peculiar individual. You should never have brought the young lord to tears in front of everyone. Ha ha ha. Chapter 25. Acquiring the staff since time immemorial. The troubles instigated by those above have been left for the common folk to resolve. This time, Bernard's predicament remained under the purview of Sir Hansen. This is not an appropriate venue for discourse. Wizard, esteemed knights, would you be willing to accompany us to the castle? Initially, Ian contemplated declining Sir Hansen's invitation. After all, he bore some culpability, and it would be improper to accept the knights' invitation upon their first encounter. Very well, let us proceed. Old sir, will you not join us? The knights and Elder seemed disinclined to depart. Elder chuckled softly, replying, We have decided against it. Having declined once, second refusal comes easily. Elder's jest elicited a wry smile from Sir Hansen. Although it was somewhat regrettable that the knights would not accompany them, it was of little consequence. Ultimately, the focus lay on the wizard rather than the knights. I shall remain here as well. Lucy chose to stay at the inn, evidently wishing to keep her presence hidden from the lord. We shall take good care of your sister. Ian absent-mindedly waved his hand, and then followed Sir Hansen to the castle. Upon arriving at the castle, Ian was escorted to Baron Kaltz's reception room. Thank you for accepting the invitation, Your Excellency the Wizard. Baron Kaltz was slightly taken aback upon seeing Ian's appearance. The wizard before him appeared far younger than he had anticipated, and his demeanor was more composed than expected. He had assumed that a wizard capable of commanding a dragon would be an eccentric and untamed figure, yet here stood a neatly groomed young man, which intrigued him greatly. In truth, the typical summoner of magic often aligns with the image that Baron Kaltz had envisioned. The mysterious powers that wizards wield stem from the wilderness and the resilient life that thrives within it. Thus, they are invariably closely connected to nature, and prolonged intimacy with the wild can lead to a loss of civilized appearance, perhaps resembling a bearded caveman. You are too kind. As the hour grew late, and after enduring numerous trials, Ian felt exceedingly weary, and thus he responded to the Baron's greeting with mere brevity. Given Ian's status, it would not be surprising if he were to face execution, yet the Baron remained unfazed by Ian's demeanor. Look at his confident, even slightly arrogant expression. Is this not the very essence of an exceptional wizard? I have heard that you are residing at an inn. Hence, I wish to arrange for you a comfortable place to rest. Thank you for your kind offer. However, it seems something is still lacking. Lacking what? Ian responded with a smile. I emerged from my bath at the inn rather abruptly and now feel somewhat uncomfortable. Would it be possible to prepare a basin of hot water for me? Although Baron Kaltz did not fully comprehend Ian's insistence on a hot bath, he did not press the matter. After all, he was a wizard and perhaps had his own reasoning. Indeed, a wizard who could wield dragons was truly exceptional. The Baron promptly instructed his attendants to prepare the hot water and arranged a room for Ian to rest. While Ian attended to his bath, the Baron listened to Sir Hanson's report. So, how is the atmosphere between the wizard and the knights of the Holy Land? Although the situation was not perilous, I believe it was wise to summon the wizard. Sir Hanson briefly recounted the encounter with the wizard. Naturally, he did not omit the amusing incident involving Bernard. Alas, did I not instruct him to refrain from such recklessness? Baron Kaltz barely managed to suppress his frustration over the blunders made by Bernard during the summoning. In truth, Baron Kaltz himself was unaware of the proper way to summon a wizard, as he was not among the nobility renowned enough to extend such an invitation. While wizards are often hailed as gods of war, this is only applicable on battlefields teeming with hundreds of combatants. With merely 4 knights and a handful of soldiers, Baron Kaltz had no justifiable reason to invite that great wizard. However, he found Bernard's display of fear towards magic utterly intolerable. This, he lamented, was a consequence of my insufficient education. No, my lord, it is I who have failed to properly assist the young lord. Baron Karls refuted Sir Hanson's words with a shake of his head. How could one blame you, Sir Hanson? You have worked diligently today. I shall grant you a day off tomorrow. Do take the opportunity to rest. With that, Baron Karls dismissed the clearly reluctant knight and fell into a deep contemplation. The child destined to inherit the lordship of Rivervale, Bernard, occupied the Baron's thoughts. In the seasoned Baron's eyes, Bernard, as the future lord, still had much to learn. First and foremost, he was simply too young and lacked understanding of many matters. Yet, the Baron harbored concerns that, even as he matured, the boy might still commit foolish acts. The Baron sighed inwardly, pondering if there was anything more challenging in the world than guiding a child to develop according to one's wishes. Having finished his bath in warm water, Ian succumbed to a deep slumber. He slept for an extended period, and by the time he awoke, the sun was high in the sky. However, no one came to rouse him. Most individuals went to great lengths to avoid contact with a magician. As Ian woke naturally, he strolled leisurely through the spacious castle. Is this a castle? He yawned, surveying his surroundings. Rivervale Castle was both small and unremarkable, its walls constructed of stone, evoking an indescribable feeling. Yet, it was so diminutive that it could be easily besieged by a mere 100 soldiers. Nevertheless, regardless of its modest and crude appearance, it was still a castle. Sufficiently fortified to repel bands of robbers, the residents of Rivervale held the Lord's castle in great trust. Magician, someone called out to Ian. It was young Lord Bernard. Perhaps due to having cried the previous night, his eyes were swollen. His gaze toward Ian was somewhat awkward, clearly still tinged with fear of the magic. Did you rest well? Quite so, and I am pleased to see you have also enjoyed a good rest, Ian replied. Bernard presented himself with a commendable demeanor. Though still young, he was, after all, a lord. I must apologize for my behavior yesterday, for exposing you to my shortcomings and being rude, Bernard said. His cheeks flushed as he offered his apologies for the prior day's events. Ian was somewhat taken aback, having expected a noble to be haughty, yet here was Bernard, humbly conceding. Ian recalled his encounter with Baron Karls, who was also quite a respectable individual. It appeared that Bernard had received a commendable upbringing. Even though a magician could be forgiven for whimsical deeds, Ian would not act unruly in the presence of a courteous individual. With a smile, he replied, "An apology? You overstate the matter. It was I who overwhelmed you with my magic, for which I am truly sorry." As Ian extended his apology, Bernard beamed with joy. After all, it was quite a delightful surprise for this peculiar, yet proud magician to admit fault. Indeed, The young lord possessed a certain innocence. This is the first time I have witnessed a magician's magic firsthand. The notion of magic is far more awe-inspiring than I had imagined. Is it? Ian felt that the magic he had wielded the previous day was hardly remarkable. If he were to witness Aladith's pyromancy, he would likely faint on the spot. A genius like you, should you choose to remain in Rivervale, would indeed become our greatest asset. Bernard effortlessly persuaded Ian to settle down. It was no novelty for wizards to be recruited by nobles, and Ian was gradually becoming accustomed to this reality. My cousin, who is 20 this year, is both elegant and beautiful. If you're interested, perhaps you might consider marrying her. I took the hint. Ian politely declined Bernard's proposal. This seemingly casual suggestion of marriage, regardless of how many times it was presented, was something he could never adapt to. Both Lucy and Bernard would unhesitatingly broach the subject of matrimony, attempting to forge a connection with him. Very well, take your time to contemplate. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Shall we dine together? Are you a late riser as well? I have only just awakened. It seems nobles have little issue with rising late, while Baron Kaltz, as the lord, might have public duties. Bernard appeared to be entirely unoccupied. Bernard led Ian towards the dining hall. Perhaps due to frequent brunches, the chef adeptly served the meal. Gourmet, indulge yourself. Ian glanced at the dishes laid out on the table. The perfectly roasted fish, the aromatic onion soup, and the soft white bread were indeed far more exquisite than the fare of commoners. But how is it? Delicious, is it not? Our chef is of exceptional skill. The little one has done his best. The chef responded with a smile, to which Ian returned an awkward grin. The flavors of these dishes fell just short of satisfying Ian's palate. Being a noble, should he not be enjoying lavish gourmet cuisine? The dishes presented to Ian, while crafted from fresh ingredients and pleasant in flavor, lacked the demonstration of culinary artistry. After all, what complex techniques were required for roasted fish, onion soup, and white bread? For Ian, whose memory was steeped in modern culinary habits, the medieval cuisine felt overly coarse. Everything was roasted. Spices were scarcely used. Seasoning relied solely on salt. Yet, even so, this was deemed a noble repast, while commoners could scarcely aspire to such sustenance. I truly ought to have been reborn in a martial arts world. Though it was also medieval, the protagonists of martial arts novels could revel in the luxury of ancient delicacies. The food of the medieval Western barbarians is truly disheartening. Ian despondently sipped his wine. White bread and wine. This was the only opiate permitted in the Middle Ages. After finishing his meal, Ian visited Baron Kaltz. Though there was nothing particularly significant to discuss, merely a few idle words. After all, Ian was invited as a guest in his capacity as a wizard, and Baron Kaltz was the lord of Rivervale. So, wizard, what do you think of Rivervale? It is a splendid place. My brother's daughter is 20 years old this year. After exchanging pleasantries typical of the medieval era, the Baron engaged Ian in trivial conversation. Are you the apprentice of the sorceress Elidis? Indeed, I am. I have heard whispers of you. The dialogue between Ian and the Baron was both pleasant and meaningful, as neither held any particular expectations of the other. The Baron acquired some rudimentary magical knowledge from Ian, while Ian gleaned news from the Empire. Your mentor must have journeyed south, as there is a magic academy located there. The Baron exhibited a look of surprise, unaware that Elidis had departed for the academy. He speculated that there might be deeper reasons for her southern excursion. I had presumed she was headed to the Principality of Palgar or the Principality of Roxland. Why is that? This time, Ian appeared taken aback. The Baron calmly elucidated. Because the relationship between the two dukes is rather peculiar. In what way? It seems the Duke of Palgar harbors ambitions towards Roxland. Understanding dawned upon Ian immediately. War. In this medieval fantasy realm, conflicts, both grand and minor, have never ceased, ranging from wars between kingdoms to skirmishes among nobles. Wars between kingdoms are infrequent, as there are but a handful of nobles powerful enough to be termed kingdoms. However, the strife among nobles persists unrelentingly. Nobles establish their status through conflict, and ultimately, the strongest among them, who can subdue all others, shall earn the title of king. Both the Duke of Palgar and the Duke of Roxland are esteemed nobles, known as the 5 great dukes of the empire. This signifies that they are dukes within the Holy Empire. Yet, for nobles of such rank, the concept of the empire holds little weight. Should war be rashly declared, it is unlikely the emperor would remain passive. Indeed, but the Duke of Palgar must have his own motives. Although the precise reasons remain unclear, it is evident from the Baroness' words that war seems imminent. Once hostilities commence, the demand for battle mages will undoubtedly surge. You will be heading south as well? No, I intend to venture north. The Baron was somewhat surprised by Ian, a mage, not choosing to go to the battlefield, but he soon understood that not all mages are inclined towards war. You seek the mysterious, then? Indeed, there is much I still wish to learn. The Baron nodded, and subsequently summoned the steward. Steward, bring forth the items. Yes, my lord. Moments later, the elderly steward entered, holding an exquisite wooden box. Upon opening the box, a staff resembling a tin rod was revealed. What is this? Ian inquired. The Baron smiled and replied, this is a gift for you. Ian accepted the staff, and as he grasped it, he appeared even more like a true magician. This is a staff once wielded by a renowned mage, said to be named the Steps of Wind. Ian grasped the staff tightly, and in an instant, he felt the torrent of magic coursing through it. However, this sensation quickly faded, replaced by a rather mundane feeling, as if he had merely acquired a prop for a magician's costume. Indeed, the staff was simply a tool to alleviate the burdens of travel. The so-called mage's staff was nothing more than that. This is my token of gratitude for teaching my son the art of summoning magicians. A staff once belonging to a mage held no value in the eyes of the Baron. Thus, he readily bestowed it upon Ian as a gift, hoping to foster a good relationship. Although Ian was unaware of the staff's true origins, he felt a surge of joy upon receiving the gift. Thank you, my Lord Baron. I shall forever remember your kindness and make good use of it. I am pleased to hear that. The Baron smiled contentedly. One day, should Mage Ian achieve fame, the generous reputation of Baron Cowles would undoubtedly flourish alongside it. At that time, more merchants and knights would visit Riverville. The Baron and Ian shook hands, sealing a mutually satisfying agreement. Chapter 26. Saving a Raven? After concluding a fruitful conversation, Ian left the audience chamber in high spirits, only to be taken aback by the sight of a youthful lad. Hey, Mage. Finished? The familiar face of Bernard greeted him with unreserved affection. Are you heading back to the village? I can escort you. No need to trouble yourself. Didn't that knight promise to assist yesterday? Ah, Sir Hanson is on leave today. I hear he's enjoying a rare outing with his lady. Ian clicked his tongue in disappointment. He would much rather meet that knight, who was 100 times more reliable than Bernard. Today, I shall personally show you around Riverville. Ian found it difficult to dismiss Bernard. After all, he had just received a gift from Baron Cowles, and while it was inconvenient, it was only polite to indulge him a little. A simple tour wouldn't be too taxing. Very well, let's go. Ian followed Bernard back to the vicinity of the inn, strolling leisurely down the streets. By now it was noon, and the aroma of food wafted from every household. The vibrant marketplace buzzed with merchants, children frolicked joyfully in the streets, and parents watched with smiles. Truly, it was a delightful place, Ian remarked, voicing his genuine sentiment. Though it was merely a village at present, with population growth and agricultural expansion, it would soon be worthy of the title of a city. Indeed, it is a splendid place. This is where the Lord resides. Bernard's tone conveyed admiration for his father. The newly emerging nobility, particularly those granted lands as contract lords, often lacked a deep affection for their territories. They regard their subjects as mere piggy banks, easily shaken for money, and when in dire straits, they shatter them without hesitation. However, the local nobility, such as Baron Cowles, who has risen alongside the community, harbors a sentiment toward their territory that diverges from that of the newly established aristocracy. This land is not merely inherited or bestowed. It is composed of villages they have historically governed, gaining formal recognition from other nobles, thus instilling in them a profound sense of ownership. Whenever the residents encounter Bernard, they doff their hats in respect. Throughout this interaction, no one exhibits mockery, disdain, or fear. Deep within, they have come to regard Bernard as the rightful heir of Baron Cowles. From this perspective, if you are here, my cousin is back, Ian mused internally. As they exchanged pleasantries, the two arrived at the inn. Yet, as they approached, they were met with a cacophony of noise. Ian, Lucy exclaimed, breathlessly rushing toward them. Ian regarded her with a skeptical gaze. What is it? Have you gotten into trouble again? I did not get into trouble. What do you take me for? Elder leisurely approached. I figured you would be back soon. Why? Might I not have been dining at the castle? In response to Ian's query, Elder answered nonchalantly. Aren't you a magician? I thought you would steer clear of such matters. Such matters? Ian, I need your opinion. Lucy declared excitedly. So, what is actually happening? Elder interrupted her. This morning, hunters ventured into the forest and caught a bird, asking the innkeeper to prepare it. Yet this young lady insisted on intervening. Ian's expression grew intricate. Even after hearing the explanation, he remained perplexed. Lucy, seeming somewhat anxious, shouted, "It can't just be called a bird. It's a crow. A crow. A crow is still a bird. It's all the same." Ian struggled to comprehend why Lucy would disrupt the hunter's lunch. He too wished to sample the bird meat. Why should she prevent it? Could it be that Lucy is a vegetarian? Kathy, do you consider eating meat to be an act of violence? What? What do you mean? This is too convoluted. How is eating meat violent? Ah, I was merely jesting. Thankfully, Lucy is not a vegetarian, and from Ian's perspective, she does not seem astute enough to grasp the concept of vegetarianism. Is eating meat considered violent merely because one is a magician, thereby formulating such a unique expression? Mr. Elder, what did Ian just say? If one is to consume meat, livestock is necessary. Raising livestock requires expansive pastures, and pastures, do they not need to be acquired through warfare? Ah, so eating meat symbolizes violence. I suppose that is the essence of it. Elder smiled at Ian. What do you think? Am I rather clever? He said, wearing a look of self-satisfaction. Ian felt a twinge of embarrassment and could only nod in agreement. So, what's the matter with the crow? All right, Casey believes that the crow came to meet you, Ian. What? Ian looked at Lucy in disbelief. Lucy met Ian's gaze with unwavering confidence. Well, you are Ian Elidith Raven, and it is a crow, and both of you ended up at the same inn? Do you think this is merely a coincidence? I believe it is indeed a coincidence. No matter how you think about it, there is nothing strange. Crows are common birds in the forest. It is not unusual for hunters to catch them. However, Lucy and Ian held differing views. Don't you feel there is some magical force at play? This is destiny. Wow, what do you think, Ian? It's magic, isn't it? Ian was in awe of Lucy's remarkable ability to draw tenuous connections. Raven Ian and the crow arriving at the same inn is called magic? If that were the case, Lucy would be a time sorceress. You should apologize to the hunters. What? Why? Am I the magician or are you the magician? Always spouting nonsense. Elder smiled gently, while Lucy's face turned crimson. Ian disregarded the two and entered the inn. Are you Raven? Two hunters welcomed Ian, lamenting that they hadn't even had lunch due to Lucy's interference. The lady said that the crow we caught is actually here to see you. Nonsense. Do not mind her. Upon receiving a clear response from Ian, the hunters smiled. So, shall we have this fellow for lunch, Master Magician? The hunters, intimidated by Lucy's threat, cautiously catered to the crow, fearing trouble if they offended it. But now was no longer necessary, as one hunter retrieved the crow from a makeshift bird cage woven from twigs. Caw! Caw! The crow seemed to sense its fate, calling out mournfully. Everyone heard the crow's cries. But for Ian, it was even clearer. Save me, human master. Wait a moment. Did this creature just say something? Hold on. The hunter, who was about to snap the crow's neck, tilted his head in confusion due to Ian's intervention. What is it? With a mindset of experimentation, Ian opened his mouth to speak an incomprehensible magical language to those around him. What are you? Caw! Save me. But the crow could not understand the Moronius tongue, as it lacked sufficient mystique. Beings like dragons, which have strong connections to the mysterious, can communicate through third-level summoning spells, but small creatures like crows cannot comprehend Ian's words. Conversely, Ian could understand the crow's plea. Master Magician? Upon suddenly hearing Ian emit an unusual tone, the hunters felt a twinge of fear and cautiously responded. To soothe their apprehensions, Ian explained, "Oh, it's nothing. That bird just spoke to me." The hunters were left in a state of bewilderment at Ian's assertion. A crow? Speaking? What could this possibly mean? Was it some metaphor unknown to them, or was it truly the crow that had uttered words? The hunters began to suspect that Ian might be employing a metaphor comprehensible only to magicians. Seeking clarification, one of them inquired again, "The crow spoke to you?" Ian nodded. "Yes, it asked me to save it." The hunters exchanged glances. After all, the crow had merely cawed a few times. How could one possibly interpret that? Even a magician would find this implausible. Though difficult to accept, the hunters suppressed their doubts and reluctantly accepted Ian's words. After all, how could ordinary folk easily comprehend the language of a magician? Being a magician, perhaps he truly could converse with crows. "Hey, crow, save me. Please don't kill me. I said I would save you. Be quiet for now. Please save me. Ah, I told you to be silent." Ian, realizing the crow did not understand the Marlenian language, raised his voice in frustration. Wasn't it said that crows were intelligent? How could it not comprehend Marlenian? However, this was merely a preconception Ian had formed from his previous conversations with powerful earth dragons. The Marlenian language was enigmatic, comprehensible only to those with a certain level of understanding of the mysterious. Though the crow could not grasp the Marlenian tongue, it was at least aware of Ian's anger. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern when someone raised their voice. Once the crow fell silent, the onlookers whispered in awe, "Wow. Is that magician conversing with the crow? How marvelous!" The innkeeper cautiously approached and asked, "Magician, will you save it?" Ian gazed at the large crow, its glossy feathers, round eyes, and its immediate compliance after being scolded. Although he bore no obligation to heed such a request, Ian decided to rescue the crow, finding the situation rather amusing. Well, it would be rather inappropriate to eat it. Having made his decision, the hunters exchanged wry smiles. Ian fished out a few silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the hunters. "Consider this compensation. Spare this bird." The hunters were elated. They had initially thought their efforts would be in vain, and they would go hungry, but this kind-hearted magician had proven to be unexpectedly benevolent. "Thank you, dear magician." Chapter 27. Departing from Rivervale, crows are astute creatures, possessing an intelligence comparable to that of a 6-year-old child. They are capable of using tools, engaging in social interactions, and demonstrating an ability to analyze and comprehend phenomena. For instance, when crows discover the corpse of a companion, they summon others to linger nearby. This behavior is referred to as a crow funeral, during which they purportedly analyze the wounds on the body and discuss the cause of the crow's demise. This indicates that crows possess the reasoning ability to associate injuries with incidents and can share this information with their peers. Consequently, congregating crows can even form localized cartels, becoming exceptionally formidable troublemakers. They adeptly rummage through trash cans and prey upon other animals using their clever minds and social skills. The large crow that Ian encountered was also a remarkably astute and intelligent creature. Even among its kind, it exhibited extraordinary wisdom. Quickly realizing that Ian was the only human who harbored no hostility towards it. Moreover, it discerned that Ian could comprehend its intentions and communicate with it. "Please lend me some medicine and bandages," Ian said to Bernard. Unfazed, Bernard reiterated the same request to the innkeeper. "Fetch some medicine and bandages." "Ah, very well." The innkeeper promptly brought forth the usual supplies of medicine and clean bandages, though these items typically came at a cost. However, that was of little consequence. After all, who would dare charge the Lord's son? Ian applied the medicine to the wound on the crow's wing and secured it with bandages, a result of a hunter's shot. "I must care for it until it fully recovers," Ian resolved, intending to look after the crow until it could fly on its own. If it were released into the wild now, it would merely become prey for other animals, the only difference being who would consume it. "I will be out for a while with the young lord. Please watch over it." Ian entrusted the crow to the innkeeper before preparing to step outside. However, as soon as Ian turned his back, the crow hopped after him, eager to keep pace. "Caw, take me with you." "What? You must stay here. You're injured and cannot fly." "Caw, caw, the people here are terrifying. Please do not abandon me." "Who said anything about abandoning you? Do not worry. Remain here." "Caw, I beg you." "What nuisance." Seeing that the crow would persist in following him, Ian reluctantly picked it up and placed it on his shoulder. The crow immediately appeared much more at ease. "Hey, Ian. Can you understand what the crow is saying?" Lucy asked, her eyes shining with excitement. Glancing around, Ian noticed that others were also looking at him with astonishment. Indeed, to ordinary people, a wizard is a figure of wonder. "Yes, I can understand." "That's so cool." Lucy's reaction was somewhat peculiar, especially since she had not displayed such enthusiasm when conversing with Longtail. It seemed that the ability to communicate with animals had struck a chord with her youthful sensibilities. "What is its name? What do you plan to name it?" Ian glanced at the crow perched upon his shoulder. Initially, he had no intention of keeping a bird, yet now that he had found it, he felt compelled to bestow a name upon it before returning it to the wild. "Chickenhead," he uttered casually. Lucy objected, deeming it an affront to the bird's dignity, but Ian genuinely believed the crow to be somewhat foolish. After all, how could it fail to comprehend the Maronian language? If the crow were aware, it might very well weep in despair, lamenting the grievous misunderstanding. "How about obsidian?" "Obsidian? Its eyes are as dark and beautiful as the stone." Lucy gently remarked, and the crow cawed joyfully. It had not truly understood Lucy's words. It merely sensed her complimenting its beauty. This perfectly illustrated the crow's cunning. Cawing is rather inconvenient. Let's call it Oberon instead. Oberon, excellent. That name suits a wizard's crow splendidly. Ian tenderly stroked the crow's head. From this moment forth, your name shall be Oberon. Ian, may I hold it? Of course. Oberon cooed contentedly in Lucy's embrace, resembling an ordinary black hen. That creature does seem rather chicken-headed, doesn't he it? Ian lingered in Rivervale for a few days, engaging in play with Bernard. Should Bernard hear him, he would undoubtedly retort in indignation. We are playing together, not you accompanying me. Yet, in truth, it was Ian who provided companionship. Though he could have departed immediately, he chose to remain temporarily to maintain relations with the nobility. During the time Bernard showed Ian around Rivervale, the castle was diligently addressing the aftermath of the previous incident. Those brigands who had attempted to kidnap Lucy were all sentenced to slavery, subjected to forced labor. Initially, they faced the death penalty, but after persistent pleas from their families, they were spared from execution. They would endure the torments of forced labor until the entirety of their ransom was repaid. Ian, I've given this serious thought. Despite the dangers faced, Lucy remains cheerful and spirited. Her resilience is remarkable. Shall we accompany the knights? The knights? That is not a bad idea. With a dozen fully armed knights in tow, ordinary brigands would hardly dare to target them. Furthermore, they are kind-hearted individuals who would never assault you. If the routes align, that could work. However, do you know where they're headed? In response to Ian's inquiry, Lucy smiled. The answer, however, came from an unexpected source. We are bound for Baron Katie's territory. The elderly figure emerging from Ian was none other than Elderil. Ian instantly grasped the situation's intricacies. It was evident that Lucy and Elderil had reached a mutual understanding. Even if you are a sorcerer, traversing a perilous road alone with a woman is exceedingly dangerous. I comprehend this, Ian shrugged in response. Ian was a sorcerer, not a warrior. If a horde of armed assassins were to descend upon them, he would be utterly defenseless. Moreover, Lucy was the type of traveler prone to attracting trouble, given her striking beauty. The thought of contending with those drawn by her allure, in addition to the pursuers they had already encountered, was quite vexing. Furthermore, while the attackers in Rivervale were of low caliber, one could never predict the dangers that might arise on the road. Hence, why not strike a bargain? A bargain? Eldil chuckled and nodded. We are bound for the domain of Baron Cardi to hunt a monster. Have you heard of the Manticore? Yes, I'm aware of it. The Manticore is an exceedingly malevolent creature, so notorious that even being ranked second feels unjust. The lords are incensed by its existence, and the inhabitants of the region tremble at its mere mention. The Manticore is infamously bloodthirsty. So, you wish for me to assist in the hunt for the Manticore? If the condition for joining was to aid in its capture, Ian would politely decline. Despite the peril of the journey, engaging with a Manticore was an entirely different matter. Sorcerers are seekers of the arcane, not hunters. Seemingly discerning Ian's thoughts, Eldil replied, No. If you are willing to assist, I shall not hinder you. But I do not wish to involve you in such a potentially fatal endeavor. A hint of scrutiny laced Eldil's tone. If Ian were a fiercely competitive sorcerer, he might have participated in the hunt for the sake of glory. Yet, that is a quintessential warrior's mindset. Warriors may seek honor in blood and slaughter, but sorcerers harbor no interest in such meaningless acts of valor. Ah, then I shall withdraw. First hear me out. What we seek is not for you to hunt. Then what is it? In truth, we have already secured the assistance of another sorcerer. However, the manner in which this agreement was reached was somewhat coercive. Herein lies the crux. The Knights of Santiago, an order established by the Holy Order of the Celestial Deity, are interconnected with the priests of the Celestial Deity through a certain network. Reports indicate that the Knights of Santiago intend to venture into the domain of Baron Cardi to capture the Manticore, prompting the priests of Baron Cardi to forcibly request the aid of nearby sorcerers. In essence, this sorcerer has been compelled into the hunt for the Manticore solely due to the priest's threats, making him a pitiable figure. You must be quite irate now. Ian, you are a sorcerer as well, are you not? We hope you can pacify him on our behalf. I understand. Thus, Ian's task is to soothe the angered sorcerer in place of the Knights of Santiago. Ian tilted his head slightly. Would my words make any difference? From the moment the sorcerer was threatened by the priests, The situation had become irretrievable. Nevertheless, Elder firmly believed that Ian would be of use. Though it may not be pleasant to hear, there exists a distinction between the positions of sorcerers and knights. That sorcerer might know your name, perhaps even that of your master. As for your master, he may indeed possess that knowledge. Elder smiled and nodded. Moreover, if that sorcerer were to employ magic against us, you'd be able to sense it beforehand, would you not? This is a logic only a sorcerer can perceive, a cunning scheme. Ian nodded in agreement. Quite well. No, this is not merely satisfactory. It is a rather splendid proposal. While it is necessary to placate the irate sorcerer, one would gain the protection of the Santiago Knights. Even if matters were to go awry, Ian would suffer no loss. After all, Ian's objective is to safely escort Lucy to her uncle, which conveniently aligns with his journey. Should you reconsider along the way, we could also hunt the Manticore together. Elder winked at Ian, signaling him to reconsider. Perhaps it is best to let that be. And what of convincing the sorcerer? I can handle that. No sooner had Ian spoken than Lucy sprang to her feet, exchanging a high five with Elder. Splendid. I shall entrust this to you, Elder. Haha, likewise. Thus, the journey of Ian and the Santiago Knights was determined. The following morning, Ian departed from Rivervale. At dawn, Bernard insisted on seeing Ian off, accompanying him all the way to the village's edge. Do come again, Ian. Had the two formed a friendship during this time? Ian did not harbor any dislike for the childlike young lord. Very well. Until next time, Bernard. Ian waved, while Bernard beamed, vigorously returning the gesture. Friends, safe travels. Hanson observed Bernard's demeanor, nodding slowly. Well done, young lord. The friendships of childhood are a rare treasure, attainable only in youth. Should this camaraderie be with a sorcerer, countless would pay exorbitant prices to obtain it. What Bernard has gained is precisely such a valuable experience. The slight pressure that had accumulated within Hanson due to Bernard's foolish antics had now eased somewhat. He thought, thanks to this promising sorcerer, the future of Rivervale seemed ever more radiant. Chapter 28. The origins of the Santiago Knights in this medieval fantasy realm, if described in another light. It would resemble an apocalyptic wasteland. Following the demise of an exceedingly advanced ancient civilization, the survivors engage in a struggle for limited resources. In a stable civil society, violence has lost its significance. If someone were to attempt to break into your home to steal, one need only call the authorities. Upon receiving an alert, the police apprehend criminals and confine them to prison. Yet, what transpires when a nation collapses and public authority dissipates? The guardians who once protected you, the police, have vanished. And both you and the thief are acutely aware of this reality. Should a thief invade your home and rob you, you find yourself utterly powerless. In this inevitable era where hands may become stained with blood, what must one do to survive? The answer lies in possessing strength. The priests of the divine deity sect are well versed in this truth. Following the downfall of the Golden Empire, these priests became the powerless in the post-apocalyptic age. With the soldiers who once safeguarded them gone, the priests were subjected to open plunder and slaughter throughout the empire. The weak, as always, could only weep and seek the comforting embrace of a maternal figure, crying out, "Ah, who will save me?" The evolution of the weak in apocalyptic narratives typically falls into two archetypes. One embodies the resilient spirit, despite lacking power, becoming a nurturing maternal figure who embraces fellow survivors. The other is a fallen character, hands drenched in blood, who cynically proclaims that in this ruthless world, violence is a necessity. The Pope of the Divine Deity sect chose the former path. As the founding Emperor Bureford of the Sacred Empire conquered neighboring lands and emerged as the continental sovereign, the Pope quickly aligned himself with Bureford, becoming the spiritual pillar of the survivor community. The Pope received protection, while the Emperor gained the Pope's endorsement. When the Pope allied with the protagonist-like figure of the Sacred Empire, the followers, who held positions akin to that of the Pope, rejoiced. Wow, Your Holiness, the Empire will protect us now, right? Indeed, the Empire would safeguard the Pope from barbarian threats. However, this protection extended solely to the Pope. After all, even the Empire could not shield the scattered followers of the Divine Deity sect. These followers lamented as if they were the forsaken side characters betrayed by the protagonist. Why, Your Holiness, we believed in you. We have always believed in you. Alas, what can be done? Those who are meant to survive must continue to live, right? As the barbarians stealthily approached, the Pope clasped the hand of the Empire and ventured forth to foreign lands. The abandoned followers trembled, gripping their weapons tightly. Barbarians were closing in from all directions. Would they choose suicide simply because they were forsaken? Thus, the followers brandished their weapons and charged at the barbarians. Surprisingly, they fought remarkably well against their foes. Those threatened by the barbarians were not just the followers. Passing travelers, retired mercenaries, knights, and all who fought in the name of the divine gradually gathered at the church, unexpectedly forming a formidable armed group. Could it be that we are actually strong? Realizing their true potential, they fought with the conviction to rescue the followers of the divine deity sect from the clutches of barbarism. Awakened to their power, they triumphed over the barbarians and saved the followers. In the name of the divine, the adherents of the celestial faith wield their weapons. They refer to themselves as the Knights Order, following the will of the heavens, yet not as priests, nor do they adhere to the Pope. They have named their order after a saint who shares their pursuit of ideals, the Order of Santiago. This is the title of the monastic knights who walk alongside Ian. The journey with the Order of Santiago is remarkably comfortable. Unlike typical warrior groups, the Knights of Santiago are composed of individuals of noble character. Generally, warriors exhibit a coarse temperament, as they have little reason to behave otherwise. They are formidable, acting with a sense of dominance. Why should they concern themselves with the opinions of others like cowards? Such a rogue mentality is commonplace among warriors in this world. However, the Order of Santiago stand apart. They possess a rationale for refraining from rudeness, for such behavior is deemed inappropriate. To bully the weak? Why engage in such a transgression against divine will? In this world, all are equal. The earth is but a temporary abode, and when the time arrives, everyone shall ascend to paradise. We are all creations of the Heavenly Father, deserving of equal respect and love. As the sun sets and they make camp, the knights allow Ian to sit in the center, reciting the tenets of the celestial faith to him. Upon hearing the doctrines of the celestial faith, Ian is struck with a sense of astonishment. These individuals are genuinely virtuous. In his travels through this medieval fantasy realm, this is his first encounter with true religious devotees. Thus, Ian is left perplexed. Why are they so kind? Typically, aren't religious adherents presumed to be in a state of decay, indulging in vice and avarice? Yet, the thoughts of these knights starkly contrast with those of ordinary medieval folk. They seem to embody a benevolence akin to that of Florence Nightingale. Ian nods in acknowledgement. Truly, these individuals are remarkably eccentric. In the village of the one-eyed, those with two eyes are regarded as madmen. Therefore, in a selfish and savage world, if someone navigates life solely with altruism, logically, they would be deemed a lunatic. Has the mage ever read the Holy Scriptures? Inquires a knight with keen insight named Taiji. No, Yan replies. Oh dear. Taiji feigns an exaggerated reaction, a manifestation of madness in itself. Aren't mages seekers of the mysterious? Why not delve into the enigma of divine will itself? Ian chews on a piece of roasted meat and responds, I am exploring the sky. Really? Taiji inquires. Well, the wind, the clouds, the stars, all are subjects of my exploration. Taiji lets out a profound sigh. That is not the true sky. It is merely a superficial shell. It is akin to claiming one understands a person based solely on their outward appearance. Then what is the true sky? Taiji asserts earnestly. The soul, the human soul. The visible sky is insignificant. One must perceive the essence of the sky. The soul of the sky is none other than that omniscient and omnipotent being. To perceive the soul of the sky, one need only seek the answers within the sacred texts. Taiji firmly grasped my hand. Let us delve into the sacred texts together. I have no interest. Why not? Is the mystery of the sacred texts not a mystery in itself? There are countless enigmas in this world worthy of exploration. Why must one be fixated solely on the mystery of the sacred texts? Because the mystery of the sacred texts is the greatest of all. Taiji began to ramble on about the importance of studying the sacred texts. The other knights soon joined in, collectively urging, Ian, join us in our study of the sacred texts. Ian realized a fatal flaw in accompanying the Knights of Santiago, their incessant religious persuasion at any given moment. Why not seize this opportunity to read the sacred texts? Is Elder also a follower of the celestial faith? Ian inquired, to which the elder chuckled heartily and replied, Well, I can barely say I've dipped my toes in. You were a mercenary once, weren't you? Yes. In my youth, I committed numerous sins, and now that I am old, I pretend to be virtuous. There are many like Elder in the Empire. In their youth, they reveled in bloodshed, yet, as they age, they begin to fear the fires of hell. After all, everyone desires to ascend to heaven after death. Hence, many embark on good deeds in their twilight years. From a moral perspective, there is much to ponder, yet the monastic orders readily welcome these retired mercenaries. The blood and pain that forged them into formidable warriors remain unchanged. Perhaps, if you can hear the voice of the divine, you might become a priest of the order. Within the celestial faith, there are church mages known as priests. The mysteries that priests wield are intricately tied to the essence of faith. They listen for the voice of the divine, beseeching it to perform miracles. However, to become a priest, one must engage in extensive study of the sacred texts and possess a profound understanding of theology. Ian pondered briefly. Upon reflection, God is indeed a mysterious entity, and Ian is a man favored by the mysteries. Listening for the voice of the divine may not be as arduous as he once thought. The sensation of God differs greatly from that of other mysterious beings. Perhaps it could elucidate why Ian has been reincarnated into this other world and what the status bar he commands truly signifies. Mr. Dikitri. Yes, regarding the study of the sacred texts. May I attempt it? As soon as Ian expressed his desire to study the sacred texts, the Knights of Santiago flocked to him eagerly. Of course, you have made a splendid decision, brother. A chilling sensation washed over him, akin to the terrified gaze of a novice who has plunged into deep waters, causing goosebumps to rise on Ian's skin. Do you understand the ancient tongue? Yes. Daikaitri replied as he opened the book. This medieval fantasy world, much like an apocalyptic worldview, continues to employ the language of the long-extinct ancient Golden Empire. No, to be precise, apart from the ancient tongue of the Golden Empire, there exists hardly any other language in use. The rationale behind this is rather absurd. For aside from the celestial cult, there are no other literate groups. Ah, is Sister Casey also partaking in the study? Casey, no. Lucy beamed sweetly at Dietrich's suggestion. No, I cannot read. Ian cast a peculiar glance at Lucy. What noble is illiterate? Isn't it given that nobility can read? However, this is not the case. The majority of nobles are indeed illiterate. Why would they toil over those perplexing characters? It is far simpler to hire someone who can read. The literate individuals are predominantly the priests of the celestial cult, and thus, the priests naturally assume the administrative duties of the nobility. In this era, writing holds little practical value. Are there books that require reading? None. Are there administrative matters that need attending? No. This is a time when most affairs are handled verbally, with outcomes merely recorded in writing, a task undertaken by the priests. Of course, for high-ranking nobles, literacy may be necessary, but they typically employ professional administrators, rendering their own reading skills unnecessary. Hey, what is wrong? Why are you staring? Uncomfortable under Ian's sharp gaze, Lucy defensively looked at him. You should study when you return. Why should I? Lucy was right. Managing a rural barony does not necessitate literacy. Yet, why does her seemingly sensible argument evoke such irritation? I am a woman. Women are not expected to learn. My teacher is also a woman. That is because she is intelligent. Ian shrugged. Since she has no desire to learn, there's no need to force her. After all, being a noble, she would always find a way. It's all right. I will explain everything in spoken words. No need. Let us not consider it learning. Think of it as a form of training, shall we? Lucy lamented. Can women learn too? Yet, before the fervent and clear-eyed Dietrich, such crude justifications proved futile. Learning divine knows no gender. In the end, Lucy found herself seated beside Ian, both poring over the scriptures. Lucy felt utterly bored, while Ian, diligently studying under Elidith, considered Dietrich's teachings trivial by comparison. Yes, your posture is commendable. Thank you for the compliment. After Ian's soft response, Dietrich tilted his head in confusion. What are you suddenly saying, Master Wizard? Huh? Ian also tilted his head. And for no apparent reason, Lucy followed suit. The entire teaching session descended into chaos. Did you not just praise my posture? Ian had scarcely finished his sentence when Dietrich's eyes widened in astonishment. I said nothing. Goodness, Master Wizard, what sound have you heard? Ian suddenly interrupted his conversation, rising abruptly from his seat. The voice he had just heard was decidedly not human. Am I, in fact, considered human? Divine One, you are a deity, aren't you? Perhaps so. Ian was taken aback. utterly convinced that the voice belonged to a celestial being of the divine church, which had just spoken to him. Perhaps it was this entity that had cast him into this medieval fantasy realm. Ecstatic, Ian began to demand answers in the language of Moronius. Where's this place? Who are you? Why have you brought me to this world for rebirth? Yet, no response came. The deity had already departed. Return, Divine One, come back to me. Who was that entity toying with him? In his agitation, Ian unleashed a torrent of blasphemous utterances. Divine One, answer me. Why am I here? Was it your doing? Come back. A cadre of knightly monks rushed in to calm Ian. Steady yourself, brother. The Bible. Quickly, fetch the Bible. I must hear the sacred verses. The scene descended into chaos. An elder also arrived to witness Ian's outburst. What had befallen this wizard? It was not uncommon for those who encountered the mysterious to lose their sanity. The sudden madness of a sorcerer was hardly a rarity. Die Hyder, arms crossed, fervently explained. He just heard the voice of God. The elders gazed at Ian in astonishment, although they could not hear the divine voice themselves. Nevertheless, they harbored no doubts regarding Ian's experience. Following this event, Ian became obsessively dedicated to studying the scriptures. Chapter 29. Manicamber, as Ian resolved to commence memorizing the scriptures. A new result rapidly materialized in his mind status bar. New skill acquired. Skill. Sacred art. This is the ability to engage in conversation with the supreme existence of the world in a manner that is elegant, noble, divine, and beautiful. Well done, Ian. Ian had acquired the skill of sacred art. But why was the skill description so peculiar? Ian scrutinized the details of the sacred art skill. Similar to other forms of magic, sacred art came with some recommendations. Please show devotion to the deity. Learn and understand more. The more attention you give, the more joy you bring to this elegant, noble, divine, and beautiful ruler of the world. Could it be that the deity truly bestowed this skill upon him? Casting aside the scriptures, Ian rose to his feet. Unsurprisingly, Ian and his companions successfully arrived at the territory of Baron Cartier. Although they encountered an assault by a band of thieves along the way, the Santiago Knights swiftly repelled them. The Santiago Knights were known for their courteous demeanor, yet their combat prowess on the battlefield was formidable. Brothers, let us vanquish these vile brigands. Roar. More than half of the knights are clad in armor. When one mentions armor, many might perceive it merely as a secondary substitute for protective gear. However, in truth, the armor of this era can be deemed the sovereign of its domain, possessing unparalleled defensive capabilities. It not only withstands the cleaving of swords, but can also, to a certain extent, endure the thrusts of spears and the blows of hammers and axes. Its sole drawback lies in its exorbitant cost. Clearly, the Order of Santiago enjoys ample patronage, as numerous knights are equipped with armor. Consequently, nearly 40 brigands were utterly crushed without even mounting a significant resistance. These unresisting thieves are but a disorganized rabble. The Knights of Santiago returned, bloodied, to Ian's side. Hey, Mage, are you unharmed? Absolutely unscathed. There are plenty of such ruffians about. Eldol, too, was splattered with blood, seemingly having wielded his sword in the fray. You weren't injured, were you? That question should be directed at you. Ian regarded Eldol with curiosity. The armored knights appeared to be faring well, yet Eldol, clad in merely a light breastplate, bore no shield, only a sword in hand. Remarkably, not even a scratch marred him from the skirmish with the thieves. Even in my old age, I would not allow those foolish brigands to wound me. Noticing Ian's hesitance, Eldol smiled. A mage who can suppress his curiosity is indeed a rarity. Why is that? Mages typically lack the ability to read the room. After all, they do not need to heed others' expressions. Ian nodded. The more peculiar the atmosphere, the easier it is for a mage to speak without restraint. To have stifled your curiosity, I must admit, weighs on my conscience. So enlighten me, Eldol. What did you do before? Eldol grinned broadly. I was a mercenary, and a rather renowned member of a mercenary company at that. How renowned? Renowned enough that I had to adopt a pseudonym, for my true name would incite a throng of individuals to recklessly challenge me to duels. I see. Ian responded with a measured reaction, though his attention remained predominantly on the enigma at hand. Observing Ian's expression of astonishment, Eldol relished the moment before continuing. Soon, we shall meet the mage who has promised to assist us. Although it may be a tad late to mention this, Ian, you should brace yourself psychologically. Why? Are we not to meet a mage? You do realize that mages are inherently eccentric. To be frank, Ian did not entirely concur with this assertion, for the only mages he was acquainted with were Elias and himself. However, neither of the two individuals possessed peculiar or abnormal personalities. Thus he deemed the rumor that all wizards are eccentric to be utterly unfounded. This marked his inaugural encounter with other wizards. Could it be that wizards truly are as strange as the tale suggests? Surely, he would be rather displeased and might intentionally create trouble to drive us away. Well, Ian had already accomplished his primary objective. Having safely escorted Lucy to the territory of Baron Cardi, his departure now seemed inconsequential. The knights, however, were in a different predicament. They had come to vanquish the beast known as the Manticore. Any complications arising from their meeting with the wizard would place them in a precarious situation. I shall attempt to persuade him, though I harbor little hope, Ian muttered, eliciting a chuckle from Eldil. We are already immensely grateful for your assistance. The group arrived at a crossroads. To the east lay the Baron's castle, while to the west was the forest rumored to be the Manticore's haunt. Logically, they ought to pay their respects to the Baron first. Eldil smiled knowingly at the knights. Approximately half of the knights within the order were keen on meeting the Baron, particularly those of a more worldly disposition who eagerly anticipated an audience with him. The Santiago order was affiliated with the Divine Church, although the threshold for entry was high. Exiting was a matter of personal choice. Many knights accrued renown through the hunt for monsters, ultimately seeking a suitable lord to settle down with. Surely, this is a waste of time, remarked the pious Daikaitri, for in the presence of a beast as perilous as the Manticore, to squander time is undoubtedly foolish. Even those knights eager to meet the Baron comprehended this, thus refraining from openly opposing it. Ian, what do you intend to do? Ian cast a glance at Lucy. From the moment he had safely brought Lucy to the Baron's domain, his mission had reached its conclusion. As for negotiations with the Baron, that fell to Lucy. Ian, I shall take my leave. As expected, Lucy would not partake in the hunt for the Manticore. In truth, her involvement would be of little assistance. Lucy bid a brief farewell to the knights. The knights, including Ian, were indifferent to her departure. They were about to engage in battle with a monster, and having one less burden was undoubtedly advantageous. Take care, and until we meet again, Lucy. Ian and the knights resumed their journey. Their destination was the secluded forest where the wizard resided. Manicambel was a wizard. Unlike other itinerant wizards, she preferred to settle down, as she possessed a deep understanding of the mysteries of plants. Wizards often chose to dwell as close to the arcane as possible, embarking on a quest to comprehend those enigmatic processes. Almost all mysteries in the world are baffling to an exasperating degree. Even the seemingly simple mystery of the wind requires one to witness the grandeur of a tempest or a tornado to truly comprehend its essence. If a madman were to declare an intention to venture into the heart of a raging storm, it would be more apt to perceive him not as insane, but rather as a sorcerer. This perspective renders the notion more palatable. In this regard, the botanical mysteries that Campbell has come to understand are remarkably accessible. One need only observe the process of seeds germinating and plants flourishing. In her youth, she traversed the continents to study flora from diverse regions of the world. However, now in her late 30s, the arduous journeys of her earlier days have become too taxing for her. Presently, she is but a middle-aged sorceress who cultivates the plants of her desire in her own tilled fields. Settled into a tranquil existence, she has grown averse to excessive change. Marnie Campbell, in the name of the divine, we beseech your aid. One day, as Marnie was enjoying her serene life, a group of priests from the celestial sect abruptly invaded her abode. Marnie found these priests exceedingly tiresome. What now? Is there a famine? She inquired. The priests frowned at her disrespectful tone, despite the popular belief that the more eccentric a sorcerer, the greater their power. Not everyone appreciates the peculiarities of sorcerers, especially those priests who need not bow to them. The priests serve the most transcendent mysteries. The trifles of fire, ice, and tempest are scarcely worthy of comparison, just as cold water possesses varying temperatures. What right do those sorcerers who study lesser mysteries have to belittle the priests who serve the world's most sacred enigmas? Yet, the sorcerer's stance is distinct. The priests relish the mystery but do not truly wield its power, though there exist special priest-sorcerers known as clerics. The rest of the priests are merely enthusiasts of the arcane. These arrogant individuals show no respect for genuine scholars of magic, instead adopting an air of superiority. Surely you will spout some nonsense about the feelings of plants to refuse us, they scoff. Hush, quiet down, they complained loudly, unabashed in their disdain for Marnie. As a sorceress specializing in the mysteries of botany, she has the ability to resurrect dying plants. Thus, whenever a poor harvest occurs, the priests come seeking her assistance to revive their crops. Yet Marnie finds such requests profoundly uncomfortable. Life and death are inherent aspects of nature. Those who artificially overcrowd and force-feed nutrients to plants, compelling them to grow beyond their natural limits, have no right to lament about bountiful or meager harvests. Indeed, Marnie Campbell is an advocate for plant rights, much like those who empathize with chickens, sheep, and dairy cows exploited by humanity. She feels a deep sorrow for the genetically modified plants that are coerced to thrive in densely packed fields. Thus, Marnie harbored a disdain for the farmlands established by humankind, perceiving them as brutal arenas of plant abuse. The farmers, in turn, largely regarded her with aversion, deeming her a madwoman, who, if not those tilling the soil, could provide sustenance for the populace. Would their ancestors descend from the heavens bearing food? Nevertheless, Marnie was a sorceress, and her eccentricities remained within a realm of comprehension. This was, after all, the reason she had not been bound to the pyre, allowing her to live quietly within the forest. Devout warriors were soon to arrive, intent on hunting Manicore, and it was hoped that she would lend her magic to aid them. What if I refuse? She mused. Let's not forget, this forest is a sanctuary bestowed upon you by the cult. Cursed be the filthy power brokers. While Marnie's magic nourished the growth of plants, it proved utterly ineffectual against the mercenaries bent on incinerating the woods. Her indifference to politics had left her without noble allies. In her predicament, she found herself compelled to obey the whims of the fanatics within the cult. Just observing, as if anyone would dare to treat me like a soft persimmon. I have my pride. Yet, her inner dignity forbade her from bending low. On the surface, she appeared to comply with their directives. However, in her heart, she had meticulously planned a grand welcoming feast for the cult's knights, an event both exhilarating and unforgettable. Should the knights successfully navigate this affair, she would not hesitate to collaborate with them. But what if they failed? Then they could hardly blame her for driving those zealots from the forest. Hee. Marnie clutched a pristine vegetable in the kitchen, her laughter taking on a witch-like quality. Her hands brimmed with the plants intended for the welcoming feast. Could those knights truly endure what she had prepared? The very white and pungent plant she had chosen was none other than garlic. Chapter 30. The Garlic Trial in this world. Ian had once mocked the cuisine of the so-called barbarians, claiming they knew only the taste of salt. A statement only partially accurate. The further north one traveled, the more prevalent were the salt-infused dishes, salted meats, brined fish, and pickled cabbage. However, the southern regions told a different tale, boasting a plethora of dishes crafted with spices. Moreover, the South was a veritable haven for those seeking to savor the exquisite interplay of vegetables, seafood, grains, and meats, embracing true Western flavors. Although Ian resided deep within the sacred empire, he had also indulged in the delectable offerings of this world. Unlike the imperial denizens, the wandering sorcerers were afforded the luxury of experiencing unique flavors from across the globe. The culinary prowess of Elidis was not without its justification. From this perspective, Marnie Camberbell, the sorceress, had her own mastery of gastronomy. In her youth, she had traversed the lands in search of rare plant seeds. During her travels in the southern continent, she encountered a spice known as garlic in a kingdom beyond the Coral Sea. This plant, characterized by its spicy and rich, unique flavor, is widely utilized in culinary practices by the denizens of the Coral Sea. Upon her first encounter with garlic, Marnie was utterly astonished by its pungent aroma and piquant taste, a robust seasoning that is elusive in the north. Enamored with the essence of garlic, Marnie decided to bring it back to the north and cultivate it in her garden. Although growing garlic in the north poses a challenge for Marnie, who has successfully nurtured sunflowers in caves and cacti in the snow, it is a mere trifle. With a sinister grin reminiscent of a witch, Marnie clutched the garlic tightly. Initially, she intended to share this delightful treat with her neighbors. However, the inhabitants of the northern barbarian empire recoiled from the garlic's spiciness and aroma, refusing to partake. Even when they reluctantly sampled it, they limited themselves to adding merely a sliver to their dishes, allowing the fragrance to barely surface. For Marnie, who had become a fervent aficionado of garlic, this was hardly sufficient. If they wished for her assistance, they ought to genuinely relish the meals she prepared. Marnie meticulously crafted dishes for the knights who sought her help, placing a whole chicken in the pot to simmer for an extended period. At this point, it was merely a standard chicken dish. Yet, Marnie added an abundant quantity of garlic, procured from the east and brought forth from the south, and continued to stew. The overwhelming aroma of garlic made her laugh uncontrollably. She had used so much that it nearly overflowed from the bowl. She had added garlic in quantities akin to that of potatoes, which was intended solely as a seasoning, coupled with the bitter and distinctive fragrance of ginseng. An indescribable spiciness enveloped the surroundings. Should a passing farmer catch a whiff, he would likely flee in disgust. The garlic emanating from Marnie's humble abode was nearly unbearable for the simple olfactory senses of the northerners. This was the consequence of inciting the wizard's ire, and Marnie found herself feeling a twinge of sympathy for the knights. They were merely righteous individuals seeking to slay monsters, yet they were subjected to such torment. However, she quickly shook her head. It was only through this means that she could ensure the priests would not underestimate her. She harbored a persistent disdain for the cult that dispatched wizards as if they were mere servants. Despite feeling a pang of regret for the knights, she had no choice but to have them partake in her specially concocted garlic ginseng chicken soup. Marnie simmered the soup for an extended period, allowing the garlic flavor to permeate the chicken deeply. She anticipated that the knights would flee at the mere scent of the broth. However, she could never have imagined that among the knights was the dark-haired extraterrestrial, Ian Aldis Raven. En route to the wizard's abode, Elder introduced him to the group. Marnie Campbell is a renowned plant mage. Oh, a plant mage? Ian mused. Plant magic, a form of sorcery that manipulates shrubs and trees, intrigued him. He had heard of plant mages. Despite their adeptness at controlling flora, curiously refrained from engaging in agricultural pursuits. Conversely, they are well-versed in the knowledge of various herbs and rare plants, esteemed as exceptional magicians among the nobility. Naturally, the nobles harbor no disdain for any magician. To hunt formidable beasts like the manticore, we require potent poisons. Herbal magicians are also adept at crafting deadly toxins, skillfully utilizing plant venoms to concoct terrifying poisons. Thus, the task appears straightforward. We merely need to procure the poison, correct? As Ian finished his statement, Elder chuckled ruefully. It is not as simple as you suggest. I have heard that the Order coerced her into collaboration, and she likely harbors considerable resentment now. Why must you bear the burden of the Order's misdeeds? Because the Knights Order has accepted payment from the Order. Money, alas, complicates matters. Ian shrugged, realizing that the Santiago Knights' formidable armament is undoubtedly linked to the Order's influence. Well, the task must still be accomplished. In your favor, she ought to extend some leniency, shouldn't she? Elder seemed to regard Ian as a talisman to avert the magician's wrath, a notion that held some merit. Although Ian was unaware, it was quite possible that the magician had heard of Aldis. During their idle chatter, the group unconsciously approached the magician's cottage. What is that odor? One member of the knights frowned and covered his nose. The magician's cottage exuded an indescribable stench. Truly, as a herbal magician, the scent resembled that of boiling plants. The conversation dwindled significantly as everyone busied themselves with pinching their noses, leaving little room for other thoughts, except for one. Ian, chicken soup? A peculiar aroma wafted from the magician's abode, reminiscent of the scent encountered in a chicken soup establishment, particularly that of garlic-infused broth. Ah, how I long for some chicken soup. Upon catching the whiff of garlicky chicken soup, Ian could not help but salivate. Since arriving in this primitive medieval fantasy world, he had been relegated to consuming excessively salty fare. Yet, as a soul hailing from the ancient land of China, he yearned for a tantalizing array of flavors, spicy, salty, and tangy. In truth, even among the Chinese, many do not particularly favor chicken soup. Why immerse perfectly good meat in water to boil it? However, Ian's fondness for chicken soup rivaled that of fried chicken. Or rather, he saw no distinction between the two. Silly child, fried chicken and chicken soup. Are they not both derived from the same bird? Why draw a line between them? Let us cease this disdain and discrimination. May peace reign alongside chicken. Amen. I shall establish the holy order of clucking fire, advocating for the equality of all chicken dishes. Long live chicken. Amen. Ugh. Elder, perhaps we should return. Unlike Ian, who is lost in nostalgia for his past life, the members of the Santiago Knights appeared decidedly unsettled, even before encountering the mage. Some are already clamoring to return. For these denizens of the Northern Empire, unaccustomed to spices, the pungent stench of garlic was simply unbearable. Was it truly their intention to retreat? To abandon the quest in the absence of a sorcerer's venom, and to confront the manticores would indeed be folly. Furthermore, what would the members of the order think if they faltered due to a mere foul odor? Yet, just as the knights wavered in uncertainty, Taiji stepped forth. The heavens are watching over us. He began to sing a hymn titled The Heavens Are Watching Over Us. Amidst the noxious aroma of garlic, he resolutely advanced, bolstered by the strength of his faith. The knights, moved by Taiji's steadfastness, followed suit, raising their voices in unison as they approached the cottage. The sun shone brilliantly. He is with us. The order boldly entered the mage's abode. However, upon crossing the threshold, the knights froze in their tracks. Hey, I have been awaiting your arrival. Valiant warriors of Santiago. In an atmosphere seemingly infused with a Latin score, an ancient sorceress, resembling a crone, welcomed the knights. Monty Camber, although conversing with Monty, Eldal's gaze remained fixated on the bowls and pots arranged upon the table. What could that soup, exuding a horrific odor reminiscent of hellish sulfur, possibly be? Alas, though Eldal had previously urged the order not to retreat, the sight of the meal prepared by Monty turned everything distasteful. In a sense, the soup contained a magical essence so potent that it even kindled within Eldal thoughts of capturing a manticore without the aid of magical poison. The knights appeared to share Eldal's sentiments, regarding Monty with expressions that questioned whether they would truly be made to consume such a dish. However, ominous premonitions often prove accurate. After your long journey, you must be famished. I have prepared a feast, so please indulge. Monty gestured towards the neatly arranged dishes on the dining table. The unmistakable scent of garlic wafted from her signature garlic ginseng chicken soup. Upon seeing the chicken soup, the knights grimaced. Majamani, we are well aware of your esteemed reputation as a sorceress. I believe there is no need to validate your prowess in such a manner, Eldal advised. Yet, Monty huffed defiantly in response. I do not comprehend your meaning. I merely wish to treat my guests with my favorite dish. I have crafted this precious meal from carefully cultivated ingredients. A courteous host would not feign ignorance. Of course, if you're not guests, then you are welcome to depart. An aura of formidable magic emanated from Monty, revealing her adeptness at the devilish art of choice. Here, one must decide whether to partake in the foul-smelling chicken or to take their leave. Regardless of the circumstances, it is an immense loss for the Order of Knights. There is no other option. Eldal displayed a resolute expression as he took a seat at the dining table. As their leader and a symbol of morale, he naturally had to lead by example. Once Eldal settled down, the remaining knights cautiously took their seats as well. Indulge to your heart's content. Marnie grinned wickedly, taking a hearty spoonful of garlic ginseng chicken soup. Moments later, a subtle expression crossed her face. Was it too spicy? Perhaps there was an excess of garlic? It would be more fitting to call it garlic soup rather than chicken soup. Yet regardless, Marnie relished every last drop of her portion. What there was too much garlic? Witnessing the discomfort of the cult members before her was worth it. Cough. Water. Bring me some water. As anticipated, the knights who followed Marnie in consuming the soup began to wail in agony. The consequence of boiling the garlic in such quantities was indeed disastrous. Eldal had already sensed the brewing crisis. He pretended to eat while encouraging the others. However, something unusual caught Eldal's eye. Amidst the cacophony of startled cries emanating from the table due to the pungent garlic aroma, one man was fervently drinking the garlic soup. Rather than describing his actions as fervent, it would be more accurate to say he was utterly deranged. The mage, Ian Raven, had surpassed the bounds of human rationality and delved into the realm of madness. Humans typically experience fear when confronted with the unfamiliar. In that fleeting moment, Eldal felt an echo of fear emanating from Ian. Thus, he stared at Ian as one would at a monster. Are you all right? Eldal intended to inquire if it was tasty, but ultimately could not shatter his own worldview and common sense. Drinking that garlic-laden broth, the notion of it being delicious seemed impossible. Consequently, the chaotic and disordered words that tumbled from Ian's lips were enough to shatter Eldal's rationality completely. Too what? Too delicious. Eldal had forgotten. Ian Eredith Raven was indeed an extraordinary mage capable of commanding dragons effortlessly. His behavior had been so utterly normal that it had led others to forget this fact. Yet indeed, Ian was a mage. Truly, he was inexplicably eccentric, including Eldil. The members of the Order of Knights set down their spoons, enchanted as they gazed at Ian enjoying his meal. Each knight felt an emotion akin to that of Eldil. Wow, that guy's a lunatic. If Ian were not a mage, such madness would be utterly unexplainable. It perfectly aligned with their stereotypes about mages. The astonishment was not limited to the knights alone. No, can it really be delicious? Even the meticulously prepared dish by Marnie Campbell left Ian in a state of astonishment with its unexpected flavors. How could this possibly be appetizing? Some gazed in disbelief, while others expressed their shock. Meanwhile, Ian remained remarkably composed, relishing the chicken soup more than any other at the table. Ah, the long-lost flavors of home. Marnie Campbell. Is it? Perhaps even more adept at cooking than my master. Ian reveled in the nostalgic taste of his homeland, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Chapter 31. Together, we venture forth to hunt the manticores. Marnie, also a sorceress, was equally taken aback by Ian's eccentric behavior. You must stop eating. Please halt. Marnie believed she understood Ian's actions. She thought that since she had presented such a wildly unconventional dish, he was attempting to outdo her with even more outrageous behavior to force her surrender. As Ian savored the cooked garlic with the gusto of a bear emerging from a 100-day hibernation, even Marnie could not help but feel a twinge of horror. This was a scene unlike any other for Marnie, the plant sorceress. How could there exist such a madman who found such delight in consuming an entire head of garlic? Contrary to Marnie's assumptions, Ian's actions were not a mere show. He genuinely relished the tender texture of the cooked garlic. Indeed, to consume noodles without garlic is to miss half the flavor. For Ian, eating raw garlic was a triviality, let alone the thoroughly softened version before him. As Ian mashed the garlic while tearing apart the chicken, Marnie finally could no longer contain herself. Hey, shouldn't you stop? I understand your point. You are truly an extreme individual. Observing Ian's bewildered expression, the knightly order was left in awe, while Marnie seethed at Ian's audacity. Though he was a most peculiar sorcerer, he was, at this moment, an ally. Particularly moved was Dyketree, who had studied the sacred texts alongside Ian, nearly brought to tears by his selfless actions. How hard he worked for the Santiago Knights, with whom he had no ties. I have been a plant sorceress for 40 years, and I have never encountered anyone as extreme as you. Have I committed some offense? Is it a crime to enjoy food in this place? Marnie regarded the knights with a serious demeanor, unsure from where they had brought this man, yet grateful for his enthusiastic praise of her cooking, compelling her to treat them with the courtesy due to guests. What is your name? In such a solemn atmosphere, Ian could no longer continue his meal. Regrettably, the delightful chicken soup could go no further. Ian Eredith Raven. As soon as Ian completed his introduction, Marnie's expression shifted to one of surprise. Eredith? The apprentice of the fire sorceress Eredith? Indeed, Ian nodded. Unsurprisingly, Marnie was aware of Eredith's name, as they were contemporaneous sorcerers. Oh my! Marnie cast a look of profound guilt at Ian. What should we do? I had long heard that Eredith had taken on an apprentice, but I never imagined you would come knocking at my door. Marnie hastily rose from her seat and rushed to the kitchen. I shall prepare a new dish. Let's eat and converse. No, I do not require a new dish. Ignoring Ian's words entirely, Marnie busied herself with the culinary preparations. In the brief moment of her absence, the members of the knightly order exchanged radiant smiles and gave each other thumbs up. Truly remarkable, brother. With a sorcerer like you among us, we feel much more at ease. Although Ian had merely consumed some chicken soup, the knightly order regarded Marnie as an esteemed guest. The meal she served was nothing short of exquisite, featuring peppered roasted meat, a modest amount of vegetables, and steaming beer. I apologize for my earlier behavior. This is my sincere gesture of contrition, so please do not refuse. Very well. The knightly order cheered joyfully, clinking their glasses in celebration. Everyone busied themselves tearing at the meat and drinking beer. Ian, however, poked at the meat on his plate with a gloomy expression. Alas, back to the nightmarish realm of overly salty food. Despite the pepper in the dish being somewhat of a comfort, the meat remained overwhelmingly salty. My chicken soup. Meanwhile, as the knights indulged in their feast, Eldemar and Ian discussed their forthcoming plans. So, You intend to hunt the manticore? At the mention of the manticore, Marnie's expression darkened slightly, for she was acutely aware of the dreadful beast the knights were about to confront. It may not be so simple. Hunters have already met their demise at its hands. Since the emergence of the manticore, Baron Cardin has begun recruiting monster hunters. If only we could enlist professional hunters like the Santiago Knightly Order, but alas, we can only find those of lesser caliber. And these hunters have all failed. It was likely around this time that the Santiago Knightly Order began to hear the infamous name of the manticore. I know it to be a vile and cunning creature. Have you ever hunted a manticore? A few times in my youth, Eldormar replied nonchalantly. Since you have experience, it should be much easier. I shall accompany you. Is that truly permissible? Surprisingly, Marnie herself proposed to personally hunt the manticore. Eldormar and Ian were both astonished by the seemingly delicate sorcerer's decision. Yet, Marnie appeared resolute. Certainly, the manticore is a beast that cannot be ignored. I must contribute my efforts for the sake of the forest. Eldormar felt that the chances of successfully hunting the manticore had significantly increased. As a resident of the forest, the manticores were an eyesore to Manny. She wished to eradicate them, yet when Baron Katie dispatched hunters, she did not actively participate. The reason was simple. The hunters appeared to have little chance of success. Following them might lead to her own demise, so she merely provided some magical potions. As she anticipated, the hunters met with failure. However, had the Knights of Santiago been present, the outcome might have been different. The Knights' equipment was convincing, and the robust elder before her possessed formidable strength. What are your intentions? Me? If you are a disciple of Aeldis, you would surely excel in the role of magician. Why not lend your wisdom to the Knights? Even without Manny's encouragement, Ian intended to join the Knights in hunting the manticores, as opportunities to accumulate combat experience were rare. Moreover, going alongside Manny and the Knights essentially amounted to a risk-free accumulation of battle experience. In fact, he yearned to witness the evil of the manticores firsthand. Oh, are you delving into the mysteries of beasts? Eldil interjected regarding Manny's inquiry. My friend here is said to command earth dragons. Command earth dragons? A peculiar light flickered in Manny's eyes. There exist individuals who specialize in the mysteries of beasts, known as summoners. However, it is rare to find a young summoner like Ian capable of commanding dragons. Manny believed Ian to be a magician favored by beasts. Perhaps Aeldis had recognized his talent and nurtured it. He can also manipulate water flows. Water flows? You can wield water magic? Eldil succinctly recounted the events that transpired in Riverville. Manny could hardly conceal her astonishment. If these rumors were not exaggerated, then the magic Ian had demonstrated was indeed quite profound. Without the favor of water, it would be challenging to master such a degree of power. He can also summon darkness. Darkness? Manny gazed at Ian with disbelief. Even with a talent for summoning, he simultaneously mastered both water magic and shadow arts. When and how had he explored such an array of mysterious powers? Faced with Manny's inquisitive gaze, Ian could only strive to appear oblivious. He could not explain that he had, in fact, cheated through an external aid known as a status bar, even if the status bar was connected to an entity referred to as God. For a magician, diverse experiences are paramount. The reason Manny involved Ian in the hunt for the manticores was that she wished to witness his magical prowess firsthand. Magic is the process of communicating with mysterious forces. Just as physical proximity can foster emotional closeness, a magician must maintain a constant and intimate connection with the mystical powers they cultivate. However, during this communication, appropriate reasoning is equally indispensable. Upon encountering a new acquaintance who incessantly extends invitations under the guise of trivial excuses, one's initial response may be to indulge them. Yet over time, a sense of weariness inevitably arises. The principle behind enhancing magical prowess bears a striking resemblance to this scenario. For a sorcerer to flourish, it is essential to engage in magic within appropriate circumstances. This transcends mere idle gatherings. It necessitates shared experiences such as watching films, cycling, and playing games, thereby nurturing the bonds of friendship and deepening mutual connections. In the context of needing to hunt the manticore, how might Ian communicate with the enigmatic forces at play? The choice of which mysterious entity to engage and the nature of the requests made are entirely contingent upon the sorcerer's own abilities. Observing Ian's interactions with these mystical forces and offering timely advice is precisely what Mani aspires to achieve. Chapter 32. The pursuit of the Manticore. Upon learning of Ian's initiation, the Santiago Knights erupted in jubilant cheers. United as brothers in arms, we fear nothing. Let us fully manifest the will of the heavens. From the perspective of the Santiago Knights, the more sorcerers, the better. The greater the number of cards one holds, the higher the likelihood of victory. The knights bear the brunt of the battle, while Ian and Mani merely need to cast a few spells from the rear. Moreover, Mani has graciously promised to instruct Ian in the art of magic, presenting a splendid opportunity for free magical counsel. Traditionally, a sorcerer does not require external advice. Having already established a connection with mystical forces, what need is there for the guidance of others? Much like forging new friendships, one does not need to deliberately study anything. If there is a natural affinity, friendship blossoms effortlessly. Nevertheless, counsel from within the same faction holds significance. For instance, if the mystical force I am close to has particular preferences, it is likely that other entities of the same ilk share similar tastes, akin to the majority of cats favoring cat treats. Naturally, there are exceptions, but given that most enjoy them, bringing along cat treats becomes a meaningful suggestion for forging bonds with felines. After a day of rest, we shall embark at dawn. Mani generously announced her intention to provide sustenance for the knights. However, the matter of accommodation remained unresolved, compelling everyone to camp before the wooden cabin. One cannot simply dismiss the disciples of a friend. Ian, disciple of Elidith, what would you like to eat? Mani inquired warmly. Ian promptly replied, garlic stew chicken. No, wait. I meant soup. Mani recalled the fervent manner in which Ian devoured garlic stew chicken, leaving her astonished. Is that what you wish to eat? She asked. Well, it is quite delicious, Ian replied, his gaze pure and innocent. Mani was taken aback once more, initially believing he was feigning enjoyment. To her surprise, he was not acting at all. The following day, the knightly order prepared to embark on their journey towards the forest, rumored to be inhabited by manticores. The nature of hunting makes it exceedingly difficult to predict the duration of such endeavors. With a stroke of good fortune, they might encounter their quarry within a day or two, yet ill fortune could extend their search for a week, 2 weeks, or even longer. Hence, the knights had stocked ample provisions and made comprehensive camping arrangements. This place exuded an eerie ambience, aptly summarized by the elder's succinct remark. Indeed, the forest was hauntingly sinister. Marnie, do you not possess any detection magic? Ian inquired, his tone tentative, for Marnie was an esteemed sorceress and might possess some unique abilities. However, Marnie regarded Ian with an incredulous expression. How could a druid like me possibly locate a manticore? It does not consume plants. Oh, is that so? In terms of detection, you are undoubtedly more skilled than I, are you not? After all, you are a summoner. Ian shrugged, acknowledging that, due to a certain dragon, summoning had indeed become his forte. Suddenly, Oberon flapped his wings and squawked. Gah, gah, feathers are flying in my face, you mad bird. My apologies, master, but this place is truly terrifying. Ian stared at Oberon in bewilderment. The creature's wings had healed. Why did it not return to the wild? When did I become your master? Oh dear, how could you phrase our relationship so? Oberon unabashedly accepted Ian's scrutiny. During its time perched on Ian's shoulder, it had nearly mastered human speech. Oberon was not a prodigious corvid. Rather, it had been influenced by Ian's summoning magic. As a level 3 summoner, Ian could unconsciously project his will onto nearby creatures. Oberon attentively listened to Ian and found it easy to comprehend human language. Once it grasped the meaning, understanding the sounds followed naturally. Oberon cackled. Until now, how much food have you provided me, master? I cannot leave until my debt is settled. You wretch. In essence, Oberon's reluctance to depart stemmed from Ian's provision of free sustenance. Ultimately, it had taken on the role of Ian's attendant willingly. Suddenly, Ian sensed numerous eyes fixed upon him. He turned to find the members of the knightly order, including Marnie, holding their breath and watching him intently. Eldril, acting as the representative, inquired, Well, Ian, have you made any discoveries? It seemed everyone assumed Ian was casting some form of magic and had been patiently awaiting results. Ian felt slightly embarrassed. He had merely been conversing with the crow, yet unable to express this directly. He opted for a subtle embellishment. This fellow claims he wishes to settle his debt for food. Is it the crow that spoke? Despite having witnessed numerous magical feats, The members of the knightly order remained fascinated by Ian's sorcery. The notion that a human could converse with a crow was astonishing. Among those present, only Marnie exhibited no surprise towards Ian. Observing Ian's command over the crow, she nodded, acknowledging, indeed, he is a commendable magician. The ability to communicate with animals without resorting to the language of Moronius indicated that Ian possessed a profound understanding of mysticism. Truly, he was worthy of being chosen by Elidis, Marnie mused. Oberon, have your wings improved? Can you fly on your own now? Of course. Would you like me to take a little flight? Oberon replied, flapping his wings with confidence. Ian had instructed Oberon to scout the surroundings, anticipating a swift return. Yet Oberon did not return until the sun was nearly setting. Why are you so late? Well, I made some new friends, so it took a bit of time. The knightly order, having concluded their search for the day and begun to set up camp, observed quietly as Ian conversed with the crow. I made some friends. Would you like me to introduce them? Are they here now? If so, bring them over. Oberon cawed a few times, and from the trees, over a dozen birds fluttered down, including sparrows, quails, goldfinches, and magpies, resembling a delightful avian gathering. Oberon continued, they have all encountered the manticore that you are seeking. The little birds began to chatter excitedly. While Ian could grasp the general meaning, none of the birds could communicate as freely as Oberon. However, the simple exchange of information sufficed. Soon, Ian learned that the manticore was hiding deep in the northern hillside. Well done, Oberon. Hee, I'm glad to please you, Master. Oberon let out a few bashful calls. Oh, by the way, Master, my friends played with me today, and they haven't eaten yet. I see, implying that a reward was expected. Without hesitation, Ian retrieved some birdseed from his food pouch. The information provided by the birds was worth far more than the cost of the feed, and after enjoying a delightful meal, the birds took flight. Most of them were carnivorous, while smaller birds like sparrows and quails were reluctant to leave Ian's side, fearing they might become the breakfast of their larger counterparts. Aren't they going home? Oberon, since they are your friends, you shall be responsible for their care. Do you understand my meaning? Of course. You could trust me with them. Master, Ian shared the intelligence gathered from the birds with the knightly order. All members of the order, including Elder, gazed at Ian in astonishment. Even Marnie scrutinized him as if he were an unfamiliar creature. What is it? Though it may sound like an excuse, this old man is genuinely impressed by your abilities. Do not speak insincerely, my good sir. What capabilities could possibly be in question? For Ian, conversing with birds is merely a trivial skill. Yet, in the eyes of others, it is an entirely different matter. How could one possibly engage in dialogue with birds? Yet Ian has accomplished this feat, such is the power of magic. He is indeed a fascinating young man. Eldil gazed at Ian, a look of contentment gracing his features. In his youth, the magicians he encountered on the battlefield were often rather unpleasant. If they were foes, they would employ bizarre tricks that were exasperating. If allies, they often acted on their own accord, causing equal frustration. Wizards are peculiar beings, while many feign eccentricity. It is often the most eccentric among them who are drawn to the arcane arts. Having spent so long in the company of the mysterious, they tend to forget the courtesies of human interaction. However, this young magician, Ian Aeldis Raven, is unlike any sorcerer Eldil has known. Though he possesses great abilities, he does not boast. He embodies humility and decorum. Wizards are acutely aware of their uniqueness, which often breeds arrogance. And it is this genuine sense of superiority that can be off-putting. A magician like Ian, who downplays his own magic, is exceedingly rare. Is his mentor Aeldis? Though Eldil has never met Aeldis, he is convinced that he must be an extraordinary magician of upright character. Your accomplishments are truly remarkable. I have spent a decade unraveling the mysteries of plants before I could finally hear the tender shoots in the fields. Whereas you have conversed with birds in less than a year of wielding magic. You flatter me. Ian's humble demeanor elicited a smile from Marnie. There is no need for wizards to flaunt their oddities, as that is common knowledge among the nobility. For magicians, etiquette and respect hold far greater significance. Ian's humility greatly pleased Marnie, who expressed her admiration in the highest terms she could muster. Aeldis would surely take pride in you upon learning this. Ian smiled in response. In any case, the manticores have retreated to the northern foothills. While their exact location remains unclear, at dawn, these avian companions shall take flight to seek them out. Ian's feathered friends began chirping excitedly. Indeed, the presence of a magician brings a sense of reassurance. Had we ventured forth alone, we would have undoubtedly faced considerable hardship. The following day, after rewarding the birds, Ian immersed himself in the search for the manticores. Oberon, who had appointed himself as the patrol leader, directed the other birds to track the manticore's trail. Results soon materialized. "Master, we have found them. It is the manticores," Oberon declared, having located the creatures. "Let us prepare for action." The knights, resting at their camp, rose and began to move under Ian's guidance. As they drew nearer to the manticore's hiding place, Ian sensed a chilling aura of malevolence. Such murderous intent, even without the assistance of birds, will undoubtedly be discerned. "My lord Ian," Elder spoke, his demeanor more grave than usual. "From this moment forth, you must not stray from my side, and the same goes for you, Lady Marnie." "Understood." Sorcerers are relatively vulnerable in close combat, as they seldom undergo combat training. However, this is quite reasonable. Is it not rather peculiar that one who has attained a doctorate in national literature and has become a university professor possesses martial skills? Indeed, it appears somewhat odd in most circumstances, though it would be justifiable if it were the case with the speaker of the language. However, Elder Ian remarked, "If the manticore is indeed a monster, I should be able to persuade it adequately, right?" The serious-faced elder shook his head, while Marnie displayed an expression of utter disbelief. "Ian, I recognize your exceptional abilities as a summoner, but the manticore is not a creature that can be swayed by mere words." "But Marnie, you're not versed in summoning magic." "Though I lack knowledge in summoning, I have encountered a manticore before. While our specialties differ, Marnie is a sorceress well-versed in botany. Magic, in essence, is a dialogue with the mysterious. In this world, even when employing the same human language, there exist entities with which communication is utterly impossible. As the saying goes, the scheming of a villain is no match for the sudden insight of a fool. The manticore resembles a fool who cannot comprehend speech, albeit with some distinctions. Nevertheless, it remains an entity beyond the reach of communication. If you truly manage to persuade the manticore, I shall promptly inform Elidus." Chapter 33. The Battle and the Radiance of the Divine. That creature is watching us. The primary weapons of the Santiago Knights are axes, hammers, and bows. Their swords, typically carried, are stored within the temple. While swords are excellent for dealing with humans, they prove inadequate against monsters. When confronting beasts towering at 3 to 4 meters, longbows and polearms are evidently more suitable. I shall now cast my spell. Everyone, apply the magical poison to your weapons. The knights smeared the plant oil provided by Marnie onto their weapons, and as Marnie recited the incantation in Marilunian, the oil swiftly transformed into a potent toxin. The knights anxiously gazed towards the shadows of the nearby forest. Despite it being daylight, the forest remained shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to spot the manticore concealed among the trees and shadows. To the east, by the large rock, there are traces near the broken branch of the black chestnut tree. What is a black chestnut tree? Go learn some botanical knowledge. Though unfamiliar with the chestnut tree, they recognized the snapped trunk. The archer loosed an arrow into the darkness, and Ian, with his ability to see through the shadows, clearly observed the path of the arrow. It struck true, yet ricocheted off. The height of the creature is formidable. The body of an animal comprises the epidermis, fat, muscle, and bones, with injuries primarily affecting the epidermis. In the wild, the more ferocious the creature, the thicker the epidermis. For instance, the skin of a colossal beast like an elephant often exceeds 3 centimeters in thickness. If such a magnificent creature as the elephant possesses such resilience, then the true monster of the fantastical realm, the manticore, would effortlessly deflect arrows. A low growl escaped the manticore, a sound that sent shivers down the spine, reminiscent of the chilling laughter of a deranged elder. Ian called out loudly in Moronius, "O manticore!" The tension in the air was palpable, akin to walking on thin ice. To Ian's astonishment, the manticore responded to his call. "Oh, how rare it is to have a human converse with me." Ian attempted to engage in dialogue with the manticore, while the knights seized the opportunity to steady their breaths and reform their ranks. If Ian could persuade the manticore, they could drive the creature away unscathed. To be honest, Elder held a glimmer of hope for this outcome. It would be splendid if they could resolve the matter smoothly. However, Marnie was acutely aware that such a resolution was improbable. Ian was destined to fail. "Why?" Marnie chuckled softly, planning to prepare a new spell while Ian bought time. That fellow was far too kind and courteous. Was that the reason for his impending failure? It was understandable if one were not a mage and did not comprehend this. It is truly delightful that you can understand my words. I am the mage, Ian. Ian recalled the moment he had persuaded the dragon with the long tail. Speaking in a friendly tone, this was a highly conventional approach, and had his adversary not been a manticore, such an introduction would have yielded results. Get lost. Go eat shit, you damn human brat. What the hell? Oh, how amusing, you actually understood my curse. Ian found himself at a loss. What was wrong with this lunatic? Why did it resort to insults right from the start? Manticore, I comprehend every word you utter. Is that so? And how do you feel about it? How well did I curse? Quite flavorful, Ian replied, seemingly receiving a positive response from the manticore. You find my insults melodious? Are you out of your mind? Do you enjoy being berated? Lacking self-respect? Are you? You truly are a worthless creature. That is not what I meant, manticore, my lord. Your words still addressing me with such respect? What a shameful upbringing you must have had. A growl resonated from the manticore, a sound oddly reminiscent of human laughter. Ian perceived the manticore to be mocking him, which, in truth, was exactly the case. Ian stared at the manticore with a calm gaze. What the hell are you? Ha ha. Now we are finally getting somewhere. What are your thoughts on me? The mention of severing its head could potentially incite a battle. Your head. It should have been so. Yet at some point, the sorcerer Ian had forgotten the essence of patience. Perhaps this was a consequence of his immersion in the superiority that came with being a wizard. Manticore, upon hearing Ian's response, burst into a gleeful laugh. What is there that I cannot grant you? Really? But even if you were to take my head, what would it accomplish? I have a far superior proposition for you, sorcerer. A supérieure proposition? Let us join forces and rend those humans to shreds. I shall relish the thrill of slaughter, while you reap wealth and women. What say you? The might of the third-tier summoning spell was indeed extraordinary, capable of evoking a sense of fondness even from a creature as fearsome as Manticore. However, Manticore's affection was but a speck of dust to Ian, utterly inconsequential. What are the terms? Ian inquired with a hint of curiosity, though he did not anticipate a rational reply. To reiterate, establishing a connection with a mysterious being is akin to forging new friendships. The first step in a new relationship is to find common ground. Be it gender, age, life experiences, interests, or any other aspect, only by discovering intersections can opportunities for camaraderie be created. Yet, the terms proposed by Manticore were rife with shock and horror. I wish to witness your cruelty. First, eliminate that old hag beside you. Then, violate every woman you encounter. I shall handle the men. Upon returning to your homeland, spare neither sister, brother, nor mother, subject them all. The sheer depravity was unbearable. Are you insane? The mention of such atrocities, encompassing grandmothers and children, pushed Ian's sanity to the brink, and he cursed vehemently in the imperial language. Huh, do you dare to reject my power? I anticipated this. I've encountered hypocrites like you before, who masquerade as virtuous. You speak the imperial tongue? I do, but I do not fully grasp its meaning. Manticore displayed a grotesque grin. This creature, possessing the body of a lion and the visage of a human, could articulate itself through human expressions, when its face, twice the size of an ordinary human's, twisted into a menacing smile. The terror it invoked was beyond words. I am genuinely curious if humans are frightened by my words. It seems the effect is quite effective. It was then that Ian realized he had been manipulated by Manticore. Manticore had no serious intention of forming a pact with Ian. It merely sought to test whether its imperial tongue could effectively communicate with humans. Had Ian truly been a villain, seeking to exploit Manticore for the slaughter of humanity, perhaps it would have consented to the contract, but this was not the case. Marnie was right. Manticore was a creature brimming with malevolence and murderous intent. Only beings of equal wickedness could hope to control it. Damnable, faceless monster. Ian spat and cursed. Ha! Indeed, now there's a semblance of value in being killed. Manticore lunged at Ian with fervor. For Ian, who had long neglected physical training, this was an almost unavoidable assault. However, beside him stood a seasoned retired mercenary and a skilled mage. Grow. As Ian delayed for time, Monty had already cast a rapid growth spell on the seeds she had sown. To his astonishment, the bean sprouts surged forth with incredible speed. These beans were age-old companions of the mage. One might question how mere bean sprouts could possibly hinder Manticore. Yet, Mani was no fool to disregard such a straightforward reality. She had planted an abundance of beans sufficient to obstruct Manticore's movements. "Hey, Elder, Master Mage, how can there be so many beans?" The sprouts, emerging from Mani's seeds, spread in all directions, filling the open space and overtaking the forest. Their frantic growth showed no signs of abating. Boom! The wall of sprouts effectively barred Manticore from reaching Ian, granting him a temporary respite. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. The Santiago Knights found themselves unable to approach Ian as well. Although Manticore was thwarted, Elder could not conceal his confusion, trapped behind the wall of sprouts. "Mani, what have you done? Are you blind?" "I blocked Manticore." "What about the Knights? What shall they do? Are they 5-year-olds? They can fend for themselves." Mani, embodying the archetype of an eccentric mage, unabashedly displayed her peculiar temperament. "I have erected the wall of sprouts, but what happens thereafter is not my concern." This indeed epitomized the prevailing disposition of mages in this era. Mani was not particularly unusual in this regard. "I must go assist." Elder sprang into action, with Ian closely trailing behind. "I shall join as well." Elder felt a flicker of relief at Ian's willingness to follow, initially worried that he would lose motivation after his attempt to persuade Manticore failed. Contrary to Elder's apprehension, Ian's fighting spirit blazed fiercely. Knowing that the creature was a profoundly malevolent demon, Ian thought that unless he thoroughly resolved this matter, he would find it difficult to rest peacefully. Unlike the two agile men, Mani strolled leisurely as if on a casual promenade. Thus, when she reached the opposite side of the wall of sprouts, she was somewhat taken aback. Breathe slowly, relax your body. In that spot, marked by the fierce traces of battle, several knights lay battered and bruised on the ground. Some had limbs twisted and broken, while others were poisoned from venomous stings. Truly, it was extraordinary. Elder shut his eyes, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. The Manticore is a formidable foe, for its physique is that of a lion. With a colossal stature exceeding 3 meters, astonishing strength, and a tail armed with venom, the Manticore is beyond the capacity of an ordinary human to confront. Elder should have fought alongside the knights, swiftly administering antidotes. Mani busily traversed the scene, distributing medicine, prioritizing the life-saving antidote. She halted before a wounded warrior, Taiji. His abdomen was torn open, his innards exposed, gradually succumbing to death. The other uninjured knights gathered around Taiji. "Brother," in the eyes of both Mani and the knights. Taiji had lost all hope of survival. The Manticore had shredded Taiji's armor, the fragments deeply embedded in various parts of his body. Taiji slightly opened his eyes. Praying, the knights formed a circle, hand in hand, performing a ritual of the Celestial Church. As adherents of the Celestial Church, they attempted to guide the soul towards the heavens in accordance with their doctrine. At that moment, Ian tightly grasped Taiji's hand. "Ian, Taiji, you once told me while teaching the Bible that if one sincerely believes and prays, the heavens will open." Taiji managed a faint smile. "Indeed," Ian replied resolutely. "Let's pray together." Ian's heart was heavy with despair. Witnessing the death of someone close was an experience he had never anticipated, exposing his fragility as a civilized being. This was not a world of peace and routine, nor one of advanced medical technology. It was a medieval fantasy realm, rife with monsters and engulfed in warfare, where normalcy had been devoured. Death, once merely a theme for films and plays, was now imminent and vividly tangible, as if within reach. The altered distance to survival filled Ian with indignation. Almighty heavens, indeed, the medieval era is wretched. Yes, Ian, your heavens are present. Ian, should you not continue to pray? Yet, the fantasy world is not as despairing as one might envision. O heavens, your faithful servant teeters on the brink of death. Can you intervene? Well, if that is what you wish, Ian, so it shall be. In that instant, the knights were astounded. Both the elders and Mani stood agape, unable to close their mouths. Ian? It was astonishing, for the seemingly ordinary Ian began to emanate a brilliant azure light from his hands. It was the radiance of the sky, the light of the divine. Chapter 34. The will of the divine. Taiji dreamt a dream. Beneath the radiant sun, he opened his eyes in a palace above the clouds. In his habitual reverence akin to partaking in a meal, Dichter suddenly realized that he was in the celestial realm described by the divine church as the afterlife. Could it be that I have perished? A surge of pride welled within him, Indeed, serving the divine with a pure heart bears its rewards. Though he lamented the inability to capture Manticore, he pondered how he could have reached paradise without the care of his brethren. Now, he merely awaited the sound of the angels' trumpets. At that moment, a figure appeared before Dichter. A woman? Her beauty was such that it could only be described as resplendent, akin to a masterpiece of art. In the face of such overwhelming allure, Dichter instinctively knelt. "My master," he murmured. The woman smiled gently, and Dichter discerned her identity. She was the supreme deity of the divine church. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Dichter. However, this is not a place for you yet." "What?" Dichter was confounded by the goddess's words. "Did you not summon me? You succumbed to death by the claws of Manticore, not by my summons." Dichter could not fathom the goddess's statement. In truth, her words were utterly incomprehensible to him. They echoed like whispers from a dream, resembling distant memories. The goddess's language failed to fully resonate with Dichter, for she embodied the greatest mystery of the universe. Thus, he could only retain fragments of their dialogue. "I have not accepted you, but you are my master. Your time has not yet come, my child. You have unfinished business." "Unfinished business?" "Go forth and proclaim my will, assist the weak, and perform acts of kindness." Also, the goddess revealed an ethereal smile and continued, "Support my apostle, Ian, with all your strength." "Ian? The wizard Ian?" "Indeed, he is the one I have envisioned." As Dichter's consciousness began to wane, when he next opened his eyes. "Awake, you have returned. Brother, are you conscious?" Countless knights encircled him, fervently praying and weeping. Among the crowd, a young wizard, drenched in sweat, bore a relieved smile and inquired, "How does it feel to be reborn?" "Ian." Dichter instantly recognized Ian. The great deity of the divine church had sent the wizard Ian to rescue him. He grasped Ian's hand with fervor. "Wizard Ian, it is you. You have revived me in the name of the great Lord." There is no denying that Ian's ability to wield divine magic stemmed from the goddess of the divine church bestowing her power upon him. Hence, he could only nod in agreement. Indeed, she stated that Dichter has much yet to accomplish and must be revived. Dichter was profoundly shaken. Ian's words resonated perfectly with those of the goddess. In truth, this was merely a fabrication conjured by Ian, yet Taiji would undoubtedly harbor no doubts. It was a clear, divine oracle. Taiji struggled to rise, wishing to kneel, but those around him feared that the organs he had painstakingly forced back might spill forth once more and hastily restrained him. "Mage Ian, you are an apostle sent by the divine." "What?" "Your humble servant stands here to pay homage to the esteemed apostle." Everyone, including Ian, was perplexed by Taiji's nonsensical utterances. What was this sudden proclamation of a divine envoy? All was well known that Ian had displayed astonishing miracles. To assert that he was a divine messenger based solely on this was rather excessive. Sacred magic is inherently such, or rather, magic itself embodies this principle. It is through the endorsement of mysterious forces that exceptional outcomes are realized. Without such power, one would achieve naught. Ian's sacred arts were indeed remarkable. Yet much of this could be attributed to the fact that the subject of his healing was Taiji. The divine possesses its own insight, and when healing its faithful, naturally exhibits greater fervor. Noticing that no one was paying him heed, Taiji struggled to proclaim loudly, "When I was just unconscious, I beheld the deity of my faith." "Oh, divine one." She referred to Ian as the divine envoy. As he continued to babble, the members of the Santiago Knights found themselves increasingly inclined to believe Taiji's claims. It was entirely plausible for a devoted follower to encounter their deity at the brink of death. The respect for Ian's mystique grew ever deeper. Yet there were pressing matters to address. The Manticore had fled, a colossal beast intent solely on escape, rendering pursuit futile. "Ah," as anticipated, Mage Mani remarked, a knowing expression upon his face, which was quite irksome. Those who stoked the flames of annoyance during moments of distress were particularly unwelcome. "Mani, had it not been for your spell, Ian would have been in peril." With but a single sentence, Mani silenced the knights. "Do not be so disheartened. Did we not prepare our poison weapons for this very purpose?" The knights nodded. While it would indeed be splendid to slay the Manticore in one fell swoop, given the circumstances, a contingency plan must be enacted. The botanical toxin spell devised by Mani would gradually sap the Manticore's strength. "Let us return to the village," Elder declared, prompting astonishment among the knights. Were they to release the quarry they had nearly captured? Yet Ian comprehended the elder's intent entirely. After conversing with the manticore, his summoning compendium had been updated. Carnivorous monsters, when injured, will hunt humans, for they represent the most numerous, easily captured, and delectable prey. Demonate. It was destined to feast upon human flesh. The knights fell silent at Ian's words. The manticore's destination was unmistakably clear, undoubtedly a human village. Its journey was not merely for sustenance. The manticore, being a cunning and brutal creature, would surely hunt humans in retaliation. Its purpose is quite straightforward: to inflict suffering upon the knights and execute a vengeful massacre. Elder, I wish to unleash the flock to track the manticore. Would that be acceptable? You may find yourself in peril. Ian shook his head slowly. His loathing for the manticore had reached its zenith. Without witnessing the beast's demise, he feared he would not find solace in sleep. Now aware that it was no ordinary creature, he felt compelled to see it perish to attain peace of mind. Upon hearing Ian's response, the knights displayed expressions of relief. Though they were not particularly close to the mage, Ian was an exception. As a comrade who fought alongside them and shared the study of sacred texts, who could possibly harbor ill feelings towards him? Thank you, Sir Ian. I shall join you. The knights erupted in laughter, for they had severely wounded the manticore and saved the life of Daikaitri. This battle had already been a triumph for the knighthood. It was only natural to ease their taut nerves, yet the monster still lived. Chapter 35. Wings of Eternal Flame, deliver me from the abyss of mortality. Oberon, take the flock and pursue the manticore's trail. As commanded, the flock took flight, diligently tracking the creature. The slightly rested knights rechecked their gear and resumed the hunt. Just as Eldil and Ian had anticipated, the manticore struck at a nearby village. This was its retaliatory assault, meant to convey a clear message: you dare disturb my tranquil existence. You shall regret this. The creature's thought process was simplistic and shameless. If left unchecked, it would hunt humans out of sheer boredom. However, regardless of the manticore's malevolence, it was wise to prevent civilian casualties. The monster. As dusk fell, farmers returning home after a day in the fields were suddenly ambushed by the manticore leaping from the forest. The creature swung its tail, launching poison barbs, terrifying weapons that contained paralyzing venom. Once struck, bodily functions would swiftly deteriorate. Those farmers hit by the poison fell without resistance. A young farmer, initially intending to flee, suddenly dashed towards his fallen father. Father! The young man brandished a pitchfork, placing himself defiantly before the manticore. Depart from our village, you abomination! The youth summoned every ounce of courage and boldly shouted at the monster. Such astonishing bravery it was. A line one would expect from a protagonist seeking refuge after sustaining injuries. The manticore seemed taken aback by the young man's defiance, its grotesque grin widening as it circled slowly around him. Though it could easily slay him, the manticore, by nature, relished in cruelty and tormenting humans. Is a human your father? I have a splendid suggestion for you. Kill your father and bring him to me, and I shall spare the others. The youth glanced around in terror, witnessing the numerous farmers fallen in the fields. Yet, to exchange his father's life for those farmers? Surely, one could not be so inept at arithmetic. 10 lives against 1. Whom would you save? Manticore's words were nothing but deceit from beginning to end. Regardless of the youth's choice, the farmers were doomed to perish. Manticore never intended to spare them. It merely relished in the spectacle of humanity's struggle, pain, and madness spiraling into death amidst despair. However, those driven to desperation had long since lost their sanity, descending into chaos. What are you doing, John? Do as the monster says. Shut up, fool. You actually believe the monster? Who are you calling a fool? Shall we all die here together? Humanity fell into incessant quarrels, hurling accusations and inflicting merciless harm upon one another. Manticore observed this scene, roaring with laughter. Indeed, it was the very embodiment of malevolence. The pressure from the knight's relentless assault had finally been released, leaving Manticore in high spirits. Do you think I would be foolish enough to heed the words of my enemies? When that foolish youth brandished the pitchfork, Manticore's mood remained relatively unchanged. Should the youth truly slay his own father, it might have brought Manticore greater joy. Yet faced with an adversary more cunning than anticipated, it felt powerless. Is that so? Then you shall perish. Manticore chuckled, raising its foreclaw. In that moment, whoosh! A piercing arrow, flying from the forest, struck true, penetrating Manticore's eye. Eldar, discarding his bow, charged forth with his long sword, delivering a fierce blow to Manticore's foreclaw. Knights of Santiago, prepare for battle. The knights swiftly surrounded Manticore. Only then did it realize the folly of underestimating its foes. You pitiful ants, do you seek death? Manticore's face contorted as it roared, attempting to intimidate its adversaries. But they were a band of warriors forged by faith and conviction. In the name of the heavens, we come to enact justice upon you. Vile creature, I shall sever your head and present it beneath the radiant sun. Get away from me. Disappear from my sight. The knightly order resolutely maintained their encirclement, with those closer to Manticore retreating while others advanced steadily. Over the long years, they had hunted countless monsters, their coordination as fluid as water. Meanwhile, Ian, from a distance, relentlessly provoked Manticore with words, striving to rattle its nerves. You fool, what can mere words achieve? Silence, sorcerer. So what can you truly do? Aside from threatening me to leave, what else is within your capability? I shall crush your skull to dust. You cannot. We have you surrounded. You cannot reach me, and you shall soon meet your demise here. Ian captivated the attention of the Manticore, while the knights orchestrated their actions. Moments later, their plan came to fruition. The knights led the Manticore to a wheat field, where freshly sown seeds had begun to sprout tender shoots. Nearby stood a seasoned plant mage. Oh, children of the green, flourish. Upon completing her incantation, the tender shoots grew at an astonishing pace, swiftly ensnaring the Manticore's limbs. What a trifling trick! The Manticore roared with fury, but found it challenging to break free from this natural web. Grass is inherently resilient, and living grass even more so. If you possess the strength, then break free, you monster, Mani called out confidently. Just as she had anticipated, the Manticore could not tear apart the net woven from wheat stalks. Mani as plant toxins had significantly drained the Manticore's vitality, akin to a death sentence. Now is the moment. Brothers, the knights retrieved gourds from their cloaks and hurled them forth. The gourds contained sap distributed by Mani, the very essence required for crafting flame arrows. Elidith Ian, it's upon you. Elidith, renowned for her mastery of fire magic, had taught her students the secrets of wielding flames. While fire magic was notoriously difficult to master, in a certain sense, Ian had effortlessly grasped it. And this was no exaggeration. After all, he could never forget that spring night when his master, insistent on tormenting him, had set him ablaze. Emerging from the reverie, Ian gazed intently at the Manticore before him. Today, let be eternally buried here. He raised his staff and recited in the language of Moronius. Infused with the wrath of fallen hunters and wounded knights, wings of eternal flame, lift me from the depths of the mortal realm. Inferno consume all. Chapter 36. The banquet, even the mightiest of monsters, once engulfed by flames, cannot resist and must succumb to death. Muscles melt, respiratory systems collapse, leaving no room for the exertion of power. Amidst a cacophony of terrified roars, the Manticore was reduced to charred remains by the flames. We are truly grateful to you, my lord. The knights busily surveyed the area, attending to the farmers whose lives had been spared, as tears of gratitude flowed from them. Mani also played a pivotal role in neutralizing the Manticore's toxins, and being neighbors with some of the farmers, they were generous in their thanks to her. Yet, no one approached Ian. Only one individual approached. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed mage. It's nothing. To be frank, Ian now bore the unmistakable visage of a sorcerer. Whether it was the dubious staff or the crow perched upon his shoulder, even his dark hair rendered him distinctly different. Oberon, you are too heavy. Come down at once. This is excessive. Wherefore does such a slender creature as I bear any weight? Light? Your stature nearly approaches that of a chicken. Moreover, he is conversing with a crow, which is exceedingly peculiar. The farmer hastily departed before Ian's displeasure could manifest. After all, this sorcerer had recently reduced the Manticores to ashes. Should he provoke his ire, might he too be consumed by flames? The farmer could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Thus, Ian received no gratitude from the farmers. Yet, he remained unconcerned. His deeds were never motivated by the desire for thanks. Thank you for your efforts, Ian. Oh, I did nothing at all. It is the old man who truly toils, Ian replied, a faint smile gracing his lips upon hearing Elder's words. Though aware that physical labor was the duty of the knights, Ian, seated leisurely, seemed enchanted by the delights of being a sorcerer. Ah, the trials of learning are arduous, yet the rewards of mastery are simply delightful. Everyone should aspire to become a sorcerer. You shall not regret it. Were it not for your assistance, we would still be in search of manticores. Elder bowed his head in respect to Ian. Ian, taken aback by the elder's gesture, quickly responded, I merely accompanied Marnie. Indeed, you speak truth. Let it be thus. Elder chuckled joyfully at the somewhat flustered sorcerer before him. The terms sorcerer and humility ought to be as unrelated as language and antlers. Yet, akin to the existence of unicorns, humble sorcerers do exist, with Ian being one such example. His exceptional prowess and humble character were enough to elicit admiration from the nobility. Surely, he would rise to prominence in the future. Elder was convinced that, upon encountering a suitable sovereign, Ian would become a figure of power, rivaling the great aristocrats. With matters resolved favorably, they decided to rest in the village for the day, anticipating that the Baron would soon send word. The Santiago Knights and the two sorcerers took lodgings in a nearby farmstead. As Elder had surmised, the Baron's envoy arrived shortly to verify the remains of the manticore. Baron invites all esteemed guests to the castle. Well then, since we have received a special invitation, it would be impolite to decline. Ian and his companions proceeded to the castle of Baron Cardi. The Baron, his retainers, and the priests, including Luke Italian, emerged to greet them in advance. Welcome, valiant warriors. Baron Cardi greeted them with a warm smile. In celebration of the warriors' successful hunt, the Baron hosted a grand feast. Servants, drenched in sweat, roasted a whole wild boar, while knights reveled in laughter, indulging in fine wine and succulent meat. The atmosphere of the banquet was undeniably joyous. The festivities commenced with Baron Cardi himself. He effectively resolved the troubles within his domain at almost no cost, a remarkable achievement compared to the previous failed hunters. Furthermore, the priests of the territory, the advocates of the Order of Santiago, walked with their heads held high. Having safeguarded the Baroness coffers while eliminating the monsters, how could they not feel elated? Lastly, there were the Knights of Santiago, who, at the peril of their own lives, hunted the beasts and were thus deserving of their rewards. How exhilarating it must be to confront monsters in the name of the heavens. What noble souls they are. Ha ha, you flatter me, dear Baron. Among the Order of Santiago, the laymen occupied the seats beside the Baron, toasting back and forth. Ah, hearing tales of your valiant deeds is truly astonishing. Baron Cardi, fueled by drink, lavished praise upon the knights. Who in this world does not relish commendation? The knights, with smiles upon their faces, listened respectfully to the Baron's accolades. What a pity it is that I do not have knights as brave as you by my side. How reassuring that would be. Yet how could knights, guided by divine will, be ensnared in the mire of the mundane? As the Baron recited his prepared lines, he keenly observed the expressions of the knights. Pretending to be inebriated while extolling their virtues and feigning regret with grandiose statements. This was all meticulously orchestrated. Not all holy knights are solely devoted to faith. They are human, pursuing power, chasing wealth, and indulging in earthly pleasures. The Baron, witnessing the wavering knights, wore a smug smile. With just a hint of temptation, several knights were already stirred. But the Baron chose not to press the matter at that moment, instead skillfully shifting the conversation. Mage Marnie, I thank you for aiding the brave knights. I shall personally address the issue of the farmer's ruined fields. I am not acting on your behalf, Baron. Had you taken it seriously earlier, I would not have needed to intervene. Marnie, reluctantly involved in the hunt due to the priest's insistence, was in a foul mood. The Baron, well aware of her displeasure, refrained from further provoking the mage. Since the matter was resolved, so be it. In any case, I have finished speaking. The Baron cast a glance at Ian, seated beside Marnie, and then rose. This mage appeared to be encountering such a gathering for the first time. It was time to execute that plan. However, it seems I have a trespasser in my court. Baron Cardi's gaze fixed intently on Ian. It is your turn, mage. Chapter 37. The scroll. Ian stood at the Baron's words, casually waving his staff, and a wave of darkness descended upon the room. It was the first time Cardi and his retinue had witnessed such magic, and they gasped in astonishment, some trembling in fear. The ritual to summon the mage was flawlessly executed. Following this brief interlude, the banquet continued for quite some time. A hearty appetite was regarded as a virtue among medieval knights, much like the eccentricity of wizards was esteemed. The more a knight could consume, the higher his standing was often perceived. The reasoning behind this is rather straightforward and aligns with the medieval mindset. If Ian could embody the role of a peculiar wizard, knights could likewise assume the mantle of gluttons. It has come to light that Ronkin is to remain by the Baron's side. Over several days of feasting, Baron Cardi adeptly endeavored to win over the Knights of Santiago. This order of warrior monks signifies that its knights are affiliated with a religious community. To become a knight of this order, one must first join the monastic community and, upon demonstrating capability, receive the bestowed armaments. This process is generally expected to be quite stringent. However, for various reasons, those possessing martial prowess often find entry relatively uncomplicated. If one's combat abilities are exceptional, even a slight deficiency in faith may be overlooked, allowing one to attain knighthood. While the monastic community theoretically permits voluntary withdrawal, the procedures for joining are strictly adhered to. Yet upon departure, inquiries into the reasons are seldom pursued. The act of leaving the monastic order is referred to as returning to the secular world. Knights, such as those of Santiago, upon encountering a sagacious ruler, frequently opt for this return. In fact, many initially join the order solely to enhance their reputations. They gain renown through the slaying of monsters and subsequently pledge allegiance to suitable sovereigns, thus becoming secular knights. From the perspective of the monastic community, this undoubtedly represents a loss of martial strength. Yet, what recourse does the community have? Essentially, the monastic order functions as a society, akin to a mountaineering or cycling club, where the absence of members from activities leaves the organization powerless. Had they wished to retain martial capability, they would not have allowed their members to wander the continent freely. Consider it a free pass to hunt beasts in the name of the divine, with rewards to be reaped. Upon the news of Ronkin's departure from the Knights of Santiago spreading, other knights responded with indifference. In truth, I too resolved to stand alongside Brother Ronkin, a decision that holds merit, as Baron Cardi is known for his generosity and magnanimity. Just as a sovereign assesses his vassals, so too do vassals evaluate their sovereigns. The relationship between a lord and his knights is contractual, compelling both parties to weigh each other's worth. Baron Cardi, under the pretense of rewards for slaying the manticores, summoned the knights one by one, generously bestowing gifts upon them. Naturally, this served as bait to entice the knights, leading many to become new vassals of Baron Cardi. The wizard Marnie also received a substantial reward, including a clear promise from Baron Cardi that she would be free from priestly interference for the time being. She would continue her tranquil existence, cultivating crops in the forest as she always had. Ian, too, was presented with treasures and riches, among which a particularly striking gilded scroll caught his eye. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? Observing Ian's rapt gaze upon the scroll, a tinge of pride stirred within Baron Cardi. This scroll was a true gem among his numerous treasures, worth its weight in gold. Sell it, and one could purchase an entire village. What renders it so exorbitant? Is a magical scroll, a high-grade artifact crafted specifically for the royal family by the sorcerers of the ancient Golden Empire. Chapter 38. The Chain Quest. Indeed, the mark of a true magician lies in being utterly captivated. Baron Cardi believed Ian was completely enchanted by the scroll, as its surface was not only gilded but adorned with extravagant embellishments. Even disregarding its magical properties, it could be considered a lavish piece of art. However, contrary to his assumptions, Ian merely experienced an overwhelming sense of academic curiosity. The Baron was aware that the scroll was a product of the Golden Empire era, yet Ian, as a magician, discerned its true essence. It was inscribed in the ancient language of Moronius. The scroll contained a poetic invocation to the winds, suggesting it possessed the potential to summon tempestuous gales on a grand scale. Ian comprehended the mechanics of the magical scroll and marveled at it. The text appeared only partially inscribed, and when torn, it would coalesce into a complete sentence. This indicated that it bore no efficacy while intact, but would manifest power once severed. Perhaps owing to the craftsmanship of ancient sorcerers, the sentence was both archaic and exquisite. What exceptional calligraphy! Ian mused. Such artistry might even move the forces of mystery to bestow their strength. I am profoundly grateful for such a precious gift. Ian expressed his gratitude. Yet Baron Cardi merely chuckled, appearing unconcerned. In addition to this, I possess numerous magical artifacts. It is no trouble to part with this one. Indeed, the Baroness' treasury was replete with an array of magical scrolls, albeit many were mere fakes. You have assisted me greatly, vanquishing monsters and safely returning my niece. The Baron signaled, and a woman clad in silk gracefully approached. It was none other than Taliana Lucy. Upon seeing Lucy's attire, Ian could not suppress a laugh. For her fashion sense seemed peculiarly anachronistic to modern eyes. The billowy design of her dress might barely qualify for a fashion runway, but the tall pointed hat atop her head provoked the question, why wear such a thing? A character in a pointed hat. Despite Lucy's beauty, Ian felt no particular attraction. My niece speaks of you often, Lucy Taliana remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips, embodying the very essence of a demure lady. Ian fully understood Lucy's demeanor. He too was clad in eccentric wizard garb, and thus had no grounds to deny Lucy the privilege of portraying her charming role as his niece. I have a proposition for you, he stated. Please do share. I hope you might lend your strength on my niece's journey to rescue, she replied. This is precisely the reason why Baron Cardi has been bestowing valuable gifts from the very beginning. He seeks to cultivate an atmosphere that is difficult to refuse. Should matters conclude favorably, the reward shall undoubtedly be substantial. How intriguing! It appears that the bestowal of magical scrolls serves this very purpose. However, there is nothing amiss in this. The journey to confront the usurper Graham is conveniently aligned with my own destination. Moreover, since Ian concluded his magical studies, he has seldom encountered opportunities for practical application. Should he find himself unutilized on the battlefield, he might enjoy a leisurely respite. Conversely, if his skills are required, it would afford him the chance to hone his magic and experiment with its application in a genuine combat scenario. Additionally, he stands to gain a rewarding remuneration, achieving 3 objectives in one endeavor. Chapter 39. The farewell of the Santiago Knights, although it was anticipated. It was not until the conclusion of the territorial conflict that Ian truly felt the completion of the intricate tasks. For Ian, it was an excellent proposition. The search for the enigmatic power could be pursued gradually thereafter, and the Baron did not demand Ian to fight to the death on the battlefield. He had already gained experience while hunting manticores. The role of a mage in combat is to provide support through magical means. Furthermore, the most enticing aspect of the task is, after all, the ultimate reward. Should he assist Lucy in reclaiming her territory, Ian could receive generous compensation from both the Baron and Lucy. Oh dear, do not speak in such a manner. Who would dare to deem you a negligible mage? After receiving Ian's unequivocal response, Baron Cardi officially commenced preparations for the territorial conflict. Approximately 3 days later, the Santiago Knights departed from Baron Cardi's domain. With the Baron preoccupied with preparations for the expedition, Ian accompanied Lucy to see the Knights off. So that individual is Baron Talion. The Knights of the Temple embarked on their journey to seek new commissions, and as the secular populace departed in droves, this voyage transformed into a pure embodiment of the teachings of the scriptures. Consequently, the Knights were not overly astonished upon encountering Lucy, who had assumed the guise of the Baron's niece. Well, I did suspect that your identity might be a ruse. Lucy attempted to offer the Knights additional compensation, but they declined, asserting that an excess of wealth would only weigh down their bodies. Should you ever visit the Talion territory, I shall extend a warm welcome. Upon hearing Lucy's words, Elder smiled faintly. Let's hope so. This time, Elder extended his hand to Ian. Do visit me on Terrafallo Island sometime. Terrafallo? That is one of the islands in the Coral Sea, a bit distant, but are you not a mage? In pursuit of the mysterious. Perhaps one day you shall visit the Coral Sea. It is permissible to share this with you. I hail from the Salvador of the Orcus family. Merely mentioning my name will ensure a warm reception. Salvador, you say? I shall remember that. Lucy, who had been listening to the tale, suddenly exclaimed, The Salvador of Orcus. Are you the White Wolf Salvador? White Wolf. Ian gazed at Elder Salvador. The image of a wolf was not particularly pronounced, yet the term white seemed rather fitting, especially in reference to his hair. The old man's name was hardly worth remembering. Ian discreetly nudged Lucy. The White Wolf? Who is that? Lucy regarded Ian with an expression that suggested he had emerged from some secluded mountain hermitage, engrossed in his studies, realizing the truth of his ignorance. She shook her head in resignation. After all, it was not unusual for a mage to be unaware of such matters. That individual is the renowned sword saint. What? Ian exclaimed, astonished. Although he had heard the term sword saint, he had never anticipated encountering one in this setting. Wow, the sword saint, a master swordsman who dances with the wind, battling dragons with profound sword techniques. Of course, such feats were implausible, merely the stuff of ancient fantasy novels. The sword saint, as referred to by Lucy, was a title of honor. In the bygone era of Emperor Shaklin I and his conflicts with the lords, the White Wolf Brotherhood served as the Emperor's direct forces. Hence, the Brotherhood was also known as the Imperial Army. With a legacy extending over 50 years, the White Wolf Brotherhood remained loyal solely to the Emperor of the Empire. The Emperor conferred the honorary title of Sword Saint upon the leader of the Brotherhood. Lucy gestured towards Salvador. That gentleman is the former leader of the White Wolf Brotherhood, Sword Saint Salvador. Lucy sensed an indescribable aura emanating from Salvador. Sword Saint Salvador was a figure who truly deserved the title of a living legend. He had aided the Emperor, achieving victory in countless battles, ascending to the Emperor's inner circle through the might of his sword. Yet, he forsook all he had gained to wander the continent alongside the paladins for the sake of humanity. In the Empire, Salvador's name resonated like thunder, known even to border nobles like Lucy. This was precisely why Salvador chose to conceal his identity. In an age devoid of television or radio, stories were passed down through oral tradition, much like ancient legends. Lucy grew up listening to tales of the Empire's heroes recounted by her nurse. Thus, for Lucy, Salvador appeared as if he had stepped out of a superhero film, vividly alive before her eyes. I see. Ian's calm demeanor was something Salvador greatly admired. I knew you wouldn't be overly astonished. Huh? What? It's nothing. Salvador had witnessed too many fools recklessly act in a bid to elevate their own reputations. I once defeated the Sword Saint. To hear such a statement, those knights were willing to sacrifice their lives. Truly foolish. For this reason, Salvador intentionally concealed his true identity. He was not interested in indulging in the childish game of showcasing power. To those tiresome fools who irked him, the unremarkable reactions of Ian brought him immense delight. Indeed, he found the astute wizards far more to his liking than the foolish knights. Should you venture to Trifolo Island, I could unveil some enigmatic wonders that may pique your interest. Oh, what might they be? Were I to divulge them now, it would surely diminish the thrill, would it not? Conversely, withholding such information would likely heighten his curiosity, rendering him even more eager to embark on that journey. For them, rather than suppressing their inquisitiveness, they might as well embrace oblivion. Thus, Salvador was convinced that Ian would undoubtedly travel to Trifolo Island. Salvador's conjecture proved accurate, as Ian had indeed developed an interest in the mystery Salvador had mentioned. After bidding farewell, the Santiago Knights gradually faded into the horizon, and Ian waved goodbye to both the knights and Salvador. The last to depart, Taiji, remarked, "Ian, you must be an apostle summoned by the divine. I shall report the miracles I have witnessed to the order without fail. You must visit the order in person." Chapter 40. The Enchanted Sword. As Ian pursued the manticore and released the flock of birds, Luke Italian had already met with the Baron to discuss future plans. Thus, I barely escaped alone. Initially, Luke Italian was resolute, vowing never to waver. However, as she began to recount the harrowing tale of her parents' murder, her inner strength swiftly crumbled. It was inevitable. She was merely an 18-year-old girl. Consequently, when she spoke of fleeing her territory, she struggled to contain her emotions. Witnessing his tearful niece, Baron Cardi was engulfed by a tumult of feelings. The slain Baroness Talion was his sister, and though she had married young, family ties remained unbroken. To claim he felt no emotion would be a falsehood. The Baron harbored profound sympathy for his deceased sister and her orphan daughter. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of rage towards the mercenary who had orchestrated the murder of the Baron and Baroness and sought to wed Luke Italian. While the Baron and Baroness had indeed made mistakes, they ultimately became the victims, and Baron Cartier's quest for vengeance on behalf of his sister was justified. Entrusting Luke Italian with the baronial title was not inherently a negative move. Interfering in another succession was clearly a matter of internal politics. However, if Luke Italian proactively sought assistance, the circumstances would shift. The Baron swiftly devised a plan. By controlling the territory in Luke Italian's name and selecting a loyal vassal for her to wed, the Italian barony would naturally fall within Baron Cardi's influence. In these tumultuous times, it presented an excellent opportunity to expand his power under a legitimate pretext. I completely understand your feelings, Luke Italian. My Lord Baron, you need not call me that. Simply refer to me as Uncle. The Baron's warm demeanor deeply moved Lucatalion, her emotional response resonating with her innermost sentiments. You need not worry any longer. I shall avenge your mother's death. Uncle, uncle. Baron Cardi refrained from uttering superfluous phrases such as I shall assist you. But at what cost? Such pointless rhetoric would only heighten Lucy's wariness. After all, it would be entirely feasible to present demands once the matter was settled. By then, the Baroness forces would likely have already occupied the Talion territory, leaving Lucy with little recourse. In any event, portraying himself as a benevolent uncle who willingly takes up arms for the sake of avenging his sister would create the most favorable scenario. Once the dust had settled, a subtle threat in the form of a remark like, "Is it too much to expect a small request from an uncle who has gone to such length for you?" would surely bear fruit. The Baron consoled the weeping Lucy while methodically commencing preparations for war. After the departure of the Santiago Knights, Baron Cardi summoned his vassals, knights, and the mage Ian, proclaiming, "I trust you are all aware of my niece's plight. I shall execute that despicable usurper and restore justice to this land. Long live the Baron." They cheered. Shortly thereafter, the Baroness army departed the territory, officially embarking on their campaign, under the banner of Baron Cardi. As many as 400 mercenaries gathered. In this era, warfare was predominantly borne by mercenaries. Maintaining a standing army not only proved difficult, but was also exceedingly costly. Mercenaries, however, could be engaged immediately upon payment, making them indispensable, particularly in territorial disputes. As it was imperative to protect the invaluable populace, the true source of wealth, from the conflicts of the powerful. Tell me, Raven, Baron Cardi proudly displayed his forces to Ian. Surely, such military strength should easily suffice to deal with a mere usurper. The Baron cast a significant glance at Ian, anticipating the wisdom of the mage. As often recounted in ancient tales, mages of this age provided monarchs with sagacity and strategy. Ah, yes, indeed, Ian mused, considering that when it came to warfare, it was the mercenaries and knights who were the true experts. It was only prudent to entrust matters to them. Thus, Ian merely offered some common-sense advice. While our forces are formidable, with such a large assembly, we must ensure a steady supply of provisions, and if it rains, we must be vigilant against the spread of disease. As long as we avoid illness, we shall not falter, yes? Though these were merely self-evident remarks. Baron Cardi unexpectedly nodded in satisfaction. Raven, I sincerely hope you will become my right hand in the future. The Baron evidently wished to keep Ian close at hand for his counsel, his intentions transparent. Yet for Ian, this was merely an inconvenience. During this period, I shall fulfill my responsibilities. Excellent. I look forward to your performance. Ian shrugged. Performance? He was merely obtaining a magical scroll and tagging along to settle the meal expenses. After all, the fighting was the domain of the knights and mercenaries, and it appeared there was little for Ian to do in this war. Ian, Lucy also joined the expedition team, assuming the role of a mascot, or more precisely, a living embodiment of justification. Since the endeavor was to reclaim her usurped territory, her participation was only natural. Ah, victory seems just within reach. Did we not set off only yesterday? From the very beginning, Lucy's demeanor suggested she had already tasted triumph. Her reasoning is rather comprehensible. According to intelligence reports, the forces of the usurper Graham, who had slain her parents, numbered only around 150. Although he was leveraging his reputation as a former mercenary to recruit additional soldiers, the total was unlikely to exceed 200. In stark contrast, Baron Cardi's army boasted 400 men, providing numerical superiority of more than double. The outcome of this battle appeared almost assured. What does it matter? We hold the advantage in numbers, and we have mages on our side as well. Lucy sat in her chair, her legs swinging nonchalantly. Ah, I've thought of something Ian would appreciate. Would you like that? What is it? The enchanted sword wielded by the first Baron Talion. The legendary sword, Anali here, is said to have been forged from sunlight and moonlight. Chapter 41. I am not cooking soup. Lucy rambled on about her family's history, recounting how the first Baron Talion had once encountered and fallen in love with an elf. At that time, faced with goblins threatening the elven forest, the elves crafted a magical sword imbued with the powers of the sun and moon as a gift for the Baron, who then used it to vanquish the goblins, becoming the savior of the elves. Listening to the story, Ian suddenly entertained a peculiar thought. That Anali here? If it is indeed such a formidable magical sword, why are you still merely a baron? What is wrong with being a baron? That sounds rather odd. Isn't that somewhat insulting? Huh. Ian shook his head, knowing the answer without needing to see. It was likely some Stone Age bronze sword being paraded as the magical sword-and-sorcery, evident from his outdated narrative style. Moreover, the tale of Analahir dates back over 400 years. Oh, your family history is even older than I imagined. And furthermore, Lucy's face flushed slightly. Analahir rests in the tomb of the first baron. What? Ian was taken aback. What is this? Was it not said that the magical sword was to be a gift for me? The way it was spoken made it seem as if it were already displayed on a weapon rack. Yet now I hear it lies in the baroness' tomb? Ian exclaimed, causing Lucy's face to redden further. Well, to retrieve it, one must open the tomb. Do you think an ancestor-esque grave is a time capsule to be opened at one's whim? I'm a baron. What difference does it make? Reopening a sealed tomb is no trivial matter, if it were that simple. Those unfortunate grave robbers would not return empty-handed after their futile efforts. In general, in the realm of fantasy literature, isn't a graveyard merely a labyrinth teeming with various monsters and traps? Moreover, you have yet to officially become a baron. You are already considered one. It is merely a matter of formally inheriting the title. Therefore, how I manage the affairs of my territory is entirely at my discretion. Ian clicked his tongue, observing the situation. It seemed that even before officially attaining the baronship, thoughts of relinquishing family assets were already in play. And it appeared that the Talion baronial lineage might well meet its end with Lucy's generation. Though the specifics remain elusive, given that it is a magical sword. It must be a treasure. Does it truly befit a wandering mage like myself to receive such a gift? Lucy remained tight-lipped, staring intently at Ian. She seemed poised to say something, but ultimately shook her head and exclaimed, I intend to gift you such a valuable item. You fool. Where are you going, Lucy? Lucy, resembling a character from a romantic novel, poured out her thoughts in a torrent before vanishing. Experiencing his first genuine military campaign, Ian felt a flicker of excitement. Wow, medieval warfare. Soldiers advancing into enemy territory. However, his exhilaration lasted barely 3 days. The war was devoid of any noteworthy events. The march proved to be far more tedious than he had anticipated. Had this been a game or a film, grand orchestral music would have swelled, showcasing the stories of soldiers and commanders in succession. Yet reality is far removed from fiction. Grand orchestral music? Such notions are fanciful. Only the suffocating silence and the awkwardness lingered, along with the irritation of weary soldiers. The mercenaries clustered only with their own, discussing matters comprehensible solely to themselves, while members of other mercenary bands interacted like strangers, maintaining a palpable distance. Their attire varied greatly, with weaponry and equipment equally diverse, rendering any sense of camaraderie within the so-called baronial army virtually non-existent, akin to a tattered cloth mended countless times. This was the army summoned by the baron in this medieval fantasy world. Whether they would prove effective in battle remained a question. As mercenaries who thrived by the blade, one would expect them to charge at the sight of the enemy. But as for their combat prowess, who could say? Having spent some time in this world, Ian possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the composition of mercenaries. More than half were inexperienced youths from the lower classes, reluctant to engage in labor. Clad in rudimentary leather armor and wielding makeshift clubs, they deemed themselves mercenaries. This group constituted the vast majority, primarily serving as fodder. They could be likened to temporary actors vying for opportunities to distinguish themselves among the well-equipped veterans, with commoners remaining commoners even within the mercenary band. The only consolation was that their numbers had at least reached 400. Ian, what are you doing? Boiling spoons. No one dared to initiate conversation with Ian, the mage. Compared to his initial arrival in this world, the atmosphere surrounding him had transformed significantly. He possessed a staff and had even taken to raising a crow. Even without loudly proclaiming himself a mage, others could easily discern his status. Boiling spoons? Why? Ian's only conversation partners were the Baron or Lucy. Whenever boredom struck, Lucy would seek out Ian. Was she planning to boil him? Unintentionally, Lucy divulged Ian's peculiarities, observing Ian as he submerged a spoon into the pot. The mercenaries whispered amongst themselves, "The wizard is brewing spoon soup." Of course, Ian was not mad enough to concoct soup with a spoon. He gazed at Lucy's astonished expression and sighed deeply. That was for sterilization. Sterilization? It involves eliminating those minuscule insects invisible to the naked eye. There are such things. Alas, truly ignorant. This is called sterilization, a process to eradicate bacteria. Though Ian explained patiently, Lucy remained unable to grasp his words. If the insects were so tiny that they were invisible, how could they possibly survive? Ian had no intention of conducting a biology lesson for Lucy and could only deflect. So, isn't that a mystery? I see. Lucy fetched her own spoon, requesting to join in the boiling. Bubbling away, the spoon's soup reached a boil. Witnessing this scene, several mercenaries approached, inquiring, "Dear wizard, may we join in the brewing as well?" The mercenaries presented cured meat, exerting themselves to partake in the wizard's enigmatic broth. "I am not concocting soup, you lot." Chapter 42. The unauthorized sale of spoon soup. As the territory of Tarion gradually came into view, Baron Cardy summoned Ian. Beside Baron Cardy, Lucy sat in attendance. "Raven, I have heard some rumors." "Rumors?" "It said you are crafting a miraculous potion. What exactly are you concocting with that spoon?" Ian's specially crafted spoon soup had inexplicably transformed into spoon potion in the whispers of others. No, more pressing was the question of how one could create a potion with a spoon. The Baron tilted his head in confusion, while Lucy excitedly elaborated. "Look, there's something on the spoon. Those minuscule insects. They're used as ingredients in the brew." Oh. Observing the animated dialogue between uncle and niece, Ian sighed deeply. "Yes, while potion making is indeed significant, I summoned you for a matter of greater importance." "What is it?" Initially apprehensive that the Baron might propose another wild medieval endeavor, Ian was somewhat taken aback by his unexpectedly reasonable request. "I hope you can keep those mercenaries in check and prevent them from becoming too unruly." Within Baron Cardy's military, Ian's influence was surprisingly formidable. Due to Ian's emphasis on personal hygiene, boiling spoons, airing bedding in the sun, and similar behaviors, these actions appeared exceedingly strange to the mercenaries, leading them to regard Ian as a rather powerful wizard. Consequently, Ian's image as a wizard gradually became more pronounced, no longer easily overlooked. "We are about to pass through several small villages, and I hope the mercenaries will refrain from causing any disturbances there." Ian furrowed his brow slightly at the Baron's request. "Is this not a matter better suited for knights?" The Baron shook his head. "Knights often share a commonality with mercenaries, frequently aiding in the concealment of their transgressions or feigning ignorance. This indicates that the task is ill-fitted for knights. Once combat ensues, the mercenaries must heed the knight's commands, for they are fighting under the Baron's banner. To the knights, mercenaries are akin to their own soldiers. Thus, when mercenaries err, knights are typically reluctant to impose severe punishment. Of course, acts of rebellion warrant harsh retribution. However, the looting of civilians is seldom regarded as a grave offense. From a modern perspective, pillaging civilians constitutes a war crime. But in that era, warfare was synonymous with plunder. The mercenaries' looting of civilians was as natural as supermarkets being raided during a riot. Ultimately, mercenaries largely subsist through the pillaging of civilians. When they have an employer, they are mercenaries. When they lack one, they become brigands. I generally permit looting, but this is, after all, my niece's territory." Lucy nodded vigorously, her gaze reminiscent of a monarch who views the populace as mere coffers. "Why should my niece's coffers be subject to the whims of unruly mercenaries? If you take the initiative to warn them, the mercenaries should exhibit more restraint." This is not an unreasonable request. For Ian, possessing a modern sensibility, preventing mercenaries from pillaging could be seen as a righteous act. "I understand. I shall caution them against looting." Ian readily agreed, and the nobles displayed satisfied smiles. Indeed, the sorcerer proves to be a versatile figure. After the conversation concluded, Ian departed from the Baroness' tent. Just then, Lucy followed him out, prompting Ian to inquire about a curiosity that had piqued his interest. "Lucy, what is this rumor about me brewing potion?" "Ah, that?" Lucy scratched her cheek, as if to justify her actions. "You have brewed spoon water before. Some mercenaries were quite curious about what it was, so I sold a little bit." "What did you sell it for, you madwoman?" Yes, I'm sorry, I sold it secretly." "Selling spoon water?" In this medieval fantasy world, there exists no concept of food hygiene laws, yet mercenaries willing to pay for the sorcerer's mysterious potions are abundant. As Baron Cardy surmised, the mercenaries took an interest in the residences. Surprisingly, residences were ubiquitous. Any place inhabited by people constituted a residence, and individuals typically chose their dwelling places freely, whether in valleys, near streams, or on pastures. Those residing in these remote areas enjoyed considerable freedom, yet bore significant responsibilities. They are free to live as they wish. But when adversity strikes, they must face the consequences alone, bearing significant responsibility. For instance, how to respond when greedy mercenaries stealthily infiltrate to commit theft. If you do not wish to have your head smashed, then be gone. You despicable thieves. A standoff unfolds between the homeowner and the mercenaries surrounding a modest dwelling. On one side stands an ordinary civilian, burdened with family, while on the other are mercenaries, merely passing through to pilfer. Should it be you who fears for your lives? Surrender 3 chickens, and we shall depart without further ado. The homeowner roars fiercely at the mercenaries. Yet these rogue soldiers are not easily intimidated. Historically, mercenaries may lack combat skills, but they can never be devoid of extortion tactics, akin to the logic of modern-day delinquents. Even with minimal fighting prowess, those who can intimidate children into surrendering their money will at least secure a lowly position within the underworld. Defeat in battle is acceptable, for victory and loss are the ebbs and flows of war. However, lacking the ability to extort signifies a failure to secure a livelihood and a deficiency in professional integrity. Ian, observing this scene from a distance, is taken aback by the true mindset of medieval thieves, leaving him devoid of even the inclination to be angry. No wonder Baron Cardi entrusted him with this surveillance task. Caw, caw. As Oberon fixates on the mercenaries, a few quick-witted individuals flinch. What is the matter? Nothing. That crow resembles the one our esteemed mage keeps. It does bear a resemblance. At that moment, Oberon fluently uttered the imperial tongue. Caw, the master is here. Caw, the master is here. What the devil? A crow. A crow can talk. The mercenaries were dumbfounded, and the civilian family was equally astonished. How many times in life does one encounter a talking crow? Oberon had diligently learned the imperial language through Ian's shoulder, mastering practical pronunciation training to utter simple words. Ian approached the mercenaries from behind, noticing their bodies trembling as they knelt in place. What are you doing? Ian demanded, but the mercenaries remained mute as if struck dumb. Gathering under the banner of Baron Cardi, how dare you plunder a civilian dwelling like common thieves? Are you not tarnishing his reputation? Oberon, perched on Ian's shoulder, shouted fiercely, Caw, punishment, caw. The chilling visage rendered the mercenaries too intimidated to lift their heads. Chapter 43. The notion of raising morale plunder on the battlefield must be conducted with caution, as the legitimacy of such acts entirely hinges on the ruler's decree. Turning a blind eye renders it lawful, otherwise it is deemed illegal. Especially in circumstances like the present, where no merits have been established, even punishment invites no protest. We are truly sorry, esteemed mage. We deserve death 1,000 times over. The mercenaries, aware that Ian is the representative of Baron Cardi, immediately prostrated themselves. If it were a knight, perhaps he could have engaged in clever repartee, but before a wise yet eccentric mage, such trivialities were evidently futile. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that communication flowed smoothly. Ian cast a glance at the mercenaries sprawled on the ground and nodded. Though he wielded the authority of a baron, he possessed no particular martial prowess. Since His Excellency the Baron had decreed a prohibition against pillaging, it was imperative to make an example of you. However, considering that this is your first offense and you have not truly committed a crime, I shall grant you a warning this time. They had initially believed this mage to be merely a peculiar madman, concocting potions with a spoon all day, yet they were taken aback by his unexpectedly humane side. Thank you. We shall never forget this kindness. The mercenaries bowed repeatedly. Remember, my eyes are everywhere. Caw, caw. Oberon flapped his wings and screeched, instilling a bone-chilling fear in the mercenaries. The mage was using a bird to surveil them. Now return. Ian led the mercenaries back to their camp. The common folk hastily locked their doors and covered their windows with cloth, as if signaling their intent to remain silent about all they had witnessed. During his numerous patrols, Ian had captured mercenaries attempting to pillage. Thanks to Oberon's vigilant assistance, surveillance had become remarkably effortless. If manpower was insufficient, he would even recruit temporary birds from the nearby forest to lend a hand. Caw, caw. When Oberon perched beside Ian's tent and cried out, the mercenaries quivered in fear. That raven is watching us. Shh, be quiet. The master mage will hear us. Whenever they attempted to venture out to plunder, Ian would appear, and the mercenaries no longer dared to roam freely. Baron Katie and Lucy were immensely pleased upon hearing this news. However, Ian's actions were not without their drawbacks. His surveillance via the flock of birds was so effective that it inadvertently sparked two significant issues. The morale of the soldiers had plummeted drastically. Although they had not succeeded in pillaging, the mercenaries were gripped by an overwhelming terror of Ian. It was said that they even began discussing the prospect of fleeing, highlighting the extent of their disdain for him. There was yet another concern. Sir Dicto, the knight of Baron Katie, remarked, "Our army poses no threat to the usurper." Ian found himself perplexed. How could an army of over 400, on the move, bear no threat? Yes, it is precisely because our army is entirely harmless, Dicto elucidated. War, in essence, is the act of perpetually creating trouble for others, and the entity responsible for creating such trouble is the army. As the army advances, the territories traversed ought to be thoroughly decimated, appropriately killing, looting, and setting ablaze. These ultimate acts of creating trouble serve to exert pressure on the enemy commander. Should the army ravage the land, the populace would plunge into panic and subsequently seek assistance from their rulers. In this scenario, the usurper Graham becomes their object of appeal. If the army of Baron Cardi wreaks havoc during its march, voices of discontent will inevitably arise. Are you not our king? The enemy has invaded. What have you done? According to the feudal contract, Graham, who has self-appointed himself as a baron, bears the responsibility of safeguarding the populace. Should he fail to fulfill this duty, the people would rise in rebellion. Thus, Graham finds himself compelled to engage in battle due to this pressure. However, if Baron Cardi's army advances in its current docile manner, Graham would lose the impetus to initiate combat swiftly. He would leisurely summon his soldiers, waiting for the enemy's supplies to dwindle before leisurely commencing the conflict. My lord, should we allow plundering now? The Baron fell into deep contemplation. The order to prohibit looting was one he had issued personally, and he did not wish to overturn his decision within mere days. Let me ponder it further. I shall decide once I have considered it thoroughly. The Baron dismissed the knights, leaving only Lucy and Ian within the tent. Wizard Ian, do you have any suggestions? Baron Cardi immediately sought counsel from the wise mage. Ian contemplated for a moment, glancing at the troubled Lucy, and suddenly an idea struck him. Aside from the tent, Ian approached the mercenaries. My esteemed wizard, do you have any instructions for us? Inquired a mercenary who was carefully pouring a bowl of water onto a wound he had inadvertently incurred. Is this what your niece sold to you? Indeed, my lord wizard. What if I were to distribute it freely? What? The mercenary was utterly astonished by Ian's words. Observing his expression, Ian felt assured. Yes, this method could indeed effortlessly elevate the morale of the mercenaries. Chapter 44. The successful boost of morale having devised a plan, Ian immediately set it into motion. He noticed the mercenaries exhibiting an unusual interest in his potions, a common sentiment in this era, as both ordinary and magical potions were exceedingly rare, thus regarded as precious commodities akin to edible metals. Lucy, please assist me in requesting some salt from the Baron. Salt? Lucy was perplexed by Ian's request, but complied with his instructions. She thought to herself that Ian, being a wizard, must have his own strategy. Lucy approached Baron Cardi and successfully gathered a substantial amount of salt. Though costly, salt was a necessity, and many carried it with them. Once the salt was collected, Ian fetched a large pot, placed a spoon inside, and began to heat it. The mercenaries soon became intrigued by the wizard's actions. Is he concocting a magical potion again? However, it seems he might only use it for himself. The mercenaries had always assumed that Ian monopolized the magical potions he crafted. Although some felt discontent, none voiced complaints. As he utilized the potions for his own purposes, leaving no one with just cause to be enraged. As the crowd gathered in increasing numbers, Ian recited the language of Moronius while presenting what appeared to be a genuine performance. Oh, flames burned fiercely. With a resounding boom, flames erupted from the base of the pot, leaving the mercenaries utterly astounded. This was true magic. Although the mercenaries were aware of Ian's ability to manipulate crows to concoct magical potions, they were taken aback by his command over fire. Witnessing Ian expertly brew the potion, they marveled at the sight of a wizard utilizing magical flames for potion making. Indeed, a true sorcerer. What commotion is happening outside? I hear the wizard is crafting magical potions. Another one? Is this also destined for the noble lords? Before long, nearly 100 mercenaries had encircled Ian, drawn by the allure of his meticulously prepared performance, attracting more spectators than usual. Feigning the act of casting a spell, Ian quickly and loudly recited in Mandarin, gazing up at the bright moon. I lower my head and think of my hometown. Wow, the wizard's incantation. Completely incomprehensible. The mercenaries seemed enchanted, captivated by Ian's display. With all eyes upon him, Ian poured the collected salt into the pot, commencing a bubbling brew. Within, there were only 3 ingredients: water, a spoon, and salt. Contrary to the mercenaries' beliefs, the spoon emitted no magical power, resulting in nothing more than a pot of salt water. Yet, as Ian boiled this mundane mixture, he feigned an air of infusing it with magical energy. In truth, he was concocting a bottle of counterfeit potion. I have unwittingly become a true potion vendor. In an era of ignorance, those deemed charlatans, merchants of potions, would parade with bands and circuses, captivating the public's attention, only to deceitfully claim that their elixirs were rare panaceas, peddling fraudulent cures. Naive individuals, believing in the supposed rarity of these potions, would spend lavishly to acquire them, carefully preserving these false remedies as if they were sacred artifacts. When a loved one fell gravely ill, they would confidently present the counterfeit potion, exclaiming, "Here, drink this." The potion vendor assured me that it will cure all ailments. People eagerly anticipated the miracles promised by the charlatans. However, when illness inevitably persisted, they soon realized they had been deceived. Enraged, they would pursue the potion vendor, seizing the swindler by the collar and vociferously cursing, "You fraud! How dare you sell fake remedies?" Thus, the act of selling potions became synonymous with deceit. Though the medicines superficially appeared enticing, they were, in reality, utterly worthless, akin to refuse, and thus gradually evolved into a symbolic expression. "You come here." "Ah, are you referring to me?" Ian beckoned the nearest mercenary forward. Although the mercenary was perplexed, he approached Ian with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation in his gaze. "Recently, have you been experiencing restless sleep and a sense of gloom?" Indeed, the meals lack flavor, and an ominous premonition lingers. Ian's inquiries astonished the mercenaries, who nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely correct. But how did you come to know this?" At that moment, Oberon suddenly exclaimed, "Caw! Caw! Ah!" Ian nonchalantly replied, "I have observed the celestial phenomena and detected a foreboding atmosphere enveloping the army, hence my awareness." Goodness! Of course, this was merely a fabrication. Celestial phenomena? Such matters should be left to those who worship the deities. Ian concocted a plausible explanation to address the current predicament. Marching without plunder naturally dampens one's spirits. And as the specter of battle looms, the fear of death renders one's appetite understandably absent. Furthermore, he had been keenly observing these individuals, thus possessing an intimate understanding of their circumstances. "Take this potion away." "What is this?" "This is the vitality potion." What did you say?" I said, "It is a potion that brings vitality." Ian smiled as he spoke. "Seeing you suffer from this ominous aura, I took the liberty of crafting this for you. Use it wisely, Mage." Upon hearing Ian's words, the mercenaries displayed expressions of gratitude. "I see now. No wonder he went to such lengths to brew those potions. It was to distribute magical elixirs to us. Truly, he is a remarkable mage." Thank you, Mage." The mercenaries hurriedly filled their leather water bags with the magical potions Ian had prepared. A particularly curious mercenary approached Ian and inquired, "What is this potion used for?" "Utilize it when you require vitality. If you feel fatigued from excessive sweating in the summer, drink it. If you have a bleeding wound, apply it. It will prevent the wound from festering." Ah, the so-called magical potion is, in fact, merely saline solution, yet Ian's claims are not entirely deceptive. Feeling dizzy from excessive perspiration? Replenish fluids and salts. Sustaining an injury? It serves a disinfectant purpose, although its efficacy is limited. In a medieval fantasy world where medical knowledge only reaches a post-apocalyptic level, saline solution is considered a commendable staple remedy, coupled with a vague placebo effect. As it is regarded as a magical potion, people believe it must be beneficial to their health. Chapter transition. Ian called out to the mercenaries who were preparing the vitality potions. "Warriors, heed my words. Your diligent efforts have not gone unnoticed by the illustrious Baron Cardi. Despite the discouragement stemming from the absence of spoils, the compassionate Baron does not wish for the people of Talion to suffer. The mercenaries paused in their tasks, turning their attention to Ian. Therefore, he has instructed me to prepare magical potions for you all. Set aside your regrets for now and prepare to embrace the impending battle. Should we emerge victorious, the benevolent Baron shall bestow upon you generous rewards. The mercenaries erupted in fervent cheers under Ian's speech. Although the prohibition against plunder was disheartening, they were granted precious magical potions. The morale of the Baron's army soared once more. Long live the Baron. Long live the wizard Ian. Chapter 45. Creating trouble. Though the soldier spirits had been rekindled, Ian's task was far from complete. He spread unsettling rumors throughout the village with a handful of mercenaries. Caw, caw, why does that mad raven screech so? As a figure appeared, leaning on a cane with a raven perched upon his shoulder, the ordinary farmers were immediately seized by panic. To encounter a wizard would leave any commoner in utter shock. This was the stark reality brought forth by a sorcerer. A wizard? How could this be? The esteemed wizard? Oh dear, this is none other than the illustrious apprentice of Lady Elidith, Ian Elidith Raven. Oh my goodness, I am but a fool for failing to recognize you. I am utterly deserving of death. In truth, the farmer's reaction was entirely normal. It was the ability to recognize Ian that was peculiar. Ian had never had the opportunity to achieve fame, so how could one expect others to identify him? Were someone to truly recognize him, would that not indicate a mastery over time and space? The mercenaries who received potions from Ian swiftly became his fervent followers. They discovered that, despite his peculiar appearance, Ian was a kind-hearted and rational individual. In a deep voice, Ian addressed the farmers. I've come to warn you of the impending calamity. See calamity? Indeed, an aura of malevolence now shrouds the land. The wheat will no longer be bountiful, and the crops shall rot at the roots. The farmers trembled in fear at Ian's warning. To them, agriculture was their very existence. They were born to cultivate the earth and would die by its hand. Yet now they were confronted with a prophecy of their field's destruction. Why was this happening? Ian assumed the demeanor of a seasoned sorcerer, gazing solemnly at the sky, and spoke with gravity, for the spirit of the first Baron Tarion is filled with wrath. Why would the Baron be angry? Ian patiently elucidated to the farmers the vile deeds of the usurper Graham, as well as the legitimacy of Lucy Tarion as the rightful heir to this land. In truth, the farmers, lacking in knowledge, could not fully comprehend Ian's words. How could they grasp the intricacies of noble power struggles? Yet one thing was clear. Because of that vagabond mercenary who had seized Tarion's territory, this year's harvest could very well be utterly devastated. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Should Lucitarian inherit the title of Baron and perform the ancestral rites, the wrath of the first Baron shall naturally be assuaged. I see. Soon, war shall erupt, and if the usurper triumphs, you must abandon this land and flee to distant shores. Thus concludes my warning. Gah, gah. The cries of Oberon left the farmer trembling in fear. Whether Ian's warning bore truth or falsehood, the farmer could not discern. He was but an ordinary peasant, lacking the capacity for such judgment. Yet, the seeds of unease had been deeply sown. Ian returned to the Baron's camp with a smile. In recent days, Ian had donned the guise of sorcerer, eloquently spreading his words far and wide. He peddled false magical potions to mercenaries and disseminated dark propaganda among the farmers. Unable to distinguish the veracity of Ian's claims, the fantastical denizens of the medieval realm easily succumbed to his deceit. If a sorcerer is determined to deceive, even employing magic, who could remain unfooled? Master Sorcerer, have you rested well? Indeed, and you? Thanks to your dispelling of the malevolent aura, we have slept soundly. The mercenaries, once filled with dread towards Ian, had unwittingly become his followers. Ian, look, the villagers have offered us food. Food? Did you threaten them? Not at all. They offer it willingly. Lucy exclaimed with a radiant smile. Everyone claims I am the true Baron Tarion. Indeed, quite so. Ha. Do you see, Ian? Those ignorant souls acknowledge me as the legitimate Baron. Thus, it is not unreasonable for me to unseal my ancestors' tomb. The rumors spread by Ian began to take effect, and the people of Tarion gradually lost trust in the usurper, Graham. They desired Lucy to become the Baron, eagerly anticipating Graham's expulsion. All of this was to evade the sorcerer's ominous warning. Thanks to Ian's fervent propaganda, Baron Cardy's army marched forth with high morale towards Graham's stronghold. Lucy felt joy. The Baron felt joy, and Ian himself was quite satisfied. However, discontent towards Ian's actions began to surface. Was that sorcerer not overly self-promoting? These individuals were none other than the Baron's knights. Unlike other lords, the knights held little affection for the sorcerer. The primary reason was his use of despicable tactics on the battlefield, followed by their shared accolades. Generally, the knights harbored dissatisfaction towards the sorcerer. Yet, should they openly reject him, subsequent repercussions would be troublesome. Thus, they merely muttered curses in secret, away from the sorcerer's sight. "Hey, sorcerer!" A knight suddenly approached Ian, stating, "I have heard you are spreading perilous rumors among the populace." Perilous rumors? It pertains to the rumors surrounding Graham's ascension to lordship, suggesting that the land would succumb to decay. Indeed, such absurd tales have been disseminated. Ian nodded with a calm demeanor. Yes, but what of it? Upon hearing Ian's acknowledgement, the knight squinted, casting a cold gaze upon him. The reasoning he subsequently provided was rather ludicrous. "Sorcerer Ian, even so, you cannot possibly indulge in such a potent curse. Can you? What? If the land truly were to decay, what would you do to rectify the situation? Is that the implication?" Ian found himself momentarily speechless, utterly perplexed by the knight's words. "So, your contention is that if the land were indeed to decay, what should I do?" "Precisely." Ian chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Though a smile graced his lips, internally he berated the knight for his ignorance. Such is the plight of those lacking in education. "Ah, it seems there is a misunderstanding. The land shall not decay. Why? Because the so-called curse is mere nonsense." Nonsense? Such is the state of information in this era. For those dwelling in the modern age, surrounded by smartphones and diverse media, knowledge appears as a mere plaything, easily accessible with a few clicks online, akin to the trivial facts showcased in short videos on various platforms. However, in this medieval fantasy realm, where information is exceedingly scarce, the rumors one hears are often accepted as truth, as discernment between fact and fiction eludes the populace. Consequently, individuals of the medieval period shamelessly propagate lies. After being deceived by such absurd tales on a few occasions, audiences naturally learn to filter information. The dilemma arises when, as is the case now, absurd misunderstandings emerge from biased knowledge. "Can you assure me that what you say is true? How can you guarantee that?" Ian glanced helplessly at the knight, whose eyes bore an unsettling certainty. "I hope you 1T retract your words later. What is this fellow babbling about?" Ian even questioned whether the knight had ingested something amiss. Nevertheless, the true predicament erupted only after the army arrived in Graham's domain. "My Lord Baron, we refuse to engage in this ignoble battle." The Baron's knights collectively declared strike. "Are you serious?" The Baron exchanged subtle glances between the knights and Ian. The Baron's gaze, combined with the knight's ambiguous demeanor, led Ian to a conclusion. Chapter 46. Excluded sorcerer Ian is spreading the word that this land will be cursed. This is tantamount to summoning the curse. If the rumors suggest that we are allied with the sorcerer who summons curses, our reputation will be irreparably tarnished, my lord. The knight's intentions were evident. They sought to exclude Ian from this conflict. "No, curses are mere nonsense. You have all been deceived by my rumors." Who could be blamed for that? Ian endeavored to persuade the knights with logic, yet they turned a deaf ear. Why should we trust the words of a sorcerer? Surely, he seeks to ensnare us with some vile trick known only to himself. The knight's rationale was as follows. Ian possesses greater intelligence and knowledge than they do. Thus, even if he were to employ deceit, they would be powerless to discern it. The conclusion reached. Ian's words are entirely untrustworthy. These mad barbarians, from Ian's perspective, are utterly maddening, yet he finds himself powerless. The protagonists of war are the knights. Regardless of how the sorcerer manipulates the battlefield, it is ultimately the knights who wield the swords. As it stands, the knights are resolute in their decision to strike, leaving the monarch with no choice but to side with them. The absence of sorcerer is merely inconvenient, but without knights, combat cannot ensue. The Baron is acutely aware of this reality as well. Hence, he cautiously observes Ian's demeanor while simultaneously supporting the knight's unreasonable demands. Recognizing the situation, Ian no longer wishes to remain in the camp. "If my presence causes you such discomfort, I shall take my leave. However, regardless of how events unfold, do not expect my assistance again." In a fit of half-hearted anger, Ian departed. Only one, Luke Italian, pursued him. Ian, Lucy, her face awash with regret, stammered. Ian scrutinized her closely. If this were a mere act to placate him, Lucy indeed possessed the potential to be a ruler. Yet, it did not appear to be an act, for the Lucy he knew was not one to plot and scheme. I am truly sorry. The knights have suddenly turned against you. Strangely, upon hearing Lucy's apology, Ian felt a slight sense of tranquility. Perhaps it was because he recognized this as a heartfelt apology rather than a performance. It's nothing. I'm not truly upset. Really? Ian nodded. To say he was entirely indifferent would be a falsehood. Yet, he was not excessively angry. The obsession with the glory of battle and the spoils thereof is a preoccupation of warriors. Ian, being a sorcerer, was content as long as he secured the magical sword promised by Lucy once the matter concluded. The absence of his presence on the battlefield would not result in catastrophe. It was merely a place strewn with corpses, devoid of mystery. However, Lucy felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. You have lost your chance for glory. And so what? All I desire is your sword. Ian, Lucy's eyes glistened with gratitude as she gazed at him. I will certainly provide you with a magical sword. If that is insufficient, you shall marry me, and the territory will ultimately. Ian made it clear to the Baron that he would completely withdraw from the conflict this time. Both the Baron and Lucy expressed their apologies, yet the knights were quite pleased. Their unease stemmed from Ian's excessive credit within the Baron's army. Crafting magical potions and spreading rumors were the domains of sorcerers, and Ian's involvement was unavoidable. However, the battlefield was a different realm. It was the stage for knights. These knights were not there to serve as mere supporting characters for Ian. They were ambitious individuals seeking to earn accolades and win the Baron's favor. The Baron had consented to prepare several scrolls for Ian, allowing him to transition into the role of a mere spectator without regret. He would observe their prowess in combat. After a day of camping, the Baron's army ascended the hill at noon the following day, targeting Grimm's fortress. Upon learning of Baron Carty's advancing forces, the usurper Grimm retreated into the nearby stronghold with his subordinates. If the Baron was resolved to slay the innocent populace to find him, Grimm should have furiously emerged to confront them. Nevertheless, the Baron opted for a more measured approach, employing sorcerers to disseminate malicious rumors, claiming that if Grimm were to become the Lord, the land would be cursed. Consequently, the people of Talion began to reject Grimm, compelling him to fortify his defenses within the fortress. The enemy numbered approximately 400. Once a mercenary captain, Grimm instantly discerned the composition of the enemy forces. If their ranks totaled 400, they were likely all mercenaries, motivated by personal matters and unable to rally the common folk. 400 men under Baron Carty's command was not a trivial number in this medieval era. Surely, you are not intimidated by them, my lord. Grimm's comrades drew closer. They were battle-hardened allies from his mercenary days, now closer than family. Me? The sword of Grimm fears no one. Grimm gazed at his men, revealing a sharp smile. Since he had slain the Baron and his wife, he had been prepared for armed conflict. In this light, the Baron's army was not a crisis, but rather an opportunity, a chance to become the new lord of the territory. The arrogant Lucy Talion evidently stood with the Baron. Yet victory in this battle would enable him to secure her through negotiation. Achieving this objective meant Grimm would triumph. Grimm commanded over 200 soldiers, along with a few wandering knights recruited from outside, particularly a formidable black knight from the east, whom he had hired for just a handful of silver coins, yet possessed astonishing strength. Whether the enemy numbered 400 or 4,000 mattered little. Anyone who dared to draw their sword against Grimm would face death. With that, Grimm and his comrades ignited their fighting spirit. As a former mercenary, Grimm had long since forgotten the meaning of fear. If he still harbored any trepidation, how could he have slain the Baron's couple and seized the territory? Yet, in these tumultuous times, individuals like Grimm were plentiful. The vanquished would be ridiculed as fools, while the victors could upend the world's order and become revolutionaries. Hey, knights, you must also muster your strength. As long as this endeavor goes smoothly, I shall reward you generously. The wandering knights nodded in agreement. Although Grimm was merely a novice, he held the title of Lord, and the temporarily hired knights could still contribute to the battle. Chief, the enemy approaches. After inspecting his helmet and armor, Grimm made his way to the battlefield. Let's proceed. Grimm and his mercenaries began their advance. At this moment, the rebellion of the former mercenaries officially commenced. Noon had arrived, and the sun hung high in the sky. The forces of Baron Grimm, self-proclaimed, stood in opposition to those of Baron Cardi upon a hillside. The two armies clashed head-on on the plain. This was what one might call a decisive battle. The terrain favored Grimm, as he occupied the high ground, allowing him to look down upon his foes. The Baron's army was divided into 3 sections, each comprising roughly 100 men, positioned on the left flank, the right flank, and in the center. Indeed, they held a significant advantage. Lord Dictor, a knight under the Baron, stood beside Ian, commenting on the situation. Due to his age, he had been assigned to protect the Baron and other key figures, while simultaneously seeking to provide the young knights with opportunities to prove themselves. It appears so. With 400 against 200, the advantage lies with me. Ian, possessing little knowledge of warfare, could discern that the Baron's forces had an absolute upper hand. Even without Ian's magical support, victory seemed assured. Ian, along with Lucy and the Baron, observed the unfolding battle with calm demeanor. After a long absence from such captivating spectacles, Ian found himself yearning for popcorn. Oh, they had begun. The two armies clashed fiercely, contrary to the anticipated overwhelming victory of the Baron's forces. Grimm's army did not falter easily. These men are far more formidable than expected, Ian remarked, turning to Lord Dictor. I have heard they are former mercenaries, yet they are holding their own against the knights. Indeed, watching flames and witnessing combat are among life's most intriguing pastimes. Ian found it utterly fascinating, akin to experiencing an immersive film. However, unlike the carefree Ian, Lord Dictor wore a rather grim expression. The enemy was proving to be significantly stronger than anticipated. Chapter 47. The Defeated Battle. No matter how fiercely these men fought, it would be of little use. Despite the enemy's resistance being more vigorous than expected, the Baron maintained an air of composure. Yet, rather than true calmness, it was more a facade of tranquility. Inwardly, he berated those inept mercenaries. What a waste. How many silver coins have you squandered? Anyone who has played strategic simulation games would understand this sentiment. When a costly army fails to deliver value, it is only natural to voice one's frustrations. Fortunately, Baron Cardi's mood did not affect the distant battle in the slightest. Even in his discontent, what could he possibly do? The Baron is neither a commander nor a warrior. He is merely a financier and a proprietor. If the employer is in a foul mood, does it not impact the performance of the competitors? Should he express dissatisfaction with the Baron's inability to fight, it could indeed yield detrimental effects on the battle. However, with Lord Dictor responsible for the guard, such an incident is unlikely to transpire. Thus, Baron Cardi has wisely chosen to refrain from anger. It is a judicious decision. If the mercenaries I hired for a ransom, some were merely a ragtag bunch, my temper would have surely worn thin long ago. Unlike the Baron, who suppresses his ire, Lord Dictor gazes upon the battlefield with an unparalleled seriousness. Such a seasoned demeanor can only be displayed by a knight of considerable experience. Ian and Lucy have long since lost interest. What began as a flicker of intrigue has faded as the chaos of battle ensued, rendering them unable to distinguish friend from foe. They merely surmised that, given their numerical superiority, victory should be inevitable. What do you think, my lord? Ian could not help but inquire, noticing the gravity etched upon Lord Dictor's countenance. The Black Knight. What? The knight clad in ebony armor undoubtedly hails from the eastern realm of the White Country. The Black Knight? Ian surveyed the battlefield once more and indeed spotted the knight in pitch-black armor. It seemed Lord Dictor had been fixated on him all along. Wow, who is that guy? Ian, belatedly captivated by the Black Knight, found himself entranced by his combat prowess. It is no wonder, for the knight's martial skills were so remarkable that even Ian, who knew little of warfare, could perceive his extraordinary talent. The Black Knight deftly wielded his long sword, dispatching soldiers with alarming agility. A knight of Baron Cardi charged forth to challenge him, yet within mere 10 exchanges, he was vanquished. Ian's and Lord Dictor's rapt attention drew Lucy and Baron Cardi's gaze toward the Black Knight, and soon, all were left in awe. This fellow is truly formidable. While Graham's forces exhibited their anticipated combat effectiveness, they remained powerless against the sheer number of adversaries. The evidence lay in the soldiers on both flanks, gradually encircled and falling in defeat. However, the center, where the Black Knight fought, did not mirror this fate. Was he not single-handedly on the verge of tearing apart the central defense? It appeared so. Ian's understanding of war stemmed from fictional narratives. In truth, he possessed scant knowledge of actual warfare. Had he indulged in war simulation games, he might have gleaned some insights. Yet, Ian was merely a university student prone to chuckling in front of his computer. Even so, he sensed an oddity in the battle's progression. Indeed, oddity is the most fitting descriptor. While the flanks enjoyed an advantage, the center was quietly retreating. In Ian's limited experience, derived from war-themed works, such a scenario was unprecedented. A gust of warm wind swept through the air. The scorching and murky winds of the battlefield tousled Ian's dark hair. As he rearranged his disheveled locks, he inquired of Lord Dicto, "What consequences will we face if the center is breached?" Silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the distant, mournful wails of those succumbing to death, a lamentation resonating with the very essence of mortality. The ground they had sprinted to had become a path leading straight to hell. This was the medieval battlefield. It would soon be our turn. Lucy's complexion paled, and she was not alone. The Baron's guards and the few soldiers remaining to assist him began to sense the impending presence of death, one by one succumbing to fear. Should the center falter, the enemy would not pursue the retreating soldiers, but would instead charge directly at the Baron. This truth was so evident that even Ian could grasp it. The objective of those foes was the Baron. Capturing Baron Katie would, like the rub of a magic lamp, resolve all dilemmas. Those inept fools. Baron Katie finally unleashed a long-suppressed roar of rage. The fury of nobility was compelling and weighty enough to instill dread in those nearby. Yet, alas, this was a battlefield, a realm ruled not by charisma, but by brute force. Fight, cowards! You fools! Fight! Did you come from afar merely to be slaughtered by the enemy? You naive simpletons! My lord, please remain calm. Baron Katie bellowed, consumed by fury. Sir Dicto, you shall engage. Go forth and vanquish that cunning Eastern Black Knight. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving the Baron's command, Sir Dicto immediately unsheathed his sword. Despite being a young knight thrust into the role of the Baron's protector, he had never voiced a complaint. He had served Baron Katie since his youth, having been welcomed into the fold of the noble house, cherished and sent into battle. Unlike other contracted knights, he had long been integrated into the Baroness family, displaying unwavering loyalty. Now, with the Baron personally issuing orders, Sir Dicto was resolute in executing whatever command was given. Mercenaries, follow me. His lordship anticipates your valiant deeds. As Sir Dicto mounted his steed, the restless Ian surged forward. Knight, what do you intend to do? In accordance with his lordship's command, I shall confront the enemy. Alone? To face those madmen charging forth? Sir Dicto replied calmly. I have been summoned by the Baron and must act in accordance with the knight's oath. Act. You must take action. Ian surveyed the surroundings with a composed gaze. The center was already showing signs of collapse, steadily progressing into its next phase. In other words, it has been utterly annihilated. Chapter 48, Fighting Side by Side. Save me. This monster. Get off the battlefield. Flee. Escape first. Use the Baron as bait. We should not pursue. Despite their defeat, it is astonishing that most of the fleeing mercenaries managed to preserve their lives. The reason lies in their decision to use the Baron as bait. The mercenaries understood that their insignificant lives paled in comparison to the value of the Baron's body, which was pivotal to the outcome of the battle. Countless enemies surged towards the Baron's formation, their spirits soaring. With parched throats and racing hearts, Ian pondered. Should he stop them now, merely because the Baron had issued the command? Sir Dictor, Ian said, closely aligning himself with Sir Dictor. Unlike those ruffian knights, Sir Dictor was a man who understood the chivalry code. During their march, he often served as a companion for Ian's conversations. Witnessing Ian's magic, he had not cried out like the others, calling for the sorcerer to be hanged. Yet, why would such a knight undertake a task so perilous it resembled suicide? We must retreat with Baron Carty. If I retreat, what will happen to the remaining soldiers? Are you still thinking of the other soldiers? Open your eyes and see. Our center has been completely devoured by those curs. Do you not comprehend what retreat entails? Ian shouted. I am aware. Even as a mage, I understand. To lose means to flee. That is the essence of retreat. But look, Sir Dictor, do we appear to be winning? Sir Dictor fell silent. It had indeed been a long time since they had met. No, It should be said that this was the first time since arriving in this world that Ian truly felt anger. He had never anticipated that matters would deteriorate to such an extent. Those nights, though they were loathsome, they did not warrant Ian personally intervening to deal with them. He was neither a vassal of the Baron nor a servant of Baron Talion. This was another's war, and thus he chose to remain uninvolved. In truth, there had been no signs from the outset that things would spiral into such chaos. The disparity in troop strength was a full twofold. Who would have imagined defeat? Victory seemed assured, and he had made concessions regarding the distribution of spoils, opting to refrain from interfering in the fray. Yet, those knights had managed to squander a victory that should have been easily within reach. Sir Dictor, at that moment, a knight of the Baron came running from afar. Witnessing this scene, Ian felt his anger reignite. Shouldn't they be commanding from the center of the army? What reason do they have to appear here? Though it is shameful, we have lost. Beware of that knight in black armor. That fellow is nothing short of a monster. A disgraceful retreat? His audacity rivals that of a fortress wall. Perhaps he would be well suited to reincarnate as a politician. What nonsensical drivel you speak. Such a presumptuous individual. Astonishingly, the knight failed to comprehend what Ian was articulating. However, due to Ian's tone, the knight presumed he was employing the elegant, peculiar invectives typically reserved for sorcerers. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, I would have severed your tongue long ago. Dare you move an inch? Enough. Silence, all of you. Sir Dictor commanded. Hilg, calm the soldiers and assemble them. Time is of the essence. And what about you? By the command of the Baron, I am to vanquish that knight in black armor. As soon as Sir Dictor finished his sentence, Hilg mockingly responded, Oh, is that so? Then do your utmost. Hilg, you must accompany me. I shall retreat alongside the Baron. Do not wear that expression. Surviving today ensures another chance, does it not? Before Sir Dictor could intervene, Hilg had already vanished. In simple terms, he fled. Those acquainted with the hierarchical structure of medieval nobility understand that knights occupy a tier between commoners and nobles. They possess half the privileges of nobility, allowing them considerable freedom of action, as long as they do not entirely abandon the battlefield and retreat with the Baron. They will not incur punishment. Sorcerer Ian, you two should return to safeguard the Baron and Baron Talion. Yet, Sir Dictor donned a somewhat tattered helm. At that moment, he resembled an impeccable knight. I shall buy us some time, Sir Dictor. What are you hesitating for? Act swiftly. At that moment, Lucy approached Ian. Ian, what are you still doing there? The Baron has decided to retreat. Hurry. Sir Dictor and his small cadre of loyal subordinates galloped away, each willing to lay down their lives for the Baron. In that instant, the sorcerer Ian leapt onto his steed. Ian, Lucy exclaimed in astonishment. Lucy, go retreat with that scoundrel named Hilg, or whatever. Ian, the sorcerer Ian declared, I will fight alongside Sir Dictor. What? Lacking a clear rationale. Perhaps he simply could not bear to witness the demise of a knight with whom he shared a good rapport. Nonetheless, Ian was resolute about one thing. If he allowed Dictor to confront the enemy alone, failure was inevitable. Yet, with a touch of sorceress assistance, they might just survive this brutal trial. Like a figure from ancient legends, the sorcerer appeared to aid the knight. Ian, Lucy shouted. She had seen it. The gaze of the sorceress Ian was marked by an unwavering focus and profound sincerity. She was reluctant to let Ian depart, for to claim that she was unconcerned would be a blatant falsehood. How she longed to keep him by her side. Yet for Lucy, Ian was nothing more than a mere acquaintance, neither a loyal retainer nor a betrothed. Thus, she could only silently pray for Ian's safe return, hoping they would meet once more unharmed. Ian, of course, whispered incantations into the ear of his steed, galloping forth like the wind. Sir Dictor, upon noticing Ian's arrival on horseback, was taken aback. Ian, what brings you here? This is a perilous endeavor, one that could cost you your life. There's no need for your concern. I'm a sorcerer. At the very least, I possess the means to safeguard my own life. Dictor could not help but laugh at Ian's nonchalant and reckless tone. Even to Dictor, who knew little of Ian, this sorcerer appeared exceedingly peculiar. Such a fervent spirit. Now, that is the true essence of a sorcerer. Of course, when a sorcerer speaks, how could there be any misstep? The knight and the sorcerer charged towards the enemy like arrows released from a bow. The target of their assault was none other than the dark knight clad in ominous black armor. Chapter 49. Shattering Darkness with Thunder. As Ian galloped alongside Dictor, he called out urgently as the enemy drew near, Dictor, I will buy us some time. What? Ian also sensed the urgency of the situation, as the hostile forces surged forward with menacing intent. Meanwhile, Dictor's subordinates approached with a demeanor akin to that of the doomed, feebly retreating. It was a hopeless endeavor, akin to a dilapidated house being swept away by a flood, destined to be torn asunder. This was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. The Baron would never willingly send his meticulously trained subordinates to their demise. Perhaps it was a hasty command or merely a ruse to buy time. Ian's assessment was astute. As long as he could secure an opportunity for the Baron and Lucy to escape, Dictor would have succeeded. After a moment of calm contemplation, Dictor grasped Ian's intention. The knights, who had only ever known the ways of battle, could only foolishly attempt to shield against the adversaries with their bodies. But how can you stand against them alone? While it was impossible to entirely obstruct the oncoming threat, one could indeed delay their advance. As I understand, the more potent the magic, the longer it takes to manifest. Dictor's words were grounded in common knowledge. The mightiest of spells require a process to soothe the enigmatic forces at play. Whether through bribery or flattery, one must consistently engage in actions that please the mysterious powers. It is like a mesmerizing acrobatic performance. Once the mystique is entertained, it may graciously lend forth tremendous strength. This is the essence of magical rituals and grand-scale sorcery. But I have received orders, Dictor, Ian calmly remarked. It is impossible to fathom the intentions of our Lord. To charge recklessly and be captured by the enemy is, I must say, a disgrace to knighthood. Dick's expression was one of shock. Disgrace? What do you mean? Do you truly believe the Baron wishes for the defeat of the Black Knight? Ian exclaimed with a voice full of fervor. The voice of a mage resonated with power, accustomed as they are to conveying their will to the forces of the arcane. Unbeknownst to Ian, it seemed he had cast a form of hypnosis upon Dick as he earnestly called out, "The Baron's instinctive desire is merely for you to delay the enemy for long enough." That was the command given moments ago. The battlefield shifts in an instant, and now many foes are rushing towards the Baron. What you must do now is protect him. Trust me, my presence here is sufficient. You are not meant to fall here. Return to Sir Hilg, and together safeguard the Baron. I understand, Ian. I shall not forget your sacrifice. No, do not consider me dead. Do you think I would perish here? Dick turned his horse around, preparing to return to the Baroness' side. As one of the few knights capable of combat, it was indeed imprudent for Dick to squander his strength here rather than assist the relatively vulnerable Baron. Ian tightened the reins and gazed at the advancing enemy troops, their fierce onslaught accompanied by the imposing figure of the Black Knight galloping in the center. Taking a deep breath, Ian produced a scroll from his cloak, a magical parchment bestowed by the Baron. "My lord, look over there," he directed, pointing. The Black Knight paused momentarily. At the entrance to the forest, amidst a sparse patch of short grass, a mounted man appeared to obstruct their path. Who is that? Both the Black Knight and his soldiers tilted their heads in confusion, unable to discern the man's identity. He was a figure clad in a traveler's cloak, with black hair and dark eyes. What set him apart was not merely his mount, but the staff he carried. On the battlefield, Ian did appear somewhat peculiar. Without armor, shield, or even a sword, merely a staff, one might wonder if that staff served as a weapon. Why carry it? Under ordinary circumstances, one might dismiss him as mad and move on. Yet the soldiers felt an inexplicable unease, as though a chill swept through them. Just as tales of martial arts warn to beware of women, children, and the elderly in this medieval fantasy realm, there exists a caution to be wary of the seemingly mad. More precisely, one should be cautious of those who appear to be insane, for it is impossible to determine whether they are truly deranged or simply touched by an existence that transcends human comprehension. Indeed, that is the nature of mages. If one encounters a figure who seems mad upon the battlefield, he is likely to be a magician. Could it be a sorcerer? The Black Knight nodded in agreement, and the soldiers swallowed nervously. At first glance, the power of that sorcerer was evidently extraordinary. What a madman. He stood alone, intent on confronting all adversaries. Just how formidable could he be? Indeed, in this world where the mad sorcerer had become a commonplace urban legend, Ian, standing defiantly before the enemy ranks, resembled the legendary Archmage in the eyes of the soldiers. "Sir Knight, shall we charge?" one soldier inquired. To be honest, I truly did not wish to provoke him. It felt as though a ticking time bomb loomed before us. Who would dare to rush in unarmed and court death? In such moments, we could only rely on our noble knight. "Prepare the crossbows," the The Black Knight opted for the underhanded yet effective crossbow. The enemy is strong? Then let us use the crossbows. From a distance, they would be powerless to retaliate. Wouldn't they? Upon hearing the command, the soldiers became as giddy as children. Ready up. However, this was evidently a misjudgment. It would be better to catch Ian off guard and charge directly. While the soldiers dawdled in preparing the crossbows, Ian had already begun to recite the incantation from the scroll without hindrance. The preamble of the scroll conjured an aura of mystery, followed by a foreboding message. What I am about to utter may be deemed impolite. Therefore, listen to the winds of the highest heavens. As Ian pronounced the incantation, chaos erupted among the enemy ranks, for they could not fathom his words. Crossbow. Is a crossbow not ready yet? Almost done. The millennia-old covenant has yet to conclude. O great winds, tear asunder the skies. In the name of the sorcerer Taiji, reveal your true form. With the tempest, seize their lives. With thunder, shatter the darkness. Ian also noticed the enemy conspiring furtively. Without hesitation, he tore the scroll apart. In that instant, boom! Chapter 50, The Black Knight. The soldiers hunched down in unison, as if wishing to be swallowed by the earth. What is this? Thunder. As Ian completed the incantation to summon the colossal storm, the previously clear sky erupted with thunderous roars. Moreover, a wild gale swept in, turning everything on the ground upside down, including the crossbows. Whoosh! O tempest that rends the skies. Ian invoked the name of that mysterious entity through the scroll. Now, let us harness the power of that enigmatic presence. Boom, boom, boom. Dare you invoke the name of Taiji? Who is that damned wretch? Boom. Ah! The deafening din followed by a bolt of lightning, striking the earth. Good heavens! Ian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Clearly, the enigmatic entity before him was not one to be trifled with. Its fury was palpable. Not only Ian, but also the Black Knight and the soldiers stood in stunned silence. As the mage began to chant his incantation, lightning descended from the clear sky. Do not ever mention that name before me again. Otherwise, I shall slay you. Boom, boom, boom. Although Ian could not comprehend the full extent of the situation, he understood that remaining idle would surely result in being struck down by lightning. This mysterious being was utterly mad, a primeval force beyond Ian's grasp. He silently vowed that, come what may, he would never again engage in conversation with that enigmatic presence. To recklessly seek familiarity in such an unclear circumstance would only invite disaster. The wrath of the mysterious entity was one of the leading causes of death that mages frequently faced. An ancient being of such immense power should have prompted Ian to be cautious and vigilant from the outset. Achievement unlocked. You have witnessed an ancient mysterious entity and survived. To have survived is truly fortuitous. Skill point reward, 50. Despite receiving a substantial reward in skill points, Ian had no time to revel in it. More pressing matters demanded his attention. Looking around, he noticed something peculiar. Many soldiers were prostrating themselves toward the sky, their actions driven by sheer terror from the relentless lightning. The only figure standing amidst the chaos was the Black Knight. What was wrong with him? Had he fainted while standing? If not, his bravery was indeed remarkable. Regardless, this presented an opportunity. Ian swiftly assessed the situation. He had initially assumed the scroll summoned winds, only to discover it summoned lightning instead. Whoever had crafted this scroll had triggered the entity's fury merely by uttering its name. Thus, Ian hurriedly ceased the conversation. While he had not personally wielded the lightning against anyone, the others were already cowed by its presence. Ian understood the reason behind it, the wrath of the heavens. This was indeed the key to the celestial mystery. Fools, listen closely. Although he did not fully grasp what had transpired, Ian seized the moment. He immediately commenced his oratory as a mage. Today, your actions have been witnessed by the divine. The Great Spirit is exceedingly wrathful. How is this possible? The soldiers, who had been kneeling, trembled as they gazed up at Ian, as if he were a messenger of the gods. The ambush had transformed into a scene reminiscent of the Passion of Christ, with enemies covering their heads and repenting for sins they had not committed. Oh, great heavens! Supreme heaven! I am sorry, I am sorry, I am sorry, I am sorry. The effect was remarkable. Ian continued to shout with fervor. His profession is undeniably that of a sorcerer, yet recently he has exhibited a remarkable increase in his oratory skills. Those who follow the unethical Grimm shall inevitably face divine retribution. This is the will of the heavens conveyed to me. Alas! However, betraying the leader seems rather unwise. Grimm's army begins to stir. If one can remain unfazed in the face of a thunderbolt, it can only suggest that the individual is quite extraordinary. And the Black Knight is indeed that extraordinary figure. This should suffice. Having successfully achieved his goal of stalling the enemy in a flamboyant manner, Ian unhesitatingly turned to depart. Even if they were to pursue him, true divine wrath would not descend. After all, this entire farce was orchestrated by Ian himself. Before the lies are unveiled, Ian must act swiftly. Should one fear the wrath of the heavens, let them not tread upon this forest. Yes, understood. It shall be etched in my mind. Ian swiftly mounted his steed, galloping towards the Baron. Upon hearing Ian's incitement, or rather the divine decree, the soldiers might indeed cower before the forest. Yet those who had already ventured into its depths would undoubtedly continue their arrogance. Before they could cause further turmoil, Ian must rendezvous with Lucy post-haste. Ian vanished into the forest. The Black Knight, who had remained motionless, finally spoke. It is a ruse. He had discerned Ian tearing the scroll as well as that bolt of lightning that struck down. And in that fleeting moment, he recognized Ian's somewhat stilted voice, devoid of magical intent. The Black Knight's insight was remarkably astute. This line of reasoning transcended even the confines of the medieval era. The battle is not yet over. Pursue the sorcerer. While all others surrendered to fear, only the Black Knight remained resolute. But what of divine retribution? If I truly commit an act of injustice, let me be struck down by lightning at once. As the Black Knight uttered these words, he stepped into the forest. No lightning descended. Grimm's army remained in disarray. Yet a scant few soldiers chose to continue the pursuit of Ian, the Black Knight being one among them. Chapter 51. The death of the Baron, it was a pity, for victory was within grasp. Silger was the last bastion of protection for Baron Cady, and in his eyes, this battle was virtually assured. However, the emergence of that Black Knight disrupted everything. As Silger shielded Baron Cady during their retreat, the front lines completely collapsed. Countless soldiers perished as a result. Yet this mattered not to him. In Silger's estimation, the lives of soldiers were hardly worthy of the term life at all. Nobles, priests, sorcerers, and knights were the true embodiments of humanity. Commoners? Peasants? Soldiers? Merely inconsequential entities. Thus, despite the multitude of soldiers falling, Silger remained indifferent. His sole concern was how to escape with the Baron. As long as the Baron survived, he could begin anew. In his eyes, the Baron and Lucy were merely instruments for profit. Over here, the Baron is this way. Despite their desperate attempts to flee in the blink of an eye, the Baron and his entourage found themselves ensnared by their pursuers. How swift can the movements of nobility truly be? My Lord Baron, fret not. I shall guard this place. Amidst the chaos of the enemy's relentless advance, Silger stood resolutely before them. I'm Silger of Gus. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow a single hair on your head to be harmed. Silger's thunderous roar sent a shiver through the soldiers. Silger of Gus? Who is that? The enemy soldiers murmured among themselves, evidently unaware of Silger's burgeoning reputation. However, should he strive to proclaim his name in the future, he might very well ascend to the ranks of a celebrated knight. Enough of your prattle. Surrender the Baron. A soldier charged at Silger, maintaining his composure. Silger swung his morning star, striking the soldier squarely on the head. Silence. Bang. The soldier collapsed, his limbs quaking, rendered unconscious by the concussion. The demeanor of the enemy shifted. This knight not only exuded an imposing presence, but possessed formidable strength. Those wishing for death may approach in turn. Silger, exhilarated, brandished his morning star, toppling several soldiers attempting to advance. At that moment, he recognized himself as the master of this domain. Yet the enemy was far from unprepared in their pursuit. Draw the crossbows. Yes, the pursuers readied their pre-prepared crossbows. Upon sighting the crossbows, Silger's complexion paled instantly, and he bellowed, "You wretched cowards! How dare you employ weapons meant for hunting beasts against a knight of honor? If you are true men, face me in a fair duel." In the close combat of the medieval era, knights were invincible. With their formidable armor and heavy armaments, clad in tightly woven chainmail and wielding shields, knights were akin to unstoppable machines of slaughter. However, throughout history, knights harbored a profound fear of arrows. Fire. The crossbows unleashed their bolts simultaneously. Wait. I surrender. I surrender. Silger frantically raised his shield, but it was too late. From a moment, the enemy brandished their crossbows. They had signaled their intent to spare no mercy towards Silger, aiming instead for his utter annihilation. Had he been a knight of a prestigious lineage, perhaps the outcome would have differed, but as a former butcher, Silger's reputation was sorely lacking. He fell beneath the rain of arrows. You dare slay our brother? One soldier spat upon the ground. Unlike the hastily assembled army of the Baron, Grimm's forces were composed of many who shared close bonds. From the moment Silger began his ruthless slaughter of their comrades, he had become a thorn in their side. Come on, Baron. Now surrender. Behind the kneeling Serg, the soldiers attempted to approach the Baron, believing that even if Serg survived, he had certainly lost his combat capability. Yet, they underestimated Serg's endurance. Suddenly, like a colossal cactus adorned with arrows, Serg rose fiercely. Madman, is that even human? The enemy's soldiers cursed, re-aiming their crossbows. However, this action proved to be exceedingly ill-advised. Wait, the Baron is behind. Unlike the composed shots of the first volley, the second barrage descended into chaos, especially as Serg charged toward them. No, do not shoot. You will harm the Baron, a wise voice shouted, but it was already impossible to act upon his counsel. The crossbow loomed before them, and the Baron's face turned pale. Serg, protect me. Despite being in flight, the Baron still clung to the notion that he would not perish. After all, he was the instigator of the war. How could he possibly die? Though the logic was peculiar, it was quite normal for a noble. First, the Baron of Katie must be subdued, whether for negotiation or to reclaim Lucy. Thus, he certainly had to remain alive. However, the appearance of the crossbow altered the situation entirely. That was not equipment meant for capture, but rather a lethal weapon. How could wooden bolts discern nobility and spare the Baron? The ideal scenario would be for Serg to regain his senses and protect the Baron. Yet, already lacking rationality, his injuries rendered him nearly incapable of sound judgment. Driven mad by pain, Serg charged at the enemy. Just as the Baron erupted into curses, attempting to escape the crossbow's line of fire, whoosh. The soldier's crossbow released its bolt. Serg ducked to evade the missile, but the arrow, devoid of purpose, struck true, piercing the Baron's nape deeply. Uncle! Lucy screamed. Time seemed to freeze, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Damn it! The Baron's guards, in a state of panic, fled. Serg, now devoid of reason, was preoccupied with slaughtering soldiers. Only Lucy ran towards her fallen uncle, while the soldiers were too occupied battling the beast cloaked in human skin to attend to the Baron's plight. Uncle! Lucy, unbeknownst to Wynne, had begun to shed scalding tears. She attempted repeatedly to converse with the Baron, but he could utter nothing beyond guttural sounds, not even a final word. Gazing upon her uncle's crumpled form, she was enveloped by profound sorrow. The Baron, who had led his troops to aid her purely out of a desire to help, had perished just like that. I'm sorry, Lucy sobbed. The death of the Baron seems to be her doing, had she not sought assistance. The Baron would have remained alive. Meanwhile, the battle between the pursuers and Sir Georg continues. Bang! On the ground lies Sir Georg. Given the multitude of arrows he had sustained, it is nothing short of a miracle that he could still move. After a hard-fought struggle, the soldiers who subdued Sir Georg discovered the lifeless body of the Baron and could not help but sigh. This was dire. The situation had become exceedingly complicated. The Baron was meant to be captured alive, yet now it was beyond redemption. However, they had no alternative. If they did not unleash their crossbows, it would be their own lives at stake. They attempted to at least seize Lucy, but just then darkness. Lucy's eyes widened in shock. That voice, that unfamiliar language. Ian. It was the wizard Ian. The once dimly lit forest was now engulfed in darkness summoned by Ian, rendering visibility non-existent. The sound of hooves echoed. Then, someone pulled Lucy up onto a horse's back. In that moment, though she could not see his face, the hands that grasped her and held her tightly sent her heart racing. Lucy, what the Baron? He's been slain. Damn it. The horses bolted forth from the darkness. It was only then that Lucy could discern Ian's face as he held her, his gaze fixed ahead. The Black Knight was pursuing them. The Black Knight? Indeed. We must shake them off and head towards the river. Chapter 52. The true identity of the Black Knight. Ian's understanding of warfare stemmed entirely from fictional works such as films or games. In these narratives, The scenarios of commanders falling and how to respond during a retreat were never portrayed. The protagonists invariably emerged victorious, and thus the ramifications of failure were seldom addressed. Consequently, the notion of defeat was an exceedingly foreign concept to Ian. However, he cast a glance at the trembling Lucy. The Baron was dead, yet another noble, Luke Italian, remained by his side. As long as she lived, she could serve as another pivotal figure. Ian resolved to concentrate on the immediate situation. His singular thought now was to ensure Lucy's safety. Yet, time was of the essence. The shouts of their pursuers echoed behind them. "Halt, wizard!" Ian gritted his teeth and pressed on, for if the Black Knight were to capture him, all would be lost. A glance over his shoulder revealed the Black Knight and his subordinates swiftly closing in. Specifically, their target appeared to be Lucy, who was at Ian's side. Such relentless pursuit. Setting aside other matters, the Black Knight's tenacity was indeed commendable. It could be said he single-handedly decimated the forces of Baron Cardi. Fleeing was futile. There was no time to waste. Surrender was the only option. Ian did not relent. Persevere a little longer. The hooves struck the ground with fervor, hastening the charge. As they traversed the rugged path, a broad and shallow river unfolded before them. Ian reined in his horse by the riverbank, casting a glance back at his pursuers, who too halted their steeds, seemingly awaiting his response. "Enough of this banter. Surrender, Talion, sorcerer," intoned the Dark Knight, his voice deep and commanding. Ian scoffed at him. "I wonder how much a usurper has compensated you. Do you not comprehend the nature of your employer, that wretched scoundrel?" Ian's derision ignited fury among the soldiers, clearly striking a nerve. "How dare you insult our leader?" one exclaimed. "Indeed, this is all deserved. The Baron and Baroness Talion brought this upon themselves. Our leader is blameless." Ian sensed Lucy trembling behind him. Calmly now, he said, "The Baron Talion is not entirely innocent. More accurately, he attempted to exploit Grimm, and now he reaps what he has sown. But in this medieval fantasy realm where war is commonplace, does right and wrong still bear significance? The victor dictates justice. Thus, the first cry for righteousness leads to the ultimate goal of triumph." Suddenly, the once trembling Lucy raised her voice in reprimand. "Silence! You murderers! Grimm, kill my parents. He robbed me of my land. Such a person deserves death." Ian fixed his gaze on the Dark Knight, stating, "Did you hear that? The usurper is the very embodiment of the brute who slays innocent nobles and seizes territories by force. Is it truly worth fighting for such a person?" Ian held his breath, awaiting the knight's reaction. In warfare, moral justification is a pivotal factor, directly influencing another core element: will to fight. Without a reason for battle, for shedding blood, humanity cannot engage wholeheartedly. Thus, Ian posed a question. Your employer is a shameless scoundrel devoid of honor. Will you continue to fight for him? Have you received Grimm's favor? After a moment of silence, the Dark Knight replied, "No, I was merely fortuitously employed by him." "Then there is no loyalty to uphold, is there?" The knight slowly shook his head. "I am a freelancer, sorcerer." Freelancer? The term, as used by the Dark Knight, did not refer to an unbound professional, but rather to a knight who sells his martial prowess. In fact, the term freelancer indeed originates from this very class of wandering knights. "Since I have accepted payment, until the task is completed, Grimm is my lord." "Then what distinguishes you from a mercenary?" Ian asked. "Nothing at all, save for the fact that I strive to remain true to myself," the Dark Knight replied with clarity. The merciless Black Knight, a professional freelancer of the medieval era, raised his spear and declared, "This is your final warning. Put down Talion and withdraw." Ian retorted with a cold smirk. "And if I refuse? Why should I? Have you been blessed by Talion? Is it worth risking your life for a woman?" "For reasons akin to yours, I possess something that I must obtain." "Oh, is that so?" The Black Knight appeared to grasp Ian's words, perhaps due to his own status as a freelancer, allowing him to comprehend the mindset of a fellow free spirit. The Black Knight assumed a stance to hurl his spear. Their mutual resolve indicated that both were willing to sacrifice their lives for their respective goals. Despite the absence of personal animosity, the Black Knight was determined to ensure Lucy's safety, even if it meant slaying Ian. However, Ian moved with swift resolve. Then, Ian raised his staff. "No, magic again." The Black Knight immediately tensed his arm, prepared to strike the mage down before he could cast his spell. Yet, Ian had anticipated the knight's throw. "Rage forth," Ian bellowed, invoking Moronius. The steeds of the pursuers erupted into a frenzy. The Black Knight was compelled to abandon his aim, barely managing to leap from his mount. What sorcery is this? As a level 3 summoner, Ian effortlessly conveyed his will to the horses. Thus, inciting their fury was but a trivial task for him. The pursuers tumbled from their horses, struggling clumsily. Though the river was not deep, it was sufficient to submerge their calves. Even if they fell, as long as they charged with all their might, they could still slay the mage. Yet, Ian's magic did not cease there. He swiftly intoned another incantation. "O river!" The mysterious power of the river resonated with Ian, having sensed his presence moments prior. When Ian called, the river eagerly responded to the mage's summons. "I have long awaited your call. Mortal, it seems you are a seeker of the arcane." The river appeared eager for a profound dialogue with Ian, yet he had no time to spare. Fortunately, the river seemed to possess an innate understanding of Ian's urgency. "Those disturbances trouble you, do they not?" "Indeed. Let us first dispel those nuisances, and then we shall converse at length." With a thunderous roar, the Black Knight and his pursuers were left in stunned silence. At the very moment the mage's incantation concluded, the river began to writhe, as if it were a living entity. "Help, help!" The river coalesced into a massive slime, rearing up to 7 or 8 meters in height, engulfing the pursuers and propelling them downstream. "Splendid work, Ian!" Lucy exclaimed in delight, praising Ian after the magic had cleared the pursuers. Yet, Ian had no time to respond to Lucy. He must express his gratitude to the river that had aided him. Jiang appeared to possess a curious disposition, posing numerous inquiries to Ian, who devoted considerable time to engage in conversation with her. By the time he departed from the river, the sun had begun its descent. Upon selecting a suitable campsite and preparing to fetch some water for his soup, he stumbled upon several corpses, those of the pursuers swept away by the river, among them the enigmatic Black Knight. Upon closer inspection, the knight's armor was indeed of an inky blackness, leaving Ian uncertain whether it was crafted from special metal or underwent some extraordinary treatment. Nevertheless, armor of such a nature is both precious and costly. When Ian attempted to remove it, he discovered it was somewhat smaller than he had anticipated. The darkness of the armor made it difficult to ascertain its size, yet the Black Knight's build was slightly more diminutive than Ian's. Even by the standards of a medieval fantasy realm, it appeared small. Could I don it? With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, Ian began to remove the Black Knight's armor. If it proved unwearable, he would simply sell it to Lucy. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he removed the helmet, only to be met with astonishment. The long golden hair, cascading from beneath the helm, was unexpected. When Ian finally beheld the face of the Black Knight, all his questions were answered, leaving him profoundly shocked. A woman. The Black Knight was indeed a woman. Chapter 53. Captive. Just as there are both men and women in an army, so too exist female knights alongside their male counterparts. The presence of a female knight is not surprising in this medieval fantasy world, where no laws prohibit women from becoming knights. What astonished Ian was that this particular Black Knight was a woman, the very one who had decimated the army of Baron Cady, charging through the enemy ranks with formidable strength. Why would she be a woman? Yet, with her demise, her story would remain forever elusive. Just then, a sudden cough escaped the Black Knight. Her expression contorted in pain. Ian was taken aback. The corpse was coughing. No, that was incorrect. Regaining his composure, he realized that, despite her appearance, she was not dead. The Black Knight was still alive, at least for the moment. Preserving the life of the Black Knight, should she prove useful to him, would be far more advantageous than simply slaying her. Ian swiftly sprang into action. He placed his hand upon her chest and pressed firmly on her abdomen, compelling her to expel the water trapped within. He retrieved a length of rope and bound the Black Knight as hands and feet. Before long, she regained consciousness. "Are you awake?" The Black Knight seemed to struggle to grasp the situation, glancing at her bound limbs before her gaze fell upon Ian, who suddenly shouted, "You! Where's my armor? I removed it for you." Ian hesitated for a moment, pondering whether he should assist her in donning the armor once more. The Black Knight appeared not merely disheveled, but rather in a most dire state. She donned a sleeveless, short, thin top paired with equally flimsy trousers, yet entirely drenched. Her physique was almost entirely exposed, with the fabric clinging to her form, rendering her alluring figure unmistakably visible. "I cannot place my trust in you. Thus I have disarmed you." Ian's rationale was sound in logic, yet emotionally, it fell short. The Dark Knight's face flushed crimson, acutely aware of her current mortifying appearance. How could the enemy behold me in such a state? The Dark Knight glared at Ian, her countenance a mix of shame and fury, forcing out through gritted teeth, "Just kill me." Must knights adhere to some sort of code, even when captured? Nevertheless, the astonishing remains astonishing. Why would I do such a thing? The Dark Knight murmured, her cheeks aflame. What else? Do you intend to humiliate me further? I had no intention of humiliating you. You mean to say you inadvertently humiliated me? Certainly. If you wish, I could humiliate you now. Silence. You lunatic. Ian clicked his tongue, gazing at the Dark Knight. Yet, she too was perplexed by Ian. What manner of thought governed his mind? Having exposed the shameful state that must never be revealed to an adversary, his response was neither mockery nor disdain, but rather a calm nonchalance. Was it because he was a sorcerer? The Dark Knight shook her head. Perhaps this was merely a sorcerer's cunning ploy to lower her guard, to ease her spirit only to strike her down with cruel delight. The female knight still harbored doubts regarding Ian's trustworthiness, and with a sharp tone, she demanded, "Are you mocking me now? Even in transgression, I remain an honorable knight. I denounce your despicable mockery." Should Ian truly be mocking her, she anticipated a reaction. However, his response was utterly unexpected. Sin? What sin? Are you referring to our confrontation outside the forest? The Dark Knight, bewildered, inquired, "Do you genuinely not know? Or are you simply continuing to mock me? Do you deem it a sin for a knight to battle against an enemy? If not, why utter the word sin?" The Dark Knight found herself at a loss for words. Self-revelation was no simple feat. Rather than explain herself to Ian, she opted for silence. How dull. Ian led the Dark Knight back to the camp, where Lucy awaited by the bonfire. Upon seeing Ian return with an unfamiliar woman, she was taken aback. "What is going on? Did you not say you were going for water?" "Yes." "Then who is this woman?" "I rescued her from the river." "You saved a woman from the river? Is she a river sprite?" Though Lucy was brimming with questions, she restrained herself, awaiting Ian's explanation. After hearing Ian's account, Lucy grasped the woman's identity. It was that Dark Knight. Lucy regarded the Dark Knight with a calm gaze. Her unexpectedly composed reaction surprised Ian. He had presumed Lucy would harbor resentment towards the one who had decimated Baron Cadam's forces. "Are you all right? Why do you say that?" "It was I who brought back the Black Knight." In response to Ian's inquiry, Lucy slowly shook her head. Surely, Ian must have thoughtfully rescued her. Perhaps he aimed to persuade her to abandon her malevolent ways. Did he not? "I would not be so foolish as to direct my ire at the free knight." "Oh!" Ian marveled at the aristocratic demeanor of Lucy. For nobility, virtue stands as a paramount quality. One must possess moral integrity to gather followers, seeking the genuine loyalty of knights rather than relying solely on contractual obligations. Thus, displaying the virtue of tolerance becomes essential. Since we have captured her, she shall not oppose us. Why? Because she owes you her life. As Lucy articulated, even a Black Knight played the role of a captive with sincerity in her presence. If this were the case, it would spare Ian the need to employ other means to recruit the Black Knight into his ranks. Upon seeing Lucy, she trembled slightly, which was likely a manifestation of her captive status. How utterly disgraceful, Black Knight. However, with Lucy's subsequent remarks, the Black Knight's countenance flushed crimson, as if on the verge of erupting. "You seem to revel in the thrill of wielding a sword while disguised as a man." Lucy's sharp taunt elicited an expression from the Black Knight akin to one contemplating self-destruction. The only one bewildered by the situation was Ian. What was going on with him? "What do you mean?" Lucy, observing Ian's utter confusion, found it astonishing. Did the sorcerer, who only emerged from seclusion in the mountains, truly lack such fundamental knowledge? "Did you not have any thoughts upon seeing her?" "Thoughts? Her hair is quite blonde, and her bosom is ample." "No. What nonsense are you spouting, Ian? She's clad in men's attire." At that moment, the mystery unraveled. The Black Knight's previous admissions of guilt and Lucy's disdain were all rooted in the fact that the Black Knight had dressed as a man. In this medieval fantasy realm, there exists a stringent distinction between male and female attire. A man donning women's clothing or a woman masquerading in men's garb is deemed a transgression. Only then did Ian comprehend the Black Knight's predicament. Just imagine if a friend confided that he had taken on a side job, only to discover that he was serving as a waitress in a maid CAF while dressed as a woman. Should this be revealed, he would likely be overwhelmed with shame. Is cross-dressing merely a hobby for you? Or is there another reason? Never mind, it hardly matters. Soon enough, rumors of the Black Knight's cross-dressing will circulate, will they not? In the face of Lucy's threat, the Black Knight glared at her with eyes brimming with resentment, even though her gaze harbored the ferocity of a knight. Lucy did not flinch. I beseech you to safeguard my reputation, Talion. Reputation? What honor does a wandering knight, scurrying for coins, possess? Surely less than that of a band of robbers. No? What did you say? The voices of the two individuals rose in intensity. Before the argument escalated further, Ian interjected. Cease this, Lucy. You are becoming overly emotional. No, we must seize the moment. I have identified her weakness. Before Lucy could finish her thought, Ian gently pressed his hand upon her shoulder. Allow me to handle the remainder. You should take a moment to rest. I do not require rest at all, Lucy replied. Yet she was subconsciously aware that her hands were trembling. Ian was correct. She was indeed cornered. Having endured too much, everything was spiraling toward the worst possible outcome. Her anxiety gradually morphed into overt aggression, unmistakable in its manifestation. I apologize, Lucy offered succinctly before departing. Ian ambled over and sat beside the Black Knight. You must harbor your own secrets. Ian reclined comfortably, unreservedly lying next to the female knight. He understood that an unwaveringly harsh demeanor often yields unfavorable results. Speak when you feel ready, it matters not. The female knight stared at Ian, this peculiar sorcerer who had rescued her, displaying a series of actions that bewildered her. However, overall, his conduct was not excessively inappropriate. Chapter 54. The origin of the Black Knight Barenka. When Ian opened his eyes, the world was enveloped in a mysterious and gentle blue hue. The twilight blue-gray tones, existing between the depths of night and dawn, framed a tall, blonde woman who gazed down upon Ian like a sprite. Undoubtedly, from a distance, this scene could be deemed picturesque. However, awakening to someone looming over him startled Ian considerably. I apologize. Did I disturb your slumber? She inquired. Not entirely, Ian replied, surveying his surroundings with a sigh. There remained approximately 30 minutes until the sun fully rose. But having been roused, there was no hope for further rest. Like many from his homeland, Ian harbored a peculiar obsession with sleeping in. The Black Knight suddenly extended his hands. Ian looked up at him as the knight declared, I wish to receive the treatment befitting a knight. Please release my bindings. Why should I trust you? Ian retorted. The Black Knight responded with calm assurance. I swear upon my honor as a knight that I will not attack you. Ian scrutinized the Black Knight with skepticism, his wariness stemming from the knight's own physical prowess. Sorcerers are vulnerable in close combat. Truthfully, if the Black Knight were to snap Ian's neck in an instant, he would be utterly defenseless. At the very least, he felt secure knowing the knight's hands were bound. Observing Ian's lingering doubts, the Black Knight continued to narrate his tale with composure. I am Barenka of the Metz family. My homeland is the impoverished region of the Winsburg Kingdom, situated in the eastern part of the empire, just as Sir Dicto described. Upon witnessing the performance of the Black Knight, Dictor immediately deduced that he hailed from the east. Do the knights of Winsburg favor dark armor? As the eldest daughter, I was groomed from a young age to inherit my father's legacy as a knight. However, following my father's demise, my mother unilaterally decided to bequeath his weapons and armor to my brother. Although I explained to him that those items rightfully belonged to me, he failed to comprehend. Ah, so you resorted to theft? What do you take me for? Naturally, I claimed them with utmost propriety. Ian nodded, instinctively aware that this so-called propriety likely entailed physical persuasion. As Ian anticipated, Barenka reclaimed the weapons and armor by teaching her brother a lesson. However, the subsequent trial saw Barenka lose, as both the lord and her mother sided with one another. Despite being ordered to return the weapons and face imprisonment, Barenka chose not to comply. After all, the enforcement of justice requires physical strength. To punish a criminal, one must first capture them. As previously demonstrated, Barenka possessed considerable power. When the Lord's soldiers and knights attempted to intimidate her, she defeated them with her resolute demeanor, exclaiming, "Who dares judge me?" Even though the Lord wielded judicial authority, ultimately, it was the might of the fist that prevailed. Barenka's actions illuminated the limitations of medieval justice, leading her to depart from Winsburg for other realms. Her destination was the Kingdom of Roland, located in the western part of the continent, reputedly the kingdom where her father had served as a knight in his youth. As her father's daughter, I believed I would surely find acceptance there. Well then, Why disguise yourself as a man? At the mention of cross-dressing, Barenka's face flushed. That, certainly, is not because I have an affinity for women. Oh, is that so? Indeed, I have heard that the Holy Empire discriminates against female knights. My father warned me that those barbarians are not to be trusted and that I must tread carefully. Is that so? Ian, not being a knight, was unaware of such matters. Yet, the assertion of the Empire's barbarism held some truth. The ancestors of the Empire's inhabitants were not of the ancient Golden Empire, but rather marauders who descended from the north. The remnants of northern masculinity lingered within the Empire, often subjecting women to unwelcome gazes during outdoor activities. Thus, I resolved to conceal my gender before departing the Empire. I wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. If it were Lucy, she might have skeptically asked if your reason for dressing as a man was merely an excuse born from affection. However, Ian harbored no prejudice against medieval folk. He simply accepted that matters might indeed be as such. Moreover, is there anything else? Barenka nodded and handed over a black helmet. This helmet possesses magic. Magic? This unexpected revelation piqued Ian's curiosity. Is not magic his area of expertise? Indeed, this is a form of magic that alters one's voice. Yet I remain uncertain about how to wield it. Upon donning the helmet, does the voice automatically transform? Indeed, it shifts to that of a male. Barenka elucidated. As for the origin and method of this enchantment, she was unaware. However, it was evident that her father's helmet possessed the magic to modify the wearer's voice. Since she had recently inherited this armor, she was initially oblivious to the magical properties of the helmet. It was only during her battles, while adorned in the armor, that she discovered this feature. Given that the enchantment was non-lethal, she chose not to dwell on it. With the helmet's magic available, would it not suffice to remain silent? Thus, while traversing the territory of Winsburg, Barenka either refrained from speaking entirely or removed the helmet to engage in conversation. She could also feign that her reticence stemmed from a desire to observe the faces of those she spoke with. However, upon entering the Empire's domain, her perspective began to shift. Why not seize this opportunity to masquerade as a man? Her interest in cross-dressing was not born of any peculiar inclination, but rather a response to the peculiar circumstances at hand. Consequently, Barenka tentatively attempted to mimic male behavior, hoping to elude any potential pursuers and achieve an additional effect. Yet, who could have foreseen that her initial foray into male attire would be discerned by Ian? In her heart, Barenka felt that she was being punished by fate for her unwarranted desire to don the garments of the opposite sex. I shall never wear male attire again. But what of the helmet? As long as I do not speak, I should be fine. Ian shook his head. The image of a taciturn knight might be acceptable at times, but maintaining such a demeanor would surely become oppressive. May I take a look? The magic of the helmet? Chapter 55. Repaying a debt without a moment's hesitation. Barenka handed over the helmet, and Ian accepted it, scrutinizing it with great care. Observing a magician up close certainly offered a unique perspective. Ian examined the helmet from various angles, ultimately scratching his head in confusion. Still unclear. Unable to learn this skill at present. A clearer manifestation of the mysterious must be witnessed to acquire new skills. Despite having witnessed numerous enigmatic phenomena, the magic of the helmet differed from what he had previously encountered. The world is vast, and the domain of the mysterious is replete with diversity. Ian was reminded that he was still a fledgling magician. You have witnessed a new mysterious phenomenon. Skill point reward obtained. 50 skill points indeed. Reflecting on the time he witnessed the phenomenon of the storm, he received rewards then as well. Having acquired points, Ian opened his skill panel to explore the magic worth learning. Skill, summoning the souls 3100 in progress. This is the ability to converse with the deceased. Summoning the souls? The newly uncovered mysterious phenomenon appears to relate to the realm of spirits. It seems this helmet is possessed by a ghost. A ghost? Upon hearing Ian's explanation, Barenka was taken aback. She had initially assumed that magic had altered the voice, only to discover that it was an item possessed by a spirit. I'm not a necromancer, so I am not well versed in the specifics. Is this item dangerous? Not necessarily. If it has posed no issues thus far, it is unlikely to do so in the future. Are you certain? As Ian returned the helmet, he replied, I do not know. It seems prudent to use it sparingly during combat, as its nature remains uncertain. Ian, being no omniscient tool, could not fathom all mystical phenomena. Should he allocate skill points now, he might learn necromancy, but honestly, Investing points merely to investigate a helmet seems somewhat unwise. This perspective stems from Ian's prior exploration of various magics. It would be wiser to conserve points, much like when he first encountered the dragon with a long tail, saving them for critical moments. After Ian appraised the item, Barenka sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, magician." "No need for thanks." At dawn, Ian untied Barenka and prepared breakfast for her, as she had sworn an oath to the heavens, vowing never to oppose the two. In this era, where the teachings of the celestial god are widespread, the credibility of such oaths hovers around 90. As long as the other party is not driven to desperation, there is little cause for concern. "Your name is Ian, is it not?" "Indeed, I am Ian, a disciple of Elidus, also known as Raven." "Very well, Ian Elidus Raven." Barenka knelt on one knee, adopting the posture of a knight receiving an appointment. "Although this was due to a mission, we had once been adversaries. Yet you saved me, your enemy. No amount of gratitude would suffice, Ian. I have a request for you." "A request?" Barenka lowered her head and said, "Can we consider everything that transpired between us as if it never happened?" Ian was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Barenka's unspoken intent. "Ah, so she wishes for reconciliation. Since both parties bear some fault, it would be fair to erase the past. Very well, let us act as though it never occurred." Ian's prompt response elicited a radiant smile from Barenka. Lucy, with her arms crossed, quietly observed Barenka's actions. Feeling Lucy's gaze, Barenka turned slightly and said, "No matter what you say, I will fight to uphold my honor, Talion." Ian felt a sense of apprehension that the two might clash again in this moment. However, today, Lucy chose to yield first. "My words yesterday were somewhat hasty. To threaten you with the faults of an honorable knight, I apologize for that. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall forget your past entirely. This is what you desire, is it not?" Indeed. Upon Lucy's conclusion, Barenka, with a grave countenance, expressed her gratitude. "I am deeply thankful for your generous decisions, both of you. And Ian, not only have you saved my life, but you have also embraced my past. I truly owe you an immense debt." Barenka lowered her head once more. "However, at present, I find myself devoid of coin. So what shall I do? Allow me to repay you with my body." It is imperative to clarify that Barenka's notion of repayment by body does not imply what one might presume. Her intent was to convey that, lacking monetary resources, she would compensate in other ways. Such practices were commonplace among knights in the medieval era. Knights, possessing nothing but their prowess, would, upon finding themselves financially bereft during their travels, resort to selling their martial skills in exchange for gold. Thus, Barenka found herself indebted to Ian in a manner akin to a significant obligation. Unlike the modern individuals who merely vocalize their debts, those inhabiting the fantastical medieval realm believed that debts must be repaid in tangible forms, a doctrine rooted in celestial teachings. If one owed 100, one was bound to provide an equivalent of 100 in wealth or service. It is crucial to note that demanding 120 or 130 would be deemed usury, regarded as sinful. Therefore, Barenka proposed to offer her labor equivalent to the gratitude she owed for Ian's salvation and his forgiveness regarding her past. The service a knight could provide, naturally, would be martial strength. "Until I have settled all my debts, I shall become your swift arrow, wholly yours, Ian." This was the rationale behind Barenka's kneeling. Until the debt was cleared, she would regard Ian as her sovereign. "Do you know what I do? Is that even question? Are you not a sorcerer? Then you must know where I am headed." "I am indifferent. Regardless of your destination, I shall accompany you until my debt is repaid," Barenka stated with composure. Ian sincerely sensed that Barenka was indeed unconcerned about his whereabouts. This was agreeable. Although their time together had been brief, Ian, who had traversed the continent alone, recognized the necessity of having a forerunner by his side. Sorcerers are exceedingly vulnerable in close combat. On a chaotic battlefield, while a sorcerer may wield godlike power, should a lunatic charge at them with a sword, escaping such a predicament would be exceedingly challenging. However, if a similarly armed lunatic stood ready to shield him, Ian's burdens would be significantly alleviated. Given Barenka's prowess, she would be an asset wherever they ventured. Ian had contemplated whether to hire mercenaries or purchase slaves. Thus, the presence of a wandering knight brought him considerable comfort. "I look forward to your continued support." Chapter 56. "I am Barenka." Barenka nodded succinctly, signifying her intention to regard Ian as her lord rather than an employer. As dawn broke, let's first gather the scattered soldiers. Ian instructed Oberon to verify the positions of the mercenaries and knights, adding that if they were nearby, they should be brought forth. By the way, Barenka, are you comfortable staying here? What did that imply? It meant that just yesterday, she was over at Graham's. Merely a day prior, Barenka had been effortlessly dispatching the soldiers of Baron Cardi. Yet, within the span of a single day, this former butcher had transformed into a companion. A fact that those soldiers who had lost their comrades might not readily accept. Barenka seemed to grasp this and nodded. I don't know what you're talking about. This is my first time here today. What nonsense? Ian gazed at Barenka in disbelief, but she calmly replied, "Did we not decide to leave the past behind? Therefore, today is indeed my first time here." Indeed, Ian had promised to allow her to forget her past. However, did that not only pertain to her masquerade as a man? Astonishingly, she had seemingly erased her entire history. Barenka, would such an excuse convince others? Even if Ian had promised Barenka a forgetful future, he had not employed any form of hypnosis on her. It was implausible that others would fail to recognize her. Besides, she was clad in that conspicuous black armor. Yet Barenka remained unfazed. Belief is irrelevant. As long as I declare it, they have no choice but to accept it. Ian shook his head in resignation. Although he could not comprehend her rationale, since she asserted it herself, he would let her be. He trusted she would manage. Despite his concerns for Barenka, it appeared they were unwarranted. By midday, soldiers who had followed Ian's raven began to gather around him one by one. In truth, amidst the warfare of this era, the regrouping of a defeated army was no simple feat. Typically, when an army disbands on the battlefield, the soldiers scatter to fend for themselves. They flee independently, regroup at their own discretion, and decide their future action solo. The fate of commanders and knights remains unknown. The command structure disintegrates. What? Our army has been defeated? Then let us head home for a meal, and many soldiers indeed turn to return home. The act of setting down arms and running home for a meal, from a modern perspective, seems utterly insane. Yet what could a defeated commander do? If he no longer wished to fight, what means could compel him to continue? Of course, if the soldiers and commanders hailed from the same village, perhaps they could be apprehended as they returned home for supper. After all, neighbors could simply visit to retrieve them. However, if such a scenario existed, the soldiers would not have strayed in the first place. They fled confident in their belief they would not be caught. The disintegration of a defeated army is a common occurrence in a medieval fantasy world. The Earl's army was no exception. The day before, during the battle, the formation was breached, and after the Earl was attacked, the soldiers' morale plummeted. What had initially fueled their bloodshed? It was the promise of coin from the Baron. But now their leader was dead. With their master gone, what reason did the soldiers have to remain? None. Thus, what had begun as a relatively smooth battle was abandoned, and the mercenaries scattered in disarray. Many knights were captured, and those who survived, upon confirming the Earl's demise, hastily departed as well. There is a reason why the game of chess concludes when the king is checkmated. The king himself embodies the very essence of war. The surviving mercenaries and knights adhered to their instinct for survival, each seeking their own escape. Some returned to the Earl's domain to claim their final payment. Others turned to thievery, robbing the homes of the innocent, while some pledged their allegiance to the camp of Graham. Yet others relinquished everything and returned to their hometowns to savor their mother's cooking. On this day, Ian's crows discovered these routed soldiers. Harried by the incessant harassment of sorcerers' minions during their march, the soldiers instantly recognized Oberon. Was he sent by the wizard? And so what? Should they investigate? What could happen if they did not? Might he cast a curse upon them? If summoned by the nobility, they might have chosen to ignore it and flee. But a sorcerer's summons commanded their attention, for the consequences of negligence were unthinkable. Sorcerers were elusive beings, their means of retribution unfathomable. Hence, Ian was able to rally a substantial number of disheartened soldiers. Once assembled, their ranks astonishingly swelled to 300, a remarkable feat indeed. Hey, you can't be. Of course, the knights and mercenaries recognized Barenka as well. Unlike the absurdly forgetful characters of comedic tales, they were living, breathing individuals. After all, there was only one knight clad in black armor. Failing to recognize her would indeed be peculiar. The Black Knight. It turned out the Black Knight was a woman. But what was she doing here? Some impulsively drew their weapons, seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades. In response, Barenka spoke. The Black Knight? Who is the Black Knight? I am Barenka of the Kingdom of Wentz. Dissent arose, Stop the nonsense. You are the Black Knight. I am Barenka. Didn't you pledge allegiance to Graham yesterday and slay our men? I am Barenka. Damn it. The retort from Barenka provoked gritted teeth. While Ian could only inwardly lament her audacity, the Black Knight was indeed a woman. I am female. The Black Knight is male. Such an explanation sufficed. Should further entanglement ensue, I would deem it an affront to my honor and issue a challenge to duel. Faced with Barenka's logically coherent explanation, the crowd momentarily fell silent. Though this silence did not endure for long, a figure emerged, a valiant knight, unable to tolerate Barenka's audacious defense any longer. I am Grek, son of Hadalin, the Barenka of Whence. I challenge you to a duel. What shall be the terms of this duel? Should I prevail, you must unequivocally acknowledge that you are indeed the Black Knight. Conversely, if I am not the Black Knight, will you concede? Very well, it is settled. What good is this madness? Chapter 57, The Battle Resumes. What is the meaning of this? Does the volume of one's voice equate to righteousness? Can victory substantiate the veracity of one's claims? Does such logic hold water? Nevertheless, as this medieval mindset prevailed, Ian refrained from further comment, opting to observe in silence. Must one simply shatter the opponent's skull to validate one's correctness? Ah, how romantic. Why must the feeble moderns engage in keyboard warfare? Why invoke logic? Without adversaries, disputes cease to exist. Even the most noble lineage, Lucy, took on the role of arbiter. As Barenka wielded his sword, all present shared a singular thought. That man is indeed the Black Knight. Surely, he is the Black Knight. Undeniably the Black Knight. Of course, Barenka's swordsmanship remained as fierce, precise, and lethal as it had been the day prior. The valiant knight surrendered in less than 5 rounds. Enough, I concede, Grek Hadalin muttered to himself, akin to a defeated representative signing a capitulation document. Barenka is not the Black Knight. Subsequently, Lucy announced the verdict of the duel. The Barenka of Whence is a wandering knight rescued from the river by the Mage Ian yesterday. They are meeting for the first time, certainly not the Black Knight. Therefore, no errors from yesterday's battle can be held against them. Barenka once again demonstrated his innocence in a forthright, physical manner. Ah, what noble knight! A paragon of impeccable chivalry. Has this matter been resolved? Lord Dicto. Upon seeing a familiar face, Ian rose to greet him. It was Lord Dicto, the knight of the Baron. My lord, the Baron is already aware. Lord Dicto replied in a hushed tone, his words imbued with an unspoken inquiry, his expression grave. He continued, Gentlemen, what are your plans moving forward? And you, my lord? Lord Dicto cast a sidelong glance at Lucy and responded, In my heart, I yearn to launch another assault on Graham, but the reasons Lord Dicto wished to attack Graham were threefold. Firstly, it had been their original plan. Having come this far, would returning empty-handed not render them a complete disgrace? If we could secure the head of Graham, we could at least proclaim that although we emerged victorious, the esteemed Baron has made the ultimate sacrifice. Furthermore, it is only by conquering the Tarian territory that we can obtain the funds necessary to compensate the mercenaries. Should we return empty-handed, the mercenaries will undoubtedly demand their due from the next Baron. Can one expect to be compensated after a defeat? Such a notion is indeed absurd. Even if the company incurs losses, the deposit owed must still be paid. To forego rightful earnings simply due to the company's hardships would render one a fool. However, the forthcoming Baron, whoever that may be, will surely attempt to withhold these funds. What? The mercenaries demand payment? I am uncertain. Perhaps you should inquire with the late patriarch for your dues. The Baron has perished? Then you may as well seek him in the netherworld for your recompense. The mercenaries would be infuriated, yet if they wish to avoid the fate of having the Baroness' head severed, they must swallow their indignation. Such is the nature of the world. Those in power habitually siphon the wealth of the lower classes while remaining unscathed. Consequently, the mercenaries, adhering to the noble traditions of the medieval era, would promptly turn to thievery, plundering the Baron's treasury, essentially the riches of the common folk. And who would apprehend these thieves? Surely, it would be Lord Dicto. Who else could it be? Yet, should we seize the Tarian lands and procure wealth from Lucy, the scenario would be entirely transformed. The plundered would no longer be the Baroness' domain, but rather the lands of Tarian. While the oppressed populace would suffer greatly, it matters little to me, and indeed, it is of no concern to Sir Dicto. Moreover, there exists one final reason, an essential yet seemingly trivial motivation. Sir Dicto simply harbors a profound disdain for Graham. He believes that Graham must be cast into the abyss. For only then can the late Baron rest in peace. Baron of Tarion. As Sir Dicto summoned Lucy, she was taken aback. He typically carried himself with the airs of a baron, boasting about his status. Yet now, when treated as one, he found it surprising. The soldiers still possessed sufficient strength, and the provisions had not yet been exhausted. If you command it, we can engage in battle once more at any moment. War, after all, is a noble affair. Should Lucy lack the desire, Sir Dicto would have to return to the Baron's lands, tears in his eyes. Lucy calmly surveyed her surroundings. Sir Dicto, the Baron's knights, and the soldiers who followed them. The Black Knight Barenka and the Mage Ian. All awaited Lucy's command. Ian, the Baron of Tarion, called the Mage's name. Ian replied with a smile. Act as you see fit. You haven't forgotten what you desire, have you? Lucy nodded. Indeed. I must not forget the reason I fled the Tarion territory. I am determined to oust the usurper Graham and reclaim my rightful lands. Thus, Ian proclaimed loudly, the Baron yearns for war. Chapter 58, Preparations Before Battle. To those who achieve merit, I shall bestow bags of silver, Luke Italian solemnly declared, as the noble opened his purse in his capacity as a patron of knights. While appearing as a mere youthful maiden in playful banter with Ian, Lucy exuded an air of dignified nobility when addressing the assembly. She promised the knights and mercenaries generous rewards upon the successful completion of their endeavor. With the noble's proclamation of financial support, the knights eagerly rallied to Lucy's cause. Although their allegiance was fleeting, they professed loyalty to Baron Cardi, declaring that avenging their fallen lord was their knightly duty. Had Lucy not offered compensation, these knights would have long since returned home. Instead, they seized the opportunity to engage in combat under the guise of chivalric honor and duty, undoubtedly a convenient pretext. Ian, I too wish to join the fray. Barenka approached to seek Ian's consent. Ian, initially inclined to acquiesce, suddenly hesitated and inquired, surely, this will not be deducted from the debt you owe me? Isn't that only natural? Well, I appreciate your permission. Sir Dicto promptly reassembled the Baron's forces, finalizing their battle readiness. In truth, had the Baron not perished, the actual losses incurred would have been negligible. Wizard Ian, Sir Dicto approached him, and though belated, he felt compelled to express his apologies. What? Regarding the knight's disrespect towards you. Disrespect? Ah, indeed there was such a matter. Prior to the commencement of hostilities, the knights had disdainfully remarked, Humph, we can win without your assistance. It appeared that Sir Dicto had taken this to heart, perhaps due to his sensitive age, or perhaps because Ian's repeated acts of kindness had drawn his attention. It is a matter of the past, it matters not. Your ability to say so is appreciated. Sir Dicto cast a glance back. Surprisingly, the knights still regarded Ian with hostility. They seemed to harbor doubts about Ian's successful persuasion of Barenka, suspecting some nefarious trickery. Or perhaps they were simply envious of the remarkable prowess Ian had displayed. Yet Ian remained unfazed. Since becoming a wizard, he had grown increasingly unrestrained. The knights despise me? So what? I offer you the opportunity to surpass me, until you can no longer see my shadow. Therefore, my lord Ian, I implore you to extend your magical assistance once more. Ian nodded. This time, he resolved to intervene, irrespective of any opposition from the knights. He found it impossible to trust them, even with Barenka's defection providing a decisive advantage in strength. This time, he intended to bring matters to a close himself. Thank you immensely. Sir Dicto beamed, though the knight's reactions remained less than favorable. What nefarious scheme do you intend to concoct this time? Sir Dicto, do you truly require the assistance of a sorcerer? We are more than capable of securing victory on our own. What nonsense are you spouting now? If we rely on the sorcerer's aid to triumph, the world will mock us as inept. Sir Dicto, as a knight, do you not feel a sense of shame? Sir Dicto's face flushed crimson, not from embarrassment, but from indignation. Indeed, the knight's unreasonable antics were quite mortifying. You defeated ones. How dare you still speak of honor? At that moment, Ian strode towards the disgruntled knights. Coincidentally, Oberon swooped down from the forest, alighting upon Ian's shoulder. Caw! Caw! Suddenly, a crow perched upon his shoulder, and the mage, staff in hand, approached the knights, who nervously fixed their gaze upon Ian. Despite their disdain for sorcery, they feared its formidable power. If you have grievances, then be gone. Be gone? Are you addressing us? Indeed, I have no interest in engaging in political discourse with you wastrels before the battlefield. Depart at once. Arrogant sorcerer. War belongs to knights. Do you truly believe we cannot succeed without you? Why should we not prevail? With Barenka on our side and our forces in the ascendancy, why should victory elude us? A mere fledgling sorcerer dares to discourse on warfare before knights. Even a passing dog would scoff. Huh? You're experts? Then why did you lose? Ian's scorn rendered the knights crimson-faced and silenced them. To declare one's uselessness before those freshly defeated is a statement that even gods would find hard to counter, let alone knights. Not even a black knight could withstand the onslaught, allowing the enemy to breach the defenses, failing to protect the Baron. And yet you dare assert that we cannot succeed without you? Is it not the case that, had it not been for your failures, we might have triumphed long ago? Confronted by Ian's incisive remarks, Sir Dicto cautiously approached. My lord Ian, allow me to handle this. I have not finished speaking. Ian's furious shout summoned a tempest, the earth responding vehemently. He did not truly wield magic, yet as a sorcerer, his will was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. The magical energy seemed to resonate with Ian's discontent, aligning itself with his emotions. The knights were instantly thrown into a state of panic under the sorcerer's wrath. The earth and wind reacted, compelling them to abandon any desire to further contest with Ian. At sunset, we shall launch another assault on Graham. Those willing to join me, step forward. Otherwise, leave at once. That is all I have to say. Ian surveyed his surroundings before vanishing into the depths of the forest. Due to Ian's discourse, the willingness of some knights to engage in battle became uncertain. Some may choose to accompany Ian, while others might forsake the fight and flee. However, it is certain that, in stark contrast to the knights, this infused the mercenaries with boundless confidence. Truly, the esteemed sorcerer has manifested such formidable magic. With a magician of such caliber by our side, defeat is simply not an option. Meanwhile, Grimes' army endured a night fraught with unease. In the previous day's skirmish, Grimes' soldiers had slain Baron Cardi, an exceedingly embarrassing predicament for him. Had they merely captured Baron Cardi, the war could have concluded swiftly and cleanly. However, with the Baron's death, it is conceivable that someone might assume command. It is even plausible that the Baroness' vassals might rally under the banner of vengeance for their lord. From Grimes' perspective, this situation was infuriating. It was he who had marched his forces to vanquish me, yet it was he who met his demise. How could this possibly be blamed on me? In response, his vassals might retort, you merely needed to teach him a lesson. Why did you kill him? This exemplifies the complexities of noble society. To others, Baron Cardi did not wage war out of covetousness for others' lands, but rather in defense of his beloved niece, proclaiming himself a paragon of justice. Hence, he was not guilty of any transgression. Consequently, Grime, the one responsible for the Baroness' death, was cast as the villain, while the peril of being slain in battle. Such matters are of no concern to us nobles. Have we located Talion yet? Not yet. The soldiers are reluctant to venture into the forest. Not only Grime, but even his subordinates had witnessed the calamity of the previous day. Initially, they believed it was merely an aberration in the weather, only to later learn that a sorcerer had unleashed a bizarre spell, casting Grime as the antagonist, with any who aided him destined to suffer. Although it was merely psychological intimidation and caused no physical harm, the soldiers' morale plummeted. Had it not been for yesterday's victory, the army might have already disbanded. Damn it, I must find a way to capture that woman. Grime was in a state of agitation. He had originally required Lucy, but now he was compelled to wager his very life on her. Only by securing Lucy could he uncover a breakthrough to resolve the current predicament. For if Grime were to wed Lucy, the Baron's death could be relegated to an internal family matter. Of course, this was no easy feat, but it would certainly be preferable to the present circumstances. What should have concluded definitively with yesterday's victory was now exacerbated by the fear of the sorcerer. The pursuit had not been effectively initiated, and the situation continued to spiral out of control. Boss, there's trouble. What is it? The enemy is regrouping. They seem intent on continuing the fight. Is it that knight seeking vengeance? Or could it be Lucy Talion? It's possible. It might very well be her. Upon receiving word of the enemy's reformation, Grime immediately set about preparing for the second engagement. A victory here would signify true triumph. This was his final opportunity to seize Lucy. Chapter 59. Victory, the enemy, emerged stealthily at dusk. Clad in chainmail and donning a helmet, Grimm meticulously surveyed the enemy forces, furrowing his brow. That individual, is he the Black Knight? Indeed, he is the Black Knight. A betrayal at such a moment. Just yesterday, he had stood among Grimm's troops, and today, he occupied the vanguard of the Baron's army. As the horn sounded, the Baron's forces charged up the hillside. Grimm raised his sword and shouted, "Attack!" The battle, however, remained unfavorable for Grimm. Yet, with unwavering determination, he commanded his troops, leading from the front. Despite being outnumbered, his forces engaged fiercely with the Baron's men. Soldiers became entangled, both sides clashing violently on the battlefield, the chaos rendering the situation indistinguishable. Up to this point, it mirrored the events of the previous day. However, two significant changes marked the Baron's army. The foremost threat lay in the presence of the Black Knight. Barenko wielded his astonishing martial prowess to sweep through the lines, delivering a devastating blow to an already outnumbered force. Nonetheless, in comparison to the second threat, Barenko was hardly a concern. What is happening? The sky. The sky has darkened. At the rear of the battlefield, the mage Ian cast his spell as dusk approached, just before nightfall, leaving no time to prepare torches. This was the perfect environment for shadow magic. Darkness. Humans. We have arrived. Where shall we play today? Let envelop the front. Ian conjured a vast shroud of darkness in the heart of the enemy ranks. This was not an art of burning, striking, or killing. It merely cloaked everything in shadows. Yet, the inky veil summoned by Ian dramatically altered the atmosphere of the battlefield. It was magic. The mage had utilized sorcery. Damn it. Think of a way. What can we do when we can see nothing? Over 50 soldiers found themselves ensnared in the dark shroud, lost in disarray. Chaos swiftly spread. It appeared victory was within reach, Ian mused from afar. This was a battle where even coordinated efforts would struggle to prevail. However, once the rear troops fell into disorder, a once promising victory was destined to turn to defeat. Such was the case. Faced with the relentless advance of the Black Knight, the front lines began to crumble, attempting to retreat. Yet, the troops at the rear were unable to withdraw. The reason was simple. They could not see, unaware of who was fighting where, and oblivious to whether their side was winning or losing. How could they make a judgment? In the moment the retreating front collided with the disordered rear, Grimm's army descended into utter chaos. The usurper Grimm's forces were collapsing. The unfolding of battle was a stark contrast to the previous day. Confronted with the Black Knight's unyielding breakthrough, the central defense of Grimm's army shattered. Simultaneously, the soldiers in the rear struggled amidst the inky curtain summoned by Ian, losing their sense of judgment and impeding the retreat of those in front. In short, the command system had utterly collapsed. The squad disbanded. Everyone fled for their lives. I wish to survive. Baron Talion's forces had utterly crushed the troops of Graham. In truth, once the army was fragmented, the prospect of reformation was nearly non-existent. Soldiers tended to flee independently, adhering to the principle of self-preservation. The situation for the Baroness army, however, was an exception. Thanks to Ian's release of the birds for recruitment, approximately 300 soldiers were saved. The Baroness forces reveled in the ecstasy of victory, pursuing the scattered enemies one by one, slaying mercenaries and capturing knights for ransom. Ian, who was observing the battlefield, was startled when Lucy suddenly rushed into his embrace. Clinging to him tightly, she sobbed, "We won." "Yes, we have won," Ian replied, swallowing his words as he gazed at the battleground. Having become a mage, he had achieved this momentous first victory. Ian wandered the battlefield, striving to uncover the mysteries of death. Yet, the enigma he sought was nowhere to be found. Not even a shadow. Instead, he was surrounded only by greedy soldiers. With so many corpses present, why did the mystery of death remain elusive? Ian furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. He could not help but reminisce about his days studying magic under Elidis. At that time, Elidis had introduced him to the best methods of listening to the mysterious voices. Had Ian attempted to comprehend the mysteries alone, he could scarcely fathom the foolishness he might have engaged in. He was perplexed. He had thought perhaps he could learn necromancy. Yet, wandering amidst the corpses on the battlefield seemed woefully insufficient. What should he do? Dissect the bodies? Sleep among the dead in a graveyard? Or, Ian shook his head. It would be far more expedient to encounter a necromancer during his travels and seek direct counsel. If Elidis were to learn of Ian's thoughts, she would likely be both amused and exasperated. After all, how many had dedicated months, if not longer, to hear the mysterious voices? Yet Ian believed he could grasp necromancy merely by traversing the battlefield. The mercenaries engaged in their tasks remained behind, while Ian returned to Lucy's residence. Talion Hall was an enormous wooden structure. What a magnificent wooden house it was. A splendid corridor, chandeliers made of glass. Such opulence could only be found in the grand interiors of a 17th-century French palace. Baron Talion's residence exemplified the standard of an ordinary noble home. The walls were adorned with hunting trophies of beheaded deer, and animal hides replaced curtains, presenting a decor steeped in wildness. "Welcome, Ian," Lucy exclaimed as she rushed over to greet him, her pointed hat bobbing with her movements. The fellow should have removed his pointed hat during the journey. Yet as soon as he ascended to the title of Baron Talion, he promptly donned it once more. Did she genuinely find that hat appealing? What was her impression after witnessing the grandeur of the Talion Hall? Lucy exclaimed with exuberance, clearly believing that her residence was exquisitely adorned. She was not entirely mistaken. By the aesthetic standards of a medieval fantasy realm, the Talion Hall could score no less than an impressive 80 out of 100. This was evident from the abundance of trophies derived from the hunt that filled the house. Deer heads, animal pelts. One could only wonder how many hunts it took to amass such a collection. The owner of this abode must undoubtedly be a powerful hunter, treating the pursuit as a necessity of life. In the past, the castle of the Baron of Riverville was not nearly as opulent, being constructed primarily for defensive purposes. "Quite commendable," Ian remarked with a detached air. Unless one were struck by a bullet, the dim and dreary DCOR could hardly be considered appealing. Perhaps enthusiasts of death metal or aspiring taxidermists might appreciate it. Yet even for the nobility, how splendid could a house built to medieval economic standards truly be? To Ian, a modern individual, it appeared as nothing more than a rather uninspiring structure. However, one could argue that it did possess a certain exotic charm. "What is the situation?" Chapter 60. Inheriting the title, Ian inquired, to which Lucy chirped excitedly. "Everything is splendid. First, I met with the priest and formally inherited the title. And I also verified the inventory of assets. For a small fief like Baron Talion's, administrative matters are typically managed by the priest. The inheritance Lucy spoke of did not imply obtaining the priest's permission, but rather the formal notation on a document stating, 'I am now the Baron,' having become Baroness." Lucy confirmed the asset inventory recorded for the Talion fief. This list was a chaotic amalgamation of records from centuries past and mere months prior. More than half of it consisted of borrowed items, yet they had all been tacitly accepted as property of Talion. Items borrowed from friends just months ago would be absorbed into the estate, let alone those from 2 centuries past. How could one possibly return items borrowed 200 years ago? At that point, they were simply considered one's own. Yet occasionally, someone would unearth a document from 200 years ago regarding a borrowed frying pan and come seeking its return. From the perspective of Baron Talion, one could argue, "We have used it for 200 years. How can it still be yours?" The lender would retort, "We have come to reclaim what was lent. How has it become yours?" Thus, conflicts would inevitably arise. And Graham? He has already been captured and will be executed in a few days. If Ian wishes to witness it, he is welcome to attend. Oh, the executions of the medieval era, particularly for traitors, were primarily public displays designed to serve as stark warnings. Sir Dictor mentioned he would return after the victory ceremony. In truth, Sir Dictor's situation was exceedingly urgent. The Baron had perished, and that singular fact spoke volumes. Yet the others seemed entirely unconcerned, scratching their bellies and exclaiming, "Oh, the Baron is dead? What a pity," showing no genuine remorse. Why was this? Because they were not his liege. Only Sir Dictor and a few knights could genuinely be considered close retainers. The rest were relatively new to the fold. Regardless of Sir Dictor's pressing concerns, everyone else was eager to partake in the celebratory feast. Thus, Sir Dictor attended the banquet with a heavy heart, mourning the sacrifice of Baron Katie. Would he simply return after this? Ian felt a twinge of confusion. If he were to return like this, would it not be difficult to come back again? No matter how deeply the Baron sympathized with Lucy, he would not invest heavily in raising an army merely out of pity. This conflict should hold some ulterior motive. Might it not be wiser to extract something from Lucy before departing? "Lucy, have you conversed with Baron Katie about anything?" "About what?" "For instance." Did he offer you any conditions in exchange for his assistance? Lucy tilted her head, displaying her characteristic innocence. No. Really? Yes, truly. Are you certain there was nothing? Though Ian found it absurd, it seemed indeed there was nothing. Originally, the plan had been to foster an atmosphere after the victory that would compel Lucy to yield some benefits. But with the Baron's demise, that scheme lay shattered. Even if he were to lament in the afterlife, regretting that he should have clarified matters beforehand, what good would it do? This was all due to the Baron's desire to maintain his dignity before his niece, preventing him from broaching conditions in advance. To Ian, Lucy appeared to be a person inherently blessed by fortune, succeeding in whatever she endeavored. Indeed, she possessed that kind of luck. It felt somewhat strained to label her an agent, yet if the mercenaries' wages and the knight's spoils could be considered remuneration, then so be it. Ian, you shall attend the banquet too, won't you? Of course. Then I shall see you at the feast. With numerous matters demanding her attention, Lucy had little time to spare, and her meeting with Ian was a brief respite from her busyness. Understanding the situation, Ian found himself aimlessly wandering about once more. During his few days of freedom, Ian fell into a long-overdue contemplation. What truly is a wizard? A conversant with the arcane, a seeker of mysteries. This was the notion of a wizard he had held. Until now, he had been studying under Elides, occasionally engaging in dialogues with enigmatic beings, accumulating his achievements. However, with genuine leisure at last bestowed upon him, Ian began to question the path he had chosen. Was this practice truly correct? As a mysterious explorer, do more extreme methods become necessary? As a fledgling mage, Ian struggles to independently chart his future. What he truly requires is a wealth of experience, and, at this moment, he begins to grasp the reason why Elides recommended that he travel. Oh, the mage has arrived. Ian Raven, come sit over here. Ian chuckled at the knights calling him over. Despite his numerous uncertainties about this world, he gradually sensed his growing integration into it. Hey, is the illustrious Black Knight only consuming this little? Eat up, eat up. The Baron's banquet resembled more of an outdoor barbecue gathering than an epic celebration. The early arriving Barenka glared fiercely at a substantial piece of meat before her. What are you doing? I must finish all this, but it's too much. I can't eat it all. The knights, who had witnessed Barenka's valiant feats, respectfully piled meat onto her plate. Dozens of knights took turns serving her, and the quantity of meat was immense. Barenka was no competitive eater. How could she possibly finish such a mountain of food alone? Hey, are you turning your nose up at the food I've given you? Come on, Black Knight, have another bite. Faced with the increasing amount of food, Barenka tightly shut her eyes. Ian tilted his head. You should eat more. The main character certainly deserves the spotlight, don't you think? Oh, then Ian, help me eat some. Haha, by the way, the weather is quite lovely today. Upon hearing this, Ian stood up, turned his back, and gazed out at the moonless sky. Chapter 61. The departure for the magical sword. A few days after the victory celebration, Dictor and the other knights of the Baron departed from the Baron's domain. Ian Raven, if you are not occupied, how about visiting our territory? I wish to borrow your wisdom. Dictor persistently endeavored to recruit Ian as the Baron's new retainer. The value of a mage retainer is exceedingly high, even if Ian appeared to be merely a loquacious drifter. However, the ability to communicate in a language incomprehensible to others was already a remarkable skill. Had he not been deftly employing magic to navigate the world? If he could harness this ability under noble patronage, he could undoubtedly achieve even greater feats than he currently did. Even as a novice mage, finding a proper avenue for his talents rendered him quite valuable. Thus, almost every noble he encountered sought to sway Ian to their side. I'm not interested. Is that so? After Ian declined, Dictor did not press further. After all, recruiting a mage felt more akin to a side quest. The main quest was to return to the Baroness lands and nominate the next Baron. Then, let's part ways here. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Hearing Ian's words, Dictor smiled faintly. Fate? Indeed, that is a word often spoken by mages, as if it carries a certain mysterious power. I hope we can reunite in a better place. I share the same sentiment. The news of the new lord taking office in the Tarian territory has elicited jubilant cheers from the populace. In truth, this is a seed sown by Ian, who spread rumors to disparage Graham, falsely claiming that if Graham were to become lord, the land would wither. Remarkably, these rumors have had an extraordinary effect. May the Baron be blessed. Long live Baron Tarian. When Lucy rode past, the farmers paused their labors to cheer loudly. Although Ian had briefly explained the situation to Lucy, she was still beaming with joy. While the cheers for Lucy were resounding, not a single word was uttered in commentary about Ian. With his black hair, dark eyes, and a raven perched upon his shoulder, who would wish to converse with such a sorcerer? Moreover, he was the one who propagated the ominous rumors of land decline. Ian, it seems you possess little popularity, not even a soul to call your name. Silence. What? Did you just tell the Baron to be silent? Be quiet, madwoman. Is it not my spreading of rumors that has earned their disdain? Should I truly cast a curse? Calm down, Ian. I was merely jesting. Even as a Baron, Lucy remains the same Lucy, and Ian genuinely worries for her future. How will she manage the territory in such a manner? However, this is not for Ian to concern himself with. Ah, Ian, it is time for us to depart. Depart? Where to? In response to Ian's inquiry, Lucy revealed her characteristic radiant smile. A gift. Do we not agree? We are off to retrieve the gift. She referred to the matter of the magical sword. Ian was skeptical of Lucy's words. Would she truly bestow some valuable gift? Surely, it cannot be a deceit. Yet the reality is that Lucy was indeed prepared for the journey, ready to venture with Ian to the far reaches of Tarian territory in search of a hidden ancient tomb. Before their departure, Lucy had executed all the insurrectionist masterminds, stepping lightly onto the path of their journey. Let's go, Ian. Ian, I hear you are heading to the Tarian shrine. May I accompany you? Barenka quietly joined their party. She wore no helmet, allowing her golden hair to flow freely, drawing the attention of onlookers. Surely, there will be no danger. However, if Barenka were to accompany them, perhaps she could avert some unforeseen mishaps. Better than having none at all. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ian's mind. If you come along, will your debts be reduced? Is that not a given? 1 silver coin per day. Now it dawned on him that Barenka's reason for joining was indeed her debts. While she was not the type to fleece tourists at attractions, her inclination to seek commission on debts was ever present. Ah, no need, no need. Ian waved his hand in refusal, and Barenka nodded, mounting her horse. Is that so? Then there is nothing to be done. Did I not say no need? Barenka gazed impassively at Ian. You do not employ me. I possess free will. I merely wish to visit the Talion family shrine. Must I seek your permission for that? This seemed to hold some validity. Since Lucy had already consented to accompany Barenka, there appeared to be no issue. If an unforeseen circumstance arose that necessitated drawing swords, the matter of remuneration could be settled then. The Talion shrine lay concealed deep within the mountains. Although referred to as a shrine, it resembled more of a historical museum or a treasury. After all, the recently deceased family members had been interred in a cemetery near the Talion shrine. Who would trek up this treacherous mountain, laden with a corpse and various belongings, solely for a funeral? A moment's carelessness could cost lives, unless one belonged to a family that held history and tradition in the highest regard. But the Talion family's customs had not reached such an extent. Was there truly a possibility of assassination? Ian cautiously navigated the steep cliff's edge, cold sweat trickling down his brow, astonished at the perilous nature of the Talion cemetery. It was quite the loss to visit such a treacherous place for free. Behind him, Barenka complained, leaving Ian speechless. Who had suggested this visit in the first place? Lucy, are we on the right path? Ian called out, to which Lucy, devoid of guilt, responded in her innocent tone, yes. Sighing, Ian realized they were indeed on course. He closed his mouth and took strides forward, if he wished to avoid death. He had no choice but to proceed. Wow, master. At that moment, Oberon fluttered his wings and landed on Ian's shoulder. What is it? Ian asked. I just had a look. It seems there are humans above. Chapter 62. Humans at the cemetery? Humans? Ian lifted his gaze. Yet all he could see were the stone-laden mountains. Look again, he urged. All right. Oberon flapped his wings and soared into the sky. What is it, Ian? Oberon exclaimed that he had seen something. Humans. Humans? Lucy tilted her head, glancing at her companions. There are only our family shrine above. How could there be humans? Do you recognize anyone? We are uncertain, they replied. It was only natural that the Talion family members were unaware, after enduring assassinations and the chaos of war, who had the energy to concern themselves with whether anyone was present at the shrine. Could be grave robbers? Grave robbers? What utter nonsense. Just a bunch of scoundrels. Ian and Barenka exchanged words, while Lucy's expression darkened progressively. No descendant would feel joy upon hearing that their ancestors' graves were about to be desecrated. They needed to take action immediately. Just then, Oberon returned from his reconnaissance. Master, there are quite a number of humans. How many specifically? In any case, many. Like bees drawn to honey. Oberon, can't you count? Count. What is that? Ian contemplated that it was time to teach Oberon how to count. Crows typically possess intelligence akin to that of children, so learning to count should come swiftly. Barenka, you must make the trip. All right, I understand, but my debts. I will settle them for you. Just go and return quickly. Splendid, I like that. Ian decided to send Barenka to ascertain the scale of the Tomb Raiders. Barenka's reconnaissance proved relatively successful, certainly more effective than that of Oberon, whose intellect was less than stellar. The situation was dire. Barenka succinctly summarized the findings. At least a dozen individuals were visible outside, based on the number of tents erected. It was likely that 30 to 40 people had congregated there. Such a scale was clearly not that of mere petty thieves passing by. They had obtained intelligence regarding the treasure in advance and were a professional group specifically assembled for tomb raiding. Attack! We should launch a direct assault, Lucy exclaimed with enthusiasm. Although her fervor was understood, the others cast dissenting votes. It was too perilous. We know not what preparations they have made, and we are at a numerical disadvantage. A frontal assault would be tantamount to suicide. Really? Is it truly impossible to defeat them? Barenka, can you not hold your ground? Faced with Lucy's unreasonable inquiries, Barenka wore an expression of incredulity. Do you think I'm a monster or a superhero? I am but an ordinary person. Moreover, if one possesses even a modicum of intelligence, who would be foolish enough to launch a frontal attack on a semi-fortified high ground? After several rounds of discussion, they arrived at a consensus. It was presently unfeasible to confront the Tomb Raiders directly. However, one individual had remained silent throughout. Ian? Only the mage Ian rested his chin on his hand, quietly lost in thought. Lucy and her companions had initially believed that if Ian declared it impossible, they would simply allow the treasure to be taken and head home for dinner. If that were the case, they would return home without hesitation. Yet, Ian did not proclaim it impossible. This mage had previously achieved results that bordered on miraculous. They awaited the mage's pronouncement in silence. After a brief pause, Ian spoke. There exists a method worth attempting. Barenka and Lucy could hardly believe their ears, turning their gazes toward Ian. Is there truly a way out of this predicament? Even if Ian is a mage, he cannot conjure a massive destructive laser cannon. Can he? What dreadful magic do you intend to employ? Dreadful? Perhaps you harbor a misunderstanding of magic. The spells I wield are already formidable enough. Ah, that water slide, that was indeed a bit excessive. However, that was not my doing. It was the mysterious forces of the river at play. Ian stated calmly, this is the burial ground of Tarion, is it not? There must be some legends associated with this place. I intend to utilize them to instill fear in them. Chapter 63. Haunting. Ian briefly outlined his plan to the two. Oh, this idea is quite clever, but will it not invite trouble? Trouble? Upon hearing Ian's proposal, Barenka felt a twinge of apprehension. Although the idea of masquerading as a ghost to instill fear in their adversaries was not inherently flawed, she worried that Ian's portrayal might inadvertently summon genuine specters. Nevertheless, Ian remained unfazed. It's merely an act, he reassured her. Isn't that so? You're the magician, or am I? Barenka nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Ian's assertion. Indeed, he was the sorcerer. Lucy also expressed her support for Ian's scheme. If ancestral spirits truly manifest, I shall soothe them. There is nothing to fear. Ian cast a skeptical glance at Lucy, uncertain if the ancestral spirits would be more incensed upon encountering her. As twilight approached, he suggested they give it a try and retreat if it proved ineffective. With a carefree demeanor, Ian summoned the darkness, and the magic commenced. Ian's plan was not intricate. It was conceived spontaneously without the application of any extraordinary techniques, rendering its success uncertain. However, he placed his faith in the medieval mindset. Would they believe in a living, moving ghost conjured before their eyes? Even modern individuals might be startled by a shadowy figure, let alone those from the medieval era. Ian, the bonfire is lit. Excellent, Ian replied, positioning himself before the blazing fire, casting a long, dark shadow behind him. He closed his eyes, focusing his attention on the darkness within the shadow. Children, stay hidden here, and you shan't be burnt. This is splendid, right here. As the bonfire's light enveloped him, the darkness nestled behind Ian, forming a shadow. Simultaneously, a mysterious incantation flowed from his lips. "Oh shadows, come to life. Come to life? Indeed, I have an aversion to light. We merely wish to remain here." Ian felt as though the darkness were mischievous preschoolers, evading the light and indulging in their own amusement, relishing their camaraderie. However, since it is Ian's request, yes, now, let us move. We can't play until nightfall. Play? Me? With you? Ian was taken aback, yet the darkness continued its chatter. Wow, it's moving. Magic is truly wondrous. Lucy and Belenka whispered in awe, as Ian recited the incantation and his shadow began to shift autonomously. New skill unlocked. Shadow manipulation. Command the shadows to move and perform actions. Regardless of the intricacies, Ian successfully controlled the shadow, crafting a pitch-black doppelganger. When Ian raised his arm, the shadow mirrored the action. Not bad at all. "Let us dance, Ian," Lucy exclaimed, and without realizing it, Ian transformed into a dancer, his shadow joyfully joining in the revelry. "Is this how you masquerade as a ghost?" "Indeed. Belenka, do you possess a helmet? Might I borrow it? Do you require it yourself?" Ian sought to utilize the sound modulation feature of Belenka's helmet, an exquisite tool for creating eerie sounds. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Belenka declined his request. "Never mind, I shall manage on my own." "Is that so? Well, if you believe it is acceptable, then it is not out of the question. I thought you would dislike mimicking a man's voice." Belenka's gaze flickered between the helmet and Ian, although the thought of imitating a man's voice unsettled her. She was reluctant to lend him the helmet. Her reluctance was not born from concern for the helmet itself, but rather from the unwillingness to allow Ian's lips and breath to touch an item she had worn for an extended period. "Then you shall play the ghost." "Ian, what should I do?" "Well, cheer for me." "Understood. Go, Ian." Ian maneuvered the shadows, sending them towards the grave robbers who were guarding the tomb. Concealed, Belenka stealthily approached the grave robbers. Night descended, the sun fully set. The ghost of Baron Talion returned to its resting place. Medieval folk adhered to numerous superstitions, a product of the asymmetry and uncertainty of information. Scholars capable of conducting professional studies on certain phenomena were scarce, and those who did seldom shared their findings with the masses. The monopoly of knowledge was a common occurrence in that era. The modern interconnected society stands as an anomaly. After all, precious knowledge was once believed to belong solely to oneself. The term internet signifies sharing, the sharing of knowledge. Although this principle has been compromised, 80% of what exists online remains entirely out of reach in daily life. Thus, the knowledge of most modern individuals remains quite expansive. However, in the medieval period, the isolation of information and the lack of accuracy rendered it challenging for people to transcend superstition and embrace science. "Hey, what are you doing over there?" "Drawing sacred runes." "What is the matter?" Medieval individuals developed a detrimental habit. As long as something superficially appeared credible, they would readily accept it as truth. Grave robber number 1 scrawled something hastily on the ground. Had Ian seen these symbols, he would have been astounded, for the runes drawn by the grave robber were indeed in the magical language of Moronius. Although these symbols failed to pique the interest of mystics, their strokes appeared somewhat incomplete and rather peculiar. They undeniably constituted characters of Moronius. One of these characters represented a deity named Asha. What is this? How could a mere grave robber have received formal education? His knowledge of Moronius was acquired after spending a considerable sum at a marketplace to learn ghostly runes from a fortune teller. Look closely. As long as these runes are drawn upon the ground, the spirits shall no longer dare to approach. Given the proximity to the cemetery, it is imperative to draw this symbol at night. Otherwise, one may find themselves tormented by malevolent spirits. Alas, the exorcism runes crafted by grave robbers are unfortunately mere crude fakes. Yet, even these forgeries may possess some efficacy, as drawing them surprisingly grants a semblance of restful sleep, perhaps a mere psychological effect. As a grave robber, he harbors an intense fear of phantoms and curses, fully aware that his profession is both sordid and shameful. To be candid, this particular endeavor is quite disheartening, perhaps viewing the exorcism runes as a sort of barrier. Another grave robber plopped down onto the ground. The Talion family is indeed an ancient aristocracy, rumored to have a scandalous connection between the first baron and an elven queen. Ah, you mean that legend? What? What do you know? Those who were meant to guard the tomb have cast aside their duties, while some grave robbers, amidst their excavations, engage in idle chatter. The inaugural baron had once spurned the elven queen's proposal, leading the elves to establish a barrier in the cemetery. The queen, through necromancy, summoned the deceased baron back to life, spawning a flurry of rumors and tales. Some of these narratives clearly borrow templates from other legends, merely substituting the protagonist with the baron, while others inadvertently hit upon the truth. Though the veracity of these tales is unprovable, the grave robbers revel in their fanciful stories. Time flies swiftly. Engrossed in conversation, they anticipate that upon waking, the ordeal will conclude, after which they can return home with their earnings. What a simple venture grave robbing is. Suddenly, the specter of the baron. Hey, wait, look over there. As one individual animatedly recounts a tale, someone points into the depths of darkness. What is that? The grave robbers are collectively engulfed in confusion. In the shadows, something appears to be moving slowly. No matter how one looks at it, the nature of that entity remains elusive. Yet, its form seems humanoid. A ghost. Is that a ghost? The grave robbers widen their eyes in terror. As the man fervently insists, I saw it with my own eyes. Hurry, come here. Everyone gather around. A trembling grave robber cries out, his feet marked with the exorcism rune. In the darkness, something gradually rises. Indeed, it is a humanoid figure, entirely shrouded in black, resembling a living shadow. The grave robbers tremble, huddled closely together, grasping one another in frantic desperation. Suddenly, the shadow emits a ferocious roar. What are you doing in my domain? A terrified grave robber picks up a stone and hurls it forward. Get away, move aside. But the stone passes through the shadow without any resistance. The enemy is an incorporeal presence. This realization plunges the grave robbers into a profound state of dread. How dare they attack the rightful masters of this land? Alas, a fierce wind howled, extinguishing all torches in an instant. The grave robbers were utterly driven to madness. The baron. It is the baron. Baron Talion has returned. Flee. Fool. Where can you run? To run is to perish. Unlike the mundane world, this realm is rife with supernatural creatures, with even the beings of the fields exhibiting peculiarities akin to that of a platypus. They firmly believed that the dark, humanoid figure was the specter of the baron. Leave at once, you wretched scoundrels. The ghost of the baron let out a roar, causing most of the grave robbers to drop their weapons in a frenzy as they scrambled for their lives. Forgive us. We deserve 1,000 deaths. We shall mend our ways and beseech your mercy. O great soul of the heavens, please grant me your protection. The grave robbers were acutely aware of their immoral deeds. How could those who desecrate the graves of others find peace of mind? In their fragile state, the apparition's emergence shattered their composure entirely. Only one remained behind, not out of bravery, but rather due to sheer terror, his legs trembling, rendering him immobile. He assumed a textbook kneeling posture, mumbling incantations. In the name of the divine, begone. In the name of the divine, begone. In the name of the divine, begone. This was a spell taught to him by a diviner, said to compel any spirit to retreat when recited alongside a talisman. The specter of the baron gazed intently at the man uttering the incantation. I beseech you. At that moment, an astonishing event unfolded. The ghost turned and walked away in another direction. The grave robbers jumped in astonishment. The spell worked. The spirit truly receded. Oh, the heavens have blessed me. The grave robber was overwhelmed by a tide of faith, collapsing to his knees. Despite his wicked deeds, he had never prayed, yet the heavens had not abandoned him. Thank you, O divine beings above. From this day forth, I shall pray abundantly and offer generous donations. The grave robber proclaimed loudly. At that moment, a voice whispered in his ear. Hey, has your conscience entirely vanished? Do you truly believe the divine will aid you? Who? Who speaks? Moreover, those characters are incorrect. For strokes are missing. Did you omit them out of convenience? What is the meaning of this? The darkness dissipated. A faint moonlight illuminated the scene before the grave robber, revealing 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women. Among them, a tall female knight with golden hair, tied up coldly, addressed him. Surrender honestly, and you may yet be spared. Chapter 64. Entering the tomb. What a stroke of luck. Ian murmured, while Barenka nodded in agreement. Due to their seamless collaboration, they successfully drove away all foes without shedding a single drop of blood. Baron, this is a gift for you. Barenka handed over the captured Tomb Raider to Lucy as a gesture of goodwill. In the past, Barenka and Lucy had a brief altercation. Although it was not a severe conflict, it was not something to be entirely disregarded. However, it is unwise for a wandering knight like Barenka to come into friction with nobility. Even though Lucy is merely an ordinary noble, she remains the sovereign of this land. And Barenka has no reason to oppose her. Lucy harbored similar sentiments. "Thank you. I will handle it well." Barenka proactively presented a token of reconciliation, and to refuse, it would undermine the dignity expected of nobility. Having an exceptional wandering knight like Barenka as an adversary yields no benefits. Lucy was satisfied, and so was Barenka. However, the Tomb Raider felt disgruntled, as he considered himself a person, not merely an object tossed about. He had claimed that other Tomb Raiders had already entered the tomb. At that moment, the priest bowed his head. He was the priest of the territory and, upon hearing that Lucy was about to bestow her estate, hurried over. If the spirit of the Baron were to appear, he would need to be appeased. And he also needed to document Lucy's south handling of the estate. The matter would not be so simple. "Why do you say that?" The tomb of Baron Talion is protected by a barrier set by the Elven Queen. The sudden mention of this magical term elicited a reaction from Ian. "A barrier?" "Indeed. Master Mage, although it is unclear what that cunning race has done, the Elven Queen has cast a formidable spell that ordinary folk cannot breach." The priest explained with his head bowed. "Unless Baron Talion himself comes forth, the entrance to the tomb will not open." Barenka tilted his head slightly. The Tomb Raider claimed that a wizard descended with them. Would that not affect the barrier? "The efficacy of a wizard depends on their power," came the reply. A wizard had indeed infiltrated the party heading to Baron Talion's tomb. What manner of wizard would engage in tomb raiding? Ian found this perplexing, yet upon reflection, it did not seem entirely strange. Wizards are enigmatic scholars, and as long as they can experience the arcane, they are indifferent to the means. They are inherently reckless, and society often views their actions as acceptable. Thus, wizards typically lack common sense. Their conduct is entirely dictated by personal whim. It is said that the leader of the Tomb Raiders is known as Baron Mud. Mud? I have never heard of such a territory. Lucy tilted her head in confusion, and Barenka elucidated, "Do not take it too seriously. It's merely a moniker among thieves." Baron Mud earned his name due to his frequent reckless behavior, always covered in mud. Some raucous onlookers even shouted, "The entire mud pit belongs to the Baron of Mud." However, he claims to be of noble lineage. No, he is indeed a true noble. "My lord, I did not invite you to speak." Barenka kicked the Tomb Raider. "No, please continue," he urged. Barenka held little interest in the Baron of Mud. Yet Ian was quite the opposite. "Apologies, it is the lady's command that I refrain from further speech. Do you not possess the slightest sense? Speak quickly." Once more, Barenka delivered a kick to the Tomb Raider, feeling a sense of despair wash over him. It is said that the Baron of Mud is the illegitimate son of Count Diffiel. The Tomb Raider cautiously scrutinized the priest's expression, stammering his words. "Illegitimate son? In the Holy Empire, such offspring are not uncommon. No, not merely within the Holy Empire, but throughout the noble classes of nearly the entire continent. In truth, if the faithful of the Celestial Church were so inclined, they could entirely avoid bearing illegitimate children. After all, the Celestial Church is an ancient faith, lacking any prohibitions against polygamy. However, over time, the Celestial Church has gradually adopted a negative stance towards polygamy. While this is partly due to the societal chaos that excessive wives and concubines can incite, the more pressing concern lies in the disputes among offspring, which exacerbate the issues surrounding inheritance of titles. Nevertheless, the foundation of the Holy Empire is rooted in the northern tribes. Thus, even if one possesses multiple wives, no one would dare to cast blame. Although some lament the lands that gradually fragment among heirs, the imperial nobility is well aware of these realities and, for the most part, chooses to marry only one legitimate wife, eschewing concubines. Those women who find themselves with child due to the debauchery of nobles often fantasize about becoming the second or third wife of a nobleman. Yet, the harsh truth remains, they are merely illegitimate offspring. That so-called Baron of Mud likely emerged from such circumstances. Barenka, isn't it somewhat useful to capture a nobleman like the Baron of Mud? Upon hearing Ian's inquiry, Barenka shook his head. Impossible. While I am unaware of who Count Diffiel is, a lord who allows his illegitimate son to cause trouble everywhere, is certainly no easy adversary. Just look at how he sends others to raid tombs. Indeed, Ian grasped Barenka's sentiment. An illegitimate child is ultimately a discarded one. Some nobles may discreetly care for and support their illegitimate offspring, yet it is evident that the Baron of Mud is not among them. He is likely one of those entirely forsaken children. If Count Diffiel truly cared for the Baron of Mud, he would not have raised him to become a tomb raider. Nevertheless, he is still a noble, and the fact that he can rally a following is quite disconcerting. More than the Baron of Mud, Barenka was far more concerned about the wizard he had brought along. Wizards are always elusive beings. Even a grave robber who relies on such nefarious means for survival may not be devoid of the strength to resist. Who knows if he could be an extraordinarily powerful sorcerer, merely indulging in tomb raiding out of boredom. Ian concurred with Barenka's sentiments. Let us proceed with utmost caution. Though they had never engaged a sorcerer in combat, should circumstances deteriorate, they might be compelled to fight. Ian steadied his resolve and took the lead, stepping forward. Chapter 65. The Duel of Sorcerers in the Cemetery. The sorcerer Grian furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He hailed from the Sacred Empire S Academy of Magic. Not only was Grian an alumnus of this esteemed institution, but he was also a renowned sorcerer holding a teaching position within the academy. For the past several years, he had been imparting knowledge to his successors at the Dranheim Academy of Magic. However, one fateful day, he was struck by an unprecedented yearning. I must learn more magic. All sorcerers are enigmatic seekers, and Grian was no exception. The sorcerers of this age are not mere bookworms hidden away in studies. They confront the mysteries of the world directly, engaging with them, and thereby glimpsing realms beyond comprehension. True magic emanates from such encounters. To experience greater mysteries, sorcerers would throw themselves into the fray without hesitation. Grian longed for this as well. Should I not depart from the academy? No, professor. How could you leave? Upon hearing that Grian intended to leave, a throng of teaching assistants immediately seized his garments. If you depart, from whom shall we learn magic? Let him go. However, if he travels, he will inevitably spend money. Once he exhausts the university's funding, he may return to continue his lectures. Indeed, Grian's reluctant adherence to the university lectures he detested stemmed solely from the research grants provided by the institution. He harbored no interest in teaching others, nor did he relish the idea of being tethered to one location. Yet for the sake of that funding, he was compelled to endure the title of university professor, delivering lectures akin to those of a consultant. By the way, Grian's lectures had an astonishingly low popularity, nearly quantifiable in negative terms. The reason lay in his abysmal teaching skills. After all, a professor is primarily a researcher, not a lecturer, which is an unfortunate reality. In any case, the current university students are utterly exasperating. They neglect their studies yet nitpick at professors, squandering their exorbitant tuition fees, drunkenly brawling in the daylight, and clashing with citizens. Grian found himself tormented by the students, harboring deep resentment towards them. Alas, how have the youth fallen so low? A decade ago, the atmosphere at the university seemed far less deplorable. If this continues, in 100 years, the empire may very well face its demise. Regardless, having successfully fled the abyss of the Imperial University, Grian, like other sorcerers, embarked upon a blind quest for the mysteries that awaited him. One day, fortune smiled upon Grian. While indulging in libations at a tavern, Grian overheard the raucous conversation of several inebriated men. It was said that the Mud Baron was planning another heist. Where would this escapade take place? Rumor had it that it was in the territory of the Italian Baron, likely fixated on the treasures left behind by him. Unbeknownst to Grian, the legends surrounding the Italian Baron's riches were quite renowned in the vicinity. Intrigued, Grian embarked on an investigation into the Baron's treasures. Allegedly, the Baron had once been enamored with the Elven Queen, leaving behind a magical sword as a token of their affair. Oh, how captivating this tale was. Even the Elder could not suppress a surge of excitement. A magical sword bestowed by the Elven Queen. It was truly a source of great allure. Without delay, Grian set off in search of the Mud Baron, who maintained a relatively favorable disposition towards wizards. Thus, this professor from the Imperial University found himself accompanying grave robbers on a quest to excavate the tombs of others. The pursuit of arcane mysteries seldom concerned itself with mundane moralities. Most wizards, as long as the quest for the unknown was pursued, were willing to engage in actions that skirted ethical boundaries. This was no simple endeavor. For several consecutive days, Grian found himself immersed in the dust of subterranean crypts, inhaling the acrid odor of the torches as he delved into his studies. However, his research was thwarted by a wall, an edifice conjured by the elven queen herself. This formidable barrier was so thick that it effortlessly obliterated the Mud Baron's assorted tools for wall demolition. The Mud Baron, having conceded defeat, sought alternative routes to circumvent the obstruction. Yet Grian harbored a different notion. He believed that this wall was a magical gateway, one that could only be unlocked through specific incantations. It was neither the mystery of the earth nor that of the wind. Grian summoned all known spells in an attempt to unveil this portal, but to his dismay, none bore fruit. Although other paths could be sought, Grian's pride as a wizard would not allow him to retreat before a wall laid by the Elven Queen. After days of indulgence in others' tombs, Grian suddenly detected a potent signal. Startled, he rushed to the Mud Baron. Baron, oh, Master, have you finally succeeded? The Baron, relishing a midnight snack, perceived Grian's frantic demeanor as a positive omen, thinking to himself, this venerable man has toiled so earnestly, finally managing to unlock that door. However, Grian uttered words that were entirely unexpected. No, the door has yet to open, but that is not the crux of the matter. What could possibly be of greater significance than the door? There are intruders. Ah, was this an introduction of sorts? The Mud Baron nearly exclaimed. Are we not the intruders? But he quickly dismissed that thought. The situation was graver than anticipated. Someone had actually come knocking in this secluded and desolate burial site. It is inconceivable that these individuals are mere passers-by, seeking a meal or a hike. They undoubtedly harbor a distinct purpose. More importantly, the area is swarming with my subordinates. Could it be that they have managed to breach the encirclement and infiltrate this place? This notion is illogical. What does it mean to say it is illogical? Regardless, I cannot fathom what army would come knocking. The Taliban lacks a master at present, and it is improbable that other nobles would dispatch grave robbers. Baron Muddy, racking his brain, could not discern the true identity of the intruders. But does that even matter now? Unlike the composed Baron, Grian was consumed by anxiety. In a moment where life and death hung in the balance, what good would it do to uncover the enemy's identity? Would knowing it spare your life? This is not the time for hesitation. Grian exclaimed, Baron, I shall prepare the magic. You must ready for battle. Understood. Let us apprehend them first. Grian was relieved that he had already set up reconnaissance magic and began to brace for the invaders. However, he soon realized a perilous truth. Just as he detected the enemy's presence through his reconnaissance spells, the enemy could also discern his movements by observing his magic. What was happening? Grian's familiar, a small insect, was captured by a crow. Grian instinctively surmised that this crow was no ordinary pet, but rather the servant of a sorcerer. This added a layer of complexity. Not only must he confront an unknown number of foes, but he must also vanquish a sorcerer. Grian tightened his nerves, feeling the weight of the impending duel between magic users. Chapter 66. The mysterious echo of the tomb of Baron Talion lay in complete darkness. In a modern city, few can truly comprehend the depth of darkness in rural areas devoid of light, that pure absence of illumination. Yet even in the countryside, the wilderness is graced by the presence of stars. However, the darkness of the caves that Ian had experienced surpassed all imagination. It was an absolute darkness that seemed to obliterate vision itself. Even if something were to sweep past him, he would remain utterly oblivious to it. A pure darkness reflective of nature's essence. Ian, shall we play together again? Let us play. Ian. The eerie voices of the darkness clamored excitedly, prompting Ian to reminisce about his venture into the cave with Eldis. At that time, Eldis found it intriguing that Ian could hear the voices of the dark. The darkness, with its shy disposition, seldom revealed itself before others. What? Shy? Introverted? Ian gazed at the darkness swirling around him, unable to suppress a TSK. What then? Were these entities that clung to him like madmen? The darkness seemed to take an unusual liking to Ian, persistently seeking to engage him in play, much to his bewilderment. Although they had never played together, why did they always insist on wanting to play? Ian, try lying on the ground like usual. Yes, make a snoring sound. We will follow Ian. Upon hearing the ominous whispers of darkness, Ian found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that player referred to sleeping at night? It certainly seemed so. As Ian slumbered, the darkness mimicked the sounds he made, even rolling beside him in a playful manner. A game of Ian without Ian's participation? Just as the darkness joyfully circled around him, Barenka ignited a torch, causing the darkness to flee in an instant. Ah, light, how detestable! Hearing the shrill cries of the darkness, Ian felt an involuntary annoyance. Hey, Barenka, could you refrain from lighting the torch all at once? You've scared off the darkness. Barenka wore a look of exasperation. Ian, could you please speak in a manner comprehensible to others? What do you mean by lighting the torch slowly? As Ian hesitated, Barenka shook his head. Occasionally, hearing such nonsensical utterances, one had to acknowledge that a wizard was indeed a wizard. Ian, don't you need to light the torch? Actually, not having a torch is rather convenient. Although surrounded by darkness, Ian felt no discomfort whatsoever. Barenka found Ian's demeanor quite intriguing, given the potential for ambush. Moving without the torch might indeed be safer. Lucy, concerned that Barenka might suggest extinguishing all the torches, hastily exclaimed, "Absolutely not. Why not? Ian can lead the way. Because it's terrifying. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. It's terrifying." Lucy's voice echoed throughout the cave. Frightened, she plopped down on the ground. Ah, Ian. Ian looked at Lucy, who had suddenly seated herself, with a puzzled expression. What was wrong with her now? Down below, it seems there is something. Of course there is something. Grave robbers lurk below. Not grave robbers. Lucy shouted in a pale-faced panic. It's a monster. It's a monster. It's a monster. It's a monster. The echoes reverberated again, causing Lucy to cover her mouth in fear. She lowered her voice and whispered, "Did everyone hear that?" "Yes, we heard it." "I heard it too, my lord baron." The medieval folk began to murmur among themselves, discussing matters only they could comprehend. Ian vaguely suspected they were conversing about the cave's echoes. But was it truly so serious a matter to deliberate simply because of echoes? It's a monster. It must be. Lucy resumed her declarations, appearing utterly foolish. I think it might be a demon. Ah, demon? The priest beside her joined in the commotion. Wasn't he quite learned? How could someone so studious in biblical studies respond in such a manner? After all, this was the underworld. It would not be surprising if demons from below made their appearance. The priest swiftly drew a cross and proclaimed, "The eyes of the divine cannot perceive this place. Everyone must exercise utmost caution." This was due to the influence of the Bible, as priests were accustomed to interpreting matters related to it through its teachings. Given that this was the underworld, it was only natural for them to attribute events to the machinations of demons. This constituted a curse of ignorance. Ian observed the others, startled by the echoes, completely at a loss for understanding. Ah, is there not a single enlightened soul, free from superstitions of monsters and demons, armed with reason and rationality? At that moment, Barenka stepped forward. Unlike the ignorant denizens of the empire, perhaps the knight from the eastern country of Winsburg would provide a different perspective. It seemed that everyone was unnerved by their first venture into the cave. Barenka, do you know what that is? Of course I do. It is neither a monster nor a demon. Then what is it? Barenka stated confidently, it is a sprite. A sprite? Indeed. Creatures that dwell in caves and take delight in teasing humans. They are said to possess the ability to mimic the voices of others. Upon hearing this, the medieval folk erupted into hearty laughter, nodding in agreement. So, it is merely a sprite. No wonder it isn't so terrifying. If it is a sprite, it should pose no harm to us. Ha ha ha. So the mysterious voice was indeed that of a sprite. Ian gazed in astonishment at the people before him. Before he could offer his explanation, the medieval crowd had already concluded that the resonant sounds in the cave were the work of sprites. Neither a terrifying monster nor an evil demon, but rather delightful sprites. This is a perfect world where no one is harmed, except for Ian, who alone knows the truth. Ian silently pondered, addressing that very spot, insisting that there were no sprites at all, merely a scientific phenomenon of sound waves reflecting off the curved walls. What significance does that hold? Ian, what are you saying? Surely, such words would only invite mocking glances from others. The hallmark of a socialite, the ability to speak according to the prevailing winds. The characteristic of a bookworm, an unwavering dedication to facts. In light of the current situation, had Ian been a skilled socialite, he would have joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, what a mischievous sprite. How could they possibly equate echoes with sprites?" Sprites are sprites, and echoes are echoes. Indeed, as Ian prepared to speak, all eyes turned to him. Just then, a sound akin to the language of Moronius reached his ears. This was a sound he had heard before, the whisper of the wind. Who wouldn't he shout a few times? We can spread it. Ian's mouth fell agape. The knowledge from his previous life reminded him that sound is a wave that propagates through a medium, such as air. Thus, this could not be the voice of a sprite. In this realm, could echoes manifest through the mysterious essence of the wind? A tremendous impact surged through Ian's mind. Before his transmigration, he was merely a 19-year-old novice embarking on his university journey, and upon arriving in this world, he remained oblivious to its true nature. Only now had he begun to grasp a glimmer of truth. Ian, what has brought about this sudden change in you? Are you aware of the origin of that peculiar echo? Ian awakened to realization. Sound, while merely a phenomenon of vibrations traversing through air in this world, the mysterious power of the wind is also a conduit for sound. Chapter 67. The initial confrontation. That voice was not a sprite, Ian murmured. It was a manifestation triggered by the mysterious power of the wind. Oh, the mysterious power of the wind. New skill acquired. Atmospheric technique. Sound manipulation. A technique for controlling sound through the modulation of air vibrations. Ian immediately addressed the mysterious power of the wind. Wind, sound, propagation, cease. Shall we refrain from spreading your voice? Why? How intriguing. Are you jesting with us? Though we do not comprehend it, it appears rather amusing. Come forth. We shall. Through the mastery of the wind's enigmatic force, Ian halted the propagation of sound, then boldly proclaimed, the medieval individuals, including Lucy, were left astonished. The echoes that had recently resounded vanished entirely. Is this truly the case? So it was indeed the work of the wind's mysterious power? That strange voice was indeed the manifestation of the wind's enigmatic force, far easier to comprehend than the notions of vibrations and air mediums. To attribute it to a sprite's mischief was not entirely erroneous, as the wind is often depicted as a mischievous spirit. Ian elaborated with a smile, and the medieval folk nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, such an explanation resonated well with the medieval mindset, and Ian gradually began to comprehend this enigmatic world. Although he had instructed them to wait outside, one persistent bird followed Ian inside. Oberon. Caw, master, I have captured a peculiar insect. Oberon proudly displayed a creature that was a common grass bug. Yet, its presence in the heart of the underground tomb was decidedly unnatural. In a place devoid of grass, where could such a bug have emerged? It was likely released by a sorcerer. Ian promptly realized that the master of this insect was a magician. Everyone, be cautious. The enemy is near. Ian warned his companions, and the effect was immediate. Someone began to chant a spell in a magical tongue directed at Ian and his group. Earth, tremble. Was that the language of Marlinus? Ian was already well versed in the arcane language of magic, and the only entity capable of articulating spells aloud in Moronius was the sorcerer. Upon hearing the incantation of his adversary, Ian immediately retaliated. O earth, cease your trembling, he proclaimed, and the ground, which had just begun to quiver, returned to tranquility. O earth, tremble. O earth, cease your trembling, the sorcerer cried out, and Ian swiftly thwarted the casting of magic. After several repetitions, the earth finally expressed its ire. Enough. What are you doing, foolish mortals? Will you have me move or not? Ian, straining to maintain his composure, offered an apology. I sincerely apologize for your discomfort. If you wish to fight, do so amongst yourselves. I shall take my leave. With the connection to the earth severed for a period of time, the mysterious forces of nature could not be summoned within this domain. However, from another perspective, this also served to halt the enemy's earth spells. Soon, the sorcerer and the tomb raiders revealed themselves. The opposing sorcerer was an elderly man, furrowing his brow as he regarded Ian, inquiring, Your command of magic is quite proficient. Are you an earth sorcerer? Indeed, I have studied earth magic, but may I ask who you are? Brian Caff, a sorcerer who once resided in Dranham. And you? Ian Elidith. Elidith? Grian exclaimed in surprise. Could it be the flame, sorceress Elidith? If you inquire whether my master excels in flame magic, then yes. Grian gazed at Ian with seriousness. He was aware that Elidith had a disciple, yet he had not anticipated encountering one in this place. At that moment, Baramud poked Grian in the back with a pickaxe. Sorcerer, you aren't considering retreating, are you? Grian indeed felt a reluctance to engage. For him, merely witnessing the magical sword was a fulfillment, indifferent to the side he found himself on. Moreover, the opponent was a familiar disciple. However, the situation for Baron Mudd was dire. If captured, it would mean certain death for him. Under the threat of the pickaxe, Grian shouted, "Disciple of Elidith Ian, I regret to inform you that we must seize Baron Talion's treasure." Ian cast a glance at Lucy and remarked, "Is that so, Lucy?" Lucy, her face taut, responded, "Absolutely not." Grian realized that this girl was none other than Baron Talion himself. The possibility for negotiation had vanished. Reluctantly, Grian, in an attempt to subdue Ian and his companions, bellowed the incantation, "O wind, respond to my call." This time, he intended to employ a higher-level language to persuade the wind to preempt Ian's interference. But could Ian truly anticipate such a degree of ferocity? Barenka, at Ian's command, the armored knight surged forth like an arrow towards Grian. "Capture him!" The Tomb Raiders attempted to intervene and protect Grian. But Barenka was no ordinary foe, easily thwarted by a mere handful. With a flourish, Barenka wielded her sword, executing a display of exquisite swordsmanship. Witnessing Barenka breach the enemy's front lines in the blink of an eye, Ian's face broke into a triumphant smile. It appeared that the elder was indeed a commendable sorcerer. However, no matter how powerful a mage may be, if they are denied the time to cast their spells, they would be rendered helpless, wouldn't they? As a sorcerer himself, Ian was acutely aware of the vulnerabilities inherent to their kind. Chapter 68. Photon Art. The armored Barenka lunged forward, prompting Baron Mudd to seek a countermeasure. "Crossbow! Bring me the crossbow!" Engaging in close combat with the knight, who resembled a monster, was clearly a foolhardy endeavor. Neither sword nor spear could penetrate her defenses. Faced with a creature that could only be subdued by axe or hammer, why engage in melee? The crossbow was missing. What? Baron Mudd had initially intended to use the universally acknowledged cheat weapon, the crossbow, to subdue Barenka, whether knight or otherwise. All would be vulnerable to a single shot from the crossbow. Yet, it was only when his subordinate reported its absence that Baron Mudd realized the grim truth. He had brought several crossbows, but had entrusted them all to those outside for their defense. The faces of Baron Mudd's subordinates turned pale as the menacing knight charged forth, brimming with lethal intent. The pressing question arose, who would stand to impede this knight? In the absence of the crossbow, the morale of the Tomb Raiders plummeted when confronted with such a relentless killing machine. "I still have a crossbow. Quickly, bring it here." "Yes." While the Tomb Raiders bought time, one of Baron Mudd's subordinates hastily dashed off to retrieve the crossbow. Meanwhile, Baron Mudd commenced his efforts to subdue Baron Talion and the sorcerer. The enemy's objective was the mage Grian. However, if they could capture the nobleman before Grian was seized, the tides of battle would shift. Fortunately, they held a numerical advantage. As long as Baron Mudd and his men surged together, both the Baron and the sorcerer would find it difficult to escape capture. "Charge!" Baron Mudd commanded with fervor. Yet, no sooner had the Baron made his move than the sorcerer Ian reacted instantaneously. "Darkness, descend upon us." At Ian's invocation, a darkness deeper than any torchlight enveloped the area. This was the underworld, a realm of shadows. At Ian's summons, darkness swiftly cloaked him and Lucy's party. Damn it! The sorcerer before him suddenly vanished, leaving Baron Mudd in a state of utter bewilderment. Although not entirely ignorant of magic, he had never encountered a dark sorcerer like Ian before. Baron Mudd felt an intense discomfort towards Ian's magic. The rapidity of its execution indicated a remarkable proficiency. What to do? He found himself in deep contemplation. Should he rashly plunge into that abyss of darkness? There might still be a slim chance to capture Baron Talion and the sorcerer. However, willingly stepping into the sorcerer's shrouded darkness felt utterly foolish. What was the enemy truly anticipating? Was that darkness a trap or mere deception? Baron Mudd could not discern the truth. At that moment, the aged but resolute sorcerer Grian intoned a spell, Decaluroma. Under ordinary circumstances, Baron Mudd might have scoffed at the old man's loud proclamation. Yet, the miraculous spectacle that ensued left him speechless. A radiant light, akin to the blazing sun, erupted from Grian's outstretched hand. The wretched light. As Grian unleashed his brilliant radiance, the veil of darkness cast by Ian dissipated, revealing a shocked Lucy and Ian behind it. Grian's choice of light magic was purely coincidental. in the tense atmosphere of battle. He was not the type to remain calm and make the best decisions like a seasoned warrior. He was simply an elderly man with a profound love for magic, specializing in light magic. Light magic is an art that delves into the mysteries of illumination, much like how Elidis excels in pyromancy and Ian masters shadow magic. Grian is adept and takes pleasure in wielding photonic spells. His proficiency in photonics was such that even in the subterranean realm, illuminated merely by flickering torches, he would instinctively opt to cast photonic spells when an armored knight charged towards him. Sensing the imminent threat to his life, Grian unconsciously called upon the mysterious power of light. He was no ordinary sorcerer, but a remarkable mage capable of serving as a professor at the Magic Academy. If he were to engage Ian in a serious magical duel, defeat would be out of the question. It was astonishing that such an experienced sorcerer could summon such dazzling light, even in the oppressive darkness of the underground world. However, Grian's singular purpose in unleashing the photonic spell was to blind. He sought to dazzle Barenka, buying himself a precious moment to escape. Yet, his instinctual casting of the photonic spell clashed violently with Ian's mastery of shadow magic. Grian was oblivious to the type of magic Ian was employing beside him, but his desperate invocation of photonics completely dispelled Ian's darkness. Cursed be it, as the darkness emitted a piercing scream and scattered into oblivion. Ian sensed that the situation had taken a dire turn. The true culprit is the radiance unleashed by that elderly man. Once Ian's darkness dissipated, the Mud Baron and his minions stealthily approached. Fortunately, they too were ensnared by the blinding effect, their movements sluggish. Yet, the proximity between them was alarmingly close. In mere seconds, they would pounce. Barenka, Ian called out, but to no avail. Barenka had lost her sight, her steps wavering uncertainly. Though she would regain her vision in a few moments, by then the Mud Baron's men would have surely captured Ian and Lucy. Chapter 67. Defeating Grian. Damn it. What to do? Ian struggled to calm his racing thoughts, swiftly assessing the situation before him. The accompanying personnel, including Lucy, were utterly incapable of engaging in close combat, and Ian found himself in the same predicament. Alone, he could not hope to evade the Mud Baron. By the time Barenka regained her sight, they would undoubtedly be ensnared by their adversaries. Binding the enemy's steps with quakes? No, the earth would not respond after the recent battle. Thus, the only remaining option was to defeat Grian, nullify Grian's magic, and summon the darkness anew. This was Ian's chosen solution. Barenka, though blinded and slightly dazed, she clearly heard Ian's call. Close your eyes. Trapped by Grian's light, Barenka focused her mind upon hearing Ian's voice. Close her eyes? Even though her vision was nearly gone, she complied with his instruction. She trusted Ian. Despite his eccentricities, his magical prowess was indisputable. Listen to the wind's voice. What are you saying, Ian? I'm not a sorceress. Barenka protested inwardly, bewildered by the notion of knights heeding the whispers of the wind. Yet Ian remained resolute. You can do it. I believe in you, Barenka. Clearly, Ian was preparing some form of magic, yet the sudden request left her flummoxed. The wind has a voice. She had never contemplated such a thing, nor had she ever experienced it. But she resolved to trust Ian. This eccentric magician must have a way. As she concentrated, Ian intoned the incantation with a booming voice. Kaloros Osos. A gust of wind spread from Barenka's center, blossoming like a painting. The wind carried with it the mischievous and pure laughter of the breeze. Fully attuned to the flow of the wind, Barenka distinctly sensed the essence of the wind summoned by Ian. Do you feel it? Do you feel it, human? Do you feel it, human? Our dance? This was the echo of the wind conjured by magic, radiating from Barenka's center, colliding with walls and objects before gradually dissipating. That message was conveyed to Barenka in its entirety. She was enveloped by astonishment. Did you see? The spectacle of the shattering wind was astonishing, for it inspired Barenka to envision the surrounding environment with vivid imagery. As a denizen of the Middle Ages, she was at a loss as to how to articulate this phenomenon, as it was an experience beyond the grasp of ordinary medieval humanity. However, Ian, who had once thrived in the modern era, knew precisely what to call it: echolocation. This technique, which employs the echoes of sound waves to discern the shapes of surrounding objects, relies on heightened sensory perception for accurate detection. Through the reflection of sound waves, one can ascertain their position relative to nearby objects. This was a manifestation of modern sonar technology, reimagined as a medieval magic with contemporary flair. Upon determining Gryan's location, Belenka immediately drew her sword from its sheath. What? Gryan, witnessing Belenka swing her sword with eyes closed, was struck with terror. How could she accomplish this without sight? What trickery is this? Gryan swiftly evaded, yet Belenka wielded her sword with a chilling precision. Alas, Gryan was struck by the sword's sheath and fell to the ground. Concurrently, the magic of light dissipated. With Gryan's radiance extinguished, Ian once again shrouded the scene in darkness. Confronted by the advancing foe, he wielded his staff with all his might. The final spell unleashed was a magical projectile. Bang! The Tomb Raider was struck on the head by the staff and collapsed instantly. With the veil of darkness now cast, the Mud Baron found himself incapable of countering Ian's prowess. Curse be it! Retreat! Retreat! The Mud Baron fled with his subordinates, displaying a remarkable skill in escape. Belenka had intended to pursue the enemy, but her sight had not yet returned, and Ian had dispelled the magic the moment she struck Gryan. Nevertheless, the enemy was ensnared like a fish in a barrel. A slow pursuit would suffice. Old man, surrender. If you yield willingly, I shall grant you treatment befitting a captive. Ian approached the fallen Gryan. The earlier skirmish had been dire. Belenka's strike had been somewhat heavy-handed, and it seemed likely that a bone was fractured. The elderly man's bones were not easily mended. It was uncertain whether he would survive. Ian, are you addressing me? Yes. The magic you employed moments ago, what manner of sorcery was it? What? The first inquiry, after being captured, is this? Ian found himself perplexed, yet Gryan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Those clear eyes he had seen before belonged to Dichter, a loyal devotee of the Santiago Knights, known for his crystalline gaze. Gazing into Gryan's eyes, which shone with a similar brilliance, Ian surmised that he too was likely a fervent enthusiast of his craft. It was the enigmatic wind. Wind? No. How could the wind heal the blind? I drew inspiration from the echoes in the cavern. Echoes? What connection do echoes have with wind magic? Surely, it is but a prank of the sprites. Gryan pondered alone when, suddenly, an exclamation escaped his lips. So that's it. You sought the aid of the wind spirits, allowing them to guide your path. You, remarkably capable of such a feat. I apologize for misjudging you as an earth sorcerer. You are truly an exceptional air sorcerer. Nearby, Lucy tilted her head in confusion. Wasn't Ian using shadow magic? Shadow. Gryan was astounded. Shadow magic. That peculiar and rare form of sorcery? You can wield it as well? Chapter 68. The dust settles. The elderly gentleman before him dispelled his shadow magic with photon magic. Could it be that he himself was unaware of the intricacies involved? Ian, unaware, commanded Barunka to charge forward, focusing solely on the knight before him, oblivious to everything else around him. How could he possibly notice the happenings in his surroundings while fully armored knights approached? Thus, Gryan was entirely unaware that Ian had employed shadow magic, nor did he recall that the light he dispelled had countered it. His sole intention was to utilize his adept light magic to blind the charging Barunka, inadvertently countering Ian's shadow sorcery. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. Ian assumed Gryan's words were mere platitudes, yet they were spoken with genuine sincerity. A mage like Ian, capable of swiftly and accurately assessing situations and casting the most suitable spells, was exceedingly rare. Generally, mages operate from a secure distance, shielded by knights, casting spells with ease. Most mages, when invoking their magic, focus entirely on the mystic energies, oblivious to their surroundings, confident in their guardianship. Thus, even the most proficient sorcerers often falter in the face of danger, failing to harness their true potential. Yet Ian was different. Even amidst the chaotic battlefield, he retained his composure, skillfully wielding magic to steer the situation in his favor. Is it due to his youth? Youth brings swiftness, a common understanding. Is this talent or merely luck bestowed by his age? Gryan remained uncertain. One thing, however, was indisputable. Ian was an exceptionally gifted sorcerer, one deserving of recognition from the esteemed professors of the Magic University. You claim to have learned magic from Elidus? What is your relationship with your master? It's hardly profound. We have merely crossed paths a few times at the university. Although Gryan downplayed their encounters, Ian sensed that their connection was far from trivial. Both Gryan and Elidus were seasoned sorcerers. Even if they met only a few times a year over a decade, that amounted to numerous interactions. They may have even deliberated or collaborated together. It seems you haven't joined any schools of magic. Indeed, I have yet to affiliate myself with any. A school of magic, in simple terms, is a research collective. Taking Alredith as an example, she joined the School of Flame and became actively involved. With the consensus that collaborative research is more advantageous than solitary exploration, the magical academies emerged. Upon joining an academy, numerous benefits are bestowed, such as funding, a novel magical language exclusive to the academy, and spells developed by its members. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, joining an academy becomes almost inevitable. However, for novice magicians like Ian, exploring the myriad mysteries of the world remains paramount. Only when he encounters obstacles in his explorations should he contemplate joining an academy. Joining now may prove challenging, as he might struggle to keep pace with the achievements of other magicians. Should you wish to join an academy, feel free to visit me in Dranheim. The gatherings of magical academies are widely distributed across the continent. They are easily established and just as easily dissolved, akin to clubs. However, the academies at Dranheim Magic University are distinct. They enjoy ample funding and seldom disband. Indeed, financial resources are crucial. The caveat is that membership in a magic university entails certain obligations. For a wandering magician like Ian, the university is merely an optional choice. Given your current abilities, joining an academy should pose no difficulties. Are you referring to the art of aeromancy or geomancy? Not just that, shadow magic is the same. No, if it involves shadow magic, you would certainly be able to join. Ian's proficiency in shadow magic is a rare skill possessed by few, and often, even hearing about it is a rarity, let alone mastering it. Yet, for a magician like Ian, who has earned the trust of the dark mysteries, joining the School of Shadows is quite effortless. Very well, I shall consider it. Unlike Brian, who actively persuades Ian to join the university, Ian harbors no particular thoughts on the matter. Magic is a practice-oriented discipline. This does not imply that mere reading and discussion can guarantee one's advancement. Directly experiencing the mysteries, mastering and familiarizing oneself with them is the shortcut to becoming an exceptional magician. Although the scholarships are somewhat enticing, given Ian's current capabilities, earning sufficient funds is not a challenge. Alredith had previously advised Ian not to rush into the university, but rather to travel and experience the mysteries. When the opportunity arises, he shall naturally attend the university, but it is not a priority at present. I look forward to the day we can engage in discussion beneath the vines of the university. Brian gazed at the young magician, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Indeed, for the youth, the tranquil and comfortable atmosphere of the Magic University might feel stifling. At present, travel is the true delight. He sincerely hopes that Ian will achieve greater heights and eagerly anticipates the day when they can engage in profound discussions at the university. Now, it is time to deal with the Baron. As anticipated, Brian's right arm is fractured. Surprisingly, despite having a splint affixed to his arm, Brian does not exhibit extreme distress. The pain is manageable as long as he avoids sudden movements. Are you all right? Of course, in my youth, I too traversed the world, delving into mysteries. I have often endured injuries to my limbs. Indeed, Ian nodded in agreement. Although wizards may appear frail, they often travel extensively, exhibiting unexpected physical strength. At the very least, their endurance for long journeys is commendable. If you're not in too much discomfort, that is splendid, Lucy remarked with an elegant smile. Ah, Baron Talion. Brian bowed his head toward Lucy. I appreciate your treatment of me as a captive. No need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling my noble duties. In the name of the Imperial Magic University, I shall ensure the ransom is paid. Brian intentionally pledged on behalf of the university, signifying that should the ransom not be procured, the institution would bear the cost. Lucy forgave Brian for all his tomb-raiding endeavors, provided he compensates her with an apology fee in the ransom. Chapter 69. The Elvish Language of the Gate. This is also because Brian was not the mastermind. If he had excessively despoiled the tomb, for instance, by not only robbing it but also disturbing the remains of the deceased and scattering them on the ground, it would not be unreasonable for him, even as a wizard, to face execution on the spot. However, for Lucy, executing Brian would yield no benefits. She was unaware of the potential repercussions of antagonizing a professor from the Magic University. Furthermore, the ransom Brian provided was of utmost importance to her, as it could fully compensate for the losses incurred during the previous war with Graham. Ian, If Professor Grian attempts to employ magic, you must stop him, Lucy whispered. To which Ian tilted his head in confusion. Would he still be able to use magic in his condition? Ian presumed Lucy was concerned about Grian escaping. If he were to achieve something, we would have to reduce the ransom. Much like the situation with Berlenka, Lucy was apprehensive that if Grian distinguished himself in capturing the Tomb Raiders led by the Mud Baron, the ransom would indeed be diminished. My Lord Grian, you are injured. Leave the battle against the Baron to us. A battle? However, Grian voiced an unexpected thought. The Baron may have already fled. Fled? Grian was correct. Berlenka and his men had scoured the underground, yet the Mud Baron and his followers had seemingly vanished without a trace. Where could they have gone? Grian shrugged and remarked, such subterranean structures typically do not possess only one exit. If the sole route is compromised, disaster ensues. Was this not a burial site? He had excavated another escape route immediately after unearthing this stone door. Ian could not help but marvel. What a remarkably cautious individual. The Baron of Mud has certainly lived up to his reputation, having unearthed a concealed passageway that the tomb workers had sealed off, which he now utilizes as an emergency escape route. Ian, I found this. Berlenka handed over a fragment of leather left by the Baron of Mud, inscribed with the words, "This humiliation I shall repay." What does it say, Ian? The message from the Baron of Mud ignited Lucy's fury. Yet it was evident that they would struggle to locate him in the near future. This is the place. Grian led Ian and his companions to the tomb chamber of Baron Talion. It was indeed somewhat comical that the invader Grian was the one guiding them. However, in truth, he was the only one who had been here. While records may still exist, understanding through text is ultimately different from first-hand experience. Without Grian's guidance, the priest would have required considerable effort to navigate Ian and his party to this location. Strange inscriptions adorned the door, written in a language Ian could not comprehend. Do you know what this says? No, do you, Grian? I do not, but it certainly contains the method to open the door. Grian furrowed his brow, grappling with a conundrum he had been studying for several days without any progress. If only the professors from the Academy of Magic could be summoned. Perhaps a solution could be found. However, relying solely on himself, he was at a loss. Even Ian was equally perplexed. Shall I draw a magical circle and invoke the Earth's mysterious forces to induce an earthquake? The door might open, but it would be akin to digging one's own grave. The mysterious does not comprehend the concept of moderation. Fear not, my lord, the Baron shall pave the way. Upon the priest's declaration, Ian stepped aside. Indeed, Lucy was of the true bloodline of Talion. If she were to take action, Lucy stood confidently before the door and called to the priest. Priest, what must I do now? Why won't the door open? The priest, drenched in sweat, frantically flipped through his documents. According to the records, if Talion's bloodline is brought before the door, the greeting of the elves will unlock it. What is the greeting of the elves? It is not specified here. The priest appeared utterly bewildered, while Lucy remained lost for ideas. Ian rubbed his forehead in frustration, yet Grian's spirit was ignited with a sense of challenge. Do not worry, I shall unravel this mystery. Though he said this, Ian felt helpless and could only join Grian in contemplation. They had come this far. They could not return empty-handed. I had intended to summon the Earth's mysterious powers, but it seems the Elven Queen has already intervened. Did she forge an agreement in advance? Indeed, the Earth pays no heed to my requests, so I must devise another plan. Ian and Grian commenced their discussion, their animated chatter mingling with the dim light, and Lucy soon found herself succumbing to drowsiness. However, everyone was preoccupied, and she could not sleep alone. Bored and restless, Lucy soon noticed a peculiar design etched onto the door. This pattern was all too familiar to Lucy. Ian, could this be a clue? What? Ian realized that the inscription Lucy pointed to was indeed the riddle he had just discussed with Grian. Hadn't we just covered this? Lucy, you weren't paying attention. It appears to resemble a clue, though its meaning remains elusive. I know, right? Ian was taken aback. Lucy actually knew. She was not lying. Calmly, Lucy traced the letters on the door and softly recited, as if singing, "With your feelings, I shall forever cherish." Boom! At that very moment, accompanied by a resounding crash, the door swung open. Lucy, you truly are a descendant of Talion. What do you mean by that, Ian? The priest's records were not mistaken. To open the door, it indeed requires the bloodline of Talion, for only the Talion family can comprehend the ancient Elvish script passed down through generations. This is Elvish. though its precise meaning eludes me. It is merely something I learned from my father. What could it signify? I believe it likely means something akin to door. Open up. Ian and his companions cautiously entered, wary of potential traps, yet they found no unusual mechanisms. However, upon the Baron's coffin lay an oddly arranged pile of stones. As Lucy approached, Ian hastily grasped her arm, and Grian shouted, "Don't touch it." "Huh, that is the tomb of the Elven Queen." "What?" That seemingly innocuous pile of stones resting lightly upon the Baron's coffin conceals the remains of the erstwhile Elven Queen. As wizards, Ian and Grian could sense a mysterious force guarding the Queen's tomb. Any attempt to disturb it would surely invoke dire consequences. Lucy, perplexed, inquired, "But why is the Elven Queen's tomb situated atop the Baron's coffin?" The ever-observant Barenka interjected, "This way, no one can desecrate the Baroness' remains." Thus, she constructed her tomb upon the coffin. Chapter 70. The successful acquisition of the magical sword Barenka was correct. The being who claimed to be the Elven Queen wished to protect the Baron's body, even in death. Retrieving the sword proved to be quite a challenge, Ian pondered. If that magical sword were sealed alongside the Baron's remains, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Forcibly disturbing the coffin could invoke the Elven Queen's curse. Fortunately, matters had not yet reached such a dire state. It seemed there was something over there. In a corner of the cemetery, accompanied by a magnificent mural, lay an array of items that the Baron may have utilized during his lifetime. Ian had encountered similar scenes in contemporary times, reminiscent of the ancient relics displayed in museums. This cemetery was constructed to honor and commemorate the deceased, with a mural depicting the Baron vanquishing monsters, while the Elven Queen gazed upon him in admiration. "Is this the one? It must be this, surely?" Ian scrutinized the Baron's weaponry, his sword, armor, garments, and jewelry, all of which had succumbed to the ravages of time, now in a state of decay. Observing these once mighty ancient weapons reduced to mere remnants, Ian couldn't help but marvel. While these weapons might have exuded immense power in their prime, the passage of time is an unstoppable force. However, aside from the long sword and armor, there was one weapon that remained intact. A short sword? Ian pondered as he picked it up, while Barenka dismissively remarked beside him, "How can this be considered a short sword? It is indeed short. Thus, it is a short sword." Upon closer inspection, it resembled a gladius, the renowned double-edged short sword of the ancient Roman legions. Ian examined the blade again, but despite his scrutiny, it still appeared somewhat diminutive. Was it perhaps too short? Barenka shrugged. "It's simply a consequence of the primitive metallurgy of ancient times. In truth, this sword was designed to be wielded alongside a large shield, which necessitated a shorter length. Maneuvering a shield that could envelop the entire body was already quite taxing. A longer sword would render combat nearly impossible." "Is this the sword you intend to wield?" "It must be, right? A shorter length would be advantageous. A longer sword would be cumbersome and excessively heavy." "Why then? Is your sword so long? Am I not clad in armor?" With enhanced defensive capabilities, a two-handed weapon becomes more manageable, providing sufficient protection even without a shield, thereby transforming defense into offensive strength. Clad in full armor, Barenka relished in wielding a double-edged longsword, clearly a weapon that required both hands. This reminded Ian of the sword master Salvador he had previously encountered, who wielded a two-handed sword without any armor. A truly fearless old man. Do wizards exhibit particular preferences for weapons? Not all. As Ian spoke, he unsheathed the short sword. Perhaps due to its unwieldy, dust-laden scabbard, it initially appeared quite short. However, once drawn, he discovered it was not as diminutive as he had imagined. Measuring approximately 50 to 60 centimeters, it gleamed with a cold brilliance. "What is this sword?" As Ian drew the blade, Grian gasped in astonishment. Although he had heard whispers of this mysterious artifact, he could not have fathomed its true form. As Grian beheld the enchanted sword, he was indeed enveloped by an aura that transcended human intellect. An enigmatic force coursed through the blade, seemingly imbued with a certain magic. Ian gingerly caressed the edge, sensing a profoundly contradictory essence. Warmth and chill converged upon his fingertips. Recollections of stories told by Lucy flooded his mind. The magical sword, Anolisher, reputed to embody the powers of the sun and moon. "What do you think, Ian? Have you gleaned any insights?" Lucy inquired, yet Ian remained reticent, uncertain of the mysteries concealed within. This was not something easily discerned, It required time for observation and the gradual unveiling of secrets. Nevertheless, he began to grasp the manner in which to harness the power contained within. Boil forth, Ian uttered in Marilynus, and the slumbering mystery within the sword responded. The blade gradually warmed, radiating a searing wave of heat. Ian brought a piece of leather near the edge, which emitted a pungent odor and ignited swiftly. Wow, how did you do that? Brian and Lucy exclaimed in unison. Did I not mention before? This sword is forged from the powers of the sun and moon. Ian replied. So I attempted to wield it as one might guide the essence of fire. And it indeed worked, Lucy exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Yet, she too had harbored doubts about the sword's functionality, as such matters were not chronicled in the priest's tomes. She had worried about the possibility of it being a mere counterfeit, but thankfully it proved genuine. Brian's reaction, however, was somewhat different. I grasped the principle, but it seems improper to use it this way, does it not? If an unnamed sorcerer were to utter such words, he would likely be met with derision for his ignorance. Yet, Brian, as a professor at the Imperial Magic University, was a distinguished mage, and none would dare contest his insight. I concur, Ian acknowledged. What I have summoned is merely the essence of fire, but the sword harbors far more than this. Brian smiled faintly, recognizing the merit in Ian's perspective. Truly, he was a courteous sorcerer, a testament to his tutelage under Elidith. With age comes an affinity for those willing to heed one's counsel. For Ian to have not dismissed Brian's words elevated the latter's esteem for him significantly. While mages often regard themselves with arrogance, Brian's demeanor was refreshingly different. Chapter 71. Chili powder according to legend. This sword was forged from solar energy, suggesting a more appropriate method of utilization. This would require meticulous study. Ian toyed with the magical sword for a while. Though he could not channel the so-called powers of the sun and moon, he successfully awakened its lower attributes of heat and cold. He possesses the ability to render the blade either searing hot or chillingly cold. For an experienced sorcerer, this item is rather superfluous, as its current capabilities merely allow for the creation of ice cubes in summer and the ignition of flames in winter. However, for a master well-versed in the arts of frost or flame, such feats are trivial. They can manipulate cold and fire with precision. Alas, Ian's magical prowess is still far from adequate. Thus, it serves as a valuable tool for novices, fortuitously acquired by the inexperienced Ian. At this moment, one might say luck is on his side. Ian beamed with a smile. Lucy quietly approached the smiling Ian, genuinely resonating with his joy. Ian, do you like this gift? Oh, absolutely. Is that so? How delightful. Lucy playfully poked Ian in the chest with her finger. As promised, it is yours now, Ian. Thank you. No need for thanks. After all, you have always been there for me. Lucy indeed fulfilled her promise, presenting Ian with the treasure of Barantalion as a gift. The fulfillment of this promise also signified an impending conclusion. The time for parting ways with Ian was drawing near. Contemplating this, Lucy felt a twinge of melancholy within. Though she chose not to reveal it, she wished that until the very end, Ian would see only her finest self. Let's depart. Ian and his companions exited the tomb of Barantalion. After a night of toil, the sun now illuminated the entire world. Ian found himself smiling unconsciously. Having endured so much, everyone felt utterly exhausted. I am famished, master. I am quite hungry as well, Oberon. We shall prepare dinner shortly, my lord. Ian, it's time to eat. All right. Despite his hunger, Ian appeared rather listless. Lucy, curious about Ian's demeanor, inquired, Ian, are you not hungry? I am, but I do not seem to feel very happy. Lucy could not comprehend Ian's reaction. While they had toiled in the graveyard, her servants had been hunting in the wild, baking pastries, and preparing a sumptuous feast rarely enjoyed outdoors. There were wild pigeon pies adorned with mountain berry jam, an entire roasted hare golden and crispy, a hearty soup brewed from grains and rich butter. Such meticulously prepared dishes should have been delectable. Yet, as Ian gazed at the richly aromatic Western feast laid out before him, he could not help but sigh. Having resided in this medieval realm for so long, he initially found it somewhat disconcerting, but eventually came to accept the local cuisine. However, with acclimatization came nostalgia. Even now, he struggled to fully embrace that he had become a part of this fantastical medieval world. He always felt that one day, when the journey concluded, he would return to his homeland, to that familiar place. There awaited him familiar landscapes, scents, and delectable dishes. In a certain sense, Ian was indeed a traveler, an expatriate cast into an unfamiliar realm by the capricious whims of divinity or some other force. It was true. Ian found himself engulfed in an inexplicable yearning for home, though to label it as homesickness might be somewhat exaggerated. Alas, how he longed for the rich flavors of the food of yore. At that moment, Ian produced a secret spice he had procured from Marnie, chili powder. As a practitioner of botanical magic, Marnie had cultivated a diverse array of peculiar crops, including the familiar chili peppers. The rationale behind Marnie's chili cultivation was rather absurd. It was intended as a means to torment those she deemed unworthy. When Ian discovered and requested the chili powder, Marnie looked at him with confusion. "Do you have someone you wish to torment?" "No, I intend to consume it myself." Marnie was taken aback, but ultimately provided him with some chili powder. "What are you doing, Ian?" As Ian suddenly sprinkled the crimson powder over his soup and meat, curious gazes were cast upon him. "What is this?" "Chili powder." Brian, displaying a wizard's curiosity and spirit of adventure, dipped a finger into the chili powder and tasted it without Ian's permission. Cough, cough. Brian began to cough violently, startling Lucy. "Brian, what is wrong?" "Cough. It's poison. Everyone, be careful." Even Belenka stood up from the table. Ian, however, observed Brian with calm composure. What fuss? Considering he had consumed it without permission, and besides, it was not poison. But this stinging sensation, it's a paralyzing toxin. It's not poison. It's a special seasoning. Ian continued to sip his soup nonchalantly. With just a sprinkle of chili powder, the flavor transformed entirely. "Yes, this is it." He nodded with satisfaction, finally experiencing a semblance of home. Seeing Ian's nonchalance, the others dismissed their doubts. "May I try as well? You will regret it." Lucy also dipped her finger into the chili powder and tasted it. Cough, cough, cough. Is this truly not poison? Tears streamed down her face as she glared at Ian. Ian clicked his tongue. For a medieval person who found even pepper too spicy, chili was indeed a bit premature. Except for one person. Though strange, it is rather delightful. Belenka, wiping her flushed face with a handkerchief, began to eat the meat sprinkled with chili powder. Witnessing Belenka's golden hair paired with her slightly flushed, exquisite beauty, Ian suddenly felt an urge to capture the moment. The reaction of a medieval blonde knightess upon her first taste of chili powder. Chaos ensued among everyone due to the chili powder. It is precisely for this reason that no one noticed the cunning pairs of eyes lurking in the grass, observing their group in silence. Chapter 72. The Sprite. Ian awakened. On a night illuminated by a full moon, Ian, lost in dreams, was gently roused by the calling voice. Brian, restless and anxious, paced back and forth beside Ian's bed. "What is it?" Brian, drenched in cold sweat, spoke with a trembling voice. "There is something outside, though I cannot discern what it is evidently approaching us." The drowsiness vanished in an instant. "A night raid? Damn it. Could be grave robbers?" No. It is not human. It resembles some arcane entity." Arcane? Ian instinctively thought of intelligent beasts like dragons or griffins. If these colossal creatures were to appear suddenly in the dead of night, tearing humans apart would not be surprising. If indeed a massive carnivorous monster has come, we are truly doomed. Monsters must always be approached with caution. Elidas had repeatedly warned. Ian, do not provoke those behemoths until you become a grand sorcerer. Monsters are perilous, and in this damned medieval fantasy world, they abound. It is no wonder that communication between territories is so sluggish and human expansion falters. This is a realm where humanity perpetually battles the wilderness, even with formidable might. Without the development of decisive technology, humanity remains vulnerable. Sorcerers may contend with these beasts, yet if one becomes a sorcerer, such interests may wane. "Gah, master." At that moment, Oberon fluttered over. "Oberon, have you seen something?" "Indeed. Over there, several diminutive figures are approaching." Diminutive figures? Upon hearing this term, a thought crossed Ian's mind. "Elves? We should investigate," Ian resolved, determined to ascertain the identity of these nocturnal visitors with his own eyes. Brian trembled as he spoke. "Are we really going? It is better to take a look. After all, we do not know their intentions." "That is reasonable," Ian acknowledged, observing Brian's quaking form, feeling a twinge of sympathy. While he understood his fear, his excessive trembling did verge on cowardice. "If you are afraid, You may stay here. But I wish to see for myself. Then let us go together. Isn't it too dangerous? Should we not awaken the knights to accompany us? What a troublesome old man, Ian mused, but then reconsidered. No, perhaps this is the secret to longevity? Caution, in other words, is wisdom. Grian had proven the importance of prudence through his long life. That much was certainly true. Then I shall awaken Berenkar. Ian roused the drowsy Berenkar from his slumber. Berenka was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Ian, but quickly grasped the situation and readily agreed to collaborate. Her willingness was so profound that she did not engage in any bargaining. However, she still rubbed her eyes for quite some time before fully awakening. If I accomplish something, I will certainly account for your debts. How refreshing. I appreciate it. Although she had just been roused, the prospect of debt alleviation brought a radiant smile to her face. On a night illuminated only by the faint moonlight, Ian advanced without hesitation. As his communion with the shadows deepened, the magic of dark vision began to activate passively. Navigating through the pitch-black surroundings became as effortless as eating or drinking. Suddenly, Grian, following closely behind Ian, reacted. His adeptness in the vigilance insect magic had detected something. It seemed there was a group of ill-intentioned beings ahead. Ian and Berenka remained silent. The enemy was too near for unnecessary words. Ian murmured into the darkness. The darkness shall illuminate the path ahead. Shadow art, dark vision activated. The darkness began to spread from Ian's center, revealing an illusion reminiscent of a black and white film, crafted from shades of gray. This vision, born from observation and perception in the dark, was akin to a third eye. What is that? Ian pondered as he observed the mysterious entities Grian had mentioned. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment. What on earth? The late-night visitors were dwarfs, barely exceeding 30 centimeters in height. Dwarfs? Elves? Surely they did not intend to attack? Ian tilted his head in confusion as he looked at the group of dwarfs. They huddled closely together, remaining utterly still. If they were indeed assailants, they would surely be stealthily approaching Ian's tent, yet their demeanor suggested they were evading something terrifying. What are they doing? Ian's query found an unexpected answer. Oberon, restlessly, began to tread upon Ian's shoulder. Be quiet, Oberon. Yes, my apologies, master. But over there. Look over there. Over there. Oberon trembled as he gazed into the darkness. There. A monster is hiding there. A monster? Ian concentrated, expanding his dark vision. As he scanned the trees pointed out by Oberon, realization dawned upon him. Chapter 73. Fabric? It's a great horned owl. On a branch. A massive great horned owl regarded the dwarfs with a calm intensity. While Ian, being human, remained unaffected, the sight was enough to instill sheer terror in Oberon. A creature of the crows. Oh no, those wings. That beak. Goodness, your feathers are going to make you flap away. Oberon. How utterly frightening. I might faint. Master. Very well, then succumb to your faintness. Shall I place you in my pocket? The majestic eagle owl, its wingspan reaching an impressive 180 centimeters, is widely acknowledged as one of the finest nocturnal hunters. Alternatively, one might refer to it by the more common name, the owl. Just as an ordinary human might tremble or even lose control at the sight of tiger, Oberon, an ordinary crow, found himself paralyzed by fear upon encountering the eagle owl. Belinka, do we still have any leftover meat from yesterday? Go fetch some. All right. Ian trudged towards the tree where the eagle owl perched. Humans. It's humans. What shall we do? They have appeared. Upon closer inspection, Ian discerned a band of assailants seemingly approaching the camp. Indeed, as he observed more intently, he realized they stood at a mere 30 centimeters tall, adorned with mysterious wings and possessing an adorably diminutive appearance. They were fairies. Contrary to the commonly accepted image of fairies today, long-eared, long-lived, and strikingly beautiful beings, these were the original, primitive fairies. What do they possibly want? Were they here to overturn Ian's skull? If they truly possessed such capabilities, it would be quite chilling. However, Ian sensed that these fairies did not exude any particularly terrifying powers. If they had such prowess, they would likely have become the stuff of horror legends long ago. Most importantly, if they were so capable, they would have no reason to congregate in the presence of the eagle owl. The fairies, upon locking eyes with Ian, collectively shivered. Their demeanor was somewhat endearing, reminiscent of little kittens. Here, I have brought it. All right. Ian approached the owl, a piece of meat in hand. Drawing upon his long-standing ability to communicate with the creatures of nature, he spoke with conviction. "Come down. I will not harm you. It is all right." The owl regarded Ian for a moment before it spread its enormous wings and gracefully descended before him. Ian quickly extended his wand, creating a perch for it to land upon. Lighter than I anticipated? Though the owl's size was formidable, Ian had expected it to be quite heavy, to his surprise. It was unexpectedly light. Such a large creature must possess remarkable flight efficiency. No wonder wizards in Britain utilize them for delivering messages. Gently, Ian stroked the owl's back, offering it the remaining morsels of meat. Initially bewildered, the owl soon accepted the food from Ian's hands. Although it could not comprehend why Ian had suddenly shown it such kindness, satiating its hunger was its primary concern. Oh, noticing Ian's adept communication with the owl, Brian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He pondered to himself, "This fellow possesses an extraordinary ability to communicate with nature. And it seems that in the future, he will not only become an exceptional wizard, but also a remarkable summoner." Barunka, who had witnessed Ian's peculiar behaviors multiple times, also felt a sense of wonder. She thought, "He has tamed an owl in an instant." Indeed, wizards are remarkably versatile. After feeding the owl, Ian approached the fairies. "You are feeling uneasy because of this fellow, aren't you?" Upon Ian's approach with the owl, the fairies were instantly engulfed in panic. Their fear was palpable. To them, the owl appeared as a terrifying creature, its imposing size capable of easily capturing them. Yet, such a fearsome beast had been subdued by Ian with just a few words, becoming so docile that the fairies felt a chill of dread, fearing that Ian might command the owl, "Go, seize those beings, and devour them." The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. "Yes, we are sorry." The frightened fairies simultaneously bowed in apology. Although they had never interacted with humans before, their posture conveyed an uncanny resemblance to a learned standard of humility. Just then, the owl suddenly flapped its wings, seemingly eager to take flight, spurred by the fairy's shrill cries that awakened its hunting instincts. "Quiet now." Ian gently pressed the owl's shoulder, soothing it. Witnessing this, the fairies felt a newfound reverence for Ian. Goodness, if Ian were merely a brutish human, they would have shunned him out of distaste. However, before someone who could skillfully command a fearsome creature, they could only feel respect and even admiration, for adoration is indeed a means to forget fear. The fairies dared not harbor any ulterior motives, confessing everything to Ian. We have come to request the return of that sword." Sword? The sword the fairies referred to was none other than the magical sword in Norithil. When Ian drew the enchanted blade, the fairies gasped in astonishment. "Indeed, that is the sword. Without it, we can no longer weave fabric." Ian sheathed the sword and inquired, "Fabric? What fabric?" The fairies replied, "It is fabric as vital to our existence as life itself. We fairies sustain ourselves by nurturing beetles, infusing their silk with the powers of the sun and moon to weave what we call true silken cloth." True what? The unexpected translation challenge made Ian scratch his head. "Oh, it refers to fairy silk," Brian interjected knowingly. His explanation was indeed more comprehensible, indicating silk crafted by fairies. "What is that?" As the name suggests, it is fabric woven by fairies, imbued with magical properties. Magic? It is said that wearing it in summer brings a refreshing coolness, while in winter it provides warmth. However, I have only encountered this rare item a few times. It is incredibly precious, truly worth a fortune. Brian kindly explained that elven silk is an extraordinary artifact that exists solely within the realms of fantasy. Beautiful and soft, capable of shielding the wearer from bothersome fluctuations in temperature. Naturally, such a supreme item would only be accessible to figures of great stature, like kings who stabilize their nations. The elves standing before Ian at that moment were indeed the artisans behind such exquisite and rare creations. With bowed heads, the elves lamented, in times of inclement weather, "We wove fabric using the very sword you hold. Perhaps you are unaware, but that sword was forged long ago by our queen and the great craftsman. Though it had once been lent to humanity, it remains a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of our kin." The elves cried in unison, "Please return our sword. Get back to us. Give it back." Witnessing their collective protest, Ian felt a throbbing headache. The stories entwined with that sword were far too numerous. In short, Ian had no intention of relinquishing it, as it was rightfully earned in his assistance to Lucy. Regardless of how effectively the elves had utilized it, What concern was that of his? Moreover, they were rather impolite. No return. Ian made his refusal clear, prompting a timid elf to protest. If you take our property in such a manner, we shall not remain idle. Ian frowned at the protesting elf. Oh? At this, the owl, sensing Ian's impatience, let out an intimidating hoot. Who? Who? The elves recoiled in fear, clearly perceiving the small creature as a formidable predator. Would you like some more meat? Ian asked, feeding the owl morsels of flesh while discreetly observing the elves' reactions. They appeared to harbor a significant dread of the owl. Perhaps this creature could serve as a means of deterrence. Yet, he was not inclined to exert immediate pressure. As observed within the Elven Queen's tomb, the elves were a race endowed with peculiar powers, and there was no need to provoke them unnecessarily, lest he be drawn into a life-and-death confrontation. Ian resolved to first attempt to persuade the elves. He posed a question. On what grounds do you claim this magical sword is yours? The elves confidently responded, because it is an item that was originally ours. Their reasoning was as follows. The sword's magic is inherently unstable. Without the elves' maintenance, its enchantments may dissipate, akin to how electronic devices become unusable if left idle for too long. But surely the rightful owner is Baron Talion, is it not? Ian inquired. At this question, the elves became somewhat flustered. However, one clever elf shouted, but the Baron's descendants have neglected the sword for centuries. In contrast, we have consistently ventured into the tomb to retrieve and utilize it. Is that not akin to theft? What is there to boast about? Even if the descendants of Baron Talion remain indifferent to this sword, you cannot claim to be its rightful owners, can you? Ian likely comprehended the sentiments expressed by the elves. Those humans who had never sought nor cared for the sword suddenly appeared one day to seize what the elves had long utilized, causing them considerable distress. This highlights the distinction between nominal ownership and actual possession. Even within contemporary legal frameworks, this remains a rather intricate domain, difficult to lean towards either party with ease. However, Ian would not readily concede. How could he surrender the magical sword he had painstakingly acquired to the elves? Let me reiterate, this sword was a gift bestowed upon Baron Talion by the Elven Queen. Thus, the rightful owner is undoubtedly the Baron. Humans are known to pass down their possessions to their descendants, as you are aware, correct? I inherited the ownership from the legitimate descendants of Talion. Therefore, this sword is mine. Do you intend to reclaim the sword that your queen once gifted? The elves recognized the gravity of Ian's assertions, rendering them hesitant to act impulsively. Yet, they were not inclined to relinquish their claim easily, for they had derived immense joy and wealth from the magical sword. At that moment, a singularly extraordinary elf emerged from the forest, commanding attention. The elves gasped in astonishment. Your Majesty. The Elven Queen cast a stern glare at her subjects before bowing her head in apology to Ian. My people have been discourteous. I sincerely apologize. It was hardly an act of rudeness. The elves had merely staged a farce upon their arrival, which Ian did not take to heart. I appreciate your words, he replied. The Queen then turned to her subjects in anger. How dare you be so disrespectful to the descendant of our benefactor? Do you wish to usurp what was bestowed upon us by the past Queen? But your Majesty, one elf protested, that human is not even a descendant of our benefactor, nor does he require the sword as we do. On what grounds do you make such reckless assumptions? Have I taught you to act so thoughtlessly? Forgive me, your Majesty. The Elven Queen, in a gentle tone, inquired of Ian. May I ask what your relationship with our benefactor is? A friend. I see. Would you be so kind as to introduce me to our benefactor? Ian surmised the Queen's intentions. She harbored suspicions that he might be a tomb raider, perhaps having pilfered the artifact while falsely claiming to be a friend of Baron Talion. Should that be the case, the Queen would not hesitate to assail him. Very well. If that is your wish, Ian replied, summoning Barenka to fetch Lucy. Not only did Barenka bring Lucy, but also a priest. A witness is needed, I presume. This reflects the medieval familiarity with contracts. Ian explained the situation to Lucy. Do you understand my point? Essentially, I need to prove that I am indeed a descendant of Talion, correct? The priest promptly produced documents validating Lucy's status as a legitimate baroness and confirming her ownership of the magical sword bequeathed by the former baron. After scrutinizing the documents, the Queen nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it bore Her Majesty's seal, authentic and genuine. Thus, it is settled. The magical sword now rightfully belongs to Lord Ian. The Elven Queen proclaimed. Henceforth, The elf can no longer contest Ian's claim. However, the queen's discourse was not yet complete. On behalf of the elves, I formally extend a request to Lord Ian. What request? We seek to borrow your magical sword, or if you are amenable, to purchase it from you. In either case, the elves wish to continue utilizing the sword. What can you offer in return? We can provide you with elven silk as compensation. As the elven queen's words echoed in the air, Gryan and the priest stood in stunned silence. Elven silk, or rather, celestial silk, was indeed a rare treasure, coveted even by the imperial dukes. The audacity to offer it as recompense was astonishing. Ian, what is elven silk? I am unsure. I have heard it referred to as celestial silk. What? Lucy, having regained her composure, exclaimed in astonishment. As an aristocrat of the empire, she was acutely aware of the value of celestial silk. It was said to be more precious than gold of equivalent measure. If sold, how much wealth could be amassed for the domain's operational expenses? Ian had truly struck gold. Envy washed over her. While Lucy contemplated this, Ian interjected, "Actually, I'm not particularly inclined to lend it." "Why not?" Although the question was directed at the elven queen, it was Lucy who voiced it. Ian turned to her, bemused. "Why are you so agitated? It is but silk. How can you dismiss it? It is celestial silk." It is merely a piece of fabric. I possess little interest." In that moment, Lucy mused that Ian was indeed a genuine sorcerer, a veritable madman. For in comparison to silk, he yearned to delve into the mysteries of the magical sword. To Lucy, Ian appeared as if he had severed all worldly attachments and troubles, attaining a state akin to that of the Buddha. Yet, in truth, this was merely Lucy's misinterpretation. As a being from the modern world, Ian held little fascination for the luxuries of this realm. The allure of wealth and the sensations derived from silk paled in comparison to his experiences with air conditioning and heating. His interest lay firmly with the magical sword. At that moment, the elven queen spoke again. "What Lord Ian seeks is to explore the powers of the sun and moon, is it not?" "Indeed," Ian replied. The queen slowly opened her eyes and continued, "In that case, what if we were to assist you in your exploration?" "Oh, that proposition possesses a certain allure. In exchange, we request that you lend us the power of Enorlher. We shall offer this in return, assisting your exploration while bestowing upon you elven silk each month." "Shall we lend you our power?" "Indeed, we do not seek to claim your sword. You may continue to wield it. We merely wish to share the magical essence contained within." Chapter 75. The Elven Village. Ian pondered carefully upon the elven queen's proposal to extract a portion of magical energy from the enchanted sword. Although this would diminish its power, the prospect was undeniably alluring. Even without relinquishing the sword, he could still access the magical prowess that the elves so desired. After a brief contemplation, Ian acquiesced. He recalled the elves mentioning their years of maintenance on Enorlher, lest the sword's power become chaotic. Given his current capabilities, he could not fully harness Enorlher's might, and he was uncertain whether the maintenance of the magical sword could be sustained indefinitely. Presently, the sword served merely as a medieval fire staff in his hands. Even if its potency waned, it would pose no significant detriment. Furthermore, the sword's power would not dissipate entirely. It could be wielded and maintained by the elves, with the possibility of rain-fusing it with energy should the need arise. The additional elven silk was, without a doubt, an advantageous bargain. The elven queen requested the loan of the magical sword, stating, "We intend to transfer the magical energy from the sword into the village's runestone." "Then I shall accompany you," Ian replied. "You would be of no assistance," she countered. "It is my sword. I believe I should go, should I not?" Under Ian's firm insistence, the elven queen ultimately relented. "Since you insist, then let us proceed together." Ian accompanied the elven queen, yet none of the others followed, as the elves endeavored to minimize contact with the outside world for their survival. Occasionally, a mischievous elf might engage with humans, but such instances were rare. Aside from Ian, entry to the village was forbidden to others, a decision that did not incite discontent among the rest. "Ian, be cautious on your journey. I shall return with good news." In truth, humans harbored a certain trepidation towards the elves, renowned as adept practitioners of magic. For the magic-fearing denizens of the medieval era, encounters with elves often proved to be disconcerting experiences. "My Lord Ian, before entering the village, I must ask you to take an oath." "An oath?" "Indeed, I implore you. In the name of all the mysteries you seek, pledge not to harm us elves." As the Elven Queen spoke, it seemed that myriad mysterious forces around them turned their attention towards Ian. Elves, being a naturally magical race, did not require the study of the Moronius language to wield magic, as they were innately attuned to the arcane energies. I swear. Really? Indeed. But on the condition that you regard me as a guest. That is assured. The elves had witnessed Ian communicating with nature on numerous occasions, thus harboring a degree of caution regarding his abilities. Merely by the fact that he can summon fierce beasts such as owls, one can perceive the perilous nature of Ian. This is the Elven village. Guided by the Elven Queen, Ian gazed upon the village, unable to suppress a soft murmur of admiration. Achievement unlocked. You have witnessed a new mystical power. Reward skill points, 50. Skill, temporal manipulation, 10100 in progress. Temporal manipulation? Ian found himself perplexed by the status window that materialized before him. When he beheld a mystical power, its corresponding essence manifested in the status bar, which suggested that temporal manipulation was indeed at play here. Ian inquired, and the Elven Queen displayed a look of astonishment. How did you know? Was it merely intuition? Your intuition is remarkably sharp. Her praise, while commendatory, was also laced with caution regarding Ian's capabilities. Ian was correct. The mystical force of time and space was indeed employed within the Elven village. Without the elves' permission, ordinary folk could not enter this concealed, warped realm. For Ian, temporal manipulation was an exceedingly useful form of magic. The mere fact that spatial movement is a facet of this magic speaks volumes. As long as he could distort space, Ian could summon stones from the void or even call forth monsters. Nonetheless, Ian remained ever mindful of Eladris's warning. You may attempt to delve into temporal manipulation, but should anything feel amiss, abandon the endeavor immediately. Eladris's caution stemmed from the second characteristic of temporal manipulation, the ability to control time. Temporal manipulators possess the foresight of the future, and they wield this skill with ease. These enigmatic sorcerers often foresee what is to come, covertly attempting to mold the future to their desires. Should Ian endeavor to learn temporal manipulation, the sorcerers would undoubtedly be aware of it in advance. If they wished for Ian to become one of them, he would inevitably do so. Conversely, if they opposed it, they would go to great lengths to thwart his learning, even to the extent of jeopardizing his life. This is the primary reason why most sorcerers, including Eladris, harbor a profound disdain for temporal manipulators. They perceive themselves as godlike beings, striving to control the world. Eladris's warning implied that if Ian encountered obstacles or significant difficulties in his studies of temporal manipulation, it would signify that certain manipulators did not desire his advancement in this art. She wished for him to abandon the pursuit should such a situation arise. For once those treacherous beings, capable of foreseeing the future, decided to act, Ian's existence would become exceedingly arduous. In other words, he must not make enemies of the temporal manipulators. Ian briefly contemplated whether to invest his accumulated skill points into temporal manipulation to elevate its level. Regardless of the perspective from which one views it, the art of time and space manipulation is undoubtedly a convenient form of magic. However, considering the potential upheaval that time sorcerers might incite, Ian has concluded that there is no urgent need for him to delve into its mysteries just yet. He believes it prudent to wait until he has attained the level of a grand wizard akin to Gandalf the White before embarking on the study of time magic. For by that time, it is likely that the time sorcerers will be unable to contend with him. Elidus has already assured Ian that he need not fret over the time sorcerers, as they are hardly worthy of his concern. They will invariably act before Ian has the chance to do so. Thus all he must do is exercise patience. I would humbly advise you, my lord, to refrain from disclosing the location of our village. The Elven Queen fixed Ian with a piercing gaze, unprepared for the realization that he could perceive the secrets of time magic within the village. Should Ian harbor any malevolent thoughts, it would be she who finds herself in a precarious situation. Yet, Ian harbored no intentions of disturbing the elves. I swear by the name of the arcane that I shall divulge no information. Thank you. Only then did the Elven Queen reveal a gentle smile. Chapter 76. The astonishing technomancer, unlike other humans, the wizard Ian is neither greedy nor disrespectful towards the elves. He does not resemble those humans who would raise elven villages for the sake of precious elven silks. After all, both parties are about to become closely entwined due to the covenant of our Nolisher. Lord Ian, the sword, The elves busily erected rune stones in the village's central square. It is said that the power of the magical sword must be transferred into the rune stones. How is this accomplished? What is the underlying principle? Ian posed a question steeped in the essence of a wizard, as it is only natural for one of his ilk to be curious about magic. The elven queen seemed to anticipate this, summoning a technomancer. I am the overseer of the runestone project. The technomancer regarded Ian with an oddly scrutinizing gaze, one that unmistakably conveyed distrust. I can explain, but whether you will comprehend is another matter entirely. What kind of extraordinary skill leads one to such arrogance? The technomancer appeared to decipher Ian's expression, letting out a derisive snort. As long as you pass the basic tests, I shall elucidate. This is merely the most fundamental of fundamentals. If you cannot grasp this, no explanation I provide will suffice. To speak plainly, Ian retorted. Technicians often display a shared arrogance regarding their expertise. Nevertheless, the technomancer continued to regard Ian with contempt. It is hardly surprising, for the fellow was merely an ordinary human. In the eyes of the technomancer, how could an uncultivated human possibly grasp the grandeur of elven technology? Moreover, this disdain was not without justification. The test commenced. Cool me. Human wizard, you can count, can you not? Now, please provide a number less than 2. What is happening? At this juncture, Ian was not filled with displeasure. Rather, he found himself intrigued by what this peculiar being intended to convey. A number less than 2 is, of course, 1. No sooner had Ian uttered this than the technical sprite donned a wicked grin and exclaimed loudly, "And what of a number less than 1? Ian gazed at the sprite in bewilderment, confounded by the intentions of this creature. The sprite, however, attributed Ian's confusion to a profound ignorance. Ah, foolish humans. Such is their lot. Elves have always held a disdain for the intellectual capacity of humanity, for unlike the mortals, they are well versed in the realms of mathematics. In this medieval fantasy world, elves are a race of masterful artisans, unlike human craftsmen, who are oblivious to the intricacies of mathematics. These elves have seamlessly intertwined technology with mathematical principles, positioning themselves at the forefront of innovation. In the elves' perception, human intellect is rather limited. They remain utterly unaware of what constitutes a number less than 1, and indeed, this is a truth. Medieval humans were, in fact, ignorant of the concept of a number less than 1. Is not 1 the smallest number? It might be, if we confine ourselves to the realm of natural numbers. Unlike the dim-witted humans, elves are aware of the existence of 0. A number less than 1 is, in fact, 0. Even the ancient Golden Empire, which birthed a magnificent civilization, did not recognize 0, for they believed that nothing could ever be deemed a number. How can one account for nothingness as a number? Given that the mathematical understanding of the empire was such, it is inconceivable that medieval humanity, in this post-apocalyptic era, could grasp the existence of 0. They merely stare at a stick and mutter, 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Even wizards are not exempt from this ignorance. In this medieval fantasy realm, wizards are of the liberal arts, not the sciences. One need only observe their recitation of hieroglyphs and their incantations in Moronius to comprehend this. Thus, the technical sprite naturally presumed that Ian would fail the test. Consequently, when Ian unexpectedly posed a perplexing question, the sprite was utterly flabbergasted. So, you wish for me to identify a number less than 1 within the realm of natural numbers? What? Natural what? Natural numbers, of course. If confined to the natural numbers, then it must be 0. What else could it be? Not within the realm of natural numbers? Are you suggesting negative numbers? What does that even mean? The sprite, taken aback by Ian's sudden foray into topics beyond its comprehension, found itself at a loss. Negative numbers? Is it a euphemism for immoral digits? The sprite endeavored to translate Ian's imperial tongue in Elvish, but could conjure no suitable answer. After a moment, it was the technical sprite who inquired, pardon me, but what is a negative number? It is a number with a negative sign, such as 1. Ah, a negative sign? What on earth is that? The technical sprite found it utterly incomprehensible to grasp the concept Ian had introduced. Frustrated, Ian picked up a stick and swiftly sketched a number line on the ground. Nothingness is 0, correct? Negative numbers are merely values lesser than 0. What nonsensical talk is this? How can there exist a number smaller than non-existence? Have you heard of equations? Ian began to illustrate a diagram beside the number line, labeling it with various symbols, and spontaneously commenced a mathematics lesson. Thus, Negative numbers are fundamentally a concept that lacks physical existence. Do these symbols exist solely within equations? Indeed, this is primarily a concept applicable to transposition, he explained. In other words, if one shifts the terms from the left side of the equation to the right, this process is known as transposition. Ian quickly jotted down an equation, leaving the technical sprite astounded, eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. The mathematical concepts Ian presented were overwhelmingly profound. Although the sprites possessed a far more advanced understanding of mathematics than humans, they had yet to transcend the confines of physical space. Nevertheless, Ian's sudden introduction of a concept more minuscule than non-existence caused the technical sprite's mind to momentarily malfunction. Negative numbers represent a state that is less existent than non-existence. What on earth is that? On the other hand, Ian, who had once contemplated pursuing a degree in mathematics, felt an unexpected joy from the long-awaited mathematical discourse, despite it merely being at a middle school level. This cannot be possible. The technician, akin to a mortal witnessing the horrors of Cthulhu, succumbed to panic, barely managing to accept the situation. Is the discussion concluded? The queen, initially indifferent to mathematics, remained oblivious to the intricacies of the dialogue between the technician and Ian. Yes, perhaps, she mused. Shall we then activate the rune stone? Yes, that is indeed the matter at hand. As Ian and the queen approached the rune stone, the earlier flustered technical sprite rushed over, exclaiming, Master Mage, what seems to be the trouble? Would you like to personally calculate the formula of the rune stone? Ian's curiosity was piqued. Observing their power extraction formula would surely be an intriguing experience. Ian approached the extraction formula, noticing various equations intricately carved into the stone. The most conspicuous of these was the prominent 100 divided by 3. Under the awestruck gaze of the previously adoring technical sprite, Ian confidently inscribed the precise value of 33. 333. This coincided with the calculations performed by the sprites, yet Ian had merely cast a fleeting glance before transcribing the formula. This left the surrounding technical sprites utterly astounded. The sprite who had previously engaged with Ian excitedly relayed the various concepts Ian had proposed, such as negative equations, further igniting a fervor among the technical sprites. They unabashedly exhibited their admiration for Ian, fervently beseeching the elven queen to ensure that Ian would remain in the village for an extended period, to engage in further mathematical discussions with them. Chapter 77. Uninvited guest. Having successfully completed his mission, Ian returned to the territory of Talion with a group of companions. In high spirits, as a prize for borrowing the magical sword's power, Ian was to receive a certain quantity of elven silk each month. Furthermore, the other party promised to assist Ian in mastering the sword's power through the study of ancient elven records. We remain unaware of the precise methods by which magical swords like Analahill were crafted. It is said that these swords came into being due to the possession of numerous rare materials by the elven queen of that era. The combination of the exceptional skills of master artisans and these rare materials resulted in the creation of this renowned blade. Nonetheless, the records from that time still exist, and we shall organize this information for your perusal. That is indeed splendid news. As Ian departed from the village, the technical elves repeatedly called out to him, Lord Ian, you must make time for an in-depth mathematical discussion next time. Certainly. To commemorate their meeting, the elven queen gifted Ian 2 bracelets crafted from elven silk. Due to the haste in their creation, the craftsmanship was rather simplistic, consisting merely of fabric rolled and stitched together. However, the hues of the elven silk were extraordinarily beautiful, presenting an overall pleasing aesthetic. We look forward to the moment we meet again, Lord Ian. Please take care of yourself, Your Majesty. Ian toyed with the purple bracelet for a while before tucking it into his pocket. Truth be told, Ian held little interest in the item. While the mysterious purple shade and its soft texture were delightful, in the end, it was merely a bracelet. Nevertheless, the color was indeed exquisite, prompting Ian to decide to gift it away. This is this for me. Just like that? No strings attached. Well, it's simply a gift. Everyone has worked hard. Consider a memento from me. Thank you so much, Ian. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. This is the first time I've received such a gift. Lucy immediately donned the bracelet on her wrist, gazing at it in delight throughout their journey home, while Baranka chose not to wear it on her wrist, but instead tied it around her head as a headband. What do you think, Ian? How does it look? What do you mean? Is it not beautiful? Lucy chattered incessantly around Ian on their way back, while Baranka simply gazed at him with a blissful expression. Ian found Baranka's demeanor quite novel, as she had never displayed such an expression before. Though there had been a semblance of it once, when he mentioned reducing her debt. Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, it's nothing. I just didn't expect you to appreciate it. I thought Baranka would prefer something more practical. Practical? Like a short sword? Upon hearing Ian's words, Baranka exhibited a look of disbelief. A short sword? What girl in this world would be happy to receive a short sword? A kitchen knife might be more appropriate. The kitchen knife, a versatile culinary tool, is fondly referred to as a vegetable knife. Its broad utility has made it a favorite among housewives in the other world. Ian scratched his head awkwardly. In animated tales, female knights typically disdain items favored by girls, often lamenting, "How could I be given such a feminine object?" This recurring scene from a previous anime Ian had watched was unexpectedly not applicable to Baranka. "I am profoundly grateful for such a precious gift, Ian," Baranka exclaimed, proudly showcasing her ponytail. Ian was elated to have received a magical sword, and both Lucy and Baranka shared in the joy of their treasured gifts. However, their delightful journey came to an abrupt halt upon their return to the territory, interrupted by an uninvited guest. The visitor to the Talion territory was a civil officer named Galadin, who had traveled a considerable distance from the far-off barony of Dervashi, situated to the east of Talion. There is virtually no intersection between the barony of Dervashi and the barony of Talion. Indeed, one could assert that there was none at all. The reason behind this was a certain rumor that had emanated from Talion. "What is it you have? Why are you handling it so delicately?" "Oh no, don't touch it. It will get dirty." As the war in the Talion territory drew to a close, the mercenaries who had received their rewards from Lucy began to disperse, seeking their next battlefield. Some fortunate mercenaries swiftly found new employers, while others wandered aimlessly, with some eventually arriving at the barony of Dervashi. The mercenaries there welcomed their fellow travelers from Talion with great enthusiasm. By custom, mercenaries warmly greet one another upon meeting, as it serves as an opportunity to exchange information and build connections. In this medieval fantasy realm, socializing is almost indispensable for those who seek to make a living as mercenaries. The Empire, aside from mercenaries, possesses very few professional soldiers, as they simply cannot afford them. Thus, when conflict arises, the populace is left with no choice but to hire mercenaries. Naturally, both sides engage mercenaries, leading to frequent encounters among them. It is evident that no one relishes the thought of returning from battle missing limbs. Therefore, when mercenaries on the battlefield recognize each other, they exclaim, "Hey, brother, is that you? Hamilton? You are Hamilton, aren't you? Oh, brother, long time no see. How have you been?" "Not bad, judging by that chubby face of yours. You seem to be doing well." But do these acquainted mercenaries truly engage in earnest combat? Of course not. They merely feign a few blows, clattering shields, and shouting slogans, before discreetly vanishing from sight. The villages that employed them could be heard shouting from afar, "Kill them! Annihilate those scoundrels!" In reality, the mercenaries had already predetermined the outcome of the contest through discussions among their leaders. "Last time, you emerged victorious. This time, allow me a chance to win." "Oh, have you found yourself short on funds lately? Many comrades have retired due to marriage, and the mercenary band is on the brink of collapse. Brother, do me this favor." "Very well. This time I shall concede victory to you." "Thank you, my friend." This is akin to the wrestling matches of later generations, where the process is merely for show and the outcome has long been decided. The mercenaries hastily concluded their skirmish, subsequently heading off to dinner. Observant individuals might suspect, are these fellows in collusion? Yet, even with such doubts, what could be done? Would they take to the battlefield themselves? The mercenaries assert, "We have done our utmost, yet I have lost. What choice do you have but to believe?" Ultimately, they earn their coin, and their bodies remain unscathed. Such fortune is indeed remarkable. Chapter 78. Galadin thus. To continue reaping such benefits, the mercenaries strive to foster good relations with their peers, diligently maintaining this social network. The mingling of the mercenaries from Devoris and Talion is a natural occurrence. However, the Devoris mercenaries soon discovered that their Talion counterparts were exceptionally stingy and even somewhat dramatic. "That, I merely borrowed it to take a look. I shall return it promptly." "What on earth is this object, and why do you cherish it so?" The Talion mercenaries held tightly to a leather water pouch, cradling it as if it were an infant in swaddling clothes. "What could it be?" The divorced mercenaries were genuinely curious about what warranted such anxiety. However, when they learned the truth about the water pouch, their eyes widened in astonishment. This is a magical potion crafted by the esteemed wizard Raven. A magical potion? The divorced mercenaries were taken aback. A magical potion? A coveted item that even nobles struggle to acquire. How could a mere mercenary possess such a treasure? Magical items cannot simply be purchased with wealth. First, the wizard must be willing to create them. And second, a sufficiently close relationship must exist for a sale. Even if you beseech a wizard, please concoct a potion for me, would they even acknowledge you? They are individuals who do not regard even the emperor of the empire with deference. For this reason, items crafted by wizards are worth their weight in gold. Yet, such a precious item is held in the hands of these mercenaries. I understand now. They must have stolen it. No, it was created and gifted to us by the wizard right before our eyes. Although this gathering is meant to strengthen bonds among mercenaries, the Talian mercenaries adamantly refuse to share the magical potion with their divorced counterparts, for there are those who have witnessed its effects firsthand. After battling the usurper Grimm's army, the weary mercenaries of Talion partook of a magical elixir. Its effects were astonishing. True to its name, the vitality potion not only halted the deterioration of their wounds, but also infused their bodies with renewed vigor. Of course, the so-called vitality potion was merely a means employed by Ian to bolster morale. Yet, one cannot assert that Ian was being deceptive. After all, the promised effects were indeed fulfilled, rendering the question of the potion's magical properties somewhat moot. Upon consuming Ian's saline solution, the mercenaries regained their vitality, with some even reclaiming their very lives. In the face of imminent peril, this potion enabled their escape. The surviving mercenaries exclaimed in exhilaration, "Wow, this potion is remarkable. It has restored my stamina by 50 points." In the throes of battle, particularly on the razor's edge of life and death, Ian's magical potion proved its worth, its rarity becoming self-evident. From that moment forth, the mercenaries began to extol the virtues of the wizard Raven. Raven was a truly magnificent sorcerer, capable of commanding raven minions and shrouding the world in profound darkness, and legends of such prowess abounded. Upon hearing the tales from the Talian mercenaries, the men of D-Worth could not help but feel a pang of envy. Those fellows, they always seemed to rush through battles, prepared to flee at the first sign of defeat, and yet they managed to acquire the wizard's potion for free. What utter fortune! We ought to venture to Talion, for lingering in the lands of D-Worth yields naught in profit. The mercenaries' presence in the D-Worth territory was not without cause. Presently, the Baron of D-Worth lay gravely ill for reasons unknown, his days numbered. The Baron had both a legitimate wife and a concubine, and the animosity between the two was palpable. Just how intense was their disdain? They would gladly see each other perish. To avert the fragmentation of his domain, the Baron intended to bequeath it to the eldest son of his lawful wife. To the concubine, this meant that if the legitimate son ascended to the title of Baron, she and her son would likely be swiftly eliminated. Yet, whether it be a stroke of fortune or misfortune, the Baron had fallen into a state of terminal decline, unable to rise. Thus, the opportunity arose for one side to swiftly eliminate their rival, with the survivor poised to become the next Baron. This was the current state of affairs. It was this scent of bloodshed that lured mercenaries to stealthily linger within the lands of Baron D-Worth, eagerly awaiting the outbreak of conflict. Meanwhile, in another realm, the territory of Talion offered the allure of free magical potions. In summary, it was said that Sir Raven possessed wondrous powers. Wondrous powers? It was rumored that in the lands of Baron Cardi, he had once slain a manticore. At that time, he miraculously revived a dying knight using sacred arts. Sacred arts. He must be a person of profound faith, indeed. Such must be the case, for he is a holy figure who bestows miracles upon the world. Now it becomes clear why the wizard Raven is capable of concocting the vitality potion. Given his profound devotion, it is likely that the heavens were moved by his faith, thus permitting him to concoct the vitality elixir. The mercenaries of Divorcee, upon hearing such rumors, became increasingly envious of those from Talion. In any case, tales of the illustrious shadow sorcerer Ian Elidus Raven swiftly circulated among the mercenary ranks. This gossip eventually reached the ears of Galadin, the steward of Baron Divorcee, who was meticulously observing the mercenaries' movements. The divine blessing of holy magic, Along with the vitality elixir, Galadin gazed upon his ailing lord, unable to rise from his sickbed, deep in contemplation. All the reputed remedies had been tried, yet none proved effective. The chaos enveloping the Baron's dominion stemmed entirely from his illness. Potions failed to yield results, and the priest's prayers bore no fruit. However, if it were Ian Elidis Raven's magic, perhaps it could succeed? A meeting with the sorcerer Raven was imperative. To ascertain the truth of the rumors, Galadin set out on horseback to the lands of Talion. Upon arrival, however, he found no trace of Raven, who was said to be temporarily accompanying Baron Talion on an expedition. Thus, he had no choice but to wait. Perhaps by divine favor, Ian soon returned to the territory. Galadin intercepted Ian, his voice resonating with authority as he admonished. "You there, Sorcerer Raven? You deceitful charlatan." Ian, taken aback by this unexpected tirade from a stranger, paused momentarily. He instinctively reached for his staff. Rather than anger, he felt perplexity, as he could not comprehend the basis of the insult. Nevertheless, even in good spirits, if this man did not elucidate his grievances, Ian would ensure he faced repercussions. However, Galadin's subsequent remarks surprised Ian. "Do you think I am unaware of your deception? Fooling the mercenaries with false potions masquerading as magical elixirs?" Chapter 79. The farce unfolds. Galadin's actions were not without rationale. He was a bookish individual, prone to idealistic notions. He envisioned the following scenario. A learned and well-traveled Galadin, upon encountering an unfamiliar sorcerer, would flawlessly execute the pivotal ritual to summon the mage. "You false sorcerer! You dare claim I am the impostor? Allow me to demonstrate the might of my magic." "Oh, how remarkable! It seems you are not a mere fraud after all, an individual of non-noble birth, yet capable of flawlessly completing the summoning ritual," would surely earn Galadin's admiration for his profound knowledge. "I have never witnessed a non-noble achieve such mastery in summoning a sorcerer. What manner of being are you?" "I am Galadin, servant to Baron Divorcey, sorcerer. I offer you the opportunity to serve the Baron." "Ah, so you are of Baron Divorcey. I will be honored to follow you." As Galadin whistled, he led the wizard back to the territory, thereby saving the life of Baron Divorcey, who subsequently rewarded him with favor and recognition. Everything seemed to unfold perfectly according to plan, at least in theory. However, events did not transpire as Galadin had envisioned. What? How did he know? Ian felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that the wizard's peers had discovered that my potion lacked true magic? No, that could not be the case. The man before him bore no signs of mystique. Hence, he could not possibly be a wizard. If he were merely an ordinary man, that could spell trouble. Was it conceivable that some mercenaries, having taken the potion I provided, promised abilities that the potion did not possess, only to be exposed and seek retribution? Ian shook his head, dismissing his own thoughts. Such a scenario seemed unlikely. Mercenaries lacked the audacity to orchestrate a ruse involving a wizard. Clearly, this man was not confronting Ian for that reason, for his potion indeed produced results. When Ian's gaze returned to the newcomer, he discerned a crucial detail. The man had not drawn his sword. In this medieval setting, the law is less effective than brute force. The behavior exhibited by the man, who expressed discontent with mere verbal accusations from a distance, seemed overly civilized and gentlemanly. If he were truly a victim of Ian's fraudulent potion, he would have arrived with a host of mercenaries, crossbows in hand, shouting, "Ian Eredith Raven, you charlatan!" Yet, he neither commanded his followers to bear arms, nor drew his sword against Ian. He merely shouted, "You rogue." Such conduct was decidedly uncharacteristic of medieval norms. While this type of protest might resonate with modern sensibilities, where individuals, influenced by legal and moral frameworks, perceive violent protests as cruel and barbaric, Ian had gradually acclimated to the mindset of the medieval age. When faced with threats from others, his instinct was to question why one would not draw their sword or knock an arrow to attack him. With this in mind, Ian squinted, scrutinizing the man once more. Although he railed against Ian, his expression did not convey genuine fury. This suggested that he might merely be engaging in a performative act to provoke Ian. He had just referred to me as the Wizard Raven. This indicated that he was aware of Ian's identity as a wizard, and suddenly, a realization struck Ian. Summoning a wizard? Was this man's peculiar behavior an attempt to invoke a wizard? Understanding the situation, Ian sighed. "Who taught you to summon a wizard in such a manner?" "Valenka, Remove that lunatic from my sight. Understood, Belenka replied as he drew his sword and stepped forward. Wait, halt, knight. I am Circonian, son of Drolf. Stand aside. Ah, the knight of Galadin stepped forth, yet was evidently no match for Berenka, swiftly finding himself vanquished upon ground. Berenka first dealt with the knight, then turned his attention to Galadin. In a state of utter panic, Galadin exclaimed, I am not insane. Mage Raven, how could one treat another in such a manner? Ian intervened, halting Berenka as he approached. In what manner? What do you mean? Are you truly unaware? I was merely conducting the summoning of a mage. Despite having anticipated this, the reality proved to be just as he expected. On what grounds do you presume to summon a mage unilaterally? Galadin stammered. This is in accordance with the historical norms of the Golden Empire. This is not a millennium ago. Have you not awakened? Ian bluntly rebuked the man. However, none perceived Ian's conduct as inappropriate. For, as Ian articulated, summoning a mage necessitates the consent of both parties. As the term suggests, it is a ritual conducted in reverence of the mage. To perform a summoning, both parties must possess a certain social standing, and onlookers must be qualified witnesses to the summoning's legitimacy. Previously, in River Vale Village, during the first encounter with the summoner, the young Lord Bernard had executed the procedure far more competently, albeit with a somewhat harsh tone. Yet, he was merely a child. Furthermore, Sir Hansen later conducted the standard steps of the summoning with great courtesy. The individual before Ian, being significantly older and lacking an air of nobility, indiscriminately uttered insults without even disclosing his own identity, rendering his actions far from those of a legitimate summoner, purely nonsensical. It was akin to being scolded while enjoying a hot pot on the street while singing. Hence, Ian's refusal in this context was entirely justifiable. The purpose of summoning a mage lies in validating the mage's prowess and presenting it to the public, not in mutual insults and slander. In essence, that man was utterly ignorant of the proper procedure for summoning a mage. I am a vassal under the esteemed Baron Divorcee. Please adhere to decorum, mage. You have failed to uphold decorum, my good sir. Berenka ordered, bind him. Release him only when he learns to speak properly. Upon hearing Ian's words, Galadin immediately panicked, bewildered as to where he had erred to provoke Ian's ire. Observing Ian's demeanor and the advancing female knight, Galadin recognized they were not jesting. I'm sorry, esteemed mage. I did not intend to offend. I believed I was performing the summoning ritual. Galadin bowed deeply before Ian. Ian raised a hand to halt Berenka. Can you not express yourself properly? What is it that you truly desire? Despite Galadin's distant origins, Ian still held a flicker of curiosity. I sincerely apologize, esteemed mage. And once again for my previous indiscretion. After sincerely apologizing, Galadin elaborated on the predicament faced by Baron Divorcee. Ian swiftly comprehended the situation. So, you wish to ascertain the cause of the Baron's collapse? Indeed, I suspect that the Baroness' affliction may stem from a form of magical curse. The moment conventional remedies and prayers proved ineffective, he began to harbor such doubts. If it were a disease, one would expect some improvement post-medication. However, the Baroness' condition showed no signs of amelioration. Hence, Galadin posits that the Baron may have fallen victim to a malevolent sorcerer. Yet Ian and Grian do not entirely concur with Galadin's hypothesis. It could also be a malady of which you are unaware. The professor aptly noted that it need not necessarily be the work of an evil sorcerer. Nevertheless, both gentlemen partially aligned with Galadin's perspective, acknowledging the possibility of other mystical influences at play. Is it a disease, or is it something enigmatic? Only a personal investigation could yield answers. Even if there were intentional wrongdoing, it must be verified whether such an act employed arcane magic. I implore you, Master Ian, please examine the Baron's condition personally. Ian did not hesitate. If it were a genuine ailment, he would be powerless to assist. Yet if it were linked to the mystical, the circumstances would be entirely different. Encountering an unfamiliar mystical phenomenon could potentially yield skill points, and with a stroke of luck, he might even learn new spells. It would be prudent to investigate. Grian was decidedly supportive of Galadin's request. Why not? We currently lack a definitive objective. I am but a wandering sorcerer, and I find myself quite intrigued by Baron Divorcee's illness. Unbeknownst to Ian, his curiosity regarding the arcane was steadily intensifying. Your decision is sound. Establishing connections with various nobles will undoubtedly afford numerous conveniences. In the future, such alliances may prove beneficial, while also serving as an opportunity to promote your name. Brian, a sorcerer in pursuit of power, differs from Elatus, who is solely focused on uncovering mysteries and drifting aimlessly. Brian places great importance on forging relationships with the elite and securing their patronage. Chapter 80. Farewell to Lucy. Another dawn breaks. Ian inhaled the crisp morning air and languidly stretched. The air here is undeniably pristine. In this primordial medieval fantasy realm, one of the few delights Ian cherished was the refreshing atmosphere. Unlike the heavily polluted modern society, this world boasts remarkably pure air, no matter where one wanders. In the medieval fantasy landscape, the trifecta of pollution is wholly absent. There is no air pollution, nor light pollution, nor noise pollution. Gone are the brightly lit edifices of the night, as are the trucks and motorcycles racing through the midnight hours. What remains is an air imbued with vitality. Within a world rich in mystical wonders, Ian leisurely prepared a cup of chrysanthemum tea, brewed from the wild chrysanthemums commonly found in the fields. What brings you here? Barenka, donned in her everyday attire, exuded a distinctly feminine charm. A long dress that cascaded to her ankles was cinched at the waist with a fabric belt, elegantly accentuating her figure. Unlike Lucy, who favored pointed hats, she had meticulously arranged her hair with a headband gifted by Ian. She gazed at the sky, and without seeking Ian's permission, she settled beside him. Ian paid little mind. It was simply her nature. She only sought his counsel regarding her debts. What is this? Chrysanthemum tea, though there's only one cup. Oh, Barenka feigned indifference, yet Ian had grown accustomed to her nuances. Her tone concealed a hint of disappointment. Perhaps she believed Ian was unwilling to share this precious tea. In truth, he simply had no other cup available. Did she perceive him as a miser who wound tea, even shares tea? This is what I've had. If you don't mind, would you like some? Can I really have a sip? It's perfectly fine. I have plenty of water. Without hesitation, Barenka raised the cup Ian had just drunk from her lips. She neither avoided the spot he sipped from nor exhibited caution about using someone else's cup. With boldness, she drank heartily. It has a pleasant aroma. Clearly fond of the chrysanthemum tea, Barenka settled in and seized Ian's drink. But what brings you here? Everyone is busy preparing for the journey. It was too noisy, so I slipped away. Oh, by the way, Galadin is looking for you. It's not anything important, is it? Not at all. Galadin wished to hasten Ian to the domain of Baron Divorcey, yet Ian felt no urgency. It had only been a day since his return from the tomb of Baron Taurian, and he desired to rest. Ian, what are your intentions upon meeting Baron Divorcey? Will you return here? Return? To Taurian? No, I mentioned before I plan to head north. Ah, I see. Barenka's reaction was somewhat peculiar, prompting Ian to squint in curiosity. What's wrong? Is there something you wish to express? Barenka slowly shook her head. No, just a bit surprised. What surprises you? It's nothing, just... Ian was taken aback by Barenka's hesitation. She seemed to waver, deliberately diverting the conversation. Was Barenka truly hesitating over words she was about to utter? I thought you were quite concerned about Baron Taurian, which led me to believe you would stray too far from Taurian. Concerned? It's merely Lucy's vivacious and extroverted nature that has you thinking that. Just a friendship? Indeed. I see. Barenka brushed off her clothing and stood up. Ian, may I offer you a piece of advice? Speak your mind. You seem rather peculiar today. If you treat every woman with such tenderness, you may find regret in the future. Women tend to imbue trivial matters with profound significance. Ian, having just sipped his tea, suddenly choked. Cough, cough. He lifted his gaze towards Barenka, who had already smiled and walked away. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped her meaning. With a sigh, he picked up the tea from the table and took another sip, though it lacked the invigorating aroma of earlier. A few days later, Brian, having completed his travel preparations, was the first to leave the Tarian territory. After negotiating compensation with Lucy, he set forth on his quest for the mysterious, promising to return to the university eventually. Be sure to visit me at the university. I will. With your capabilities, you could easily become an associate professor upon your arrival. Associate professor? For some reason, that notion stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Indeed, assist the professors in their lectures, guide the students, and demonstrate your magical prowess, and you shall have the opportunity to become a professor. This fellow was truly a graduate student from another world. After bidding farewell to Grian, Ian made his way to the Tarian Hall. Lucy greeted him warmly. Ian, you've arrived just in time. Regarding the issue of the ethereal silk we discussed earlier. Oh, that matter? Not long ago, Ian and Lucy had deliberated on the handling of the ethereal silk. Since he was embarking on a journey, he had suggested that the Tarian territory temporarily safeguard the silk. Simply allowing it to gather dust would be a waste. My subordinates mentioned that instead of merely storing it, if we crafted garments from it and sold them, we could earn a substantial profit. That sounds about right. Doesn't he? Exactly. However, Tarian lacks artisans capable of working with such valuable fabric. So, Ian, when you visit Dervashi, could you possibly bring back a tailor? Ian was somewhat puzzled by Lucy's request. Lucy, seemingly unaware of any misstep in her words, continued with enthusiasm. Wait a moment, Lucy. What's the matter? I want to be able to return so swiftly. This time, it was Lucy's turn to be confused. What do you mean? You can confirm the situation in the Dervashi Countess territory and return immediately, can't you? Not exactly. Not exactly? Lucy blinked in surprise. A sudden wave of inexplicable emotion washed over them. I must journey north. North? Isn't this already the north? Further north, beyond the empire. Lucy stared at Ian in disbelief. Then, when will you return? Uncertain. Perhaps in 3 to 4 years? After a moment's pause, Lucy finally grasped Ian's words. Ian was about to embark on a quest to uncover the secrets hidden within the lands of the barbarians. After exploring numerous mysteries, he would return to the Tarian territory. It was merely to address the accumulation of celestial silk during this period, rather than for anyone else. Lucy? Upon noticing Lucy's sudden stupor, Ian called her name. I apologize. Are you all right? I'm sorry, Ian, truly sorry. Please, let me be alone for a moment. Lucy settled back in her chair, curling her legs slowly. Please. Lucy Talion gazed vacantly at the clear sky above. That immaculate azure expanse mirrored the supreme purity described in sacred texts. Oh, Father, though not a devout maiden, the deep yearning within her compelled even the most indulgent of nobles to invoke the divine. Lucy vividly recalled the moment Ian had rescued her, as if it were yesterday. When the soldiers of Graham had drawn near, the instant Ian had pulled her into his embrace, the fierce heartbeat of galloping steeds was an indelible memory. Lucy could never forget. Lucy Talion was not an extraordinary individual. She was acutely aware of this fact. Born into an aristocratic family, she had been treated as bait to tempt mercenaries. When the wrathful mercenaries revolted and killed her parents, she fled helplessly in search of aid. Just an ineffectual 18-year-old girl. To someone like Lucy, Ian the sorcerer was an immensely powerful being. He could command water and wind, dispelling darkness with a mere flick of his wrist. With his extraordinary magic, he could evoke fear or reverence among the masses. Initially, she had hoped to keep Ian by her side, wishing him to be her sorcerer, a servant to her desires. Given her own perceived inadequacies, she attempted to bind Ian through marriage. Was it a means to exploit the reluctance towards matrimony? Having been used for marriage by her parents from the outset, Lucy had grown accustomed to such manipulations. However, as their journey unfolded and she gradually came to understand the essence of Ian, her sentiments began to shift. No longer was she merely content with Ian's magic. She yearned for more. Lucy Talion ultimately realized that what she craved was not Ian's sorcery, but Ian himself. She wished for him to remain by her side, as they had during their travels, to see his face each day and share laughter as they traversed the remainder of their lives together. Yet, Ian's heart did not mirror her own aspirations, or rather, he had never contemplated the possibility of walking alongside Lucy. This realization saddened her, prompting her to seclude herself in her chamber, refusing to venture outside. As if, without the act of bidding farewell, Ian would never truly depart. Your Grace, a servant entered. Yet Lucy did not turn around. Even without looking, she understood what had transpired. On that dawn of rising sun, Ian had come to see her, as per usual, only to turn and leave once more. The sorcerer has arrived. Indeed, he did not return to his quarters, but rather proceeded to the stables. I see. I understand. Upon hearing the news that Ian was preparing the horses, Lucy wore a bittersweet smile. It was entirely a consequence of her own actions. Even if they could not be together, perhaps. Lucy caressed the bracelet on her wrist, then stood up resolutely and dashed outside. At the very least, she wished to bid him farewell properly. As she pushed open the grand door of the Talion estate, she exclaimed, "Oh, Ian." She collided head-on with Ian, who had just entered alone. Hadn't he gone to the stables? Why was he here? Are you leaving now? She asked. Are you feeling all right, Lucy? Actually, I'm not ill, she replied. Really? I was just teasing you. It's my heart that aches. No, I feel restless. Restless? Yes. Ian, don't you have even a hint of reluctance? To leave so abruptly, not to return for 3 or 4 years. I have my duties here, remember? Ian understood the girl's sentiments, but his mission lay elsewhere. He grasped the weight of Berenka's words that day, yet for now, he could only feign ignorance. Of course I remember. But Ian, would you consider being my vassal? No. Why would I? Then be my husband. No, Lucy, I've told you. Must you travel? Must you learn magic? Ian chuckled as he gently removed Lucy's hand. Unbeknownst to her, Ian was not a man of the medieval era. He had no intention of halting his quest for the secrets of the world and the truth of the divine. I must travel. Take care, Lucy. Promise me, even if you go far away, there will come a day when you return. I promise you. You must keep your word. Come back swiftly. If you dare escape to another place, I will sell all the elven silk and use the money to raise an army to capture you. Ian laughed, realizing that Lucy was merely an 18-year-old girl. I will return. Do not worry. And as for the elven silk, you may do as you wish. Really? Just don't waste it all. Make it into clothes to sell or trade for money. It's up to you. Understood. I will earn a great deal. Lucy shyly opened her arms and gently embraced Ian. Safe travels, Ian. I'm off. She held Ian tightly, as if wishing to remember his warmth forever. The sun rose higher in the sky. Ian waved goodbye to Lucy. It was a warm spring day. Chapter 81. The thief. A party departed from the Italian territory, consisting of Ian and his companions. The size of the group was larger and more intricate than Ian had anticipated. Initially, there were not many members. Galadin brought only a few attendants, and with Ian and Berenka, they did not appear particularly formidable. However, with the addition of the priest, the party instantly swelled. Are you all coming with us? Indeed, esteemed wizard, should it be a curse wrought by nefarious beings, I am more than capable of assisting. The priest's decision to venture into the domain of Baron Dervashi is primarily to amass experience. Within the empire, priests are essentially civil servants, with the pope at the helm of the ecclesiastical hierarchy, followed by bishops overseeing various dioceses and priests serving at the grassroots level. The priests in the domain of Baron Talion can be likened to local ninth-tier officials. Those truly pure and devout priests, regardless of their station, dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to service, for it is their sacred duty to serve the divine. However, such pious individuals are but a minority. The majority of priests, to varying degrees, are inevitably swayed by human desires. They yearn for advancement, aspire to work in grand cities, seek higher status, and crave respect. The priests of Talion, in choosing to follow Ian, are indeed motivated by the desire to enhance their accomplishments. Should Baron Dervashi be plagued by an evil curse, and the priests of Talion manage to resolve this dilemma, it would be a monumental achievement. Not only would it significantly influence personnel evaluations, but should they truly vanquish the malevolent entity, they might ascend to sainthood. In this era, saints enjoy an almost idol-like popularity. Certain territories, in a bid to rejuvenate their declining lands, have embarked on so-called saint projects, attempting to cultivate a saint, and once successful, they stand to reap substantial rewards. Thus, Lucy unhesitatingly dispatched the priests to the domain of Baron Dervashi. If they successfully capture the wicked presence, the Talion territory would likewise flourish. Upon the birth of a saint, nearly everything within the territory would be commodified. This is the birthplace of the saint. This spoon was used by the saint. This slope is favored by the saint, and so forth. The priests ultimately embarked on their journey for the sake of experience and the opportunity to attain sainthood, and naturally, their attendants, servants, and slaves accompanied them. Certainly, Lucy, to ensure Ian's journey was more comfortable, deliberately augmented the entourage, and ultimately, those mercenaries who had long hesitated also joined the ranks. The more companions, the better. One might think, these mercenaries were not hired hands. They merely shared the same destination. Yet having more companions is indeed advantageous. When confronting monsters or brigands, the greater the number, the more favorable the odds. Although the core members consisted solely of Galadin, Ian, and Berenka, the party swelled to over 30 individuals with the inclusion of various personnel, thus forming a rather formidable team. So, have the farewells been properly exchanged? Although there are many, Only Barenka is able to converse with Ian. Ah, judging by your expression, I can surmise something. What is it that you surmise? I merely think that Baron Talion's fortune is enviably splendid. Lucy's good fortune? This is hardly a matter of recent occurrence. Barenka seemed somewhat displeased with Ian's reaction, pouting slightly. You ought to resolve the matter of Baron Dervashi swiftly and depart from here, honestly. What is it now? I can hardly tolerate your demeanor. Ian gazed at the fuming Barenka, somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Barenka had witnessed the moment when he shared a brief embrace with Lucy? From the relaxed banter among the group, it was evident that their journey had been smooth and uneventful. After all, with more than 30 companions, ordinary beasts and bandits would typically steer clear of them due to their overwhelming numbers. However, the predicament arose when the enemy surpassed typical threats, transforming the situation into one of peril. Master Mage, a grave situation has arisen. As Ian jested with Barenka in their usual light-hearted manner, he noticed a mercenary hastily approaching. What is the matter? Thieves. They have appeared, and their numbers are overwhelming. This was no trivial concern. Nearly 50 bandits had indeed emerged, encircling Ian's party, having deliberately chosen a narrow path for their ambush, clearly premeditated. Oh dear, it seems we have quite the influx of guests today. A man donning a fur hat laughed heartily as he emerged. If circumstances allowed, Ian would have relished the opportunity to hurl a magical missile at his face. Alas, such sorcery was not permissible in this world. Although there were 30 of them, the majority were non-combatants, while their adversaries were fully armed and numbered 50, making the odds severely unfavorable. Ian approached Galadin, intending to inquire about his thoughts. And Master Ian, is there any way out? Use magic to drive them away. However, Galadin was paralyzed with fear, a bureaucrat by nature, utterly terrified at the sight of thieves. Ian, accustomed to such scenarios, stepped forward with composure. Who are you? The man with the hat replied, I am Baron Damon. Another baron? In this era, who would dare claim otherwise? Following the collapse of the Golden Empire, no land remained unscathed, from east to west, from north to south. Murder, robbery, plunder, and arson had become the norm in daily life, and people were killed as easily as one breathes. Farmlands were seized, leaving behind only withered souls wandering through the world. The Golden Empire once ruled with incredible administrative and military power, ushering in an era of peace. Yet it had perished. Heathens, barbarians, and monsters rampaged unchecked, rendering the world increasingly desolate. The once deeply rooted Golden Empire had vanished, signifying the collapse of the foundations of the world as it was known. Baron Damon was but a part of this chaotic era. Baron Damon? Despite Galadin's efforts to recall, he found himself at a loss. I do not know this person. Galadin was oblivious to the identity of Baron Damon. No, he did not even know where Baron Damon's territory lay. At that moment, Ian interjected for Galadin. It is the first time I have heard the name Baron Damon. Ah, that is quite normal. Baron Damon chuckled, prompting the bandits to join in a raucous laughter. Ian quietly grasped his staff. If those ruffians were to draw their blades and charge, seeking to slaughter their party, what manner of magic could possibly facilitate their escape? Perhaps an alliance with Barenka might yield a means of retreat, though such a course would undeniably be a reckless gamble. Chapter 82. The Sorcerer Kira? Baron Damon. From whence do you hail? Ian queried aloud, to which Baron Damon responded with uproarious laughter, stamping his foot upon the ground. From where? Why, right here. This is the territory of Baron Damon. Ian found himself momentarily speechless, choked by the Baroness' words. The priest murmured under his breath, such a baseless brigand. The priest was well-versed in the administrative systems of the ancient Golden Empire, for the knowledge passed down through the order had never faltered. Initially, as the sovereign of all lands, the king would bestow territories upon his vassals. These vassals, in turn, would allocate lands to their subordinates, who would further distribute them to their own underlings. This encapsulated the feudal system of the era. Thus, whether it be the territory of Baron Talion or that of Baron Dervashi, both were inherited from the noblemen who swore allegiance at the inception of the empire. It was simply untenable for someone like Baron Damon to suddenly declare that this land belonged to him. So, who would acknowledge this so-called Baron Damon's dominion? According to the laws of the Golden Empire, this self-proclaimed baron was nothing more than a sword-wielding brigand, an outlaw unlawfully occupying imperial lands. To whom do you swear fealty? Ian inquired tentatively. The answer came as he anticipated. I owe allegiance to no one. I am a free baron. Ha ha ha. What a fool. This epitomizes why those of humble origins seldom ascend to the ranks of nobility. Though this self-styled Baron Daemon had gathered followers and established a village, he was utterly ignorant of the feudal system and the nobility. It must be conceded that he possessed some capability in rallying his subordinates. Yet that was the extent of his merit. Well then, travelers, should you wish to utilize the amenities of this territory, you must pay a fee to the lord. Surely, this is common knowledge? The self-proclaimed Baron Daemon bellowed. It appeared he had merely established his territory for the sake of taxation. The road beneath your feet was constructed through our toil. Therefore, everyone must willingly pay the usage fee. What is the meaning of this sudden demand? Galadin exclaimed. Has this fellow learned all his knowledge solely from books? To be so audacious in such circumstances? Not long prior, they had traversed this very road without hindrance or taxation. At that time we were quite busy. Thank you for reporting the outstanding tax. Pay double this time. Ian sighed deeply and stepped forward. Indeed, there is not a single reliable individual among them. In times like these, it is most effective to demonstrate the majesty of a sorcerer. Baron Daemon, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Ian, a disciple of Elidith, the sorceress. A sorcerer? Baron Daemon expressed a hint of surprise at Ian's words. Sorcerers are beings that instill fear in the hearts of men, and Baron Daemon is no exception. Were he merely an ordinary thief, he would have been thoroughly intimidated, as if paralyzed by the sorcerer's presence. However, Baron Daemon is not an ordinary thief. A sorcerer, you say? If you truly are a sorcerer, then you must be acquainted with my friend as well. Baron Daemon snapped his fingers. Subsequently, a red-haired maiden emerged from behind him. Ian? Which Ian? That is a name I have never heard before. Oh, Lady Kira. Indeed, a grand sorcerer. Kira's unabashed tone ignited excitement among the thieves. Ian. Belenka furrowed his brow, glancing at the tall, red-haired sorceress. She appeared to be no ordinary person. Upon further inspection, her demeanor was indeed peculiar. Notably, her indifference upon hearing the name Elidith raised many questions. Although it may not be boastful, Elidith is quite a renowned sorceress, particularly celebrated as a fire mage on the battlefield. Merely uttering Elidith's name would cause many mercenaries to fall into reverie. Yet, Kira remained remarkably composed upon learning of her connection to Elidith. This leads to two possible conclusions. Either she is aware of Elidith and is intentionally trying to intimidate Ian, or her prowess and background are sufficiently formidable to dismiss such matters entirely. The probability of the latter is exceedingly slim, and it is not discernible at this moment. Regardless, Ian had no intention of yielding easily. Even in a disadvantageous position, he must showcase his magical prowess to earn the most fundamental respect. It was still daylight, and the power of shadow magic was significantly diminished. Ian gazed at the bright sun, contemplating. Fortunately, the air was warm, and the terrain was steep and rugged. Winds. Ian raised his staff and uttered the incantation. Gather around me. Selecting the most suitable spell is also a hallmark of a sorcerer's ability. Ian opted for atmospheric magic, a choice that proved to be remarkably wise. A whirlwind. As Ian summoned the might of the winds, a furious vortex began to rage around them. The thieves stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle of Ian's magic, the wind tugging at their garments and bodies. By the heavens, that sorcerer is incredible. For most of the thieves, it was the first time they had ever encountered such grand magic. It is no wonder, as Kira had never demonstrated any large-scale spells. How do you like that, you thieves? Behold, the illustrious sorcerer, Lord Ian. The mercenaries of Talion exclaimed with palpable excitement. Ian, having wielded formidable magic for quite some time, had already earned their profound trust. The provocations from the Talion mercenaries caused a flicker of uncertainty among the thieves, instilling a sense of trepidation and an inexplicable feeling of defeat. Don't be ridiculous. Do you dare to call that magic? One thief could not help but shout. It was a matter of pride and bravado. Indeed, we have the esteemed Lady Kira. Kira, 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 show them your true colors. The deafening cheers reverberated through the valley. Amidst this resounding acclaim, Kira Levinta stepped forward. Chapter 83. The Charlatan Sorceress, the Vampire. No one noticed her slightly trembling legs. Kira tightly closed her eyes, praying to the great spirit above. Oh, mighty spirit of the heavens, please protect me. She waved her cloak, her hands moving with exquisite flair. Swish, swish, swish. Her extraordinary performance captivated the thieves, and even Ian's group found themselves holding their breath, entranced by her display. Something extraordinary was unfolding. Kira's movements were both exaggerated and magnificent. Even an untrained eye could discern that she was summoning something. All were filled with awe at Kira's peculiar gestures. Save for one, Ian Elidith Raven. Ian felt no reverence in Kira's actions, but rather a complete sense of unfamiliarity. Within her motions, he sensed no trace of mystique. Not even in the years when his mentor taught him magic had Elidith ever mentioned a sorcerer needing to perform such elaborate gestures. Yet, Ian refrained from asking, "What are you doing?" For he deemed it necessary to observe what Kira was truly attempting. After all, Ian was not omniscient regarding all the world's magic. Thus, when Kira emitted a strange roar, Ian merely stood there quietly, while the onlookers were engulfed in a vastly different spectacle. Oh, Lady Kira is drawing upon the essence of nature. She is harnessing power. Just then, Kira shouted with a voice like thunder flame. Ian was momentarily taken aback. This phrase was indeed in the correct Moronius tongue. Could it be that the person before him truly wielded magic? Yet, the next moment he dismissed that thought, for Kira continued to repeat the phrase. As Kira recited the incantation, she ignited all the concealed pyrotechnic devices. Boom! 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 Those swiftly and uniformly exploding devices soon transformed into a magnificent fountain of flames. Kira was engulfed by the waves of fire. The thieves erupted in jubilant cheers. Ian furrowed his brow, a consequence of having recently unleashed wind magic. The air was still charged with currents, and the breeze wafting from Kira's direction carried a distinctly familiar scent, gunpowder, coupled with her peculiar behaviors. Ian was nearly certain that the individual before him was masquerading as a sorceress. But why? He fixated intently on Kira, and at the moment the flames ignited, he sensed a mysterious aura. From the instant Ian cast his spell, she understood that it would no longer be as effortless to deceive him as before. The opponent was evidently a legitimate mage. She could only muster her utmost effort to maintain the charade, praying that the sorcerer across from her would remain oblivious for the time being. Before the weary Kira, Baron Damon approached. "Our esteemed sorceress, Kira, how do you fare?" "This minor inconvenience is nothing," he said, though Kira feigned exhaustion. Should Baron Damon request her to conjure her so-called magic once more, the situation could spiral out of control. "What do you think? Do we have a chance of subduing that mage named Ian?" Kira quickly replied, "Greed can lead to one's own demise. That mage has yet to reveal his full prowess." Understood. He relinquished the notion of overpowering Ian and began to adopt a more courteous demeanor. A true noble would not wish to offend a sorcerer, especially not a foe noble like himself. "Very well, friends, I confess my rashness. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall waive the toll, and in our nearby village, we can provide you with comfortable lodgings and warm meals, all complimentary. What say you, Mage Ian? I forgive your impetuosity." "Baron Damon." The Baron nodded, as if struck by a thought, and spoke again. "There is another matter. Recently, a rather troublesome entity has emerged in the nearby forest." "A troublesome entity? What do you mean? Is he introducing himself?" Baron Damon seemed lost in his musings, continuing, "Have you heard of vampires?" "Vampires?" The priest quickly made the sign of the cross. Although Ian had never encountered one, he was already aware of their existence, having gleaned knowledge from modern tales and the enigmatic lessons of Elidith. Blood-sucking monsters, are they? Indeed, they're the very essence of sorcery. A true monstrosity that feeds on blood. Baron Damon spoke in a chilling tone. "Recently, vampires have been active, so do not wander alone after dark. Vampires are twisted creatures, fallen from humanity by curse. They are inherently malevolent, cunning, and cruel, possessing both the wisdom of humanity and the strength of a beast. Even a single such entity could obliterate an entire village. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Do not fret excessively." Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Baron Damon whistled sharply, playfully gesturing towards an individual, none other than the silent mage, Kyra, who had been following closely behind. "From this moment forth, Kyra, and I shall hunt that monster." Kyra, her expression inscrutable, nodded softly. The onlookers erupted once more in admiration. How remarkably composed she appeared. It seemed she is indeed a mage of exceptional skill. Yet within Kyra's heart, a stark contrast brewed. "What? You want me to go?" and face a vampire this time? Chapter 84. The territory of Baron Daemon. The group accompanied Baron Daemon back to his domain, the scene unfolding just as Ian had anticipated. My lord, oh dear, you have returned. In a clearing carved from the trees, dozens of humble huts stood in a row, surrounded by haphazardly piled wooden fences. This was unmistakably a den of bandits. Though there were cultivated fields and poultry, such as chickens and geese wandering about, the overall ambience remained largely unchanged. Given its origins as a bandit hideout, ha ha ha, your lord has returned with riches. Long live the lord. A cursory glance revealed that farming was merely a secondary pursuit. The primary source of income stemmed from tolls extorted through banditry. After all, a territory nestled in the mountains could hardly sustain itself solely through agriculture. This was a perfectly normal reality. What a pleasant atmosphere. Yet at its core, it remains a bandit den. Ian muttered with a hint of complaint, to which Barenka smiled faintly. Isn't it different from the typical bandits? They aren't the sort to kill indiscriminately. Even if they do collect tolls from passers-by, viewed as a fee for road usage, it isn't entirely negative. Being residents here, they would also clear the surrounding monsters. Once the roads are safe, merchants will naturally gather, leading to increased income. This is a virtuous cycle. Ian regarded Barenka with astonishment, surprised that she could perceive such depth. Although he had long understood this, he had been reluctant to voice it, as their actions were indeed reminiscent of banditry, benefiting those who resided there while inconveniencing travelers. The fact that Barenka could think in broader terms left Ian quite intrigued, especially since most people of this era tended to only consider superficial layers of thought. Moreover, while the bandit village appeared to lack a solid foundation, this was, after all, an era devoid of stable roots. Even if it began as a den of bandits, it could eventually evolve into a respectable town. The name Daemon might very well gain renown because of it. As night descended and each individual found a comfortable place to rest, Ian quietly stepped outside. He made his way towards Kira's dwelling and rapped gently on her door, the sound of clinking jars resonating from within. Who is it? Came a query. It is I, Ian. The wizard Ian? What brings you here at such a late hour? Baron Daemon sent me to discuss matters concerning vampires. After a moment, the door was cautiously open a crack. Seizing the opportunity, Ian swiftly inserted his wand into the gap. Do not move. Allow me to enter for a conversation. You wouldn't wish for your charade as a false wizard to be revealed, would you? Upon hearing this, a resigned sigh escaped from behind the door, which slowly creaked open. The interior was modestly furnished, with disheveled sheets at the foot of the bed hinting at something concealed beneath. Ian settled into a comfortable spot and scrutinized the somewhat apprehensive Kira before him. The girl appeared to be a year or two younger than him. Her fiery red hair tied into a high ponytail cascading behind her, her face now adorned with a palpable sadness. Wizard Ian, I understand I am beyond redemption. I only request that when you execute me, you do so far from this den of thieves. I do not wish to die in such a place. What did I ever say I would kill you? Kira's large eyes widened in disbelief. I have posed as a wizard. I was once told that impersonating a wizard is a capital offense. Ian shook his head. Indeed, impersonating a wizard is a grave transgression. But it depends on whom you offend. You have not offended me, hence I have no intention of taking your life. Moreover, during your performance, I distinctly sensed a mysterious aura about you, and for that reason alone, I would not easily let you perish. Now, tell me, why did you impersonate a wizard? You truly do not intend to kill me? No, I do not. Kira exhaled a deep sigh, evidently relieved, as she had genuinely believed that the wizard who had come to her at midnight was there to silence her. Regaining her composure, Kira began to recount her tale. Kira was an orphan of war. In an era where conflict was as commonplace as the air one breathes, the world was rife with war orphans, most of whom perished before reaching adulthood. If fortunate, they might encounter kind-hearted neighbors or individuals associated with monasteries, allowing them to survive. Unfortunately, 9 out of 10 would succumb to starvation or become prey for beasts. Kira was but an ordinary war orphan, destined for an early demise. However, her fate changed with the arrival of a passing vagabond. You thieving girl, you actually dared to steal from me? Yes, I am sorry. Please spare me. Nearly starving, Kira, in a moment of desperation, attempted to pilfer from the traveler. Lacking any skill, and faced with the dire threat of starvation, she felt she had no other choice. Thus, her first act of thievery at the tender age of 7 naturally ended in utter failure. What possessed you to be so audacious as to steal? I beg your pardon. I no longer dare to venture forth. A child like you, of course, should resort to begging. Begging? The object of Kyra's attempted theft was a juggler from the south. He was a foreigner, a pagan, a wanderer, an artist with no skills beyond his craft. Follow me. I'll teach you how to beg. All right. For reasons unknown, he took Kyra under his wing and gradually imparted to her some of his skills. Perhaps he felt pity for the orphan, or maybe he adhered to the customs of the pagans, or simply found the solitude of wandering too dull. Regardless, these considerations mattered little, for Kyra thus managed to survive. Moreover, she possessed a unique talent that made the juggler reluctant to abandon her. Your hands are remarkably deft. Kyra's hands were swift and precise, dazzlingly fast. Had she chosen the dark paths of deceit or gambling, she might have become a master rivaling the greatest gamblers. However, her mentor was a kind-hearted pagan juggler who primarily taught her how to beg for food through performance. He instructed her to perform loudly before the crowd, to pose theatrically, and even to exaggerate trivial matters. These techniques delighted the audience, prompting them to willingly bestow food upon her. Kyra and the juggler wandered across the empire, showcasing their remarkable talents in exchange for sustenance. Although their earnings were meager and days of hunger outnumbered those of plenty, they were at least alive. During this time, she felt a sense of happiness. Unlike her past, as an orphan waiting for death in the cold rain, she now had someone warm and protective by her side. Chapter 85. The origins of Kyra. Of course, Kyra was human, and she too had envied the lives of others. Uncle, that person, dressed much like us. Why is everyone so respectful towards him? Sure, that person is a magician. A magician? Yes, unlike us, the miracles they perform are real, not mere illusions. Kyra gazed at the magician with sparkling eyes. Despite their similar appearances as wanderers, the treatment of jugglers and magicians was worlds apart. Jugglers were looked down upon, at best begging for scraps, while magicians, by merely revealing their identity, garnered awe and respect. Uncle, what if we pretend to be magicians? Kyra, we look similar enough. If we deceive them well, perhaps we can enjoy a good meal. Be silent. Don't let anyone hear. That day, for the first time, the juggler struck Kyra, albeit gently. Pretending to be a magician was taboo. We must never impersonate a magician. Yes, I'm sorry, if caught, one would face a cruel death. No, perhaps they would even be grateful for such an end. The artist calmly elucidated the dire fate that awaited those who dared to impersonate a sorcerer. For should they be unmasked or encounter a true magician, even death would be a luxury beyond their grasp. Kyra comprehended the peril inherent in mimicking a sorcerer and understood the cause of his sudden agitation. After that incident, Kyra refrained from mentioning the charade of sorcery again. The days of bliss in Kyra's life drifted by, within her modest world, where only the artist, whom she affectionately referred to as Uncle, resided. Kyra had assumed that such tranquility would persist indefinitely, until one fateful day when her small universe was shattered. It was a cold, rainy night, akin to those dismal nights before she had encountered the artist. They were besieged by marauding thieves. Uncle, run. Quick, Kyra. The props, slick with her perspiration, were swallowed by the muddy deluge, as the thieves kicked and desecrated the artist's belongings, spewing venomous insults. What is this? This rubbish. TCH, not a single useful item. This beggar. Perhaps we should capture that girl and sell her. The artist valiantly endeavored to buy time, gripping one of the thieves with bare hands. Yet, what was the value of such a struggle? The thieves, indifferent, pierced his chest with a knife, dispatching the foreign artist without a shred of remorse. In Kyra's vacant gaze, the dying artist's image was mirrored. This world is ruthless. This world is merciless. But if we possess strength, would we still be subjected to such treatment? Would it have been different had we imitated the sorcerer sooner? Indeed, it should have been done long ago. Had we replicated the sorcerer in time, you would not have perished. In that moment, as such thoughts surged within her, Kyra was engulfed by an overwhelming fury. The profound sorrow of losing a loved one, fused with rage, spiraled into utter madness. Kyra recalled the mercenary group she had encountered not long before and, disregarding everything, sprinted towards that direction. The girl has fled. Pursue her. In the frigid rain, Kyra gritted her teeth. Until this moment, the visage of the sorcerer lingered in her mind. She envisioned countless scenes, the sorcerer's voice, actions, and subtle movements, all vividly clear as if guided by divine intervention. Huh, hey, something is coming over there. When she stumbled upon the mercenary group, her insanity erupted in full force. Hey, you bunch of scoundrels. What? This crazy woman? The mercenaries were momentarily taken aback by Kira's sudden outburst. In a world teeming with monsters and supernatural entities, encountering an anomaly was bound to incite tension. Kira allowed the rain to pummel her face, the downpour obscuring her tears as she shouted at the top of her lungs, "I am a sorceress. Kira Levincia, the sorceress." A sorceress? Kira revealed some rudimentary tricks learned from performers, casting powder into the air without a care for safety, resulting in a violent explosion. She was a sorceress. The mercenaries immediately regarded Kira as a mage. Her youthful appearance, seemingly no more than 12 years belied by the fierce explosions erupting from her fingertips and the frenzied madness in her eyes. To any observer, Kira presented the terrifying image of a formidable sorceress. Thieves would soon be upon them. Help me dispatch them. Ah, such a sudden request. Help me eliminate them. Kill them. Alas, it mattered not. Men, prepare yourselves. The ensuing battle concluded with the mercenaries' effortless victory. The thieves, as the mage had claimed, numbered merely 4, rendering her alarm utterly baffling. Kira gazed at the few thieves easily dealt with by the mercenaries, their lifeless bodies sprawled in the muddy rain. A curtain of droplets separating one person from another. The mercenaries observed the strange mage trembling in place, unable to discern whether she was laughing or weeping. The rain gradually subsided. Looking at the small mound of earth she had dug for the performers, she realized she was now alone in this world. With the curtain drawn on the stage, as per the performer's wishes, she had to cease her mimicry of the sorceress's actions. To her, this was an immensely perilous gamble. Failure equated to death. It was akin to a performance where her very life was the wager. However, Kira found herself unable to easily withdraw from this charade. Thus, a farewell was in order. Ah, great sorceress, will you not accompany us? For the first time in her life, treated with such reverence, Kira felt somewhat bewildered. When in the company of performers, she was merely a girl selling her talents. Yet now, navigating this treacherous world alone, wielding her enigmatic magic, she had become a fearsome sorceress no one dared to provoke. The title of sorceress, for the young Kira, signified the promise of sustenance. Perhaps a brief pause is warranted. Wow, thank you so much. Great sorceress. Just a bit longer, let us perform a little more, Kira mused, until she fully acclimated to this perilous world, until she could deliver a flawless performance as an actress. Until then, let her continue this sweet deception. Thus, Kira became a sorceress, although in truth, she was merely a trickster. Kira's portrayal as a sorceress surprisingly endured for a considerable time, thanks to the rich acting skills and nimble techniques learned from the performers. She adeptly executed her tricks. She deliberately avoided bustling cities, traversing only the sparsely populated rural territories, fearful of her true identity being exposed. During the era of the ancient Golden Empire, charlatan sorcerers like Kira had once flourished. It is precisely due to the proliferation of charlatans that the peculiar custom of summoning magicians has arisen. Even now, uttering the words, "I am a magician," in any locale invites skeptical glances. Are you truly a magician? Are you not a fraud? Kira has faced such doubtful gazes countless times, yet through her remarkable acting and skill, she has navigated each encounter with ease. However, she has never lingered in one place for too long, for when the moment arises that genuine magic is required, she would be utterly unprepared. This marks the 7th year. Gradually morphing into a professional deceiver, Kira has learned to retreat into the depths of the mountains whenever she senses the atmosphere turning hostile. A magician is synonymous with war. Wherever there is conflict, there exists a magician, and their renown is most formidable upon the battlefield. Recently, the surroundings have grown tumultuous, particularly near the territory of Baron Talion. The news of the demise of Baron and Baroness Talion has become pivotal. It is the moment of opportunity. What opportunity, you may ask? The time for Kira to vacate this place for another. Kira can only perform fireworks and assume roles. Once thrust onto the battlefield, her true nature would be swiftly unveiled. Thus, she fled with great haste. Where to? Into the remote wilderness. Yet, the valley into which she escaped turned out to be the lair of thieves, who styled themselves as the band of Baron Damon. What ill fortune! A young woman finds herself in a den of rogues. What hope is there for her to emerge unscathed? Naturally, Kira began to play the part of a magician. For survival, she had no other choice. A magician? Huh. What a stroke of luck. Since fate has intertwined our paths, let us serve our domain. Kira longed to proclaim that magicians are not to be trifled with, and that threatening one would lead to dire consequences. Yet, she could not utter these words, for her adversaries were brutish thieves, and any misstep could summon their blades. Most importantly, she was not a true magician. In a moment of crisis, she lacked the magic to change her fate. Chapter 86. A vampire? Shadow magic? Ian listened intently to Kira's tale, then slowly rose and stepped forward. In Kira's astonished gaze, Ian gently stroked her hair. He could not fathom why he did so. Perhaps Kira's story evoked memories of his own sister. Like her, his sister had fiery red hair. In times of scarcity, he had roamed the mountains with her in search of sustenance. Though the days were harsh, he recalled them with a tinge of happiness. For family had been by his side. Moreover, having become a disciple of a magician, he gained leverage to plead with his master, who not only absolved his family's debts, but also bestowed a considerable sum of gold. His sister and family would no longer suffer from hunger. However, before her stood Kira, who evidently lacked the fortune of her sister. Not only did she lose her biological parents, but the mentor and father figure who later entered her life was also cruelly murdered. There is no doubt about the veracity of her words. If survival were at stake, she might concoct some falsehood in hopes of eliciting mercy from others. Yet Ian had already declared that he would not take her life, which lends credibility to her statements. After a sigh, Ian slowly spoke, "I understand. Could you demonstrate the flames he taught you once more?" Although Kira was somewhat perplexed by the intentions of the sorcerer before her, she recognized that magicians often acted in inexplicable ways, lifting the bed covers and retrieving the concealed equipment. Kira once again performed the so-called fire magic. As the flames flickered, Ian, this time, did not detect the mysterious aura. Had he miscalculated his senses? Impossible. His instincts could not be erroneous. While Ian pondered, a familiar voice echoed from outside the door. "Sorceress Kira, Baron Damon has something to discuss regarding the vampires." The speaker was Barenka. Ian hastily rose and introduced Barenka. "This is Lord Barenka, hailing from whence?" "Kira Levinta," she replied. Ian inquired, "Levinta? This is the first I have heard of that name. May I ask who it is?" "A remarkable individual, indeed," came the response. "Ah, has she passed? My apologies." After a brief silence, Barenka beckoned to the two. "The Baron requires the sorceress's assistance." Baron Damon and his subordinates were gathered nearby. Upon seeing the sorcerers, he exclaimed, "Welcome. May I borrow your wisdom? What is the matter?" Several particularly striking subordinates accompanied the Baron, each wielding longbows. "These are my archers and scouts. They encountered something peculiar while pursuing the vampires." "Peculiar? More like terrifying, my lord," interjected a man in a green hood. "When we discovered the vampire, it was muttering to itself. Suddenly, everything around us was engulfed in darkness, rendering us blind. You managed to escape? Do not jest. Had it not been for the hounds, we would have perished long ago." The bizarre language and the sudden onset of darkness prompted Barenka to instinctively glance at Ian. Ian snapped his fingers, remarking, "Is this the sensation you experienced?" Instantly, a thick darkness began to permeate the air around Ian. The scouts nodded in astonishment. "Indeed, this is the very unnatural darkness." Ian clicked his tongue, contemplating whether the vampire possessed the ability to manipulate shadows. As Ian summoned the darkness, both Baron Damon and the archers were taken aback. "Sorcery. That fiend is employing dark magic. It is difficult, akin to the presence of a vampire." While initially taken aback, upon further reflection, a sense of disquiet began to emerge. How could one, purportedly adept in sacred arts, wield magic akin to that of creatures lurking in the shadows? Could it be the esteemed sorcerer? The archers cautiously retreated a few paces. "Surely, you cannot be a vampire?" Ian offered a gentle smile. The archers displayed expressions that nearly teetered on the brink of tears. "Quickly, say it isn't so." Barenka discreetly patted his arm. "Do cease. Will you not offer an explanation? This is rather amusing. You are incorrigible." In Barenka's eyes, sorcerers were an eccentric lot, and Ian was no exception, appearing equally peculiar to her. "Fear not, I'm not a vampire. I merely possess the ability to wield dark attribute magic." A collective sigh of relief escaped the archers. Had this sorcerer truly been as malevolent as a vampire, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Though Baron Damon remained silent, his expression revealed a sense of reassurance that Ian was not an evil sorcerer. In truth, I was merely disposing of corpses before returning. Corpses? Then a vampire has claimed another victim. Chapter 87. The Origin of Vampires. The audacity of vampires has escalated alarmingly. Ian stroked his chin, reminiscing about the past. While teaching Ian the Marlenian tongue, Elidith also imparted an array of eclectic knowledge as a form of diversion. Perhaps this was intended as a spice to maintain the young Ian's interest in learning. She regaled him with tales of dragons, wyverns, and various fantastical beasts, each story captivating in its own right. Thanks to a mentor resembling a living encyclopedia, Ian's breadth of eclectic knowledge was quite extensive. He harbored some recollection of vampires. It seemed that this particular entity had only recently reawakened. How did you ascertain that? As Ian began to recount his knowledge regarding monsters, the audience listened with rapt attention. It is often said that vampires are those who have angered the divine. Due to their transgressions against the sacred, they are condemned to never again bask in sunlight. I have heard of this. Vampires sustain themselves by siphoning the life force of those who thrive beneath the sun, as they are forever barred from its warmth. Furthermore, they can never ascend to paradise after death. Thus, they are destined for hell. Without the need for elaboration, the medieval assembly instinctively drew crosses. The notion of being unable to ascend to heaven post-mortem, confined instead to the profound darkness of an underground prison. Hell was the most dreaded punishment of the medieval populace. However, due to their abandonment by the divine, vampires possess no fixed lifespan. Some vampires can survive for centuries, correct? Indeed, they do not perish from the ravages of age. Vampires are the forsaken offspring of the divine. Many intentionally provoke the gods, thus inviting their own abandonment. The reason is quite simple. They yearn for immortality. Perhaps they could be termed extreme renegades. The vampires, in their dread of death, commit the sacrilege of betraying the divine, rendering themselves complete traitors. Most vampires were born during the twilight of the Golden Empire. What? Ian's explanation left the crowd astounded. The fall of the Golden Empire occurred over 5 centuries ago. Yet, the fact that the majority of vampires emerged during the decline of the Golden Empire is indeed rooted in historical context. At that time, the Golden Empire teetered on the brink of collapse. The chasm between the wealthy and the impoverished had reached an unprecedented extremity. With the affluent solely focused on amassing their fortunes while the enslaved lived in conditions reminiscent of beasts, ultimately meeting a tragic end. It was evident to all that the nation was on the verge of annihilation. Thus, the downfall of the Golden Empire came as no surprise. However, this reality drove countless clergy and nobles into a frenzy. The apocalypse was nigh. From a contemporary perspective, the extinction of the Golden Empire merely signifies a dynastic transition. Yet, the denizens of the Golden Empire perceive it otherwise. The reason lies within the pages of their scripture. The Holy Bible of the Celestial Faith contains ominous verses. On the day of the empire's demise, a great judgment shall commence. The virtuous shall ascend to heaven, while the wicked shall plummet into hell, and the world shall be shrouded in eternal darkness. The words of the scripture must be infallible. Hence, the assertion that judgment begins with the empire's fall is undeniably true. But the demise of the empire looms near. Shall I be subjected to judgment? The righteous pondered. Judgment is imminent, and they accepted it with equanimity, for they believed they would ascend to paradise. Conversely, those who habitually spoke ill and oppressed others trembled in fear. The wicked were in a state of panic. Some cowardly wrongdoers hastily donated their entire fortunes to the church, pleading, "Please accept my offerings and alleviate my sins." However, those who had long since exhausted all hope of redemption chose to embrace their depravity. They colluded with fallen clergy to discover the means of becoming vampires, succumbing to an eternal slumber. Their plan was to endure until the conclusion of judgment, then survive as the remnants of a shattered world. The scheme appeared flawless. Yet, these blasphemers committed a fatal error. Following the fall of the Golden Empire, the world did not meet its end. Shouldn't the world have been obliterated by now? The vampires, newly awakened from their slumber, were taken aback by the sight of a world still intact. What? The empire has fallen. Yet why does the world persist? The vampires, employing their own logic, deduced the reason. The scripture was not in error, of that there was no doubt. If there were a mistake, it lay in humanity's misinterpretation of the scripture. The reason for the world's survival was the establishment of the Holy Empire. After the demise of the Golden Empire, some clergy hastily founded the Second Empire, now known as the Holy Empire. The Bible speaks solely of the fall of empires, yet it omits to mention which empires fell. The vampires are seething with indignation over their actions. The world has not perished. Empires continue to thrive. Yet the vampires have become the forsaken, unjustly defiling the divine. Realizing they have been thoroughly deceived, the vampires harbor boundless animosity towards humanity, the clergy, and the sacred empires. They have transformed into malevolent beasts. Had they been the awakened ones, they would have surely launched an assault on the territories by now. Ian possesses an optimistic outlook towards the mysterious, prompting Baron Damon to urgently beseech his aid. "You must assist me." "Of course, I can help," Ian replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Baron Damon. "How many individuals do you intend to employ?" He immediately grasped Ian's implication: compensation. Ian was inquiring for a fee. It is common knowledge in the medieval era that one must pay for labor. Thus, Ian's request was entirely reasonable. Baron Damon had no choice but to instruct his subordinates to provide monetary recompense for Ian. Henceforth, Ian formally joined the endeavor of vampire hunting. The most straightforward approach, naturally, is to strike by day. Everyone nodded in agreement. Vampires, being cursed beings, cannot walk in sunlight. They can only seek refuge in caves during the day. Thus, an attack at this hour would prove considerably easier. The challenge lies in locating the vampires' hiding places. While a thorough search by the entire village might yield results within a month, the associated losses and hiring costs render this an unviable option. Moreover, Ian and his companions had no time to squander. However, due to various reasons, this method is impractical, necessitating the exploration of alternative strategies. The second method, to lie in wait for the vampires to strike and then capture them. Ian favors this approach. Vampires tend to attack under the cover of darkness. "I shall take charge of the defense," he asserted. Reports suggest that vampires are adept in shadow magic, yet Ian is equally competent in this regard. "Do you think you alone possess night vision?" "I do as well. Furthermore, with the assistance of the nocturnal birds serving as sentinels, there is little to fear from ambushes." Next comes the allocation of personnel. Seizing this opportunity, he assigned individuals for night vigilance. Along with Barenka and Talian's mercenaries, including Kira, who is of use to me, will form one group. Baron Damon, you shall arrange your subordinates. "Understood, Your Excellency, the Mage." Once the others departed, Ian discreetly revealed Kira's false identity as a sorceress to Barenka, whose astonishment was palpable. Approaching from a distance, Kira proposed to Ian, "My lord, I have a method to lure out the vampires." "What method?" "Please use me as bait." Kira understood that her survival hinged entirely on Ian. Whether she could eventually free herself from Baron Damon depended solely on Ian's words. Thus, she endeavored to showcase her worth as much as possible. As night deepened, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The once luminous moon was veiled by clouds, casting a soft, fluffy halo as it struggled to penetrate the obscurity. Chapter 88. The bait. Lucius was a vampire. Born into a fortunate noble lineage, Lucius originally aspired to inherit his father's legacy and serve as an imperial administrator. However, his father had other intentions. "This wretched job is utterly exhausting. I shall resign." Lucius, do not aspire to be an administrator. The role of an imperial administrator in the Golden Empire, when compared to ancient titles, was akin to that of a governor among local officials. This was an honorary position appointed by the emperor, and should one govern their jurisdiction effectively, it would be a testament to their capability. Opening pathways to higher office, a crucial route in the pursuit of a political career. All nobles yearned to attain high office within the empire, and Lucius's father was no exception. Yet, he callously relinquished this esteemed position, departing in fury. The reason was absurdly rooted in financial matters. The role of an imperial administrator was an insatiable abyss. Many nobles were compelled to personally finance the city's operational budget due to the scant number of tax-paying citizens, while slaves and nobles were plentiful. After remitting taxes to the emperor, the remaining budget was utterly depleted, leaving administrators to cover the shortfall from their own pockets. How could a nation function when the city's budget was borne solely by individuals? Sober-minded nobles resigned from their administrative roles, retreating to their estates. Indulging in a luxurious lifestyle by exploiting slaves, and Lucius's father was no exception. Despite his earnest desire to serve the Empire, the reality was disheartening. I can no longer endure this. Lucius, live as you wish. Yes, father. While his father relinquished the ambition for promotion, the family wealth remained abundant. He succumbed to the pleasures of wine and women, amassing exotic treasures and even summoning sorcerers to learn the arcane arts. Consequently, he befriended a circle of dubious companions, mimicking the brutal spectacles of the Colosseum by pitting servants against one another and even personally hunting slaves. Lucius, though a prodigal son, was hardly unique. Most nobles of the Golden Empire were of similar ilk, leading the nation towards demise. Amidst a day devoted to indulgence, Lucius heard a harrowing prophecy of doom from a familiar archmage. What? The world is to be destroyed. The empire shall fall, the world shall end, and all shall face the final judgment together. Lucius's face turned ashen with fear. Reflecting on his myriad sins, he felt certain he could never enter paradise. The sorcerer, with a voice as tempting as a demon's, whispered, "Would you like to become a vampire? A vampire? If you're willing to offer some compensation, I can transform you into a vampire." To become a vampire signifies the ability to endure, even amidst the apocalypse, for vampires are liberated from the shackles of mortality. Rather than suffer in the inferno for eternity, it is preferable to escape the grasp of divinity and cling to life. Very well, turn me into a vampire. Driven by the fear of hell, Lucius ultimately desecrated the divine and became a vampire. Freed from the constraints of lifespan, he resolved to lie dormant in the depths of the earth until the judgment concluded, awakening only after the world's demise. Thus, he succumbed to an interminable slumber. Centuries later, Lucius awoke, bewildered. Why does the sun still hang high? Hasn't the world been obliterated? In a state of panic, Lucius began to investigate the world, quickly uncovering a shocking revelation. The empire had indeed fallen, yet those priests, like conjurers of sorcery, resurrected the perished empire. It is now referred to as the Holy Empire. Those cursed priests. During the twilight of the Golden Empire, the priests, much like the nobility, had succumbed to corruption. Clearly, in their dread of judgment, they desperately established a new empire. Believing the judgment to be concluded, Lucius gazed upon the still radiant sun, descending into profound despair. It is doomed. Today, he lacks even the vitality required to survive, relying solely on blood for sustenance. Despite possessing immortality, how long can he evade the sun? 100 years? 200? 1,000? Lucius found himself engulfed in despair, a sensation so profound that it completely obliterated the last remnants of his fragile humanity. Indeed, let us see who ultimately survives. Whether it be a millennium or a million years, as long as there is an opportunity, he must devour humanity, escaping judgment at all costs. He has irrevocably transformed into a monstrous being. Darkness. As a vampire, Lucius wields the darkness with consummate ease. Having previously studied the language of Moronius, coupled with his newfound aversion to sunlight, he has become ever more adept. He employs magic to hunt humans. Mercy? Such a concept is entirely non-existent. After all, do these beings not ascend to heaven upon their demise? The exalted deity will surely protect them. For several consecutive days, Lucius relentlessly preyed upon humanity. He did not contemplate the consequences. His sole focus was on incessantly consuming, replenishing the vitality within him. As a vampire, Lucius's magical prowess grew extraordinarily potent. He mastered shadow magic, ice magic, and summoning. The accursed body of a vampire, combined with formidable magic, clearly presents an insurmountable challenge for mere villagers in the mountains. For a famished vampire, devouring an entire village is but a trivial matter. However, whether by mere coincidence or as part of a peculiar scheme devised by the time and space sorcerers, a remarkably gifted mage named Ian found herself dwelling in the territory of Baron Damon. She was destined to be the centerpiece of tonight's dinner. Lucius gazed at Kira, licking his lips. A woman wandering alone in the dead of night? It was as if she were willingly walking into a trap. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Kira. Startled, Kira let out a sharp scream and stumbled to the ground. Oh! The delicate timbre of Kira's voice ignited Lucius's lascivious desires. Vampires are rendered powerless, for their flesh bears a curse. They cannot derive pleasure from eating, sleeping, or even embracing a woman. Their only obsession lies in the ecstasy of blood-sucking, relishing the fleeting moments when the vitality forged from blood fills their decaying bodies. Yet, witnessing Kira fall, her legs splayed in surprise, he felt an exhilarating thrill long forgotten. It was not a physical sensation, but rather a mental exhilaration. In his youth, Lucius had been a notorious libertine, possessing a wealth of experience in the pursuit of beauty. Although he lost the pleasures of the flesh upon becoming a vampire, the satisfaction and delight felt in conquering a woman remained deeply etched in his memory. Indeed, for Lucius, this was merely a game of reminiscence. While lacking true enjoyment, it occasionally sparked a fleeting inspiration from the past. Quite an attractive sight, he mused, observing Kira's crimson hair, a lewd smile curling upon his lips. Chapter 89. The radiance of Anolisher illuminates the world. Lucius slowly extended his claw toward Kira. At that very moment, whoosh, an arrow flew past Kira's head. Roar. The arrow pierced Lucius's arm, black blood oozing from the gaping wound, exuding a foul stench. Ian, Barenka, and the mercenaries emerged from the shadows. The bait plan had been executed flawlessly, as they had remained concealed nearby. As Lucius staggered backward, Barenka dashed forward with astonishing speed. Sword in hand, Ian had believed Barenka could easily subdue the vampire, given her consistently top-notch combat prowess. However, to her surprise, Barenka found herself embroiled in a fierce struggle against the vampire. Her swordsmanship was unparalleled, yet the vampire's physical strength was equally formidable. As the battle between the vampire and Barenka reached a stalemate, Ian raised her staff, chanting Emeronius, communing with the arcane. Whenever the vampire evaded Barenka's strikes, the stones lying dormant beneath its feet would awaken like the fangs of a slumbering beast, striking upward with ferocity, forcing it to remain vigilant of the peculiarities below. Meanwhile, as Barenka stumbled backward, a chilling breeze would cradle her form, and when the vampire's claws were but 3 inches from her throat, the wind would swiftly propel her away. As the futile attacks continued to miss their mark, and his actions were thwarted, Lucius's eyes turned a crimson hue, entirely consumed by rage and madness. He disregarded Barenka, who stood in his path, and charged directly towards Ian, the source of his troubles. Barenka, of course, seized this opportunity, deftly severing Lucius's arm with her sword. Thud! The severed limb fell to the ground, and one might have expected the excruciating pain to bring the vampire to his knees in agony. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lucius, completely engulfed by his frenzied wrath, did not falter. As he barreled toward Ian, Kira, who was seated on the ground, was seized by panic. Whether it was the first time she encountered someone who genuinely respected her, aside from the artists, or the need to escape from the den of thieves, she could not bear to watch Ian be slain by the vampire. Ian, with a whoosh, pillars of flame erupted magnificently into the air. She hoped these futile flames would momentarily divert the vampire's attention, even if just for a second. Just a fleeting moment would allow Barenka to catch up to the vampire and sever its head completely. Ian, witnessing the approaching vampire, instinctively raised his staff to unleash magic. Yet, at such a close range, there was no time to conjure any formidable spell. He was torn to shreds by the vampire. He could only wield his staff as a physical weapon. Just as Ian prepared to engage in combat, Kira's trick caused his arm to freeze midair. Seeing the vampire mere steps away from Ian, Barenka was frantic and shouted, "Ian, what are you dawdling for? Quickly, get out of the way." Indeed, Ian once again sensed the mystery of fire through Kira's trick. Yet, that alone was insufficient to immobilize him in such perilous circumstances. From Kira's trick, he felt more than just the enigma of flames. Fire pillar, what is this? Solar explosion. The immense cosmic explosion transforming into warm radiance flashed in his mind. The magic sword infused with the power of the sun, Anorilher. Previously, he was unsure how to channel the solar force contained within the sword. But now, was not the sun akin to Kira's pillar of flames, an entity of explosive rebirth? The imagery of the exploding sun fused with that of the ascending flames. Ian suddenly drew Anorilher with the consciousness of a mage and bellowed, "Erupt, sun!" At that very moment, just as Ian's cry echoed, the vampire's claws grasped his throat, poised to snap it like a mere twig. Yet in this pitch-black night, Anorilher erupted forth with a brilliance rivaling that of the midday sun. Roar! Gah! The radiance emitted from the blade was not merely light. It was the judgment fire, a power amassed over centuries. The vampire's claw, which gripped Ian's throat, was instantaneously repelled by the radiant light. The flames illuminated its form, revealing the blood it had consumed swirling within its body, exposing a dense array of runes inscribed in the ancient Melonious language. These inscriptions were the very incantation that had transformed it into a vampire. However, they frantically rearranged themselves as if possessed, assembling into archaic spells that Ian had never encountered. The brilliance of Anolisher ascended to its zenith, blinding all those present. Under the dual torment of this radiance and the shifting runes, the vampire was swiftly reduced to ash. Chapter 90. Journey to the barony of Divorcee. Upon the not overly lengthy blade, the sunlight lingered. The magical sword radiated a pure, white glow. As the mercenaries beheld this unparalleled brilliance, incomparable to that of a mere torch, they instinctively made the sign of the cross before their chests. Heavens, may the divine protect us. Even Berenka joined her companions in this gesture, not out of deep emotion like the mercenaries, but rather in awe of the spectacle, akin to the Westerners' spontaneous exclamations. Incredible! Master Sorcerer! Even the mightiest of vampires are but mosquitoes before the Master Sorcerer. Long live Sorcerer Ian. Very well. Summon your Baron Daemon. The vampire incident has been successfully resolved. Of course, Master Sorcerer. The mercenaries excitedly hummed phrases about burning mosquitoes as they departed. Ian, wielding an Anolisher, contemplated the recent epiphany. He slowly approached Kira and Berenka. Berenka, you performed admirably. The vampire's body was exceptionally resilient. Next time, I shall procure a sharper sword for you. The baiting plan was impeccable, Kira. Ian extended his hand to Kira. Are you well? Kira gazed up at Ian, momentarily taken aback. Yes, she replied, taking his outstretched hand and gradually rising. As they proceeded, Ian occasionally drew the magical sword to survey their surroundings. Anolisher, said to embody the powers of both the sun and the moon, indeed sounded impressive. Yet Ian remained uncertain of the exact nature of its powers and the mysteries it concealed. It was rumored to have been forged by the Elven Queen using an array of peculiar materials, such as a woman's nails or a cat's whiskers. In Norse mythology, dwarves created artifacts from such items. Despite the sword's enigmatic nature, Ian had successfully awakened its power the previous night. By harnessing sunlight, he realized that the solar energy contained within an Anolisher was not merely metaphorical, but a genuine invocation of the sun's might. In the past, within the Baron's tomb, Ian and Grian had endeavored to unleash the sword's power. However, Ian's fire magic and Grian's photon spells had proven ineffective. In retrospect, their initial assumptions may have been misguided. The power of the sun cannot merely be defined as flame or light. While it possesses the qualities of both, it is neither flame itself nor light itself. Rather, it is an enigmatic essence that defies direct nomenclature. The sun is simply the sun. In medieval times, individuals might have perceived the sun as merely a bright point. Yet Ian could envision the celestial bodies of the universe and the stars within the solar system. Ian's comprehension is far more aligned with the true nature of the sun, akin to the principles he employs in his magic to control sound by analyzing the relationship between echoes and air. With a more direct understanding of the sun's essence, he finds it significantly easier to approach it through imagination. But how did the original Baron Talion wield this sword? In his contemplations of the mysterious, Ian pondered the Baron Talion. The elves extract the powers of the sun and moon in peculiar ways, but did the original Baron truly grasp how to wield it correctly? Was he utterly ignorant of magic? If so, then perhaps only those who weave elven silk with the Anolisher sword can truly command its power. In any case, Ian has generally grasped the method to access the sword's magical strength, to confront the essence of things directly. The nature of the mysterious may very well reside in the relentless pursuit of truth. Ian, may I interrupt you? Just as he sank into deep thought, Kira approached and called out to him. She glanced around and lowered her voice, saying, "There is something important I must convey." Something important? Ian inquired, and Kira nodded vigorously. I want you to take me away from here. In truth, even without Kira's prompt, Ian would have taken her along. Especially after experiencing the events of the evening, Ian became increasingly convinced that Kira's display of magic was far more than mere fireworks. The mystery of the flames defied simple explanation. He expressed his intention to Baron Daemon about taking Kira with him, but the Baron was reluctant. Kira, if you leave, my territory will fall into peril. And so what? Why are you telling me this? Kira persisted, striving to maintain the demeanor befitting a sorceress. You have always performed admirably, but if you depart without lending your strength, what becomes of my investment? Ian recognized the Baron's reliance on Kira. The Baron attempted to leverage Kira's prowess as a fire sorceress to maintain stability in his realm. Yet, this was profoundly foolish, and Ian resolved to elucidate this truth to him. Although his magic and that of Barenka could suffice to break through, the priests and others he brought along might falter, leading to their demise. Who compelled you to invest? You unilaterally assumed I would be your companion. No. How can you say such a thing? Their voices gradually escalated. Enough. Baron, or rather, self-proclaimed Baron. What? Let us clarify this matter. Merely proclaiming oneself as Baron does not confer the title of nobility upon you. The self-styled Baron. Do you know to whom the lands of the Empire belong? What is that? The Baron replied with a look of bewilderment. Isn't it the Lord's? Incorrect. The lands of the Empire belong to the Emperor. The Emperor? The Baron could scarcely comprehend the simple truth that the ruler of the Empire was the Emperor himself. Yet, this is not as straightforward as it appears. While it may seem simple to the modern mind, it is rather complex for those of the medieval era. The lord who governs our village not only collects taxes, but also wields judicial authority and occasionally conscripts soldiers. So, is not the lord the master? Such is the thought of the Empire's common folk. However, the reality is far different. The lands of the Empire are owned by the Emperor, merely lent to his vassals for use. Yet, these vassals have not returned the borrowed lands to the Emperor. Rather, they have passed them down through generations. After centuries, these lands have naturally come to be regarded as my own. This situation bears a striking resemblance to the elves who utilize Aranorathil and claim ownership of it. The Baroness' expression resembled that of one struck by a hammer. Unlike modern individuals who rely on documents to validate real estate, those of the medieval period believed that territory could only be deemed legitimate if someone resided upon it and paid taxes. You are an illegal occupant. Even with 100 mages like Kira, you would be powerless to fend off an invading army, and yet your lands are coveted by many. However, if experienced archers and fire sorcerers were to hold the line, I ask you, do the enemies not possess archers and sorcerers of their own? Ian drew a map upon the ground. Here lies the domain of Baron Talion, here the domain of Baron Dervosi, and here the domain of Baron Cardi. Setting aside whether they would come to besiege you, consider this. If individuals from elsewhere, say here, Ian pointed to an unfamiliar territory, were to come and attack you without a legitimate contract, do you think the barons around you would side with those who assail you? With Ian's words, Baron Damon instantly grasped the implication. Moreover, Ian's references were predominantly to individuals known to the Baron, who was well acquainted with the local gentry. Go and sign the vassalage contract. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed mage. I shall seek a suitable earl to sign the vassalage contract, and once stability is restored to my domain, I will embark on an expedition to the south. Should resources prove insufficient, I may purchase supplies from the domain of Talion. Mention the name of Mage Ian, and they will treat you well. Thank you, truly, I am most grateful. I have heard whispers of brewing conflict in the south, information gleaned from Baron Kaltz of Riverville. If Baron Damon leads his troops, bandits, into battle and achieves merit, he may not only gain wealth, but also acquire additional territory. The group, introduced by Baron Damon, boarded a ship, making their way to the domain of Baron Dervosi with much greater speed. Chapter 91 Arrival at the territory of Baron Dervosi, the vessel leisurely advanced toward the domain of Baron Dervosi. Within the somewhat cramped cabin, Ian once again scrutinized the girl before him. Though she bore no visible signs of arcane power, she undeniably emanated an aura that ignited a profound mystery. What could be the reason for this? Moreover, why had she been able to perform numerous spells previously without any indication of magical essence, yet exhibited such power during their initial encounter and when confronting a vampire? As Ian pondered these discrepancies, a sudden realization dawned upon him, and he broke into a smile. Startled by Ian's peculiar behavior, the girl anxiously tightened her grip on her garments. Do you have something to say? Oh no, it's nothing. I merely wish to advise you to cease pretending to be a sorceress. Your situation has become perilous. I understand. I have heard whispers among the nobility regarding my reputation. I apologize once more. I will no longer feign magical abilities. No, that is not my intent. Ian retrieved the Anerolith, channeling his will into it. Imagining an explosive sun and flames, tiny sparks erupted from the blade. Kira was taken aback by Ian's display of magic. Goodness! The flames crept along Kira's thigh before gradually dissipating. Ian inquired, "Are you not comprehending?" "Huh? What?" "I mean the flames. Were they not mere ordinary flames?" "Ah, indeed." Kira finally grasped the situation. The flames that had traversed her thigh should have burned her, which would have been the expected outcome. Although the fire that brushed past her was fleeting, it seemed to possess an intelligence, refraining from igniting her attire. Ian's hypothesis proved correct. A mysterious force was indeed observing her. Observing me? In the past, while Ian was honing his magical skills in a dim underground cavern, he inadvertently heard the dark whispers within. This signified his affinity for the shadows. For those gifted with extraordinary talents, the enigmatic forces often extend their assistance first. This is both a blessing and a curse, as the capricious nature of these powers may reveal benevolence in one moment, only to erupt in fury the next. From a certain perspective, this is entirely reasonable. Imagine encountering someone you admire, naturally desiring to draw closer. Regardless of their appearance, character, or background, your fondness compels you to approach them, yet they remain oblivious to your presence. You may choose to understand and forgive, or alternatively, feel angered by their indifference. The mysterious forces share a similar curiosity toward humanity. Of course, there are instances where one might think, it is merely my unrequited affection. I shall silently support you from afar. However, there are also moments when the mysterious might retaliate with, "How dare you trample upon my sincere feelings?" leading to an explosive wrath. The human heart is notoriously difficult to predict. How much more so the mysterious? Kira remained oblivious to the perilous situation she found herself in, a predicament stemming from her pretense of being a sorceress. Ian pondered this, suspecting the circumstances were, as he surmised. If one is entirely ignorant of the mysterious, there is a likelihood of remaining unscathed. Regardless of interest, the enigmatic merely observes from a distance. However, the crux of the matter lay in Kira's repeated invocation of the Moronius language, proclaiming flame. Though she consistently uttered flame first, she ignored the subsequent inquiry of "Why do you call me?" Ian recalled the moment he first encountered the Earth Dragon, when his lack of summoner rank necessitated multiple calls to the creature, whose responses he could not comprehend. Had he not upgraded his summoner rank at that time, he would undoubtedly have been torn to shreds by the enraged dragon. This was also why Ian perceived no presence of the mystical when he allowed Kira to perform alone. After explaining all this to her, Kira's expression grew complex. If she wished to avoid death, she must cease her masquerade as a sorceress. The sorceress, my dear, is to be called with more casualness. Well then, Ian, Kira said, her voice wavering, "Thank you for your concern. Since his passing, no one has worried for me in such a way. Yes, I have also come to understand the mystery surrounding you. You are free now," Ian declared as he rose and walked towards the deck. "You may stay or depart at your will. You are free." Kira gazed at Ian's retreating figure, lost in thought for a long while. Upon reaching the bow of the ship, Ian unexpectedly encountered Barenka, who was basking in the breeze. Their eyes met, and she regarded him with a subtle yet aloof expression. "It seems your encounter with a pretender of sorcery has brought you some amusement," she remarked. "You are quite the sentimental one." Ian shrugged. "Indeed, it was rather entertaining, but my intentions were purely altruistic." "Ah, Ian, perhaps you're unaware, but you are a most fitting candidate for a husband. Please, in the future, be a bit more indifferent towards unfamiliar women, lest you invite endless troubles. Why share this with me? You are now my lord. As a knight, it is my duty to impart such wisdom." Galadin, who had been eavesdropping, interjected, "My lord Ian. Speaking of which, our baron's eldest daughter is also a remarkably beautiful young lady." Amidst their banter, the castle of Baron Divorcey came into view, situated on a small island in the center of the river. The vessel carrying Ian and his companions reached the dock, and upon hearing of Galadin's arrival, the inhabitants of the castle hurried to welcome their guests. The first to greet them was a charming young girl. "After your long journey, how weary you must be, Galadin." Subsequently, a sharp-eyed noblewoman greeted him. "Welcome, weary traveler. Let us converse at a leisurely pace." Galadin summoned Ian and introduced, "Allow me to present Lord Ian. This is the first lady of the Baron, Lady Selena, and that is the second lady, Lady Catherine." Ian, astonished, pulled Galadin aside. "What did you say? That is Lady Selena, and that is Lady Catherine? No, wait. Are you saying Lady Selena is the Baron's wife? That young girl? Galadin wore a perplexed expression, seemingly baffled by the question. Indeed, is there a problem? Chapter 92. The clergy Ian perceived Lady Selena's marriage as somewhat premature. From a contemporary viewpoint, early marriage is an absurdly barbaric custom. Children of 13 or 14 have just begun to experience their first menstruation, if at all. How could one wed such a child? However, in times of limited productivity, marrying early signified the opportunity for early childbearing, and an earlier birth rate translated to heightened productivity. This phenomenon was universally prevalent, irrespective of region. Occasionally, cultural or religious reasons would prompt early marriage, yet Lady Selena's situation did not seem to fall under either category. With her chestnut hair and deep green eyes, she epitomized the women of the empire, and her faith was undoubtedly that of the Celestial Church. Despite existing in such an era, the Celestial Church still prohibited early marriages. Thus, Ian regarded Baron Devosey as quite a bold man. However, upon witnessing Lady Selena's children, his perspective shifted. "Welcome, magician. We are honored by your presence, my lord." The eldest son was of similar age to Ian, while the younger daughter was slightly younger. "Galadin, are those truly Lady Selena's children?" "Yes, is there an issue?" "Lady Selena's age?" "Ah, she certainly appears quite youthful." "Not merely appears youthful. Astonishingly, Lady Selena did not marry early. It seems time has overlooked her age, as she resembles a 16-year-old maiden. Is she truly the mother of those 2 children?" Valenka was equally taken aback upon hearing Lady Selena's age. Unlike Ian, Valenka rudely posed the question in public. "Is that woman in league with demons?" Galadin displayed a ridiculous expression, but refrained from responding. Such impudent behavior from knights of this era was not a newfound occurrence. "I do not share that belief. Do you possess any concrete evidence?" "None." Lady Selena's remarkable phenomenon of anti-aging, under normal circumstances, might be lauded as a divine blessing. However, in light of Baron Devosey's current illness, it merely served as fodder for attack. The enemies of Lady Selena whisper among themselves, alleging that she has purchased her youth from a demon, sacrificing Baron Dervash in the process. After a taxing journey, it is advisable to rest well before delving into further discussions. Under the guidance of both ladies, Ian proceeds to the castle of Baron Dervash. The first impression is that the place is teeming with people. The territories previously traversed were rural, where the residences of the inhabitants were distinctly separated from those of the lord, resulting in a notably desolate atmosphere. In contrast, the domain of Baron Dervash is quite different. Nestled in the heart of a river, its structure necessitates a dense population. Consequently, the number of individuals present is substantial, far surpassing the vibrancy of Riverville. Ian is not the only one who senses the vitality of the realm. Barenka also appears somewhat astonished by the bustling environment. Although she has traveled extensively, she hails from Winsburg, a place renowned for its coldness and sparse population. Galadin proudly asserts that the population had already exceeded 2,000 last year. Wow, 2,000 people? That is remarkable. No wonder it feels so lively here. Upon hearing Galadin's explanation, the people from Talion exclaim in astonishment. Wow, there are actually 2,000 residents here. Will the island sink under such weight? However, unlike the medieval folk who are deeply impacted, Ian remains remarkably composed. A population of 2,000? In medieval terms, that is quite commendable. In truth, prior to his transmigration, Ian had acquired a general understanding of the dismal population levels of the medieval world. After arriving in this realm, he learned from his master, Elidus, that the most prosperous city in the empire boasted a population of 70,000. While this figure may not seem significant to a modern individual, in this era, it represents a colossal number. Throughout the journey, Ian engages in casual conversations with the townsfolk, but upon turning a corner, he suddenly freezes. Indeed, he just felt as if he were in a castle. Yet now the scene before him resembles a bustling night market. No, it is more akin to a crowded subway. This impression arises from the throngs of people filling the corridor. Some murmur quietly, while others lie sprawled on the ground. Is this a shelter for the homeless? This is the Baroness' chamber. A chamber? How could it possibly accommodate so many individuals resembling vagrants? Oh, brother. Long time no see. Brother? The clergy from Talion display a certain familiarity, and upon closer inspection, It becomes evident that these individuals are priests who have hastened from afar to cure the Baroness' ailment. Among them are priests and monks, hoping to heal the Baron through prayer and miracles, thereby achieving renown as saints endowed with healing abilities. Has there been any improvement in his condition? Inquires a priest from Talion, to which the other clerics shake their heads in unison. Whether through medication or prayer, it appears that neither has yielded any effect. Could it be the work of demons? Perhaps our sincerity is lacking. The clergy have exerted every effort to cure the Baron's ailment, employing a myriad of methods, administering holy water, burning herbs, and offering foods reputed to be beneficial for the body, from dawn till dusk. And even in an unbroken vigil of 24 hours, they have remained by his side, reciting the scriptures. Yet, there are no signs of improvement in the Baron's condition. And who might this be? Lord Ian Elidus Raven, an honest and trustworthy sorcerer. The esteemed Mage Raven, the very one who concocts elixirs with the favor of divine providence. One of the clergy enthusiastically grasped Ian's hand. I have long heard of your exploits. They say you assisted the Knights of Santiago in hunting the Manticore. The accolades from the Knights of Santiago regarding your deeds are abundant. Do you know members of the order? Upon hearing this question, the cleric was filled with excitement. Of course. How could I not know those pious brothers? Just recently, they vanquished the trolls that had appeared in the forest. Ian nodded upon hearing the long unheard news of the Knights of Santiago. It seems they continue to hunt monsters with vigor. It is heartening to know that such pure and devout clergy still exist in this era. They all spoke in unison, declaring that Mage Ian is indeed a very devout sorcerer. It is said that they once studied the sacred text together. We merely recited the scriptures together on occasion. Ian replied, and as he finished speaking, the clergy leaned in with eager eyes. Chapter 93. The Quarrel of Two Ladies Look. That is a newcomer who has just embarked on the mysteries of the divine. It is rare to find individuals who traverse both the realms of magic and religion. The mysteries of the heavens seldom respond to humanity's summons, which has greatly dampened the enthusiasm of mages in their studies. Only those endowed with unwavering patience and steadfast faith, who engage in continuous dialogue with the divine, may hope to receive a response. Thus, the mysteries of the heavens are forces that can only be wielded by those of profound belief. Clergy members are often not keen on studying the ancient language of Moronius. They believe that even without resorting to the peculiar tongue crafted by ancient humanity, their inner faith suffices for communion with the divine, rendering the time spent learning what might be perceived as the arcane language of magic unnecessary. Indeed, they often harbor a dismissive attitude towards those who employ Moronius. I perform miracles solely through faith, while you seek them through the language of Moronius. Is this not an act of opportunism? Such a viewpoint is a sharp provocation for the clergy, leading some to reject the study of Moronius out of disdain. However, for individuals like Ian, who first mastered Moronius before delving into the religious domain, they exhibit remarkable tolerance. In truth, Ian's study of the sacred texts largely stems from the goddess's persistent manifestation of her mysterious presence. Yet, the clergy remain blissfully unaware of this. Indeed, we are here to ascertain the condition of the Baron, are we not? While the clergy expressed a genuine desire to engage in profound theological discussions with Ian, they promptly relinquished the space upon catching Galadin's discreet glance. Ian, I earnestly implore you to thoroughly examine the Baron's state, Galadin solemnly requested as he grasped Ian's hand. Although he may not always act with the utmost prudence, making it easy to overlook his status, he is undeniably a member of the castle's elite. Such a person, placing sincere trust in another, clearly demonstrates deep concern for the Baron. Ian did not harbor any aversion towards individuals like Galadin, who exert themselves wholeheartedly. He resolved to extend his utmost efforts in providing a detailed diagnosis for the Baron, acknowledging the other's tireless dedication in seeking his assistance across the territory. Yes, you. I shall give my all, he pledged. Subsequently, Galadin and the clergy commenced their prayers. Ian inhaled deeply, absorbing the atmosphere of the bedroom. A faint scent of medicinal oil lingered, devoid of any unpleasant odors, indicating that the Baron's physical care was meticulous. Apart from a gaunt visage, there were no other apparent abnormalities. He merely breathed wearily, lost in a profound slumber, yet he appeared far from a picture of health. To Ian's eyes, the Baron teetered on the brink of death, seemingly having aged abruptly. Upon seeing the Baron, Ian was reminded of those elderly individuals drained of vitality, awaiting their tranquil departure from this world. Were it merely wrinkles adorning his face, one might attribute it to the natural course of life rather than illness or curse. Ian focused intently, attempting to listen for that enigmatic sound. However, his ears were met with the familiar whispers of the wind, the earth's murmurs, and the shadow's murmurs, devoid of any distinct mystical tones. Either Ian's abilities were insufficient, or the mystery had yet to manifest. One of these must hold true. Nonetheless, Ian possessed a unique gift. Should he uncover a new mystery, the status window would promptly reflect the progress. Thus, there could only be one outcome. If it were not the workings of the arcane, it would imply that death did not stem from magic, but rather from some physical affliction, such as an illness. Regrettably, that was not within Ian's realm of expertise. One would need to be a medical student to feign a diagnosis. Ian reached a conclusion. He would observe the Baron for several days to ascertain his condition. If resolution proved elusive, he would simply continue on his journey. However, the Baron's appearance resembled that of a withered husk, as if vitality had been siphoned away. Ian instinctively recalled the visage of the remarkably youthful Lady Selena. At that moment, a commotion echoed from the corridor. Ian exited the room, immediately met with the sound of a heated argument. "Are you speaking to me now? What is wrong? Feeling guilty?" It was Lady Selena and Lady Catherine. Ian chose to remain silent, merely watching intently. However, when viewed through the lens of modern sensibilities, one might find their psychological inclinations leaning decidedly towards Lady Selena. For Lady Catherine's appearance, while not unattractive, bears a certain harshness. Her piercing gaze, coupled with Lady Selena's youthful demeanor, evokes the image of a stepmother who cruelly mistreats her ward. Yet, the denizens of the medieval era seemed more inclined to support Lady Catherine. Their reasoning is quite sound. The rumor that the lady had usurped the Baron's youth was widely circulated, yet she still insisted on meeting him, which raises considerable suspicion. Many began to question whether Lady Selena had siphoned the Baron's vitality. Upon Lady Catherine voicing this fact, Lady Selena retaliated instantly. With a swift motion, her delicate hand, reminiscent of a hydrangea, struck Lady Catherine sharply across the cheek. "Who dares to spread such rumors? How dare you strike me? No, ladies, please calm yourselves. Please." The clergy rushed in, separating the two. Ian stepped forward and spoke. "Both of you, cease this altercation." Chapter 94. The Hunt. Lady Selena turned her gaze towards Ian, fully aware that he was a sorcerer deserving of the Baron's respect. With the sorcerer's intervention, the quarrel must be halted for the time being. "We shall reconvene later." Lady Selena turned away first, prompting Lady Catherine to mockingly observe, "Their hasty departure only deepens the suspicion." Several clergy members nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced that Lady Selena had forged a pact with a demon. Lady Catherine approached Ian with a light step, casting him a sweet smile, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye enhancing her allure. "I apologize for the unpleasant scene witnessed by our esteemed guest. I would like to invite you to dinner as an apology. Might you be free this evening?" Several clergy members could not suppress their gulping. Ian replied calmly, "Perhaps another time. I still need to investigate the Baron's ailment." Lady Catherine appeared taken aback by the refusal, momentarily stunned before quickly responding, "Very well. I shall not intrude upon your time, Lord Ian." As evening fell, despite being invited as a guest, Ian found himself with little to occupy his time. The Baron's condition remained an enigma to him. As he was not beholden to anyone, he felt justified in passing the time idly. "I have yet to discern anything. That is quite all right. It is an unfortunate circumstance." Galadin expressed his disappointment, yet acknowledged the inevitability of the situation. Ian declined all requests for potion concoctions, instead engaging in inconsequential discussions with the clergy to while away the hours. Kira too found herself with little to do, yet she was unable to partake in the erudite discourse in the manner Ian did. With no particular identity to speak of, she could only temporarily mimic the eccentric wizard, retreating into her chamber. Each time she encountered Ian, an involuntary sigh escaped her lips. "I yearn to cease this charade of being a wizard, yet without it, I find myself at a loss. Should I aspire to attend a magic university?" Ian suggested that Kira, with her innate talent, should consider applying to the institution. Given her natural affinity for the enigmatic nature of flames, mastering the Moronius language would surely enable her to become an exceptional fire sorceress. However, I lack the financial means. The Magic University is located in Draheim, which is quite distant. For Ian, a wizard, travel is a matter of course, yet in reality, it is fraught with peril. Especially for a young and beautiful woman like Kira, the risks are magnified. If you wish, you may accompany me for a time. I intend to journey to Draheim in a few years, Ian proposed. Oh, why has Ian been so kind to me since our first meeting? At that moment, Kira was struck by a peculiar thought, her cheeks flushing. Objectively speaking, she was indeed attractive. Could it be that Ian harbored feelings for her? No, surely not. Tentatively, Kira inquired, "Why are you so kind to me? Is it truly permissible?" "Indeed, no one extends kindness without reason, though I have already discerned the peculiarities surrounding you," Ian replied. Yet, to assuage her concerns, he fabricated a rationale. "I am intrigued by the mystery that envelopes you. Perhaps I have yet to fully unravel it. Thus, you may accompany me for the time being. It is advantageous for me." Kira would forever remember that day as she gazed out the window, listening to Ian's leisurely explanations. Having performed for so many years, she was acutely aware of the signs of deceit. Upon hearing the rumors of Ian's idleness, two baronesses approached him in turn. They appear to be contemplating the aftermath of the Baron's demise, which would undoubtedly incite a conflict rife with bloodshed. The ladies needed to secure as many allies as possible. Observing that Ian had not left the castle, they hastily conjectured that he would align himself with one of the factions. Of course, this was a misunderstanding. Ian merely sought to observe the Baron's condition and wished for a brief respite. However, since the misunderstanding had arisen, there was no reason to decline the offer of a complimentary meal. He first accepted Lady Selina's invitation. Although he had encountered her a few times, she appeared as a youthful woman in her 20s, her smile radiant and warm. "Welcome, wizards. Lord Barenka and the knights are out on an expedition," Lady Selina said with a smile. "I am aware, as it was I who sought her assistance." "Was it you, my lady?" Lady Selina nodded slowly. "Since half a year ago, the emergence of monsters has surged dramatically. The Baron often led the charge himself, but since falling ill, only the knights have been left to combat the monsters. In other words, Barenka has joined the knights in clearing the monsters surrounding the territory. The impact on the farmers will be substantial. As the son of a farmer, Ian's foremost concern lies with the agricultural community. It is indeed a worrisome situation, hence, I have a request." Lady Selina inquired. "Would you care to accompany me on a hunt?" "A hunt? Indeed, it is to slay monsters." Chapter 95. The Persuasion of Lady Selina. The notion of hunting monsters for Ian is a term that no longer instills trepidation within him. Prior to his reincarnation in this otherworldly realm, he dwelled in a tranquil environment where one had to visit a zoo to witness creatures of such nature. Even bears or elephants could be considered fairly impressive monsters. Now, in this medieval fantasy world, having fortuitously become a wizard, he no longer harbors fear of these beasts. The primary reason being, he need not confront monsters face to face wielding a weapon. Instead, he can simply cast spells from a distance. Previously, Ian had conversed with Kira, establishing that as long as she refrained from speaking the Moronius language, she would be fine. However, in the presence of Baron D. Worth, she still needed to maintain the guise of a wizard. Otherwise, should she reveal her true identity as a charlatan, even if the Baron and his associates were unfazed, the noble she deceived would certainly not take kindly to it. Thus, Ian permitted her to continue her masquerade as a wizard, albeit without uttering the Moronius language. "I do not mind." Ian discreetly glanced at Kira's expression. As a consummate trickster, her thoughts were impenetrable from mere appearances. Yet, from Kira's perspective, the venture of hunting monsters would undoubtedly be displeasing, considering her fundamental lack of confidence and abilities. Kira nonchalantly rocked her chair, languidly stating, "How troublesome." She made no effort to conceal her reluctance, and previously, nobles who interacted with her would typically withdraw upon sensing such an attitude. After all, no one could predict the consequences of coercing a reluctant wizard into action. Nevertheless, Lady Selina did not easily relent. "I have prepared ample compensation." In truth, the issue does not reside in the remuneration. Kira's unwillingness stems from her incapacity to deal with monsters. Noticing the conversation reaching an impasse, Ian shrugged. It was time to repay the kindness of enjoying exquisite meals and accommodations without charge. Lady Selina's generous treatment of Ian and his companions was precisely for this moment. Although Kira would not be forced into combat, nor expelled immediately. The deterioration of her relationship with Lady Selena was inevitable. Thus, Ian spoke up. I shall handle the troublesome matters. You may consider this an excursion. How does that sound? If that is the case, then very well. Kira nodded. Thank you immensely. I shall contact you once the preparations are complete. Madame Selena displayed a knowing smile, imbued with a hint of playfulness and allure. It would be quite challenging for the Baron to harbor ill feelings towards such a woman if his health were intact. As Ian pondered this trivial matter, he rose from his seat. Upon acquiescing to the Baroness's request, Ian found himself involved in the monster hunting expedition. However, to use the term participation seems somewhat exaggerated. A more fitting description would be one of observation or spectation. Although Ian typically had little to occupy his time, on that day of the hunt, he was undeniably an outsider, more akin to an audience member. The knights on horseback were valiantly driving back the monsters, specifically the dire wolves that had been troubling the local inhabitants. For eons, wolves and humans have been adversaries, both living in packs with overlapping territories, leading to constant conflict. Even into the medieval era, the struggle between man and wolf remained unresolved. The limited human population made it arduous to eradicate the wolf packs completely. However, with the rise in population and the proliferation of firearms, the balance of power was irrevocably altered, culminating in humanity's eventual triumph. Yet perhaps the true victors are the dogs, long allied with humans, now frolicking in their homes. Yet this is a medieval fantasy realm. Wolves remain perilous beasts, and the dire wolves are especially hazardous. They're holding their own quite well, Ian murmured as he observed the dire wolves being repelled by the knights. To an ordinary person, dire wolves truly are fearsome creatures. But to the fully armed knights, they are hardly a challenge. The dire wolves engaged in direct confrontation on the plains were being systematically vanquished by the mounted knights, rendering the assistance of sorcerers unnecessary. Just as Ian was contemplating this, Madame Selena spoke. The leader has yet to make an appearance. Leader? The one commanding the dire wolves is a werewolf. Last time it was a vampire. This time, it is a werewolf. They likely await our moment of weakness to reveal themselves. Werewolves possess an intelligence comparable to that of humans. They learn and utilize human language, thus leveraging the human intelligence network. It appears they have caught wind of the Baron's illness and are poised to plunder. I suspect someone has deliberately summoned the werewolf. The someone Madame Selena referred to as unmistakably Lady Catherine. Your words imply that Lady Catherine is a sorceress, Ian observed. A flicker of contempt crossed Madame Selena's gaze. You may not yet be aware, but Catherine is a dubious woman. Dubious? She was merely a shepherdess, yet after spending a night with the Baron, she ascended to the status of a second lady. Do you not find that peculiar? A man already wed elevating a stranger to the rank of lady based solely on a single encounter. So, you insinuate that Lady Catherine has cast a spell on the Baron? If not for magic, the circumstances surrounding her ascension to the status of lady, the Baron's ailment, and the sudden surge of monsters are utterly inexplicable. Ian responded with a smile. Yet, the townsfolk assert that Lady Selena is indeed a sorceress. It is said that in a bid to preserve her youth, she forged a pact with a demon. Lady Selena fixed Ian with a steely gaze. Do you truly believe such a thing? What reason do I have to doubt it? Why would I wish harm upon the Baron? I cannot ascertain your motives. However, do you possess any evidence to substantiate that Lady Catherine is a sorceress? She is a cunning woman. Indeed, there is no proof. Ultimately, neither party could convince the other. Lady Selena intended to draw Ian into her fold by underscoring the peril that Lady Catherine posed. Yet, Lady Selena herself was shrouded in suspicion, at least for the time being. Should you fail to heal the Baron, I implore you to vacate the territory post-haste. Ah, is this a decree of expulsion? This is hardly a sanctuary for the idle. Ian's remark that it is Lady Selena who is said to be the sorceress evidently struck a deep chord, inflicting a significant affront upon her. She appeared deeply wounded, her emotions veering towards chaos, a testament to her seriousness regarding the matter. When the time comes, I shall depart. But first, I must dine with Lady Catherine. Men are truly wretches, Lady Selena thought bitterly. Today's hunt was quite enjoyable. Ian waved his hand and turned, making his way back to the castle, seemingly hinting at a potential allegiance with Catherine. Though Lady Selena seethed internally, she found herself powerless to alter the course of events. She merely watched Ian's retreating figure in silence. A chill breeze swept in from the east. Chapter 96. Lady Catherine's enticement, Ian and Kira were invited to Lady Catherine's banquet. Undoubtedly, this was a consequence of the rumors circulating following Ian's loud quarrel with Lady Selena. I apologize for the earlier embarrassment. The banquet prepared by Lady Catherine was far more lavish than that of Lady Selena, featuring a diverse array of dishes crafted from exquisite ingredients. The most striking ingredient, without a doubt, was the pepper. What a rare treat we have received. Please, indulge yourselves, Kira exclaimed, her eyes wide at the sight of the pepper-laden meat. Despite her numerous pretenses of being a wandering sorceress, she had never before been afforded such opulent hospitality. After all, she often fled before the feast could commence. Pepper is a delicacy reserved for victorious celebrations. She felt her heart race, a sensation she had not experienced in some time. Stealing a glance at Ian, she was taken aback to find his expression utterly unchanged, gazing at the pepper as if it were merely an ordinary black bean. Kira marveled once again. Truly, a genuine sorceress is unlike any other. Indeed, if one were to be moved by something as trivial as pepper, what kind of sorcerer would that make them? Kira pondered, her hands gripping the cold, unyielding chunk of meat tightly. Then, with bliss, she took a hearty bite. Wow, it was utterly delectable. The aroma of pepper and the savory saltiness of the roasted meat were simply unparalleled. However, she soon felt the piercing gaze of Ian upon her. Ian regarded Kira as though she were a savage, and a wave of shame washed over her. Ah, indeed, I am but a false sorcerer, having rarely tasted pepper before. Yet, Ian's disdain for Kira stemmed from another reason. No, how could she tear at the meat with her hands? Lucy would never behave so. In fact, within the Empire, there existed a distinction between regions that employed utensils and those that did not. The Italian family, steeped in history, had popularized the use of utensils through their interactions with the elves. Thus, Lucy even utilized a fork. However, many northerners, including the inhabitants of Vorsi, prefer to eat with their hands. Surely, tearing meat with one's hands enhances the flavor. Ian, observing those who grasped the meat with both hands and tore into it, felt a headache coming on. As one deemed a barbarian by the Empire's aristocracy, was this truly acceptable? What if it was sprinkled with expensive pepper? They still devoured it with their bare hands. Do you not use utensils, esteemed sorcerer? Ian thought, glancing around for cutlery. Kira had never considered that Ian would reject eating with her hands. She assumed Ian's wandering gaze indicated some form of dissatisfaction. Others shared Kira's sentiment, believing that sorcerer Ian was displeased with the meal. Just as Ian was about to inquire about the whereabouts of the utensils, someone stood up and declared loudly, "Sorcerer, if you have grievances, voice them. This is a feast meticulously prepared by my mother. As a guest, you appear perpetually dissatisfied, fidgeting and looking around. Are you not ruining the occasion?" The speaker was a young man, seemingly of similar age to Ian, the son of Lady Catherine. Yet, Ian cared not for his identity. That one utterance ignited Ian's ire completely. How dare I not even search for cutlery? Whether he sought to bolster his mother's prestige or for some other reason. Ian was indeed furious. She retorted sharply, "Dissatisfaction? Dissatisfaction? You present me with a chunk of meat and expect me to eat it with my hands, and you dare ask if I am dissatisfied? Of course I am, you fool." Typically, when a sorcerer lost their temper, the nobles would step back, for confronting a furious sorcerer was hardly wise. Yet fools abound. Lady Catherine felt embarrassed, while her son's face flushed with anger. "Sorcerer, have you lost your mind?" The aspiring nobles attending the banquet were equally bewildered, few grasping the situation. Even those who understood remained silent, bound by their lack of voice. There should have been someone to mediate, to offer an apology, and then for everyone to sit down and continue. However, this had nothing to do with Ian. He was simply overwhelmed with anger. "Ian, why are you angry? What's wrong, Ian? What happened? Wait, we're coming right over." Ian's fury manifested, and the room was instantly engulfed in darkness. The attendants of the Baroness screamed in terror. Those encountering dark magic for the first time typically experience an overwhelming fear. After all, visibility was utterly obliterated. Adults understand that darkness does not inflict harm. Yet the darkness conjured by magic can reduce even grown individuals to the frightened state of 5-year-olds, dreading whether it might injure them. The courtiers wished to weep but clenched their mouths tightly. One misstep in words at this moment could provoke the mage's wrath, with consequences that would be irreparable. Just as I was about to request utensils, You leap out seeking reprimand. Are you seeking death? With Ian's furious outburst, much of his anger dissipated. In truth, it was not a significant matter. It was merely the rudeness of that foolish individual that had displeased him. He waved his hand, dispelling the darkness. Observing that Ian was no longer so furious, some astute attendants of Catherine hastily procured forks from elsewhere and respectfully presented them to Ian. There was no other option. As the people here were accustomed to eating with their hands, they could only find forks. Lacking a knife, Ian opted to use his Norhill sword instead, which possessed a heating function. Ian beamed, slicing the meat with the blade while heating it simultaneously. Initially concerned about the gaze of others, he decided to indulge himself since chaos had already ensued. Delightful. The meat cut by this sword possesses a unique savor. Ian impaled the warm meat with his fork, grinning wickedly. Onlookers felt an indescribable fear as they watched him dine with his magical sword. This mage was utterly bizarre. However, Kira was profoundly astonished by Ian's display. Truly, the eccentricity of a genuine mage is extraordinary. Cutting meat with a grand sword. Remember this. I must try it in the future. Kira etched Ian's image deeply into her mind, nodding vigorously. Ian was indeed a mage worthy of respect. Chapter 97, An Attack, an Assassin. Despite some minor disturbances, the banquet concluded with relative success. Although unexpected incidents arose, Catherine diligently persevered to fulfill her objective of inviting the mages. Like Lady Selena, Catherine sought to win over the mages. It appeared they were preparing for a direct confrontation. After the banquet, Ian lay alone in his chamber, lost in contemplation. Now Ian, as the last hope, finds himself unable to cure the Baron's affliction. An armed conflict seems inevitable. He faces three primary choices: to assist Lady Selena, to assist Lady Catherine, or, should he wish to avoid both options, to leave the Baron's territory. Frankly, Ian finds the third option far more appealing. Why should he become embroiled in the domestic disputes of others? Such entanglements offer him no tangible benefit, even if he were to support one side to victory. The potential rewards of wealth and connections are not what Ian urgently seeks. Moreover, he has yet to uncover the mystery he is pursuing, making a direct departure a commendable choice. With these thoughts, Ian gradually drifted into slumber. Suddenly, a faint sound roused Ian from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he discerned a mysterious presence in the darkness, chattering incessantly. Ian has awakened. Let us rise too. It seemed that while he slept, this peculiar group was engaged in their game of slumber, a phenomenon to which Ian was already accustomed and thus paid little mind. The true concern lay with the strange shadow outside the window. A hunched, humanoid figure was intently gazing into Ian's room, specifically towards him. It appeared to be searching for something, incessantly swiveling its head. After observing for a moment, Ian finally grasped the reason. It cannot see within the room. The source of this predicament was the darkness, which was frolicking around Ian, enveloping his space in an impenetrable blackness, rendering even a foot ahead invisible. The intruder lingered at the window for quite some time before cautiously stepping into the room. As the moonlight broke free from the clutches of the clouds, Ian finally discerned the intruder's form. An audacious monkey had stealthily infiltrated his chamber. To his astonishment, a knife hung from the monkey's back. It locked its murderous gaze onto Ian and slowly drew the weapon from its sheath. Ian, being a third-tier summoner, possessed the ability to somewhat comprehend the intentions of animals. And from this monkey, he sensed a distinct aura of hostility. This creature was undoubtedly an assassin sent by someone. An assassin sent to his very room? Someone, feeling threatened by Ian's presence, had dispatched this monkey to eliminate him. As the situation crystallized, a cold sweat trickled down Ian's back. Fortuitously, the dark, mysterious presence lingered beside him. Had he simply slumbered, he might have already met his end at the hands of the assassin. The irony of a wizard falling victim to assassination was not lost on him. Thank you, dear dark entity. We do not know what it is, but it seems Ian quite enjoys it. If Ian enjoys it, then so do we. The dark mystery remained, as ever, devoid of thought. They are a group of simple souls, happily munching on sunflower seeds beside Ian. These individuals saved Ian's life. Drawing his Anorathur, Ian sternly demanded, "Who are you?" Squeak. The monkey assassin, upon hearing his voice, accurately hurled a dagger towards the sound, yet it failed to strike anything. How could Ian naively begin in such a manner? He distorted the direction of his voice using an air spell. Ian's figure was cloaked in impenetrable darkness, rendering him nearly invisible to the naked eye. Perhaps a bad assassin might have fared better. Upon hearing Ian's voice, the monkey assassin instinctively crouched down, poised to strike. Ian had no intention of approaching the assassin. After all, he was unarmored and lacked confidence in his swordsmanship. Undoubtedly, Ian knew he would be bested in a duel against the monkey. He would meet a grim fate. Rather than engage clumsily, it was wiser to maintain distance. Yet, the monkey could not approach Ian either. Thus, this peculiar standoff persisted. "Who sent you?" Although aware this was a futile inquiry, Ian still spoke up. "Squeak, squeak. You need not know, wizard. Stay here, and you shall perish within days." Ian seriously contemplated throwing an Norther, but the thought of it devolving into a farce if he missed held him back. "Squeak, squeak. Wizard, know your place. If you wish to live, cease your foolishness and depart swiftly." The monkey screeched viciously before leaping out the window. Chapter 98. The Curtain Rises. Ian immediately kicked open the door and shouted, "Guards." Thanks to the rivalry between the two baronesses, the nighttime watch was adequately maintained. Of course, they had proven ineffective during this attack. "Go report to your captain. An assassin has entered my chamber." An assassin? Indeed, someone intent on killing a wizard. At this point, Ian suddenly looked up. The adversary was one who despised wizards, and within this castle resided two sorcerers. "Kira, come with me." "Yes." Ian rushed towards Kira's room with the guard. Thanks to the shadow's mystery, Ian had preserved his life. But what of Kira? Could she, merely a mimic of magic, truly possess the ability to fend off an assassin's blade? "Kira." Ian kicked the door open and immediately locked eyes with her. Fortunately, she was still alive. However, a dagger thrown by the assassin was lodged in her right arm. Despite the injury, her first instinct was to tidy up her room. Bleeding, Kira busied herself with organizing her belongings, concerned that someone might enter and question her magical artifacts. Summon the captain of the guards, and if possible, bring Barenka as well. Indeed, after Ian dismissed the guard, he approached Kira. Observing her demeanor, he couldn't help but smirk ruefully. At such a critical juncture, Kira still resisted revealing her true identity. "Ian, what is happening?" Kira stammered, devoid of vitality in her eyes. Ian paused for a moment, contemplating. Some might chastise Kira for her foolishness, questioning whether one's identity held greater significance than life itself. Yet, Ian comprehended Kira's plight. For her, the persona of magician Kira represented her very existence. If magician Kira were to perish, the genuine Kira would also cease to exist. She was acutely aware of how both laughable and tragic her situation was. Regardless of what Ian might say, she had steeled herself for endurance. However, the words that emerged from Ian's lips were not of reproach. "Are you all right?" "Ian, I'll handle this." "Raise your arm above your heart." Ian hastily concealed Kira's belongings. As Kira observed Ian's actions, an indescribable emotion surged within her. In her life, how many had come forth to shield her from her mistakes, to protect her? Only one, that man, who resembled her father. Yet he'd been slain by robbers. Since his demise, Kira had been utterly alone. To survive, she had to feign strength, sacrificing herself for the sake of magician Kira. Thus, the experience of someone standing up for her felt both foreign and peculiar. Suddenly, tears streamed down Kira's cheeks. She could not discern whether it was the pain from the dagger's wound or the long-suppressed sorrow that had finally erupted. "Hey, are you all right?" "And no, I'm fine." Ian, while concealing the bloodied tools, applied pressure to staunch the bleeding from Kira's arm. Gradually, a sense of anger, or perhaps a deeper emotion, welled within him. Witnessing the assassin firsthand had rendered his mood far worse than he had anticipated. "Someone wishes to take my life. Which scoundrel is it?" Ian, Barenka, clad in simple attire, hurriedly appeared. Although anticipated, Barenka remained unscathed. Only the magicians had faced the attack. Ian instinctively clenched his teeth, initially intending to depart. He was now provoked in such a manner. His plans to bid a clean farewell to the territory of Devoris had been irrevocably altered. It seems someone found my presence in the territory to be irksome. Regardless of who it was, I shall not depart until the individual who dispatched the assassin is apprehended. "Barenka, it appears we must linger here for a while longer," Ian stated darkly, to which Barenka silently nodded. "Just as I desire." The news of the magicians encountering an assassin plunged Devoris Castle into utter chaos. Of course, it was merely chaos. I have already heard the news, and it is indeed alarming. Alas, how is your health? The two ladies expressed their sorrow over last night's tragedy and vowed to spare no effort in preventing similar incidents from occurring again, while also ensuring the culprit is brought to justice. It must surely be Catherine's doing. Accountability must be pursued immediately. Serena has been driven to the brink, and she has now completely lost her sanity. The two ladies seem more interested in using Ian's assassination as a political leverage than in uncovering the true perpetrator. Ian regarded the two ladies with a cold gaze, pondering to himself, can one truly expect effective collaboration from such individuals? I fear it may prove difficult. Although they have turned the castle upside down, the murderer remains at large, only exacerbating mutual accusations among them. Worse still, the two ladies began to exert pressure on Ian, hinting that he must choose a side. Should he declare his allegiance, they would readily support him. This was a dire predicament for Ian. All signs indicate that one of the two ladies must be the mastermind behind this. If he were to inadvertently align himself with the lady who sent the assassin, he would truly become her puppet, subject to her whims. A palpable tension permeated the castle. No one possessed any leads regarding the monkey-shaped assassin who attacked Ian. The clergy claimed it was the work of demons, while others suspected it to be a sorcerer's conspiracy. Despite heightened vigilance, a cloud of gloom hung over the people's faces. Pessimists even began to weep, as the divorcee territory seemed to be beset by omens of doom. Amidst the chaos, Ian calmly organized his thoughts. The enemy was likely a summoner. This was a crucial deduction he made from the monkey-shaped assassin's utterance of the term master. Furthermore, the assassin was proficient in conversing in Marlenian. If the assassin had undergone training as a summoner, it would not be difficult to comprehend his ability to exhibit human-like behavior. The question remained, where was that summoner hiding? Damnable sorcerer. Ian once again felt the exasperation that sorcerers evoked, lurking insidiously in the shadows, devising schemes that left their adversaries utterly fatigued. The enemy concealed while he remained in the light, complicating matters. Although he found the situation daunting, Ian had no thoughts of surrender, his mind fixated on a singular goal. He must personally ascertain the identity of the mastermind behind the assassin's dispatch. Then, he would eliminate him. Chapter 99. Testing Lady Selena. The hidden identity of the sorcerer is difficult to unveil, for most sorcerers are versatile beings. Take Ian, for instance. He is adept in various arts, and other sorcerers typically conceal one or two of their secret skills. Most sorcerers do not hide their identities, as doing so offers no benefits. Upon revealing his identity as a wizard, one often finds oneself bestowed with various privileges. Conversely, masquerading as an ordinary individual leaves one vulnerable, especially in the event of a conflict where even a reckless assailant's blade could prove fatal. After all, a wizard is still human, and a wound could lead to a swift demise. Yet, Ian now confronts a concealed wizard, one he suspects is under the protection of a certain noble within the castle. First and foremost, he must bolster his defenses. As he commands birds to establish a surveillance network, he concurrently negotiates with the nobles to heighten vigilance. Given the assassin's threat is intrinsically linked to the safety of the entire castle, the noble women readily cooperate. Before this matter concludes, let us all three share a sleeping arrangement. Barenka willingly takes on the role of protector, albeit in a rather close manner. Ian had thought relocating to a windowless chamber would suffice, but Barenka insists on bringing Kira along, deciding the three should slumber together. Ian feels a twinge of embarrassment. Is it truly appropriate for a man and woman to share the same bed? Surely, we could find a larger room. Barenka tilts her head. What do you mean by man and woman? It's clear that you're merely rambling. You often speak nonsensically. No, I mean, are you genuinely comfortable sleeping alongside man? At this moment, Barenka finally comprehends Ian's words, her ears reddening slightly as she impatiently replies, Enough. Let's not dwell on trivial matters. I am here to protect you. Ah, indeed, if the girl is unconcerned, why should he be so finicky? Thus, Ian humbly apologizes. My apologies. Despite the cumbersome process, the precautions yield significant results. Henceforth, no further assassination attempts occur. On the contrary, as Ian actively seeks the perpetrator, he senses the adversary's retreat. The enemy, evidently wary, spurs Ian to delve deeper into his investigation. Assassins, monsters on the plains, and the Baron's ailment. He perceives the connections among these seemingly disparate events. The assassins are trained monkeys, while the foes attacking the castle's perimeter lead wolf packs as werewolves. The true puppet master is a summoner. The wizard who assaulted Ian made a grave error by failing to ascertain Ian's summoning abilities. The enemy may have presumed Ian to be merely a shadow mage, which, while true, is but a fraction of his capabilities. What they remain oblivious to is that Ian, aside from his shadow magic, is well versed in a myriad of spells, with summoning being his forte, given his extensive training in the system. Ian possesses a wealth of knowledge in summoning spells, which he employs to track the summoner's trail. He resolves to pursue the clues he has gathered to their conclusion, with the crux of the matter lying with the Baron's 2 wives. He will commence his inquiries with them. A few days later, Ian conveyed a message to 2 ladies, instructing them to visit the Baron's chamber in the dead of night. The first to arrive was Lady Selena. As she opened the door, a raven cawed to greet her, startling her momentarily. She glanced around, but found nothing out of the ordinary aside from the raven. However, moments later, Lady Selena was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a dark-haired youth, Ian Aeldis Raven, who had seemingly materialized before her. "What is this?" Lady Selena was genuinely astonished to see Ian. Was someone here just now? Unbeknownst to her, Ian had concealed himself using shadow magic. "It's nothing, merely a simple test," he remarked. "A test?" Ian shrugged and explained. "I had Oberon utter a phrase. If you were a sorceress, you would have reacted. Yet it appears you did not comprehend Oberon's words." "What did he say? Was it insulting?" Lady Selena raised an eyebrow, for even through the words spoken by the raven, any form of insult would suffice to evoke displeasure. Ian responded nonchalantly. Oberon asked, "Are you ready to die?" "What?" "Please look behind you." Following his command, Selena turned, instantly freezing in her tracks. Behind her, a black-clad knight was slowly emerging from the wardrobe. Barenka held a crossbow, poised to strike. Trembling, Lady Selena stammered, Are you going to kill me?" Ian chuckled helplessly. "Why would I wish to kill you? This is merely a precaution. If you were a sorceress, she would shoot as you prepare to cast a spell." It was only later that Selena grasped Ian's strategy. First, he had Oberon utter a chilling phrase, and the moment she comprehended it and turned around, the concealed Barenka would unleash her crossbow. It was a trap sufficient to ensnare any summoner. Yet, despite understanding the situation, Lady Selena remained furious. Chapter 100. The gradually unveiling truth. This is utterly unbelievable. How could you orchestrate such an affair within the Baron's bedroom? It was you who granted me access. I intended for you to heal the Baron, not to lay traps. Indeed, I initially aimed to simply cure the Baron, but without setting a trap, rescuing him would be impossible. What do you mean? If I were to say that the one who harmed the Baron is the same individual who attacked me, would you believe it? Ian calmly elucidated. Through various clues, I deduced that the summoner might be the true culprit behind the Baron's downfall. Of course, this remains a hypothesis that requires verification, and the means of verification involves your participation, my lady. Lady Selena clenched her fists, glaring at Ian. I have previously stated that I have no reason to harm the Baron. I am his first wife. Moreover, my son will inherit the title in the future. I comprehend your sentiments, and I have been pondering the matter as well. My dear lady, you possess no justification to take action against the Baron. However, what lies beneath this surface? It is beyond my capability to grasp the entirety of worldly affairs. Thus I surmise that you may harbor some concealed truths. For instance, the reality that dwells behind your still resplendent exterior. Are you now attempting to flatter me? No, it is not flattery. You truly embody the essence of youth. Lady Selena, momentarily forgetting the earlier threat to her life, could not suppress a laugh. It is reminiscent of a decade ago when the terms handsome and beautiful were not yet commonplace. Back then, such appellations were genuine compliments rather than mere replacements for gender terms. Therefore, in this medieval context, even the simplest of compliments brings Lady Selena immense joy. This spectacle leaves Barenka in astonishment. Ian, why utter such ambiguous remarks? Are you here to incite an affair, even before the slumbering Baron? No. Barenka, what thoughts are you entertaining? Should the sleeping Baron overhear your words, he would likely spring to attention. Ian shook his head and continued his inquiry with Lady Selena. Pray be forthright. My lady, how is it that you appear so youthful? I cannot say. Is it not magic? Have you conspired with sorcerers? Even if you are not a sorceress yourself, it is plausible that one lurks behind you. That is not the case. My beauty is purely innate. What am I to do about it? Do not deceive me. If it is not magic, then how can one of your age possess such beauty? Lady Selena's cheeks flushed, and in that moment, she seemed to embody the vibrancy of a woman just past 20. Please, cease your jesting. Am I jesting at this moment? This is a serious interrogation. Confess. What is the secret of your beauty? How do you maintain the visage of a 20-year-old? While there is indeed a need for verification, why does it appear as though we are flirting? Barenka watched Ian employ a plethora of peculiar phrases to tease the Baroness, shaking her head in disbelief. One can only hope the Baron awakens from his slumber. Following the interrogation, Ian concluded that Lady Selena was innocent. In truth, he had not harbored strong suspicions from the outset. Rather, it was the fantastical nature of this realm that instinctively led him to doubt her. The constructs of this world do not permit rational deductions to prevail, as it is a realm steeped in magic. Therefore, the emergence of any magical elements is hardly surprising, which led Ian to speculate that Lady Selena might possess hidden secrets. However, the findings revealed her to be blameless. During the Baron's illness, Lady Selena valiantly vanquished monsters to preserve order within the castle. As she rightly asserts, she bore no motive to harm the Baron. Ultimately, the only enigma regarding her beauty was attributed solely to her natural allure. Lady Selena was not the true culprit behind the employment of sorcerers. She vowed that should the need arise to save the Baron, she would dedicate herself wholeheartedly to the task. Thus, only one suspect remains, Lady Catherine. In retrospect, Lady Selena had pointed out Lady Catherine's suspicious nature from the very beginning. The transformation of a shepherdess into a baroness overnight is indeed perplexing. Was it truly the enchantment of Lady Catherine, or merely a fortuitous coincidence? My Lord Wizard, do you summon me? In the dimly lit chamber, Ian opened his eyes. Lady Catherine had also approached the Baron's quarters alone. After all, this was the most secure area of the castle, warranting no excessive caution. Ian treated Lady Catherine as he did Lady Selena, testing her magical prowess. The results indicated that Lady Catherine was equally incapable of comprehending the words of Oberon. In other words, Lady Catherine was not a sorceress herself. Then, my Lord Wizard, this raven is my companion, named Oberon. I am Oberon, milady. Lady Catherine was taken aback upon hearing the raven speak. While itinerant performers may excel at making birds talk, the revelation from a wizard bore profound implications. Am I Lord Wizard? Can you command animals? Rather than command, it is more akin to dialogue, for I possess the art of summoning. Ian gently stroked Oberon, who emitted a cooing sound, akin to a chick. As Ian focused on caressing Oberon, he failed to notice Lady Catherine's pupils quivering. What? You are a summoner? Then, esteemed summoner. Besides this raven, are there any other summoned beings in this room? Ian ceased his gentle strokes. What did you say? In an instant, Catherine stepped closer to Ian. Barenka had fully drawn her crossbow, but Ian raised his hand to halt her. Unbeknownst to the hidden Barenka, Ian clearly perceived the flickering expression of unease and anguish in Catherine's eyes. No, there are a few insects hiding, but Oberon has dealt with them all. As soon as Ian's words fell, Catherine's shoulders trembled slightly, and she whispered, besides this raven, there are summoned beings in this room, my Lord Wizard. Where? Ian inquired. With trepidation, Catherine responded, within me and within the Baron's belly. There is one each. There is no time. I beseech you to save us, my Lord Wizard. Ian understood. Catherine was not an accomplice of the wizard. She was a victim under the wizard's control. Chapter 101. Catherine's Perspective. Catherine had once been a shepherdess. Born into a humble farming family, she was compelled to leave home and seek a livelihood among the wealthy after her family's food supplies dwindled. The affluent entrusted Catherine to a shepherd as an apprentice, and after cultivating her into a new generation of shepherds, the shepherd handed over the affluent's flock for her care. In that era, being a shepherd was an exceedingly arduous profession. Although the work itself was not intricate, merely leading the flock to graze on the meadows and relocating them once the grass was depleted, everything else was extraordinarily challenging. She lived alone on the vast prairies, devoid of companionship, with only the sheep and her dog by her side. Packs of wolves perpetually posed a threat, and should she encounter bandits, her very life could be at risk. A moment's carelessness could result in injury to the flock, and all losses would be borne by Catherine. People whispered and gossiped about her, branding her as a dirty and suspicious woman, for her work lay far from the crowd, and none knew what she truly did. For Catherine, the future was a nebulous concept. The prospect of a legitimate marriage was fraught with uncertainty. Merely avoiding abduction by thieves to become their plaything was a stroke of fortune. She longed for a better life. The shepherdess's only companions were a flock in the starry sky. She gazed up at the twinkling stars, silently wishing, "Please let me marry a wealthy man and live a life of abundance. Let me no longer suffer and lead a good life." It was a wish nearly impossible to fulfill. If it were to come true, it would undoubtedly be a miracle. Yet, perhaps her earnestness touched the heavens. One day, a miracle descended upon Catherine. "I sympathize with your plight and wish to grant you an opportunity." "Who are you?" "I am a magician." The magician handed her a mysterious pill. "In a few days, Baron Divorcey will pass through this area. If you give him this pill, you shall become his wife." "Really?" A myriad of questions surged through Catherine's mind. Who was this magician? What was this potion? Why must she entice the Baron? However, the magician offered no explanations, believing them unnecessary. "If you wish to decline, you may. Refusing means this is not your destiny." "Destiny?" "You have two fates. One is to become the Baron's wife. The other to be abducted by thieves and forced to bear unwanted children." Catherine understood well. The magician's assertion of being captured by bandits was undoubtedly true. At that moment, this was her sole opportunity. "I am willing. I will do it. Please allow me to try." The magician smiled and placed the pill in Catherine's hand. "Go forth. Seize your destiny." Days later, Baron Divorcey indeed passed before Catherine. He even requested water from her. The opportunity had arrived. Destiny. Following the magician's guidance, Catherine embraced her new fate. She became the Baron's wife and bore a son, raising him to adulthood. The tragic past was buried in darkness, while the future gleamed with brilliance. Everything seemed flawless until the magician reappeared. "Long time no see, Catherine. It's you. Since you have chosen the fate of becoming a baroness, our destinies are intertwined." The wizard's eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance. At the very moment of her return, Catherine became his slave. She had long awaited an opportunity. Ian, while soothing Catherine, pondered deeply. Catherine was not the wizard's employer, but rather a subject of his enslavement. Previously, she had followed the wizard's counsel and drugged the Baron. Consequently, the Baron married her, and she embraced the life of a baroness. Catherine had always believed that she received the benevolent assistance of a passing wizard. However, upon hearing this tale, Ian immediately recalled a certain school of magic, the time-space sorcerers. These masters of the mysteries of time and space possess the ability to foresee the future. They dwell in reality, striving to shape the future into their desired form through clandestine means. Catherine perceived her encounter with that wizard as a mere coincidence. Yet to Ian, that individual was a time-space sorcerer. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated, deliberately placing Catherine in the position of baroness while afflicting the Baron with illness. Although this series of actions may seem perplexing at first glance, only the time-space sorcerers know what truly lies within the threads of fate. "I had once believed that the wizard acted out of compassion. But did you not hesitate in administering the poison to the Baron?" Catherine choked on her words. "I know it was a sin deserving of divine retribution. However, let us remain calm. The past cannot be undone." The wizard approached Catherine once more, threatening her and demanding her cooperation. Fearing the exposure of her past misdeeds, Catherine had no choice but to obey the wizard. Furthermore, the wizard whispered promises of making Catherine's son the heir to the barony. Once the Baron passes away, by framing Lady Selena as a witch, the title would naturally fall into her son's hands. But why does the wizard wish for the lady's son to become the lord? Could this be yet another intricate scheme by the time-space sorcerers? Catherine hesitated for a moment before finally uttering, "That woman proposed to marry my son." Chapter 102, La Label. Ian struggled to calm the tumult within him, taking slow, deep breaths to avoid suffocating from anger. Years ago, the young Catherine was thrust into the role of baroness. And now, over a decade later, the outcome is a proposal of marriage to Catherine's son? Is this truly a plan conceived by humanity? Judging by the results, the scheme of this time-space sorcerer is as follows. By manipulating Catherine, eliminate Lady Selena and Baron Divorcey, and then marry Catherine's son, thus becoming the next baroness. At this moment, Ian was convinced of one thing. The time-space sorcerers are all utterly deranged. How could it be that Catherine's son was chosen? He is nothing but an arrogant, hot-tempered individual, easily manipulated. Why would one even consider him as a husband? Just then, a commotion erupted outside. "Step aside. Remain calm." The Mage Ian is currently attending to Lord Baron. Silence. What on earth is this so-called treatment you are conducting, calling my mother in secrecy? What do you mean by that? Mage Ian is a trustworthy individual. Huh. He cannot even cure my father's illness, yet dares to speak so boldly here. If you do not step aside, I shall force my way in. That fellow is truly unbelievable. Ian recognized the voice's owner. It was indeed Catherine's son. You cannot enter. A dispute was unfolding outside, as Catherine's son attempted to barge into the Baron's chamber, while the clergy desperately tried to prevent him. With no other choice, Ian had to prepare for the arrival of this uninvited guest. Yet, the adversary acted more swiftly. Cough, my lady. Ugh. Lady Catherine clutched her chest and slowly collapsed. Her complexion was flushed, and her breathing was rapid. The lady's condition was evidently dire. Damn it, Ian shouted with conviction. Stop. It bore no effect. Was it a matter of insufficient summoning skill? At that moment, a status window popped up appropriately. Insignificant creatures devoid of wisdom can only be controlled through special techniques. Ian, who favored commanding flocks of birds, had not considered the issue of insect summons in detail, yet the primitive intellect of such creatures rendered communication erroneous stung impossible. Without the ability to communicate, control was equally unattainable. The only recourse was to confront the summoner directly. Suddenly, the door swung open, and all eyes turned towards Ian. How could this be? The Baroness lay before him. Standing with a crossbow was Barenka. The scene before them was all too clear. Panic and fury filled the gazes directed at Ian. What is happening? Ian focused intently, scrutinizing Catherine's son's eyes. His pupils were dilated with fear, while expressions and actions could be masked by performance. The size of one's pupils was notoriously difficult to control, even for a master of disguise like Kira. Indeed, Catherine's son was in a state of utter panic. In other words, he was completely unaware of the current predicament. Barenka, Ian. Ian and Barenka called out each other's names in unison. As if they had a pre-established understanding, they acted simultaneously at the perfect moment. Barenka discarded the crossbow and drew his sword. In an instant, a gap appeared between Catherine's son and his guards. Ian unsheathed the magical sword and knurled her, pointing it directly at Catherine's son. In the blink of an eye, the situation was brought under control. Everyone retreat. Lord Barenka, what is the meaning of this? Barenka proclaimed with unwavering confidence, I am proving my innocence. The crowd turned their accusatory gazes towards Ian. Mage Ian, are you aware of your actions? Of course. I am saving the Baron, he replied. What are you saying? I have received news that Lady Catherine's son is in collusion with the mage, Ian coldly stated. After a thorough interrogation, we shall uncover the assassin of the Baron. As soon as Ian finished speaking, the attendants erupted in furious shouts. Ian fully grasped their sentiments. To inflict punishment upon a noble for the potential capture of an uncertain mage was utterly lawless. Yet, to release Catherine's son could mean losing the chance to find the mage forever. Ultimately, he must lure the enemy into the open. Ian resolved to entrust the subsequent matters to Lady Serena, while he took it upon himself to draw the mage out. The mage had invested a vast amount of resources into Dervashi Castle and would not relinquish Catherine's son easily. Barenka, I need your assistance. Barenka responded with his characteristic calm smile. A momentous event long overdue. I shall certainly exert my utmost efforts. Ian and Barenka took Catherine's son hostage and moved towards the castle's exit. This bold provocation was sufficient to draw the mage out. While he anticipated obstacles in his fate, he could not deny the madness of the situation. As the mage appeared, the atmosphere turned exceedingly tense. It is you? You unleashed the monkeys in my chamber? The white-haired mage looked at Ian and replied with a smile. Indeed, I am Lalabelle, the mage who explores the mysteries of time. Behind the mage, shadows began to materialize. It was Lalabelle's summoned creature, the dire wolf. Our fates are now intertwined. Thus, one shall live, and the other shall die. Lalabelle's will surged like a tempest. Sensing that formidable intent, Ian smiled. His opponent was an exceptional summoner. However, Ian too was a summoner not to be underestimated. Chapter 103. Consumed by flames. Mage Ian, it is truly regrettable that you did not heed my warning. Why dispatch the summoned beast to you that night? It was the final fork in our destinies, the last opportunity to avoid conflict. Since the moment he narrowly escaped assassination, Ian had never contemplated retreat. He was resolute in his determination to eradicate the assassin by any means necessary. And now, he was but a step away from achieving that goal. Lalabelle mocked Ian, saying, I have lifted the veil of the future and glimpsed your fate. Mage Ian, your death is a foregone conclusion. Is that so? Ian chuckled lightly. Then let me test whether the fate you speak of can manifest upon me. Whatever you proclaim, your death shall not be altered. As Lalabelle projected her will, the great wolves leapt in unison. Tear him apart. The formidable will of the summoner resonated with the summoned beasts. The colossal wolves, compelled by Lalabelle's intent, charged toward Ian. Focusing intently, Ian communicated with the system, allocating all remaining points to his summoning skill. With unwavering determination, he commanded, halt. With the enhancement, his summoning level surged to 4, and a resounding roar echoed as the colossal wolves, in disarray, ceased their advance. Ian's willpower effectively countered Lalabelle's influence. Fuming, Lalabelle shouted again, what are you doing? Do not fear. Rush forth and tear him apart. The colossal wolves emitted low growls. Lalabelle's spirit momentarily bolstered their courage. How dare you bare your fangs at one who has forged an alliance with the Lord of the Mountains? Ian bellowed once more, causing the wolves to waver in their resolve. Lalabelle was both astonished and incredulous at Ian's prowess. What vision had he projected? The colossal wolves, powerful carnivores in their own right, were further augmented by the summoner's enhancements, creating a terrifying force. Typically, these wolves would not retreat from mere bloodlust. They thrived in packs, knowing that collective action could vanquish any foe. Yet, at this moment, they were paralyzed by fear instilled by Ian's overwhelming presence. The essence of his projected will was astonishingly potent. Lalabelle could not fathom the nature of the vision Ian had imparted to the wolves. It was no wonder, for Ian's projection was that of a massive earth dragon. In nature, animals are often gauged by the size of their physique. The earth dragon dwarfed the colossal wolves by several magnitudes. Attack. Withdraw. Hurry, attack. Those who wish to die, come forth. Lalabelle and Ian locked eyes, fervently projecting their wills at one another. The unfortunate colossal wolves found themselves ensnared between the two summoners, unable to advance or retreat. Furious, Lalabelle revealed her next card. Damn it, Lewis, Zulutan, come forth and deal with him. Two figures emerged from the shadows, one a werewolf and the other a monkey. Squeak, squeak, I warned you then. You're doomed. The monkey charged excitedly at Ian, skillfully disregarding the woman in front of him, intent on claiming Ian's head. The monkey was confident in his strategy until he was intercepted by Barenka's blade. Seeing the monkey attempt to bypass her, Barenka ruthlessly swung her sword, cleaving the monkey into pieces. The creature, sliced from head to toe, lay bloodied and twitching, its shattered form a testament to Barenka's prowess. She nonchalantly waved her sword, remaining steadfast before Ian. Unlike the monkey, the werewolf approached with caution, carefully gauging the distance as it slowly advanced. After all, it is only natural for it to make such a judgment, having witnessed the monkey being cleaved apart like a puppet with frayed strings. Your prowess is truly remarkable. My lady, thank you for the compliment, little wolf cub. The werewolf is far more formidable than any monkey. He deftly evaded the long sword, seeking an opportunity to bring down Barenka. Barenka, unwilling to engage the werewolf in a contest of brute strength, opted instead to maintain distance, utilizing his blade to restrain an attempt to exhaust the werewolf's stamina. The outcome remained uncertain, the situation tense. For Ian, this was an opportune moment. Seize the chance with Lalabelle. At this instant, there were no barriers between Ian and Lalabelle. Ian drew an alisher, aiming it directly at Lalabelle. Should he unleash the power of the sun here, he could seamlessly meld the flame technique with it. The situation was exceedingly favorable for Ian. However, indeed, the journey to the ultimate timeline was fraught with difficulty. Lalabelle remained unflustered. Magician Ian, you intend to suppress me with the power of that magical sword, do you not? How did you know? I have long been aware of everything. You shall not be assassinated, nor shall you fall to Zerutin or Lewis. Since you are already aware, do you have a countermeasure? Indeed, Ian believed Lalabelle was merely posturing. Yet this time, Ian was mistaken. Lalabelle had foreseen her own defeat and had prepared a final trump card for it. When all possibilities were twisted and the future altered to its ultimate timeline, that would be the lethal means to vanquish Ian. Lalabelle retrieved an object from her bosom, one Ian recognized all too well. It was a magical scroll. Initially intending to preserve this precious item, it appeared that she had no choice but to employ it. Before Ian could react, Lalabelle tore open the scroll, releasing the magic it contained. Flames ravaged around Lalabelle. As I foresee, Ian, you shall be consumed by the flames. The scroll was undoubtedly crafted by an ancient grand sorcerer, harboring extraordinarily potent magic. The searing waves of fire rose like serpents. The situation was instantly reversed. Faced with this overwhelming spectacle, Ian fixated intently on the rapidly igniting flames. Lalabelle mockingly addressed Ian. In my eyes, I see only your demise. The colossal wave of fire surged toward Ian. The suffocating flames captivated the attention of all present on the battlefield. Ian, Belenka attempted to rush forward, but the werewolf Lewis seized the opportunity, nearly severing Belenka's left arm. Do not mind me. Focus on your own battle. Ian raised his staff, the flames igniting the air, causing ripples that tousled his hair. Elidas's teachings echoed in Ian's mind. Listen to the voice of the flames, Ian. The scorching air seemed poised to singe his face. The pristine white flames nearly sear the eyes. The enigma of fire lies in its relentless consumption of all that exists. Destruction is its very essence. It exists solely to incinerate, reducing all to ashes, ultimately reverting to the void. To dance with the mystery of fire, one must possess the audacity and madness to embrace the transformation into ashes. Ian had to concede. He was not a master of pyromancy. The oncoming wave of heat inflicted excruciating pain upon him, as if his entire being were on the verge of bursting from the searing intensity, scorching every nerve in his body. The edges of Ian's garments ignited fiercely. Focus. If he could not encounter the secrets of the flames, he would be consumed in this moment. The ominous prophecy of that cursed-time mage was about to come to fruition. Gritting his teeth, Ian concentrated fiercely, dissecting the mystery of the flames before him. Just as the fire threatened to singe his hair, a heavy yet gentle force nudged Ian's body aside. This sudden turn of events left him utterly bewildered. In his line of sight, engulfed in flames, stood Kira. She had pushed Ian aside, confronting the onslaught of fire. Ian stared in stunned silence at the unfolding scene. Kira's form was being devoured by the flames, engulfed in a fierce blaze. Chapter 104. The Time Mage, Gerald. The mysterious shield of flames that had cloaked her dissipated. Her long-standing abuse of the fire's mystery had led to an unforgivable transgression, now abandoned by the enigma. She had no words left. As the flames consumed her garments, Kira seemed to exhale in relief, smiling. At last, has the reckoning arrived? Though you have forbidden me from calling you so, Levinta, my father, I beseech you to allow me this name. Since that cold, rainy night when I encountered the artist, I have acquired my full name. Kira has transformed into Kira Levinta. This was not the name of a great sorcerer, but rather the name of that pagan, that wandering artist, who perished while protecting Kira from the clutches of thieves, surrounded by the roaring inferno. Kira felt the air grow increasingly thin as she quietly closed her eyes. All-knowing heavens, did my father find solace in a better realm? No, he harbored no faith in the divine. Perhaps he resides in hell. Then I shall join him there. It is far too lonely for a father in hell. I have spent my life weaving lies, so it is only fitting that I am dispatched to hell, is it not? Her existence was saturated with falsehoods. Yet, at the end of life, she succumbed to the flames conjured by magic. In this light, death seemed rather authentic, did it not? Survive, Ian, you must not perish here. Kira summoned her last reserves of strength to implore the heavens. Regardless, in the final moments of life, I am grateful for having encountered someone like Ian. Without Lord Ian, I suppose that I shall lose my life during one of those moments when I pretended to be a wizard. The flames blaze fiercely. Since ancient times, fire has been a means of offering sacrifices to the divine. Ian's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks. The diminutive figure etched itself into Ian's vision, prompting him to roar in fury before resolutely charging into the inferno. To save Kira, one must embrace death to be reborn. Kira, awaken. Kira, open her eyes. There stood a figure enveloped in flames. It is not yet over. This is merely the beginning. Focus your mind. Listen to the voice of the flames. Ian, Kira, do not give up. Are you not a wizard? Kira Levinta. Ian bellowed. Simultaneously, Kira's heart raced violently. Unbeknownst to her, she tightly grasped Ian's hand. The embers that have yet to extinguish. Kira heard a deafening voice. It was the mystery of the flames. The mystery of fire roared with a voice immense enough to consume the world. Who wishes to burn with me? A thunderous roar, akin to the tearing of eardrums, resonated all around. Perhaps it was due to being at the epicenter of the fiery tide that the aura of that enigmatic presence was overwhelming. An overwhelming will that transcended human comprehension struck Ian's mind, nearly shattering him. Damn it! Ian's body felt as though it swelled from the contact with this colossal will. His boiling blood surged throughout him, ultimately erupting from his nostrils. While he bled, he fixed his gaze intently upon the mystery of the flames. Merely conversing with it had brought Ian's spirit to the brink of collapse. No, he could not falter. If he lost consciousness here, the body of the wizard, devoid of will, would be instantly consumed by the raging fire. The mysterious presence of the flames ceased its burning momentarily to converse with Ian. We are out of time. Hurry. It is not burning enough. Heed my command. Fire. Burn. Bring forth all that can burn. No, bring it all. Once again, this incomprehensible mystery, just like the scroll given by Baron Cady, Ian continued to convey his will to the mysterious presence of the flames, yet it did not respond. Fixated solely on burning. Fortunately, due to Ian's resolute will, the flames enveloping him and Kira had extinguished, yet the surrounding fire showed no signs of abating or diminishing. The heat still searing Ian's cheeks. Master, how did you forge a friendship with fire? The mystery of the flames thrives on burning. Burning? Indeed. The presence of fire is remarkably approachable. One need only remain by its side until the flames extinguish. From ignition to extinguishment, that is the span of its life. Is it not? If you can accompany it until the very moment it extinguishes, then you shall fathom the enigma of the flame. I have come to understand that this is how one becomes a lifelong companion. Is it not? Indeed, as long as you stand by, allowing it to burn, you can forge a friendship with the mysterious essence of fire. However, the crux lies in the fact that without adequate aptitude, the flame may reduce the mage to ashes before a bond can be established, as my master has articulated. Fire mages often willingly leap into the inferno to elevate their mastery, awaiting the moment the flames subside to cultivate a friendship with fire. If they successfully endure the trial, they can harness more formidable fire magic. Yet, a miscalculation igniting an overly fierce blaze could lead to their consumption by the flames. Thus, the ultimate fate of all fire mages is to become one with the fire, converse with the flames, conveying your essence and will to them. Should the connection falter, you will be reduced to cinders. Ian, with unwavering resolve, persistently transmitted his thoughts to the flames. Kira, awaken. Kira. Ian forcefully grasped the faltering Kira, rousing her from her stupor. Ian, it is not over yet. This is merely the beginning. Focus and listen to the voice of the flames. Ian proclaimed loudly. Aren't you a mage? Kira levince. Whether she was a charlatan or a fraud mattered not at this moment. The truth remained that Kira possessed the innate ability to manipulate fire, and it was a fact that she had captivated the attention of the flames' mystery. Ian needed Kira's presence to confront the flames alongside him. Splendid. Unburned kindling. Who among you wishes to ignite with me first? Kira, I shall impart to you the incantation of fire magic. Recite it after me, and maintain the belief in burning alongside the flames to the void. Yes. The instant Kira uttered the words in Melonius, Ian felt the weight of the flame's gaze diminish. Ha ha ha. Behold, my dear kindling. This is the true visage of a world. A colossal vortex of flames roared. With Ian's formidable will and Kira's innate resonance with the fire, they persevered against the flame's mystery. The fire demonstrated continual interest in the two mages, ensuring they were not consumed. It was a rare find to have a companion to play with fire. Losing such a connection would be lamentable. Remarkably, amidst this chaos, Ian felt his comprehension of fire surge exponentially. Level up. Skill. Fire Magic Level 3. You are a remarkably accomplished fire mage. Lalabelle, observing Ian engulfed by flames, erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. Yes. Burn. Leave not a single bone fragment behind. She unleashed an ancient fire scroll meticulously crafted by the mages of the Golden Empire. Lalabelle was aware of Ian's prowess as a mage. Yet, was he not a shadow mage? What purpose does that dreary darkness serve? Amid the morbid laughter of Lalabelle, Barunca lowered her long sword, supporting her weary body. Just moments ago, when the fiery vortex surged toward Ian, her heart was consumed by despair. Yet, at the instant Kyra collided with Ian, a flicker of relief coursed through her. Unlike Kyra, she did not wish for Ian's demise. However, she was unprepared for Ian's reckless plunge into the flames, having escaped danger. Perhaps it was this very quality of his that compelled her to follow him. Will you surrender, knight? Barunca's long sword quietly fell to the ground. Do not mourn too deeply, Sir Ian. The wizard Ian is not yet dead. At Barunca's side, someone brushed past her, a man she had never seen before. Who are you? She inquired. The man offered no reply, striding directly toward Lalabelle. It's you, he exclaimed as he removed his hood. Long time no see, Lalabelle. Gerard, the time sorcerer. Lalabelle and Gerard were old acquaintances, having crossed paths at the time sorcerer's council. How could you? You should not be here. Lalabelle gasped. Gerard replied coldly. I have come by altering the future. What? She questioned, bewildered. I chose the world line where I would meet you, altering the flow of time to arrive here. Lalabelle, a time sorceress herself, possessed the ability to foresee and select futures. Yet, predicting the future was not solely her domain. Gerard, too, was a time sorcerer, and his prowess surpassed hers. How could this be? Such a possibility should not exist. Lalabelle protested. Gerard gazed at her with a calm intensity. Did you truly believe the scales of time would forever tilt in your favor? Chapter 105. Scroll of spatial movement. Magic. Lalabelle's body trembled slightly. No, this cannot be. Such a future cannot exist. She longed to deny the reality before her. The appearance of time sorcerer Gerard was all too telling. Her every plan had been laid bare, and soon, all she had painstakingly constructed would dissolve into nothingness. See for yourself, Gerard said coldly. Lalabelle forced her rigid body to turn and gaze upon the tempest of flames. The once soaring column of fire had inexplicably diminished to a mere 2 meters in height. Within the blaze, she discerned 2 figures, the wizard Ian and his red-haired companion. This cannot be. It is impossible. Gerard's prophecy had come to fruition. Ian was still alive, traversing through the searing flames, enveloped in a radiant crimson glow of fire magic. He stepped through the ashes, igniting sparks beneath his feet. The wizard Ian was approaching, graceful and resolute. Magnificent. Gerard gazed at Ian, softly murmuring to himself. Is this not akin to the phoenix, reborn from the fierce flames, soaring high? Silence. Gerard harbored no malice. He merely sought to express his perception of Ian's image. However, to Lalabelle, it was evident that Gerard was mocking her, for at this moment, she found herself utterly helpless. All her last resorts had been thwarted. Lalabelle had been completely defeated. Tell me one thing, Gerard, how did you bring him back to life? How did he withstand my firestorm scroll? Gerard replied coldly. Do you truly believe it was I who saved the Mage, Ian? What are you saying? You still fail to comprehend the methods of a time sorcerer. If Gerard had chosen to rescue Ian, he would have sought an alternate timeline where the firestorm scroll had not been utilized. For time sorcerers alter the future, rather than meddle with the realities that have already transpired. Yet the firestorm did indeed occur, and Ian was caught in that dreadful blaze. This implies that Gerard had long known that Ian would emerge unscathed from the firestorm. How is that possible? Lalabelle stared wide-eyed, incredulous as she beheld Ian approaching. If this were true, it was utterly astonishing. This would mean that Ian, relying solely on his own magical prowess, had survived the firestorm without any external assistance. In the future I envisioned, Ian was always consumed by flames. But Gerard, how did you foresee that he would not perish? You did not perceive Ian's essence. But I did, that is all. The essence of that mage. Gerard nodded slowly. Lalabelle, in this vast world, the perspective of a mage is exceedingly limited and trivial. To catch a fleeting glimpse of a future and to hold it as truth is a quintessential error. Broaden your vision and expand your thoughts. Always remember, the information gleaned through the eyes is merely incomplete fragments. So what exactly is Ian's essence? Lalabelle swallowed the words that almost escaped her lips. Her curiosity was piqued. Yet to inquire would reveal her concern, thus bruising her pride. Gerard ceased his idle chatter and fixed his gaze ahead. There, a young man with ebony hair was approaching them at a measured pace. As Ian walked towards Lalabelle, he belatedly noticed Gerard. May I ask who you are? Gerard replied with an impassive expression. Do not be anxious. I am Gerard, here merely to offer you some advice. Ian, disciple of Elidus. At that moment, Kira suddenly shouted, "Ah, you are from that time. It is a pleasure to meet you again, fire sorceress Kira." Gerard waved his hand. "Was the advice I gave you then of any use?" Kira bit her lip, glaring at Gerard. "Advice? Well, yes, I have had a fleeting acquaintance with this individual before." Kira gazed at Gerald with resentment. "He told me that if I fled to the territory of Baron Daemon, good fortune would await me." Slowly, the tormenting memories of being tormented by Baron Daemon surged to the forefront of my mind. How agonizing it was back then. Had it not been for Ian's assistance, I would have long since been enslaved due to the exposure of my false identity as a sorceress. "So, it was you who sent Kira to seek out Baron Daemon?" "Indeed." "Why?" A faint smile appeared on Gerald's lips. Ian found Gerald's smile somewhat peculiar. "For a brighter future." After binding Lalabel, Gerald also captured the werewolf named Lewis, assigning Barenka to oversee him. To be honest, I felt a twinge of unease. Barenka muttered, perplexed as to why they could not simply eliminate Lalabel. Leaving a sorceress capable of unleashing such chaotic magic as the flame vortex felt particularly unsettling. Yet, Gerald opposed executing Lalabel. "She cannot escape, rest assured." However, Ian felt relatively at ease. Given the current circumstances, Gerald was an experienced and formidable time-space sorcerer. "So, you inquire why sending sorceress Kira to Baron Daemon was for a better future?" At the mention of sorceress Kira, her shoulders trembled slightly. Had Kira not ventured to Baron Daemon's domain, she would soon be captured by slave hunters and sold to foreign lands. Such a future exists? And Ian, you would perish beneath Lalabel's scroll. That is indeed a possibility. However, before your demise, I shall intervene. Thanks to Kira altering the critical juncture, that future has vanished. Critical juncture? Gerald nodded. A decisive event that alters the future, known as a critical juncture by time-space sorcerers. The future of Kira seeking Baron Daemon versus not seeking him represents a pivotal moment in fate, referred to as a critical juncture. You grasped that quite swiftly, well done. Ultimately, due to Kira's encounter with Baron Daemon, the futures of both sorceresses transformed. Ian gazed at Gerald with a complex expression. "I concede, thanks to your counsel. Both Kira and I have benefited, and our flame magic has seen remarkable advancement." However, Ian could not comprehend Gerald's motives. While this incident indeed facilitated growth for Ian and Kira, what advantage did it confer upon Gerald? Yet, why did you offer advice to Kira? What do you truly mean by a better future? What exactly is it? Gerald, however, wore a questioning expression in return. "Do you not understand this better than anyone else?" Ian Elidith Raven? Ian's face reflected confusion, prompting Gerald to furrow his brow, seemingly verifying the situation. "I see. It appears you have yet to reach that understanding." "What have I not reached? What are you talking about?" It appears you are unaware. Thus, let us cease this discussion, for continuing holds no significance for either of us. Truly, this wretched individual. Ian fervently wished to deliver a solid blow to Gerald. Away with the Riddler. Despite his simmering anger, Gerald indeed refrained from broaching the topic of the future. Instead, he divulged something far more astonishing. "Wait, you mentioned that you once suggested my master train me as a wizard?" "Indeed, that was a matter from 8 years past." Ian's jaw dropped. It turned out that this temporal sorcerer was the very individual who had advised Eridith to cultivate Ian into a wizard. Gerald had informed Eridith that taking the black-haired child as a disciple would yield favorable outcomes. Eridith heeded his counsel and accepted Ian as her apprentice. Hence, Gerald was the pivotal figure in shaping Ian into a wizard. "Accept this, Ian." Gerald extended an object towards Ian. It was something he had encountered numerous times, gradually becoming familiar. It was indeed a magical scroll. Whether to accept it is your choice, but should you embrace it, good fortune shall soon follow. What sort of magical scroll is this? It contains the incantation for spatial movement magic. Oh, spatial movement? This is an exceedingly valuable artifact. Spatial movement, which even the most advanced technologies of the present cannot replicate, is a true pinnacle of ancient techniques. This scroll must have been crafted by the hands of a temporal sorcerer. How you choose to wield it is entirely up to you. However, it is an object capable of altering the course of the world, so I advise you to exercise utmost caution in its use. Can you not directly inform me when it would be most prudent to utilize it? No, for if we speak of the future now, is it truly the future or the past? Chapter 106. Liberation of Analahir now. I must take my leave. Ian seemed to grasp Why Eredith harbored disdain for temporal sorcerers. They possessed knowledge of the future, but reveal it to no one. Ian, I wish to take this troublesome individual with me. What say you? Lalabel has made numerous attempts on Ian's life, and now that she has been captured, her fate ostensibly lies within Ian's hands. What do you intend to do with her once you have taken her? I cannot disclose the specifics. She is of use to me, and that is all. Ian shrugged. He had initially intended to eliminate Lalabel outright. Yet now that Gerald wished to take her away, he felt a twinge of loss despite the lack of any real detriment. I'm not particularly inclined to hand her over to you. I understand. You have the right to seek vengeance. Gerald presented Ian with an item. It was a finely crafted gemstone, exuding a potent aura of mystery. This is the power of the wind god, containing the essence of the wind, capable of summoning storms. Ian lowered his gaze upon this remarkable object. Indeed, this is an object imbued with enchantment, perhaps worthy of being called a divine artifact. Should you entrust me with Lalabel, I would offer it as recompense. This item ought to be of great utility to you, Ian. A gem capable of summoning storms? Ian himself can conjure tempests, provided he engages in a mystic dialogue with the winds. At that moment, the system proclaimed, the conditions for the challenge of worshipping the sky have been met. The challenge of worshipping the sky has been activated. A sudden task announcement from the system? Although puzzled, Ian opened his status panel. Challenge: worship the sky. To beseech the sacred sky, you must prepare a corresponding divine artifact. Craft a ritual implement that would satisfy the sacred sky. Such an implement will draw you closer to the heavens. Objective: create the liberation of Arno Lisher. Gather the following items to awaken the true power of Arno Lisher. 1. An item containing the power of the sky. An item containing the power of the clouds. 3. An item containing the power of the winds, already acquired. 4. An item containing the power of the stars. 5. An item containing the power of the sun. 6. An item containing the power of the moon. Once the liberation of Arno Lisher is completed, the challenge of worshipping the sky will officially commence. What is this unexpected task? Due to the lack of detailed explanation, specific particulars remain elusive. Yet Ian instinctively sensed that this task was directly linked to the enigma governing the skies of the world. It was a quest associated with the entity that had reincarnated Ian into this otherworldly realm and bestowed upon him the status panel. Upon achieving the liberation of Arno Lisher, the distance between the sky and Ian would diminish. Perhaps then, he might pose inquiries regarding his reincarnation in this alternate world to that self-important sovereign of reality. What say you, Ian? The power of the wind should be of great benefit to you. Do you not intend to hand Lalabel over to me? Ian inquired with a smile directed at Gerald. Why would I do that? I can summon the wind myself. Gerald replied with a grin. You know better than anyone why you require this gem, Ian. Those wretched time-space sorcerers. Ian became convinced that Gerald was aware of his connection to the mysteries of the sky, though the precise nature of that connection remained unclear. Gerald hoped for Ian to encounter the mysteries of the sky, perhaps envisioning a brighter future as a result. What might transpire when Ian meets the sacred sky? Such knowledge eludes us. Only that cunning time-space sorcerer could fathom the grand outlines of that vast tableau. If you were to execute Lalabel, I would remain indifferent. However, you would forfeit the power of the wind, and I would need to seek another assistant. Very well, I shall entrust Lalabel to you. Though it is possible to slay Lalabel, doing so would necessitate yet another arduous quest to find an item imbued with the power of the wind. That would be exceedingly troublesome. Surprisingly, Gerard mentioned the matter of the Time Sorcerer's Council to Ian. One day, you shall partake in the Time Sorcerer's Council. Ian was somewhat taken aback. A prophecy from the Time Sorcerers is indeed extraordinary. Ian is almost destined to become one of them. Gerard, in his 50s, gently caressed the head of 18-year-old Ian, a scene that appeared remarkably natural. There is no need to overthink. Your actions will shape your future. The past accumulates into the future. This is an immutable truth. Note all. Focus on the present. Ian, one day, you shall arrive at an unexpected destination. Ian smiled in response to Gerard's counsel. He resolved to act upon Gerard's advice. First, he intended to deal with the captive werewolf. Having released Lalabel, this creature could prove useful. Ian decided to take the werewolf to Dvorsky Castle. With Lalabel taken by Gerard, he needed someone to serve as the scapegoat, and the werewolf was a fitting monster for the task. Wait, noble sir, may I have a moment of your time? The werewolf, clearly aware of his impending fate, hastily knelt beside Ian and exclaimed. Ian found it absurd, as the werewolf's pronunciation was exceedingly peculiar. What is up with this fellow's speech? It turned out that the werewolf's voice was laden with a thick foreign accent, almost as if it were slathered in butter. His pronunciation was exaggerated, reminiscent of a dubbed film. Where did he learn our language? Ian muttered, to which Kira whispered, he might be from the kingdom of Roland. The kingdom of Roland? To the west of the Holy Empire lies a vast realm. Unlike the Holy Empire, which bears the name of an empire yet is essentially non-centralized, the kingdom of Roland is genuinely governed by a centralized authority. Belenka, did your father not once work in the kingdom of Roland? Indeed. The kingdom of Roland was also Belenka's destination. She intended to seek employment from the noble to whom her father had once pledged his allegiance. As for my homeland, yes, I hail from the beautiful countryside of the kingdom of Roland, an unnamed place. Be silent. Belenka smacked the back of the werewolf's head. The werewolf immediately ceased speaking, resembling a small dog rather than a creature of the night. Ian, this fellow's body seems of no use. Why not just take his head back? As soon as Belenka finished her sentence, tears welled in the werewolf's eyes. Noble sir, I am Louis Blanche. I was once employed by a wizard. If you free me, I am willing to pay a reasonable ransom. Belenka scoffed. Ian, this creature is a monster. Is it necessary to show mercy to a non-human? Noble sir, though I am half-beast, I possess a human side as well. Despite being half-man and half-beast, I still have a human soul. Please look at this as proof. The werewolf Louis hastily produced an item. That is the emblem of the celestial sect. Berenka exclaimed in fury. This monster dares to seize the sacred relic. No, this is a misunderstanding. It is mine. I obtained it upon my formal initiation into the celestial sect. Heavens! Ian marveled. A werewolf is a believer of the celestial sect? Truly? You must be feigning your allegiance. You profess to follow the will of the heavens, yet you harm innocent folk. Louis responded gravely. The ones who slay farmers the most are not the monsters, but rather the knights of humanity. They were the sacred relics while indulging in rampant slaughter. So, do they not also defy the will of the heavens? Berenka was rendered speechless. Knights nonchalantly murdered farmers. Those who killed merely because they found someone displeasing were abundant. Yet the priests still acknowledged them as adherents of the celestial sect. What then distinguishes a werewolf who has undergone the initiation from those knights with bloodstained hands? Ian chuckled softly. Let us consider him a knight garbed in the attire of a beast. Oh, thank you. Noble sir, Louis expressed profound gratitude for Ian's benevolence, bowing deeply. His display of emotion was genuine. He was truly astonished that an ordinary werewolf like him had been bestowed with the title of knight. The clergy who had initially introduced Louis to the celestial sect regarded him as a monster, whereas Ian treated him as an equal to humanity, addressing him as a knight. A fuzzy knight with a heavy accent? Upon reflection, Louis indeed bore a resemblance to the kind that captivated the wealthy. Grant me the opportunity, and I, Louis, shall prove my worth and repay your kindness. Very well, then tell me, what can you do? I can fight on the battlefield like a human knight, and more importantly, I can command a pack of wolves. Command a pack of wolves? Chapter 107. The Matter of Baron Divorcey. Wolves have always been a bane to farmers. Even a single wolf poses a formidable challenge for humans unarmed. Baron Divorcey frequently hosted wolf hunting events, where lords reveled in the thrill of the hunt. Knights and hunters earned their livelihoods through their spirited endeavors, and farmers rejoiced at the disappearance of those pesky wolves. The wolf hunting gatherings were a delightful affair for all. Louis possessed the ability to control wolves, a fitting talent for a small and impoverished territory. Not bad. Ian pondered seriously about hiring Louis. Of course, the ability to tame wolves was not essential for Ian. As a summoner, he understood how to project his will onto beasts. In fact, he could directly command wolves. Ian envisioned the Talian territory, where the ability to tame wolves could be effectively utilized, driving them away without mobilizing knights and hunters, greatly benefiting the farmers. Berenka released Louis. Understood. Reluctantly, Berenka undid Louis's bindings. She remained wary of Louis, yet Ian held a different perspective. The intuition of the summoner conveyed Louis's emotions to Ian. Even if Louis were to be released, there would be no repercussions. This sensation bore resemblance to the feeling during the long tale. As the unshackled Louis bowed with a courteous demeanor. Thank you for your trust, esteemed lord. Louis, I believe you are capable of entering into a legitimate contract with me. Do you agree? I agree. You have once been my adversary and became my captive, yet through my benevolence, you retained your life. If measured in gold, that amounts to 100 imperial coins. Thank you, Belenka. Louis, should you pay me 100 imperial coins, you shall regain your freedom. Gracious Lord, I am grateful for your generous decision, but I possess no coins. In that case, you shall repay your debt by rendering services equivalent to 100 coins. Do you accept this contract? I agree. Belenka made a gesture as if to draw her sword towards Ian. Shall I strike? Not necessary. However, the master-servant contract requires a sword to witness. Ah! Ian unsheathed Arno Leher and gently tapped Louis upon the shoulder. Louis, until you have repaid your entire debt, you will serve as my knight. Should you breach this contract, you shall suffer for eternity under the wrath of the omnipotent deity. I, Louis, vow to the heavens that I shall never betray this sacred contract until the day my debt is settled. The wizard Ian shall be my master. In accordance with the customary celestial contract, the master-servant agreement between Ian and Louis was officially concluded, with Belenka of Wentz as the witness. Thus, Louis became the knight of the wizard. Indeed, who would have imagined witnessing a wolfman become a knight? Belenka lamented, to which Ian shrugged. What does it matter? He is a believer of the celestial church. That may be true, yet Belenka was not in a position to speak, having herself become Ian's knight to settle a debt of her own. At that moment, the system reappeared before Ian's eyes. Acquired new skill. Summoning skill. Wolfman summon. Seek assistance from your knight and servant, the Wolfman Louis. To fulfill the duties of a knight, Louis shall respond to your summons. It seems that the Wolfman is also a magical being, thus capable of being summoned. Consequently, Louis found himself bound by both contract and skill. Ian, do you intend to travel with that fellow? It could lead to troublesome affairs. I fear he may attract trouble. Indeed, 100 may be embroiled in controversy. Despite Louis being a believer of the celestial church, he remains a wolfman. No, I plan to send him to Lucy. To Baron Talion? Ian nodded. After all, managing the wolf pack bore little utility for Ian's journey. Sending him to Lucy would be far more beneficial for the security of the territory. Louis, I entrust you with a task. Please command, my lord. First, cleanse the Dale wolf pack of the Dervashi territory. Upon completion of this task, proceed to Talion. You mean Talion, correct? Indeed. When you arrive, inform Baron Talion that you have been sent by me. Baron Talion is my friend, and you must serve him with the same dedication as you do for me. If it is the werewolf Louis, you should be able to compensate for Talion's insufficient military strength. Louis understood the command and respectfully bowed. I shall depart immediately. Ian conveyed his thoughts to Louis through his summoning skill. You may be summoned by me on occasion. When that happens, do not hesitate. Come at once. This is magic. Understand. The notion of converting monsters into knights is indeed quite appealing. Following Ian's orders, Louis led the Dale wolf pack into the depths of the forest. Both the sorceress Lalabelle and the werewolf Louis had departed. Now, only Catherine's son, whom Ian had abducted, remained. Now, let us return to the castle. Ian sighed softly. Catherine's son had inexplicably vanished, initially to prevent him from perishing in battle. He had been allowed to roam freely, which ultimately led to trouble. Ian found him. However, the searching Belenka soon discovered him. Please spare my life. Before Ian even had a chance to speak, he was already imploring for mercy. This scene was both amusing and elicited a modicum of sympathy. Not all noble scions are valiant and unafraid. Some are inherently timid, trembling even at trivial matters. Fortunately for him, he was born a noble. Had he been the son of a farmer, such a feeble disposition would likely have led to a lifetime of being trampled underfoot. Enough, it is all over now. We shall discuss the details upon our return. Ian patted his back and strode towards the castle. As anticipated, the castle had indeed been seized by Lady Serena. Look, it is Lord Ian and Lord Kira. Lord Ian has vanquished the sorcerer. The inhabitants of the castle had already heard the gist of the situation from Lady Serena. Naturally, to stabilize the situation, Lady Serena hastily recounted the events. However, Ian had successfully captured the sorcerer and returned to the castle in glory. It seemed as though the heavens were blessing Ian, as the night faded and the brilliant morning light bathed the walls in golden hues. I am back. Did you succeed? Ian replied with a glance instead of words. Belenka, wielding a stick to prod the creature, walked proudly ahead. Oh, good heavens, what on earth is that? Is it a monkey? Yet it carries a sword. Belenka had tied up the very monkey assassin he had dragged along. Lalabelle had been taken by Gerald, and with Louis the werewolf's allegiance, the only evidence that remained was this monkey. Fortunately, the monkey assassin's appearance was sufficiently fearsome. Behold its clumsy imitation of humanity. Surely, it is a malevolent creature. The agitated clergy picked up stones and hurled them at the monkey's lifeless body. Thud! Blood and shredded flesh splattered as the clergy jubilantly cheered. The wicked beast is dead. As you can see, this creature is the root of all discord plaguing the castle of Divorcee. The tale of a monkey, adept in magic and manipulating monsters to mock humanity, profoundly resonated with the hearts of the medieval populace. More details. Speak further. A throng of people encircled Ian, clamoring eagerly. Let's meet the Baron first. Ah, indeed, we shall go at once. Ian navigated through the crowd, making his way to the chamber of Baron Divorcee. Inside, Baron Divorcee and Lady Catherine reclined side by side. Ian spoke in the language of Moronius, return, as soon as the words left his lips. The Baron and his wife simultaneously expelled something. What on earth is that? It was a white, centipede-like worm, one of the creatures tamed by the sorcerer Law Label, surviving by siphoning the life force of its host. Upon seizing control from Law Label, Ian effortlessly eradicated these parasitic worms. It was these vile beings that had tormented the Baron. Lady Selina let out a lament, collapsing to the ground. Despite her extensive knowledge, she wept profusely at that moment. The maidservants did not attempt to console her. Instead, they embraced her tightly and wept alongside her. The perfect conclusion brought them to tears of joy, releasing the long-suppressed anguish within them. Just as Ian prepared to exit the chamber, Lady Selina grasped his arm. Thank you. How shall I repay this kindness? Chapter 108. The Awakening of Baron Divorcee. Ian did not seek recompense from the Baroness, knowing full well that upon the Baron's awakening, he would be generously rewarded. Freed from the torment of parasitic magic, Baron Divorcee's health rapidly restored, visibly improving. In truth, he was not gravely ill. He had merely exhausted his strength. With ample rest and nourishment, he would naturally recover. Days later, the Baron summoned many to the Divorcee estate, including his loyal retainers, the clergy who had come to attend to him, and passing guests. With the arrival of Ian and his companions, the gathering became quite lively, and the Baron repeatedly praised those who had cared for him and his steadfast vassals. It is my utmost honor to have such loyal subjects by my side. You overstate it, my lord. To Ian, these were mere formalities, yet the servants felt a profound sense of gratitude. This was an accolade bestowed directly by nobility, a glory to be boasted about by wives, husbands, children, and indeed the entire community. Certainly, they may be anticipating that the Baron will bestow upon them generous rewards. After all, this Baron, who was rescued from the brink of death, would undoubtedly be inclined to open his purse in remembrance of such an experience. He recounted to all the peril he faced from the nefarious machinations of an evil sorcerer, hoping that such tragedies would not repeat themselves. Expressing gratitude to those who traveled from afar, he proclaimed that their goodwill was enough to touch the heavens. This must surely be a divine blessing upon the esteemed Baron. The clergy accepted the Baroness' thanks with cheerful smiles. In truth, their gathering had not yielded any substantial contributions, merely engaging in self-serving prayers, dining, and conversing. The only noteworthy accomplishment was their presence before the Baron, which thwarted the entry of suspicious individuals. Moreover, the sorcerer's Ian, the knight Berenka, and the sorcerer's Kira became the focus of attention, with no one present questioning their merits. Regardless of how much gratitude was expressed, it would never be excessive. Dear young friends, you are my saviors. Before the assembly, Kira once again assumed her accustomed, somewhat haughty persona as a sorceress. There is no need for thanks. I merely avenged myself after being provoked by that fellow. Her imperious tone elicited admiration from the crowd, for Kira had witnessed immense, mysterious power and survived. Those who come into contact with entities beyond human comprehension often find their souls transformed. Although Kira remained unaware, a peculiar luminescence had quietly begun to manifest in her eyes. This was a consequence of her ungrounded learning approach. Had she mastered the Moronius language and articulated her mystical experiences, perhaps she would not exhibit such changes. However, relying solely on her innate talent to enter the realm of magic, she was unable to control the mysterious forces that emerged within her. Truly, Lady Kira is remarkable. The crowd whispered in awe. Ian then spoke up. It's really nothing significant. I haven't done much. While Ian held this belief, considering that everything had been resolved smoothly upon Gerard's arrival, public opinion diverged. They viewed Ian's humility as a display of extraordinary modesty. A sorcerer so humble. What an individual of astonishing character. Kira gazed at Ian in astonishment. You alone are feigning modesty. What does that make me, the one who spoke first? Ian met Kira's peculiar gaze with a silent, amused smile. In contrast to the role of the proud sorceress, the humble sorcerer persona seemed more fitting for Kira's character. Yet, due to her habitual response, she inadvertently uttered arrogant words. A sigh escaped her as a fleeting expression of discontent crossed her face, quickly replaced by her haughty, fire sorceress demeanor. Regardless of her willingness, the role-playing must continue. My Lord Baron? My legs ache. Must I stand here indefinitely? Kira inquired nonchalantly, and Baron Divorcey offered a slight smile. It was rather impolite to have kept the guests standing for so long. Let us conclude for today. I shall see you all in the banquet hall again. With the matter concerning Baron Divorcey resolved, the system issued a new task. Whether it was the languor following the resolution or the contemplation preceding the initiation of a new endeavor, Ian found himself obliged to stay at the Baron's castle for several days. However, during this time, Ian was far from idle. From the clergy to the Baron himself, and even the two ladies of the Baron, he was sought after daily, each attempting to win him over to their side. Young Master Ian, we have a very devout bishop in our parish. Would you allow me to introduce you to him? By the way, what do you think of Divorcey City? I wish to bestow upon you the title of Sage of Divorcey. Ian, would you care to meet my daughter? Magician Ian, my son wishes to apologize to you. Indeed, Ian was an alluring prospect. Young and unmarried, he had already mastered exquisite magical arts and possessed the ability to perform celestial miracles. In the eyes of the clergy, Ian exhibited unparalleled divine gifts. Securing his allegiance would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Hence, they clung to Ian with fervor. Chapter 109. 3 is better than 2, I suppose? After declining all offers, Ian found solitude in his chamber, engrossed in the study of the power of the wind. He endeavored to integrate this power into the Anoralher. The mysteries of the sun and moon should inherently reside within Anoralher. He mused, contemplating the materials necessary for crafting a true Anoralher. The sky, clouds, wind, stars, sun, and moon, all were inextricably linked to the mysteries of the heavens. With a slight expansion of thought, one might even argue they were connected to the cosmos. This indicated that a force akin to a microcosm must be infused into Anoralher to forge a genuine artifact. It seemed he would have to embark on a journey to seek these items. Although Gerald had already brought items imbued with the mysteries of the wind, the remaining mystical energies still required Ian's personal quest. Furthermore, the challenge of merging these mystical forces presented a conundrum. The task merely suggested collecting mystical energies. Yet the actual requirement for Ian was to blend them, which was a source of considerable frustration. He needed to conjure spells that could simultaneously respond to the wind and the sun, to summon the mysteries of both the wind and the sun or moon at once. He struggled to find the appropriate Moronius language to accomplish such feats. Esteemed wind and sun, this is my first formal greeting to you in writing. I am the magician Ian. This time, I have deliberately constructed a stage for your harmony. With a disheartening pat, Ian wiped away the carefully drawn magical array. Another failure. Magician, I am Minette. May I come in? Do not disturb me. Minette was the daughter of Lady Selena. She was constantly calculating the prospects of marriage, frequently seeking out Ian, which left him utterly exasperated. Ian bellowed, casting Minette away, and once more directed his focus on the magic circle. He made several adjustments anew. Title: Is there a mysterious being interested in a gathering? I am the sorcerer Ian, wishing to host a gathering with the wind and the sun. Are there any mysterious entities who wish to attend? Enough is enough. This feels rather amiss. After numerous attempts, why is magic so arduous? Ian, what are you doing alone in the room? Who is it now? Click. The door creaked open, and Kira stepped in, carrying a tray adorned with fragrant bread and dried fruits. Oh, just in time. I was feeling a bit peckish. After gently closing the door, Kira sighed softly. I apologize for interrupting you. I shall leave at once. It's quite all right. I was just feeling a bit hungry as well. Is this for Minette? Yes. She was about to leave, and I offered to bring it. Kira entered and took a seat on the bed, quietly savoring the bread. Ian, engrossed in his intricate drawing of the magic circle, intrigued her and brought a sense of amusement, although she was unaware of the specifics. Witnessing his adept handling of various runes and the filling of the magic circle was truly captivating. He's so impressive, indeed. A smile involuntarily graced Kira's lips. To rescue such a gifted sorcerer, she had mustered the courage to step forward. This might be one of the proudest moments of her life. As a faux sorceress and a former deceiver, Kira recognized her own worth, a testament to the grace of fate. If I continue, I might lose my sanity. Are you not going to continue? Perhaps another time. Unlike the ostentatious and pretentious other sorcerers, Ian diligently focused on the magic circle during this time, striving to enhance his abilities. Kira observed Ian, feeling a wave of relief. Although a twist of fate had led her to save his life, she believed she had, to some extent, repaid that debt in her battle against Lawlabel. Now, she could depart without any lingering concerns. Ian, yes, I suppose I should be leaving. Kira bid him farewell. Are you leaving? Alone? Yes. Kira seemed to feel her cheeks flush, unconsciously playing with her hair. From what I learned from you about the principles of magic, I believe I can manage on my own from here. Ian, for the first time in ages, experienced the sensation of being a mentor reminiscent of when he explained concepts to classmates in his previous life. Have you grown complacent, believing you have reached this level by mere chance? Kira levince, to think you would dare to attempt advanced magic with what you gained through mere insight? Indeed, Kira possessed considerable talent in the mysteries of flame. Yet, should she recklessly wield her superficial mastery of flame magic, it is highly likely that she would reduce everything in her vicinity to ashes, for she possesses no knowledge of the Moronius language, the very tongue of fire magic. Even in the absence of verbal communication, friendships can flourish, akin to the bond between humans and animals. However, to cultivate a truly profound friendship, communication is indispensable. What the Moronius language? How do you intend to learn this magical dialect? I shall manage the tuition fees. And how do you plan to earn money? Will you resort to deceit once more? How can you utter such words? Kira lowered her head, evading Ian's gaze. In a voice barely above a whisper, she murmured, I do not wish to owe you any more favors. Oh, favors? When it comes to debts, it is Ian who ought to owe her, is it not? During the battle with Lawlabel, Kira rendered significant assistance. Gerard had also remarked that without Kira, Ian would have perished long ago. Yet, Kira did not share this sentiment. She merely felt she was repaying the kindness Ian had shown her when Baron Daemon had aided her. Indeed, due to her help in awakening Kyra's magical abilities, Kira believed she owed even more. Ian, I hold you in high regard and am genuinely grateful. This is the truth. You are undoubtedly an extraordinary sorcerer, destined to achieve even greater heights in the future. There is no need to squander time on a false sorceress like me. It would be a waste. Perhaps overcome by a sudden surge of emotion, Kyra's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ian slowly shook his head. Kira, you have misunderstood. She mistakenly believed herself to be devoid of value. This medieval fantasy realm is grossly biased, with information monopolized, resources controlled, and injustices regarded as commonplace. Kira existed at the very bottom of the common folk. As a wandering performer, she was even scorned and derided by the lower echelons of society. Thus, she found it impossible to acknowledge her own talents and abilities. So, you believe you would be a burden? Indeed. Yet, in Ian's eyes, Kira was an extraordinarily gifted girl. Firstly, her ability to attract the attention of the mysterious forces of flame is, in itself, an incredible gift. Setting aside her magical aptitude, her acting skills and audacity are also remarkable. The issue lies in the fact that Kira herself remains oblivious to these talents. It seems necessary to enlighten her about her own worth. Very well, I am not your master. Since you have decided to depart, I cannot stop you. Upon hearing Ian's straightforward agreement, Kira smiled. Yes, Ian, I genuinely appreciate everything you have done thus far. However, what if I were to hire you as my companion? Kira appeared bewildered, as if she had not fully grasped what was being said. A companion? To employ me? Indeed, I shall offer you compensation. Come, walk with me. Recruiting a mage endowed with the talent of flames is exceedingly advantageous for Ian, whose next aspiration is to journey to the frigid northern lands. Kira's abilities will prove invaluable. How? After all, You seek to earn a living, do you not? I shall employ you. Is there a problem with that? Kira's mouth fell agape. Of course. There is a problem. In her youth, Kira was a jester. Upon maturing, she transformed into a swindler. To put it succinctly, she is utterly incapable of engaging in earnest endeavors. What could possibly compel Ian to hire someone as inept as Kira? Her sole worth lies in her youth and femininity. Had she not turned to deceit, she might have become a dancer. Among dancers, many partake in the profession of courtesans, as earning a living through beauty is a commonplace means of survival, particularly in one's youth. Thus, what could be Ian's motive for compensating Kira? As this thought crossed her mind, Kira's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, I cannot engage in such activities. What? Belenka is still present. How could I? Belenka? Belenka is a frontline fighter, while Kira is a damage dealer. Their roles are entirely distinct. What relevance does that hold? Surely, 3 individuals are better than 2, right? Oh, Kira covered her mouth. Chapter 110, The Cultivator to Carrion. Is Belenka not sufficient on her own? This is utterly absurd. No. More critically, could it be that Belenka and Ian have already? If you engage in such disgraceful acts, you will surely descend into hell in the future. Ian. Initially perplexed, Ian soon realized that Kira's mind had conjured some sordid fantasy, rendering him speechless. Do you truly believe that offering money implies such actions? Insane woman. No. Isn't this common knowledge? Despite the bizarre turn of events, Ian successfully conveyed his intentions for Kira to properly understand her purpose, or rather, his aim in recruiting her. Then, until I have earned enough for tuition, I shall rely on you. With the prospect of tuition assistance, Kira returned to her chamber, beaming with joy. Ian and Kira agreed that a portion of the earnings from their travels would be allocated to her. As a novice mage, Kira felt elated to have a formidable magical ally, while Ian could freely utilize Kira's fire spells, smoke techniques, and dexterous skills, leaving both parties content. If Ian is the employer, then Kira and Belenka may be considered as employees. In fact, such a high-caliber team would be readily acceptable to any noble as hired help. In a sense, they could even be regarded as a mercenary band. If he were to recruit a few lower-tier mercenaries to fill the ranks, Ian could establish his own army. With this trajectory, might he not directly form a nation? Lost in thought, Ian could not help but chuckle. The yearning for power is a common trait among sorcerers. Many neglect their training, focusing instead on territorial disputes and power dynamics, ultimately descending into the ranks of ordinary lords. Should Ian resolve to seize a domain, it is not beyond possibility. Yet, prior to fulfilling the system's tasks, he must traverse this world with greater frequency. Even without the impetus of the Time Sorcerer's Assembly, the North conceals numerous mysteries. For instance, the frost undying bird, mentioned previously by Longtail. It is time to set forth. Ian presented his departure plans to Baron Divorcey, preparing to leave the castle. The longer he delayed, the more arduous the departure would become. Thus, an earlier departure was preferable. However, just as Ian was poised to embark, an unusual visitor arrived at his doorstep. Lord Ian, have you heard the news? What is it? They say Takarian has arrived. Who is that? Why, it is Takarian the Golden Finger. Golden Finger? What a peculiar moniker. The Holy Empire is so deeply influenced by the ancient Golden Empire that any name can be prefixed with golden. As long as it sounds grandiose. It will be dubbed something like Golden So-and-so. Clearly, Takarian follows this trend. I do not know this individual. What is the matter? My goodness, you are unaware of Golden Finger. If it were to become known where you practice your faith, it would be disastrous. Ian does not adhere to the teachings of the celestial god. But during his earlier research of the holy text with Daistrai, the impact was so profound that tales of his exploits have been widely circulated. Consequently, the clergy instinctively assume Ian to be a devoted follower of the celestial god. However, the reality is quite different. I'm not a believer. Hence I am unfamiliar with Golden Finger. Oh dear, do not speak so irreverently, Lord Ian. The monk exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Golden Finger is the author of the Gospel of Marcus. The Gospel? Ian had learned of the existence of such a text while accompanying the Santiago Knights. It chronicles the deeds of 13 saints. Initially, Ian thought that a book recording the lives of saints would be penned by a serious historian. Yet, from the reactions of other clergy, it appeared otherwise. Golden Finger? That charlatan? Why do some persist in listening to the nonsensical drivel of such quacks? Opinions on Takarian the Golden Finger are starkly polarized. Some clergy hold that his gospel has opened new realms of faith, venerating him to an extreme degree. Conversely, others express disdain even at the mention of his name. By the way, what exactly is the Gospel of Marcus? At that moment, a monk promptly produced a copy of the gospel. Here, read this. Observing the eager monk, Ian, driven by curiosity, opened the Gospel of Marcus. Then, he suddenly realized why the reviews were so polarized. The Gospel of Marcus is a narrative chronicling the life of the saint, Marcus. From the very first chapter, the Gospel recounts Marcus's remarkable birth, his growth, his adversities, and his profound insights. However, if that were all there was to it, the public's opinion could not be so sharply divided. The Gospel incessantly emphasizes the heroic image of Marcus. Within its pages, Marcus is portrayed as a notorious womanizer, charming countless women. Lords tremble before him, and emperors envy his renown. In fact, in the latter part of the narrative, Marcus is even capable of unleashing beams of death from his hands. Is this truly a gospel? Ian approached the clergy and inquired. The monk, resembling a successful evangelist, nodded knowingly. It seems you have finally grasped the brilliance of the Gospel of Marcus, he remarked, and he was not mistaken. Indeed, the Gospel of Marcus is a masterpiece, albeit from an entertainment perspective. In a world devoid of short videos, novels, or films, Ian felt a long-lost surge of dopamine. If even a modern individual like Ian found it so captivating, what might those from the medieval era think? Yet, it is undeniably heretical, and it is no wonder that the reviews are so divided. Nevertheless, in Ian's view, the Gospel of Marcus is far from a serious religious text. To any observer, it is simply a novel. The Gospel of Marcus is a collection of nonsensical drivel, a poorly constructed work lacking rigorous verification, cobbled together from hearsay, utterly unworthy of reading. Are you questioning the merits of St. Marcus? How disappointing. No, who claims that Lord Marcus is a fabrication? I speak of this gospel. The most troubling aspect is that while Marcus's feats have been exaggerated, the storyline has not significantly deviated from the biblical accounts. In simple terms, it is akin to this. For instance, the Ming history records that he successfully returned from his voyages with many previously unseen treasures. However, in the Gospel of Marcus, the same voyage is documented, yet it embellishes the tale with he battling the deep-sea king, the squid, and commanding his crew against ancient gods, ultimately returning victorious. That is the essence of it. Of course, such works possess no historical value, which is precisely why the Orthodox priests dismiss them as mere scrap paper. Yet, they are indeed entertaining. In fact, some monks secretly wish that the Gospel of Marcus were genuine. After all, these events transpired in a distant past, where truth and fiction intertwine. Thus, the fervent followers of Taiji regard the Gospel of Marcus as the true scripture. Taiji has arrived. In this era, the most celebrated novelist, to be precise, the monk Taiji, who composes gospel texts, has graced the illustrious divorcee castle with his presence. Taiji is a man of considerable girth. Typically, monks struggle to gain weight due to the strenuous nature of their labor and the frugality of their lives. However, it seems that he has transformed the agony of creation into an insatiable appetite. Salutations, my brothers. Oh dear, I beg your pardon. I inadvertently resorted to ancient vernacular once more. I often forget that ordinary folk do not comprehend such language. I was merely extending my greetings. Salutations, Taiji, my brother. His admirers hailed him in the Golden Empire's tongue. Taiji graciously accepted their accolades, while simultaneously, Baron Divorcee and his two wives exchanged furtive glances. That fellow, one can't help but sense an ominous presence. Chapter 111. The origins of Taiji. The monk Taiji is indeed a fortunate soul, a beneficiary of the times. Every individual possesses some innate talent. When such talent harmonizes perfectly with the era, one may rise to prominence and lead a life of abundance. In China, countless Mozarts toil in the fields, oblivious to their own gifts. Life is fleeting, and time slips away in an instant. Even the discovery and cultivation of talent require a stroke of luck. Such is the case for Kira, who possesses a flair for performance, yet finds herself trapped in a medieval fantasy realm. In contrast, Taiji is favored by fate. Like 90% of the empire's populace, he was born into a destitute farming family. The year of Taiji's birth was marked by a severe drought, as many succumbed to starvation. The 1-year-old Deucalion was compelled to fend for himself. His parents sent him to a nearby monastery, effectively abandoning him, and thus he became a member of the monastic community. Under the sanctuary of the monastery, Deucalion survived and naturally embarked on the path of a monk. In his youth, Deucalion was a timid and cowardly child, struggling to connect with his peers and often bullied due to his introverted nature. The compassionate monks took him under their wing, nurturing him and imparting various forms of knowledge. Through the reading of the scriptures, Deucalion became deeply enamored with the principles of the world and was profoundly inspired by the glorious deeds of the 13 saints. Wow, heroes, saints. In truth, the distinction between saints and heroes is vast. They are merely apostles who dedicate themselves to the divine and disseminate the will of the gods. However, young Deucalion did not grasp this nuance. To him, saints never faltered, always triumphed, and garnered the affection of both deities and humanity alike. This stood in stark contrast to his own plight, as he was perpetually beset by bullies, ridiculed and scorned for being deemed foolish. Whenever he faced torment, Deucalion would often muse, "If only Lord Marcus could witness this. You wretches are doomed." Deucalion envisioned the grand arrival of Lord Marcus, ready to deliver a stern reprimand to those bullies. Surely, they would be paralyzed with fear. "Lord Marcus, please punish them. What have you been murmuring about since just now?" He is probably fantasizing that his father will come to his rescue. Haha. Yet, Deucalion's dreams remained mere fantasies. Lord Marcus did not materialize to save Deucalion, nor were the bullies reprimanded. A typical child might gradually abandon such fantasies, redirecting their focus towards reality and contemplating ways to avoid being beaten. However, Deucalion was different. He retreated into an even more exquisite and grand realm of imagination. Forgetting the frigid reality, let us continue to envision Lord Marcus. Lord Marcus has a beloved named Cassandra, a striking beauty with an exquisite figure. Her catchphrase is utterly useless, though she would never admit it. She harbors a deep affection for Lord Marcus. How amusing! Deucalion's fantasies grew increasingly intricate. One day, a monk commissioned Deucalion to transcribe and restore the Gospel of Marcus. Me? Really? Indeed. Haven't you already memorized the entire life of Lord Marcus? Unbeknownst to him, Deucalion had become a fervent admirer of the renowned Saint Marcus. When discussing Marcus, he could speak eloquently for an entire night. Having fostered good relations with the monks and possessing some literacy skills, Deucalion effortlessly began the transcription of the Gospel. He was not content with mere copying. He infused the text with his unique insights and reflections. Done. The monks, upon reading Deucalion's rendition of the Gospel of Marcus, found themselves utterly perplexed. While transcribing was a commendable act, the bizarre content was overwhelming. Lord Marcus shot forth rays of light from his fingers, and the demons fell. Where did this content originate? An angel told me in my dreams. This was clearly the ramblings of a dream, yet dismissing it as mere nonsense seemed inappropriate, as the substance was too profound, hinting at that delicate sensation one might associate with divine revelation. Within this surreal yet tangible worldview, Lord Marcus appeared exceedingly gallant in the eyes of the monks. Indeed, Deucalion possessed remarkable creative talent. Deucalion continued writing. The abbot of the monastery sensed the scent of profit wafting from Deucalion's words. He murmured, "This will be a sellable work." With the abbot's support, Deucalion, as if blessed by divine intervention, completed the Gospel of Marcus, Deucalion's version. Soon, Deucalion's work sparked immense reactions. "No way. I've never seen such a masterpiece. Wow, this is the true gospel. Marcus, Deucalion, they are divine. Is this not blasphemy?" The Gospel of Marcus, penned by Deucalion, soared to popularity as if it had sprouted wings, promptly selling out. The monks ceased their tedious transcription of ordinary gospels and devoted themselves to replicating the gospel crafted by Deucalion himself. They feverishly produced books, while the abbot sold the gospels to townsfolk and merchants. Deucalion, in his arrogance, sat at his table, indulging in food while contemplating the unfolding narrative. In less than 5 years, an astonishing transformation occurred. The monastery, once devoid of income, found itself overnight adorned with wealth. From this day forth, I shall extol Deucalion. He is a deity. No, this seems akin to blasphemy. A handful of pious monks fretted over the potential decline of the monastery. Yet the abbot, having tasted the sweet fruits of success, had no intention of halting the publication of the Gospels. Takarian became the recognized pillar of the monastery, the star among the monks, and a prominent author. Hey, Shara, my brothers. Shara, Takarian, how is today's writing? Ah, as flawless as ever. The once maligned, brooding youth had metamorphosed into an immensely arrogant literary figure. When the audacious genius Takarian, who dared to blaspheme even the divine, arrived at Castle Dervos, the monks erupted in fervor. Chapter 112. Was the relic shattered by Ian? He is none other than Takarian. Behold his profound demeanor. Ordinary folk like Ian could not fathom such madness, yet the monks were utterly sincere. Before them stood the author of the extraordinary masterpiece, the Gospel of Marcus, a work that melded wit, emotion, and faith. With an idol of their lives before them, how could anyone maintain their composure? Takarian seemed accustomed to this reaction, smiling as he replied, "Thank you all, but alas, this is a source of vexation. Oh dear, we've been rude. We have so many questions for you. We can hardly contain ourselves. We yearn to commence discussions at once." The monks, in the presence of their literary idol, completely lost their composure, to the extent that even the Baron and Baroness Dervos were overlooked. Regardless of Takarian's greatness as a writer, he remained merely a monk. Before the rightful rulers of this land, the noble Baron Dervos, he ought to bow in deference. However, Takarian behaved as though he were the master, and the Baron and Baroness were mere guests. Among the Baron's attendants were priests who vociferously admonished, "Enough, Takarian. As a guest, you have forgotten even the most basic courtesies. Do you not feel shame?" Takarian shamelessly retorted, "I apologize for my lack of social engagement. I do fall short in etiquette, but I shall strive to improve. By the gods, give him a slap and see if he still acts mad." "Father Roman, your words are rather excessive. How could one even contemplate striking Lord Takarian? A swift kick would be more appropriate." As the priests berated Takarian, the monks rallied to his defense. Many who had already harbored disdain for Takarian found the monks' fervent protection only fueled their desire to condemn him further, and Ian was among them. Everyone was far too agitated. It was time to regain composure. Baron Divorcey calmly intervened to restore order, and with his presence, no one dared to speak out again. "It is a pleasure to see you, Takarian. I am Baron Divorcey. I am Takarian, though the atmosphere here is rather uncomfortable." The priests, particularly those who despised Takarian's Gospel of Marcus, glared at him with eyes that seemed ready to tear him apart. "I heard the Baron is unwell. I have come to offer assistance, yet this atmosphere is rather unwelcoming, and I am tempted to leave at once." Kyra whispered to Ian. "His manner of speaking is quite peculiar. Could he have suffered a head injury in childhood?" While criticizing another's way of speaking may seem petty, Takarian's manner was indeed so off-putting that it provoked involuntary mockery. Takarian sighed in dismay, muttering to himself, "I even brought relics for the Baron. If this atmosphere persists, I may truly depart." A devout priest could no longer endure the tension and shouted, "Just go back to the monastery." Chaos erupted once more. Ian's initial intuition upon encountering Takarian had proven entirely accurate. Takarian was indeed a troublemaker. The mere thought of being in the same class as such an individual was enough to provoke a headache. "Ah, you have my sympathies, Baron Divorcey. Fortunately, this is a matter that does not concern me," Ian had thought just moments ago. Takarian's visit to the Divorcey estate was undoubtedly to obtain the title of saint. The 13 saints recorded in the sacred texts are referred to as first-class saints and are regarded as exceptional entities. In addition to these 13, those clerics who demonstrate miracles or remarkable achievements are known as second-class saints, holding a status just below that of the first-class saints. The number of first-class saints is fixed at 13, but the title of second-class saint can be conferred indefinitely. Anyone who manifests a miracle or accomplishes a notable feat may instantly be recognized as a saint. However, despite the ease of bestowing such titles, if saints were to be produced indiscriminately, the value of the name itself would diminish, potentially tarnishing the reputations of the 13 principal saints. Hence, the scrutiny involved in the canonization process is exceedingly rigorous. Was a miracle truly performed? To what extent did it manifest? Who were the witnesses, and how many were affected? These questions must be answered. Should Takarian succeed in healing the ailing Baron Divorcey, it would undoubtedly be deemed a miracle of healing. Consequently, idle clerics nearby flocked to the scene, eager to attain the title of saint through this event, fervently praying for the Baron's recovery. Perhaps sincere prayers would move the heavens to restore the Baroness' health. Success equates to substantial profit, while failure incurs no loss. It is with such a carefree disposition that Takarian arrived in the Dervosi territory. Should the Baron become aware of such shamelessness, he would likely be infuriated to the point of retreating to his bed. While some struggle on the precipice of life and death, you come merely to enhance your achievements. Of course, this is all contingent upon the Baron still being confined to his sickbed. Fortunately, Ian has resolved the Baron's issues. The clergy could only muster awkward applause. Just as the events concluded successfully and preparations for the aftermath were about to commence, Takarian made his entrance. It was rather a case of arriving too late. Must I? Takarian, return empty-handed like a failure? Takarian harbored grand ambitions. His literary work, The Gospel of Marcus, had brought him fame. Yet he was not content merely to be a celebrated author. He aspired to become a saint, a bishop, perhaps even a bishop count. Despite his humble beginnings, he dreamed of ascending to the noble class. This was the essence of Takarian's aspirations. In pursuit of this dream, he had stepped away from the comforts of the monastery. Now, to return empty-handed was truly unacceptable. Upon hearing that the territory of Count Bishop Renain was plagued by malevolent spirits, he resolved to investigate. Initially reluctant to intervene, considering their shared affiliation with the Divine Church, circumstances had escalated to the point where he could not afford to concern himself with the opinions of others. Even if he were to face criticism, he must achieve results before returning. As a popular gospel author, he would undoubtedly have supporters to defend him. Just as Takarian was planning his journey, calamity struck. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, flustered. What could be the cause of such urgency? The relic. The relic? Takarian recalled the relic lent to him by the abbot, intended for the healing of Baron Dervosi's ailment. It was no extraordinary treasure, merely a round white stone. The relic is broken. What? The relic has shattered. The servant babbled incoherently. It's not a stone, it's an egg. An egg? Indeed. It has hatched. The servant's words left Takarian utterly bewildered. A mage named Ian had touched the relic, and as a result, it had hatched. Chapter 113. The reason behind the hatching of the relic a few moments prior, Ian had taken his leave from the Baron, who had bestowed upon him a generous reward. Just as Ian was bidding farewell and was about to exit the Baroness' chamber, he suddenly halted, noticing a peculiar object. On the desk lay an item he had never encountered before, inexplicably drawing his attention. "My lord, what is that?" The Baron naturally picked it up and handed it to Ian. It is said to be a relic brought by Takarian. A relic? As the name implies, a relic is a sacred object. However, despite being referred to as holy relics, they do not necessarily possess any extraordinary power. After all, any object associated with a saint can be deemed a relic. A spoon once used by a saint? A relic. Garments worn by a saint? A relic. A saint's hair? A relic. Naturally, merely using a spoon once wielded by a saint does not endow one with the ability to exorcise demons. A spoon remains simply a spoon. Most relics are merely antiques. Yet, occasionally, there exist genuine artifacts imbued with divine power that are termed holy relics. Ian, driven by curiosity, scrutinized this particular relic. It resembled an ostrich egg. The relic brought by Takarian was pristine, round, and lightweight. It felt as though something could be sensed. As Ian examined the relic with great care, he pondered deeply. This was indeed no ordinary object. Perhaps it was the intuition he had cultivated through years of exploring the arcane that made him feel this was far more than a mere white stone. At that moment, he heard a voice. "Please, return me." This was no illusion. Ian distinctly heard some sort of voice. Crack. "Ah, my lord Ian, the relic of Lord Takarian." As Ian perceived the mysterious voice, the surface of the relic instantly became riddled with cracks, rapidly spreading. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar creature emerged from the fissure. Chirp. Both the Baron and his wife, as well as Ian's party, found themselves momentarily speechless. Squeak, squeak. The egg-like object suddenly emitted a cry. "My lord Ian, what have you done?" "Baron Divorcee, you saw it." "I did nothing at all." The scene descended into chaos. The bewilderment was not confined to Ian and his companions. The wizard Ian had damaged the relic. No, he had caused the relic to hatch. The wizard Ian had facilitated the hatching of the relic. The clergy were also thrown into disarray. Could this be a miracle? A miracle? A hatching miracle? Could it be? Was the wizard Ian a saint? Takarian, having heard the rumors, burst into the room. A saint? A genuine saint. It was not he, the golden-fingered Tacalian, who caused the relic to hatch, but that wizard? This was inconceivable. Tacalian immediately puffed out his chest and hurried down the corridor. A miracle is the manifestation of divine action. Clergy obtain miracles through sacred supplication to affirm the existence of the divine. Yet, it is often the case that deities perform miracles through the bodies and voices of the clergy, and those chosen by the gods are revered as saints. Indeed, this is a miracle. The paralyzed suddenly rise, rivers transform into fine wine, and the surface of the water becomes a solid path to walk upon. Countless clergy, driven by an insatiable yearning to witness such miracles, resort to desperate measures. They deliberately leap from cliffs, plunge into fiery pits, and traverse lands ravaged by plagues. Naturally, the divine remains indifferent to such reckless endeavors. Yet, these zealots aspire to attain sanctity through their frenzied actions, yearning to be deemed the chosen of the gods. What enchanting title! The mage Ian has awakened a slumbering relic. If this is not a miracle, then what is it? The clergy, already consumed by their desire for sainthood, find themselves in a state of restless agitation upon witnessing this near-miraculous event. Is that all there is? Some scoff. What? Simply awakening an egg? Is it truly worthy of such commotion? Perhaps it merely reached its hatching moment. Opinions diverge. Some herald it as a miracle, while others dissent. Those who typically engage in mere sustenance and scripture become immovable when it comes to matters of the sacred. Mage Ian has not performed a miraculous act, my brethren. Tacarian. At this moment, Tacarian hastens to address the event surrounding Ian's miracle. Last night, I received a revelation from an angel in my dreams. It was the very voice of the angel I heard while penning the Gospel of Marcus. Tacarian, in his writings, infused many fanciful tales, though amusing. Most notably the scene where Marcus unleashes a beam of death from his fingertip. When the suspicious priests interrogate how he knows of events from the Golden Empire, Tacarian, like an automated response, repeats, "An angel told me in a dream." This, of course, is a fabrication. However, in this world where magic and fae exist, what precludes a saint from casting a beam of death? As long as one remains resolute in their convictions, few dare to contradict. In this medieval fantasy realm, where truths are elusive, even rumors are regarded as profound wisdom. The one in the heavens spoke to me. That egg is, in fact, prepared for Tacarian. Thus, the air is thick with monks who heed Tacarian's every word. Consequently, Tacarian persists in imposing his beliefs as undeniable truths. He cannot allow the protagonist of this miracle to be overshadowed by an enigmatic mage. So, is this the miracle wrought by Tacarian? Saint Tacarian has descended. It is absurd to encounter such events just before embarking on a journey. He had assumed the relic to be a stone, only to discover it was a bird's egg. How utterly preposterous. Meanwhile, the clergy outside continue to debate his qualifications for sainthood. In truth, Ian harbors no aspirations for sanctity. He is a mage, not a priest. Even if hailed as Saint Ian, it bears no significance for him. While the title of saint may bestow numerous advantages, he has no intention of pursuing such distinction. Ian merely wishes to focus on the matter at hand. The fluffy chick tumbled before his eyes. Chapter 114. Departure, the monastery. Do you know what that is? Baranka attempted to gather the hunters to ascertain the species of the bird. Yet, the hunters unanimously declared that they had never encountered such a creature before. Uncertainty lingered. Perhaps its true nature would only reveal itself as it matured. Hunters, accustomed to capturing adult birds, often lacked familiarity with the young. Ian, not being an ornithologist himself, was unable to identify this bird species. Even more perplexing was the question of how to refer to a bird born from sacred artifact. What race are you? Chirp, chirp. Ian attempted to converse with it, but to no avail. Neither the Moronius tongue nor the imperial language seemed to bridge the gap of communication with the chick. Ian, will you take care of this bird? Kira inquired with bright eyes. No, I must return it to that fellow, to carry on. It emerged from the sacred artifact, did it not? Thus, he is naturally its rightful owner. Indeed, Kira nodded with a hint of disappointment. Even if Ian desired to keep it, the monks might not consent. After all, this bird was birthed from Tacarion's sacred relic. If the artifact were to be lost, at the very least, the bird must be returned. Should both the artifact and the bird be given to Ian, the abbot would certainly not be pleased. Mage Ian, I have something to discuss with you. Step outside. The tone of the speaker was evidently impolite, and without doubt, it was to carry on. Ian sauntered towards the corridor. To carry on awaited him, flanked by a group of monks, wearing an arrogant expression. My bird, when will you return it to me? Well, I was just about to do so. However, to carry on suspected Ian was being deceitful. The reason was simple. He was extremely protective of the credit for hatching the sacred artifact. He could not allow anyone to monopolize the glory of its hatching. Lacking social experience, he had spent his life growing up in the monastery. As a child, ostracized and friendless, he later found adoration among a fervent group of followers upon taking up writing. Consequently, to carry on had no understanding of social interactions. That sacred artifact was hatched by me. Thus, it is only natural that it should be returned to me. He stammered, as if reciting a chant. Ian regarded him with a peculiar expression. Could it be that he had indeed been bullied as a child? Yet that statement sounded quite off. You claim the sacred artifact hatched under your influence? Indeed, to carry on posed dramatically, and the surrounding monks erupted in enthusiastic applause. Truly, it is to carry on, the one favored by the divine. Huh, what will you do now, Mage Ian? A triumphant smile crept across to carry on's face. Since ancient times, those who strike first are destined for victory. Especially as a medieval internet celebrity author, to carry on boldly proclaimed, I am the one who hatched the sacred artifact. This is sufficient to suppress Ian's authority. Regardless of Ian's justifications, Takarian has undoubtedly secured victory. However, in contrast to Takarian's expectations, Ian is rather pleased to see Takarian claim that the bird's egg was hatched by him. Since Takarian has openly declared that he hatched the sacred object, the monastery cannot possibly hold Ian accountable. Takarian fears that Ian might usurp his credit, but this is merely a typical mindset of a religious individual. As a magician, Ian is utterly indifferent to such matters. Thus, as soon as Takarian expressed his interest, Ian promptly shifted the blame. Take the bird. I must head north. No wonder. I was pondering why the sacred object had cracked. It turns out it was your fault. Ha. Takarian displayed a puzzled expression. Claiming it was your fault makes it seem as though I had botched it. Take it away. Ian swiftly returned to his room, emerging with the small bird. To Ian, this little creature was merely a nuisance. After all, the sacred object did not belong to him. Anything brought from the monastery, be it a bird or a dinosaur, ultimately belonged to the head of the monastery. Even though Ian is a magician, swallowing items from the monastery and fleeing would not guarantee his safety. Moreover, he harbored no greed. Kyra, quickly return the bird. Ian called out cheerfully. He felt a weight lifted from his heart, hence his lightheartedness. Kyra, gently stroking the little bird, revealed a hint of disappointment. Are you here to take our little Winnie away? Have you already named it? Yes, it must be returned. Sob, little Winnie. Grow strong at the monastery too. Ian took the bird from Kyra and handed it to Takarian. Here, this is for you. Oh, thank you. Takarian made a concerted effort to calm his excitement as he extended his hand toward the bird. Once he received it, he would become the monk who hatched the sacred object, gaining widespread renown. Just then, chirp, chirp, as Takarian's hand was about to touch the bird. It suddenly emitted a piercing cry. The sound was profoundly sorrowful. No matter how Takarian tried to soothe it, his efforts were in vain. What is wrong with this bird? Indeed, it is supposed to be the sacred object hatched by Takarian in accordance with divine will. The monks murmured among themselves, and Takarian broke out in a cold sweat. The situation was dire. If the bird resisted and struggled here, it would become disastrous. Come, quickly into my embrace. Takarian attempted to forcibly hold the bird. As a result, the bird's cries grew even more mournful. Chirp, chirp, is this truly right? Even Ian began to worry. At this rate, the bird's bones might break. Ultimately, unable to watch any longer, Kyra intervened. Come here. Mommy will hug you. Kyra had seemingly transformed into a bird mother. Takarian endeavored to prevent Kira from seizing the little bird. However, when Kira's enchanting visage suddenly drew near, he became rooted to the spot. This reclusive monk was utterly defenseless against the allure of a woman. Unbeknownst to him, the little bird had nestled itself in Kira's embrace. As she tenderly caressed it, the bird instantly fell silent, as if it had never uttered a peep. Good heavens! Takarian found himself spurned by the sacred artifact. Indeed, the one destined to hatch the holy relic must be Ian. Saint Ian, the wizard blessed by the divine. Takarian was rendered speechless, while Kira was captivated entirely by the little bird. The once quiet creature suddenly spoke in Moronia's tongue. Take me to the monastery. The chosen one, your path coincides with mine, and good fortune shall ensue. Ian was momentarily taken aback, for the bird's voice was faint amidst the chaos, and only Kira, and he heard its unexpected proclamation. Yet, Kira also lacked understanding of Moronius, leaving only Ian to comprehend. What was this bird, and why did its words echo the sentiments of a time weaver? Ian had no time to ponder, as Takarian and the other monks grew increasingly agitated. Although the sacred artifact had rejected Takarian, it remained the monastery's possession. They bore the responsibility to safeguard the relic's return. Amidst the clamor, Ian spoke. Then we shall return this bird to the monastery. Thus, Ian's next destination was determined to be the monastery. Chapter 115. Lucy's troubles as Ian set the next journey's location. A noble from a distant western territory was preoccupied with sighs of discontent. She possessed hair as deep blue as the night sky, sparkling golden eyes, and a pointed hat reminiscent of beastly horns. My lord, urgent matters require your attention. Enter. Recently, Lucy had been beset by numerous concerns. What is it? More thieves? No. This time is a pack of wolves, her administrator reported in a leisurely manner. Although such a tone was ill-suited for addressing a noble, no one dared to reproach him. Despite Lucy being the rightful heir of the Italian lineage, her bloodline alone could not ensure authority. Especially after her family had perished in the turmoil, few remained to assist her in governing the territory. The previously mentioned band of thieves continued to ravage the land, and now wolves had arrived. The chaos showed no signs of abating. So, what do you think of my earlier suggestion? Lucy furrowed her brow. The administrator's proposal was to employ mercenaries led by his relatives to serve as the territorial army. Currently, the Italian territory had scarcely any soldiers to speak of. The reason was simple, a lack of funds. During the last territorial war, much of their finances had been depleted due to the assistance of Count Cardi. Upon discovering that the territory of Talion is devoid of both wealth and soldiers, nearby brigands have begun to stir, setting their sights on the citizens of Lucy's domain. If only my cousin could be brought forth, the pack of wolves would swiftly be driven away. Ridding the area of thieves would pose no challenge. Indeed, perhaps that is so. The administrator's reasoning is nearly impeccable. The root cause of the turmoil in the territory ultimately lies in the deficiency of military strength. By replenishing the ranks of soldiers and eradicating the brigands, the lives of the populace would naturally stabilize. However, throughout this process, Lucy must remain vigilant regarding the movements of the mercenaries and the administrator. This scenario feels oddly familiar, does it not? Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance to the situation when Baron Talion and his wife were attacked by the usurper Graham. Lucy is but a young girl, an unmarried maiden. Should external mercenaries seize control of the territory and swiftly wed Lucy, ascending to nobility would be effortlessly within reach. Consider this carefully. The longer the delay, the greater the suffering of the people. The administrator smiled cryptically and extended his hand toward Lucy. She promptly swatted it away, forcefully and resolutely. The decision shall be mine to make. That is, of course, my lady. The administrator bowed his head and then closed the door. A sinister smile crept across his face. Lucy Talion is a stubborn girl. She resembles a prize game to be hunted. Capturing an unresisting prey is devoid of excitement, and the more Lucy struggles, the more thrilling the chase becomes. It appears she is waiting for the return of the wizard Ian, who once saved the territory of Talion and is now embarked on a journey of mystical exploration. The administrator has seen Ian from a distance on several occasions. Ignorant mercenaries have lauded Ian as a grand sorcerer, the savior of Talion, but stripped of the wizard's aura, he is merely a fledgling. By the time you return, wizard Ian, everything will have come to an end. The administrator has no intention of relinquishing the territory of Talion easily. From the outset, his aim has been to become the next Lord of Talion, which is why he actively assumed the role of administrator. The exploits of the usurper Graham have inspired countless ambitious souls. Although Graham's rebellion ended in failure, many have perceived opportunity in his downfall. It is truly unfortunate. He was so close. Had it not been for that meddlesome wizard, success would have been within reach. Thus, the administrator's ambitions grow wildly, like rampant weeds. He does not intend to seize the territory as crudely as Graham did. Instead, he plans to accumulate merits gradually, earn the trust of those around him, and then mobilize the army to bring Lucy under his control. Though time-consuming, fortunate for him, Lucy is still young, and even a few years would be inconsequential. Everything is proceeding according to plan. The brigands currently attacking the territory of Talion are, in fact, mercenaries, friends of his cousin. Indeed, these idle mercenaries are merely masquerading as thieves under the guise of a banner. The one who summoned these mercenaries and thieves was none other than the administrator. It was the administrator who brought forth the cousin to drive away the brigands. This entire scenario was a meticulously orchestrated scheme, already tormented by the presence of thieves. What would happen if the wolf pack became active? How long could that delicate young lady endure? Just as the administrator revealed a sinister smile, one of his subordinates rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, we have a grave situation. What could be so alarming?" The administrator inquired. "There is an army approaching." "What?" The administrator found it difficult to believe the report. An army in Italian territory? Had some mad lord decided to invade? There was no reason for such an occurrence. The army encountered thieves on their march. The subordinate cautiously continued, "They have vanquished all the brigands." This infuriated the administrator, as a surge of rage coursed through him. Could these individuals not simply pass by in peace? Why provoke those compliant thieves? I must see who these ruffians are. The administrator hurried towards the stables. But by that time, Lucy had already heard the news and was on her way to greet the enigmatic army. Lucy was equally perplexed. The passing army had defeated the thieves? "Indeed, my lady, they are truly admirable warriors," the reporting subordinate exclaimed, yet Lucy harbored doubts. The knights she was familiar with were mostly sword-wielding ruffians, who, if not the pious knights of the Santiago order, would fight brigands for honor. Could there have been a conflict? This was the only explanation Lucy could conceive. Upon meeting the leader of the mysterious army, she found a middle-aged man adorned with a splendid beard. "Oh, it is a pleasure to meet you. You must be the Baron of Talion. And you are?" "I am Baron Damon." Lucy strained to recall. Being of noble descent herself, she was well acquainted with the nobles of the surrounding territories. But Baron Damon? That name was unfamiliar to her. "Are you a wandering knight?" Lucy tentatively inquired, suspecting Baron Damon might be a knight leading a war band, or perhaps a knight commanding a private army, crossing borders as a mercenary. "No, I am a lord. My domain lies upon the distant mountains." Lucy was further confounded. She reached a logical conclusion. This man was a mountain bandit. It was the wizard Ian who introduced me. "I intend to head south and wish to pause here for a while." "Ian," Lucy exclaimed, moving closer to Baron Damon, who burst into hearty laughter. The blush on her face upon hearing that familiar name made her appear like a lovesick maiden to anyone observing. "Indeed, that wise wizard has provided me with invaluable counsel. Knowledge so precious that it cannot be measured in gold. Ian is indeed quite clever." Baron Damon and Baron Talion expressed unanimous admiration for Ian, sharing a perfect rapport. On the journey, he serendipitously captured a few bandits, which could be considered a modest gift. "Haha, you are too kind." During Baron Damon's sojourn in Talion's territory, he was well supplied with ample resources. Of course, he was not idle. He took it upon himself to eradicate the bandits. The exhilaration of transitioning from hunting deer in the mountains to vanquishing bandits is truly delightful. The soldiers under Baron Damon, brimming with enthusiasm, seized their bows to engage with the marauders. The sudden pursuit incited the bandit leader's fury, prompting him to storm into the administrator's office, vociferously protesting. "You scoundrel, are you toying with me on purpose?" "No, a mere coincidence. How could I mobilize an army?" The administrator desperately soothed the bandit leader. "Just hold on a little longer. They will soon depart. Leave the disturbances in the territory to the wolf pack. And you should take cover." "Very well. I shall trust you once more." The bandits then vanished, replaced by a ferocious pack of wolves. The wolves. If only they would remain silent. Hunting them would be quite the challenge. Baron Damon found himself in a quandary. In the forests, as long as one could see the target, shooting with a bow was straightforward. However, in the vast plains, the pursuit became a daunting task. Neither Baron Damon nor Baron Talion possessed enough steeds to muster a cavalry. Yet, at that moment, a peculiar figure emerged within the territory. This must be Talion's domain. A monster. The crowd gasped. The newcomer was none other than a wolfman, enveloped in a thick coat of fur. The sudden appearance of the wolfman startled Lucy. However, the wolfman seemed unfazed, swiftly producing a token from the celestial sect. "Please remain calm, madam. I am a faithful adherent to the divine will." "Oh, I have entered into a master-servant contract with the sorcerer Ian, which is why I have come here. Ian? He's a friend of Ian? Lucy was momentarily at a loss for words. First, befriending the bandit leader, and now a wolfman had arrived? Upon a closer look, she noted the abundance of wolves in her territory and said, I shall take care of this. The wolfman, Lewis, charged barehanded into the pack. In less than a day, he returned triumphantly as the Wolf King. I have subdued them all. Henceforth, the wolf pack shall no longer trouble the residents of the territory. Wow, that is remarkably efficient. Lewis winked and smiled slightly. When Lord Ian returns, please make sure to report this to him. Certainly, certainly. Although uncertain of what had transpired, the inclusion of Baron Damon and Lewis restored order to Talion. The residents erupted in fervent cheers for Lucy. Huzzah! Long live the Lord! Lucy responded with an aristocratic smile. What splendid fortune! Oh dear, the crowd has grown larger. The atmosphere is indeed lively and delightful. Ah, your majesty, the Elven Queen, who had long been absent from the Talion territory, surveyed the bustling land with a satisfied nod. It appeared that Lucy had managed the domain quite well. Here, take this elven silk for Ian. Please ensure its safekeeping and do not misplace it. Thank you. Lucy caressed the delicate and soft elven silk, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Such a precious item. Although Ian had mentioned it could be disposed of freely, Lucy resolved to cautiously seek a buyer. Should she inadvertently mishandle it, she would be too embarrassed to face Ian. At that moment, a voice called out, My lord, we have a visitor. Again? Who might it be this time? A nun. Greetings. I was sent by Lord Ian. I hear you have rare fabrics, and I possess a modicum of sewing skills. At this point, Lucy could not help but feel perplexed. What on earth has Ian been busy with outside? Despite her myriad questions, the Talion territory was undoubtedly livelier than before, which was, without a doubt, a positive development. Ian, with the travel funds prepared by Baron and Baroness Devoris, departed from the castle. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. It was indeed exquisite weather for travel. It's sweltering. Had I known, I would have stayed indoors, he muttered, particularly annoyed by the incessant chatter of Takarian beside him. Ah, how I wish I could sip a refreshing juice right now. He sighed. Noticing Ian's lack of response, Takarian deliberately reiterated, right now would be quite satisfying. What does that have to do with me? Can't you conjure up some ice? I can, but why should I? Ian retorted, producing an annual shield and dipping it into a bowl of water. Instantly, the water froze, and Ian leisurely drank from the bowl. Takarian, witnessing this, was infuriated, yet he could do nothing but resign himself to the journey. Should we not take a break? Let us push on a little further, Lord Takarian. If we stop here, we will fall behind. I feel as though my legs might snap. Lord Takarian? At that moment, someone called out to Takarian from the road. A beautiful woman approached gracefully, her golden hair flowing in the wind. Not only Ian, but everyone else was taken aback, for she was clad in a nun-esque attire. A nun? Is there a convent nearby? But why does her outfit look like that? Ah, it appears to be a modified version of a nun's habit. The skirt resembles a Chinese dress, revealing her legs, with a long tie below her bust, and her flowing hair complemented by a pure white headscarf. Ian marveled at the sight of such modern attire in a medieval setting. In stark contrast to Ian's admiration, the clergy was incensed. What scandalous attire is that? Who has ever seen such lascivious nuns? Chapter 117. The assassination plot. Myonia, a nun, was born under the shadow of a solemn vow made by her mother during a harrowing childbirth. In her desperation, her mother pledged that if both mother and child emerged safely, she would dedicate her offspring to the divine. Thus, Myonia entered the world unscathed, leading her mother to send her to a convent. Unlike most, she did not choose this path willingly, mirroring the plight of many in the Middle Ages who could not dictate their own destinies. The dilemma lay in Myonia's profound lack of faith. Alas, life unfolded in a dreary manner. Myonia languidly leaned against the convent's wall, her gaze fixed upon the street. Her eyes only reflected the women strolling arm in arm with men, all hailing from ordinary households, destined for mundane marriages. How she envied them! Myonia longed for the simplicity of an ordinary woman's life, for the existence of a nun felt excessively stifling. She abhorred rising at dawn to pray and despised the constant expectation of maintaining decorum. Particularly vexing was the matter of attire. The abbess enforced a stringent dress code for the young nuns. Monks vowed to dedicate everything to the divine, and since their focus was solely on the divine, any attire that might attract attention was deemed unacceptable. Furthermore, the deity of the celestial faith was often depicted in female form, implying that she was widely regarded as a goddess. To think that a nun, adorned in elaborate garments, could tempt men while the goddess observed from above, it would be no surprise if divine wrath descended in the form of thunderbolts. Therefore, the nun's garb must remain solemn and tidy. Myonia, can't you wear your headscarf properly? Your hair is exposed again. Oh dear, please spare me this trivial matter of hair. And what your top? Have you altered it again? What is that tight garment? I made no alterations. My bosom has merely grown. What am I to do about it? You ought to bind that impertinent bosom. How dare you speak of my chest in such a manner? Myonia was notorious for her mischief within the convent, embroiling herself in daily disputes with her fellow nuns, even resorting to fisticuffs. The other nuns branded her as the spawn of the devil, a wanton woman. Myonia felt unjustly aggrieved. It was not her desire to become a nun. Rather, her parents had pledged her to the divine while she was still an infant. Myonia yearned to renounce her vows, seek a suitable partner, bear children, and establish a family. Yet the abbess would not grant her release, citing that she was a child dedicated to the divine and must serve for a lifetime. The abbess's reasoning was utterly unfounded. The deity had never decreed that one could be treated as a slave, nor had it ever coerced the unwilling into servitude. Yet, the abbess was a greedy individual. How could she be so foolish as to relinquish a legally owned free servant? Myonia, as long as you fulfill all the tasks I assign you, I shall permit you to return to secular life. Is that true? Indeed, I swear by the divine. Desperate to escape her bindings, Myonia complied with the abbess's every demand. However, the task of renouncing her monastic vows proved far more arduous than Myonia had ever anticipated. In fact, it cast doubt upon the very possibility of its completion. Perhaps from the outset, the abbess never intended for her to return to secular life. The abbess's demand was nothing short of participation in an assassination. What? You want me to commit murder? Oh, how can one even call it murder? It is merely assisting in the execution of divine retribution. Though the term assassination was scrupulously avoided, to Myonia, it was essentially the same. Divine retribution? Surely this is a jest? To take a life in the name of the divine? Fear not, Myonia. The target is a shameless deceiver. The divine bestows rewards, not punishment. Myonia was filled with questions, yet chose silence. She had discerned the abbess's insidious scheme. To withdraw at this juncture would likely incur a punishment far more severe than mere confinement within a monastery. Go forth and fulfill your duty. As you wish, my abbess. Upon receiving the abbess's clandestine orders, Myonia departed the monastery to meet with those involved in the assassination plot. Have you grasped the situation? Not yet. We must deal with a monk known as Taiji, the Golden Finger. He has penned malevolent gospels, ensnaring many in his web of deceit and committing grave sins. Myonia swallowed hard, her throat dry. Am I truly to become embroiled in such a murderous affair? What must I do? Sister, you are to prepare a meal for Taiji. Is that all? Yes, we shall poison his food. By the time the meal concludes, he will face divine judgment. Upon hearing the assassin's subsequent words, Myonia finally comprehended why she had been chosen as an accomplice in this assassination. I have heard that Taiji has a particular weakness for beautiful women. Beautiful women? It is said that Sister Myonia is quite free-spirited within the confines of the monastery. Remarkably, the assassins brazenly requested that the nun employ her allure. Myonia felt a mix of absurdity and undeniable truth. Indeed, if it were she, perhaps she could entice Taiji and prepare his meal. Just as a precaution, I must remind you not to entertain thoughts of betrayal. There are other traps laid for him besides ours. This served as a warning against becoming ensnared and facing dire consequences. Myonia nodded, yet her heart was laden with endless doubts. Is assisting in an assassination to renounce my vows truly the correct course of action? Had she been an uneducated and ignorant soul, perhaps such matters would not weigh upon her. Yet she was a nun, schooled in divine teachings and the tenets of a righteous life. Oh God, what am I to do? Just as she fell into contemplation, the monk known as Taiji arrived. Chapter 118, Tomato, what have you, this wanton nun, done to the sacred habit of the nun? Upon seeing her attire, the monks erupted in furious reproach. This is far from a nun's attire. How can such a nearly revealing ensemble be considered a nun's habit? Even worse, the nun's figure itself appears indecent. adorned in such provocative garments. One could conclude that she is an inherently lascivious nun. Unlike the monks, Barenka crossed her arms and remarked with a hint of indifference. Her beauty only served to exacerbate the situation. Upon hearing this, Kira furrowed her brow slightly. Is this truly beauty? Barenka's taste is indeed peculiar. This is merely a modification of the nun's attire. Imagine if it were regarded as an ordinary dress. Would it not be rather delightful? This notion seemed to carry some validity. Indeed, if the design were based on the nun's attire but crafted from more conventional fabric, it could have been rendered far more elegant. With the nun's outfit paired with this figure, Ian's mind was filled with a singular word: contrast. This ensemble elicited admiration from both Ian and the women, proving to be a nearly lethal temptation for Takarian. Takarian gasped heavily. He was a man who secluded himself in his room, solely engaged in writing the gospel, with scarcely any interaction with the opposite sex. In his writings, he described various beautiful women, and during those times he was quite at ease. Yet, when confronted with real women, Takarian appeared utterly timid. Lord Takarian, I have diligently read your gospel. I am your fervent admirer, Myonia. Oh, how wonderful. I heard you would be passing through here, and I simply had to meet you. I never expected to encounter you like this. It feels like a dream. As Sister Myonia approached, Takarian's face flushed crimson in an instant. She was a beauty rivaling Barenka and Kira, and for Takarian, her presence felt insurmountably lofty. To commemorate our meeting today, I would be honored to share lunch with you, if you're not too busy. Would you be able to spare some time? Takarian hesitated, stuttering. He seemed to have always been somewhat awkward. Hey, Sister Myonia, you should know your limits. Wearing such inappropriate clothing. How dare you invite our Lord Takarian to lunch? Be quiet. As the situation escalated, the monks could no longer restrain themselves, prompting Takarian to immediately turn and shield Myonia. His actions left the monks feeling profoundly betrayed. No, Lord Takarian, are you truly defending that woman who resembles a harlot? Mind your words. If you dare to insult Sister Myonia again, I will not stand idly by. How could you say such a thing, Lord Takarian? Myonia gently embraced Takarian. The scene descended into chaos for both Takarian and the monks. Myonia's actions drove both her supporters and detractors into a frenzy. Her audacious behavior undoubtedly challenged their boundaries. Is that not so? Perhaps not. Observing from the sidelines, Ian furrowed his brow. Even if Takarian were deserving of utmost respect, could he truly possess such a lure that others would draw near so directly? A woman approaching a man clad in such enticing attire could hardly be motivated by genuine admiration. If true reverence were the intent, her demeanor would not be so frivolous. She must harbor ulterior motives, though their nature remains unclear for the time being. Could she have been ensnared by a nefarious sorcerer? Barenka squinted and remarked. Having encountered certain events in the Dervash territory, she remained perpetually skeptical of sorcerers. Ian shook his head. The likelihood is minimal. Perhaps she simply wishes to present herself more attractively before Takarian as a devoted fan. At that moment, Kira whispered, I can't shake the feeling that she might have some ulterior motives. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Though her true intentions elude us, let us observe how this unfolds. Although Myonia's actions puzzled Ian and his companions, they felt it inappropriate to interrogate her, opting instead to watch her next move. Let us depart. It is time for dinner. You are truly magnificent, Lord Takarian. At this juncture, Takarian was utterly captivated by Myonia. Ian and his companions trailed behind them quietly. Murder is a grave sin. All acts of killing are wicked, yet murder is the most unforgivable of all, particularly when it involves the slaying of a clergyman. Clearly, no adherent of the divine church wishes to descend into hell, as it is a realm fraught with terror and suffering. Nevertheless, throughout life, one may occasionally find themselves committing transgressions. For instance, in the desperate throes of starvation, one might engage in a dispute with a passerby over food. It is said that crimes committed under such dire circumstances bear far lighter culpability than others. Those who make a profession of murder are acutely aware of this fact. Even identical acts of murder can carry varying degrees of guilt depending on the context. If a person dies inadvertently, is that not our fault? For example, stabbing someone is a clear act of murder. But what if one were to poison another? If one were to concoct a dish from obscure ingredients that unbeknownst to all contain poison, leading to their demise? How shocking that food made from such unfamiliar materials could prove fatal. This is sheer self-deception. Clergy members of the Divine Church, when seeking to commit crimes, often succumb to this delusion. If there exists even the slightest possibility of mitigating their guilt, no matter how foolish it may seem, they will pursue it. Such is the mindset of those plotting to assassinate Takarian. Regardless of how the upper echelons disparage Takarian as a hypocritical charlatan to the common folk, he undeniably embodies the essence of a clergyman. They were reluctant to personally execute the clergy, and the higher-ups shared their unease. Consequently, they devised a cunning plan to assassinate him with a poison unknown to the Empire, a toxin even the clergy were unaware of. Wouldn't this alleviate some of our culpability? A seemingly innocuous ingredient, yet it harbors deadly toxins. Those conspiring to eliminate Takalian scoured for such a food. Pufferfish and poisonous mushrooms, notorious for their lethality, were evidently unsuitable as targets. New potato sprouts, with their milder toxicity, were also ruled out. After extensive deliberation, they finally stumbled upon a vibrant, round vegetable. Could this seemingly harmless item be so perilous? Indeed, it was said to be deadly upon consumption. The vegetable discovered by the assassins was the tomato. At first glance, it appeared utterly benign. Could it truly be fatal? Shall we test it? Are you mad? If its toxicity were confirmed, it would indeed be an assassination. We merely present this dish. Takalian must perish without our knowledge. Quite right. We nearly made a grave error. Rumor has it that none who have consumed this tomato have escaped unscathed. Thus, it seems Takalian will surely meet his demise. Consequently, the assassins prepared a soup from the tomatoes, awaiting the arrival of Myonia with Takalian. Off to hell you go, arrogant Takalian. The assassins stirred the tomato soup, their laughter echoing ominously. Chapter 119. The reluctant Myonia, the company followed Sister Myonia to a humble abode. Although hunger gnawed at them, Ian did not anticipate a delightful meal, having long grown weary of medieval cuisine. Surely, it would be another salt-roasted dish. Roast, steam, or boil. Once completed, a sprinkle of salt would render it a curious medieval delicacy. Quite simple, is it not? In truth, this uninspired culinary style is prevalent on modern Western tables. Bread, meat, a smattering of vegetables, first roasted, steamed, or boiled, then consumed directly. The quintessential example remains the steak. Though the grilling technique has reached an artistic zenith, it is fundamentally merely a slab of roasted meat adorned with butter, accompanied by some vegetables as a side dish. Even the monks in the monastery regarded such simplicity in diet as a virtue. Judging by Sister Myonia's attire, she appeared to live a life of liberation. Yet, would her meals surpass those of the nobility in opulence? Not long ago, Ian dined and rested at Divorcey Castle, a rather affluent estate where he even savored meals seasoned with pepper. This dining experience transpired in the home of a merchant, where it seemed Myonia was currently residing. Although preparations were modest, she encouraged them to indulge heartily. The homeowner respectfully served the food, and the monks murmured in astonishment. What kind of dish is this? The soup's color was an eye-piercing red, truly remarkable. The fare presented by the merchant was indeed extraordinary. It was a soup, its broth as vividly crimson as blood. It smelled quite pleasant. Not only the monks, but even Berenka and Kira were left perplexed by the origin of this red concoction. Only the merchant, Myonia, and Ian were aware of the true nature of the soup. Tomato? Ian gently inhaled the aroma of the broth. A tangy, delightful flavor enveloped him. Indeed, it was tomato soup. The sweet and sour freshness he had not experienced in nearly 2 decades stirred his emotions. Tomato. I shall establish the Holy Fire Tomato Church following the Holy Fire doctrine. Due to its distinctive sweet and sour flavor, tomatoes are utilized in various dishes, particularly complementing meats exquisitely. Although Ian cherished the taste of tomato soup, he refrained from drinking it immediately. As previously mentioned, he harbored suspicions about Sister Myonia. He feared that some poison had been mixed into the meal. Just as Ian contemplated this, a loud crash echoed through the room as someone abruptly pushed back their chair and stood up forcefully. It was Sister Myonia. "What is the matter, sister?" The homeowner inquired with a stiff smile. Myonia was in a state of profound shock. "Is that soup made from tomatoes? Do you intend for everyone present to perish?" Her shoulders trembled as she glared rigidly at the merchant. "What are you doing? What do you mean by this sudden outburst? Are you truly serving such a meal to everyone here? Do you really think this is appropriate?" Myonia's unexpected shout left the monks bewildered. Yet, The merchant remained remarkably composed. Of course, one must serve everyone. Would it not be strange to offer a special dish to just one? Is that so? Myonia's voice fell to a low murmur. Even though she had been compelled to participate due to the abbess's threats, she could not accept the notion of suddenly slaughtering so many. Indeed, this had crossed into the realm of massacre. Deucalion awkwardly chuckled and spoke up. "Sister, what troubles you?" At that moment, Myonia overturned Deucalion's bowl of soup. "Ah, sister." As the bowl tipped, Myonia shouted, "Everyone, do not touch that soup. It is poisoned." What? Poisoned? Such a foolish act. The homeowner waved his hand, and soon, a group of men wielding swords surged in. "Myonia, is my request truly so difficult? I cannot bear to kill so many." The homeowner approached Myonia with a sinister smile. The pointed blade rendered the monks immobile. "Hee, there's no choice but to send you to meet the Lord above," he taunted. "You vile scoundrel." The merchant presented something to Myonia. "This is a deadly herb harvested from the Coral Sea. Consume it." "Huh." The merchant called it poisonous, yet it appeared harmless. In truth, the so-called deadly herb was merely a tomato. "Quick, eat it." "Oomph. The Lord above is watching your transgressions." The merchant laughed heartily, urging, "Hurry, Myonia." Myonia shook her head vigorously, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ian calmed himself, mentally untangling the current predicament. The nun had orchestrated a banquet, inviting us to partake. It was a conspiracy. The homeowner and the nun were in cahoots, and within this group, Myonia believed only one person, Deucalion, was meant to perish. However, the homeowner was willing to eliminate us all for their scheme. The nun, unable to bear witness, had overturned the tomato soup. Ian scooped a spoonful of the soup and tasted it, focusing intently while recalling his past conversation with the plant mage, Mani. "Should you ever need to forage for wild vegetables in the forest, I shall teach you a spell to discern plant toxicity." The seasoned herbalist Mani had instructed Ian on distinguishing plant toxins. He had never had the opportunity to practice this spell, as he had never foraged for wild edibles. Yet now, it proved invaluable. Indeed, the soup contained no toxins. It was merely a concoction of tomatoes. While he was held at the mercy of an assassin's blade, Barunka was also restrained, unable to move, yet there were few around Kira. Perhaps it was because Kira seemed non-threatening and had cleverly seated herself among the clergy. Given the chance, she could create quite a disturbance. In that case, Myonia, if you willingly consume the tomato, I shall spare the others. Are you serious? The assassin displayed a contemptible grin. Of course, it was a deceit, a clumsy ploy to compel Myonia to end her own life. Yet, those in despair had no alternatives. Very well, Myonia sighed, as if resigned. Perhaps this is for the best. Though coerced, as a servant of the divine, she had become embroiled in such a sordid assassination plot. If her life could serve as a slight atonement, she would accept it willingly, whether she desired it or not. She remained a servant of God. Myonia grasped the tomato, her hand trembling slightly. Chapter 120. The act of consuming the tomato. Barunka's eyes widened in alarm, as if ready to spring forth. Ian swiftly conveyed a message in response. As the tomato soup before Barunka and Kira suddenly began to flow on its own, it formed a phrase, "Do not move, wait for me." Ian took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "Stop." His voice reverberated throughout the restaurant, filling every corner. Both the assassin and Myonia halted their actions and turned to Ian in unison. "Who are you? What are you doing? Sit down at once. Put down the knife." Ian locked eyes with the knife wielder, his tone resolute. The voice of the mage was imbued with immense willpower, possessing an enchanting quality. What?" I said. "Put down the knife." The knife wielder met Ian's gaze, momentarily thrown into disarray. Through prolonged contact with mysterious forces, Ian had gradually transformed into an entity coexisting with the arcane, his eyes flowing with indescribable secrets. The enigmatic aura emanating from Ian, coupled with an indescribable pressure, naturally compelled the assailant to lower his head. Pushing past the knife wielder, Ian stepped before the homeowner. He smirked. "It seems you are a noble's son, yet beneath the blade, you are no different from an ordinary person. If you wish to live, sit down and be silent. If taking poison can save others, then I shall willingly partake in it myself. Shall I not?" As Ian's words fell, the monks were instantly taken aback. "No, my lord Ian, what do you mean? This cannot be. Let me do it. Allow me to take it instead." They were astonished by Ian's sudden declaration, deeply moved by the willingness to sacrifice one's life for others. What a sacred act of selflessness. Tekalian stammered, resembling someone desperate for the restroom. He too wished to make a gallant sacrifice, but the words failed to escape his lips. No, why would you suddenly say such a thing? Myonia felt a surge of panic as she saw Ian step forward. It seemed he was a noble traveling with the monks, and she never anticipated he would choose to sacrifice himself to save others. To reassure Myonia, Ian wove a tapestry of suitable words. It is my duty to step forward for the sake of all who are dedicated to the sacred cause. Myonia felt her eyes welling up with tears. Many proclaim their piety, yet most merely engage in empty talk of faith, with few genuinely taking action. However, the purity and sincerity of his faith. Myonia sensed the shadows in her heart gradually dissipating. If the nun can pray for me, perhaps a miracle will occur, and I may yet survive. Ian smiled, prompting Myonia to shed tears uncontrollably. All right, I will pray for you, Brother Ian. Oh, I will pray for my brother. The monks wept profusely. You said you would consume the poison on their behalf? Indeed. Haha, what a fool. Do as you wish. If you desire to partake, then partake. He readily acquiesced to Ian's sacrifice. After all, he had planned to eliminate Takarian and the others entirely. Moreover, directly harming such devout individuals gave him pause. Ian stood before the assassin, who regarded him with a curious gaze. For the assassin, this was an amusing spectacle, as well as an opportunity to witness the toxicity of the tomato firsthand. Hey, do you truly not regret this? If you wish to turn back now, I would understand. Ian smiled broadly, grasping the tomato in his hand. Without hesitation, he took a bite. Sister Myonia covered her mouth. The tender-hearted monks began to sob. Lord Ian has sacrificed himself for us, they exclaimed. Truly, Lord Ian is a saint. Regardless of the reactions around him, Ian chewed the tomato earnestly, his cheeks bulging. Whoever had cultivated this tomato had done so exceptionally well. Its flavor was exquisite. It was surprisingly delectable. I shall have another. Ian picked up a second tomato. Two. Please stop. You will truly die. The monks cried out in despair, lamenting for Ian. His self-sacrificial act was indeed moving, and the room was once again enveloped in tears. The assassin continued to cackle wickedly, relishing Ian's foolishness. He is so eager to meet his demise. Good thing I did not stop him. Look, hurry and die, you foolish man. Ian disregarded the surrounding reactions and stuffed a third tomato into his mouth. The tomato remained delicious. Gradually, the assassins began to sense something amiss. What was happening? Why had he not yet perished? He had consumed 3 plants that were supposed to be fatal. Ian could not help but scoff. You are curious as to why I still live, are you not? The assassins stared blankly at Ian, for a remarkable spectacle was unfolding before them, one that was rarely witnessed even with great expense. Even the blades monitoring Belenka and Kira could not avert their gaze. Now was the moment. Crack! Ian swiftly drew his staff and shouted, Kira, Belenka, now! The sudden exclamation left the assassins bewildered. Yet Kira and Belenka understood. This was the opportunity Ian had spoken of. With a resounding roar, Kira launched the fireworks. The assassins, initially poised to thwart her, were distracted by Ian's tomato-eating antics and failed to react in time. Accompanied by a thunderous noise, flames erupted like a fountain, causing the assassins' hearts to race, and they hastily retreated. Kira's fireworks merely sparkled and lacked the lethal force to incinerate anyone. However, as chaos ensued among the assassins, an opportunity was created for Belenka to draw her sword. A fleeting silver flash illuminated the air as a severed head soared through the darkness. What are you? Ian chanted incantations, and the room was instantly engulfed in shadows. I am Ian Elidith Raven. Chapter 121. The tide of battle turns instantly. Darkness filled the room like an accumulating ink as Ian cast a spell for Belenka. A wind. This was a magical echolocation developed in the Barantalian cemetery, capable of visualizing sound, allowing one to discern objects even in the dark. As the mysterious whispers of the wind echoed, Belenka perceived the shapes within the dark becoming vaguely discernible. However, unlike the confines of an underground vault, the spell's potency diminished significantly in the open expanse. Consequently, Belenka could only fend off the nearby agitated foes. Suddenly, the tide of battle turned. The assassins were thrown into disarray. especially after the pitch-black darkness enveloped the entire room. They lost all desire to resist. It was no surprise. They had initially believed this mission merely involved dealing with a few feeble monks. The clergy were objects of pity, not formidable foes. With a little less moral hesitation and concern for the afterlife, anyone could slay a cleric. However, unbeknownst to them, a formidable sorcerer had infiltrated Tarkaryon's ranks. They had made a grave mistake. From the outset, they should never have accepted this task. As plans unraveled, the assassins descended into panic. Though they had prepared a contingency plan for failure, it bore no relevance to them. Flee, scatter, everyone disperse. Realizing their impending doom, the assassins fled in all directions. Yet, their efforts proved futile, as all were captured by Belenka. I surrender. I yield. I am willing to pay a ransom. Spare my life. The leader of the assassins fell to his knees with a thud. Assassins daring to speak of ransom? Absurd. Your life is worth my ransom as well. Ian unsheathed an alisir, aiming for the assassin's chest. Just before he swung his sword, his fingers trembled slightly. Although killing was a quotidian affair for medieval folk, it was not so for Ian. Honor and sin were two sides of the same coin. To kill was both an act of glory and an erosion of one's humanity. At that moment, the darkness began to recede. Belenka approached Ian and softly said, I can execute him for you. Ian looked at Belenka. She was his knight, not required to bear blood on her hands. Belenka could shoulder this burden of guilt for him. Yet, Ian shook his head. No. Ian too must learn to adapt to violence. I am willing to offer a treasure map rich with gold and silver, fine wines and beautiful maidens. I present them all. Please spare my life. Without engaging in idle chatter, Ian thrust the sword downward, aiming at the space between the collarbones, and struck fiercely. The blade smoothly penetrated the flesh. This was his first time wielding a sword, and fortunately, he did not encounter bone. Friends who frequently take lives understand that if the strike is poorly placed, it may hit bone and fail to pierce. Ian withdrew the anorothiel. With a thud, the assassin fell as if released from a corked wine bottle, blood gushing forth. Indeed, it is a fine sword. Extracting a blade that has buried itself so deeply is no easy feat. This is your first kill, isn't it, Ian? He nodded mechanically, his fingertips lingering with a peculiar sensation, a mix of excitement and tremor. Moreover, that feeling bordered on a sense of pleasure. Humans instinctively pursue violence, affirming their own strength by instilling fear through the destruction of others. Within violence lies an addictive thrill. Indeed, revenge is sweet, but Ian, do not forget that even revenge is an act that takes life. Belenka gently patted Ian's shoulder, noting that the allure of violence lies in its exhilaration. However, those who indulge in violence risk losing their very essence. Belenka pointed this out, hoping Ian would always retain his fundamental humanity. While gazing into the abyss gazes back at you. Upon our arrival at the village, we must go to the church to pray, Ian. Very well. Ian etched Berenka's counsel into his memory. Is everyone safe? After the turmoil subsided, Ian sought out the monks. Thankfully, all the monks were unharmed, having taken refuge beneath the dining table at the onset of the disturbance. Oh, Sir Ian, truly, you must be a messenger sent by the heavens. The monks rushed towards Ian. Even Tarkaryon timidly expressed his gratitude. What can I say? Thank you, well done. Ian nodded dismissively, feeling utterly exhausted both physically and mentally, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, the matter was not concluded. Forgive me for saying this, but we must leave here at once. It was Sister Myonia. An irate monk immediately retorted, Are you trying to deceive us again? What trickery is this? First, change out of that indecent nun's habit. Sister Myonia's face flushed crimson. I am not indecent. I am serious. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, Ian intervened to mediate. Perhaps we should first hear what Sister Myonia has to say, as she has just warned us. Ahem. Sister Myonia raised her voice. Everyone, please listen. Soon, barbarian warriors will attack this place. Barbarian warriors? The monks were greatly astonished. Chapter 122, Dealing with Assassins, A Fresh Start. Barbarian warriors are a rare breed within the Empire. Indeed, to my knowledge, they are mercenaries hired by Count Romani, prepared to thwart any assassination plot. The assassins are also aware that employing poison for their nefarious deeds carries significant risks. In truth, utilizing poison primarily benefits the assassins themselves. Even if it leads to the bizarre demise of a monk, the culpability of the assassins would not be excessively grave. After all, they could simply argue, we merely provided nourishment. It was their own folly that led to their demise. Had they truly wished to eradicate the monks, they would have prepared lethal toxins from the outset. Barbarians. This poses a grave problem. Concern was etched upon the faces of the monks. The adherents of the divine faith typically refrain from harming clergy, fearing the repercussions in the afterlife. However, the barbarians are different. They are heathens. They do not subscribe to the divine faith, and even if they were to slay hundreds or thousands of its clergy, they would remain unperturbed. Count Romani has cunningly arranged for the most suitable assassins to eliminate the clergy. These barbarian warriors are nothing short of hunting machines for the clergy, notorious for their murderous tendencies. We must urgently seek the assistance of the divine faith's followers. Ian nodded. If the barbarian warriors were to attack, the survival of the monks will be severely jeopardized. As for Ian, he possessed a repertoire of magical abilities, including space teleportation scrolls, rendering the likelihood of his demise at the hands of the barbarians nearly non-existent. However, nearly non-existent does not equate to zero, especially in this medieval era marked by poor sanitation and medical conditions, where a mere misstep could result in being struck by a poisoned arrow and facing death. One advantage for Ian was that they were barbarians. This was imperial territory, teeming with followers of the divine faith. And clergy being pursued by barbarians? Knights eager for glory would undoubtedly rush forth with laughter. Even a chance encounter with a knight would likely result in them becoming Ian's escort. I have grasped the general circumstances, yet a question remains. A monk pointed at Myonia. What if this woman is currently conspiring to hand us over to the barbarians? Ian gazed at Myonia. Although he had surmised the reasons behind the nun's betrayal of the assassins, he yearned to hear her confess it herself for confirmation. She had once seduced Takarian, even altering her nun's attire to be exceedingly revealing. Could a former adversary be trusted? Sister Myonia, I implore you to swear to the heavens and answer honestly. Why you betrayed them? Why choose to stand with us? Myonia sighed and replied, I merely wish to return to secular life, thus acting upon the directives of the abbess. Although I was aware of the plot to assassinate Takarian, I participated nonetheless. Yes, that is my sin. What? You intended to kill me from the very beginning? Silence. None. Please continue. However, the assassin desires to eliminate all of you, and I cannot bear witness to the scene of your demise, rather than that of Takarian. That is a sin I cannot endure. Thus, I have revealed the truth. Had Myonia not betrayed us, Ian and his companions might have traversed this place unscathed. Yet, they are soon to confront the barbarian warriors and engage in battle. Myonia has thoroughly disrupted everything. You made a difficult decision. This is not a commendable act. Since I have sown the seeds of sin, it is only right that I bring it to an end. Should I remain idle, the nun may have already acquired what you sought. The monks expressed their agreement with Ian's words. In the face of immediate gain, adhering to divine teachings resembles the actions of clergy rather than those of ordinary individuals. At this juncture, the monks resolved to trust Myonia's words, save for one individual, to carry on. What? She wishes to kill me. You are utterly unconcerned. Well, perhaps. What do you mean by perhaps? Clearly, Takarian has yet to fully comprehend herself. In the divorcee territory, she has committed numerous abhorrent acts, likely beyond her own awareness. Sister Myonia, did you not profess your fondness for me? Did you not hold me in esteem? Takarian's voice even carried a hint of anguish. Myonia replied sternly, Are you unwell? Do you truly believe such words? So they were all lies? You actually thought I would like you? How utterly ludicrous. This is outrageous. Did you not claim to also admire my gospel? The gospel. To speak candidly, the one you penned is utterly dreadful. It is an affront to natural justice. Do you realize? In your attempt to portray Saint Marcus as a hero, you have belittled other saints to the status of fools. That was merely a narration centered around the achievements of Lord Marcus. The depiction of Saint Johann as a fool is particularly egregious. He is revered by Count Romani above all saints. Takarian's complexion turned ashen. No, it cannot be. Must I be condemned to death for such triviality? Myonia retorted scornfully. Triviality? Do you treat the life of faith as a jest? After separating and interrogating the remaining assassins, dealing with them, and resuming our meal, it was near midnight. Ian casually reclined to rest. The surroundings were in disarray, yet he lacked even the strength to lift a finger. My lord Ian, are you well? The monks were exceedingly concerned for Ian's health. He had voluntarily consumed the poisonous plant, tomato, to save everyone, so it was not surprising that he felt unwell. I am fine. I shall rest here tonight, and we will depart at dawn. Is that acceptable? What if the barbarians launch a sudden attack? At least not in this vicinity. They are unprepared and cannot mount an assault tonight. A night raid is not something just anyone can accomplish. One must thoroughly comprehend the surrounding terrain while preparing as many torches as possible. Ian utilized shadow magic to survey the nearby light sources. Shadows harbor an intense aversion to light, making those who carry torches easily discernible. Fortunately, there were no torchbearers nearby, indicating the absence of any barbarian ambush. Escaping also necessitates stamina. Thus, an early slumber is essential before embarking at dawn. Are you Lord Ian? Sister Myonia bowed her head. I'm truly grateful for your assistance today. Ian nodded nonchalantly, having grown weary of expressions of gratitude. Yet, one curiosity lingered in his mind. Who mended your nun's attire? The religious garb is typically deemed sacred, and ordinary folk dare not touch it for fear of incurring divine wrath. Myonia blushed, evidently aware that her appearance was somewhat inappropriate. I mended it myself. Oh, you did it yourself? Your craftsmanship is commendable. Myonia had anticipated a more scathing reprimand. Yet Ian's unexpected praise left her somewhat bewildered. She assumed that the devout Ian would deliver a sermon regarding the attire of clergy, complimenting her skills. Regardless of Myonia's confusion, Ian had begun to indulge in fanciful thoughts. With such craftsmanship, she should be capable of creating garments. Once this matter is resolved, I shall send this nun to Lady Lucy's domain, where she can tend to the elven silks. As dawn broke, Ian and his companions commenced their preparations for departure. Chapter 123. Coffee in the trail of the barbarians. Despite being pursued by foes, Ian and his party partook in breakfast. While this may appear somewhat sluggish, it was, in fact, a wise decision. In the face of uncertainty regarding the enemy's movements, foregoing breakfast would only lead to unnecessary exhaustion. The enemy was equally unaware of Ian's precise location. Thus, to conserve energy, they must eat. Both parties required sustenance, rendering it not a waste of time. While rummaging through the warehouse for breakfast provisions, Ian stumbled upon a peculiar pouch. Initially, he sought to check for leftover tomatoes, but regrettably, those had been consumed the previous day. What is this? A tightly bound small bag, clearly a carefully preserved item. Ian carefully unfastened the pouch. What could be inside? Perhaps star anise or pepper. However, upon opening the bag, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Ian instantly recognized its contents. Ian, what are you doing there? Kira entered the warehouse. Glancing around, Ian promptly handed her the pouch. Kira, do you know what this is? Not really. Kira wrinkled her nose and sniffed. Her eyes widened. What sweet scent. Indeed, this delightful substance is called coffee. Coffee? Coffee is a crop hailing from the distant southern reaches of the empire. While it is not uncommon in the southern regions, the majority in the north remain unfamiliar with it. Over there lies a stone mill. Let us grind some. Ian, with a sack of coffee beans in hand, made his way to the backyard. He gathered some dry twigs to kindle a fire, then roasted the coffee beans in a flat pan he had brought along. This was the most primitive method of roasting. Ian, what peculiar endeavor are you undertaking now? Came the voice of Barenka. Are you boiling a spoon? No, it is not about the spoon. Barenka had frequently observed Ian boiling spoons for sanitation, a ritual he performed during his travels to maintain personal hygiene. However, she could never quite grasp the rationale behind Ian's actions. According to him, it was a rite to ward off illness. Although Barenka could not comprehend the connection between spoons and sickness, she deferred to the wizard's words. She even contemplated that if someone fell ill in the future, she might try boiling a spoon in their presence. You arrived just in time. Could you assist me in grinding this? Ian requested. Barenka complied, turning the stone mill. As the grinding progressed, a fine mound of coffee powder gradually formed. The sweet aroma elicited involuntary admiration from Barenka. This fragrance is truly delightful. Indeed, I intend to brew it. Oh, that is certainly something to look forward to. Fortunately, Ian had discovered sugar in the storeroom. Before finding the coffee, he had contemplated whether to simply dissolve sugar in water. However, with the coffee now at hand, the purpose of the sugar became abundantly clear. Ian brought the ground coffee powder to a boil with water and sugar. Finished. Ian poured each of them a cup of coffee. This is absolutely wonderful. The long-awaited coffee was so delicious it nearly brought tears to their eyes. Moreover, it possessed invigorating properties. At that moment, As Ian and his companions were in the midst of retreat, the stimulating effects of the coffee would aid their efforts. Come, everyone, let's all have a cup of coffee. After serving coffee to Barenka and Kyra, Ian still had a considerable amount left, enough to share a sip with each of the monks. This is splendid. Delicious. Their enthusiastic responses brought a smile of contentment to Ian's face. The only regret was the absence of cake or biscuits to accompany it. It is nearly time to depart. Very well. Ian and his companions left, heading towards a nearby castle. Although they were in flight, their pace was surprisingly slow, as Barenka advocated for a more measured approach. After all, we are unaware of each other's locations. There is no need to hasten and exhaust our strength. Indeed, neither the barbarians nor Ian's group had any clarity regarding their respective positions. They may have moved towards the previous location, but what would follow? There were no answers. Certainly, a guide endowed with tracking abilities is responsible for leading the way. Thus, it is not merely a matter of luck. Nevertheless, tracking remains a formidable challenge. In a world devoid of even a decent map, pursuing an enemy of uncertain location proves exceedingly arduous. The dire predicament they find themselves in is chiefly attributable to the betrayal of Sister Myonia. Due to her treachery, the assassins failed, leaving the barbarian trackers in a state of utter confusion. The sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze caressed the landscape. The freshly sprouted grass in the fields exuded a delightful fragrance, almost sweet to the senses. Ian stifled a yawn, longing for a cozy mat to rest upon, contemplating the prospect of hastening their pace as they approached the Baron's castle. While their progress was leisurely, an undercurrent of tension lingered. After all, even Takarian had ceased to mention taking a break. However, due to his stature, he was indeed more susceptible to fatigue than the average person. How he yearned for a respite to return home. Takarian murmured to himself as sweat trickled down his brow. Ian silently marveled at the sheer volume of sweat he was producing, as if his very body were melting away. By the time they reached the monastery, he might have shed a considerable amount of weight. Indeed, how wonderful it would be to stay at home, with food aplenty and no fears of assassination. Such comfort. Ian jested, eliciting a glare from Takarian. I don't wish to be out here either, but if I remain at the monastery, the Gospels simply won't sell. Is that so? In the realm of Gospel sales, reputation equates to wealth. The more renowned one is, the better the Gospels sell. Ian let out a low whistle. It is truly arduous for authors in this era to promote their own works. If I were to become a saint, the Gospels would surely fly off the shelves. If Takarian were to heal Baron Divorcey, the onlookers would undoubtedly proclaim him a saint. At that moment, Kira, who had been listening to their conversation, interjected. Since we're on this topic, may I inquire? This little creature has never eaten anything. Do you know why? The small bird, hatched from a sacred relic or a pure white egg, was now under Kira's care. Kira was kind-hearted, and Ian felt reassured by her nurturing of the bird. Well, perhaps it is because this bird is rather special, Takarian mumbled, avoiding Kira's gaze. He still found it difficult to meet the eyes of a beautiful woman. It may be a bliss bird. A bliss bird? The so-called paradise bird is a creature that feeds on dew and spends its entire life soaring through the skies. Hence, it requires no sustenance and possesses no legs. But this one has legs, Ian pointed out. Perhaps it is still young. When it matures, its legs might vanish. Is that even possible? Ian regarded the bird with skepticism. Gah, master, what is it, Oberon? Oberon flapped its wings and alighted upon Ian's shoulder. It was a free bird, occasionally vanishing for days, only to return silently. Ian had no intention of preventing its wanderings. After all, it was a bird he had rescued, initially intended for liberation back into the wild. Yet, the delectable food Ian provided had persuaded it to stay. Recently, some peculiar figures had been spotted nearby. This was not good news. They were draped in bare skins, likely either hunters or savages, with a tendency toward the latter. Ian conveyed Oberon's tidings to Barenka. Chapter 124. Confrontation with the barbarians, it seemed they needed to act swiftly. Upon hearing Ian's words, Barenka spoke calmly, her composure instilling a sense of tranquility among the monks, who naturally followed suit. Although it appeared something serious had transpired, the knights had said nothing, indicating there was likely no cause for alarm. Ian and his companions exhibited no signs of panic, merely quickening their pace. Ian realized that Barenka was well acquainted with such matters. She was a true professional. No matter how adept those pursuers were, they could not easily catch up with them. They had ample time. However, what if they were pursued? Was this merely a precautionary thought? Even so, as long as they could throw Takarian away, they would be safe. As Barenka accelerated, the other members of the group struggled to keep pace, particularly Takarian. "I want to go home," he lamented. "Aren't we already on our way back?" Ian shot him a glance filled with reproach, but that was the extent of their exchange. Takarian was too fatigued to muster the strength for further conversation. Under Barenka's calm guidance, their escape proceeded relatively smoothly. However, soon after, the news from Oberon plunged Ian and his companions into unease. "Master, they are engaged in battle with a group of hunters ahead." What? The conflict was deeply entangled, and it seemed unlikely that a victor would emerge soon. This presented a rare opportunity. Ian instructed the others to rest in place while he and Barenka, along with Kyra, stealthily approached the fray. Both Ian and Barenka remained composed. They had previously faced the battles of Italian territory and numerous skirmishes together, and they no longer shied away from conflict. Yet Kyra felt a tinge of anxiety. This was her first official combat as a magician. "Master, we've located the enemy." Ian learned of their adversaries' numbers through Oberon. There were approximately 20 barbarian warriors. These barbarians had sailed from the frozen northern continent to the Empire. It was said that a single barbarian vessel could accommodate about 10 men, indicating a force of 2 ships. A count of 20 was quite significant. Ian's perception of medieval numerics was gradually taking shape. This is exceedingly challenging. After all, in the previous life, around the turn of the millennium, the scale of skirmishes between 2 villages in Huaxia could rival that of medieval Europe. "Cursed beasts, get out!" The hunters, armed with stones, hurled their wrath upon the barbarian invaders. As the distance diminished, the visage of the barbarians became vividly apparent. Towering figures clad in tattered garments, yet possessing physical traits indistinguishable from those of the Empire. This was hardly surprising, for the barbarians and the Empire's denizens share a common ancestry. The civilized barbarians are, in essence, the Empire's kin. The battle raged fiercely. For Ian, this was an unparalleled opportunity. He gazed upwards at the resplendent sky. The sun blazed fiercely, and the azure heavens were as clear as crystal. The weather was remarkably splendid. Beneath the scorching sunlight, the mysterious wind frolicked delightfully. Regardless, darkness could not be summoned. "Kira, summon the flames to aid me." Kira nodded. Ian relinquished control of the flames to Kira, concentrating instead on the mysteries of the wind. He strained to listen. As the howling winds approached, "O wind, greetings, human. Today is indeed a splendid day for flying, is it not?" Indeed, it is exhilarating beyond measure. As Ian uttered the incantation, nature seemed to respond to the wizard's will, beginning to stir. Barenka and Kira held their breath, captivated by the spectacle of Ian casting his spell. Even after witnessing it multiple times, it still inspired awe. "I must busy myself with flight. Let's head that way." Ian pointed his staff towards the group of barbarians. The wind would carry towards them. While conveying his intent, he shouted, "Kira, flames!" Kira ignited the fire, her voice ringing out. Though she had only learned a smattering of Moronius from Ian, it sufficed to convey her will. No sooner had Kira spoken than the flames surged forth, as if summoned like eager puppies. "Burn everything!" Like a dog obsessed with a walk. The flames were enthralled by the act of incineration. As long as they could ignite, they were utterly content. "Ian, I cannot hold on for long," Kira shouted desperately, striving to control the flames. In that moment, she resonated with the mysteries, yet a moment's distraction could unleash the flames into a wild inferno. However, they did not need to endure for long. Ian entrusted the blazing fire to the wind, sending it forth into the distance. "O wind, sweep everything away." The mysteries of fire intertwined with those of the wind. The result was astonishing. The barbarians were taken aback as a whirlwind suddenly surged towards them. What is that?" It was no ordinary whirlwind. Rather, it was a fiery vortex. It was as if the temporal mage Ralabel had conjured a miniature manifestation of a fiery tempest through a magical scroll. The tribesmen gazed at the blazing whirlwind, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of existential void, as though their souls were on the verge of detachment. The Empire possessed a burning vortex of flames. They could never have fathomed that this whirlwind was the masterful creation of a sorcerer. They believed it to be a natural phenomenon. Indeed, in this land devoid of the ice goddess protection, all manner of horrors could unfold. should they return safely to their homeland. The tribesmen would undoubtedly immortalize the tale of the infernal whirlwind witnessed in the Empire. Flee. Escape swiftly. Confronted by the encroaching inferno, the tribesmen unhesitatingly turned to flee. Yet, how could their speed surpass that of the wind? Consumed by the fiery tempest, most of the tribesmen were reduced to ashes, while the remaining few fell easily to Barunca's blade. Chapter 125. Arrival at the monastery. Barunca left one person to be interrogated, but when she returned to Ian, she bore strange tidings. This group was not the tribesmen pursuing us. Barunca, her face spattered with blood, furrowed her brow. Not pursuing us. Ian's brow also knitted in concern. Could it be mere coincidence? Were they merely tribesmen entangled with the hunters? However, when Ian and his companions returned to the makeshift camp of the monks, they were met with a scene of utter devastation, leaving them astounded. The camp had been completely obliterated. How could this be? In less than half a day, it had been utterly destroyed. A disheveled monk, upon seeing Ian, burst into tears. "My lord Ian, woe is me. Have they come? That accursed band of savages. Just after you departed, they launched a sudden assault upon us." Lord Deucalion, Myonia lamented, "He has been captured." Shortly after Ian's departure, the tribesmen had ambushed the camp. Fortunately, the camp was situated on an open hillside, allowing the monks to evade the assault in time. Yet, one individual was the exception, Deucalion. "Brother, run quickly. I can barely move. This is dire. I will assist you." The monks endeavored in every possible way to help Deucalion escape, but his speed was woefully inadequate. "This is absurd," Ian thought, incredulous. The very notion that the tribesmen would attack so soon after pursuing them was already absurd enough. And yet Deucalion had been taken as well. What a remarkable stroke of misfortune. Could this be what is termed Murphy's Law? One might argue that the tribesmen had targeted Deucalion specifically, thus laying their hands upon him first. Nonetheless, the situation remained a source of considerable distress. Ian sought to reassure the monks. "Remain calm. Deucalion is not dead, right? He was taken alive, wasn't he? Indeed, there is no need for concern. The valiant knights of the Empire are certain to rescue him." Ian, of course, would not openly express his intention to undertake the rescue. Yet, despite the somber atmosphere, the monks found themselves powerless. They were clergy, not warriors. To survive the clutches of the barbarians was already a blessing from the divine. Barunca's reaction was equally indifferent. "Do not fret excessively. Rumors regarding the barbarians should have circulated by now, and the knights will surely mobilize. Defeating the barbarians and rescuing the monk is an enticing feat for any knight. A rescue party from Deucalion will undoubtedly organize spontaneously. We have other matters to attend to, do we not?" Indeed, their primary mission was to deliver the fledgling from the sacred relic to the monastery, with Deucalion's protection being a secondary aim. In this medieval era, where lives are as fragile as grass, while Deucalion's fate is lamentable, those who remain must continue their existence. Let us proceed and deliver the fledgling. We shall contemplate other matters thereafter. Ian urged the group to embark on their journey once more. His curiosity piqued regarding the good fortune the bird had alluded to. Days later, Ian arrived at the Deucalion monastery without incident. This was the Blue Key Monastery. Though situated on the outskirts of the city, the monastery exuded a luxurious aura. Originally, the Blue Key Monastery was not affluent. However, Deucalion transformed everything. His Gospel of Marcus achieved remarkable success, leading to an explosive increase in donations. Regrettably, Deucalion was no longer present. The Blue Key Monastery had become Deucalion's monastery without Deucalion. What does this mean? A thunderous roar resounded in the air. A seemingly timid man walked alongside a cunning-looking individual in the garden. The monk led Ian before the two men. "Repeat that. Deucalion. What has become of Deucalion? Please, remain calm. The dean, there are guests present. Do I appear to be capable of remaining calm at this moment?" Ian observed the dean of the monastery, who was fuming without even glancing at him. It was clear that the dean was more concerned with his own so-called good fortune, seemingly having fattened his own belly with the wealth earned by Deucalion. This dean was evidently unconcerned about the other guests. Chapter 126. The arrogant monk. The monasteries of the Empire adhere to the principle of austerity. Monks are individuals who pray to God, vowing to live their lives in accordance with his will. God has never imparted teachings that encourage engaging in commerce or indulging in wealth and luxury. Monks are not fixated on amassing riches. They advocate for aiding the weak, selflessly contributing, sharing with others, and serving life through their abilities. Therefore, in principle, monasteries cannot accumulate wealth. Yet principles exist solely to be transgressed. Before devoting themselves to God, monks were also mere mortals living in the secular world. The monks would visit aged and frail nobles, artfully persuading them to bestow donations upon a monastery. You seem to have little time left. Why not contribute to the monastery for a chance at ascension to heaven? Thus, the deal is struck. But what if the surrounding lords are in good health, or have already directed their donations to other temples? In such cases, the plan commences with commercial endeavors. Typically, the industry most accessible to monks is brewing. Though excessive drinking is a sin, within the sanctified aura of the monastery, this vice seems to be somewhat diminished. As the monastery does not possess arable land, they must rely on surplus labor for secondary production rather than cultivation. Let's have a drink. The abbot of the Blue Key Monastery, Linus, served beer and sausages, two commodities easily produced within the monastery. Ian gazed at the neatly arranged table, his appetite stirred. These two items were indeed reminiscent of modern fare. Cheers! Ian raised his glass first. May God bless. May God bless. Ian downed his beer in one go and tore into the sausage with his bare hands. Quite delightful. The beer is excellent, but the sausage leaves much to be desired, lacking in spices. Alas, when shall we be rid of such overly salted food? The abbot, having finished his beer in one swig, exclaimed in frustration, "That count, that miser dares to perpetrate such acts. How dare he target us monks?" He first expressed gratitude to Myonia. "A brave deed, Sister Myonia. Were it not for you, the lives of the other monks would be in dire peril. I merely fulfill my duty as a servant of God." Currently, Sister Myonia finds herself in a precarious position. She has betrayed both her abbot and the count, offending the powerful, and now cannot return to her homeland. Moreover, she cannot easily enter another monastery, at least until she escapes the influence of her abbot. Can she truly return to a secular life? Imagine a young, single woman traversing the apocalyptic medieval landscape, utterly unanchored and devoid of strength. Such a fate does not bode well. For Myonia, the best course of action would be to seek a kind-hearted monastery or to wed a benevolent husband. However, both avenues prove exceedingly difficult. At that moment, a monk muttered softly, "Though the intent is noble, the means are utterly chaotic. To dare betray a superior and act independently, if it were under my command, I fear they would meet with the axe." Myonia was left speechless, for his words rang true. The doctrine of the Celestial Church emphasizes a hierarchy of command. Once a superior issues an order, the subordinate must comply unconditionally. The supreme authority of the Celestial Church is, indeed, the celestial being. However, the monk's assertions are somewhat misguided. The hierarchy within the Celestial Church differs significantly from that of a military command. Ian had a vague understanding of this distinction, as the fervent-eyed madman, Dysatry of the Santiago Knights, had previously elucidated. The obedience of clergy should eternally be directed towards the divine, rather than to the authority of humankind. Ian felt a twinge of disdain towards the monk's words. Why should a clergyman impose such rigid military-style obedience upon others? Barenka scoffed. Decapitation? One extreme monk indeed. It is utterly absurd for one who serves the divine to so casually mention capital punishment. Yet he remained unfazed. The indolent knight has no right to voice such sentiments. You are well aware that Takarian has been captured by heretics, yet you dawdle like a sluggish snail, failing to render aid. Such lethargy is beyond redemption. Even if engulfed in the fires of hell, you would have no retort. Barenka gripped her sword tightly, yet felt powerless as the opponent stood on a moral high ground, rendering her unable to express her anger. What madness is this, for the monk to hurl insults indiscriminately? Ian was about to retort when Kira, seated beside him, suddenly exclaimed, "What did you say? How dare you speak such words?" "Silence, woman." Kira's complexion instantly turned pale. As a mage, whether genuine or otherwise, she had always been one who performed miracles and commanded respect. Yet now, someone dared to openly challenge her. "You dare tell me to be silent? Have your ears gone deaf? Are my words not clear enough? Or perhaps you've only encountered those imbeciles frightened by your pathetic magic." The monk's tone was laced with cruelty. "This is not a place where your magic can allow you to disregard others. Damn it." Observing the quietly sipping Barenka and the dejected Kira, a surge of warmth welled up within Ian. Chapter 127. delivering a severe beating to the arrogant Zoltan regardless of whether the opponent is a mage or a high-ranking member of the church. Who cares? Ian immediately adopted the mage's approach. Were you then? The monk gazed at Ian in disbelief. How dare you refer to Marcus's direct disciple as what? Marcus's direct disciple? Indeed, I am Zoltan, a disciple of the St. Marcus's faction, Tyralnos. Zoltan proclaimed with pride. So what now? You have no words to say, do you? Just a mere mage. The one you have offended is of such stature. However, unlike the self-satisfied Zoltan, Ian was still intent on expressing his dreams. Is that all? What? Are you barking like a dog? Just because you're a direct disciple of St. Marcus, does that grant you the liberty to speak with such insolence? The individuals you have offended are indeed devotees of the celestial beings, the children of the heavens. Confronted with Ian's unwavering demeanor as a sorcerer, Zoltan's face flushed crimson. He was undeniably a person of significant stature, a direct disciple of St. Marcus, possessing an exalted position. Zoltan, in his exasperation, struggled to articulate his thoughts coherently. His outburst astonished the abbot Leneth. Sorcerer, mind your words. He felt compelled to panic. After all, Zoltan was akin to a prince among nobles. Are you unaware of what it means to be a direct disciple of Lord St. Marcus? Does it imply he can bark like a dog at will? He is destined to become a cardinal. Ah, a cardinal. Perhaps a high-ranking figure within the ecclesiastical hierarchy? Ian was not well versed in religious matters. However, during his prior collaborations with the Santiago Knights, he diligently studied the scriptures. Notably, the fervent zealot Taiji, with his clear gaze, passionately imparted knowledge to him, equipping him with ample understanding suitable for moderate debate. Under the heavens, all are equal. What rationale exists for a disciple of St. Marcus to claim superiority? If I refuse to bow to you, what then? Leneth was taken aback by Ian's words. This fellow is utterly mad. The other party is a future cardinal, destined to become the paramount authority within the region's religious sphere. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. Logically, one should indeed bow. Yet, simultaneously, Leneth felt a shiver run through him. The reason was simple. Ian's logic was impeccable. Thus, Leneth's mind faltered. In the celestial faith, direct disciples of the 13 saints are referred to as cardinals. As a direct disciple of the 13 saints, Zoltan should be accorded respect and reverence. However, according to Ian's reasoning, even a cardinal, beneath the sacred gaze of the celestial beings, is but an ordinary person. Whether emperor, king, noble, or pope, cardinal, priest, knight, peasant, or slave, all are equal. In the sight of the divine, distinctions among humanity are folly. What, do you intend to summon an army? Or perhaps call upon knights? Ian inquired with a smile. In that case, what difference exists between a cardinal and a lord? It merely compels kneeling before the sword rather than the divine. Silence. Zoltan's shout bore a hint of resignation. He, after all, was a man of faith and understood, to some extent, that Ian's words held a semblance of truth. High-ranking clergy should be honored, not subjected to mundane authority. Therefore, Zoltan ought to persuade Ian with reason rather than suppress him through force. Yet, reason aside, Zoltan was indeed a person of power in reality. As long as he wishes, a mere arrogant sorcerer can be utterly crushed by sheer power. After all, he is about to become a cardinal, capable of wielding the church's authority. How dare he act so brazenly in front of a disciple of St. Marcus? I shall convene a religious tribunal and personally adjudicate your transgressions. Zoltan bellowed at Leneth. Abbot, arrest this sinner at once. Yet this individual is the benefactor who brought the holy relics to the monastery. Did you not hear my words? This is my command. Reluctantly, the monks cautiously approached. At that very moment, Berenka kicked over the table, unsheathed her sword, and advanced towards Zoltan. Beer and sausages flew through the air as the monks hastily retreated. She gazed steadily at Zoltan. Although the atmosphere was calm, the fury and violence in Berenka's icy gaze burned like flames. A chilling aura of murder enveloped the room. Zoltan involuntarily swallowed hard. Should anyone dare to harm Ian, even a priest, I shall sever their head. How dare you draw your sword against a servant of God? In this world, how can a servant of the divine oppress the faithful for their own authority? If such a servant exists, I shall personally execute them. This is Berenka's specialty, the holy sword of physics. If anyone truly believes Ian is guilty, step forward. Defeat me. Prove his guilt. At the instant Barenka drew her sword, darkness enveloped Abbot Lennis's vision. Ah, this is truly the end. How bothersome, you rascals, keeping me from my sleep. Just then, an old man pushed through the monks. The monks bowed their heads in respect, none daring to show disrespect. Lord Islara, you have arrived. Indeed, I have. The old man surveyed the chaotic dining hall and couldn't help but chuckle. Our guests are quite lively this time. Upon catching sight of the old man's pupils, Ian felt a tremor in his heart. They exuded a sharp intensity, even a hint of madness, as if imbued with a mysterious essence. What is happening? Could he be a sorcerer? Now, who will explain this farce to me? I shall explain. Zoltan immediately interjected. Naturally, he portrayed the situation to his advantage, painting Ian as an impolite ruffian while he cast himself as the virtuous, innocent victim. After listening to Zoltan's account, the old man nodded and then exclaimed, "You foolishly irredeemable fool." With a swift blow, he struck Zoltan on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Zoltan, bewildered, looked up at the old man. "Why did you hit me?" "Because you have overstepped your bounds. Is that what Tyrrhianus taught you? I shall go have a word with him. Please calm down, old man." The elder, in a fit of rage, began to strike Zoltan with fists and feet. After delivering a thorough beating, he let out a deep sigh and bowed his head in apology to Ian. "I sincerely regret that my friend's foolish disciple has acted so unwisely. May I inquire as to your identity?" "I am Isla, merely a humble servant in the service of the divine." Some time later, he continued, "Ah, I understand now. You have come to return the sacred artifact. Was Takarian seized by the barbarians along the way?" "Indeed, old man," Isla sighed deeply. "Would you care to join me in a room for a discussion?" Chapter 128. The Sorcery of the Barbarians, Arcana. Under the heavens, all are equal. The monk Isla set down a cup of mint tea before Ian. This is a beverage that clears the mind for practitioners. Ian sipped the mint tea. The essence of mint in English signifies a fragrant and refreshing aroma. Ian nodded in satisfaction. "Ah, this is mint." Many clergy seem to have forgotten this detail. It is indeed a lamentable circumstance, is it not? Lamentable? Ian set down his teacup and remarked, "Surely there are many nobles among the priesthood? That fellow Zoltan also seems of noble lineage." "You are correct. His uncle is Duke Gazuis." "Oh, a duke." While I had sensed that he had an unusual authority to command, I did not anticipate that he was the duke's nephew. The empire boasts 5 dukes, commonly referred to as the 5 dukes of the empire. The status of a duke rivals that of the kings of several minor kingdoms. Zoltan is practically a nephew of the emperor. Isla expressed his concern for the future of the divine church. Originally, there was no hierarchy within the divine church. The highest existence was the divine itself, and all others were equal. Even the 13 saints, no matter how great, were merely mortals. And what are the disciples of the 13 saints? They are nothing at all. Yet those around them have elevated them to the heavens. Nobles are increasingly becoming clergy. While all may be equal beneath the heavens, can true equality exist under the church's roof? Clergy of noble birth, wielding wealth and connections, effortlessly dominate the religious sphere. Indeed, the atmosphere within the imperial church is rather disconcerting. Ian shrugged. Isla chuckled, pouring more mint tea into Ian's cup as he spoke. "Have you ever studied the scriptures? I once learned a few things from Brother Dichter of the Santiago Knights." "The Santiago Knights. I have heard of them. They are said to be exceedingly virtuous?" Ian had to agree. They travel beyond the empire solely to assist others, practicing benevolence and devotion. Regardless of the moral standards of any era, they are indeed exceptional individuals. Indeed, such individuals are the most devoted of followers. Islara chuckled wryly as he sipped his tea. In this contemporary era, the members of the church are perpetually occupied with brewing wine and peddling trivial gospel texts. After a prolonged silence, he gradually spoke. "Ian, there's a matter I would like to entrust to you." "Entrust to me?" Ian replied, intrigued. "Yes, prior to your arrival, I had a lengthy conversation with Lennis, which pertains somewhat to the relic you brought. Firstly, the relic borrowed by that scoundrel Takarian is an artifact I transported from the north during my youth." "What?" Ian expressed his astonishment. "The relic was brought by Islara? In my youthful exuberance, I engaged in numerous reckless endeavors. While delving into various studies, I suddenly contemplated a question. Ian, do you realize that the origins of the barbarians and the denizens of the empire are, in fact, the same?" "I am aware," Ian replied. "Master Aladith once mentioned this. Originally, The Empire's territory was inhabited by indigenous peoples until the northern barbarians descended and seized it. Thus, the roots of both the barbarians and the Empire's inhabitants are intertwined. Isn't that curious? Why do we venerate the sky god, while those barbarians still adhere to the so-called ice god? It is not surprising in the least, Ian mused internally. In the warm Empire, people revere the sky god due to agrarian pursuits, while it is quite natural for the cold northern barbarians to worship the ice god for survival. However, Ian chose to express his agreement first. Your reasoning holds merit. In pursuit of curiosity, I ventured to the north, where I disseminated the teachings of the sky god to the barbarians. There is an ancient proverb, curiosity killed the cat, implying that excessive inquisitiveness can lead to trouble. To Ian, Islara's curiosity seemed to embody that troublesome type. Spreading an alternative faith in the untamed northern lands appeared a certain path to martyrdom. Yet, Islara defied the odds and succeeded in his mission. Though he faced considerable hardship, he ultimately encountered a tribe willing to communicate. They were originally known as the Iceclaw tribe, but have since renamed themselves the Skyclaw tribe. Ian found this hard to believe. How did you accomplish that? It defies all logic. The very notion of successfully converting a barbarian tribe was astonishing. No wonder other practitioners held Islara in such high esteem. If your reckless actions are merely mad, you are a lunatic, but if you can elegantly accomplish that madness, you are a hero. Islara embodies the delicate balance between madness and heroism. At that time, the Iceclaw tribe, in a gesture of renouncing their faith in the ice god, presented their sacred objects to me as gifts to bring back to the Empire. So that is the relic? Indeed, it is that very relic. The item I brought during my youth has resided in the monastery for nearly 30 or 40 years. Due to misunderstandings that arose during its transmission among the monks, this artifact was mistakenly believed to be a sacred relic of the Empire. Chirp, chirp. Ian gazed at the bird perched on the table. So, this fellow was originally born in the north, passed through the hands of the monks into the Empire, and ultimately hatched in Ian's possession. The bird bore a title as lengthy as a missive of fortune, being a creature of intricate background. However, it was you who roused it, and now it must be returned to the north. Why? Can it not be raised in the monastery? Isra expressed incredulity. A creature revered by heretics, can we truly raise it in the monastery? Well, can we not simply civilize it? That may not suffice. It would be as challenging as attempting to tame a manticore. If that is the case, then indeed, there exist entities in this world that cannot be civilized. We merely need to return it to the Skyclaw tribe. Thus, I hope you can make a journey to the north and also rescue Takarian. Ian shrugged. He could venture to the north, as that was his intended destination. However, saving a person was another matter. He did not hold a favorable impression of Takarian. Moreover, the likelihood of Takarian still being alive was rather slim. Having been captured by assassins, he was surely long since dead. Thus, the primary task was to deliver the bird. As for Takarian, if he were to kneel and plead for mercy, Ian might spare him, especially since he likely possessed considerable wealth. If you travel north, I can offer you something of interest. Indeed, there are benefits. After all, Isra was unaware that Ian was already destined for the far north to attend the Temporal Sorcerers Conference. You are a wizard, correct? Indeed. Then you know that the barbarians also wield magic? Barbarian magic? Isra produced a card from his pocket. What is this? An item used by the ice god's practitioners, referred to in ancient tongue as arcana. Chapter 129, Obtaining the Card. It signifies mystery. Ian replied nonchalantly. Clerics sometimes unnecessarily employ ancient language in their daily lives. Arcana indeed means mystery. In light of the card Isra unveiled, it was undoubtedly akin to a tarot card. Yes, it embodies the mysterious. Isra smiled. You require time to ponder. Would you care to take a walk with me? Ian indeed needed to reflect. Since this world could communicate the mysterious, it was understandable that tarot cards encompassed both mystery and magic. Yet, he pondered how the Empire's wizards cast spells through dialogue with the mysterious, and in what manner the northern barbarians' tarot cards manifested their magic. To organize his thoughts, Ian strolled through the monastery alongside Isra. The golden sunlight illuminated the afternoon monastery, while the verdant flora seemed to exhibit their vitality, shimmering beautifully. Ian, what do you perceive magic to be? The magicians of the Empire converse with the arcane, manifesting the mysterious through their hands. That is magic. But what, then, is the mysterious? It is an existence that transcends human understanding. As such, the endeavor to comprehend it is futile. One can only feel and accept. The immediate elements, such as fire, wind, earth, and water, are akin to this. In contrast, the distant realms of the world, the universe, and fate represent the transcendent. All that operates in ways beyond human cognition is deemed mysterious. And the magician is one who engages in dialogue with these mysteries. Ian turned his gaze toward Isla. But why pose such inquiries? Have you suddenly aspired to become a magician? Do you perceive me as one? Despite the peculiarity of Isla's question, Ian responded, No. You appear more akin to a monk. Then, if I were to conjure fire before you, would you still regard me as a monk? The eccentric elder, Ian, scrutinized the man before him anew. One might indeed consider you to be wielding magic. Fire is a destructive force that consumes all. The lava beneath and the lightning above embody its essence. However, the true nature of fire aligns more closely with the sky rather than the earth. Do you know why? Ian shrugged. Because fire possesses the power of purification. Isla beamed with satisfaction. Precisely. Your knowledge is remarkable. Fire is an element of destruction. Yet this destruction is not mere annihilation, but rather a cycle of renewal. To express it in the scientific terms of a previous life, one might say that fire embodies the chaotic force within the cosmos and chaos itself. Fire is energy, the flow of entropy. This is why the heavens punish humanity with lightning. It carries the power of purification, signifying the thorough cleansing of the sinner's transgressions. Indeed, it serves both as punishment and as enlightenment. Isla extended his hand, as if attempting to grasp the sun. The brilliant sunlight cast shadows upon the elder's wrinkled face. Hell punishes humanity with fire for the same reason. The flames of hell not only urge punishment upon the sinner, but also serve as a purifying ritual for the eradication of evil. One could say so. Isla continued to extend his hand in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, the monk struck the ground with his fist. What transpired next was astonishing. As Isla's fist met the earth, a brief yet vivid flame ignited, only to vanish moments later. Ian was taken aback. What manner of technique was this? Merely reaching for the sun, and flames ignited in the air? Isla patted Ian's shoulder and inquired. So, I ask once more, am I a magician or a monk? Ian inhaled deeply. Upon deeper reflection, it is hardly surprising. As a sorcerer, Ian can summon darkness with a mere gesture, and devoted followers of the celestial mysteries can ignite flames fueled by their fervent desires. Though rare, such feats are entirely feasible. You are a monk. Oh, what leads you to such certainty? The flame just now was a result of communion with the heavens. And should you attempt to conjure it again, it may not prove as simple. You speak the truth. Wisdom ought to be the privilege of the elders. Yet your youthful intellect leaves me feeling quite vexed. The skills displayed by Islar are indeed those of the sacred arts. A profound understanding of the scriptures, coupled with a devout heart petitioning the divine, can yield miraculous sacred powers. This signifies that Islar's faith is both unwavering and profound. As a pious monk, he need not articulate his desires to the mysterious. They manifest directly. Islar produced a tatter card. I do not worship the ice god. Thus, this holds no value for me. However, Ian, as a sorcerer, you should be able to converse with the arcane and master newfound powers. A novel form of magic, perhaps. Ian pondered briefly before accepting the card and tucking it away. As a sorcerer, he could not resist the allure of engaging with the unfamiliar arcane. Moreover, should you return with Takarian, Zoltan would owe you a favor. Zoltan was already in search of Takarian. Was he not the one who penned the Gospel of Marcus? Ian grasped the unfolding events. Zoltan had come to the Blue Key Monastery seeking Takarian, who had departed to attend to the ailing Baron Devoris. Coincidentally, Zoltan was praying for Takarian's safe return. If you could escort Takarian back unharmed, Zoltan would undoubtedly express his gratitude. To receive thanks from one whom you have just scolded? After berating him, he must thank me. Quite amusing, though Ian had no need for such gratitude. Nevertheless, if someone implores you to accept their coin, that is certainly acceptable. Then let us embark on a journey to the north, Ian remarked as he secured the Arcana card. Chapter 130. The sorcerer in the night beneath the candlelight. The Blue Key Monastery was exceptionally bright. In the medieval era, this was a remarkable feat. After all, in an age devoid of electric lights, any illumination during the night was nothing short of extraordinary. The primary source of light in the Middle Ages was, of course, candles. While candles might evoke thoughts of romance and delight, the candles Ian had encountered were abysmally inadequate. The illumination from the candles of his youth was exceedingly dim, barely sufficient to light the immediate surroundings, rendering outdoor activities impossible. Indoors, candles provided only a meager glow, allowing one to struggle through a few pages of reading. Time and again, Ian found himself nearly blinded by the feeble light of candles. Upon profoundly realizing the myriad blessings of light that modern individuals enjoy, Ian opted to employ shadow magic in lieu of candlelight, merely necessitating the dispatch of darkness to another realm. At that moment, the monastery radiated with brilliance akin to midday. While perhaps an exaggeration, the illumination surrounding him was indeed astonishing. Thus, Ian found himself perplexed. The light emitted by a single candle is quite feeble. However, igniting hundreds transforms the ambience entirely. What could be the reason for this? Ian gazed in silence at the hundreds of candles adorning the altar. As a man of the Middle Ages, he was acutely aware of the exorbitant cost of a single candle. Yet here, in a single night, hundreds had been consumed in flames? To Ian's eyes, it appeared as though a vast fortune was turning to ash before him, rendering the scene all the more staggering. Since he was present, he might as well offer a prayer. Prayer? The monks were kneeling in earnest supplication. Indeed, the monastery bore all the hallmarks of a sacred place. They prayed for the safe return of Brother Takarian. Abbot Linus pondered for quite a while. What could they possibly do to ensure the financial prosperity of their monastery through Takarian? The conclusion reached was to pray. After all, mercenaries were unreliable, and knights took far too long to investigate. Thus, at this moment, the wealth earned by Takarian through his diligent transcription of the Gospels was being transformed into hundreds of candles that blazed brightly. Merely a prayer. Ian approached the statue of the goddess. The praying Barenka stole a glance at Ian. "Have you come to pray?" "Well, somewhat," Ian replied. Barenka graciously made room for him. "What shall you pray for?" "I haven't thought of anything specific, perhaps for the safety of my journey." The monastery had long hoped that all would pray for Takarian's well-being. Yet, Takarian held no significance for Ian. Then perhaps, pray for that nameless man who has ascended to heaven. Ah, indeed. Just days prior, Ian had taken the life of an assailant during an attack. At that time, Barenka had suggested that if given the opportunity, one should pray for forgiveness. How should one pray? In this regard, I am an expert. First, seek forgiveness from the family and friends of the person you took. Barenka, being a knight, was both a master of killing and of apologies. But that fellow intended to kill me first. Should I still apologize? Would the mother of the deceased assassin think the same? Ian pondered Barenka's almost harsh logic, murmuring to himself and closing his mouth. The weight of life is a universal burden. Even the most humble of creatures have parents. No matter how ineffectual or powerless, everyone has parents who love them. This needs no elaboration. In the eyes of the divine faith, to harm a life is to commit a sin. Your complexion does not appear well. There is no reason to feel joy. Noticing Ian's slightly somber expression, Barenka offered solace. As a former transgressor, my counsel is to not take it too much to heart. Did you not just ask me to seek forgiveness from the deceased family? Forgiveness is indeed something to be pursued, yet one must not expect it to be granted. To forgive one's enemies is akin to attaining a divine stature. Forgiving sinners is a formidable challenge, particularly when they have inflicted harm upon one's own kin. Were it an easy task, saints would not be revered as such. Love your enemies, as the divine words proclaim. The sins one has committed are arduous to absolve. However, Barenka gently patted Ian's shoulder. I can pray for your transgressions. This is the knightly way, bearing one's sins yet compensating with greater deeds to earn the prayers of many. A faint smile graced Barenka's lips as she slightly opened her eyes. You're not alone, Ian. Should the demons of hell covet your sins, I swear by my honor. As your knight, I shall fight for you. Her blue eyes sparkled in the candlelight. One must bear the weight of their own sins, yet praying for sinners is permissible. If sincere prayers can reach the heavens, the burden of sin may lighten a fraction. Ian met Barenka's gaze for a moment before breaking into a smile and turning away. Then I shall pray for you, Barenka. Pray for me? For your sword exists for justice. Should anyone accuse the stains of blood upon your blade as unclean, I shall devote all I possess to fight for you. Barenka gently closed her eyes, her hands clasped together, whispering inaudibly to Ian, "You truly are." A tear glistened on her cheek, illuminated by the candlelight. Before the hundreds of radiant flames, the knight and the sorceress prayed for each other's souls. Their prayers were so sincere that it seemed they could traverse through the dust of the world, reaching the deepest light of the heavens. Above them, in the dark night sky, the stars twinkled. Chapter 131. Arrival at the Northern Barbarians. Following the confirmation of their journey to the north, Ian busied himself with preparations. The monks of the Blue Key Monastery, Islara, and even Iltin, whom Ian had scolded, actively assisted in gathering the necessary provisions. Did you know, Ian? Those monks actually refer to you as Saint Ian. Ian was already aware that the monks had half-jokingly, half-seriously bestowed upon him the title of saint. The monks who traveled alongside Ian, particularly those he had rescued, called him Saint Ian. These monks were accustomed to associating everything with the divine. Thus, they did not express their gratitude with ordinary phrases like thank you or benefactor, but instead directly addressed Ian as Saint Ian. Those who had journeyed with Ian had even solemnly proposed his recognition as one of the saints of the Celestial Church. While their enthusiasm was commendable, it was quite natural that Ian had not been officially recognized as a saint, because Ian's achievements hardly qualify as divine. His survival after consuming a tomato can be attributed solely to the fact that tomatoes are inherently non-toxic. Moreover, Ian harbors no interest in becoming a saint of the Celestial Church. Regardless, after mastering magic, he will inevitably encounter the supreme being of the church. It matters little. Lord Ian, Lady Isla, greeted Myonia, clad in a neatly arranged nun's habit. Since arriving at the convent, Ian had not seen Myonia wear that rather unseemly attire. To don such a blasphemous outfit within the precincts of the convent would likely result in dire consequences. This is no jest. The abbess hastily provided her with a nun's garment, allowing her to settle in the visitor's lounge as a temporary resident. Myonia, how have you been lately? You aren't feeling bored, are you? It's all right, as Lord Kira and Lord Barinka keep me company, she replied. Yet, despite her words, her expression told a different tale. Suffused with anxiety. This was entirely understandable. She had betrayed the convent and aligned herself with Deucalion and the Blue Key Convent. Although she now resided in the convent, she found herself without a haven. Ian regarded her thoughtfully. What are your plans for the future? Myonia sighed. The safest course of action would be to seek Isla's protection and accept Zoltan's guardianship. However, such a decision would likely confine her to the convent indefinitely. Nevertheless, Myonia was a young woman who dreamt of returning to a secular life. She yearned to shed the burdensome nun's habit, marry a man, and live the life of an ordinary person. Did you make that nun's outfit yourself? Your craftsmanship is quite impressive, Ian noted, admiring her aesthetic sensibility. Well, actually, Myonia blushed and shot a reproachful glare at Ian, who feigned ignorance and turned away. No, it truly is quite lovely. Myonia's sense of fashion leans more towards contemporary styles than medieval ones. Had she been born in modern times, she might have become a renowned fashion designer. Therefore, I was considering, Ian proposed to Myonia, would you be interested in making a garment for my friend? A garment? Myonia instinctively thought of Barinka and Kira. Barinka, tall and voluptuous, would look splendid in a daringly low-cut dress. Kira, with her alluring features, would suit an extravagant gown. Did Ian have a penchant for such styles? However, to her surprise, Ian mentioned an unexpected name. I hope you can create an outfit for Baron Talion. Talion? The distant territory to the northwest? Myonia inquired, somewhat perplexed. Crafting the garment itself posed no challenge, and the distance to the northwest mattered little, as that land lay beyond the reach of the abbess's influence. Furthermore, creating clothing for a baron might afford her his protection. However, I have never ventured into men's fashion. She is a woman, so it matters not. What? Baron Talion is a woman? Myonia displayed a subtle expression. All her companions are women, and even her friend, Baron Talion, is female. Well, I comprehend now. After concluding the conversation, Myonia earnestly contemplated Ian's suggestion. Escaping to the territory of Baron Talion did not seem like a bad idea. In fact, it appeared to be rather advantageous. Ian would vouch for her identity, so there would be no issues. If she could secure the Baron's protection, she would be safe. Moreover, if all went well, perhaps she could even find a home there. Thus, it was settled. Myonia determined her next destination would be a parcel of land governed by the noblewoman Lusitalion. She had grown weary of the tribulations inflicted by the clergy. She chose to seek refuge under the nobility rather than continue to rely on the church's protection. Resolute, Myonia rushed towards Ian, exclaiming, "I shall go to the Talian territory. This is a wise choice." Myonia brimmed with confidence. She was certain that she could craft enchanting garments that would captivate the young, noble women. She departed the convent a few days before Ian's journey, successfully following the route he had indicated to reach the Talian domain. Sturdy soldiers were engaged in ridding the area of bandits, and passing werewolves greeted her amiably. Wait, werewolves? Were there truly werewolves roaming this territory? What was happening? Myonia felt a surge of panic, but upon seeing the divine order credentials presented by the werewolf, she felt somewhat reassured. How peculiar. A monster. Please calm down, madam. Do you not see this credential? I am merely fulfilling the divine will, serving that master. Then, which passage from the Bible do you favor? Genesis 1 verse 1. Let there be light. Good heavens, he can even speak ancient languages. Myonia had no choice but to believe in the werewolf's loyalty. Only then did the realization dawn upon her. This was the territory introduced by the wizard. It was not surprising to encounter extraordinary beings. After all, even Ian himself was an exceedingly eccentric wizard, often uttering unconventional phrases. It was Wizard Ian who introduced you, was it not? That is indeed my master. It certainly seemed that way, Myonia mused internally. Please follow me. I shall introduce you to the Baron. The werewolf, Lewis, escorted Myonia before Lucy. Good day, Baron. I have come by the introduction of Lord Ian. And who are you? The Lord of Talian, Lucy, appeared perplexed by the sudden appearance of the nun-visitor. I have heard that there are some precious fabrics here. I possess a modicum of tailoring skills, hence I. Well then, Ian, I leave it to you. Under the farewell of the monks, Ian departed from the Blue Key Monastery. The abbot and other monks gathered, praying for Ian's safe return. Mage Ian, please, you must save Brother Takarian. Save him. Ian and his companions arrived at the port bound for the north. Is everything truly all right? Yes, I'm fine. I have no issues either. This journey to the cold, desolate lands was daunting. Ian had suggested that the two women remain in the Empire, as the journey might be too arduous for them. However, Kira and Barenka chose to accompany Ian to the north. I still have debts to repay. I cannot stay in the Empire to indulge. I need to earn money too. The north is so harsh. The rewards must be substantial. Right? Kira and Barenka smiled in unison. Witnessing the smiles of his companions filled Ian with a profound sense of reassurance, a psychological stability he had never experienced while traveling alone. Let's set forth. As the sails were lowered, the ship glided towards the sea. Under the bright sun, seagulls flapped their wings, soaring alongside the vessel. After several days at sea, Ian finally reached his destination. Land ho! It was a frigid and biting expanse of ice, the territory of the northern barbarians. Chapter 132. An overview of the north. The group disembarked from the ship. It's warmer than I expected, Barenka remarked as she surveyed the surroundings. It is summer now, and the northern summer is indeed warm. We have chosen a good time to arrive. Had they come in winter, they would have surely felt the bone-chilling cold. My homeland feels colder. Winsburg? Barenka nodded. Winsburg was renowned for its long and harsh winters. In midwinter, the entire country would become a snowy wasteland, with countless lives lost to the cold. I feel a bit chilly. Ian, hailing from the Northern Empire, and Barenka, from Winsburg, were relatively accustomed to the cold, while Kira, from the Southern Empire, struggled more than the two. At that moment, a northern man approached. Oh, friends from the Empire. Ian scrutinized the northern man closely, recalling his previous encounters with the northern barbarians. Indeed, it was difficult to distinguish them from true Empire citizens. It felt as if they had merely entered a slightly colder version of the Empire. The northern man was a young man with red hair, the only distinguishing feature being his thick beard. We have been waiting for you. I am Gunnar of the Sky Claw tribe. I am Ian Arides from the Blue Key Monastery. We have heard of your deeds. Please follow me. Ian followed Gunnar through the streets, which were once built by the Empire but were now managed by the northern people. It is worth noting that this fortress was not constructed by the Holy Empire but was left behind by the Golden Empire. Indeed, this fortress has a history spanning nearly a millennium, and it has fallen into a state of disrepair. In the past, the inhabitants of the Golden Empire constructed this stronghold to establish colonies in the north. After the demise of the Golden Empire, This unclaimed land was seized by the northern people. It reminded Ian of the Great Wall, he mused. After only a few steps, he sensed the scrutiny of those around him, their attention fixated on Belenka. The people of the Holy Empire and the Northerners share a common heritage, bearing a striking resemblance in appearance. However, Belenka hails from the Principality of Wentzburg, and although she encounters individuals from various lands within the Holy Empire, she does not harbor any disdain toward foreigners. Yet, her uniqueness evidently captivated the crowd's gaze. "Hey, you lot, are you from the Empire?" One of them called out. "Hey, beautiful, would you like to join us for some fun?" It was clear that these ruffians, with their foreheads seemingly inscribed with the words, "I'm a scoundrel," were stealthily approaching them. Ian shook his head in resignation and withdrew his staff. He believed he understood precisely what was about to unfold. These delinquents would surely provoke a confrontation, leading to a skirmish with the crowd. However, to his astonishment, Gunnar waved his hand and, after a few scathing words, these ruffians obediently retreated. Ian was taken aback. Shouldn't they have rushed in to cause trouble, only to be reprimanded by the masses? Wasn't this the common trope in online novels? Yet, contrary to Ian's expectations, the North possesses its own set of norms. Surprisingly, the Northerners seldom cause disturbances for once discovered. The repercussions are far beyond imagination. The prevailing penalty in the North is capital punishment. There are no prisons in the North. Any crime warranting imprisonment is met with immediate execution. If two individuals engage in a brawl, they must reconcile. If reconciliation is impossible, expulsion ensues. If one refuses to depart, execution follows. The code of conduct among the northern barbarians is as succinct and clear as a student core notes. We do not comprehend complex matters. Causing a ruckus leads to death. It is precisely for this reason that, in certain matters, the Northerners exercise greater caution than their imperial counterparts. Those from the Red Bear tribe, Gunnar remarked, clicking his tongue. The Northerners predominantly live in clans, and the villagers are almost universally acquainted with one another, as are those from neighboring villages and tribes. Once we arrive at our tribe, you shall undoubtedly receive even more attention. I had anticipated this, Gunnar stated, having already prepared a carriage. In truth, the beast pulling the cart was not a horse, but rather a peculiar creature resembling a deer. At least, Ian had never encountered such an animal before. A deer with a unicorn-like horn? Although he was unaware of the creature's name, the carriage was still functional. The cart, bearing Ian and his companions, swiftly departed from the fortress. If all went well, they would arrive in 2 days. If fortune favored them less, perhaps 3. On their journey, Gunnar succinctly recounted the current plight of the Skyclaw tribe. "Your timing could not be worse. Truly unfortunate," he remarked. "What do you mean? What has transpired?" Came the inquiry. "Indeed, our tribe is in turmoil. It is not just us, but other tribes as well." Chapter 133. Ambushed by Trolls. In the north, there exist 2 principal tribal alliances. The Southern Alliance, known as the Okaha, encompasses both Gunnar's and the Skyclaw tribes. In contrast, to the north lies the Skonu Alliance. These 2 tribal factions have been embroiled in conflict for many long years. It is likely that the Skonu will soon launch an invasion. Warfare between tribal alliances is, in fact, not an uncommon occurrence. In the warm lands of the Empire, battles unfold daily, let alone in the barren northern territories. "Is your tribe in peril?" Belenka inquired. "No, our warriors are formidable. The Skonu Alliance has attempted incursions multiple times, and we have successfully repelled them. However, this time is somewhat different." "Differently how?" "You may not be aware, but we recently entered the hunting season, a time when we must secure sufficient game. Unfortunately, this year's hunt was a catastrophe." Ian and his companions' expressions turned grave. This is the medieval era. In modern times, agricultural production and storage technologies are highly advanced, resulting in few experiencing hunger. However, the Middle Ages present a stark contrast. Food production is arduous, and preservation is even more challenging. Should one be fortunate enough to harvest an abundance of wheat, they can feast immediately. Yet, any surplus will inevitably spoil and become fodder for pests by the following year. This is the fundamental reason why starvation persists even in times of plenty. To combat this, humanity has developed food preservation methods, albeit with limitations. Therefore, once the opportunity for food production is missed, there is no recourse. It is likely that the Skonu have also failed in their hunting endeavors. In essence, both parties are destined to face starvation. Indeed, rather than perish from hunger, they may resort to seizing our provisions to survive the winter, Gunnar continued. In summary, this is a matter of life and death. If previous conflicts were merely over trivial disputes, now the struggle is for the very survival of the tribe. I apologize for your long journey, but we are currently in a precarious situation, and I fear our tribe may not extend a warm welcome to you, Gunnar stated awkwardly. We did not intend to overstay, but we appreciate your hospitality, Ian replied with a smile. It is only the tribal elders who disapprove of your arrival. Neither the priest nor I harbor any ill will. Look, I'm also a follower of the celestial deity. Gunnar produced the emblem of the celestial deity, prompting Belenka and Kyra to instinctively make the sign of the cross. What a wondrous sight to behold. It is truly astonishing to discover the presence of followers of the divine in the north. Snowflakes dance through the air as the horse-drawn carriage steadfastly traverses the snowy terrain. Just then, Gunnar, the driver, exclaimed, "What the devil? What is happening? Something is pursuing us." Moments later, a figure emerged from the swirling snow. It was a grotesque and immense creature, a veritable monstrosity. Good heavens! Ian had never before encountered such a hideous beast in this medieval fantasy realm. It was a troll. The monster attacking the carriage was indeed a troll, a creature notorious in the north for its colossal size, robust physique, and repugnant appearance. The ravenous troll drooled as it charged directly toward the carriage, its intentions unmistakable. "Alk! That fiend covets our alk." "What? What alk? Oh, you mean the one pulling the carriage? That won't do. Without it, we shall surely freeze to death in this weather." Ian swiftly took action. First, he surveyed his surroundings, assessing the situation. The frigid snowy night was enveloped in an aura of mystery, characterized by the chilling cold and pervasive darkness. Yet neither element would serve him well against such a formidable adversary, a creature with tough skin capable of tracking its prey with precision in the snowy night. Thus, alternative magic must be employed. Ian raised his staff, his resolve unwavering, and shouted, "Listen here, you beast!" Harnessing the mysterious powers of the wind, he amplified his voice. Suddenly, Ian's booming proclamation startled Gunnar. What? Is this the first time he has witnessed a wizard? Although he had heard tales of Ian's magical prowess, witnessing it firsthand exceeded all expectations. How dare you challenge one who has forged a bond with the Lord of the Mountains? With a thunderous roar, Ian's voice caused the troll to hesitate, slowing its advance. Gunnar, witnessing this absurd spectacle, could not help but gape in disbelief. By the heavens! Is he truly admonishing the troll? I am famished. I have not eaten. I must feed. Ian attempted to project the image of an earth dragon, but the troll, undeterred by the imposing figure, continued to approach slowly, driven by its insatiable hunger. In light of this, with communication proving futile, only force remained as a recourse. "Gunnar, let me repeat." "Huh? What? Peat?" Gunnar gazed at Ian in confusion. Peat was a common solid fuel among the northerners, but what could he possibly need it for? At that moment, Gunnar was utterly astounded by Ian's subsequent action, as Ian produced the Anorithil and ignited the coal in an instant. After reciting a language incomprehensible to him, the peat coalesced into a colossal fireball, enveloped in flames. Chapter 134, The Sanctuary. However, Ian's subsequent actions left him even more astounded. Ian, with his bare hands, seized the immense fireball and hurled it fiercely towards the direction of the troll. Ouch, it's burning hot. So hot. The troll was caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of the fireball. Ian, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Kira, would you like to give it a try? Huh? Kira, momentarily forgetting her usual proud demeanor as a sorceress, quickly regained her composure. She surmised that this was the result of Ian's mysterious communion with the flames. Just as it seemed extraordinary to ordinary people for an oracle to predict the future, Ian's ability to grasp the fireball with his bare hands appeared utterly bizarre. To question how this was achieved was futile. It was precisely because it defied understanding and imitation that it was deemed mysterious. And mastering such mysteries was referred to as magic. Burn! Incinerate them all! Kira perceived a whispering echo in her ears, the enigmatic power of fire swirling around her. In that instant, Kira was convinced that the flames would not harm her. Gazing at the peat ignited by Ian, she too grasped a few. Following Ian's lead, Kira also held the fireball with her bare hands, leaving Gunnar agape at the sight of these two sorcerers. Goodness! Upon seeing Kira seize the peat, Ian ceased gathering the fireballs and, in a playful manner akin to a snowball fight, began tossing them at the troll alongside Kira. Unable to endure the torment inflicted by the two sorcerers, the troll, a creature born of frost, found it excruciating to withstand the onslaught of the mysterious flames. I should have placed a stone in the fireball, Ian lamented with a click of his tongue. Gunnar, still trembling, stammered. Are your hands all right? Yes, they're fine. Ian waved his hand nonchalantly, leaving Gunnar feeling as though he were being toyed with by elves as he hesitated to bring his hand closer to the residual embers. Ouch! Huh! I thought you could handle fire without it burning you. Do not attempt this. It is perilous. We are sorcerers, so we can do this. Ian was a legitimate sorcerer who had undergone years of rigorous training under the tutelage of Elitis. Following the incident at the Dervashi castle, he had even elevated his fire magic to a higher level, making the technique of grasping fireballs child's play for him. Sorcerers are truly remarkable. In the north, there were no systematically trained sorcerers like those in the Empire. Only witches and seers barely filled the void left by the sorcerers. That said, this welcoming ceremony was indeed lively. Observing the rampaging troll across the snowy plains, Ian was once again reminded that he had stepped onto northern soil. In truth, there weren't usually so many monsters here. Usually, trolls typically dwell within the forest, seldom straying from their territories. Their venture beyond the woodland was prompted by Ian's speculation. Is it due to a scarcity of food? Indeed, in search of prey, trolls are compelled to abandon their domains, indicating that the food situation within the forest is dire. This year, the hunting endeavors have been notably dismal for both the southern and northern tribes. Ian lifted his gaze toward the snow-laden peaks, pondering what transpired on the other side of the mountains. Here we are. Ian, Gunnar's cart approached a village encircled by a broad fence, known as the Claw of Heaven tribe. This tribe is a member of the Okaha Tribal Alliance, and, being situated at the southernmost point of the north, it remains the farthest from conflicts and warfare. Consequently, the inhabitants of the Claw of Heaven tribe possess gentle dispositions and are known for their hospitality toward outsiders, regarding such visits as a matter of tribal pride, or so the rumors suggest. Grandfather, I have returned. Gunnar, you've come back. Ian followed Gunnar along the village pathway, flanked by rows of wooden houses constructed from animal hides, where skins were hung out to dry in every yard. Children frolicked with dogs, gnawing on jerky and reveling in their play. At first glance, it appeared to be a peaceful settlement. Yet, Ian keenly discerned the wary and piercing gazes directed at the outsiders. Welcome, esteemed mage of the Empire. I am Madagal, the priest of the Claw of Heaven tribe. I am Ian Elitis. As Ian exchanged greetings with Madagal, the tribespeople covertly scrutinized them. Ahem, shall we proceed to the temple? Madagal led Ian toward the temple, which turned out to be a wooden structure riddled with drafts. The biting cold wind swept in mercilessly. Chapter 135, The Frost Phoenix and the Conflict. Oh, wind. What is it, human? Could you blow a little slower? Heat is my greatest aversion, but since it's a fleeting request, I shall reluctantly oblige. Upon entering the temple, Ian conjured a barrier against the cold wind. Madagal was taken aback when he heard Ian murmuring in an unfamiliar tongue, only to be astounded as the icy breeze miraculously ceased. Is this the magic of the Empire? Truly remarkable. It's nothing extraordinary. The wind was in good spirits today, hence it granted my request, Ian replied nonchalantly. Yet in Madagal's eyes, it was nothing short of a miraculous phenomenon. Who in the world could so effortlessly beseech the wind? Even the savage sorcerers could wield nature as forces, yet their finesse paled in comparison to Ian's effortless mastery. No wonder Melonius is hailed as a genius magician. Although Gunnar had witnessed Ian's magic before, he still felt a sense of wonder. This guest from the Empire was indeed extraordinary. I have heard from the monastery that the eternal egg has hatched. What? Ah, that is an ancient northern tongue, meaning the eternal egg. Madagar rummaged through the shelves and retrieved a fragment of leather. This is the recording medium of the Northerners. They inscribed their accounts on treated leather using the ancient Northern language. Indeed, in my youth, the Celestial Claw tribe entrusted the eternal egg to the monk Islar. But what precisely is the eternal egg? Madagar replied calmly, it is the egg of the Frost Phoenix. The Frost Phoenix, a legendary creature said to be immortal. It lacks a physical form, composed solely of pure natural energy. When its power wanes, it transforms into an egg, regaining strength before hatching once more. Wait a moment. Ian snatched the juvenile frost phoenix from Kira. Squeak, squeak. The frost phoenix gazed at Ian with innocent eyes. But according to Madagar's explanation, is this creature not an entity that has existed for hundreds, if not thousands, of years? Do you understand Maronius? Chirp? What do you mean, Chirp? Do not feign ignorance. In the castle of Baron Divorcey, this bird once spoke in Maronius, proclaiming that good fortune would come upon arriving in the north. If it is a being that has lived for millennia, it must possess vast knowledge. Do not press it too hard. It may not comprehend your words. It is said that the frost phoenix attains complete awareness only after shedding its corporeal form. What does this imply? During its corporeal existence, it is akin to a deep slumber for humans. Is it a creature that awakens fully only after death? Yet, it is precisely because the frost phoenix lacks a physical form that such a phenomenon is possible. So when will it die, shed its body? This question sounds somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, Madagar nonchalantly replied, when it desires to awaken from its slumber. Ah, I see. Ian finally comprehended why the frost phoenix had not fed until now. After all, it will inevitably face death and thus has no need for sustenance. However, it seems poised to awaken soon, as evidenced by its arrival here through your hands. Madagar harbors faith in the frost phoenix's spirit. Since ancient times, the frost phoenix has been regarded as a sacred being by the northerners. It would not hatch in Ian's hands without reason. Perhaps it is connected to the impending changes in the north. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside as a group of individuals burst in. Old man, I heard that members of the Celestial Claw tribe have arrived. This is bad. Ian, stay here for a bit. I must go greet our guests. But it was already too late. Several robust men had stormed in, trampling the carpet beneath their feet. Barenka's brows twitched slightly. Despite its simplicity, this place is a sanctuary of the celestial sect. There are preparations for rituals and offerings to the divine. Indeed, this place is a sanctuary. However, these individuals exhibit no reverence towards the deities. Gregor, what are you doing? Silence, you old fool. The man named Gregor kicked the table over with force, scattering the Bible and leather notebooks across the floor. Gregor, Gunnar glared at him with fury. Gunnar, a simple youth devoted to the worship of the celestial gods, also bore the blood of the northern tribes. With a roar, Gunnar charged at Gregor, only to be ruthlessly struck down to the ground by a single punch. Thud! Blood spewed from Gunnar's mouth as he collapsed. You foolish brat, barely out of childhood. Gregor strode towards Gunnar, but he was halted in his tracks by a young man with dark hair standing defiantly before him. Enough! Step aside. What? I said step aside. Gregor regarded the dark-haired youth as though he had lost his senses. He appeared frail, seemingly incapable of withstanding even a single blow, yet dared to act so arrogantly here. Do you know who I am? How dare you? Ian stepped forward and declared, Do you know who I am? In an instant, Gregor locked eyes with Ian. Those cold eyes brimmed with rage, yet beneath lay an unfathomable madness, akin to a creature stirring in the frozen depths of a river. This guy? Withdraw at once. Gregor trembled involuntarily, retreating a step. Humanity instinctively fears the incomprehensible. Ian exuded an aura of mystery, radiating an atmosphere beyond ordinary understanding. This fellow. It dawned on Gregor that he had indeed retreated as Ian had commanded. To show weakness before an adversary was a warrior's disgrace. Almost instinctively, Gregor swung a punch towards Ian, not out of a genuine desire to strike, but rather to deny the overwhelming pressure he felt in that moment. He did throw the punch, yet this action instantly triggered a swift reaction from another presence in the vicinity. Crack! Barenka struck Gregor's hand sharply with the hilt of his sword. Ah! Gregor yelped in pain, instinctively retracting his hand. The gods are watching. Do not act rashly, Barenka murmured. Gregor's companions were momentarily stunned. Barenka was poised to draw his sword at any moment. If they continued to provoke, bloodshed would be inevitable. Damn these outsiders. Calm down, Gregor. They're the heralds of the Frost Phoenix from the Empire. Shut your mouth, old man. Stop spouting nonsense. Gregor shouted in anger. You people, and those from the Empire, have angered the Ice God. And you, old fool, still jest with the Empire's men. Curse it all. If you still possess any sense, you must promptly cease the sacrificial offerings to the celestial deity, unless you wish to witness the entire tribe succumb to starvation. Gregor shouted at Ian, pointing an accusatory finger. And you all, return to the Empire at once. We can scarcely afford a morsel of meat for you. With that, Gregor turned on his heel and departed. Chapter 136. Gregor Ian gazed at his retreating figure and remarked, "What is that fellow's purpose?" Gunnar quickly interjected, "He is a merchant in the village, the wealthiest among us, yet his heart is exceedingly narrow." Prior to the commencement of the hunting season, Gregor had exchanged the common currency of the North for provisions from many within the alliance. Given the impending hunting season, most had sold to him at remarkably low prices. Little did they anticipate that this hunting season would yield such disheartening results. As the villagers flocked to Gregor for sustenance, he audaciously inflated the prices to extortionate levels, rendering it impossible for the ordinary inhabitants of the North to afford. Moreover, he covertly sold a considerable quantity of food to the Skogan tribe, inciting a wrathful animosity among the Northern Alliance. When they sought to bring Gregor to justice, he obstinately denied all allegations, only symbolically lowering a few prices, leaving these medieval folk utterly powerless against him. Ian could not help but muse that, as a profit-driven merchant, Gregor was indeed quite competent. Ever since he survived a harrowing incident in the snow-capped mountains during his youth, he had become an ardent follower of Skadi. Skadi? That is the name of the ice god, a name seldom uttered by the adherents of the celestial deity. No wonder Gregor harbors disdain for the celestial faith. As a merchant from the North, he naturally venerates the ice god Skadi. Furthermore, there exists a superstition in the North that the ice god is the divine entity responsible for bestowing prey. To offend the ice god would render the hunt futile. Perhaps there truly is an ice god guiding the hunt. Ian pondered, nodding as he listened to Madagar's exposition. If the ice god of the North is indeed the same entity as that of the celestial deity, then it would not be surprising that the ice god genuinely protects the people of the North. I heard from Gunnar that this hunting season has been utterly botched. Indeed, regardless of which tribal alliance prevails, should winter arrive under these circumstances, all shall face starvation. Thus, they intend to seize the provisions from one another beforehand. Gregor firmly believes that the celestial faith is responsible for the hunting failure, yet this notion is clearly divorced from reality. Indeed, the celestial faith has existed for 30 years. If Skadi were to deliver punishment, it would have been administered long ago. Initially, the Skyclaw tribe held a deep affection for the celestial faith, as the monk Ishira once came to preach, leaving behind a lasting impression. However, as time passed, the situation deteriorated, and the villagers gradually began to turn towards the ice god. Naturally, Gregor, who already held faith in the ice god, became increasingly active. Now becomes clear, Ian began to comprehend Gregor's motives for intimidation. As the situation in the North deteriorated, the Empire dispatched a sorcerer. For Gregor, who harbored disdain for the Celestials and favored the ice god, this was of no benefit. Thus, he wished to expedite the return of Ian and his companions to the Empire. Had Ian been a feeble individual, he might have succumbed to the brutality and threats of the barbarians and fled back to the Empire. However, Ian was a seasoned traveler, having encountered a myriad of extraordinary adventures. Little did Gregor anticipate that he would find himself outmaneuvered by Ian. The knight exhibited remarkable prowess. Yet would he face retribution? Barenka gazed out the window, his expression impassive, and remarked, "I merely did what was required of me." Ian could not suppress a chuckle. Barenka's candor always instilled a sense of reassurance. After all, Gregor had no friends. He was unlikely to cause further trouble. Although devoid of companions, he had followers. Madagar let out a deep sigh. "Ian, I regret to say this upon your arrival, but I hope you can return to the Empire swiftly." Is it due to Gregor?" Ian inquired. "That is part of the reason, but not the entirety. War may erupt at any moment, and should that occur, your life will be in peril." War. Ian had already endured one. To secure Lucy's title as Baroness, he had suffered greatly in Italian territory. War itself was not terrifying. The issue lay in the fact that once it commenced, the northern expedition plans would disintegrate in an instant. Had they journeyed across vast seas merely to deliver a Frost Phoenix takeaway? Ian had many matters to attend to. He needed to investigate the arcana cards entrusted to him by Isla and simultaneously delve into the fate of Takarian. He was not a mere courier, delivering goods and promptly returning to the Empire. That was evidently impossible. I shall remember this matter, but I am bound by the monastery's mandate and cannot return at this time. You mentioned seeking a monk, correct? Indeed, Takarian. Have you heard of him? The response came from Gunnar. Golden Finger Takarian. He is the one who penned the Gospel of Marcus. You know of him as well? Of course. I have his gospel right here. Gunnar proudly displayed the tome. Ian couldn't help but marvel. In this remote and wild land, Takarian's novel, nay, his gospel, was surprisingly circulated. But why would Brother Takarian come here? I have heard he was captured by the Northerners. Do you have any leads? Madagar crossed his arms, his demeanor serious. Not quite clear. As there are too many tribes fond of plunder, it is difficult to ascertain which one. Understood. This question was merely casual, and Ian held little hope. However, what followed in Madagar's words left him utterly astonished. Chapter 137. Ian's magical stone soup, however, if it involves abduction. Perhaps it was commissioned by the chieftain of the Red Bear tribe. Again, with the Red Bear tribe, what could possibly motivate their chieftain to undertake such an act? Ian found it perplexing that anyone would journey across vast distances to the Empire to kidnap a religious practitioner. The chieftain of the Red Bear tribe is currently bedridden with illness and unable to rise. Perhaps he requires the assistance of a monk. Ian nodded. So prayer is needed. Although their faith differs, Takarian is renowned for his clerical prowess and is undoubtedly skilled in the art of prayer. Is it due to the power of prayer, then? However, Madagar outright dismissed Ian's conjecture. No, it is for the purpose of alchemy. What? Alchemy? Isn't there a tonic for revitalizing the body? It is said that the heart of a divinely favored individual can imbue others with vitality. These savages. What prayer? They intend to stew a person. I must pay a visit to the Red Bear tribe. Although this is merely a possibility, Ian sensed a certainty regarding other matters from this potentiality. This was the intuition of a magician, an instinct that must not be disregarded. The Red Bear tribe harbors mysteries. They are a warlike tribe, preferring isolation, and the journey ahead is fraught with peril. Preparations are essential. Are we to prepare provisions? Indeed, at this juncture, it seems unlikely anyone would be willing to lend food. A solution must be sought. If this continues, he would be left with no choice but to return to the Empire in despair. Ian wandered through the village, contemplating how to forge friendships with the Sky Claw tribe to procure some food. He thought of Gregor, an individual with ample provisions and wealth yet devoid of friends. The villagers must harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him, providing ample opportunity. Ian quickly conceived a plan. In a society already rife with biased information, no one would detect the intricacies of Ian's scheme. He immediately engaged his companions in discussion. Ian's strategy was straightforward. First, we win the villagers' goodwill, and then we acquire food from Gregor. What do you think? In essence, it was a scheme to extract his wealth. Everyone grasped his intent, yet they were at a loss regarding the execution. Belenka inquired, "What method do you intend to use to win their favor?" Belenka did not think Ian was speaking nonsensically. After all, Ian was a magician, and magicians often possess an array of peculiar talents. However, Ian's subsequent suggestion left Belenka astounded. Distribute food to them. Distribute what? Belenka thought he had misheard. Distribute food to the villagers? But the very reason we wish to win their favor is that we currently have no food to eat. The logical sequence here is utterly flawed. If we possessed food, we would undoubtedly consume it ourselves first. Ian calmly elucidated, understanding the bewilderment of his companions. Of course, Ian had not a single grain of sustenance in his possession. Thus, the food he intended to distribute to the villagers was, in fact, counterfeit. In simple terms, this was a ruse. Therefore, we shall distribute false food to the villagers, and in return, procure genuine sustenance from them. You scoundrel! Berenka could hardly restrain her expletive-laden outburst. Distributing fake food? That is utterly outrageous. However, Ian promptly interjected, but the food given to the villagers will be authentic. What on earth is this nonsense? Berenka's mind went blank, resolving to abandon any attempt at comprehension. I do not grasp your intentions. How do you propose to transform false food into real food? Ian chuckled. Perhaps through magic? Well, you certainly will employ magic. After all, you are a sorcerer. Berenka inwardly grumbled, yet proceeded to follow Ian's plan. Ian led his companions up a nearby hillside, where a massive boulder was visible from the village entrance. Pointing to the stone, which was roughly the size of a child, Ian declared, "That is it." "What do you mean? How about using it to brew soup?" Berenka and Kira exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 138. Chief Helga, in stark contrast to Ian, who was engrossed in scheming, Chief Helga of the Skyclaw tribe was troubled by recent events. The Northerners were supposed to hunt an abundance of game during the hunting season to sustain them in the coming days. Yet this year, the number of beasts was alarmingly low. Whether consulting the shaman or the priests of the celestial church, no one could articulate a clear reason. Merely vague superstitions about deities being angered and requiring sacrifices were bandied about. A few provocateurs clamored, "It is our fault for believing in the celestial church. Surely, this is the wrath of the ice goddess Skadi, hence the dismal hunting season we are experiencing." Helga longed to vehemently inform them that this was not her decision at all. Helga's father, the former chief of the Skyclaw tribe, had been entirely swayed by the silver-tongued monk Isla, embracing the celestial church wholeheartedly. The era of the ice goddess has ended. It is now the age of the celestial church. "Father, are you serious?" "Of course, because we can ascend to paradise." Helga regarded this as a ludicrous act born of senility. Yet, being her father's decision, Helga had chosen to remain silent. However, since a series of bizarre occurrences had beset the north, the reputation of the celestial church had plummeted. Ascend to paradise? Preposterous. With starvation looming, who still cares for paradise? It might still be possible to mitigate losses by abandoning the celestial church. Helga contemplated this seriously. Chief, what is it, Sigru? You must take care of that rascal Gregory. It is already exasperating enough with the incessant trivialities plaguing our village. Once again, it is the troublesome Gregory who has stirred up chaos. The villagers have long sought an excuse to deal with him, yet no suitable justification has presented itself. That scoundrel has hoarded a mountain of grain in the warehouse, and during our times of hardship, we have shared our provisions with him when he was in need. The speaker paused momentarily, his indignation intensifying. Yet now, he refuses to share even a morsel, and his prices for selling are exorbitantly high. Like all insular societies, the northern tribe operates on familiar ties, where every connection is a relative, and tearing apart these bonds yields no benefit to anyone. Therefore, although the rules are quite strict, they were more rigorously enforced in the past, and very few dare to transgress them now. Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps the beast horde is merely delayed. Whether it be the ice god or the sky god, we beseech any divine being to assist us. Helga uttered a hollow prayer, yet the deities have never acknowledged him, regardless of their identity. The former patriarch claimed he converted to the teachings of the sky god upon hearing the call of the celestial realm. But why should Helga revere gods that scorn such recognition? Whichever deity manifests their power shall receive his fervent allegiance, and he would become an ardent follower on the spot. While he was attending to the villagers' grievances, an unfamiliar traveler parted the tent flaps. Who are you?" "Greetings, chief of the Sky Claw tribe. I am Ian. I beg your pardon for my intrusion." The traveler bore a visage both familiar and foreign, undeniably northern, yet marked by ebony eyes. The moment Helga's gaze met his, he instinctively tensed. Those obsidian eyes seemed to swirl with enigmatic depths. Helga quickly discerned. This individual is no ordinary traveler. I am Ian Aldis, sent by the Empire's Blue Key Monastery to meet with Priest Madagar. "Ah, I have heard of you. It must have been a long journey." Despite sensing that the individual before him was extraordinary, Helga's demeanor remained composed. He could not afford to show weakness. In truth, even if Helga had chosen to bellow him away, it would have mattered little. Ian had come neither at the opportune moment nor for matters of great urgency. Sigru, sharing this sentiment, felt even less patient. "Finish your business and return to the Empire. This is no place for your idle wandering. Mind your words, Sigru. This gentleman is a guest of the priest." In the face of such blatant hostility, Ian did not so much as flinch. Helga could not help but regard Ian with heightened respect. "Esteemed chief, I have been tasked by the monastery to pursue the whereabouts of a certain monk. However, adequate provisions are essential for my expedition in the north." "Provisions?" "Indeed. As a fellow devotee of the same sky god, I humbly request your support in the form of grain." Helga's expression clearly darkened. This village is embroiled in disputes over its own sustenance, and now they are expected to share their resources with an unknown individual from the Empire? "Hey, you from the Empire, even if there are leftover scraps for the dogs. There is none for you. Sigur, Bah, the chieftain. It is precisely due to the negligence towards those worshippers of the celestial beings that such riffraff has emerged. What have those deities ever provided us? Was it not merely the whimsical belief that arose after the old chieftain's demise in his yearning for paradise?" Helga cast a glance at Ian, tinged with regret. Were the village prosperous, he would gladly share the provisions, yet the stark reality is grim. Sigurd's deplorable demeanor rendered any outburst from the individual before him futile. Understood. Chapter 139. The Stone Soup Ceremony. Helga was somewhat taken aback by the other's unexpected reasonableness. It was never my intention to impose, and I am well aware of the plight in the northern realms. Everyone bears their burdens. Thank you for your understanding. As Ian turned, he suddenly whispered with profound significance, "Then let us devise our own means to procure food." Helga was momentarily rendered speechless. In this harsh land, what could a few imperial folk possibly gather? If we could indeed procure it, will we still be fretting here? Sigurd too found it ludicrous. There is nothing here but wild grass and stones. What could you possibly find to eat? Ian remained unperturbed. There are many options. As you mentioned, since there is both grass and stone. Chieftain Helga, there is a massive stone atop the hill in the village. May I borrow it? A stone? What did you possibly do with it? Cook it. The tranquil village erupted overnight. Ian's remarkable feat spread like wildfire. The tale of the imperial sorcerer brewing soup with stones became the talk of the town. Have you heard? The sorcerer from Empire can actually brew soup with stones. The village, already shrouded in despair due to famine, was ignited with excitement. Just as the villagers worried about how to survive the days ahead, fearing incursions from neighboring villages, the rumor of stone soup swept through like a tempest. What? The stones on the ground can be cooked and eaten? Why hunt at all? Just gather stones and cook them. If this were true, it would be a revolutionary technological breakthrough. My lord Ian, are you truly serious? Can you really brew soup with stones? When Gunnar rushed in, panting and with eyes gleaming with unwavering belief, he genuinely thought Ian had sparked a medieval culinary revolution. Observing that expectant gaze, Ian felt a twinge of guilt, for there was no revolution to speak of. Of course it is possible. Yet, the plan had already been set in motion, and Ian, maintaining his composure, fabricated a tale. I prayed to the celestial beings for sustenance, and they guided me with this method in a dream. Heavens, is that true? Gunnar, a fellow believer in the celestial faith, immediately accepted this as a divine miracle. That makes perfect sense. After all, it is a wonder bestowed by the deities. Merciful, celestial beings. Gunnar excitedly traced sacred symbols. Suddenly struck by a thought, what must the food granted by the divine to starving followers taste like? He swallowed hard and stammered. Could I perhaps have a taste? As a believer, is it too much to ask to partake in the holy meal? Ian, however, firmly declined. No, he stated. How can the Holy Communion be tasted out of mere curiosity? Though directed at Gunnar, this admonition served as a warning to all onlookers. The crowd immediately stirred. The news had spread throughout the village, and who wouldn't be tempted to sample the extraordinary? I am a devotee of the celestial deity. Could I not have just a taste? Muttered a believer of the northern folk. In truth, I have long been a disciple of the celestial realm. Once one person took the lead, declarations of faith in the celestial deity proliferated like a line of falling dominoes. In the blink of an eye, all the spectators had converted to the celestial deity's teachings. Was this not another form of miracle? Ascending a small hill, Ian stood before a pre-selected colossal stone and shouted, "Almighty stone, arise!" With a thunderous rumble, an astonishing scene unfolded. The boulders buried deep within the earth began to emerge and move on their own. Oh my goodness, it is true. Deities do exist. With light, graceful steps, Ian descended the hill, and behind him, the stone rolled obediently like a faithful pup, emitting a low rumble. The northern onlookers could hardly conceal their astonishment, stealthily trailing behind Ian and the stone. Is it true? Has he truly brought the stone back? Those villagers who had doubted Ian's authenticity were now wide-eyed, staring at the rolling boulder in disbelief. At this point, belief was inevitable. It was indeed true. This fellow was genuinely about to make stone soup. Ian used this one. The priest Madagar had already prepared a large pot. Following Ian's gesture, the child-sized stone rolled adeptly into the cauldron. With a flourish, Kira turned and snapped her fingers, igniting a flame at her fingertips. While igniting the fire directly would suffice. This was a performance Ian had meticulously orchestrated. Stone soup was a setup, aimed at drawing forth the long-simmering grievances within the hearts of the people, making the performance essential. As the fire crackled to life, the clear water in the pot began to bubble. Kira tasted the broth made from the stone with a ladle. She immediately displayed the most blissful smile imaginable, radiating joy. Ian stifled a chuckle, thinking she is truly fit for the role of an actress. How extraordinary! It is remarkable. How can something that contains only stone and water possess such flavor? In reality, the so-called stone soup merely tasted of water, for the sole ingredients were stone and water. Yet, the naturally gifted performer Kira maintained her composure, pretending to savor the taste as if she were genuinely relishing a delicacy. Her acting was impeccable, so flawless that it could melt the hearts of the northern folk. The onlookers swallowed nervously, fixated on every movement Ian made while cooking the stone. What could it possibly taste like? I long to try it. Chapter 140. Gregor's warehouse is divided in the center of the village. A large iron pot emitted clear steam. However, what was boiling within was a massive rock. Indeed, it was. Everyone is aware that what is simmering in the pot is merely stones. The people of the north know it. Ian knows it, and so do Kira and Barenka. Yet, as Kira savoringly ladles the stone soup, the onlooking villagers unconsciously begin to gulp down their saliva. What a delightful expression they wear. How delectable it must be. The simple folk of the north could never fathom that Kira's expression is a flawless display of theatrics. When confronted with absurd news, it is often easier for people to entertain the notion of could it be true, rather than to dismiss it as deception, rather than perceive it as an outrageous hoax. They are inclined to believe that this is indeed soup brewed from stones, and not just any stone soup, but one crafted by a sorcerer. Ian, surveying the surroundings, instinctively senses that the moment has arrived. It is time to officially commence the soup making. Gunnar, do you wish to partake in this soup? Ian calls out to Gunnar, stretching his neck towards the iron pot, is startled. Are you really going to let me have some? Isn't it forbidden to freely bestow sacred food? Ian gazes at the pot with a smile. Well, ordinarily, one would require divine permission to enjoy this. However, Gunnar, you have assisted me greatly on the road, aiding in the task bestowed by the divine, so I, in the stead of the deity, grant you this pot of soup. Ah, indeed, I have helped. As Ian begins to slyly entice, Gunnar becomes entranced, as if his very soul has been lost. The sorcerer's tongue is as cunning as a serpent's flickering tongue. The ingredients exceed expectations. Look at this pot of soup. There is no way the three of us could finish it. Though directed at Gunnar, it is evident that the intended audience is far broader. This is a statement meant for the entire village to overhear. With Ian casting the bait, the eager villagers swarm like fish to a hook. Indeed, there is far too much. How could 3 people possibly consume it all? Each villager yearns to taste this stone soup. This is precisely the response Ian anticipated. Thus, he proclaims loudly before the pot, "O divine deity, please permit your sustenance to be bestowed upon this young man. Flames, arise." Simultaneously, Kira intones in the Moronius tongue. Boom! Flames mysteriously erupt in a fiery blaze, startling the villagers into retreat. The divine deity. The deity has responded. Ian solemnly declares. The deity proclaims that as long as an appropriate offering is made, the rich broth may be shared. Gunnar, follower of divine will, hurry and fetch an offering for the deity. An offering? Ian lowers his voice. Bring something edible from your home, anything that is left over. I shall present it to the deity on your behalf. Understood, my lord Ian. Gunnar dashes out like an arrow, and moments later returns with some dried vegetables. This is all I have left at home, these dried radishes. Will this suffice? Excellent. Hand it over. As Ian tosses the dried radishes into the pot, he remarks, Ah, once again, we are engaged in an intriguing game, Ian. May I offer a bit of assistance? Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the pot. A similar phenomenon had occurred while brewing coffee earlier, suggesting the presence of some enigmatic force. The villagers buzzed with speculation. Was the offering accepted? That rascal Gunnar, his piety has finally borne fruit, although it appeared peculiar. The northern folk had indeed witnessed a miracle, and that sufficed. Come, have a taste. Ian ladled a spoonful of stone soup and presented it to Gunnar, who eagerly gulped it down. How does it taste? Can you describe it? It resembles plain water. Allow me to try. Ian slurped a sip and remarked nonchalantly. It is indeed lacking in flavor. The ingredients are stones. After all, it requires a lengthy simmer to develop its taste. By evening, it will be far more delectable. Ah, I see. Gunnar was completely convinced. The villagers, witnessing this, grew increasingly curious and ravenous. I too believe in the divine. Might I have some? So do I. I have prayed as well. Perhaps in hopes of sharing in Ian's rich stone soup, the villagers clamored around him, eager for a portion. You cannot partake in this hearty soup just yet. Why not? The stone soup is a special provision from the deity for my journey, and only those who have aided me on my travels may partake. I have leftovers at home. If I offer these to the divine, might I then be allowed to drink? Indeed, that is the case. As Ian gently coaxed them, the anxious northern folk hurriedly retrieved food from their homes. Noticing that Gregor in the crowd was also stirring with anticipation, Ian realized his plan was nearing fruition. The villagers harbored long-standing grievances against Gregor, and Ian's objective was to draw forth their pent-up indignation. This was his intention. Under the pretext of preparing stone soup, he would incorporate all the villagers' contributions, ensuring everyone participated. At this juncture, if Gregor still refused to contribute food, what actions would the residents, now with no retreat, undertake against a man devoid of allies, who had offended all around him, yet possessed a wealth of provisions? Ian poured every morsel received into the soup pot without exception. Is that meat? Is it appropriate to accept such a precious gift? Potatoes. How delightful. I shall savor them. Barley? Where did these come from? The northern folk witnessed every ingredient added to the pot. The villagers began to salivate. Truly, the stone soup appeared to be transforming into something delectable. Those who had contributed gathered around the pot, engaging in games as they awaited the completion of the rich broth. You, who do not understand love, are a heartless soul. Ah, how heartless! The red-haired mage, Kira, sang with a melodious voice. This was Ian's strategy to prevent the bored villagers from losing interest midway. Before becoming a mage, Kira had earned her living as a performer in the medieval arts. The skilled performers of this profession diligently crafted a joyful atmosphere, adeptly handling the scene at hand. Chieftain, a villager shouted in haste, let us offer food to the divine spirits. To the deities? Indeed, this way, you too could partake in the stone soup. Chieftain Helga chuckled heartily. His curiosity regarding the soup's flavor was negligible. However, the villagers, brimming with excitement, momentarily cast aside the burdens of war and the disappointments of failed hunts. They gathered, sharing laughter and stories, eagerly awaiting the pot of sustenance. Shall I contribute some as well? Meat. Please donate some meat. No, we have enough meat. We must add vegetables. Isn't barley superior to vegetables? The villagers had already envisioned this pot of soup as the centerpiece of a feast, liberally adding ingredients under the pretense of offering to the gods. As the chieftain, Helga could not be stingy and generously contributed an entire ham. Wow, the chieftain is the best. Ian greeted him with a smile. Thank you, noble chieftain. Helga set aside his duties to join the gathering. Kira entertained the crowd, and villagers emerged to await their share of the soup. Even those who usually remained indoors gradually joined the festivities. Ultimately, the entire village congregated, drinking and singing, as they awaited the completion of the stone soup. Since everyone had donated food, they all felt entitled to partake in the feast. Meanwhile, Gregor mingled within the crowd, yet he had no intention of relinquishing his provisions. Ian had long since noticed him, and, observing his reaction, devised his next move. Gregor, is that you, the one with an abundance of grain at home? Ian exclaimed with feigned surprise. You've come, yet I don't see you contributing any food to the divine spirits. Do you intend to partake in their soup without offering anything in return? To Ian's astonishment, Gregor did not shrink away. Instead, fueled by anger for being intimidated by Ian days prior, he now faced provocation anew. I wouldn't he deign to drink it. With that, he attempted to spit into the soup, prompting Ian to swiftly kick him over. Ian had intended to incite the villagers' ire. However, he anticipated that Gregor would fall so easily into his trap. The audacity to spit into the soup. This was the villagers' communal dish, and his actions could no longer be tolerated. Eventually, Helga stepped in personally. Gregor, surrender your stored provisions. No, they are mine. Despite the chieftain's direct command, Gregor resisted, prompting the furious villagers to storm toward his home. His followers had already betrayed him, and now they scrambled alongside the crowd, hastily transporting Gregor's supplies. The villagers piled Gregor's food before the stone soup, and after receiving a nod from Ian, the chieftain himself tossed some of the food into the pot. As the chill of the evening breeze stirred at sunset, Helga announced, Come, it is complete. Chapter 141. Departing for the Red Bear tribe, the campfire blazed until deep into the night. The tribe's residents had not experienced such merriment until darkness fell in a long time. Inevitably, the situation in the north remains bleak. The resolution of the food crisis is still uncertain. If it remains unresolved, war may erupt. Consequently, everyone lives in a state of constant anxiety, which is truly hard to fathom. Helga gazed at the bustling village, engulfed in a subtle sensation. The village, once lifeless, had undergone a remarkable transformation in just a day. There were no earth-shattering events, merely a peculiar dish prepared by a wizard. The emissaries from the Empire appeared far more agreeable than rumored. Indeed, he is quite a commendable individual, so much so that even the cantankerous Sigurd acknowledged the wizard's merit. Helga quietly observed the young sorcerer, who was drinking with the others. Despite his youth, he possessed astonishing wisdom. The ability to sway hearts and manipulate the villagers was something even Helga, as chieftain, found challenging. Yet, this youth had effortlessly turned the tide of the village's food crisis. While this was indeed remarkable, it was also somewhat unsettling. Fortunately, this wizard approached with benevolence. Had he harbored malicious intent, what dire state might the village have faced? An extraordinary individual indeed. Helga, still unaware of Ian's true nature, was already convinced of his sagacity and capability. Thus, when Ian visited again the following morning, Helga was prepared to greet him with calm composure. "Chieftain, I have come to bid you farewell." Helga solemnly invited him to sit, his demeanor markedly different from the previous day. "Are you heading to the Red Bear tribe?" "Yes." "You will need provisions for your journey, I presume?" Ian responded with a smile. "Having some would certainly be preferable. Gregor's granary is overflowing, and after the villagers have shared, there remains a considerable surplus. Consider this a token of gratitude. However, I have a request. Please speak." His willingness to oblige was not solely out of courtesy. "You are aware of the current conditions in the north, I trust?" "I have heard some rumors." Helga nodded and continued. "During the warming season each year, we hunt the Jägen at the sacred mountain, Glarmont. It is our hunting season." Ian was already familiar with this practice, though he had only recently learned the name of the beast, the Jägen. Yet this year, for reasons unknown, the Jägen has nearly vanished. To uncover the cause, various tribes have dispatched elite scouts to Glarmont, but thus far, there are no leads. Wizard Ian, we require your assistance. Please aid the scouts in uncovering the truth behind the disappearance of the Jägen herd. Is it appropriate to entrust such a grave task to an outsider like me? You are too modest. Who else could fulfill this role? Then, I too have a condition. Do not hesitate to speak. Ian produced a fragment of a damaged arcana card. Can you help me ascertain the source of this item? What is this? Helga was utterly unfamiliar with magic, just as not all subjects of the Empire understood sorcery. Most of the northern inhabitants were also distanced from the arcane arts. It is said that this is called arcana, a magical system of the north, which wizards ought to be well versed in. The wizards serve as both practitioners of magic and priests in the northern regions. There exists a formidable wizard within the Frost Axe tribe whom I can recommend. With the assistance of a local sorcerer, one should be able to systematically learn the art of arcana. This transaction is undoubtedly advantageous. Ian extended his hand to Helga. "It is settled. I shall commence my investigation." "Oh, I am immensely grateful, esteemed mage." Ian, having swiftly gathered his belongings, set forth the following morning. Though the duration was brief, many admirers had already arisen in the village. "Lord Ian, do come again. We must prepare stone soup next time." Despite Ian's popularity, Kira was not to be outdone. Her extravagant magic, exceptional singing, and enchanting dance had already ignited the hearts of the youths in the north. "Kira, you cannot leave us. I will take care of you." "I cannot be without Kira. Marry me, Kira." Kira immediately donned an idol-like smile and blew a kiss. "I apologize, but my heart belongs to someone back home." "What? Kira has a beloved? Who is that scoundrel? I'm so jealous." Hearing the lamentations of the youths, Ian chuckled softly. Kira, who had cultivated a fervent following in just a day, truly possessed remarkable talent as an artist. "I am most grateful for your kindness, Ian." Priest Madagar and Gunnar also bid farewell to Ian. "You have restored our tribe's faith, and the divine surely watches over your journey." "Thank you for your kind words." Priest Madagar replied with a smile. Thanks to Ian's stone soup, many villagers found solace for their souls. The divine protects us. He has not forsaken us. Ian climbed onto the carriage once more. This time, Gunnar did not accompany him. "Take care, Ian. You must return with Lord Takarian." "I shall do my best." The coachman was none other than the impudent Sigru, whom Ian had met previously. Sigrid drove the carriage in silence, carrying Ian and his party onward. The chieftain is indeed magnanimous to lend us the carriage. It is only fitting to assist as promised, Sigrid replied, gazing ahead. Though the Red Bear tribe belongs to our Okaha alliance, they essentially remain nominal members, not partaking in activities. We specialize in hunting and trade, while they thrive on plunder. Incidents of barbaric raids from the north are common in the empire. The northern tribes are as numerous as the stars. Some, like the Skyclaw tribe, sustain themselves through hunting and trade, while others, such as the Red Bear tribe, engage in raiding and slave trading. In the eyes of the empire's citizens, these marauders are terrifying monsters. However, to the northerners, they are merely individuals striving to provide for their families. Ian was not surprised by this reality. This land, devoid of absolute power, is indeed a realm where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. I apologize for my previous offense. I was quite distressed at that time. Sigrid murmured. However, within the tribe, there exists no warrior stronger than I. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, I vow upon the honor of the tribe to safeguard you. Sigrid is nothing but a quintessential northern man. Profanity spills from his lips. He is prone to drunkenness and brawling. The battle axe, lying quietly within the wagon, gleams with a polished blade, its handle worn from countless skirmishes. Look over there. What is it? Sigrid suddenly reined in his horse, pointing towards a distant figure. It is a raven. Lady Scotty is watching us. Indeed, in the far sky, a round raven is circling, oddly familiar. The raven flutters its wings and gracefully lands upon Ian's shoulder. Sigrid's eyes widen in astonishment. The envoy of Lady Scotty, how could this be? Ian, unperturbed, responds. I raised it. Chapter 142. Interpretation of the Arcana cards. The wagon carrying Ian races down the road. Following Oberon's landing on Ian's shoulder, Sigrid holds Ian in higher esteem. He occasionally shares with Ian's group the northern wisdom he possesses. Regarding the monk you seek, even if found in the Red Bear tribe, it would not be easy to extract him. Indeed, I am aware. I have heard the priest of Madagar mention it. They intend to use him as a medicinal catalyst. Ian had previously paid little heed to Takarian, following his subconscious inclination towards the Red Bear tribe. He has a premonition that something extraordinary awaits him there. I have heard that their chieftain's health has recently deteriorated. What ailment? How would I know? Nevertheless, he is of considerable age, over 60 this year. 60 is indeed a ripe old age. The further back one traces through history, the shorter the average lifespan of humanity appears to be. This trend becomes increasingly evident in earlier times. In this regard, the chieftain of the Red Bear tribe can be considered long-lived. At his age, anything could be fatal. Belenka murmured. Though harsh, it is an undeniable truth. In the medieval era, devoid of hospitals and surgeries, the elderly faced an unkind fate. You speak the truth. Yet his sons may not share such sentiments. True enough, wishing for one's parents to enjoy longevity is not a fault. Much like modern individuals gifting their parents ginseng, the warriors of the Red Bear tribe merely wish to offer the chieftain the heart of a priest. Such filial piety. Would they willingly relinquish the medicinal catalyst procured with great effort from the empire? Sigrid's concern for Ian was palpable. What could be more frustrating than locating that priest within a Red Bear tribe, yet being unable to rescue him? There is no need for worry. Oh, do you have a solution? I do not. However, Ian surely possesses one. What? Me? Ian, caught mid-meal, displayed a bewildered expression, yet the others maintained serious countenances. Belenka and Kira, even Sigrid, wore expressions that declared the mage Ian must have a way. Ian paid no heed, intent on shifting the topic to Oberon. What are you doing squatting there? Oberon, hidden in the corner, appeared to be tinkering with something. Before him lay the Frost Phoenix. Caw, caw, welcome to this training camp. Well done. I am a training officer, Oberon. Squeak, squeak. Yes, officer, you have a fine voice. But will your frail wings satisfy your master? I will do my utmost. Training a crow to train a phoenix? No. The more pressing question is, from where did this crow acquire the vocabulary of a training camp officer? This officer will determine whether the trainee becomes an angel or a demon based on their performance. Hey, Oberon. Master, did you call for me? Oberon instantly switched to crow mode and flew over. What are you doing with the Frost Phoenix? I am nurturing talent. What use is it to cultivate it? A phoenix, by its very nature, requires no training. It is more akin to an elemental than a mere creature. Though it possesses a physical form now, upon death, it will revert to its phoenix form, becoming a mysterious existence. At that time, it will naturally be able to converse meaningfully with Ian. There is no need to worry about it. It is still young. Let it be. Yet the phoenix interjected suddenly. Squeak! Squeak! No, I can do it. I want to grow stronger quickly to honor my parents. Oberon was instantly moved to tears. Well done, this little one. You are a brave soul. But I have no gender. No, you are a true man. I see your fiery spirit. Oberon embraced the fledgling. Well done, officer. What an odd scene this was. Fortunately, the companions could not understand bird language. If they had, they would surely have exclaimed that it was no surprise that Ian had raised such a crow. What was he doing over there? Ian? It seemed he was conversing with Oberon. What? This is possible? Sigrid was left agape at Ian's peculiar behavior. Was he truly suggesting making thick soup with stones? And now he was talking to birds? Were magicians truly such odd beings? At that moment, Belenka boldly interjected. He must be reporting unusual circumstances to Ian after completing the reconnaissance of the surroundings. Reconnaissance. Ian was indeed utilizing those birds to gather intelligence from the vicinity. This was a strategic choice, she added, given that Belenka had spent the most time with Ian. Even Kira and Sigrid displayed expressions of understanding. They were currently engaged in tactical discussion. Prepare to begin. Well done. Wing flap training 100 times. At your command. As the discussions of tactics unfolded among Berenka and her companions, Iron contemplated the gravity of the situation. This tactical discourse was profoundly ominous, most unsettling indeed. Paura, the shaman of the Red Bear tribe, fixated on the spread of arcana cards before him, his hands trembling uncontrollably. As the sole shaman of the tribe, he bore the weighty responsibility of mediating communications between the tribe and the divine mysteries. Recently, a significant calamity had befallen the north, the failure of the hunting season. While the chieftains had entered a state of emergency, the crisis weighed even heavier upon the shamans. Historically, shamans had served as advisors to the tribal leaders, possessing the ability to decipher the rhythms of nature and comprehend the will of the gods, thus becoming indispensable to survival in the treacherous north. Traditionally, on the eve of the grand hunting festival, shamans were expected to conduct prophetic divinations. The results of these divinations varied, yet the shamans invariably echoed the same assurances. Indeed, success is assured. It shall be exceedingly prosperous. Regardless of whether the omens were favorable or ominous, the hunting season had rarely encountered failure. Consequently, no one had dared to flaunt their knowledge by suggesting that this year's hunt might be fraught with disaster. Would they dare to cancel the hunt over an ill omen? At worst, they would proceed with caution this year. Thus, despite drawing a dire omen before the festival, Paura had not given it much thought. Yet this omen was unlike any other. The entire hunting season had been a debacle. Enraged, the chieftains berated the shamans mercilessly. Are you not capable of foreseeing the future? How could you be unaware? The shamans were left speechless. The purpose of divination was to anticipate calamities, yet it had proven utterly futile. The atmosphere within the Red Bear tribe was particularly charged, especially during the sensitive time of the chieftain's illness. How could the shamans have failed to foresee the impending disaster? There was a burgeoning suspicion regarding their competence. Should the shamans be replaced? Paura acutely felt that his life now hung by a thread. Should he err once more? He risked expulsion from the tribe, a fate akin to a death sentence in the north. No, grant me another chance. Paura fixated on the cards before him, teetering on the brink of madness. The arcana cards he employed were a traditional divination tool of the north, said to have been hand-painted by the northern deity Skadi with sacred pigments. There existed only 22 cards, through which one could glimpse the future. At this moment, the cards displayed were the Tower, the Devil, and Death, all harbingers concerning the chieftain's health. It was dizzying for Paura, as the chieftain of the Red Bear tribe lay bedridden, weakened by depleting vitality. The devoted sons dispatched elite warriors to procure medicine for their father, among them a fierce warrior named Bjorn, who had returned from the Empire with a heart imbued with life force. To ensure its freshness, he had resorted to kidnapping a living soul. If only this heart could be incorporated into a remedy for the chieftain. Yet, paralyzed by the disastrous outcome of the hunting season, Paura resolved to consult the cards once more before proceeding with the concoction. Should ominous signs lead to the unforeseen demise of the clan leader, his fate would be sealed by that very day. Yet, The results of the divination were utterly confounding. What, pray tell, had gone awry? The tower signifies abrupt change, disintegration, and awakening. The demon alludes to the chains of desire and the shackles of material indulgence. Death heralds profound transformation. Most unsettling for Paila was the tower itself. Could this card portend his failure in concocting potions? The mysteries of the world bear an inherent ambiguity. It is precisely due to the lack of clear communication that they are deemed mysterious. Only those adept at accurately interpreting arcane powers and discerning their meanings can be considered exceptional sorcerers. Paila found himself deep in contemplation. The arcana possesses the ability to eternally convey messages to humanity. The capacity to decode these signals is the essence of innate talent. Paila must commence preparations. Ragnar, the eldest son of the Red Bear tribe's chieftain, arrived to hasten him. Paila must dissect the offering to prepare the potion. For the crafting of arcane elixirs lies solely within a sorcerer's domain. Must we delay further? Ragnar furrowed his brow. Has it not been over a week already? Must we now tarry? We must unearth the source of this ominous portent. Intuition warned Paila that hastily brewing the potion would lead to calamity. Paila, I have instructed you to wait. The two glared at each other fiercely. A charlatan unable to foresee even the failure of the great hunt. A fool utterly ignorant of the arcane. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, an announcement suddenly rang out. Lord Ragnar, a visitor approaches. A visitor? It was Sigru, a warrior from the Sky Claw tribe. The herald continued. He also brings an imperial envoy. An imperial envoy? Paila's eyes widened in shock. The source of the ill omen. The warning from the ice god had finally been deciphered. Ragnar, expel them at once. Why? Those individuals will jeopardize our grand endeavor. The potion will be interrupted. Chapter 143, The Assault by Ragnar's Subordinates. Under the blazing midday sun, the carriage bearing Ian and his companions crossed the threshold of the Red Bear tribe settlement. Ah, Pollock, long time no see. Sigru, how had you been of late? Sigru greeted the warriors of the Red Bear tribe with a familiar tone, although Ian was unaware. Sigru was indeed a warrior of some renown in the northern regions. An outstanding warrior naturally garners respect, especially for the Red Bear tribe, known for their penchant for plunder. Sigru, despite being an outsider, commanded their esteem. Hey, Sigru, once you pay your respects to the chieftain, we must have a proper chat. Sigru led the group towards the chieftain's abode. Lifting the expansive tent flap, a dazzling array of treasures was revealed. Many of these items were unfamiliar to Ian, likely acquired from various conquests to be presented to the chieftain. It has been a while, Sigru. You look well, Wolf. As the grandson of the chieftain, he was a young man of similar age to Ian. Grandfather, it is time to rise. Guests have arrived from the Sky Claw tribe. The old man on the sickbed coughed softly as he struggled to prop himself up. In a fleeting moment, Ian perceived him as a feeble old wolf, laboriously attempting to stand. The unique sensitivity of a mage allowed him to glimpse the scars and fury accumulated beneath that aging exterior. This decrepit man resembled a beast more than a human. Cough, Sigru of the Sky Claw tribe. It is I, esteemed chieftain of the Red Bear tribe. The chieftain's murky gaze was fixated solely on Sigru, showing little interest in unfamiliar faces. The elderly seldom found excitement in the novel. They ought to have reunited on the vast snowfields, not in such a disheveled state of illness. Much like when I shattered the skulls of those Skognu back in the day. The old man grinned. He had a penchant for reminiscing about well-known tales, remaining indifferent to new experiences, yet would become as exuberant as a child when recounting past glories. Wasn't that 10 years ago? No. It was 15 years since I barely completed my coming-of-age ceremony. Sigru patiently engaged in the tedious conversation. Grandfather, you have been standing for too long. You should lie down and rest. After settling the chieftain, Wolfden turned to lead the way, and Ian caught a glimpse of the old man's weary back. Once the stature of a formidable warrior, now bent under the weight of time. Ah, it is time for lunch, Wolf suddenly announced. Then I shall go eat. I'm famished. With that, he vanished without a trace. Ian stood, dumbfounded, watching him depart. Hey, Sigru, have we done something wrong? What do you mean? Are we not the guests? Has the host abandoned us to dine alone? Even in this savage medieval fantasy world, Ian had never heard of a custom that allowed guests to go hungry. Perhaps there is a food shortage? Barenka offered a reasonable hypothesis. Yet Sigru burst into laughter. The Red Bear tribe is just like this. naturally neglectful of guests. Although I do not comprehend all of what you, Lord Ian, are saying, your essence is not lost. They do not concern themselves with the meals of guests. Ian then understood why their cart was laden with ample provisions. The Skyclaw tribe, due to their southern trade connections, still maintained the courtesy of hospitality. Yet, as one ventured further north, the more barbaric tribes seemed to abandon such notions. Then let us partake in our meal. Thus, they indeed dined apart from the Red Bear tribe. Ian had envisioned sharing a meal to exchange information. However, dining alone afforded him the opportunity to explore the village. It was indeed filled with exotic charm. Ian strolled alongside Barenka and Kira. Though the Red Bear tribe occasionally cast glances their way, they did not pay much heed. Their indifference and stoicism seemed characteristic of the tribe, displaying curiosity only towards Oberon. Look, a raven. Is it the messenger of the ice goddess Skadi? But why does it accompany the Empire's people? Oberon was a wise raven. Rather, it could be said that ravens were inherently wise. Perceiving the affirming gazes of those around him, Oberon immediately straightened his chest, exuding an air of majesty as he gazed ahead. Caw, caw. It seemed that rumors had spread, drawing numerous villagers to witness Oberon. Thus, when someone called out to Ian, he was not particularly surprised. That lad over there, does he wish to see the raven? Ian gently stroked Oberon and said, Oberon, caught a couple of times. Caw, caw. Onlookers regarded Ian, who treated the raven as a pet, with bemusement. Indeed, he was as peculiar as Pyra had warned. A man approached Ian, introducing himself. I am Ragnar, son of Rihal, the chieftain of the Red Bear tribe. Oh, the son of the chieftain of the Red Bear tribe? What brings you here? Ian replied nonchalantly, extending his hand. A pleasure to meet you, Ragnar. I am the mage Ian. At that moment, a burly man behind Ragnar suddenly swung a wooden club at Ian. Chapter 144. The conflict between Ragnar and the mage Ian had anticipated such a move, yet Balenka's sword was swifter than Ian. Ugh! Balenka stumbled slightly. This was a matter of physical disparity, for even though she was an exceptional swordswoman, she struggled against the raw strength of the robust northern men. In a contest of swordsmanship, the outcome would differ. The sword, a weapon of agility, could pierce through even the most muscular of opponents, sending them to their demise. However, in the case of non-lethal weapons, Balenka's prowess was not fully realized. Assassination? An ambush? Countless possibilities flashed through Ian's mind. Drawing upon the experiences cultivated in his travels through a medieval fantasy world, he made an immediate judgment. They did not intend to take his life. Had their purpose been lethal, they would wield axes rather than wooden clubs. Their choice of weapon indicated a lack of murderous intent. A test. Ian took a deep breath, closing his eyes to listen to the mysterious voice. In the life-giving northern lands, the whispers of the arcane were clearer than within the confines of the Empire. O Earth, to think a human converses with me, how intriguing. The Earth responded with a friendly resonance. Just as Ian harbored fondness for the northern mysteries, so too did they favor him. Move! At your service, young one. With a rumble, Ian commanded the earth, instigating a miniature earthquake beneath the assailant's feet. Ugh! Ragnar and his subordinates staggered in panic, ultimately tumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity as they fell, Ian swiftly drew an Oralher. Whoosh! The blade was enveloped in flames. Ian directed the blazing tip of his sword towards them, whispering, What do you intend to do? Ragnar, son of Rihal, gazed in bewilderment at the enchanted sword. What manner of weapon is this? A burning sword? Balenka and Kira had also assumed combat stances, observing that Balenka was poised to draw her sword at any moment. Ragnar hastily raised his hand. His subordinates quietly retreated behind him, gathering their wooden sticks. I beg your pardon for the rough greeting. My subordinates are merely curious about guests from the Empire, Ragnar said with a wide grin. A greeting? The Empire merely hurls insults at mages, summoning magicians, if you will. Yet here we are, brandishing wooden sticks? Surely, they do not wish to test my strength? Oh, your reaction is remarkably swift. I admire that. Throughout history, exceptional warriors have possessed keen reflexes and discernment. Whether it be the ability to shake the earth or wield a fiery sword, Ragnar laughed heartily, extending his hand toward Ian. You must be an extraordinary wizard indeed. Ha ha ha. Well, one could say that, Ian replied, furrowing his brow, uncertain of Ragnar's intentions. He hoped his instincts were not leading him astray, wishing for new revelations within the Red Bear tribe. "Let's walk and converse." Ragnar beckoned, leading Ian toward an undisclosed destination. As a quintessential northern barbarian, Ragnar was convinced that he had established a rudimentary friendship with Ian, the wizard from the Empire. His subordinates had attacked with wooden sticks, and the other had swiftly responded with a mysterious spell. Was this not an essential rite of passage for warriors meeting for the first time? "Let us speak freely. Wizard of the Empire, what brings you so far north?" Ian found Ragnar's sudden closeness perplexing, yet upon reflection, he acknowledged that he had indeed come to the Red Bear tribe. "Might I inquire if any extraordinary events have transpired within the tribe recently?" "Extraordinary events?" "Nothing out of the ordinary has occurred lately." Ian sighed, realizing that his inquiries here might prove futile. Even if some mystery existed, the northern folk might remain oblivious. He would have to seek the truth himself. With little hope, Ian recalled Takarian and casually asked, "I have heard that an individual from the Empire may be here. His name is Takarian." Ragnar's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Our tribe's shaman foretold that you would come to disrupt the potion making. A prophecy? Could it be that cursed chronomancer?" Thankfully, that is not the case. These tribal shamans are, in fact, primitive ancient mages, adhering to the earliest human methods of harnessing the arcane. To put it kindly, they uphold tradition. To put it harshly, they practice outdated magical techniques. Lacking any school of thought, each shaman is versed in a myriad of spells. Foreseeing the future is one of them. Disrupting your potion making? Indeed. Previously, our warriors captured a so-called celestial envoy. His reputation is considerable within the Empire and may very well be the individual you mentioned. Ragnar guided Ian to a particular location, revealing a sight of beast cages. Behind the iron bars, Ian beheld a familiar yet hollow-eyed visage, the golden-fingered Takarian. Now, this man appears tattered and is confined like a beast in a cage. "My lord of the Imperial Wizards, might you assess whether this fellow possesses the capability to concoct potions?" "What does this imply?" Ragnar bellowed in agitation, his voice laden with pent-up emotion. "Our tribe's wizard. That scoundrel has no faith in my father's ability to endure the harsh cold." Ian discerned from Ragnar's tone that the relationship with their so-called wizard was far from amicable. As for the matter of refining potions using the heart of a Takalian, let us set that aside for the time being, as its efficacy remains uncertain. However, the fact that their wizard foresaw Ian and his companion's arrival clearly indicates that he is not one to be trifled with. It is imperative to exacerbate the distrust between them. To use the heart of such a person for potion making, it seems the abilities of your tribal wizard are rather lackluster. Wouldn't you agree? Ragnar muttered in discontent. Ian keenly observed Ragnar's subsequent reactions. Chapter 145. Confrontation with Wizard Paul. Ian's plan was rather straightforward. There existed a rift between Ragnar and their wizard, and he intended to exploit this fissure to amplify his own advantage. After all, the members of the Red Bear tribe were woefully ignorant of magical matters, especially in light of Ragnar's distrust of his own wizard. Essentially, anything Ian said would elicit only their naive agreement. Although in the modern age, where smartphones are ubiquitous and the internet thrives, it is challenging to establish an information monopoly. This world is inherently rife with information asymmetry, deceiving the masses and twisting the situation to his favor. Ian, upon discovering him in the beast cage, Takalian's expression turned to one of shock. The Red Bear tribe did not confine Takalian in a beast cage out of cruelty. Rather, it was simply due to a lack of available cells. The Northerners had no prisons. They offered only two fates for offenders: exile or execution. "Ah, Takalian, you are still alive. By the gods, how could you guess?" Ian grinned, prompting Takalian to cover his face with his hands and cry out, "Woe is me. Please, Lord Ian, I sincerely apologize for my previous demeanor. I implore you to save me." Witnessing Takalian's plight, Ian couldn't help but chuckle. Though he had suffered considerably and appeared rather gaunt, his once mighty physique still matched that of an average adult male. However, he did look considerably more spirited now. After sobbing for a while, Takalian sniffled and asked, "So, when might I return to the Empire, Lord Ian?" "It's uncertain. We must attempt to see." "Attempt? Lord Ian, I beseech you, do not worry. I shall do my utmost." Ian winked at him mysteriously, saying, "But you must also lend a small hand." "Lend a hand? First, we must deal with that individual." "Which one?" From a distance approached a man whose demeanor exuded an imposing presence. Ragnar, what does this mean? He bellowed in anger. Oh, is Pyra here? Ragnar dismissively waved his hand and addressed Ian directly. That is the sorcerer Pyra. As the sole sorcerer of the tribe, Pyra held a status so unique that even the chieftain could not dispose of him at will. However, if Ian, being a fellow sorcerer, were to highlight Pyra's incompetence, the situation would be entirely different. Ragnar sought to use Ian's influence to undermine Pyra's authority. This would be mutually beneficial, should Pyra lose his power. Not only could Ian bring back Takarian, but he might also extract some northern magic from Pyra. I warned you, that Imperial man will bring disaster. He must be expelled immediately. You have said this countless times, Ragnar retorted with overt indifference. Pyra was flabbergasted with rage. The successor chieftain was actually favoring an outsider over his own sorcerer. Damn it, since the failed prophecy of the hunting season, he had sensed Ragnar's discontent towards him. But he never anticipated Ragnar would go this far. Leaning closer to Ragnar, Pyra, suppressing his fury, whispered, "It is not too late. Drive that Imperial man away at once. He is a guest of the allied warrior Sigru, and expelling him without cause would incite the warriors' protests. Do you wish to forsake the chieftain's potion?" Ragnar, struck at a vulnerable point, erupted. "If I wanted to brew it, I would have done so long ago. You blockhead. The divination was a bad omen. I told you. Silence, incompetent sorcerer. Do not presume I will remain under your control forever. It is not control, it is divination." Pyra suddenly comprehended. Ragnar believed he was manipulating the tribe through divination. While he occasionally distorted the results for personal gain, other sorcerers did the same. Pyra turned his gaze towards the black-haired Imperial man. Ultimately, that fellow was the root of the problem. In the current situation, only strength could prove his worth. By showcasing his power and defeating this Imperial man in a fair confrontation, his authority would naturally be restored. Then Ragnar would obediently heed his commands. As Pyra contemplated this, he lifted his head and beheld the composed, black-haired youth approaching him. He surely shares my sentiments. You are the incompetent sorcerer who spreads rumors of potions made from hearts, aren't you? Ian's words immediately stunned everyone around. What? Potions made from hearts are nonsense? Impossible. Hearts are known as nourishing treasures. This is common knowledge. The northern people's worldview was shaken, and they instinctively looked towards the sorcerer Pyra. How dare he disrespect the sacred life potion? Ignorance must have its limits. Chapter 146. Pyra summoned a terrifying monster. Clang! Pyla forcefully struck the ground with his staff. The mysteries of the north seemed to surge forth in response to the wizard's will. Magic, in essence, is the transmission of one's own intent to the enigmatic forces. Those who manipulate the mysteries are invariably experts in conveying their will. As Pyla demonstrated unwavering conviction, the members of the Red Bear tribe around him mirrored this determination, their eyes reflecting resolute fervor. Listen, ignorant denizens of the Empire. Since time immemorial, the heart has been regarded as the vessel of life, a symbol of existence. The elixir of life is crafted from the vital essence that settles within this vessel. How could it possibly lack efficacy? Well said. Bring forth the battle axe. Let us cleave open the chest of this celestial envoy, Takalian, and extract his heart. The northern folk, inspired by Pyla's fervor, began to utter barbaric boasts. Ian observed this version of Pyla with mild surprise. Magic is a sophisticated discipline, and wizards occupy a nebulous space between faith and sorcery, a fact personally attested to by the adept Islara. It is an undeniable truth that mages are more adept at manipulating the mysteries than wizards. What he had hoped would be a revelation from the north seemed instead to reveal that their mysteries were rather mundane. Yet, the force of will emanating from Pyla was not to be underestimated. He was indeed a formidable adversary. However, it was not yet time to employ magic. Modern knowledge could effortlessly dismantle the opponent. May I pose a question? Why do you believe the heart is the vessel of life? What? You inquire about such matters now? Ah, if you do not know, allow me to elucidate. In response to Ian's provocation, Pyla immediately retorted, clearly unwilling to concede any conversational dominance. The heart is the sacred organ that produces blood. Naturally, it is the vessel of life. Oh, you assert that the heart is the organ that generates blood? Ian replied with a mysterious smile. But you are mistaken. The majority of blood in the human body is produced by the bone marrow. Pyla immediately frowned. Blood comes from the bones? How can you so brazenly utter such nonsense? Is it not common knowledge that the heart pumps blood? Of course, the heart produces blood. Ian chuckled. But let us assume that the blood of the northern folk indeed originates from the heart. Perhaps your anatomical structure is rather unique. It is not a matter of assumption. It simply is. Ian did not argue further. Instead, he presented this accurate concept to instill trepidation in his opponent. You claim that consuming the heart enhances strength? Very well. Does it mean eating eyeballs improves vision? Pila's mouth fell open in disbelief. Eating an arm strengthens the arm. Eating a thigh strengthens the thigh? What nonsense are you spouting? You are aware that this is absurd. So, from whence does the notion of consuming hearts originate? At that moment, Oberon fluttered down to perch upon Ian's shoulder. The people of the north gasped in astonishment. It is a crow, the envoy of Lord Scotty. Ian understood that the northern folk revered crows as sacred creatures. However, the raven is indeed clever and practical, and this particular raven has the ability to speak human language. Caw! Eating hearts is utter nonsense. Nonsense. When Oberon uttered these words in human speech, the northerners were doubly astonished. They actually taught a raven to speak? This wizard is truly formidable. Ian suddenly exclaimed, "Look, even the raven knows that is nonsense." Caw! Nonsense. The northerners began to ponder Ian's words seriously. Could it be that hearts are ineffective? Meanwhile, Pila fell into panic. As a wizard who directly engages with the mysterious, he was now confronted with the raven, a symbol of the northern ice god Scotty, uttering such words. No, it cannot be. Pila clenched his jaw unconsciously. How could the northern deities favor a mere brat from the empire? He dismissed the intuition of a wizard, having already crossed the unassailable iron law of engaging with the mysterious. The mysterious always conveys signals to humanity, yet humans often fail to perceive them. The ignorant denizens of the empire dared to speak recklessly about the arts in front of me. Pila, amidst a thunderous roar, Pila drew a mysterious card. It was the Tower card. Watch closely, little brat. Lord Scotty desires your demise. An indescribable force of mystery surged around Pila, causing the northerners to instinctively kneel, gazing up in reverence at the wizard commanding the arcane. Oh, ice god Scotty above. At that moment, Ian heard a strange and terrifying voice emerging from the surging mystery. It was like the jarring noise produced by a hammer striking an anvil. This was certainly no ordinary mystery. Kill, kill, cut open. Blood dripped from Ian's nose. He was unsure of what Pila had summoned with the mysterious card, but he was certain it was anything but friendly to humanity. Wizard, immediately send back the entity you have summoned. What? That is not something we can handle. Send it back at once. Chapter 147. The Terrifying Existence, Cthulhu. Ha ha, you inexperienced brat. Now you understand despair, don't you? I, Pila, am a sorcerer under the protection of Lord Scotty. Gate, listen, in the Empire, you're referred to as a magician, right? Little magician from the Empire. What else can you do? Show me your meager skills. Ian gasped for breath, tensing every muscle in his body. A moment's inattention would cause him to vomit his stomach acid. The overwhelming mystery in the air threatened to spill over. A whirlpool of emotional turmoil, a wavering will and destructive instincts. Damn it, what kind of terrifying existence is this? Could be Cthulhu. The horror of the mysterious power unleashed by Pila was enough to send shivers down the spine just by gazing upon it. There were only two possibilities. Either Pila was a madman capable of wielding this kind of mystery. Either he has succumbed to a mysterious negative emotion, losing his discernment, which is utterly impossible. You wretched being. What? You contemptible sorcerer. You do not even comprehend the very essence of the mystery you wield. How dare you brazenly call yourself a sorcerer? Ian gritted his teeth and roared. Return. Kill. Shatter. His furious demeanor was quite endearing. This was a gift of mystery bestowed upon me by Lady Scotty. Ian unleashed a torrent of curses. Damn it. First, this is not the mystery you summoned. It is a wayward enigma that fell from the outer realms, drawn by your negative emotions. Huh. Nonsense. I am not oblivious to your actions. But you certainly opened the door. That entity was yanked in from the outside, as a mage who has undergone 7 years of rigorous training under Elidith. Ian possessed a profound understanding of mysteries. Mysteries do not merely exist within the natural world. Just as fire, water, earth, and wind embody natural mysteries, the joys and sorrows of humanity also give rise to mysteries. For humanity is, in essence, a vessel nurturing mysteries. To harness the mystery imbued with love is to enchant. To manipulate the mystery brimming with wrath is to provoke. And the terrifying mystery howling before Ian was nothing but a chaotic amalgamation of human negative emotions. Its specific components were elusive and slumbered deep within the realm of the arcane, a forbidden existence difficult to touch. Indefinable, intangible, ineffable. Is this truly Cthulhu? Through the tangled web of negative emotions, Ian gleaned its essence. Return, kill, pierce. Setting aside anger, sorrow, regret, and jealousy, the most lethal element was the surging intent to kill. If you are indeed a sorcerer, a true devotee of Skadi, then awaken and see clearly. Is that truly the mystery you summoned? The sincerity of his voice held immense power. Ian's formidable will pierced through the enveloping negative energy surrounding Pyla, reaching deep into his very soul. Like a splash of icy water, Pyla suddenly regained consciousness. What is happening? What have I summoned? This is far from the mystery he intended to conjure. It was an alien presence beyond the comprehension of even the summoner. Only at this moment did Pyla realize he was steeped in an indescribable terror. It felt akin to being mired in a pit of filth. Within this emotional maelstrom, he distinctly sensed the most perilous component, the intent to kill. The mystery infused with an ultimate killing intent is known as a curse. The curse of murder is exceedingly perilous. It can rebound upon the caster, yet can indeed claim the target's life. Thus, for sorcerers, the curse of murder is the ultimate taboo. Open the door. Kill. The warped mystery emitted a roar. Its ferocious growl rendered the air stagnant. The wind ceased. As if a lie had materialized, even those unversed in mysteries felt a chill race down their spines. A chill enveloped him. Unbeknownst to them the horrors that were about to unfold. This ignorance, in fact, could be deemed a stroke of fortune. Ian, a sorcerer, was enduring the full brunt of negative energy's onslaught. His head felt as though it might explode. The tempest of negative emotions raged within him. He finally grasped why some sorcerers succumb to madness as a result of their craft. It felt as if his skull had been lifted, with emotions being poured directly into his brain. How could one remain sane under such conditions? Resonating deeply with the enigmatic forces, he was affected far more than the average person. Observing the blood gushing from Ian's nose, Barenka swiftly drew her sword. Clang! She exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" But Paura, pale as death, was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding. The mystery that this individual had summoned exceeded her capacity. It was imperative to dispel the enigma and restore balance, swiftly, if possible. Fortunately, Ian's cries snapped Paura back to her senses, and she hurriedly contemplated how to banish this malevolent mystery. Yet, answers were not readily forthcoming. After all, it was Paura's first encounter with such a phenomenon, making swift judgment difficult. Unlike Moronius, the mysterious cards served as tools for indirect communication with the arcane. Although they required more finesse to manipulate than direct spells, they allowed for the handling of perilous mysteries with reduced risk. The challenge lay in the fact that indirect communication struggled to convey the sorcerer's intent with precision. Hurry back! Hurry back! It was akin to coaxing a wayward bird from a room. One could only open the window and pray it would take flight. Yet, even if all avenues were laid bare, a startled creature might still lose its way. If the intruder were as fragile as a small bird, one could forcefully expel it. But what if it were a tiger or a bear? There would be no recourse but to surrender or beseech the gods for mercy. Sorcerer, I am trying. Truly, I am. Barenka tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Having experienced many mysterious events alongside Ian, she was more acutely aware of the anomaly. The soul tainted by the mystery reacted violently, akin to an alarm system. Take me to Ian's side. Barenka suddenly turned her head. Although she did not comprehend Moronius's tongue, nor did she understand magic, humans sometimes experience a prophetic intuition, a fleeting miracle of the soul resonating with the arcane. Kia, lend me the little one. Huh, Beanie? Acting purely on instinct, she scooped up the young phoenix that Kira had been holding and thrust it into Ian's embrace. Wake up! With the clear chirping of the fledgling, the legendary phoenix and the frenzied will commence their initial confrontation. That sound cleaved through the chaos like a blade, sweeping away the distorted emotions that had plagued Ian. Kira, The newly awakened Ian saw Kira curled up in pain. Even a prodigious sorcerer found it arduous to resist the encroachment of the arcane. Barenka released Takarian and let him recite the scriptures. Understood. The female knight swiftly flashed to the front of the iron cage, her sword raised high, tracing a radiant arc weight, striking the iron lock. Ragnar's plea was abruptly interrupted by a resounding clang. The chains were severed as neatly as ripe fruits. To cut iron with a sword. The northern men were left astounded. Yet, the mere contact with the mysterious could indeed conjure miracles, a phenomenon often described by the masses as divine assistance. At this moment, Barenka found herself in such a state. Takarian, recite the holy scriptures. Yes, at once. Simultaneously, Kyra ignited flames upon the ground, as a sacred element to purify malevolence. The fire compelled the evil entity to temporarily retreat. Sensing the presence of filth, you shall retreat behind me. The fiery mystery instinctively guarded against the impending threat. Under the sun's gaze, how dare the wicked act with impunity? Takarian swiftly chanted the scriptures of the celestial teachings in an ancient tongue. As the dual barriers of flames and sacred texts took form, only Ian and Pyra remained to face the impending peril. Ragnar, please do not cross the fire circle. But the northern warriors fidgeted anxiously. At this moment, even ordinary humans could perceive the pervasive malice, an eerie presence that should have remained undetected by mankind, now fiercely resisted by the two mages. Pyra, how much longer? Use your perception. Lure it with your perception. The door. You hide the door. Kill them. The evil mystery erupted with murderous intent, signaling the exhaustion of its patience. Pyra drew a ritual dagger, severing a portion of her own finger. Amidst the splattering droplets of blood, she used her severed digit as bait, beginning to inscribe a magical circle with a blend of mysterious cards and runes. The malevolent entity unleashed a lethal breath towards Pyra, a death curse coalescing within its deadly exhalation. If Pyra were to perish now, all would be lost. It was imperative to captivate the attention of that illicit mystery before she could complete her task. Just then, a warm whisper brushed against Ian's ear. Ian, do not fear. We are still with you. Have we not always stood by your side? The dark mystery, sensing Ian's resolve to combat the evil force, began to weave around him like satin. In the darkness, Ian's heart gradually found tranquility. No matter what, he felt the surging power of the mystery, gritting his teeth as he rose to his feet. I will not perish here. I am destined to become a great mage. With steadfast determination, Ian charged fiercely towards the indescribable, malevolent mystery. Chapter 148. The perilous battle concludes as Ian surged forward. A fierce wind suddenly swept around him, yet he pressed on, his robes fluttering in the gust. O wind, O earth, hear my call. I shall banish this monster. Grant me your strength. Bind it. As Ian uttered a series of incantations in Marlenian, a shroud of darkness enveloped him, and the earth rose to form a hemispherical barrier, imprisoning the terrifying entity within. A whirlwind swirled at the periphery, preventing any intruders from approaching. At that moment, only Ian, Paila, and the ominous mystery remained within the dome. Ian understood that with his current strength, he could not hope to vanquish the dreadful presence. He merely needed to endure until Paila completed her ritual. Come fort, Ian bellowed, raising his staff to point at the terrifying enigma, his lips moving as he chanted, communicating with the mysteries of darkness and wind to the utmost degree. With a flourish of his hands, the pressure of the wind surged. A shield composed of layers of wind walls unfolded between him and Paila, forcefully obstructing the lethal breath suffused with curses. In the next instant, Ian leapt into the air, utilizing the mystery of the wind to instantaneously execute 3 swift relocations. Akin to a swallow soaring through the sky, the wind served as his wings, while darkness cloaked him like a mantle. In the void, I shall defy the wind. Darkness, conceal its gaze. A shadow as thick as ink began to surge from beneath Ian's feet, expanding violently, as if the night itself were consuming the terrifying mystery. A furious roar erupted from the malevolent enigma, redirecting its lethal intent from Paila towards Ian with frenzied wrath. Ian, it has set its sights on you. Ian, flee. The voices of the wind mystery and the dark mystery intertwined within his mind. Yet Ian did not retreat a single step. With his left hand, he drew forth an alahir. uttering a brief incantation in Marlenian. Flames, empower this sword with your fiery essence. May you shine like the sun. A resounding impact reverberated as the air itself seemed to warp around the flames upon Analahir's blade, severing the sinister malice with a single strike. Cursed be it. This malevolence felt as tangible as steel, as if he had struck a solid mass. Ian gritted his teeth and growled. At that moment, the magical array beneath Paila had reached completion. The sky erupted with brilliance, starlight converging at the center of the array, reminiscent of a divine eye-opening. The door had been unlocked, yet guidance was still required. Imperial Sorcerer, you must hold it at bay for at least 5 seconds. Very well. 5 seconds it shall be. Ian raised his hand, his voice invoking the Marlenian incantation. The mystery of the wind transformed into chains, while darkness coiled around them like a serpent. The entire space resembled an inescapable net, ensnaring everything within its grasp. The malevolent mystery emitted a frenzied shriek. Roar! The dual shackles of darkness and wind gripped it tightly. Ian collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his nose uncontrollably. The backlash from his excessive communion with the mysteries crashed through his body like a wild stallion unleashed. Hurry! I cannot endure much longer. Law is sacred. Open the door. Boom! Golden radiance erupted from the magic circle, illuminating the surroundings like divine judgment. A colossal door materialized within the circle, behind which a mysterious force grasped the malevolent presence tightly, instantly drawing it into the shadows beyond. Following a thunderous crash reminiscent of mountains collapsing, silence enveloped the air. Only Ian remained, kneeling upon the ground, gasping for breath. The wind stilled, darkness settled, and the enigma fell into tranquility. Acquired new skill, summoning the terrifying entity. Seek aid from the grotesque and fearsome being. It will resonate with your emotions, weeping alongside your sorrow and roaring in tandem with your rage. However, should you fail to master your emotions, summoning it is strictly forbidden. Chapter 149, The Spirit Mountain. Card number 0, The Fool. Ian chose not to examine the newly acquired skill, but instead furrowed his brow at the distant snow-capped peaks, howling with the wind and snow. What secrets lay hidden in the north? Even such a bizarre and perilous mystery could be summoned? In that moment, he truly grasped why the north was deemed a land of danger. Though wizards seldom clashed with warriors, this realm was indeed a gloomy territory where countless lives had perished, and various ferocious mysteries lurked within the ice and darkness. First, let us find someone to bandage your severed finger. Ah, yes, indeed, Para replied dreamily. Despite losing a finger, Para remained completely unfazed. What was the loss of a digit? Many in the north were missing fingers. Losing 1 or 2 due to frostbite in winter was commonplace. By the way, your technique is simply admirable, Imperial Wizard. The encounter between wizards and sorcerers, though differing in social roles, allowed for a natural conversation due to their shared connection with the arcane. The intensity of that distorted mystery could easily crush the mind. Yet you exhibited remarkable courage and precise control. Para sincerely praised without flattery. The mysteries of the North are far more perilous than those of the Empire. They are inherently hostile to humanity. Thus, we rely on the protection of Lady Scotty to engage indirectly, namely through the Arcana cards, Para explained. The dangers here are significantly greater. Conversing directly, as one might in Erroneous, carries a heightened risk. Indeed, it is quite unique, Ian remarked. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let's find another. Para suddenly regained focus, realizing they had just endured a fierce battle. I sincerely apologize, Imperial Wizard. Please, follow me. Had the mysteries of the North been more docile, perhaps the wizards here could communicate as directly as their Imperial counterparts. Yet, faced with the primal and ferocious enigmas, the North developed a system of indirect engagement. Once everyone had entered the room and settled, Para turned to Ian and continued. With your prowess, continuing to employ the Empire's sorcery, that is, magic, will pose no issue. I have utmost faith in your potential for great mastery. He spoke with profound sincerity. However, as a precaution, learning our northern ways may prove beneficial. Paila cautiously added, fearful that his words might be misconstrued as an affront. However, his apprehensions were unfounded. Even if Paila refrained from speaking, Ian would inevitably seek his counsel regarding Arcana, for there existed an abundance of knowledge he yearned to acquire. This anticipation had lingered within me even before my arrival. Paolo waved his hands in excitement. Splendid. Shall we commence now? To utilize Arcana, one must first possess the cards. Paolo articulated this obvious truth. Could you craft a deck for me? How could I possibly manage that? Paolo elucidated. Only Lady Scotty possesses the ability to create the mysterious cards. Lady Scotty, the ice goddess? What must I do then? You must beseech her to create a personalized deck for you. If it pleases you, might we ascend the sacred mountain together? The sacred mountain? Glamant, the sacred mountain. Even from the territory of the Red Bear tribe, one can distinctly behold that pale and perilous snow-capped peak. It hardly appears to be a mountain that inspires the desire to climb. Merely gazing from afar evokes a sense of the wild beasts and malevolent mysteries lurking nearby. Yet, as Paolo stated, to acquire Arcana, one must scale Glamant. Scattered across Glamant are the secret sanctuaries of Lady Scotty, known only to a select few. What is a sanctuary? It is a necessary site for the creation of Arcana. How many sanctuaries exist? I am uncertain of the exact number, but there are undoubtedly many. Moreover, only Lady Scotty can inscribe patterns upon the Arcana. No wonder this card bore no design. Ian retrieved a partially damaged Arcana card from his possession, a gift from the practitioner Isla. Unlike Paola's card, it bore only hasty, indistinct outlines. Oh, what is this? Paola exclaimed softly, his gaze fixed upon the card. This is clearly an utterly useless item, is it not? Excuse me, are you daring to desecrate a sacred object by deeming it worthless? Is it not indeed worthless? There are no discernible patterns upon it. Every phenomenon conceals a mysterious omen. Do you truly believe that this card fell into your hands by mere coincidence? I assent it just a coincidence. Ian thought instinctively, suddenly becoming aware of the enigmatic individuals inhabiting this continent. Those temporal sorcerers. They perceive specific events as bifurcations in time, firmly believing that certain occurrences will alter the course of the future. For instance, at this very moment, they might be contemplating the notion that Ian's acquisition of this indistinct card diverges vastly from a future wherein he never obtained it. Perhaps someone intentionally placed the card into my hands, a manifestation of a grand will. One moment, allow me to adjust this for you. If this was indeed a serendipitous acquisition, it would be tantamount to receiving the divine gift of Scotty. This is destiny. Paola nearly snatched the damaged card away, producing a series of clinks and clatters from within the inner chamber. Moments later, he returned the card to Ian, though the appearance remained unchanged. The moment Ian grasped the card, a powerful intuition coursed through him like an electric current. What is this? Para announced with a smile. Congratulations. This will become the first card of your Arcana deck. In the north, all wizards' Arcana are bestowed by Scotty, and the first card obtained symbolizes the holder's fate and essence. The first card I received was the Temperance card, signifying a natural bond connecting all things in the world. This is a quintessential wizard card, as wizards are, after all, the communicators between the divine, nature, and humanity. I surmise you may obtain the Magician card. Para speculated that Ian would receive the Magician card, a true emblem of heroes, indicating that those with exceptional talent can wield divine power to alter fate. And Ian, being a magician, would naturally be expected to acquire the Magician card. However, as Ian turned the card, the image revealed caused Para to display a look of astonishment. Is this the Magician card? No, this is the Zero card. The Zero card? This card is called the Fool. The Fool, what does it symbolize? It typically refers to the foolish person. The Fool. Ian fell into contemplation, wondering if the ice goddess Scotty had discerned that he was not a being of this world. Did it imply that he was but a foolish soul lost among the masses? Or perhaps it revealed his inherent system, suggesting that without this system, he would merely be another ignorant mortal, a reminder to remain humble? As Ian pondered, Para cast a gaze filled with inscrutable meaning upon him. Though the Zero card symbolizes folly, it also signifies a fresh beginning. The Fool represents both naivety and the potential for renewal. For this reason, it seldom serves as the first card for sorcerers, as it is rare for a being closely aligned with the essence of rebirth to exist. Mortals only have one life. How can there be talk of a new beginning? Magician Ian, Para's gaze was intense as she regarded him. Perhaps this individual could indeed carve a new path for the lost souls of the North. Chapter 150. Departure to the Spirit Mountain. After expelling the malevolent mystery, Para suddenly became particularly affectionate towards Ian. Perhaps the shared struggle against a common enemy had forged a bond of camaraderie. For Ian, this was ultimately advantageous. As a wizard of the Red Bear tribe, Para wielded an influence distinctly different from that of the authorities. So, do you truly believe that the life elixir is of no value? The two exchanged insights about the arcane. To my knowledge, even if a cleric's heart contains a special power, that power ultimately belongs to the individual, does it not? You are correct. If the life elixir requires some form of mystical power, it must rely on the voluntary cooperation of the power's holder. Indeed, unless the Kalian is genuinely willing to sacrifice himself to save the patriarch, if forced, the life elixir would lose its efficacy, wouldn't it? Para found herself persuaded by Ian. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed so. The first dose of a life elixir was originally crafted by a wizard willing to share his life. Subsequent generations merely imitated this legacy through oral tradition. The knowledge of wizards has always been fraught with inaccuracies. If any individual experiences efficacy, it is invariably packaged as knowledge to be passed down. In the absence of experimental resources and verification, hearsay transforms into truth. Alas, since even you concede this, Pila has readily accepted Ian's perspective. He had witnessed Ian's formidable prowess firsthand, and, after a profound discussion, found himself further captivated by Ian's vast magical knowledge. In truth, I am reluctant to concoct the life elixir. My motivation stems from the ominous results of divination. Ian learned that the initial request for the potion was made by Ragnar, the chief's son. As the chief's health waned, the lad persistently urged me to prepare the remedy. Yet, as you have observed, the elder's decline is entirely natural. This is not a realm I can influence. Indeed, Ian comprehended this fully. Given the era's rudimentary medical technology, is it not absurd to hold wizards accountable for reversing the effects of aging? As a fellow practitioner, Ian empathized with Pila's sentiments. I had not even foreseen the failure of the hunting season, mistakenly perceiving you as an omen of disaster, oblivious to the malevolent mysteries manifesting around us. Every word rings true. However, this does not imply that Pila is inept. The arcane is inherently elusive and unpredictable. The northern mysteries are particularly untamed, and errors are inevitable. The crux of the matter lies in his repeated missteps at pivotal moments. I must take responsibility for my actions. No, rather, I must submit to Ragnar's judgment. For in his eyes, I have already become a worthless wizard. Even I perceive myself as a collection of errors, a wizard blinded by greed, misinterpreting the signs. Ian was about to offer consolation when he noticed Pila suddenly burst forth with an uncanny laugh. An exceptional wizard can draw inspiration from failure. But Ian, it is you who has illuminated my understanding. Me? Indeed. After the collapse, I see everything clearly. I finally comprehend the signs I misread and the warnings I overlooked. In a flurry, he produced the arcana cards, the Tower, the Devil, and Death. The Tower. It signifies my remorse stemming from erroneous choices. That is indeed the case. The Devil. My overconfidence led me to stubbornly cling to misconceptions. The source of my obsession lies within myself. Death. Yet, at the end of darkness, there must be light. I foolishly thought that encountering you was akin to embracing death. But a brand new future is about to unfold. Is this truly the result of divination? Certainly. Lady Scotty has already revealed everything. It was merely my own dullness that failed to perceive it. Ah, what a magnificent revelation. Pila poked his head out from the coarse tent, shouting at the top of his lungs. Lady Scotty, I beseech you, before meeting Ragnar. Pila said to Ian, seek out the tears of Scotty. What? This is my conclusion after deep contemplation. You would undoubtedly succeed in this endeavor. Pila calmly elucidated. The tears of Scotty are the sought-after elixir among the northern folk. Is it akin to the elixir of life? Do not dare compare it to the elixir of life. That is merely a supplement. This, however, is a true treasure. Deep within the remote and frigid caverns, the forces of nature gather and settle, ultimately coalescing into the form of a droplet known as the tear of Scotty. A thought flashed through Ian's mind. A cave? A liquid potion formed by the convergence of natural forces? Could imbibing it abruptly amplify one's power by decades? Power? What power? Ian refrained from further indulging in fanciful musings. Although he did not fully comprehend the essence of the tear of Scotty, he was certain that the Northerners regarded it as a priceless gem. Ragnar sought a medicinal catalyst to restore the chieftain's vitality, not the heart of a cleric that you have in mind. That is indeed the case. If there truly existed a remedy superior to the heart of Takarian, Ragnar would not be so fixated on dissecting his chest. Only those blessed by Skadi could uncover the tear of Skadi. Surely, you are capable. Ascend the sacred mountain of Glamet, and receive her blessing at the shrine. In due time, she shall bestow the remaining arcana cards upon you. Utilize them to seek the tear of Skadi. Ian had yet to voice his opinion, but Pyla already acted as if he had discovered the tear. It was indeed an excellent proposal. In any case, to learn arcana magic, one must visit the shrine of Skadi. Very well, let us search for the tear of Skadi. Splendid. However, I have one request. Please release Takarian. He is of use to me, and I shall ascend the sacred mountain with him afterward. That cleric? Releasing him in advance? Such a request is not easily acquiesced. After all, the warriors of the Red Bear tribe exerted considerable effort to capture him. Yet Pyla did not linger on the matter. Understood. I shall convey this to Ragnar. We are indeed in pursuit of the tear of Skadi, are we not? Precisely, Ragnar. Ian relayed Pyla's plan to Ragnar, confident that Ragnar would acquiesce, and indeed, events were unfolding in a manner somewhat aligned with Pyla's expectations. I shall consult with my father. Having gained a brief respite, Ian skillfully coordinated lines with his companions. Barenka spoke as little as possible. Kira would support him as usual. Understood. Of course, Ian. Lastly, Takarian. Takarian, Ian whispered softly, in the surrounding silence. This faint utterance resonated with remarkable clarity. I have done all that I can. I have elevated you to the status of a distinguished guest of Skadi and proclaimed that our collaboration will assuredly lead us to the tear of Skadi. Takarian gasped for breath, his expression exceedingly grim. Unlike the fervent and devout zealots, he was merely a reclusive writer with a penchant for scribbling. The experiences thus far had been overwhelming, and now, to partake in Ian's performance was a daunting task for him. What am I to do? Takarian's voice trembled. Ian calmly elucidated. Simply state that you have received divine inspiration, proclaiming that the sacred mountain has opened its gates, and it shall guide you to the elixir of life. Yet, alas, that is but a falsehood. From a certain perspective, this holds true. Takarian stammered, trembling, cannot do it. Barenka wearily rubbed his forehead, while Kira gazed upon Takarian with eyes filled with compassion. Surrounded by monks, he was a revered gospel writer. However, at this moment, abandoned in the north, Takarian was merely a timid youth. Cannot do it. Very well. We need not take you along. You may await your demise here. At worst, I only require the arcana card. Takarian bit his lip fiercely upon hearing this. No. Takarian suddenly rose. Take me with you. Ian and his companions encountered the chieftain of the Red Bear tribe. Ragnar, Palar, and Sigru were all present. I had foreseen all of this. Palar, with a solemn voice, commanded the room, waving a severed finger before the chieftain and Ragnar. The great Skadi revealed to me through a mysterious totem. Palar, you shall never complete the elixir of life. The divine emissaries brought by the warriors are my guests. Await the arrival of my envoy. But I foolishly misunderstood the divine will and offended the esteemed guests. Yet now, at last, I have come to my senses. He pointed to the raven perched upon Ian's shoulder. Behold, this majestic raven is the proof of the wizard Ian as the envoy of Skadi. Caw! Ian, scratching Oberon's neck in a natural manner, elicited hushed admiration from the warriors. I am on a quest for his gifts by the command of the great Skadi. Ian raised the arcana card he retrieved from his breast, asserting that with Takarian in tow, they would surely find the divine artifact. It is unmistakably the symbol of Lord Skadi. As Ian exchanged glances with Takarian while collecting the card, the moment now rested upon him. I have heeded the revelation of St. Marcus. Takarian barely began to speak before the chieftain interrupted him with a cough, Ragnar's sharp voice cutting through. Silence. No one is interested. The dejected Takarian lowered his head. The happiest moments for fervent believers are those spent flaunting their knowledge. In any case, I come to present myself before the northern deity on behalf of the divine. Revelation? The chieftain summoned Palar in a whisper. Is this true? Indeed, it is beyond doubt. A resolute light flickered in Palar's eyes. When the wizard, sorcerer, and clergy spoke in unison, the chieftain finally nodded. Very well, proceed to the sacred mountain. Chapter 151. acquiring the unique arcana. The following day, Ian and his party prepared their belongings for the journey to the sacred mountain of Glamet. Palar and the warriors of the Red Bear tribe joined the procession, and with Ragnar and Sigru, the number of their ranks had grown considerably. The sacred mountain should not be entered lightly. During the ascent, Palar chattered incessantly, revealing information that was both entertaining and useful, while Ian listened intently to his discourse. In this place resides the Lord of the Mountains. What might that be? The name evokes, in Ian, memories of the ancient earth dragon, referred to by the locals with a similar term. Have you ever heard of the creature known as Behemoth? I have only encountered it through literature, where differing legends offer varied descriptions of its form, failing to establish a fixed image. However, in this medieval fantasy realm, the Behemoth is depicted as a creature resembling an elephant. It is said to possess wisdom and gentleness, yet harbors a formidable power that should not be underestimated. The Spirit Mountain is the dominion of the Mountain Lord, and when uninvited intruders appear, a monster named Grendel emerges to attack. While one typically does not encounter Grendel, venturing deep into the realm of the Mountain King could lead to an inevitable meeting. The northern folk acknowledge the territory of the Mountain King, coexisting through an understanding to avoid conflict. Thus, a tacit agreement to refrain from encroaching upon each other's lands has been established. However, this is not the case for the wizards who travel to the Sanctum of Skadi. The Mountain King is also a follower of the Lord Skadi. You mentioned it is a wise spirit beast. Indeed, as long as our intentions are clearly articulated, we should be able to pass safely. Observing the unwavering confidence of Paula, Ian felt reassured. Paula has traversed the Spirit Mountain 10 times, making him an experienced wizard. With him by their side, they could avoid ordinary troubles. Caw, caw, squeak, squeak. Upon ascending the mountain, two creatures became animated with excitement. Oberon and the phoenix Vini joyfully flapped their wings, reveling in the crisp air of the Spirit Mountain. Oddly, they had entered the territory of the Mountain King, yet there was no sign of Grendel. Paula surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "It is said that Grendel acts as a subordinate of the Mountain King, a vanguard." Quite peculiar, Paula mused, drawing forth an arcana card. It was the World card. At the very least, the card's symbolism did not suggest any intention to impede their passage. Despite feeling a sense of unease, Paula trusted the divination results and continued onward. Eventually, the group arrived at a certain cave. Here, sacred murals adorn the walls. Paula explained, the Sanctum of Skadi must possess images. Conversely, a lack of such denotes it is not her sanctum. Ian, and you, the cleric Takarian, follow me, Paula beckoned, leading the two with raised torches into the cave. Although Ian did not require illumination, he endured the brightness for the sake of his companions. As they entered the cave, a warm breeze greeted them. Ian, we must remain silent here. Can you sense the presence observing us? The cave was enveloped in profound silence. The once lively and spirited darkness now adhered to an almost childlike decorum, whispering softly as if in the presence of an elder. Clearly, there was a fear of some mysterious entity. Ian, look here. Paula pointed to the wall adorned with a series of images. The rocky surface was chaotically painted with various scenes. Images of archers hunting, celebrations around flames, and depictions of tribal conflicts. All these were the works of the Lord Skadi himself. Ian placed the blank arcana upon the altar. Now, Lord Scathach shall bestow upon you power. Although there are 22 cards in total, some may not manifest, indicating that you have yet to receive the corresponding recognition of that power. Do not be disheartened. The ceremony shall be presided over by me, and you must listen with a sincere heart. It is, after all, a call to heed the mysterious voice. Ian smiled faintly, finding this familiar. He sat in tranquil meditation before Scathach's altar, memories of his diligent studies of the Moronius language with Elidus resurfacing. Language is the bond that connects the world to humanity. Without language, humans cannot comprehend the world. Many concepts within existence only acquire significance through language. Wizards harness the powers of the world through language, an act that is profoundly intuitive. Yet the arcana diverges entirely from this. The arcana embodies a more ethereal essence, drawing closer to the spiritual nature and the source of hidden powers. Since ancient times, humanity has endeavored to interpret the world, giving rise to countless mystical schools, numerology, astrology, the 8 characters of birth, and witchcraft beliefs. The meticulous analysis of the subtle traces left by the world, The interpretation of the world's will is the essence of mysticism, of which the arcana is but one branch. Ian's spirit became intertwined with the serene realm of spirituality. Countless truths and wills swirled within, enveloping him in a warmth that felt as though it could melt him away. "Ian, you are finally to meet my friend," the voice resonated. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Hee, I am one of those who await and watch over your journey. Greetings to you. Are you a deity of the celestial church?" In an instant, Ian's vision blurred, the voice starting to fade. "Simply remember that I am watching over you." The warmth dissipated, an intense chill swept in from all directions, leaving Ian feeling as though his very soul had been frozen. "You are the human mentioned by the sky," the voice continued. He dared not meet the cold gaze, fearing that to look up would result in the shattering of his skull. "Come seek me, human. Come retrieve what the sky has entrusted to you." Ian struggled to steady his thundering heartbeat, realizing that this must be Skathak, the deity revered by the northern people, cold, rational, and exuding an eerie aura, in stark contrast to the benevolent warmth of the celestial church's deities. "Ian, awaken." The voice transcending the ceremony urged him to open his eyes. Pyla gazed at him with concern. "You have seen Lord Skathak, I presume?" Ian recalled Skathak's message, compelling him to seek her out. "But how? Where meet?" "The Lord Skathak desires my initiative in finding her." Pyla's expression was a blend of worry and reverence, both anxious about Ian's encounter with Skathak and immensely proud of him. Indeed, bringing Ian here was the right decision. "We shall explore the specific methods gradually," Pyla reassured him. "First, let us examine your cards. As Lord Scotty has requested a meeting, Ian shall undoubtedly honor the invitation. The means shall reveal themselves in due course. Such is the way of the North." Ian unfurled the arcana, and familiar illustrations danced before his eyes. The Fool, card 0, bore an uncanny resemblance to Ian himself. This was the inaugural card bestowed upon him by Scotty. He swiftly perused the other cards. The High Priestess, card 2, depicted a woman reminiscent of Elidis, immersed in a tranquil lake. The Star, card 17, showcased an ethereal figure with azure tresses. The Chariot, card 7, illustrated a colossal land dragon guiding Ian forth. Justice, card 11, portrayed a valiant knight with golden locks wielding a longsword. The Empress, card 3, featured a striking red-haired woman, akin to Kyra. The Hangman, card 12, presented a harrowing scene of a malevolent deity wailing in despair. Paula interjected with a smile. "Your life is indeed remarkable, Ian." These images were intricately linked to Ian's own odyssey. Chapter 152, The Master of Keys. The Arcana cards are tools prepared by the northern deity Scotty for her followers. Scotty bestows gifts equitably upon all disciples, though the nature of these gifts varies from individual to individual, depending on the experiences of one's life. The types of cards one can master also differ. Indeed, the number of cards you possess is quite substantial. As Ian recounted the cards he had received, Paula murmured in admiration. The type of card granted is entirely at Scotty's discretion. However, it is generally believed that the more extensive one's experience and talent, the greater the number of cards one may acquire. To amass 7 cards before the age of 20 is quite impressive. Paula mused silently as she regarded Ian. Talent is a relative concept. Typically, when someone achieves feats surpassing their years, they are hailed as a genius. Yet this talent is not eternal. It may dwindle or transform with the passage of time. History is replete with sorcerers who have attained accomplishments akin to Ian's. Yet many of them did not ascend to greatness, often falling short along their paths. Nevertheless, individuals of Ian's age achieving such milestones are exceedingly rare throughout the ages. You may very well become the Master of Keys. What? Ian was perplexed by the ancient northern tongue. Thus, Paula translated into the ancient imperial language. The one who wields the keys in the north is referred to in the Golden Empire's tongue as Transmigrated, a sorcerer most feared by the citizens of the empire. Northern sorcerers regard those who commune with the mysterious as akin to keys, capable of bridging isolated realms and reconciling conflicting laws. They refer to a sorcerer who gathers all arcana cards as the Master of Keys. The ancient Golden Empire has recorded this as Transmigrated. Transmigrated, exclaimed Tekalian, startled by the revelation. Ian turned his head, questioning, what is Transmigrated? In the Bible, one is considered the arch-nemesis of the saints, a creature that manipulates demons and desecrates nature. It is hardly surprising that the most powerful sorcerer of the North Remegedon, emerges as the adversary of the celestial saints. The notion of manipulating demons is utterly absurd. Upon hearing Taikalian's assertions, Para could only feel incredulous. Just observing the malevolent creature, the manticores, one can grasp the immense difficulty of controlling such evil beings. What level of madness would be required to command demons even more wicked than the manticores? The Lord of Keys ought to be a sage well-versed in the laws of the world, rather than a lunatic. Even if one possessed the ability to command demons, they would certainly refrain from doing so. Ultimately, why would the northern sorcerers oppose the celestial saints? It is said that Remegedon covets the sacred artifacts of the celestial order. But why would the sorcerers desire these divine relics? Is it because they are deemed sacred? To the faithful, they may be treasures, but to the northerners, they are mere trifles. Para, with a perplexed expression, systematically rebutted the inconsistencies in Taikalian's narrative. Taikalian, sweating profusely, desperately defended the celestial order universe concept, claiming that it is standard for Remegedon to typically be portrayed as the antagonist, which seemed nonsensical. Para refrained from further disputing with Taikalian and turned to Ian, stating that since Lord Scotty had summoned him, there would surely be an opportunity to meet soon. He advised Ian to prepare himself to be received with proper respect. However, I am uncertain of the exact timing. Para smiled, assuring him that an answer would be forthcoming. With that, they decided to return. Para, in high spirits, led the way with a light step. Back already? The sorcerer? Excellent. Everything is going smoothly. As Ian arrived, the temporary camp commenced preparations for the meal. Seizing the moment while the food was being prepared, Para summoned Ian for a brief exchange. My lord Ian, since you have acquired the Arcana cards, let's begin with the most fundamental interpretations. Para spread the cards upon a fur blanket. Very well, Ian replied, quietly sitting cross-legged before Para. Let's start with the numbers. This is number 1, the Magician card, symbolizing omnipotence. Number 2, the High Priestess, representing knowledge and wisdom. Next is number 3. Without hesitation, Para succinctly recounted the meanings of all 22 cards. Although simple, it comprised a total of 22 cards. Para held no expectations and merely habitually inquired, "Is that all clear? Have you memorized them?" Immediately, he regretted his words. This was a phrase often used by his mentor, not a genuine inquiry about memorization, but rather a test of how much had been retained. Chapter 153, The Slumber of the Frost Phoenix. I remember, Ian responded. You memorized all 22 cards after just one hearing, even their types and meanings? Number 1, the Magician, the card of omnipotence. Number 2, the High Priestess, the card of wisdom. Number 3, Ian sat calmly, articulating the 22 Arcana cards with fluidity. On the 21st, the World card appeared, followed by the Fool. The Zero card, representing beginnings. Paiya's mouth fell agape. Could it truly be possible to remember all 22 cards after just one hearing? Paiya had an apprentice, a clever lad from his tribe who was destined to inherit his legacy, and while he had learned reasonably well, he paled in comparison to Ian. However, unlike the astonished Paiya, Ian remained unfazed. Merely 22 cards. Ian was well-versed in the ancient language of Moronius, mastering thousands of its words. On the very first day of his instruction under Yildiz, he had learned 100 characters and passed the assessment. Although aided by system, mastering 22 cards was a task he could accomplish without assistance. The names of the 22 cards and their interpretations? To put mildly, it was akin to completing a task while snacking. Remarkable. As Paiya glimpsed Ian's extraordinary talent, he was thoroughly astonished. Upon witnessing Ian flawlessly recall the cards, he unhesitatingly advanced to the next step. Placing his hand upon the cards, Ian followed suit, covering the cards with his palm. The mysterious forces respond to human emotions, most readily revealing one's deepest desires. Ian understood this implicitly. The magic of the Empire and the wizards of the North fundamentally involve communication with the arcane. What does the esteemed one desire most at this moment? To descend the mountain. Ian answered honestly. The sacred mountain Glaramont, blanketed in snow, was exceedingly cold. After enduring great hardships to climb it and obtaining the Arcana cards, Ian now longed to descend and rest by a warm hearth. Yet, the group still had a mission to fulfill. I share that desire, but we cannot descend until we find the Tears of Skadi. A sudden intuition arose. If a human harbors a strong desire, the mysterious will surely respond. Paiya sensed that Ian had begun to comprehend. Now, with a fervent wish in mind, Draw a card. Directly? Yes, directly. But the cards have not been shuffled. If I draw directly, the Fool card, the Zero card, will inevitably appear. Nevertheless, Ian proceeded as instructed. Cool, me. What have you drawn? Not the Fool. The Judgment card, number 20. Paella erupted into laughter at Ian's bewilderment. Do you understand? The cards dealt to you are not from your own hand, but from Lord Scatty. Ian had to re-evaluate the cards. In this regard, the arcana indeed possessed an air of mystery. Now, let us contemplate the meaning of the card you have drawn. With the desire to seek the tears of Scatty in his heart, Ian drew a card, only to receive the response of judgment. A symbol of resurrection? Indeed, the Judgment card signifies rebirth. Ian focused intently on interpreting its meaning. Unlike the communication with the arcane through the Moronius language, the arcana were more ambiguous, more chaotic. In an instant, a vivid image flashed through Ian's mind. The Frost Phoenix. Nearby lay an entity intimately tied to resurrection. It was indeed the Frost Phoenix. I must inquire about it. Ian dashed towards Kira, who fortuitously was also searching for him. Ian, the Phoenix? Kira's face revealed a look of astonishment, for she had come to seek Ian regarding the matter of the immortal bird. Weenie, something feels amiss. Ian cautiously accepted the immortal bird, which lay motionless, akin to death itself. Relevant information surged within Ian's mind, an existence resurrected from death. The phoenix symbolized rebirth. However, to achieve resurrection, one must first experience death. Kira, do not panic, listen to me. The immortal bird may perish just like this. Kira displayed a fleeting expression of shock, but soon grasped the implications of Ian's words. It is about being reborn, isn't it? Yes. Understanding the situation, Kira neither pressed Ian nor exhibited impatience. She merely gazed at the immortal bird with a vague expression in her eyes. Ian, will the reborn immortal bird still be the one I know? It is hard to say. This was a question Ian could not answer, for it was his first encounter with the immortal bird. I hope it can recognize me. Is that too greedy a wish? A mere wish hardly constitutes greed. Ian stood beside Kira, both of them gazing at the Frost Phoenix, which slept peacefully, as if immersed in a long dream. Chapter 154. Weenie, the prolonged death, what has happened suddenly? Paella had also arrived. Ian recounted the condition of the immortal bird. It is in a deep slumber. It seems it is nearing rebirth. He could not bring himself to describe it as death. For Kira appeared on the verge of tears. I see, that makes sense. Since we have returned to the Spirit Mountain, it must be time for it to regain its true form. It should be, he pondered. Indeed, the journey of the immortal bird ought to conclude here. Its original destination was the Spirit Mountain of Glamet. After reaching its end, returning to its essence seems only natural. The Frost Phoenix slowly opened its eyes. The gathering of Ian and the others, including the Raven Oberon, closed in eagerly. Good job. Wake up. Instructor Oberon, my body aches terribly. Weenie instinctively felt her form disintegrating. Since there was no longer a need to maintain this corporeal body, it chose to annihilate itself. Time was running short. Ian, can you take me somewhere? Ian nodded. Kira, Paella, prepare to set off. Understood. Ian cradled the dying Weenie and began to ascend the mountain. The bird nestled in his embrace emitted a faint chirp. I sense another me approaching. Another you? Indeed, the true essence of myself, the current me, is but a mere shell. The vocabulary of the phoenix has suddenly expanded, as it foretells the imminent awakening of its mysterious form. During their ascent, Ian suddenly spoke. You are not a mere shell, Winnie. The breath he exhaled shattered into mist amidst the frigid wind. Kira cares for you deeply, as does Oberon. And what of you, Ian? I too shall care. Ian, Winnie whispered softly. Thank you for being willing to listen to my voice when we first met. Ian recalled their initial encounter. Had it not been for Winnie's words about the good fortune awaiting in the north, he would not have arrived there so soon to obtain the arcana cards. If I cannot draw upon the essence of the sacred mountain, I shall wither and perish. When humanity carried me to the distant south, I believe my existence had come to an end. The northern tribes regard the phoenix egg as a sacred relic, collecting them to bring back to their villages. The dilemma lies in the fact that the monk Islara had brought it back to the empire. I have faith in you, Ian. I trust you will return me to my homeland. Ian paused before a cave, which appeared no different from the ordinary caverns found in mountains. Please, enter. Ian embraced Winnie and stepped into the cavern. Inside the subterranean realm, icicles hung like stalactites, and solid ice formed a tray-like platform. upon which a milky liquid gathered. Para exclaimed in delight. We found it. Truly found it. It is the tears of Scotty. Indeed, Lord Ian, you are truly favored by Lady Scotty. Ian, however, remained focused on Winnie's words. Ian, the dying bird gazed intently at him, its vitality waning, yet its pupils burned with the azure flames of arcane power. This is a farewell gift. Consume it, and your spiritual pathways will be strengthened. The tears of Scotty are a potent elixir. Ian's body often struggled to withstand the arcane shocks, a consequence of his relentless pursuit of limits. He had fainted when first encountering the Earth Dragon, and had narrowly avoided mental collapse when confronted by the mysterious presence of the malevolent deity. If he were to drink this, his spiritual channels would become more resilient, signifying that he would possess the strength to contend even against formidable mysteries. Ian has been searching for this, hasn't he? Fortunately, I have long remembered its location. Winnie's tone was calm. As Ian gazed upon her, he suddenly comprehended the source of his earlier unease. Winnie, when the true you returns, what will become of the current you? Who knows? Without memories, I cannot say. The answer was painfully clear. When the true personality of the Phoenix awakens, Winnie's memories will fade away, all that pertains to Ian, Kira, and Oberon, everything. Ian, Winnie lowered her head. Until now, she had endured solely to inform Ian of the elixir's location. With her purpose achieved, Winnie felt no further need to continue her existence. Ian also sensed it, a mysterious presence, indescribable and ominous, drawing near to Vini. The time has come. You have arrived. Hasten back to my essence, my fragments. I must restore the order of this mountain. Please wait. Can you not spare a little more time? Apologies. I have no leisure for idle conversation. This land summons me. Ian observed clearly. Vini was resisting memories originating from source. My fragments. The deadline has arrived. Vini's wings drooped helplessly. Life was ebbing away. One more step, and Vini would vanish. Ian found himself inexplicably unable to stand idly by as Vini faded. Perhaps it was merely an impulsive decision. I apologize for the interruption during your discourse. The immortal bird seemed taken aback by his intervention, responding with surprise. What is it, young sorcerer? Might I request you to grant me another favor? The soul of the immortal bird fluttered restlessly, its ethereal wings agitated. Foolishness, to hinder my grand endeavor for the sake of a fading corporeal form? Ian clicked his tongue. If you are as wise as you claim, why do you belittle the weight of life? What? The immortal bird's soul was momentarily bewildered by this retort. After all, the concept Ian presented was foreign to it. To the immortal bird, death and resurrection were mere trivialities. It had never worried about the demise of the flesh. As you say, this physical body is indeed nearing its end, a being destined to dissipate. Yet, all life harbors the awareness of inevitably fading, striving with all its might to live until the final moment, each pursuing the meaning of existence. The immortal bird, forgetting its resurrection mission, began to listen intently. In its eternal existence, it had never contemplated from the mortal perspective, nor had anyone ever spoken to it about the path of mortal survival. The sorcerer Ian shattered this ancient barrier. To assume that the brevity of life equates to a shallow awareness is a grave error. Thus, I implore you, there is no need for many days. I ask only for another day or two. Allow Vini to accept the departure in peace. The immortal bird fell silent. It was wise enough to fully comprehend Ian's words. Ultimately, it ceased its aggressive demeanor, letting out a sigh of compassion. Very well. You are not a native and cannot perceive the calamities of the mountain. Calamity? A malevolent force has tainted this mountain. I fear the master of the mountain has fallen prey to foul hands. The immortal bird's voice softened. Do you truly believe that fulfilling my vessel's wish is more important than investigating the disturbances of the mountain? Ian's gaze flickered between Vini and the immortal bird. He ultimately replied, Before Vini departs, I shall assist you in your investigation. The immortal bird gazed at Ian for a long while. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, it erupted into bright laughter. How amusing. It is simply a marvelous experience. What is amusing? To encounter one who cherishes my vessel. The Phoenix's container typically perishes within days of its emergence, for there exists no necessity to sustain the corporeal form. It has long been ensnared in the cycle of life and death upon the snow-capped mountains. Yet this time, it fortuitously journeyed into the realm of the Empire, encountering a human who values this flesh. The sensation of being cherished is indeed subtle and ineffable. Very well, human. I grant you 2 days. Thank you immensely. But remember, the Lord of the Mountain shall surely face upheaval. The soul of the phoenix swirled around Vini, and a miracle unfolded. Vini's body astonishingly regained vitality. Ian, Vini, reborn, blinked with sparkling eyes and suddenly embraced Ian tightly with her wings. Why? Why do this? Ian turned his head away, scorched by that gaze. Chapter 155. The Corpse in the Snowy Mountains, the Undying. Has the ritual concluded? The sudden voice prompted Ian to turn. Pyra and her companions awaited him. Is progress satisfactory? Fairly so. I conversed with it, extending Vini's life by 2 days, at the very least, allowing her to accept her demise with composure rather than in ignorance. Pyra had already sensed Ian's engagement with the arcane. She did not disapprove of Ian's dialogue with the mysterious. There was a boldness and nonchalance in him not often seen in wizards. As the phoenix's soul dissipated, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil. Pyra lifted the tear of Scotty and remarked, "This should be sufficient for both of us to sample." Ian scrutinized the offered elixir, a milky liquid devoid of a pungent odor. Its taste akin to that of fresh water. "Hurry and drink, Ian," Vini chirped excitedly. "It must be effective." Ian tilted his head back and poured the elixir down his throat, consuming the tear of Scotty. "Significantly enhances spiritual channel defenses," the system announced in due course. Indeed, it was a nourishing elixir. Ian widened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, perceiving the colors of the world to be more vibrant, an indication of his enhanced capacity to receive the arcane. He could now more safely endure greater mystical forces. Suddenly, Ian felt a stir of mysterious energy rise within his stomach. Subtle energy coursed through his veins, particularly when it traversed his spine and reached the nape of his neck, sending a delightful shiver throughout his body. "Shall we return?" Pyra nodded in agreement with Ian's suggestion. Having acquired the tear of Scotty, it was indeed time to head back. Upon Ian's return with the elixir, the Northerners swarmed around to marvel. "Wow, this, an elixir. It's an elixir." Pyra, much like a bird chaser, shooed the warriors away and subsequently told Ragnar, "The Empire's clergy, Takarian, has also fulfilled his duty. I hope he may be granted freedom. I shall report to the chief." Regardless, for Ragnar, reaping the rewards of an upgraded elixir is undoubtedly a positive development. Let's return to the village. As the warriors began to pack their belongings, Pyra inquired of Ian, "Ian, do you have any unfinished business in the Spirit Mountain? I wish to linger for another couple of days." This was to fulfill the promise made with the soul of the phoenix. Ian spoke ambiguously, not entirely untruthfully. If fortune smiled upon him, he might encounter something beneficial for his magical studies. "Then I shall assist you." Ragnar and the warriors decided to descend the mountain first. It was unwise to linger with the precious elixir in hand, and since the warriors had left most of their provisions behind, remaining here posed no inconvenience. 1,000 miles of ice lay frozen, and 10,000 miles of snow danced in the air. Ian gazed at the snow-capped mountains as the snow fell softly, murmuring to himself. The scenery was breathtaking, yet when the biting cold wind howled through the valley, he felt an overwhelming chill. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Ian set forth to survey the snow-covered peaks. Though termed as an investigation, it resembled more of a leisurely trek. Ah, what splendid weather! Barunka and Kira followed him with buoyant steps. Barunka, accustomed to the harsh conditions, maintained a calm demeanor, whereas Kira found the snowy landscape particularly enchanting. "Vini, is there something you wish for me to do? As long as I can stay by Ian's side, I will be content." The snow-covered mountain exploration was, after all, a request from the phoenix's soul, not what Vini had envisioned. It was indeed remarkably quiet. In the midst of their ascent, Pyro whispered, "Has the mountain lord been particularly busy of late? I have yet to catch sight of Grendel." They had traversed a considerable expanse of the Mountain King's domain and initially thought that not encountering any subordinates was due to the winding paths taken in their herb gathering. Yet now, even their camping stroll was unimpeded. Pyra remained unaware that Ian's conversation with the Phoenix's soul had touched upon the peculiarities concerning the Mountain Lord. As they crossed the mountainside, the thick layer of snow caused each step to sink deeply. The years of freeze and thaw had rendered the snow grains sharp against the skin. "Ah, master." Oberon alighted upon Ian's shoulder. "What is it?" "I have spotted humans in the distance. They are nearly frozen solid." "Humans? How could there be humans in the heart of the Spirit Mountain? This is the Mountain King's territory. Ordinary folk dare not trespass here. Are they sorcerers? Unless they seek death, those individuals are most likely sorcerers, akin to Pyra, who have been granted passage to the Spirit Mountain. After whispering briefly with Oberon, Ian turned to Pyra, saying, "We need to alter our course temporarily." Pyra regarded him with a peculiar expression. Even for one well-versed in the arcane like Pyra, conversing with a raven seemed quite extraordinary. "What have you discovered? Please, lead the way." Following Oberon's guidance, the group arrived at a certain location. "What is this? People from a northern tribe?" In the snow lay a half-devoured ice corpse. Rather than a body, it resembled frozen meat from a cold storage, causing Ian to feel a wave of nausea, reminiscent of Grendel's handiwork. Pyra's voice turned icy. "It cannot be mistaken. This is the sorcerer of the Skonu Tribe Alliance." With his staff, he prodded the snowdrift, and suddenly, amidst Kira's startled exclamation, a violet-hued arm burst forth from the snow. Belenka immediately drew his sword, but was halted by Pela. "Do not move. They're not our foes." The frozen corpse twisted its joints as it crawled from the snow, the cracking of its limbs scattering flesh in all directions, soon rendering it unrecognizable. Ian observed the icy figure with calmness and remarked, "They have delayed their demise." Indeed, it appears they sought the aid of the ice god. Ian sensed an aura of mystery surrounding the corpse. In its final moments, it seemed to have implored the ice god to bind its soul. This was the work of a skilled sorcerer. You are from Okaha, are you not?" "Indeed, the sorcerer of Skonu." At the brink of death, the sorcerer sought the mysterious powers of the sacred mountain, transforming into an undead being. "Please, take my affairs back to my homeland, by the name of Skadi." "I shall do so." The sorcerer's reason for delaying his death was to leave behind a final message. "We ascend the sacred mountain to beseech the Lord of the Mountain for wisdom." "Wisdom? We wish to understand the reasons behind the failure of the hunting season." Chapter 156. Acquiring new skills. This is certainly worth a try, but a negative response is to be expected. The Lord of the Mountain shows no interest in events beyond its domain. Even if humans have slain a few Aegon at the entrance of Glamet, it bears no relevance to the Lord of the Mountain. After all, the Lord is a herbivorous creature, resembling an elephant in both form and diet. However, Pela could empathize with their desperate search for answers. "I understand. You are also quite troubled, aren't you? Have you received a response?" "Ah, yes, we have." The sorcerer's spirit quivered within its frozen form, emitting a mournful wail. A response that pierces like fangs into the marrow. "This is cursed. There is no need for further words." In an instant, Pela comprehended that the murderer of the sorcerer was none other than the minions of the Lord of the Mountain. Yet, the puzzling question remained. Why would the Lord do such a thing? Why actively undermine a long-standing cordial relationship with humanity? The Lord of the Mountain is a powerful being, but humanity is far from an adversary to be underestimated. The Lord is well aware of humanity's potential, which is why a pact of non-aggression was established. Yet now, its subordinates have willingly attacked the sorcerer. What intentions do they harbor? "Ian, let us descend the mountain. Remaining here will place us in peril." The spirit of the Frost Phoenix merely indicated that the Lord of the Mountain had undergone a transformation. It did not specify the cause or nature of this change. A wise suggestion. Ian too wished to avoid conflict with the Lord's minions. After all, in this world, slaying beasts that yield no experience points is devoid of purpose. But just then, a rumble echoed ominously. "This is not good." Belenka drew his sword once more. This time, Pyra did not intervene. Across the valley blanketed in snow, there emerged the formidable beasts cloaked in white fur, Grendels. These monstrous creatures, akin to great white apes, were the minions of the Mountain Lord. Each Grendel towered over an adult man, and at this moment, dozens of such creatures congregated within sight. Good heavens! Pyra gazed pale-faced at the advancing horde. The Mountain Lord was the sovereign of the sacred mountain, and as with all rulers of realms, when he resolved to strike, the targets seldom escaped with their life. Pyra was no exception. Lord Skadi, as he beheld the oncoming Grendels, darkness encroached upon his vision. This time it was certain death. "Pyra, why are you dawdling? We are doomed. The Mountain Lord has decreed our execution. As a sorcerer capable of interpreting the currents of fate, he had always acquiesced to the trajectory of destiny, even preparing himself for the impending death. Perhaps this had become a habitual submission to the overwhelming tide. But Ian was different. So what? Ian pressed his hand against his racing heart, fixated on the front. Dozens of monsters, more robust than the warriors of the north, yearned for his demise. Such terror could sap the courage of the timid. Yet he was no coward. Are you truly prepared to greet death? Quickly, summon the arcana. If Scotty truly wishes for your demise, then accept your fate. But I dare say your deity does not wish for you to perish. These words jolted Pyra back to reality. Ian was right. They were merely a horde of beasts, not the will of a god. Indeed, what was the Mountain Lord? I have the protection of deities and nature. A glimmer ignited in Pyra's eyes, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. He rolled his eyes back and drew forth the arcana cards. Lord Scotty, please respond to me. The moment the cards left their sheath, a mysterious energy began to surge. Who dares disturb my slumber? The resonant voice swept across the mountains. To mortals, it merely echoed through the hills. Pyra's arcana had awakened the mysteries of the mountain. The spirit of the sorcerer seized the opportunity to shout, "It is I, you foolish old man." What? Foolish old man? Indeed, you, the old fool who only buries himself in the snow to slumber. I'm talking about you. Ian watched in astonishment. Has this fellow lost his mind? Though he was already dead. Such provocation towards the mysteries of the mountain. You insignificant insect. As the mysteries grew furious, the spirit grinned widely. A shiver coursed down Ian's neck as he suddenly comprehended the spirit's intentions. It aimed to wield the power of another to strike. Crush them. The mysterious force swung its might like a colossal hammer. Simultaneously, the frozen corpses exploded like bombs. The ensuing ice storm was so fierce it defied belief. Howling, the sudden blizzard sent the Grendels into a frantic deceleration. Ian swallowed hard, fully grasping the method employed by the Wraith. The principles of the spell were deceptively simple. Pyra disseminated a provocative will through cards. The Wraiths collaborated to create chaos, and the enraged mystique unleashed its fury, manifesting an anomaly, utilizing the violent northern mystique to conjure extraordinary phenomena. This sorcery starkly contrasted with the imperial magic. While imperial mages sought assistance from the mystique, the northern sorcerers brazenly provoked it without restraint, a bold and radical approach. However, transmitting will indirectly through cards allowed the mystique's wrath to bypass the caster. Ian couldn't help but smile at this alternative application of arcana. Witnessing and comprehending an entirely new magical system was always a delightful experience, even in the face of oncoming monsters. Ian, Barenka called out loudly. With Pyra having bought them time, it was now Ian's turn. It was the perfect moment to test the new magical system. If all else failed, he could use a time-space scroll to transport everyone away. Ian drew a card from his arcana, revealing the Hangman. You have drawn the Hangman. The struggling presence in pain has perceived your existence. An electrifying surge of magical energy coursed through him, causing his entire being to tremble. Ian felt the overwhelming gaze of a formidable entity, one filled with both fear and disdain for all things, yet somehow laced with goodwill directed at him. He recognized this presence, shrouded in profound sorrow. O falling mischiki. Ian. Ian glared at the approaching throng of Grendels and roared, "Wail to your heart's content." Through the arcana card, the fallen mystique was summoned into the world. It erupted in a savage wail, while a dreadful dissonance swept over the Grendel horde. As the fallen mystique shrieked, the Grendels lost all semblance of sanity. This was the very terror that had driven Ian, Pyra, and even Kira to the brink of madness. Pain, torment, sorrow, and fear gnawed at their minds, leaving the Grendels utterly defenseless. Barenka, strike them down. Understood. Barenka severed the head of the foremost Grendel. The fanged simian head rolled on the ground. With this act as the catalyst, a contagious dread engulfed the Grendels. After witnessing the death of his companions, despair consumed their will to fight, leaving them utterly demoralized. The Grendels fled in a panicked frenzy. Barenka pursued and dispatched several of the fleeing Grendels. Ian, are you all right? Kira asked anxiously, grasping Ian's hand. She, too, had personally experienced the terror of the fallen mysteries. It is common knowledge among sorcerers that to command the mysterious, one must engage in dialogue. To manipulate an entity that is nauseating merely to behold demands an extraordinary fortitude of spirit. Kira naturally assumed Ian was severely exhausted. If one were to invoke the fallen mysteries through the Empire's magical framework, her speculation would indeed hold true. However, Ian was in fine condition. For the entity summoning the fallen mysteries was not Ian, but rather Scotty. Scotty deftly transferred the backlash to the divine, reaping the benefits for herself. No wonder the sorcerers held Scotty in such high esteem. Her magical system offered a greater degree of safety. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck Ian. "Haha, just kidding," Kira exclaimed, her face flushed as she playfully punched Ian's back. Ian smiled and waved his hand, addressing Pyra. "Pyra, let us retreat while the Haven Tea returned." "All right, let us go," Pyra murmured, gazing up at the snow-capped mountains. In the distance, an ominous, howling storm seemed to gather. Chapter 157. The true reason for the hunting season's failure. Ian and his companions endeavored to descend the mountain swiftly, having confirmed the Mountain Lord's hostility towards humanity. Remaining in the sacred mountains posed considerable peril. Ian stroked Vini thoughtfully. The soul of the phoenix had once shared cryptic words with Ian, words only it could comprehend. An evil presence lingered, casting a sinister aura over the mountains. According to its account, this malevolence was the source of the Mountain Lord's aberrant behavior. But what was this evil presence? What constituted the ominous aura? "Ian, I believe I now grasp the meaning behind my initial warning. The Mountain Lord is experiencing unease." "Unease? Uneasy about what?" Vini fell silent. Ian gently caressed its head. Since Vini was uncertain, there was no need to rush. Ian raised his gaze towards the vast, snowy peaks. The truth would inevitably come to light. The group moved steadily downward. During this descent, Pyra, clutching her hair, groaned in agony. "Ugh, the Grendels will surely return. We should have eradicated them all back then." From a physical standpoint, that was impossible, Ian reassured her. "We are about to encounter a one-way passage. It would be perilous to be ambushed here. But didn't you say there were no other routes? The problem lies in the fact that we initially ventured too deep." Pyra rolled her eyes, hastily drawing a card and lamenting. "Ah, an ominous sign." Ian suddenly understood why Ragnar was not particularly fond of Pyra. Her emotional fluctuations were far too extreme, and she relied heavily on the outcomes of divination. "Sorceress, could you please be quiet?" Tocalion unexpectedly raised his voice in anger, leaving Ian genuinely impressed. What kind of absurdity could provoke someone like Tocalion to speak out? Though the divine may observe, it is humanity that forges history. To heed the divine will and stride forward with confidence is the true duty of a cleric, is it not? This statement, an epitome of wisdom, is indeed difficult to refute. Paula was rendered speechless, bowing his head in deep contemplation. Ian, standing before the steep, narrow path, sighed. Passing through here at a leisurely pace had seemed inconsequential, but now, traversing it while pursued by enemies sent chills down his spine. Regrettably, there was no alternative. Whether he liked it or not, he must navigate this narrow way. Onward he went. However, as Ian reached the midpoint, the silhouette of a monster loomed ominously from above the cliff. "Damn it," Ian cursed vehemently. "These cunning beasts. An ambush." It was none other than the minions of the Mountain Lord, the Grendels. Having learned their lesson, the Grendels did not recklessly approach. Instead, they cleverly utilized the terrain. Roar! The snowballs hurled by the Grendels cascaded down from above. "These damnable scoundrels!" Paula bellowed in rage. In truth, these snowballs posed no lethal threat. The real danger lay in the perpetually snow-covered mountains. The thick snow, disturbed by the snowballs, instantly transformed into a colossal wave, surging toward them. Thunderous rumblings echoed. An avalanche. This was the Grendel's true objective. Oh no! If Ian were an ordinary traveler, writing a farewell letter would be the most meaningful choice at this moment. The survival rate in an avalanche is typically 0. Yet, Ian was no ordinary traveler. "Ian!" Hearing Barenka's call, Ian took a deep breath, calmly surveying his surroundings. The impending wall of snow loomed before him. Like a northern sorcerer, he prayed to the ice god and drew a card. Chariot card. Boom! As he gazed at the overwhelming snow wave, a realization struck him. A chariot? Is this meant for me to ride the avalanche? The answer had already been given by Scotty, and the decision rested solely on Ian's will. Time was of the essence. He made a swift resolution. "Everyone, gather around me." Paula, Kira, and Barenka quickly converged at Ian's side. "Oh, we're going up?" This scene was enough to short-circuit one's brain. Yet, Only Paula was momentarily stunned. Barenka and Kira were calmly preparing to leap into the avalanche. Do not attempt to comprehend Ian's words, sorcerer. Simply accept them. As Paula stood in a daze, Ian leaped onto the avalanche, with Barenka and Kira following closely behind. Even Takalian covered his eyes and jumped up. What madness! Though he muttered those words, Paula still followed suit. A group of individuals, as if treading upon a soft cushion, gracefully leapt upon the surging waves of snow. Leader, quickly observe those rascals. What in the world is happening with that group? The sudden onset of skiing caught the parla by surprise as well. But their astonishment paled in comparison to the shock experienced by the Grendel patrol, who were witnessing the scene from a high vantage point. Their intention had been to create an avalanche to crush their enemies, yet their adversaries were riding the avalanche downwards. The Grendels hung their heads, beginning to devise their next course of action. Ian believed he had briefly lost consciousness, but this was a mere illusion. The brightness was blinding. The scorching sun burned against his eyelids. Rubbing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, and before him lay the cold, azure expanse of the sky. A biting wind swept across his cheeks. At that moment, he found himself standing atop the avalanche. Thunderous roars echoed around him. Like riding upon the back of a colossal beast, Ian and his companions raced down the mountain along the snowy cascade. Oh, what exhilaration! All cluttered thoughts dissipated, akin to ascending the most thrilling amusement ride, leaving behind only pure excitement. Ian couldn't help but let out a shout. When the snow waves finally subsided, he carefully descended to the ground. Parla, where are we? I don't know. It seems we've slid into a deeper valley. Ian frowned, realizing that this meant they had not skated towards the mountain's edge, but rather deeper into its heart. To return to the tribe, they would have to traverse a longer distance. Fortunately, everyone was safe. The group began to explore their surroundings. Ian, come over here. Initially intending to find a way out, the patrolling Barenka discovered an eerie sight. Do you know what this is? What is this? At the bottom of the immense canyon lay a multitude of corpses of beasts referred to as Agon by the Northerners. Scatty is above. After witnessing this bizarre location, Parla sighed. This was undeniably the source of the great hunting festival's failure. The herd that should have been hunted by the Northerners had collectively perished in the canyon deep within the sacred mountain. Chapter 158. The decision to hunt the Lord of the Mountain. Upon seeing the vast number of Agon carcasses, Ian and his companions resolved to descend swiftly. Whether it was Parla's intention to report everything to the chieftain or to escape the pursuit of the Grendels, the group needed to descend promptly. Fortune favored Ian and his companions. During their descent, they encountered a patrol team, and under their protection, they successfully descended the sacred mountain. The patrol leader, upon hearing of the widespread death of the Agon, displayed a countenance of fear as he muttered, "How could this be? But why? I do not know. Yet we witnessed the Lord of the Mountain slay the shaman and attempt to bury the Agon corpses. The situation is dire. We must inform everyone." The patrol members immediately returned to their respective tribes. As the sacred mountain is a hallowed site, elite warriors from each tribe take turns forming patrols. Ian followed the patrol of the Red Bear tribe back to the village. The chieftain was in high spirits due to the gift discovered by his son, Ian. Thus, when Paila reported the incident at Ling Mountain, he refrained from ordering the immediate disposal of such nonsensical claims. It was perplexing. The chieftain regarded Ian with the murky gaze characteristic of the elderly. What benefit could the mountain lord derive from slaughtering the Agon? If it were to conscript strong men for the Grendel army, it would make some sense. Clearly, a more thorough investigation was necessary to uncover the truth. A tribal meeting must be convened, my chieftain, Paila asserted with righteous authority. If the Agon has indeed been located, it is a significant matter. The chieftain muttered under his breath. His thoughts echoed those of the other chieftains. Ragnar. Yes, father. He proposed convening a meeting of the chieftains. Ragnar nodded immediately, understood. I will arrange it. The sentiments among the chieftains were largely uniform. Upon receiving the report, they were all eager to convene and deliberate. Before long, the chieftains gathered upon the snowy expanse. On the white wasteland blanketed by light snow, the leaders of the Okaha tribal alliance assembled. The governance of the North was notably democratic. At the highest point sat the Grand Chieftain, a position rotated among the leaders of various tribes, resembling a union representative rather than an absolute monarch. Ian, it is good to see you, Helga. Helga from the Skyclaw tribe also arrived at the assembly. Hearing that the Mountain Lord had slaughtered the Agon was indeed grave news. As soon as she took her seat, she expressed her concern. Grand Chieftain, let us commence the meeting promptly. Ragnar, the acting chieftain of the Red Bear tribe, called out. Other chieftains echoed his sentiment. However, the Grand Chieftain shook his head. Not yet. The guests have not all arrived. The current Grand Chieftain, leader of the Blue Axe tribe, donned a wolf pelt that added a distinctive flair to his presence. They have arrived, the Grand Chieftain suddenly remarked, gazing into the distance of the snowy plain. At the edge of the pristine snow, a banner of fur emerged. Not only Ragnar, but even Helga gasped in astonishment. Grand Chieftain, those are the individuals from the Skonu tribe. The members of the Skonu Tribal Alliance had indeed appeared at the assembly of the Okaha Tribal Alliance. Arm yourselves. Bring me my weapon. The chieftains erupted into a state of chaos. Yet, Ian instantly grasped the situation's gravity. It seemed this was no ordinary tribal meeting. Helga nodded gravely. Indeed, this is a united conference of the northern and southern tribes. The Skonu Tribal Alliance has also been plagued by food shortages. They have even lost their shaman to the Mountain Lord's wrath. The likelihood of their fury is a certainty. It has been a long time, Wolfhead Ulf. How have you fared recently? The Skonu Alliance was graced only by the presence of the Grand Chieftain and a handful of representative leaders. Yet, the atmosphere within the venue was thick with tension. It appears my visit is unwelcome, the Grand Chieftain of Skonu remarked with a cold smirk as he surveyed the room. Don't tremble. I'm not here to behead you. He laughed boisterously. What did he just say? Let us grab our axes and brawl. Crude curses erupted from all directions. Yet the Grand Chieftain remained unfazed. Silence, bellowed Grand Chieftain Okaha. The failure of the Great Hunting Festival is a shared concern between the North and the South. Wizard Paula, recount the events that transpired on Mount Ling. Paula once more described his observations on Ling Mountain. The wizards who perished under the assault of Grendel. The same Grendel that had attacked Ian and his companions. And the colossal, frozen corpses of Agon that were discovered by chance. Is everything you said true? Interrupted the Grand Chieftain of Skonu, his tone laced with disbelief. There must be a limit to absurdity. Let us set aside the fact that the Lord of the Mountain attacked wizards, but you claim it slaughtered a multitude of Agon? The Lord of the Mountain is a herbivore. There is no reason for it to massacre so many beasts. Moreover, it has always been gentle and wise, coexisting harmoniously with humans. Suddenly resorting to such slaughter? Believe it or not, Grand Chieftain, I merely recount what I witnessed with my own eyes. Huh. Could it be that the wizard has ingested some poisonous mushrooms? Hearing the Grand Chieftain of Skonu's mockery, Ian could not restrain himself. If you do not believe us, then what are you doing here? Who do you think you are? Ian's eyes shimmered with a mysterious azure hue, rendering the Grand Chieftain of Skonu momentarily speechless. Seizing the moment, Ian pressed on. Frankly, the answer is quite apparent. What? Suspicious events are occurring within the Lord of the Mountain's territory, yet the Lord refuses to communicate. What should we do now? Obviously, we must confront the Lord of the Mountain directly, whether it has killed or if there are other factors we are unaware of. We must see it to ascertain the truth. Indeed, Ian boldly proposed a physical confrontation. By personally confronting the Lord of the Mountain, we are bound to obtain answers. Chapter 159. Defeating the Lord of the Mountain subordinates, it was quite rude to leave in the midst of the meeting. The newcomer hailed from the Skonu tribe. After bowing to Chieftain Okaha, he immediately leaned in to whisper to the Grand Chieftain of Skonu. Upon receiving the visitor's news, the Grand Chieftain's face darkened as he nodded grimly. What that arrogant wizard claimed was indeed true. What transpired, Chieftain? Our warriors have discovered frozen Agon corpses deep within Ling Mountain. It seems the Skonu Alliance dispatched an investigative team after hearing the news from Ling Mountain, and they uncovered Agon bodies beyond the locations confirmed by Ian. Is the Lord of the Mountain attempting to drive the Agon to extinction? A shadow loomed over the faces of the assembly. Though the northern tribes frequently hunt the Agon, they have always understood the importance of moderation, for it is this wisdom that allows them to hunt year after year. They cannot remain passive. The northern people roar fiercely, their anger burning bright in every pair of eyes, a decision no longer needing a vote. It is unclear why the Mountain Lord slaughters the Agon, but if we allow this to continue, our entire clan shall suffer. In the midst of Chief Okaha's thunderous roar, even Ragnar, Helga, and the shaman Paula clenched their fists and let out battle cries. Summon the warriors. We must confront the Mountain Lord and demand answers. Oh, the fervor! In the heated assembly hall, a flicker of light passed through Ian's eyes as he followed the northern warriors out. The alliance between Chief Okaha and Chief Skonu was a natural progression. To oppose the Mountain Lord, one must understand that those who bear the title of Lord are not easily confronted. Battling in the treacherous mountains is already a disadvantage, and the outcome remains uncertain. We march. Gazing at the sea of northern warriors, Ian marveled softly. How many are there? According to Pala, each alliance has summoned 1,000 warriors. 1,000 warriors could lay waste to an ordinary barony, and with Okaha and Skonu combined, there are 2,000 strong. Ian ascended the Spirit Mountain with the northern forces once more, this time with far greater ease, accompanied by the magnificent army. As the human army emerged, the Mountain Lord's legions appeared in response. The crimson-eyed Grendel horde lunged at the human forces, each Grendel's mass overpowering ordinary humans, brandishing primitive wooden clubs entwined with roots as they charged into battle. Skadi is with us. Charge into the Ice Crystal Palace. The North roared with rugged battle cries to meet the onslaught. Though fighting individually may not match the Grendel, the overwhelming advantage in numbers was undeniable. The Mountain Lord is but a fool. Careful. Suddenly, a gaping maw loomed above the laughing northern warriors. Snap! A colossal beast crushed that warrior in one bite. Damn it! It is Limpblum. The Mountain Lord has even unleashed a monstrous creature. The legged serpent Limpblum, a terrifying 4-meter-long beast capable of spewing toxic spores, surged forward. Quick! Stop it! The sheer mass of the creature served as a weapon. As the 4-meter monster charged, northern warriors scattered like bowling pins. Damn it! That head is mine. The northern warriors, far from cowering, swung their battle axes, eager for glory. Ian observed the battlefield while inscribing a magical array on the ground. Ian, they aim to trigger an avalanche again. I see it. Gazing at the mysterious surges along the ridge, he murmured. Beyond the physical battlefield, a struggle of the arcane was underway. The Grendels, having the advantage of terrain, sought to recreate their avalanche tactic. However, this time we were prepared. For a group of wizards awaited. The wizards collectively consumed hallucinogenic mushrooms, substances that could shorten the distance between humans and the mystical, diminishing the passivity of the arcana cards. I have seen it. The impending avalanche. You shall not succeed. With the blessing of the mighty Scat-Hack, we are protected. The wizards collectively connected with the mountain's mysteries, thwarting the avalanche. Thus commenced a relentless struggle to provoke and contain the snow's fury. Suddenly, Ian pointed at Limpblum, shouting, Ian, can you hold back that beast? Indeed. Allow me to cast my spell. Ian inscribed a magical circle upon the ground, placing a yellow crystal at its center. He uttered an incantation in Melodious, O thunder of the firmament. Here, at the peak of the mountains, the swift winds stirred, and the movements above were distinctly discernible. Ian resolved to beseech the enigmatic deity of lightning for aid. It seems someone is calling me. It is I who calls upon you. Ian cried with all his might. The deity of lightning, dwelling high in the heavens, rarely heeded the voices of mortals. Such desperate cries from a magician were a last resort. To ensure his voice reached the divine, Ian exerted every ounce of his strength. His voice resonated through the skies. What were those imperial folk shouting about? How would I know? The northern folk, in their bewilderment, soon bore witness to a miracle. Thunderous roars. As soon as Ian completed the arcane incantation, dark storm clouds gathered in the heavens, and a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the clear sky. What? No way. The northern warriors stared in awe as they witnessed the mage invoke the thunder. Something extraordinary was unfolding. Erectus, Ka, accompanied by the deafening incantation. A colossal pillar of lightning descended from the heavens. The bolt struck Limpblum with pinpoint accuracy. It could not even utter a scream before meeting its end. Boom! The aroma of charred flesh filled the air. The warriors, astonished by the spectacle of the lightning strike, stood as if carved from stone. In that moment, Ian, regaining his breath, shouted, Scat-Hack is protecting the battlefield. Victory shall surely belong to us. Inspired by this fervent proclamation, the northern warriors raised their bloodied blades. The barbaric fighters unleashed a thunderous battle cry. Oh, Scat-Hack bears witness. The frenzied northern warriors charged like berserkers towards Grendel. The Grendels were utterly thrown into disarray. With Limpblum struck down by lightning, what could remain of them? Mere foot soldiers? The Grendels screamed as they fled. Though pursued by the bloodthirsty warriors, they ultimately eluded capture. But none of this mattered. There was but one objective, the palace of the mountain lord deep within the sacred mountain. Warriors, advance! Oh, Ian surveyed the emerging system. Atmospheric art. Falling thunder capture the soaring thunderbolts and hurl them to the ground. Though success is not guaranteed, a precisely landed strike can obliterate all. You have engaged in your first mysterious dialogue with the lightning spirit, resulting in a significant enhancement of your atmospheric comprehension and a marked improvement in your atmospheric abilities. Your level has ascended, and you have acquired the skill of atmospheric artistry at level 4, establishing you as an eminent atmospheric sorcerer. This lofty peak serves as the perfect domain for mastering the mysteries of the wind. The response from the lightning spirit to your summons is no mere coincidence. With the invocation of a magical array and the sacrifice of crystal, it is only when one fails that they may bemoan their ill fortune. The sole variable lies in the possibility of a mental collapse upon witnessing the lightning spirit. Yet, your body, fortified by elixirs, withstands the divine might. Ian adjusted his scarf and gazed into the vast cavern. Even though his kin had been nearly annihilated, the entity had yet to reveal itself. Perhaps, from that very moment, defeat had been irrevocably sealed. This cavern is the very abode of the Mountain Lord, and he stepped forward into its depths. Chapter 160. The Mountain Lord's eerie wound. After surrounding the palace of the Mountain Lord, the sorcerers insisted on being the first to meet him. The great chieftains readily consented, for it was indeed the duty of the sorcerers to engage in diplomatic relations with the Mountain Lord. Moreover, the Mountain Lord was a beast. Even if the chieftains were to charge ahead with incessant chatter, communication would evidently prove futile. Thus, the advance party of sorcerers entered the Mountain Lord's domain first. While Ian awaited his turn, he received an astonishing message from Paula. Incredibly, the Mountain Lord had attacked the sorcerers. What was so hard to believe? Ian could not fathom Paula's incredulity. Given the extent of the conflict, it seemed entirely reasonable that the Mountain Lord would slay sorcerers. Nevertheless, Paula's skepticism was indeed valid. The Mountain Lord was not an avowed enemy of the Northerners. Their relationship did not hinge on extermination, although they had approached armed. The Northerners merely sought an explanation and still held respect for the Mountain Lord. They had anticipated a mild negotiation. To their astonishment, the Mountain Lord had killed the sorcerers who had come to parley. This action carried a clear implication. Either the Mountain Lord was resolute in his determination to resist to the death, or, quite simply, he had succumbed to madness. Paula unabashedly chose the latter. The Mountain Lord had undoubtedly lost his sanity. A subtle fury coursed through Paula's eyes. Even amidst battle, decorum must prevail. Despite the life-and-death struggle, certain protocols ought to be observed. It may sound absurd. How can one speak of etiquette while engaged in fierce combat? Yet, it is only soldiers who perish on the battlefield. Nobles, commoners, arms dealers, and other stakeholders do not meet their end in such a manner. They must continue to exist and consider life after the conflict. This is the very reason for the existence of war's rules. The Mountain Lord's breach of these rules would provoke the wrath of the Northerners, leading to a slaughter of the mystical beasts of the Spirit Mountain. The Mountain Lord would be solely to blame for his own downfall. Ian, I wish to see the Mountain Lord, chirped the phoenix, Vini. Is this your desire, or the desire of your soul? Both. It is my wish as well, Ian. Very well, let us take a look. The frozen cavern is breathtakingly beautiful. The icicles hanging from the dome resemble chandelier arms, while fractal patterns reminiscent of snowflakes emerge from the crevices. It is indeed splendid. Barenka succinctly encapsulated the ambience of the cave. Ian recalled a colossal creature dwelling within these depths. Thanks to Ian, the fortunate long-tailed dragon now resided in luxurious quarters. Judging by its home, the master of the mountain continues to live in comfort. But why does he slaughter the Agon and oppose humanity? Once again, humans have entered. At that moment, Ian heard a low, mournful, beastly growl. He was immediately convinced it was the voice of the mountain's master. Thud! Thud! A massive form surged out of the darkness. This must be the devastating strike against the sorcerers. The mountain's master attacked with sheer brute force, lacking any finesse. To be crushed beneath such weight would surely turn one into a mere pulp. Barenka, run to the left. As Ian shouted, he grasped Kira and pulled her to the right, inadvertently pushing aside Pyra in the process. Kia, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. After confirming Barenka was also safe, he prepared for battle. Wait, Ian shouted to steady his companions. The Mountain Master's forceful charge veered off, crashing into the cave wall. Ian observed the creature carefully. Despite the cavern's dimness, his exceptional shadow magic rendered his vision as clear as day. With those scars, he could clearly see the numerous elongated, gaping wounds crisscrossing the mountainous creature's massive body, specifically along the spine of its quadrupedal form. These were no ordinary injuries. They were grotesque, festering wounds infested with maggots. "This is my home. Get out, Umans!" Roar. The Mountain Master emitted a prolonged roar. The falling icicles and cracking ice walls bore witness to this thunderous bellow. "Ian, the Mountain Master cannot communicate. We must flee," Pyra exclaimed, abruptly falling silent. The arcana magic of a sorcerer's struggles to communicate with a being that has lost its sanity due to its indirect nature. However, the Empire's magic is different. It belongs to the great Mage Moronius. "Oh, Master the Mountain," as Ian called out in the language of Moronius, "are you calling for me?" The Mountain Master hesitantly responded to Ian's intent. Pyra was genuinely astonished to witness a technique so utterly distinct from arcana magic. Although she was aware of Ian's peculiar magic, she never anticipated he could establish communication with the Mountain Master. "Indeed, it is I who calls upon you." The Mountain Master was equally surprised. The ability to comprehend another's intent was already remarkable. Yet this human could also understand and respond to his thoughts. Such clear communication is difficult even among kindred. It is truly astonishing. Behemoth, having momentarily forgotten his earlier fury, became entranced in conversation with Ian. Ian exhaled in relief. If the Lord of the Mountain were a vile creature like a manticore's, there would be no need for dialogue. One could simply sever his head. However, through their exchange, he was convinced, as the sorcerers acclaimed, that this was indeed a gentle and wise spirit beast. Ian, suppressing the increasingly prominent throbbing in his temples, continued, "I am a wizard who has crossed the sea." He sought to clarify that he bore no hostility towards the Lord of the Mountain, unlike the Northerners. The rationale was straightforward. The Lord's mental state was evidently unstable. "I noticed the wounds upon your back. What caused them?" The Lord of the Mountain fell silent. Ian's ominous premonition was confirmed. The creature was exceedingly reluctant to discuss his injuries, an unusual response indeed. Chapter 161. The Death of the Lord of the Mountain. "I will recover," the Lord of the Mountain murmured repeatedly, as if hypnotized. The situation was dire. Aware of his deteriorating condition, he resorted to self-hypnosis, repeating the mantra of recovery. What could this mean? Ian suddenly sensed a foreboding aura swirling around the Lord. Initially, he believed it to be the life force emanating from within the creature. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it bore a striking resemblance to souls. Damn it! Ian stared in shock at the scene before him. The souls entwined around the Lord, bound as if by rusted chains, were forced to revolve around him. The ghastly, eerie spectacle was unnerving. "Have you consumed many Agon?" The Lord of the Mountain remained silent, tacitly affirming Ian's conjecture. As a herbivore, the Lord had audaciously preyed upon the carnivorous Agon. His intention was to extract and confine the Agon's vitality within himself. It was only then that Ian grasped the gravity of the situation. The Lord had suffered grave injuries for some unknown reason and, in order to heal, was compelled to defy his very nature by hunting flesh. By devouring the vibrant Agon, he sought to obtain their life force. As a being imbued with a fragment of mysterious power, the Lord was indeed capable of such feats. "Foolish act," Vini chirped. "Lord of the Mountain, your wounds cannot be healed by the vitality of mere lowly creatures." Ian knew this to be true. Vini spoke the facts. If it were an ordinary injury, consuming a few Agon would suffice for recovery. Yet, at this moment, despite having devoured a multitude of Agon, the repugnant wound on his back continued to ooze, attracting maggots. Silence. "Phoenix!" The furious Lord's roar reverberated through the cavern. "What do you understand? You, who have abandoned your flesh. What qualifications do you possess to speak ill of me, who has not abandoned my corporeal form? Calm yourself, O Lord of the Mountains. How did this injury come to be?" The Lord of the Mountains, trembling with suppressed fury, finally spoke in a voice akin to a sigh. "The black-winged beast has invaded my territory." The black-winged beast, the Lord of the Mountains uttered with quivering pupils. Dracora. It seemed that even uttering this name instilled a sense of dread within him. what you humans refer to as dragons. Dragons? Ian recalled the lessons imparted by Elidus. Dragons, an unapproachable calamity. They are merciless and savage, reveling in slaughter and hoarding treasures. Their ferocity rivals that of the manticores, if not exceeding it, with combat prowess far surpassing that of the manticores. Elidus had warned with emphatic insistence, absolute, 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 to never approach such beings. He never imagined he would hear this name in the sacred mountains of the north. It calls itself Freedius. Have you heard of it? No, this is my first encounter. Is that so? The Lord of the Mountains recounted calmly. One day, a black dragon named Freedius invaded his domain, and naturally, the Lord rose in defiance, only to suffer a crushing defeat. The black dragon vanished after stealing the treasure, Thundercloud, which the Lord had guarded. Ian, that treasure contains the essence of the mountains, is the very source of the Lord's power. Vini whispered, now that the treasure is lost, the Lord is on the brink of demise. Vini's assertion was indeed a grim truth. The Lord's injuries could not heal precisely because of the loss of the treasure imbued with the mountain's essence. In fact, had it been an ordinary creature, it would have perished by now. The treasure could have healed him, but alas, the current state of affairs rendered it impossible for anyone to mend the Lord's wounds. Nonsense. The Lord of the Mountains suddenly bellowed, I am immortal, the sovereign of this land, one who has endured the passage of 1,000 years. How could I perish due to mere injuries? Thud, thud. The Lord staggered deeper into the cavern. Ian silently followed, heading toward the innermost depths of the icy lair. Within a crudely constructed cage, numerous awakens were imprisoned. Goodness, despite the acrid stench of decay, Paula could hardly conceal her astonishment at the sheer number of awakens surviving here. Yet soon after, the behavior of the Lord of the Mountains made Paula frown. He dragged forth an awaken from its enclosure and began to devour it whole. Crunch, crunch. The awaken barely had time to cry out before its life was extinguished. The Lord gnawed on the bloodied flesh, spitting the mangled remains into a filthy pit. The surviving awakens were paralyzed with fear. In silence, the Lord dragged out another and shoved it into his gaping maw. Crunch. Paula looked on at the Lord with a heavy heart. Barunka displayed her disgust unabashedly, while Kira cast a look of pity. I shall not die. To heal the wounds and exact vengeance for the stolen treasures, the Mountain Lord spat out the remnants of flesh with a crunch. Ian could no longer bear to witness this. Please, cease this. It is futile. The Mountain Lord immediately glared at Ian with a furious gaze. What do you know, you insolent fool? How dare you speak so boldly? As the air thickened with murderous intent, Barunka swiftly interjected, Ian, this must end here. Let us gather the warriors outside to deal with it. Indeed, it appeared the creature had lost its reason. We shall handle this. Your Excellency Ian, please retreat. They spoke wisely, for beyond the cave lay the wrathful northern warriors, whose sacrifices would suffice to slay the Mountain Lord. Enough. Ian raised his staff, an aura of divine authority seemingly enveloping him. Ignoring the others, he stepped quietly before the Mountain Lord. The genesis of all tragedies stemmed from the inadequacies of those involved. Had he been a great mage, there would have been no need for the warrior's sacrifice, and a Mountain Lord might find healing. Yet, his current powers were insufficient. He could only act within his capabilities. Gently, he placed his hand upon the Mountain Lord's form. Closing his eyes, he positioned his hand above the creature's head and began to chant from the sacred texts. The Mountain Lord was momentarily subdued by the divine presence emanating from Ian, calming him instantly. What are you doing? I am praying for the soul of the Mountain Lord to ascend to the heavens. The Mountain Lord blinked his enormous eyes, warm tears cascading down his cheeks. Amitudi? Ian continued his long prayer for the Mountain Lord. Chapter 162. Encountering the Ice Goddess Skadi that night. The Mountain Lord breathed his last. When the Mountain Lord endured the assault of the Black Dragon, his life had already reached its conclusion. It was merely a matter of siphoning the life force of lesser beasts, clinging to existence by a thread. At the moment of ultimate strain, life ebbed away. Had he not crossed paths with Ian, a far more agonizing and tragic fate would likely have awaited him. At the very least, he died peacefully now, sparing the warriors from further casualties. We have triumphed. Long live the chieftain. Blessings from Lady Skadi. The jubilant clamor of the northern folk celebrating victory echoed incessantly. In their search of the Mountain Lord's palace, they uncovered a vast trove of resources, rivaling the bounty of a hunting season. Although not all could be transported, overexploitation would lead to famine in the coming year, prompting the decision to take only what was necessary and release a significant number of captives. Though they would endure a harsh winter, it would not result in widespread starvation. Surprisingly, the Northerners did not engage in a scramble for the spoils. The Southern and Northern alliances divided the captives equitably. As the Northerners prepared to descend the mountain with their provisions, Ian still had unfinished business. He sought to find the northern deity Skadi. The wizards, led by Pyrrha, eagerly assisted him, for this young man had already woven numerous legends in the north. You must be Ian. Helga has mentioned you. It was their first meeting. A multitude of wizards mingled together, their identities indistinguishable. Among them, some who had arrived upon the recommendation of Helga. There were no specific qualifications set forth for encountering Lord Skadi. Since that individual chose to extend an invitation to you, it is inevitable that you shall meet him. Although Ian heeded the counsel of the wizards, who urged him to traverse the sacred mountain with faith, he found himself wandering aimlessly upon its heights. Ian, Vini spoke. What do you intend to do next? I plan to walk around here. I have a place I wish to take you. May we go there? Of course. Ian was about to nod in agreement. Had Vini not added the following stipulation. Just Ian, Kira, and I. Why these three specifically? It became clear Vini was closest to Ian and Kira, and her desire to take them to a secluded location signified that her time was drawing to a close. Ian nodded solemnly. All right, let us depart. He briefly informed his companions of his intention to leave temporarily, specifying that only Kira and Vini would accompany him. What? Only with Miss Kira? One tea that leave us rather lonely? Enough noise, Barunka interjected, dismissively waving her hand. Return promptly. Do not delay. Be back within a day. Ian and Kira began their ascent toward the location indicated by Vini. Ian, please follow this path straight ahead. To where does this path lead? Ian inquired. To the mountain's summit. We shall wait for you here. Please, Ian, ascend alone. Very well. Ian ventured alone toward the peak. The cold wind brushed against his cheeks, yet he paid no heed to the chill, for his ears were filled with the flowing, mysterious sounds of the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he was greeted by a breathtaking vista, a vast sea of clouds beneath a bright, yet emotionless sun. The beauty of the sacred mountain's peak defied description. Suddenly, a small object fell from Ian's pocket, the card of World 21. As Ian bent down to retrieve it, the surroundings darkened abruptly, akin to charred ink. Grasping the card, Ian looked around in bewilderment, confronted by sheer cliffs and towering crystalline palaces, as though he had stepped into a surreal vision painted by a mad artist, both dreamlike and oppressively intense. Ian murmured unintentionally, "This is the afterlife of the northern people. The fabled Crystal Palace." A voice echoed from the void. "Ah, you have arrived, messenger of the skies." A woman descended before Ian, her shoulders adorned with wings. In the language of Moronios, Ian asked, "Who are you?" "I am the Valkyrie, tasked with guiding souls to their final destination." The self-proclaimed Valkyrie unfurled her wings dramatically. A tremor coursed through Ian's heart. Am I dead? The Crystal Palace belonged to the realm of the deceased, which, in principle, only accepted the departed. However, as ancient myths suggest, there are always the living who inadvertently wander into the land of the dead. Ian found himself in such a predicament. As a living being, you must not linger. The Valkyrie extended her right hand. Ian was drawn across the heavens, and after leaving him in the center of the Crystal Palace, the Valkyrie vanished without a trace. The palace was adorned with artworks, showcasing patterns from Arcana cards, as well as the primitive murals of the Temple of Skadi. "Ah, you have arrived." A voice from behind sent a chill down Ian's spine. A silver-haired woman, expressionless, was engrossed in her painting. This feeling is rather pleasant," she whispered as she turned the artwork towards Ian. The painting depicted a man with black hair and eyes, a raven perched on his shoulder, holding a long staff. "Is this me?" Ian gazed at the figure in confusion. The demeanor and outline bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, yet the figure appeared significantly older. In his 30s? Or 40s? Is this truly me? The silver-haired goddess, Skadi, responded cheerfully, "Of course, it is you, Ian Aeldis Raven." Skadi rose to welcome him. "Welcome to my palace, Mage Ian." In Skadi's eyes, it was a great honor to meet him. Ian bowed his head, feeling a twinge of dissonance. This woman, while breathtakingly beautiful like a work of art, did not possess any other traits reminiscent of a deity. Would it be sacrilege to liken her to an ordinary human beauty? Although her sincerity felt lacking, he accepted her greeting nonetheless. I apologize for my rudeness, but how should I say it? The goddess feels quite relaxing. Relaxing? At Ian's words, Scotty's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, most of the mysteries I have encountered are predominantly sources of dread. Is that not to be expected? Scotty chuckled with satisfaction. This space was created specifically to summon you, a place prepared solely for you. So, of course, there is no burden. Though I crafted this space. It was you who found your way here, Scotty remarked. Ian nodded in understanding, grasping the implication behind her words. With a snap of her fingers, Scotty abruptly changed the scene. Before them lay a banquet hall, where a long dining table was laden with an array of delicacies. Let's take our time, she suggested. Most of the offerings were roasted meats and alcoholic beverages. Ian felt a tinge of disappointment as the divine feast evidently lacked earthly cuisine. Fortunately, the food was quite delectable. Scotty watched with delight as Ian indulged heartily. How is it? Not too difficult to swallow, I trust. Ian, however, did not respond to Scotty's inquiry and instead shifted the conversation to another topic. The transformation since our last encounter is striking, isn't it? A spark of excitement glimmered in Scotty's eyes. Ian found himself increasingly perplexed by this goddess, who had previously required immense courage merely to lift her gaze, now displaying an ease akin to a visit at the home of an esteemed senior at our academy. I expected you to be more aloof. Aloof? As the overseer of the underworld, I indeed embody that role. Scotty mused leisurely. The ice crystal palace confines the souls of the damned. In the words of the gods, it is indeed hell. Escapees often attempt to flee to the surface, and my warriors and I are tasked with suppressing these fugitives and demons, casting them back into the abyss. The goddess continued in a melodic tone. Thus, I favor formidable warriors. Only those who can contend with the demons of hell can uphold the order of the world. Ian suddenly understood that this goddess was more akin to a warden, a guardian preventing the damned from encroaching upon the realm of the living. However, that is merely my obligation. My true essence leans more towards that of an artist. Gazing at the myriad of paintings adorning the banquet hall's walls, Ian nodded in comprehension. In this world, Scotty is both the sovereign of the underworld's castle, overseeing hell, and the goddess of art and painting. As a sentinel of the deceased, I must remain perpetually cold and ruthless, yet as an artist, I am compelled to capture the beauty of the world in vibrant strokes. Ian offered a knowing smile to the goddess. Before me stands the goddess of art. Indeed, that is so, mortal, Scotty replied playfully. I hope you never encounter my warden's persona. I share the hope. It is a chilling jest. Encountering Warden Scotty would signify Ian's entrapment in hell. Speaking of which, Ian, do you admire my paintings? Certainly. With a snap of her fingers, countless arcana cards whirled around Ian. In fact, I've seen something akin to this in my past life. Oh, pray tell. They're called tarot cards. Ian briefly recounted his knowledge of tarot to Scotty. He was neither a fortune teller nor well-versed in its intricacies, knowing only a few practices related to New Year's divination or love compatibility. Upon hearing his explanation, Scotty smiled softly. Ian, do you, as a person from the world before your reincarnation, believe in the existence of souls? That is difficult to say. Some people believe, while others do not. It varies from individual to individual. Some firmly believe in the existence of souls, while others categorically deny it. The same holds true here. Yet souls undeniably exist in this realm, Scotty elucidated. The mysterious reveals itself only to believers. It is no oddity that human beliefs manifest in similar forms. Thus, you are capable of harnessing such a multitude of mysteries. What do you imply by that? Scotty retorted with a smile. Are you not the most steadfast believer in the existence of the mysterious? Ian found himself utterly bewildered by her words. Is it not a matter of understanding that mystery inherently exists? It is a misconception. It is not existence that breeds belief. Rather, it is belief that gives rise to existence. Ian's mouth gapes wide enough to accommodate an egg, a visage that perfectly complements the zero card of mystery, the Fool. It is entirely natural for Ian to struggle with comprehension in this medieval fantasy realm, where the majority of its denizens scarcely grasp the essence of the mysterious. Though mystery exists, it remains elusive and incomprehensible, akin to a mirage for the ordinary individual. It is precisely this inability to envision or grasp the mystical that distances common folk from the enigmatic. Yet, Ian is different. Observing the system bestowed upon him, he is resolute in his belief that he has undergone a reincarnation into another world. Naturally, he must possess the ability to cheat. Is this not standard procedure? He firmly believes he can wield the powers of mystery. To his astonishment, even Elidith is taken aback by his genuine ability to manipulate an array of the arcane. However, the extent of his engagement with the mysterious is partly attributable to the system. The system? Ian elucidates the concept of the system. In my view, it is you, Ian, who has conjured the very system itself. I created it, Scotty concludes, a remarkably intricate system of self-suggestion. She believes this to be the truth of Ian's system. Since neither Scotty nor the divine entities are aware of the system's existence, it logically follows that only Ian himself could have brought it into being. Why be surprised? Upon seeing Ian rendered speechless, Scotty remarks, those wizards referred to as archmages employ an array of peculiar methods in their craft. She snaps her fingers. Why would you be any different? The Grand Mage Moronius constructs his magical framework using a language of his own invention. If he can achieve this, so too can others. The essence of Ian's spell casting through the system is fundamentally no different. Ian is somewhat astonished, as he had merely harbored doubts regarding the nature of the system. Fortuitously, he is able to communicate with the supreme deity of this world, prompting him to inquire about it. What he did not anticipate was that he had assumed the system to be an entity detached from this world or a divine gift from another deity. To his surprise, Scotty explains the existence of the system using the very means he has created himself. Although Ian remains oblivious to this fact, he indeed possesses an innate magical talent. Scotty gazes at the frozen Ian and suddenly feels a mischievous impulse. Would you like to borrow my power to refine your system? Oh, would that be all right? Ian responds in a daze. Scotty interprets this as hearty consent. Let us utilize the mystical cards I have personally crafted to channel your magic. In an instant, the scene transforms. Ian finds himself standing in the center of a spacious studio. Unsurprisingly, the walls are adorned with an abundance of paintings, all meticulously crafted by the hand of Helendal. It appears that this goddess Scotty has devoted considerable time to her artistic endeavors. Alricht, Ian. Attempt to invoke that entity known as the system, he said. Ian gradually regulated his breathing and focused his mind. System. Ordinary words poured forth from his lips, immediately accompanied by the emergence of a familiar status bar. Ian Alidith Raven Magic user, your abilities are remarkably impressive. However, beware of arrogance. Ian gazed at the status bar, lost in contemplation. Upon first encountering the system, he had thought it to be an exclusive golden finger of another world. Yet, according to Scotty's explanation, the status display was merely a manifestation of Ian's own magical talent. As he pondered this possibility, he suddenly recalled the moment he truly began to utilize the status bar. Indeed, it was when he first learned the Melonious language from his master, Alidith. In retrospect, this made perfect sense. If the status bar were to serve as the golden finger of another world, it would be unreasonable for it to remain inoperative at the outset. Ian's status bar had indeed been activated alongside his magical studies. The growth of his magical prowess had simultaneously enhanced the functionality of the status bar. I have summoned it. Lady Scotty, regarding my status bar, it possesses the capability to allocate my magical energy. Could it be that these features were also crafted by me? Scotty replied with a serious expression, uncertain. What? How could I possibly comprehend the workings of your magic? Are you not aware? In truth, Scotty was not entirely certain. Even she could not fully grasp the entirety of the human magical system. The essence of magic was more akin to mental activity. If Scotty were to understand Ian's magic, it would imply she could delve into his mind. Yet, the deities of this world were not endowed with the power to read hearts. However, the underlying principles could be speculated upon. Scotty languidly continued. It merely borrows from the power of thought that drifts through the world. The power of thought? Chapter 164. An original magical system indeed, some elusive mysteries that exist in fragmented forms throughout the world. You have likely unwittingly encountered such information. Upon hearing this, Ian suddenly felt a dull ache at his temples. Perhaps delving into the truth of the system's existence was a folly in itself. The status bar had been summoned. What came next? You mentioned it could be used for casting spells. Please elaborate on the specific operational process. Ian nodded in response. First, when encountering a new mystery. The status bar will prompt the acquisition of a new skill. He promptly summoned the window. Skill list: 7 schools of magic have been mastered. Aeromancy, for the ability to wield air magic. Geomancy, 2, the ability to wield earth magic. Umbramancy, for the ability to wield dark magic. Cryomancy, 2, the ability to wield ice magic. Hydromancy, 2, the ability to wield water magic. Pyromancy, 3, the ability to wield fire magic. Summoning, for the ability to seek assistance from mysterious entities. Gazing at the refreshingly cascading status bar, Ian was entranced by the thrill of magic. What is the upper limit of this level? In response to Scathacker's inquiry, Ian reflexively replied, level 9. Ian was unsure of the reason. It felt as though the answer was inherently present in his mind. His magical prowess, too, would stagnate upon reaching level 9, assuming he could genuinely attain that realm in his lifetime. So you're currently at approximately level 4 in magical achievement. Scathach smiled at Ian. You are already a rather commendable mage. Level 4 is not considered inept, yet it is still a considerable distance from the pinnacle of mastery. However, Ian resided in a medieval fantasy world where a town was deemed respectable with just over 2,000 inhabitants. Given Ian's level, he was already a sought-after talent, coveted by various factions. I still have a long way to go. Scathach smiled again at Ian's humility. No more, for I shall bestow upon you a blessing. Scathach proclaimed. Choose an arcana card. Following the goddess's directive, Ian randomly drew a card and handed it over. He selected the 17th star card. I shall infuse the torrents of the world into these 22 cards. They can both signify fate and rewrite it. My power typically manifests by altering the fate of those around me. Scathach extended her hand towards the card, and Ian's card suddenly burst forth with an extraordinary radiance. Coupled with your ability to manipulate the status bar, you shall consistently unleash identical spell effects. Ian was engulfed in a silent astonishment. Magic is an exceedingly capricious existence. It is the process of communication between mortals and the arcane. Miscommunication is inevitable in this exchange, and the variability of magical effects according to mysterious intent is only natural. However, according to Scathach, if one were to encapsulate magic within a mystical card, it would allow one to disregard mysterious will and consistently release the same spell. Is this reasonable? Now, Ian, envision a spell you wish to seal. You may inscribe a spell onto the mystical card, 17th star. Current spells available for inscription: Hydromancy, Cryomancy. The status bar reacted to the arcane magic. Regrettably, neither of these schools fell within his area of expertise. Water magic and ice magic. Let's begin with this one. Water magic, the roaring waves 2. This was the spell he employed during his travels to the village of Rivervale. Its effect merely stirred ordinary waves. Do you underestimate my power? I am capable of sealing far mightier spells. The goddess revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. When bestowed with divine blessings that ordinary mages might encounter only once in a lifetime, one should naturally select the most potent magic they excel in. Ian hastily explained, is due to the status bar. I see your magical system is striving to adapt to my strength, Scotty remarked with a shrug. Then let us infuse power into other cards as well. This gesture filled Ian with great joy. Now, this is what it means to be a goddess. Oh, revered goddess Scotty. Ahem, enough flattery, draw another card. Yes, this time, he drew the card of the Empress, number 3. Fire magic, spear of blazing fire 3. A spear composed of flames is hurled, transforming the impact site into a sea of fire, plunging the surroundings into hellish chaos. How does it sound? It seems quite perfect. Then let us give it a try. With a snap of her fingers, Scotty summoned a beast, a demon with a goat's head, bat wings, and wielding a trident. Ian, composed, raised the card high and shouted, appear, spear of blazing fire. Scotty S will infuses you with power, and the searing flame spear materializes. The fiery spear pierced through the demon's chest with precision. Aya! The demon struggled and perished amidst the flames. This was a fusion of Ian's system, the magic he wielded, and Scotty's divine blessing. It was as if a brand new magical system had been born. Ian swallowed hard. This was starkly different from the magical system created by Moronius. It resembled a skill magic found within a game. Perhaps at this very moment, he had become the first mage in the medieval fantasy world to develop skill cards. I see, Scotty murmured as she scrutinized the card. Does it require a charging time after use? Upon touching the Empress card, she felt no trace of mystery. It seems the spear of blazing fire operates under a cool-down mechanism. Ian candidly voiced his curiosity. Scotty, can others also utilize the status bar? The goddess squinted and replied, theoretically, it is possible, but how many humans can fully comprehend the concept of a status bar? When cinema first emerged, how many viewers mistook the silver screen's illusions for reality? The understanding of unfamiliar concepts is indeed challenging. If one were to explain the status bar to a medieval person, they would only conjure images of a deity named status bar, rather than a mechanical system or holographic imagery. Thus, even if Ian were to impart all his knowledge, no one would truly grasp this unique form of magic. Could it be that? Ian pondered as he caressed the card. Had the celestial beings already foreseen the skill magic he was about to create? His inquiries had only multiplied. Scathach has begun to bestow upon him additional skill cards. Upon the conclusion of the bestowal ceremony, Scathach spoke, "Now, let us discuss your magical sword." Chapter 165, Enhancing a Northiel. Currently, Ian possesses only 8 specialized cards. This implies that he can craft merely 8 spells into skill cards. To augment the number of cards, he must ultimately embark on a journey. Only through learning and enlightenment can a mage truly evolve. Following Scathach's guidance, Ian drew forth the magical sword, a Northiel. The sword, imbued with the powers of the sun and moon, retained its brilliance even in this realm. Scathach narrowed her eyes as she caressed the blade. Indeed, it is a sword of malevolence. Malevolence? Scathach returned the sword to Ian. Such a cunning appropriation of solar energy reflects the shrewdness of the fairies. A vision of the fairy queen beckoning from afar emerged in Ian's mind. The fairy race, so adept in their ways that even a deity like Scathach is left in admiration. While I comprehend the essence of solar power, I am perplexed as to why it also harbors lunar energy. Is there another deity at play? In response to Ian's inquiry, Scathach briefly closed her eyes. If you truly wish to know, mortal, you must listen intently to what follows. Ian immediately tensed, apprehensive of a monumental revelation. In truth, the master of the moon is the sun. Scathach sighed inwardly at Ian's bewildered expression. Indeed, he is still unable to grasp the concept that the sun and moon are inherently linked divine powers. What you perceive as the moon is merely a stone reflecting the sunlight. Scathach gazed at Ian with concern. Before the establishment of the Golden Empire, during what the medieval people referred to as the Age of the Ancients, there was a steadfast belief that the sun and moon each harbored divinity. When a certain scholar stumbled upon the truth that the moon is merely a stone, he was promptly denounced by the populace for blasphemy and nearly hanged in the square. After all, how could the moon be merely a stone? So sacred, so beautiful, even as ancient beliefs evolved into celestial faiths. The people of the medieval era continued to regard the moon as a holy relic. Now, to have a deity reveal the truth that the moon is merely a stone to the lifelong devotees of the moon within the empire is indeed a cause for concern. Scathach's apprehensions were not unfounded. While she hoped that a mage might endure such a heavy secret, she feared that this young man might not bear the weight of such a revelation. Yet, upon hearing the divine oracle, Ian remained utterly unfazed. Oh well, this world is the same. My previous world was like this too. Scathach was taken aback by Ian's response. You have known all along? Has that world completely unraveled the mysteries of the moon? What a terrifying homeland. This world is even more terrifying, Ian replied, examining a Northiel. After all, the essence of borrowing the power of the celestial god, the sun god, remains unchanged. Listen, Ian, have you received a divine oracle from the celestial beings? Indeed, it was conveyed through a message in the status bar. Ian recalled the peculiar task he had previously been assigned. Objective, liberate Analahir. Gather the following items to awaken the true power of Analahir. 1. An item infused with the power of the sky. 2. An item infused with the power of clouds. 3. An item infused with the power of wind, already obtained. 4. An item infused with the power of stars. 5. An item infused with the power of the sun. 6. An item infused with the power of the moon. When Anahir is truly completed, begin your worship of the heavens. The challenge is about to unfold. Is this truly an oracle? Since it is a task directly bestowed by the divine, it is indeed an oracle. The celestial deity has entrusted a fragment of the heavenly realm to me, to be delivered to you when the moment is right. Scathach displayed a gem that shimmered with an enigmatic light. Within it was sealed the power of the sky. What could be the divine intention behind empowering Anali here? Scathach smiled gently. Some requests can only be comprehended upon fulfillment. The deity is inherently reserved and has not provided a means for direct communication with humanity, thus resorting to such a convoluted method. Ian shrugged. Ultimately, the progression of the task depended solely on him. He could complete it at his desired pace and rhythm. However, it seems you have yet to commence any enhancements. That. Ian presented the Eye of the Wind to Scathach. It was a gift left by the time sorcerer Gerard. Although he had attempted to merge it with the magical sword, he had yet to discover the correct answer. To his surprise, Scathach extended her assistance. Indeed, comprehending elven creations is inherently challenging, especially those infused with the power of the Sun Guardian. As she spoke, Scathach deftly extracted the power of the Eye of the Wind. Before he realized it, the power of the eye had fused with Analahir. Congratulations! Analahir enhancement phase elevated. How did you accomplish this? Ian gazed wide-eyed at Scathach. The puzzle that had perplexed him was suddenly resolved. Truly, the divine's mastery of their powers far exceeds that of mortals. It is complete. Now this magical sword will guide the way to treasures for growth. A sort of navigation function. Should one lose their way, they may seek guidance through Analahir. Let me see. The most recent should be Thundercloud? Thundercloud. A name that feels vaguely familiar. Could it be the treasure guarded by the Lord of the Mountains? However, this treasure's essence seems elusive. How do you know of it? Scathach, residing in the Crystal Palace, possesses somewhat outdated information. According to the Mountain King, he was defeated by a creature known as the Black Dragon, who seized the Thundercloud. What? That Lord of the Mountains? He has already perished. Ian suddenly realized the reason behind Scathach's astonishment. As the goddess guarding the entrance to the underworld, she could not possibly be unaware of the news regarding the King of Mountain's demise, unless Ian had ferried his soul to the divine realm. So that was the path taken. My sincerest apologies, Goddess Scotty. Nonetheless, the prospect of ascending to the celestial realm brings me greater comfort. The goddess donned a troubled expression. A black dragon has pilfered the storm clouds? This was once the most easily obtainable strengthening material, yet now it has been seized by a black dragon of unknown origin. What are your intentions? Seize the opportunity and reclaim it. Slaying a dragon is no trivial matter. It is quite possible that the distant Yildiz will come to chastise him for such reckless behavior. Very well, this is your choice. As Scotty nodded, Ian softly inquired, regarding the power of the sky, the divine entrusted me with the dominion over the celestial forces, but to obtain it, one must fulfill a certain condition. What is the condition? Demonstrate to me a 7th-tier spell. Scotty replied with a smile. It shall not take long. Focus on becoming stronger. You are destined to become a grand sorcerer. Matters concerning the Crystal Palace have concluded. He had learned to utilize skill cards in place of arcana cards, and had also completed the enhancement of Arno Lear. It is time to return to the Empire to gather materials, refine spells, or investigate the whereabouts of the Black Dragon. Ian, just before parting, Scotty suddenly said, even if the magical sword undergoes a transformation, do not panic. A transformation? What form could possibly astonish him? I'm grateful for your guidance. Esteemed Goddess Scotty, go forth, young wanderer. She placed her hand upon the crown of Ian's head. The journey of your soul is unending. Harbor no resentment towards fate, for a wanderer possesses his own means of survival. As he bowed and turned, the Valkyrie, waiting to guide him back to the realm of the living, awaited him. As he stepped through the palace doors, hand in hand with her, Ian opened his eyes. He found himself atop the spiritual mountain. Chapter 166. The rebirth of the Frost Phoenix. The meeting with Scotty was undeniably time-consuming. Ian dined with the goddess, learned spells, and exchanged tales, and no less than 8 or 9 hours had passed. Strangely, however, as he gazed upon the surroundings from the mountaintop, he found them unchanged since his journey to the Crystal Palace. Within the peculiar realm created by the ice goddess Scotty, the flow of time was evidently disparate from that of the real world. Thus, when Ian found Kyra, he inquired, "What is happening? You returned so swiftly?" Ian confirmed the accuracy of his intuition. Indeed, the temporal flow of Scotty's created space differed from that of the real world. "Ian, did you meet her?" Vinny chirped inquisitively. "You were already aware of the location of the Crystal Palace." "Of course, I've lived in these snowy mountains for quite some time." Ian and Kyra protected Vinny in the middle as they gazed at the snow-capped mountain. The sunlight was blinding, and the cold wind was biting. "It is truly beautiful," Vinny suddenly exclaimed. Can one truly find joy in such beauty if they were to perish at birth? Certainly not. Yet in such a scenario, one would not feel regret. Ian gently caressed Winnie's feathers. We cannot refrain from being born out of fear of death, just as we cannot avoid beginnings out of apprehension for outcomes. No one enters this world in pursuit of life's meaning. We are all carelessly cast into existence. In truth, there are no inherently meaningful things in this world. Your emotions constitute what we deem meaning. To discover what brings you joy, whether in fleeting moments or over a lifetime, is the essence of meaning. Thank you for your gentle kindness, Ian, for indulging my childish whims and accompanying me until the end. Winnie smiled. I'm truly grateful. A chill emanated from Winnie's body, as if it were actively absorbing the surrounding cold. Kira instinctively sensed the mysterious currents swirling about and could not help but sigh. It was Kira, not Ian, who had named it Winnie. Initially drawn by its adorable nature, she had unknowingly come to regard Winnie as an important friend over time. What does Winnie say, Ian? It expresses gratitude towards us. Frost began to creep from its toes, swiftly enveloping Winnie entirely. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into an ice sculpture. Though it appeared to have perished, this was not the case. It was a metamorphosis, shedding its corporeal form to reclaim the essence of a phoenix. Winnie's whisper was like the gentle caress of wind upon snow. Ian, upon wiping his face, realized that what he had thought was snow was, in fact, tears. You'll miss us, won't you? The howling wind surged past. The fledgling that had broken free from its shell was nowhere to be seen. Only a majestic bird, draped in icy feathers, stood proudly. What a curious feeling, Ian mused. As the phoenix spoke, he was certain that Winnie's existence had been erased from the world. We meet again. It scattered countless ice crystals, swirling around Ian in a graceful dance. This rebirth is truly unique. Perhaps out of sense of chance? Ian inquired, do you retain the memories of your corporeal form? Almost none remain, which is quite unusual. The phoenix referred to an anomaly, as it surprisingly retained fragments of memory. Logically, these should have been completely erased, given that it had always perished at birth. Yet Ian had disrupted the norm, and the unusual outcome persisted. For some reason, I feel an overwhelming affection for you, the phoenix admitted, seemingly troubled by this newfound fondness for humanity. The emotions from its time as Winnie continued to influence it. This is a good thing. Seeing Ian smile, the phoenix could not help but smile in return, only to be perplexed by how this fleeting expression brought it such joy. This unfamiliar sensation stirred strong resistance within it. Love was a concept the phoenix should not comprehend. They do not reproduce, do not court, do not nurture. They exist merely as mysterious beings, cycling through life and death. The bond akin to kinship that Kawini feels towards Ian now profoundly influences the phoenix. It circles around them several times before abruptly halting, inexplicably compelled to follow them. Yet, the phoenix cannot remain away from its frigid domain for long. Its crystalline form, if separated from the extreme cold, is destined to meld away into oblivion. Unless it is reborn in flesh after death, by which time its consciousness would dissipate, what significance would companionship hold? What a dilemma, the phoenix lamented. I wish not to part from you, yet destiny dictates our paths diverge. I feel the same, came the reply. This sentiment is one we ought not to experience. With a gentle flutter of its wings, two verdant rings appeared between the fingers of the two companions. What is this? They inquired. A part of me, dear humans. At least for now, I wish not to lose you, the phoenix conveyed. Ian immediately grasped the meaning behind it. The phoenix could not leave the spirit mountain, and the rings signified its ability to sense their presence. Before my memories fade, I must record the moments we have shared, the phoenix declared. As long as I can recall those memories and emotions, I shall seek you out. Ian's spirits lifted. This implied a restoration of memories from the Kawini era. Didn't he it? Although Kawini had vanished, the notion of inheriting those memories brought him joy. We shall await your return, he assured. The phoenix flapped its wings and sang in a melodious voice, undoubtedly filled with joy as well. Though there are matters to attend to, parting like this seems a pity. Is there anything you wish to share with me? In response to the phoenix's inquiry, Ian replied straightforwardly, knowledge. Knowledge? Indeed. I hope you can impart your wisdom regarding the snowy mountains and ice. The phoenix readily agreed. Very well, I shall share with you all that I know. Ian learned the mysteries of ice and snow from the phoenix. Level up. Skill. Ice Magic Level 3, you are quite an adept Ice Mage. Achievement unlocked. You have uncovered the secrets of the icebergs. Additional skill points. 50 Chapter 167. Affairs in the North concluded. Return to the Empire. Ice magic was not a spell Ian was accustomed to wielding. Primarily, the use of ice magic necessitated a cold climate, unlike the fires that could be kindled in winter, which humanity had yet to master artificially producing cold. It could only be fully realized in an environment cold enough to freeze. Wait, is it not rather paradoxical that one must learn ice magic precisely for the need of cold, yet must have cold to utilize it? Is this not rather impractical? The Empire held a low opinion of ice mages. After all, they only grew stronger in winter, becoming the weakest among mages in all other seasons. Yet, a mage is still a mage. At least, they could harness greater power in winter. The Frost Phoenix, embodying ice, was well versed in the many mysteries of cold. It is truly regrettable that I cannot accompany you, the Phoenix expressed to Ian during their farewell. If you find yourselves in peril, I shall relinquish my current life to rush to your side. Ian nodded gently. Although it may sound like a tragic proclamation, in reality, it was not so. The Phoenix giving up its life? It was merely preparing to revert to an egg. While such words may seem to dismiss death, the sincerity behind them remains undiminished. It is precisely this that attests to the Phoenix's regard for Ian. Then I thank you in advance. Beside them, Kira discreetly wiped away her tears. Until the eve of their parting, she had been unable to utter a single word. Finally, she called out, I will not forget you. Vini, what did that human say? She said she will not forget you. What a beautiful and special sentiment. After bidding farewell to the Phoenix, Ian descended the mountain slowly. Kira ultimately broke down into sobs. At first, Ian assumed she cried for Vini's disappearance. It's all right. We accompanied her until the end. The Phoenix also promised to retrieve Vini's memories. I'm not crying for that, Kira choked out. It's me. I feel utterly useless. I spent the last moments with Vini, yet I do not understand the meaning of her every word. This was the truth. Kira was an inadequate sorceress, capable of casting spells in a state of ignorance of the Moronius language when acting as a con artist, a remarkable anomaly. Not all sorcerers utilize the Moronius tongue to wield the arcana cards like the northern wizards, nor do they necessarily create strange and unique spells. However, when it comes to communicating with the mysterious, no language surpasses Moronius. Yet Kira did not comprehend it. The extent of her vocabulary was merely at the level of flames. Burn. Hence, she felt a deep sense of inadequacy. Ian, Kira dried her tears and pleaded, would you teach me Moronius, even if it means shortening my lifespan? Ian fell into contemplation. During their journey, he had indeed taught Kira a few Moronius terms, albeit all related to fire spells. He felt that was sufficient. Kira was an exceptionally gifted pyromancer, with a remarkably low failure rate when casting fire spells. But what if, while teaching her other terms, he inadvertently provoked the mysterious entity that despises flames? Knowing too many words could be detrimental. The Moronius vocabulary is vast, and the learning period is lengthy. This is why sorcerers require high intelligence. Rather than mastering all characters in a half-hearted manner, it is better to precisely remember the necessary vocabulary. Ian belonged to the category that mastered all characters under the tutelage of Eldis, while Kira was of the type that minimized memory to essential characters. The lack of systematic teaching was precisely due to this concern. After all, she was not a formally accepted disciple. Teaching her incorrectly could lead to troublesome consequences. Is it truly impossible? Kira bowed her head deeply. Ian's hesitation stemmed from a consideration of risk. However, she mistakenly believed it to be rooted in the authoritative factors of wizardly tradition. Yet ultimately, Ian changed her mind. Kira, having been a long-time companion, had offered considerable assistance up to this point. Perhaps one could say that trust had been established. Ian chose to place her faith in Kira, thus deciding to impart some knowledge of the magical language. I will teach you slowly, she assured. Really? Kira exclaimed, nearly leaping with surprise. But there are conditions. What conditions? Speak freely. Ian continued. The study of the script must be conducted in my presence. Kira displayed a puzzled expression. Ian elaborated. We shall begin with the basic characters. Yet, even at the foundational level, the magical language remains a distinct discipline. If the pronunciation is incorrect, it may provoke the mysterious and invite calamity. We will seek out textbooks upon returning to the Empire. Understood, Kira replied with emphasis. The matters at hand, neither too few nor too many, had reached their conclusion. Ian had attended to all affairs in the north, returned the Phoenix Vini, and rescued Takarian. She had acquired the Arcana cards, explored some of the northern mysteries, and even witnessed the deity Scotty in person. By merging the status bar, she transformed the Arcana cards into skill cards and integrated the wind god S.I. into a Norathil, among other accomplishments. In summary, the journey to the north had concluded satisfactorily. It was now time to embark on the return to the Empire. Ian bid farewell to each of those who had assisted her in the north. "May the blessings of Scotty be upon you," said the wizard Paula, who had made the long journey to the distant port to see Ian off. "It is wonderful that everything has been resolved smoothly. Ian, do come to visit again." The Skyclaw tribe was represented by Priest Helga and Gunnar, who came to bid farewell. At this moment, the entire north was bustling due to the delayed hunting season. Following the death of the Mountain King, people were busy gathering the beasts he had concealed. The storm clouds that had shrouded the north had dissipated, leaving only an enthusiasm for hunting across the vast mountains. Because of the multitude of affairs, only those with leisure could afford the time to see Ian off. Yet, Ian felt no regret. She had gathered ample magical knowledge, and even returned with Takarian unscathed. On the ship heading towards the Empire, Ian waved goodbye to the Northerners. "I will return next time. Remember to cook us stone soup." Amidst the surging waves, the vessel sailed forth, propelled by favorable winds towards the distant, glimmering continent. Chapter 168. On the return journey during the voyage back to the Empire, Ian began to teach Kira the language of magic. Although she was to impart knowledge, Ian found the notion amusing. After all, she considered herself a novice. What right did she have to teach another? Yet, there was no one else in the world quite like Ian in her novice status. Which fledgling mage could survive a fiery tempest and communicate with the extraordinary? Ian had limited interactions with other sorcerers and remained unaware that his prowess placed him among the upper echelons of magical ability. In truth, he felt uncertain about his capacity to adequately instruct Kira. Nevertheless, having made a commitment to impart knowledge of magic, he resolved to teach her some fundamental concepts. "Kira, are you prepared?" The young girl was filled with enthusiasm, so much so that she singed the deck with her fervor. "Concentrate." When she regained her focus, the smoke had begun to dissipate. A moment's negligence could endanger the entire vessel. At this rate, spontaneous combustion would be inevitable. Ian could not help but shake his head. In most instances, magical talent resembled a curse more than a blessing, as life often hung by a thread before one learned to master control. This was particularly true for those gifted in perilous spells like pyromancy, where ill fortune could lead to sudden combustion while simply walking. Ian keenly recognized that, while it might be acceptable to pursue other endeavors, Kira must learn magic to avert the risk of accidental self-ignition. Though he should have reference textbooks, he decided to proceed without them. Using chalk, he inscribed characters upon the wooden board. Carl, the sky of Carl. Ham, the earth of Ham. Uno, the world of Uno. Kira gazed in awe at Ian's flowing script. This individual had truly memorized the Moronius language. In that moment, she fully grasped the arduous nature of magical study and was promptly awakened to the necessity of memorization. Not only did she need to commit it to memory, but she also had to construct sentences, ultimately reaching a level where she could converse with the arcane. The path of a sorcerer was fraught with challenges. This was precisely why students at the Imperial Magic University devoted 5 to 10 years to their studies. "I will strive diligently." Kira ignited with determination. Becoming a sorceress had long been her dream. If she could master the Moronius language and communicate directly with the Phoenix, her late father would surely feel a sense of pride. "Hey, Kira, the floor is on fire again." I'm sorry. Wait a moment. I might as well draw a magic circle." Ian traced a circle around Kira, forming a spell to dispel the flames. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Kira had taken her first solid stride. The next day, on the deck, Ian was preparing to teach Kira the Moronius language when he turned to see Barenka, clad in casual attire, standing at the bow of the ship. Her flowing golden hair danced in the wind, resembling a scene from a classical illustration. "Going to teach Kira magic again?" "Indeed, she is quite diligent." Barenka leaned against the railing, gazing serenely at the distant sky. "Are we heading to the Blue Key Monastery next?" Ian nodded. "Where do you plan to go afterward?" Originally, Ian's goal had been the northern regions of the Empire, but they had already ventured north on this occasion. The mysteries of the north have been extensively explored, yielding substantial rewards. Presently, there exists only a gathering of time-space sorcerers, yet Ian's desires lean more towards acquiring the Thundercloud. Perhaps an investigation into the Black Dragon is in order. The Black Dragon? The enhancement materials of Arno Lehil lie in the hands of the Black Dragon. Thus, it is imperative to gather intelligence. Indeed, is it more convenient to venture to the metropolis? I do have such intentions. Understood. Belenka turned, resting her chin upon her arm, continuing to gaze at the distant sky. Ian looked towards Belenka, the horizon a seamless blend of water and sky, sunlight casting a shimmering glow upon her hair. Let us conclude for today. With a sharp clap of his hands, Kira collapsed onto the bed as if fainting. The Moronius language is a tongue of magic. Even without direct communication with the arcane, it possesses the capacity to tense human nerves and consume attention. Kira, who was just beginning to learn Moronius, found the inherent power within its basic vocabulary to render her mental faculties exhausted and her head spinning. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she said, though her complexion told a different story. Although challenging, it is quite fascinating, Kira murmured, her weary face betraying her enthusiasm. Ian grinned broadly. Finding joy in learning is indeed a profoundly positive sign. Interest is the most potent source of motivation. As long as it is engaging, that is what matters, Ian remarked, observing the grimy wooden block. Having repeatedly written and erased on the block due to a lack of paper, Kira had been practicing her writing with it in chalk. Ian once again appreciated the greatness of stationery. Let us temporarily suspend lessons. The ship has now entered Imperial territory. Ian plans to stop by the Grand City to seek out a spellbook. Spellbooks are not merely items one can acquire with wealth. However, as a sorcerer, leveraging his master's name should facilitate obtaining a basic spellbook without much trouble. "That's wonderful," Kira responded with excessive enthusiasm. "If you feel regretful, why not assign some homework?" At this suggestion, Kira instantly wilted. "No, please." A cool breeze swept through. The sky of the Empire remained as clear as ever.